You were originally the eldest son of the imperial family in the upper realm. I said. System, can we change to a lowly voice? Alright, let's continue. When you were born, you possessed the ancient supreme Tai Su sword body. What do you mean by this Tai Su sword body? What is it? It's Tai Su, not some kidney deficiency. Moreover, the Tai Su sacred body only requires the consumption of 100,000 villain points to fully unlock. So where do we get these villain points? Can you please not interrupt me? This system has no face. Oh no. Young master, Miss Liu is here with people to ask for a divorce. The maid saw that you didn't respond at all, so she reached out and waved in front of you. Oh no. Oh no. Could the young master be acting foolish? Silly girl, what are you thinking? Hurry and lead the way to see. Saying that, he patted Red Lotus on the butt, teasing the maid. Antagonist value plus 1000. You watch the figure of the Red Lotus go away. The system really understands me. 2.5 minutes later, you just stepped into the hall. Detected the appearance of a chi manipulator around the host. Name, Liu Xueyan. Cultivation, triple body refinement realm. Constitution, none. Note, due to being entrusted with the thoughts of the host's original body for many years, she has absorbed a small part of the chi luck over the years and is now the daughter of destiny in this world. Oh, I didn't expect to have a target so soon. Today, I'll say this, you can't back out of this marriage even if you want to. After saying this, Liu Xueyan looked at an old man beside her. The old man understood and stepped forward, saying, this matter was instructed by the saint son of our Yunlan sect. I believe Lord Su also doesn't want to go against the will of the saint son, right? The son of God came out, and the Su family's pupils shrank suddenly. No one expected that this matter could involve the son of God of the Yunlan sect. Seeing everyone's reaction, Liu Xueyan was very satisfied. This girl has now risen to the top like a phoenix, hoping that the head of the Su family will recognize the situation. As soon as this was said, Su Hansan forcefully covered his chest, obviously extremely angry. But just as he was about to say something, you interrupted. Father, how can you reason with a dog using human logic? Then turned to the bewildered Liu Xueyan. You can cancel the engagement, but the betrothal gifts must be returned. Also, the treasures I have given you over the years, and the phoenix body you now possess, must be returned. Consider it my loss. Just give me all your bone marrow to repay the debt. After saying this, a hint of killing intent appeared in your eyes. Mocking the fiancé pursued for 8 years. Villain value plus 500. I misjudged you. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person, and all of these are obtained by my own ability. What does it have to do with you? You were directly amused by her. It's not just a matter saying you are a dog, even insulting the dog. At least the dog knows how to be grateful. You are not even as good as a dog. Speaking ill of your fiancé, antagonist value plus 500. The old man on the side also frowned. As a man, how can you be so petty? Can't you be more generous? What should I be generous about? Old man, insulting the steward of Xiantian sect. Villain value plus 500. The old man was caught off guard by the scolding. You, how dare you scold me? I'm scolding you. You fool. You are the one who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I'm going to destroy you today, the old man said, then suddenly struck out with a palm. Seeing you threatened, Su Hansan didn't care about Yunlan sect anymore. The moment they made contact, the spiritual power emanating from the two caused the entire hall to shake. The Su family is bold. Are they trying to be enemies with my Yunlan sect? A loud noise spread throughout the mansion, attracting the head of the Liu family. Xueyan, what's going on? Upon seeing her father, Liu Xueyan immediately began to accuse you loudly. The head of the Liu family, upon hearing this, became furious. You little bastard. I will cripple you. With those words, he struck out with the strongest sword of the Jiedan stage towards you. Su Hanshan's face changed drastically upon seeing this, but he was stopped by the elder of the Yunlan sect, and could only watch helplessly. However, you faced a full force blow from a realm higher than your own without any panic. Ding! The current villain value has reached 10,000, and 10% of the sealed Tai Su sword body can be unsealed. Do you want to unseal it? You nodded, and then a powerful aura burst out from your body, directly shaking the main organs of the Liu family head with a terrifying pressure. Using a sword in front of me is truly humiliating. As you spoke, a huge void sword slowly appeared behind you. Defeat the future father-in-law and humiliate him severely. Villain value plus 3,000. The head of the Liu family was furious and attacked his heart, spitting out a mouthful of old blood, cursing the father-in-law to vomit blood. The villain's value plus 5,000. Seeing this scene, the smile on the face of the steward of the Yunlan sect could no longer be held. Building the foundation, reversing the beheading, and forming the pill. What kind of monster is this? The people around were all shocked by your blow. Even your cheap old man was dumbfounded. Defeating Jiedan, did your own son do this? No, this kid was picked up. On the side, Hong Lian looked at your handsome and imposing figure. Young master, so handsome, and at this moment, Liu Xueyan also came to her senses. You're crazy. Su Yu, you are crazy. Dare to strike at my father. The entire Su family will be destroyed because of you. Oh, almost forgot. Su Yu revealed a dawning look. Just now, I was so focused on beating your father that I forgot to beat you. You don't think my words are just words, do you? Meeting that cold gaze, Liu Xueyan violently shivered. Just drain the marrow from your entire body. Su Yufan's icy words echoed in Liu Xueyan's ears as if a demon whispered. Liu Xueyan trembled and desperately shook her head. No, don't. She doesn't want to become an invalid. It was not easy for her to get to this point. It was not easy for her to make the Xian Heavenly Clan's Daozi feel good about herself. The other party promises to marry herself as soon as she breaks off her engagement with Su Yu. It was just one step away from flying up the branch and becoming a phoenix. And she would never allow anyone to ruin that. If you want to destroy me, I'll kill you first. Liu Xueyan violently pounced at Su Yu, with an additional long sword in her hand, stabbing towards Su Yu's neck. Ha! Using a sword in front of me? However, Su Yu only laughed lightly, and with a flick of his fingers, the long sword was flicked away. In the next moment, he stepped on the 7 stars. His speed was as fast as the limit, and in an instant, he arrived in front of Liu Xueyan, grabbing her collar and lifting her up. You let go of me. Liu Xueyan was so scared that she lost her color and struggled. Bang! Su Yu showed no mercy and heavily threw her to the ground. No! Su Yu! Immediately after that, the fists rained down. Ah! Su Yu! You shall not die. Spare me! Su Yu begs you to spare me. I'm willing to marry you. I'll fulfill whatever you want. I was wrong. I know I was wrong. You don't know it's wrong. You know you're going to die. Pummeling your fiancé and smashing the other party's bones all over their body. Villain value plus 7,000. Forcibly extracting the bone marrow of your fiancé and making the other person suffer. Villain value plus 7,000. Daughter of Heaven's Destiny was seriously injured by the host and abolished the phoenix bone body. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a villain value of 20,000. Ding! The current villain value has reached 34,000. The Taishu sword body can be unblocked to 50%. Is it unblocked? Noticing an aura coming from the top of his head, Su Yu gave a slight start and then nodded. Boom! In the next moment, his eyes closed, and his entire body instantly fell into a metaphysical realm. Stop! Just then, a stern cry came from above the clouds. Immediately following, a young man dressed in white came in the wind, floating like an immortal with an ethereal aura. And it was none other than Xian Heavenly Sect's Dao Sun, Xuan Bu Defeat. When Liu Xueyan saw the visitor, she was like a drowning person who finally saw a life-saving straw. Rolling and crawling, she ran to Xian Undefeated's feet and wailed, Undefeated! Save me! He shattered my phoenix bone and even extracted my bone marrow. You kill him quickly. Take back what's mine. Chapter 3 1 Step to Conjure the Dan. Sword Dan Chang. Your phoenix bone is wasted? Hearing these words, Xuan Bu frowned slightly as he looked towards Liu Xueyan. A white light flooded his eyes as if they could pierce through a person. Asterisk. After roaming around Liu Xueyan's body, Xuan Bu cursed in his heart, and then his face turned iron blue. He had thought that Liu Xueyan bringing Chen Lifeng to withdraw from the marriage would definitely be a handful of things, but he did not expect to encounter an obstacle. Even Liu Xueyan's phoenix bone was wasted. You know, the reason why he made a promise to Liu Xueyan was to cultivate it and then pick it up properly. This was his carefully selected stovepot, and now it was just wasted, and it's still being scrapped by a bulletproof loser. It's simply unforgivable. Dare to rob me? Mole crickets, you're looking for death. After saying that, a terrifying killing intent erupted from his body, instantly enveloping the entire Su mansion. Feeling this horrifying killing aura, everyone present was filled with horror. Xian Undefeated. Surprisingly, it's him? That's right, to have a cultivation at the infant transformation realm at such a young age. Worthy of being the number 1 person of the younger generation of the Xianling sect. Has this Su family been cursed by the heavens? It has caused this person to personally descend. It is said that this son has a violent temperament and is extremely bloodthirsty. Su Yu this time, I'm afraid that he will only be in danger of extermination. In the midst of the discussion, Su Hanshan walked step by step to Su Yu in silence under great pressure. He held his sword in both hands and stared at Xian Undefeated with a stony gaze, not hesitating in the slightest even though his legs were already trembling. Although there was no blood relationship, Su Yu was still his son. As long as he lived, he would never allow anyone to harm Su Yu by half a hair. Ha ha ha, Su family, what are you still struggling for? Isn't it good to die obediently? Liu Xueyan was covered in blood, but she also managed to force herself to get up. She had to see the misery of Su's family with her own eyes in order to quell the anger in her heart. Detected the appearance of a great fortune maker in the host's surroundings. Name, Xuan Bu Defeat. Cultivation, late infant transformation realm. Physique, sword spirit body, earth order. Remarks, the son of the Xianling sect's patriarch. Once known as the Xianling sect's once-in-a-century genius. Whose father? The Xianling sect's patriarch. Even said, my son has the qualifications to become a saint. Oh, it's actually a wild child of Qi. Right at this moment, Suyu slowly opened his eyes with an excited expression. Pops, leave it to me here. Hearing this, Su Hansan shook his head without thinking. No way. You are only at the bodybuilding realm. Winning the Jiedan is already the limit. While that person is the Daos son of the Xiantian sect, the infant realm is not something you can face. Yes? Suyu smiled disdainfully. A mere Xiantian sect, a mere Daos son of the infant transformation realm, is nothing more than a piece of dirt in front of me. Not to mention a sect in the district's eastern wasteland domain. Even the entire lower realm was just a drop in the ocean in his eyes. Disparaging the number one sect in the eastern wasteland region and insulting the Daozi of the Xiantian sect. Gaining villain value plus 3000. Liu Xueyan, Suyu, you're crazy. Bullying me, a weak woman, is not even a problem? You dare to insult the Xiantian sect. Ha ha ha. Even if the greatest god immortal descends to the realm today, he won't be able to protect you. Hearing Suyu's words, Shen Bubu was first stunned, then he couldn't help but laugh. Anger. District Xiantian sect? A mere infant transformation? Who do you think you are? Do you think you're a powerful man? Or an immortal reincarnated? Just a bodybuilding realm mole cricket. How dare you call out my Xian heavenly sect? As soon as Xian Undefeated's words fell, he swung out with a palm. Boom! A loud noise spread throughout the city, and a terrifying might swept in all directions. It was just a casual strike that caused heaven and earth to change color. Who says I'm just a bodybuilder? Looking at the huge palm that pressed down from the top of his head, Suyu had a bland smile on the corner of his mouth, and actually did not retreat, but advanced, walking step by step towards the air with a negative hand. With every step that fell, a sword lotus bloomed beneath his feet. Step by step, Xuan Bu Defeat's pupils shrank, as if he had thought of something, but felt it was unbelievable. How could that legendary vision appear on a mole cricket? Thinking that, he no longer held back and fiercely pushed his full strength, wanting to directly slap Suyu to death with a single palm, destroying the entire Su clan. Ha! But just at this moment, he suddenly realized that this palm could not fall down. How can it be? At a glance, a long sword that was so huge that it could not be described actually emerged behind Suyu. The sword's shadows were as substantial as substance, emanating monstrous sharpness. The sword energy was as if thousands of stars were gathered together. A golden elixir swallowed into the belly. From now on, my life is up to me and not up to heaven. Sword Dan, become. Boom. In a split second, the void trembled, and the generally pitch-black sword of nothingness flew into Suyu's back, merging with the pale giant sword, using the power of the Taishu's sword body to condense the sword Dan, causing a massive disturbance. The Destiny Son's Dao heart is unstable, and the Destiny Daughter's Dao heart completely collapses. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a villain value of plus 20,000. This is, stepping into the Jiedan realm? Outrageous. Which Jiedan realm would have this kind of might? I'd believe you if you said he broke into the tripod realm. The crowd below was filled with horror and kept guessing. Liu Xueyan's originally excited face instantly stiffened as if she had fallen into an ice cave. What's going on? Why is it that a loser who can only lick himself is suddenly showing such a dazzling side? Did your own really do wrong? No, I'm right. It's all a lie. It's all a lie. In the meantime, as Suyu began to form the Dan through the power of the unsealed Taishu's sword body, a corner of the Tsanqing realm, a silhouette sitting in nothingness snapped its eyes open. Oops, the young lord's Taishu's sword body has actually unsealed 50%? It's over. It's over. Which ungrateful one dares to lay hands on the young lord? Luckily, I've managed to collect enough void power to take out the Taishu ancient scripture. Or else, at this moment, Su Jioga, who was known as the Nine Devil Saint in the upper realm, was flustered and fearful. As Suyu's protector, he should have been guarding Suyu at all times, eliminating all crises for him. Although the Su family's clan rules required the clan to experience training, they wouldn't directly allow the clan to destroy themselves. It's just that, before Su Jiogu came, he was instructed by the head of the Su family, that is, Suyu's biological father. While guarding Suyu, he incidentally traveled to a relic in this realm to search for that technique most suitable for the Taishu sword body, the Taishu ancient scripture. It was said that this was the godless law that the Void Ancient Emperor spent his last strand of imperial thoughts to improve in his later years, containing the power of birth and death in space and time. A volume of scripture can open up the sky, reverse yin and yang, control time and space, and be omnipotent. He had gone through a lot of trouble, and with great difficulty, he was trying to get his hands on this supreme ancient scripture, but immediately after, he sensed the news of Xuyu unsealing the Taishu sword body in advance. It is not a bad thing that the Taishu sword body is unsealed in advance, but this is a sign that Xuyu has met a bad thing. The Patriarch, the oldest son, is such an only child. If something happens, Su Jiogo violently winced and pressed down, not daring to think deeply. In the next moment, she immediately operated her great magic power to forcefully put away a black hole of nothingness in front of her. In an instant, the void exploded. A terrifying aura of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth suddenly filled the air, causing the void to tremble. The cultivation of the great sage realm caused everything around him to become dim. Only Su Jioge's radiant eyes shone with a dazzling light. Between his hands, there was a black ancient scripture, simple and heavy, permeated with the vicissitudes of endless years. It was the Taishu ancient scriptures. After carefully storing it away, Su Jioge took one step, and in an instant, he crossed the distance of hundreds of millions of miles, rushing towards the Su family like crazy. Chapter 4. Your sword is good. It's mine now. Heaven and earth were one color, and all the swords were roaring. Xuyu stood on top of the celestial dome with his arms folded. As he broke into the Jedan realm, the grand visions behind him began to slowly dissipate, eventually returning to nothingness. With a slight movement of his mind, an illusory panel appeared in front of Xuyu. Name, Xuyu. Cultivation, early Jedan realm. Physique, Taishu sword body, unblocked 50%. Innate aptitude, Taishu sword chi. Sword way true explanation. Sword mastery technique. Villain value, 20,000. It really is worthy of being a supreme physique. Suyu's eyes flickered as he felt the unceasing surge of great power within his body. The Taishu sword body had only unsealed half of it, and it once again allowed him to obtain 2 innate divine abilities. The true explanation of the sword Dao had greatly enhanced his comprehension of the sword Dao, and Xuyu dared to guarantee that there was absolutely no one in this realm who had a deeper understanding of the sword than him. The divine ability of sword mastery technique even put him in an unbeatable position against any sword cultivator of the same rank. As long as his cultivation was not 3 great realms above him, then the opponent's sword could be forcibly enslaved by him. 18 years old to form a Dan. This son's natural talent is exceptional. Not to mention the number 1 in Xinjiang. I'm afraid it's not too much to say that he's the number 1 in this eastern desolate region. To have this kind of cultivation at such a young age is really a pity. Heaven envies the talented. Obviously a supreme heavenly pride. But it's a pity that the person on the opposite side is the Daos son of the Xian heavenly sect. Xian undefeated. The crowd looked at Xuyu with regret in their eyes. Xian undefeated. 12 years old bodybuilding. 20 years old Dan formation. 28 years old infant transformation. Nowadays, it was already at the late stage of infant transformation cultivation. As for Xuyu, although his natural talent was extraordinary, he had only just broken through the Jedan realm. The realm hadn't even been stabilized yet, so how could he fight Xian undefeated? Boom! And right at that moment, a loud bang came, followed by the entire sky trembling. Everyone looked up, but they saw a terrifying sword aura blossom from Xian undefeated's brow. The sword aura was extremely dazzling, piercing the eyes of the crowd, but at that moment, the shock in the hearts of the crowd was beyond words. Not only does he have the cultivation of a transformed infant, he even carries a spirit sword body. This Xian undefeated is really an undefeated Daoist son. Hearing the exclamation of surprise coming from her ears, Liu Xueyan's eyes fiercely lit up with luster. Undefeated. Behead him and take back everything that belongs to me for me. Humph. So what if it's conjugation? It's still a matter of 1 sword from this Daozi. Boom. Immediately after that, Xian undefeated moved. With a flash of his figure, he actually went straight to Xuyu above the clouds. Xian Tian chop. Xian undefeated bellowed out. Spiritual chi surged around his body, condensing into infinite sword chi and chopping fiercely towards Xuyu. No good. Seeing this scene, the Su clan members below all changed their complexion and were incomparably worried. Spirit sword body can transform heaven and earth spirit chi into sword chi? Although Xuan Bu Defeat did not have a sword body to complete, but with the help of the sword body, this strike could not be underestimated even by the spirit opening realm. At this moment, Xuyu was facing the roiling sword shadow, but his face was still cloudy and light. Told you. Swinging a sword in front of me is a class act. As the words fell, a terrifying pressure descended steeply, instantly filling the entire arena. Puffing. There was barely the slightest obstruction, and those sword chi instantly collapsed into nothingness just as soon as they touched that pressure. Easily crushes the attack of the Son of Chakra, inflicts a large amount of mental damage to the opponent, and gains villain value plus 2000. No way. What kind of power is this? Xuan Bu Defeat's eyes gradually widened. His pupils suddenly contracted, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. He asked himself that his strength was invincible within the same rank, but this strike was easily diffused by a waist that had only broken through the jidan. The other party hadn't even put out his sword yet. He was actually able to catch Xian Undefeated's sword? Liu Xueyan also froze as she stared at Suyu with a deadpan stare, her eyes filled with incomprehension. How come? It was clear that one was a radiant Dao son of the Xian Tian sect, while the other was just an ordinary person from a small family. Why is it a tie when the gap is clearly wide? Liu Xueyan was unwilling, but more than that, she was puzzled and indignant. Bravo! Su Hansan was overjoyed and couldn't help but clench his fists and shout. The rest of the Su Plan's crowd also showed excitement. I want you dead! Xian Undefeated roared, his eyes red. He frantically urged his sword body, and in an instant, more spirit sword chi coalesced out, forming a sea of sword chi. As Xian Undefeated formed the last sword seal, the ocean of sword energy poured down like a heavenly collapse. Suyu stood in place, pressing down without the slightest response. That look, as if he was watching a 3-year-old child fooling around. Rumbling, the rain of swords wrapped Suyu in the sky. Xian Undefeated couldn't help but reveal a smile. Click, click, but soon the smile faded. In its place, there was panic. Extreme panic. That roiling ocean of sword chi slapped in front of Suyu, but it was stopped by an invisible barrier. Under the rain of swords, gradually, the invisible barrier revealed its boundaries. That was actually a shadowless giant sword. Roughly speaking, it seemed to be thousands of meters long. This is, what? A sword technique? Or, some kind of sword body? The crowd below stared in disbelief. Could it be that the sword body possessed by Suyu was even stronger than Xuan Bu? Break me! And at that moment, Xian Undefeated burst out. His body's spiritual energy bulged, detonating all of his remaining spirit swords to form a devastating attack. Break your sister! Die for me! Suyu let out a low gulp. Boom! In the next moment, Suyu was seen reaching out with a false grip, pulling up the 3,000-meter giant sword. Kid, don't say I'm a bully. I'll let you run 2,999 meters first. Being locked by this shadowless giant sword, Xuan Bu Defeat almost didn't P2 drops out, inflicting a large amount of psychological shadow on the son of luck. Luck value plus 10. 000. Are you kidding me? Phew! The shadowless giant sword slashed across the sky, bringing up violent sonic booms, and in the blink of an eye, it had already caught up with Xian Undefeated. No! Xian Undefeated screamed. He had never imagined that he would be in such a sorry state one day. Boom boom boom. Sword chi raged like doomsday. That ocean of sword chi was completely torn apart in an instant. An endless shockwave swept through the 8 directions. Xian Undefeated, on the other hand, was directly blasted into the ground, his life and death unknown. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Seeing this scene, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, their heads spinning. Xian Undefeated lost. One move. It only took one move to crush Xian Undefeated. It's just so cognitively subversive. It's unbelievable. One must know that he was the Dao son of the Xian Tian sect, known as the unparalleled heavenly pride of the Eastern Desolate Domain for 100 years. However, in front of Suyu, it was really like a dirt chicken or a dog. Unbeatable. Liu Xueyan's beautiful eyes widened and her delicate body lightly trembled. How come? Suyu had only just broken through the Jiedan. Why was he so terrifying? Is your choice really wrong? No. Liu Xueyan shook her head violently. I'm right. Even if Suyu showed such amazing strength now. So what? The Su family is only a small family in Qingcheng. Even if Suyu is more demonic, what can he do? Under the behemoth that is the Xian Tian sect, any more demonic you will have to kneel down. Liu Xueyan took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. At this time, Suyu did not care about the words of the bystanders, but only glanced at the deep pit under his feet. Seriously injure the son of Qi. Villain value plus 20. 000. Is it just a serious injury? Suyu shook his head slightly, looking disgruntled. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Damn. You are damned. Below, Xian Undefeated slowly rose from the ground. His face was covered in blood, and his Dao robe was filthy, where there was still half of the dashing appearance before. Looking at Suyu's disgruntled expression, Xuan Bu was on the verge of going crazy. Is he unhappy that a sword didn't kill him? I'll kill you. Kill you. Xian Undefeated roared. Today, I want your entire Su family to be buried with you. Along with the roar resounding, a rich golden color emerged around him, and his entire aura skyrocketed. A brilliant golden sword emerged from above his head. This is the divine soldier. Someone spoke in shock. Surprisingly, it's a divine weapon that can only be harnessed by the Avatar realm. How could he, an infant transformation realm, hold such a heavy weapon? I'm afraid this is the sword of that Xian Heavenly Clan sect leader, Xian Yuzun. An older generation cultivator saw the clue. Hiss. I didn't expect this Xuan Bu to have a divine weapon to protect him. This is the end. Not only will Su Yu die, the entire Su family will be destroyed today. Everyone's expression became grave. Xian undefeated strength was already terrifying, and when combined with the divine weapon, it was enough to crush the spirit-opening realm. One could even fight back and forth with the questioning realm. Ha ha ha, if you can force me to use this divine weapon, it's not a shame to die. Die, die, go to hell. Xuan Bu Defeat was in a state of madness. His pupils were crimson red, holding a divine weapon as he chopped down towards Su Yu. But even though the other party's aura was appalling, Su Yu remained as calm as water, with a teasing smile on the corner of his mouth. How many times have I told you not to use your sword in front of me? Next moment, Su Yu stretched out his index finger and hooked it at the golden sword. Slave sword art. Phew. In the next moment, that divine soldier actually instantly flew out of Xian Undefeated's hand and hovered above Su Yu's fingertips. Although this divine soldier golden sword was not of a low grade, the person using him was not 3 realms higher than Su Yu. Therefore, the slave sword technique was still successfully launched. No way. This can't be. Xuan Bu Defeat stayed in the middle of the field, looking at the divine soldier that was incomparably intimate with Su Yu, and only felt that the top of his head was a little green. What's going on here? So spooky. Everyone's jaws dropped in disbelief. The divine soldier actually defected? Chapter 5 Late Apology. Dogs don't want it. Forcibly enslaved the sons of Qi Divine Soldier. Villain value plus 20,000. The current villain value has reached 72,000. It can unblock the Taishu sword body by 100%. Is it unblocked? Su Yu's eyes flashed as he pondered for a moment before slightly shaking his head, not immediately choosing to completely unseal his own physique. He had a vague sense of it. If one's physique were to be unsealed now, then I'm afraid that one would miss out on some sort of heavenly opportunity. Su Yu gripped the hilt of the sword and caressed the blade. With every contact, the divine soldier trembled slightly, as if it wanted to resist fleeing, but it could not help but come closer to Su Yu and emit sword sounds, looking very comfortable, playing with the radiant golden sword in his hand. The corners of Su Yu's mouth sketched out a touch of playfulness, worthy of the Xian Tian sect Daozi. Your sword is awesome. Words humiliate the son of fortune, causing the other party's moral heart to crumble. Villain value plus 5,000. Looking at the sight of the husband's former eyes in front of them, everyone present was silent. One would have thought that Su Yu would be easily crushed in front of Xian Undefeated, but now it seems as if the result is the complete opposite. Not only was his hard power suppressed by Su Yu, but now even his bottom divine weapon was intercepted by the other party, and he was even ruthlessly mocked? Most importantly, isn't that annoying? If you make an enemy of this guy, you'll be pissed off even if you don't get killed. Everyone's faces were wonderful. Some people could already predict that no matter what, from today onwards, Su Yu's name was destined not to be trapped in a tiny eastern wasteland domain. Xuan Bu Defeat was even holding his face red, his anger almost spewing out, his fists clenched, his forehead veins rippling, itching to rush over and fight with Su Yu. His heart was beating violently and his chest felt as if it was about to explode. This actually dares to desecrate Master Teacher's sword, simply deserves to die. Xian Undefeated gritted his teeth, his heart filled with monstrous killing intent. However, he didn't vent his anger to Su Yu. Instead, he violently turned his head towards Liu Xueyan and angrily shouted, "It's all because of you." Liu Xueyan was also confused. "You've been humiliated and you're accusing me instead of taking revenge on Su Yu?" She was just about to speak. However, Xian Undefeated came to her first. Snap! The sound of palms colliding with cheeks was extremely crisp. Liu Xueyan covered her face, her eyes full of disbelief. "How dare you hit me?" Liu Xueyan screamed. "So you destroyed my physique and also took your divine soldier, and now you don't go to him, but come to hit me? Ha!" Xuan Bu Defeat grimaced. "If it wasn't for saving you, would I have lost my master's divine weapon? It's just a mere stovepipe. How dare you talk back?" Hearth! Liu Xueyan's eyes steeply widened. Her head boomed as if it was going to explode. Her entire pretty face became twisted and hideous. Anger, humiliation and other emotions madly surging to her heart. "So, I'm just his chosen vessel?" No wonder Xian Undefeated had treated himself coldly from the beginning to the end. At first, Liu Xueyan thought that Xian Bubu's character was inherently high and cold, and she also thought that this kind of man was particularly attractive, and she even passed on the treasures that Su Yu had given her to the other party. The more Su Yu treats her well, the more he feels that the other party is lowly and extraordinarily rejects getting along with the other party. Xian Undefeated responded coldly time and time again, but let her feel that the other party is extraordinarily attractive. and even at all costs, she has to compete to be that stove tripod. In hindsight, she's a complete and utter clown. The man he recognized as lowly is the real supreme genius. Is it too late to regret? Liu Xueyan suddenly turned her head to look at Suyu. Are these two in dogfight? Looking at the two people who suddenly turned against each other, Suyu raised an eyebrow. Sure enough, these two are a breed, or they couldn't hook up together. The son of Qi and the daughter of Heaven's destiny turn against each other. Villain value plus 20,000. Congratulations to the host for the achievement, Public Enemy of Heaven's Destiny. Congratulations to the host for receiving the achievement reward, Void Breaking Jedi / Breaking the Void and Destroying Destiny chopping the sky, the earth, and all living beings, destroying the destiny of the heavens. The corner of Suyu's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a hint of a smile. This reward, it was very much to his liking. Break the Void Jedi / can consume longevity to condense a Jedi sword. The more longevity consumed, the stronger this sword would become. The word desperation is not only about the life of the absolute hand, but also about one's own life in the first place. This was a desperate killing move that fit right in with the Taishu sword body's unparalleled attack. The combination of the two. So you do not dare to think what kind of scene this sword chop will be. A slight shake of the head. So you looked towards the two who were still tugging at each other. The blade of the sword pointed diagonally, aiming at Xian Undefeated and Liu Xueyan. Without a word of nonsense, this sword was going to cut down. In an instant, Xian Undefeated's face changed drastically. Damn, this guy was so decisive, not giving himself a chance to stall for time. Stop. Just as Xian Undefeated was planning to cast a forbidden art to fight to the death, a momentary stern cry came from below, only to see Liu Hailong, who had just vomited blood and fell unconscious, wake up at an unknown time, pointing at Suyu and chiding. Su family's little boy, do you know who this person in front of you is? He's the Daos son of the Xiantian sect, the future master of the Xiantian sect. Moreover, Xueyan's relationship with him nowadays is not ordinary. Hearing this, Suyu stopped the movements in his hands and turned his head to look at Liu Hailong. Oh, it seems that you know that these two have been getting together for a long time? Liu Hailong crossed his arms with a smug look on his face. That's for sure. This is the Daos son of the Xiantian sect. Your Su family together can't even compare to a single hair on his head. In front of such a character, do you think you're still worthy of Xueyan? Suyu, I advise you not to get entangled here. I won't marry Xueyan to you. Liu Hailong's words caused Su Hansan to storm. You old beast. In the beginning, it was your Liu family that begged me to agree to this marriage, but as a result, you condoned Liu Xueyan to hang out with someone else when you knew that she had a marriage contract? At those words, Liu Hailong suddenly laughed, his eyes becoming high and mighty. So what? In his opinion, the Su family, too, only has a few positions in this acre of Qingcheng. The Xiantian sect, on the other hand, was indeed the overlord of the entire eastern wasteland region. You can tell at a glance which is stronger or weaker. So what if it's treachery? As long as he kills all those who know the truth, history will still be written by him. Only, Liu Hailong was completely oblivious to the eyes of the people around him who were looking at the dead. This old man just woke up. I'm afraid he didn't see what just happened, right? The crowd had already guessed what was going to happen next, and backed away for fear of splattering themselves with blood later. Although the Xian heavenly sect was strong, the one who had appeared now could only be Xian Undefeated. Ha! Scared! Ha! The crowd's display of backing up made Liu Hailong even more pleased. Immediately, he was seen continuing to be condescending. Suyu, why don't you quickly return the divine soldier and then apologize to Daozi by kneeling down and making amends? In this way the old man may be able to look at the many years of love with the Su family to plead on your behalf, and strive for a moment to only abolish your cultivation, not to scourge the Su family. Swish! The bright sword light flashed again. Liu Hailong's words came to an abrupt end. His pupils dilated, and a huge gaping hole appeared in his neck. Finally, no more screaming. Suyu pulled out his ears and had a sense of relief that was released after holding his urine for a long time. He was still too kind to let the old dog bark for so long. You, kill me. Liu Hailong covered his throat and slowly raised his arm to point at Suyu, seemingly wanting to say something. However, his throat gurgled and blood continued to spill out, eventually going limp on the ground. Before he died, looking at the gazes of the people around him, as well as the eyes of Liu Xueyan and Xian Undefeated, he seemed to understand something. Understood a little too late, though. Kill the father of the daughter of Heaven's destiny. Villain value plus 10,000. Dad! Liu Xueyan screamed and instantly jumped in next to the corpse. She stared blankly at the gaping hole in Liu Hailong's neck, tears sliding down her gorgeous face. She could never have imagined that things would turn out this way. Suyu is too strong and ruthless. No, it must be held back for now. Liu Xueyan tightly bit her lower lip, forcibly holding down the skyrocketing sorrow in her heart, barely squeezing out a smile. I see you say. Su Yu, before I was like that to you. It was all because my father instructed me to do so. Now that he's not around anymore, I want to say that I actually have feelings for you as well. In the face of the beauty's confession, Su Yu was frowning. What a great dutiful daughter, to put up with her old dad dying in front of her. If it was the original owner that licked the dog, I'm afraid that by this time, he would have already taken Liu Xueyan into his arms. Unfortunately, GGGGGG. Women only affect how fast I can draw my sword. Su Yu's eyes were cold and his mouth let out a low laugh. Being so stoic, this son must not be kept. Swish, the terrifying sword awnings reappeared. Liu Xueyan's face was horrified. How could he be so desperate? In the past, if he himself just slightly hooked his hand, Su Yu would wag his tail like a dog and rush up to deliver the treasure. But now, he had begged in such a low voice, not even counting the hatred of killing his father. But Su Yu even wanted to take a shot at himself? Chapter 6 Age Reversal Wheel Body. Taishu sword body completely unsealed. Pust. A head shot up into the sky, blood spattering and coloring the sky red. Liu Xueyan's headless body fell straight to the ground, completely out of breath. The whole room was silent. Everyone looked at the flying head, their eyes staring blankly, their hearts thumping for a long time. Not only was this young master of the Su family talented and strong, he even acted in such a decisive style. As long as he doesn't die this time, I'm afraid his future achievements will be unimaginable. Kill the daughter of heaven's destiny once and gain 20,000 villain value. Seeing this tip, Su Yu's smile froze slightly. Once, in other words, Liu Xueyan is not completely dead? Without waiting for Su Yu to think deeply, the next moment a scarlet font appeared in front of Su Yu's eyes. Congratulations to the host for triggering the ultimate mission. The fate of heaven has come to an end. The daughter of the fate of heaven, Liu Xueyan, has been resurrected in the Liu family's ancestral land through a secret treasure. So please go to the Liu family to eliminate the root of the family. Completion reward, Supreme Physique Age Reverse Wheel Body. In an instant, Su Yu's eyes flashed with an exquisite light. The Age Reversal Wheel Body, a supreme physique related to the Great Tao Law, the Law of Time, was also known as the Everlasting Body. Once the physique was great, the lifespan was almost endless. But, that wasn't what Su Yu was looking at. One must know that the Taishu sword body corresponded to the laws of space. Then if one gains the laws of time again, what will happen then? When time and space come together in one place, does it produce a stronger point physique or? Su Yu smiled broadly, simply itching to kill the Liu family's ancestral land right now. However, there was still a need to deal with this Xian undefeated in front of him. Your concubine is dead, so go down and accompany her on her way. Su Yu glanced at him indifferently, then clenched his hand on his sword. In the next moment, the divine warrior golden sword flew out. Phew! Xian Undefeated's face changed wildly, and his figure exploded back. However, the speed was still too slow compared to the divine warrior. The power exerted by this divine soldier in Su Yu's hands was simply too much more terrifying than Xian Undefeated, and it even already had the power to ask for the power. Boom! The sword roared to the heavens, and the radiant golden light was great. However, just at the moment when the golden sword was about to pierce through Xian Undefeated, it suddenly came to a halt and hovered in midair. Little beast, how dare you! At that moment, a roar came from the distance. Immediately, a majestic and incomparable aura descended steeply, transforming into a monstrous wave that attacked Su Yu. Su Yu's face changed slightly, and he was shocked out tens of feet away when he was caught off guard. Dad! Xian Undefeated snapped his eyes open, the dead silence in his eyes quickly fading, replaced by the ecstasy of escaping from death. Ha ha ha! Little punk, how dare you lay a hand on me! This Daozi will exterminate your entire clan today. Boom! The heavens and the earth tremble, and all things bow down. A great silhouette slowly descended from the dome of the sky. He was dressed in Taoist robes, his beard and hair were white, and he exuded a terrifying and overwhelming aura. Avatar Realm. Su Yu's pupils suddenly shrunk. The identity of the visitor was obvious. It was Xian Undefeated's old man, the Xian Heavenly Sect's Patriarch, Xian Yuzun. Father, he just killed the stove tripod that I found with great difficulty, and he almost killed me. I'm going to kill this little man and then exterminate the Su family, leaving no one behind. Xuan Bu Defeat hurriedly dodged to the old man's side and pointed at Su Yu and snapped. At those words, the old man let out a cold snort, and two cold auras erupted from his eyes. The people of my Xian Heavenly Sect are also someone you lowly people can offend? On your knees! The vast and matchless aura was unleashed without reservation. In an instant, countless people were impacted by this pressure and fell to their knees. Su Yu only felt the scene of the sky crumbling in front of him, and could not help but stifle a grunt as blood spilled from his mouth. Not to mention that his Taishu sword body today was only half unsealed. Even if it was completely unsealed, it was simply impossible to do so across 4 entire great realms against the enemy. Merely, even in the face of such a terrifyingly strong enemy, Suyu still did not take half a step back. The figure, standing in place like a C-pin, stared at Xian Tianzuan with burning eyes, the corners of his mouth hooked out in a sneer. A mere Xian Tian sect, how dare you call it superior? A large sect without a mirror always has urine, right? The clan that insults the Xian Tian sect's patriarch to his face and satirizes the sons of Qi will have a villainous value of plus 5,000. Everyone was dumbfounded before the words left their mouths. What kind of spirit is that? How dare you openly provoke in front of Xian Yuzun? Is he really not afraid to die? How dare you? Insulting my Xian Tian sect is punishable by death. The Xian Yuzun burst into a rage. When had he ever been insulted like this by the hall of Xian Tian sect's patriarch? This little punk didn't immediately kneel down and beg for forgiveness when he saw him, but he even dared to speak out of turn? Little, I'm going to draw out your soul and light the lanterns of heaven. An even more vast aura than just now surged out. The prostrate crowd was filled with horror. Xian Yuzun is moving with real fire. Su Yu, don't mind us. You run away. Su Hansan bared his eyes and hissed. He brought everyone from the Su clan to block in front of Su Yu, to buy time for him. The originally great situation was completely reversed by the arrival of Xian Yuzun. This Su family doesn't mess with anyone but Daozi. It's really not worth dying for. Yeah, that Su Yu does whatever he wants just because he has a few talents. Does he really think he's invincible? I ask Patriarch Xian to take action to punish this bureaucrat. The forces that had previously intended to befriend the Su family had all voiced their crusade against the Su family at this moment, fearing that they would suffer from the calamity of the pond fish. One must know that this is the Lord of the Eastern Wasteland domain. The Avatar realm already possessed the qualifications to ascend to the upper realm. In this Eastern Wasteland domain, he, Xian Yuzun, was the uncrowned king, an existence that truly dominated the lives and deaths of all beings. Run? None of you can run. The Xian Yuzun opened his mouth indifferently. The turquoise blue spiritual energy surged out, directly enveloping 100 miles in a radius. Father, let me come. I want to kill this little man myself. Xian Undefeated raised his chin. His face was no longer half terrified and was filled with a smug sardonic smile. That blood-stained white coat drummed with the wind, as if it was a demon god returning from hell. The Xian Yuzun frowned slightly and hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. Looks like Undefeated has a deep obsession with this guy. Also, it's good to let that little play a role before you die. In the next moment, a chain of spiritual energy coalesced out of thin air and sprang out of the void, sweeping towards everyone in the entire Su family. Young master, go! He let out a cry of shock and hurriedly pushed Suyu away, but he himself was flooded by the chains. Don't hurt my young master. The Su family guards desperately tried to block in front of Suyu, but they were still easily suppressed. Damn! Su Hansan erupted his infant transformation realm cultivation, but he also didn't have the slightest ability to fight back at all, and was firmly bound by that chain. With tears in his tiger's eyes, he struggled desperately to break free and protect his son, but to no avail. Yu-chan, I'm sorry, Dad, is useless. Hearing these words, Suyu's heart trembled fiercely. Although he was a traveler, Suyu recognized this father and the Su family from the bottom of his heart. Now, the other party wanted to exterminate his own clan, and he didn't agree. Staring at the great figure in the sky, Suyu made some sort of decision in his heart. Fight him. Suyu's eyes closed as he allowed the chains to wrap themselves around him. A formless and qualitative aura began to brew within him, as if a trapped dragon was about to come out and destroy the heavens and the earth. A mere mole cricket dares to offend a true dragon? Xian Undefeated gave a hideous smile and walked to Suyu with incomparable pleasure. Even if you beat me by a fluke. So what? If you want to blame it on your low status. You shouldn't mess with people you shouldn't mess with. How do you think I should punish you and your family? It would be too cheap to kill you directly. Before the words left his mouth, Xian Undefeated reached out and cupped Shui's chin in one hand. Since you've killed my hearth, use something else to make up for it. Are you looking for death? Right at this moment, the spiritual power chains binding Suyu broke in unison, and a crisp ringing sound came out. Immediately after that, Suyu appeared in front of Xian Undefeated between his swaying figure and slammed his fist down hard. Bang! Xian Undefeated was caught off guard and received a heavy punch to his chest, directly flying backwards and spraying blood. How did this happen? Everyone froze in disbelief. This was a means of the Avatar realm. How did he break free? Meanwhile, Su Jiugu, who was desperately rushing along, suddenly froze. Not good. In the next moment, her face changed drastically, and she actually began to burn her essence blood to boost her speed. Simply because She sensed that Suyu's Taishu sword body had completely unsealed. Chapter 7 Sword Extinction. Su Jiugu arrived. How dare you break free from this seat's dragon binding lock? When Xian Yuzun saw Suyu's sudden power, he was first startled, but immediately after, his eyes were flooded with ecstasy. That's right, this son must be carrying some sort of holy body. He was so excited that his voice trembled slightly. In the Sanqing realm, physiques were categorized into mortal physique, spiritual physique, king's physique, emperor's physique, and the topmost saint's physique. Those with holy bodies all possessed the power of gods and devils. Once the sacred body was fully accomplished, it could easily move mountains and fill up the sea, picking stars in buckets. This kind of existence, even if you look at the entire Sanqing realm, is also a phoenix feather. Every time it comes out of the world will surely cause a huge sensation. It could be said that every existence with a sacred body was bound to become a giant in the future, and even if they ascended to the upper realm, they would never be lost to the masses. However, this kind of physique is extremely difficult to find and only exists in legends. But today, he, Xian Yuzun, witnessed the appearance of the sacred body. Kidding aside, just with the Jiedan realm cultivation, he could easily break free from the dragon binding rope that he had simulated with his divine ability. Even the topmost imperial body would definitely not be able to do it. If this kid wasn't a holy body, he'd just rip his head off and kick it as a ball. Ha ha, heaven has helped me. This body of a saintly body is truly a heavenly opportunity. This seat's breakthrough is expected. Breakthrough is expected. Xian Yuzun was so excited that he was about to go crazy. He had been in the Avatar realm for hundreds of years, and the reason why he didn't choose to ascend to the upper realm was because he was self-aware. With his talent, he would only be mediocre when he went to the upper realm, and it would be better for him to stay in that Sanqing realm as an earth emperor rather than being pushed down by others. But now, if one were to plunder the sacred body roots, one would be able to completely break through the bondage and get rid of the shackles of this Sanqing realm. Imagining that beautiful picture, Xian Yuzun couldn't help but feel a fire in his heart. Ahem. Xian Yuzun was not overwhelmed by desire, but instead was extremely cautious as he grabbed Xian Undefeated in front of him and inquired, Undefeated? Is this son really just a native of this eastern desolate domain? Xian Undefeated was almost backed up by Suyu's punch, and just as he was about to counterattack, he turned his head to see the fierce expression on his old man's face, and shivered in fear as he hurriedly answered, Back to father. I dare to guarantee with my life that this son is just from the Su family without any other background. After hearing Xian Undefeated's affirmative reply, Xian Yuzun had no more worries. Good boy. You've done your father a great favor. This seat has been stuck in the Divine Power 9 realm for over 800 years, and now it's finally time to make a breakthrough. After my father refines the sacred body, you can absorb the remaining sacred body roots, and then at the very least, you will be able to raise your physique to a king's body. Upon hearing this, Xuan Bu Defeat was overjoyed and was full of thanks. Below, Suyu's eyes were cold as he listened to the conversation between the father and son and could not help but snort. Do you guys really think you've got me? He said lightly, contempt in his gaze. Xian Yuzun raised his eyebrows and sneered at Suyu, the corner of his mouth raised, revealing a hint of arrogant arc. What? Do you think that with your mere Jiedan stage, you can defeat this seat's divine power? Have you ever heard that the avatar is no match for the heavenly number? Suyu did not pay any attention to Xian Yuzun's mockery. He only slowly extended his right hand, which was long and strong, slightly bending in the air to make a false grip. Buzz! As this action unfolded, the space around him trembled violently. Immediately following, a strand of invisible power quickly converged in Suyu's palm, and his hair was turning gray at a rate visible to the naked eye. At the ordinary Jiedan realm, the lifespan was around 300 years. As for Suyu, he was carrying the Taishu sword body and had condensed the sword dan with the power of the sword body, and his lifespan was as much as 3,000 whole years. But now, he had directly ignited 2,999 years of longevity in one breath. In less than a breath, that black hair was completely gray, but at such a cost. The power that was exchanged was also extremely terrifying. Gradually, a long sword with a blood-red body appeared in Suyu's hand. The long sword was crystal clear and exuded a demonic luster, as if it had been poured by blood. At the position of the sword's hilt, a pure black character Jedi gleamed, constantly releasing an aura of extermination of everything. Instantly, the temperature around them plummeted, freezing cold. When he felt this aura, Xuan Bu Defeat's pupils instantly shrank and he lost his color in horror. He had never imagined that a Jiedan realm could actually execute such a terrifying attack. This kind of feeling, he had only felt it from his own father and other Avatar realm powerhouses. Y'all. Su Hanshan looked at Suyu's back, his sight fixed on his head full of white hair. His heart ached immensely, although it wasn't his own bloodline. After many years of raising him, he had long since treated Suyu as his own son. What father can bear to see his son stand in front of him and fight for his life against his enemies? The nails sink deep into the palm. He hated his lack of strength. Ha ha ha. At this moment, however, Xian Yuzun laughed wantonly and maniacally as if he had seen some heavenly joke. It's just a frog in the bottom of a well. Even if you sacrifice your lifespan to perform a forbidden art, so what? But a mere Jiedan. Even if one briefly possesses the spiritual power of the avatar realm, so what? Divine power is no match for heavenly numbers? As a mole, how can you know the mysteries of divine power? In this seat's eyes, you're nothing more than a 3-year-old child holding a large sword. This seat is standing right here for you to chop. Move a little and count this seat as a loss. Xian Yuzun's thick spiritual energy surged and surged like a monstrous torrent. His hands were slightly open, as if he intended to completely suppress Suyu from the front, not giving him any chance to escape. Ha! In the face of Xian Yuzun's contempt, Suyu however sneered. Guess what I call this sword? Xian Yuzun frowned. What's it called? The corner of Suyu's mouth rose. The dog beheading sword. Specializes in cutting old dogs like you. Words humiliate the father of the son of Chakra. Villain value plus 2000. Venerable Xian Yu was furious. Only showing off your tongue. After the seat captures you, I will slowly torture you. His feet slammed into the ground, and with a loud roar, his entire body rose up into the air. Behind him, a huge silhouette appeared, which was a golden scaly dragon. The dragon was 1,000 feet long. Its scales were golden and glittered with a stern and majestic light. The dragon comes out of the sea, and the waves crack the rocks. Suyu's face did not change as he slowly stepped into the air and approached towards Xian Yuzun slowly and methodically. His steps were light, not half sooty, more like an idle stroll. However, as the distance grew closer, the aura on his body gradually intensified, suffocating people. Boom! Every step Suyu took fell as if it carried a thunderous explosion, deafening the ears. At this moment, the clothes on Suyu's body were hunting, and his entire body was like a god of war, majestic and domineering. Pops, Sui Ho, and the first and second masters. Suyu slowly crossed the Jedi sword in front of him again and smiled sideways. Watch carefully. This sword, called Jedi. Swish. As soon as he spoke, he violently swung out a sword. In an instant, heaven and earth tore apart, and all was silent. No one could see how the sword was cut out. They'd only see. In that instant, the augur dragon behind Xian Yuzun faded away like a dream bubble. A look of horror appeared on everyone's faces. This is terrible. The might of a sword was so powerful that even the innate divine abilities of the Avatar realm were unable to resist it. Some people couldn't help but wonder if Suyu was really just at the Jedan realm. Just a sacred body? Put. Xian Yuzun's face changed drastically, and he exerted all his strength, even burning his innate divine power, which barely managed to deflect his body by an inch, narrowly avoiding the vital parts. But even so, he had paid an extremely heavy price. Half of his shoulder breaking off at the roots. Blood sprayed out like it was no money. How can it be? Xian Yuzun couldn't believe it. He was the peak of the Hall of God's realm. Moreover, it was still using an innate divine ability. How can you lose so completely? This is a reversal of common sense. However, after a short period of shock, Xian Yuzun suddenly laughed maniacally. Well, kid, the stronger you are, the happier I am. Because, sooner or later, everything you have is mine. Since Suyu failed to kill him with this sword, the next person to die was bound to be Suyu. Suyu's expression remained calm, as if he had accepted his fate. However, just as Xian Yuzun laughed and stepped forward, intending to skin and bone Suyu, rumble, the void trembled. And this movement was even more terrifying than the sword that Suyu had chopped out just now, as if the thunder was running in the 9 skies, shocking the heavens. At this moment, everyone's hearts and minds trembled as they raised their heads toward the sky, revealing expressions of horror. Within the crowd's field of vision, the void even suddenly crumbled apart. A devilish shadow slowly walked out from the void debris. The man smiled coquettishly, but it was inexplicably spine-tingling. Whoever dares to touch a single hair on the young lord's head, I will destroy his Dao lineage. Griffins of the Tsunching realm. Do you hear me? Chapter 8. You call that not having a background? The voice was light and airy, as if it came from the 9 hells, filled with an unspeakable evil. Everyone's heart convulsed fiercely, only feeling that their souls had shed their shells and soared into the 9 heavens, pulled by a force so strong that it was beyond imagination, completely out of control. The entire cultivators of the Tsunching realm were scared to death. An old monster who was hidden from the world shrieked out in alarm. It's someone from the upper realm. This person's cultivation level. I'm afraid he's already entered the saints. Entering the saints? These 2 words took everyone by surprise. Within the Tsunching realm, the Avatar realm was already the explicit limit. At most, there were only a handful of Divine Mansion realm elder monsters. As for the sage realm, that was an existence that could call the shots even in the upper realm. Saints coming down to the realm. What is this about? As I recall, people from the upper realm can't go down at will. Isn't this person afraid of being sanctioned by the will of heaven? The crowd was talking. But undoubtedly, everyone's face changed, and the higher the cultivation level, the more terrified the cultivator was. Cloudy and dark. The terrifying sense of oppression was as heavy as suffocating everyone. Xian Yuzun, who was planning to deprive Suyu of his physique, suddenly stopped, his face filled with horror. I am already invincible in this realm. How could I suddenly develop fear? And also, what exactly is this kind of breath? Xian Yuzun's face changed wildly, and he violently turned his head to look at the sky, only to see that space and time were in chaos there. And in the void, a great demonic shadow became clearer and clearer. An unimaginable killing intent swept across the sky. This power seemed to destroy the heavens and earth, and it also seemed to devour all things in a domineering manner. No good. It's an upper realm demonic deity who has descended with great power to smash through the boundary wall. What is she trying to do? Using the living beings of this realm to cultivate demonic power? The Xian Yuzun's body trembled continuously, his face complex to the extreme. He was tempted to turn and run, but where to run to? The other party was an existence that truly dominated all beings and could easily erase a realm. In a short moment, that demonic shadow had already solidified to the extreme. Skin like frost covered with snow, cold and through the ghostly light, like the dark night cold jade, exudes biting coldness. Her face was stunningly beautiful, the corners of her eyebrows were wild, and her smile could make heaven and earth lose their colors. The waist is slender but seems to contain endless power, twisting like a dragon tail, soul-stirring. Its long ink-like hair was tied up with blood coral, and a few strands of disheveled hair danced wildly in the devil's breath, just like a Shura approaching the world. Just by standing there, it was as if he had become the center of the world, making people ashamed of themselves. That's right, it really is the descent of the devil from the upper realm. Former, senior, you, the Xian Yuzun spoke in a trembling voice. However, before the words were finished, Su Jiuji's icy cold and bone-chilling gaze fell directly onto him, and all of a sudden, it was like falling into an ice cave, with trembling and panic welling up in his soul. This glance was so horrifying that even though they were hundreds of feet apart, Xian Yuzun still felt his body trembling violently, as if he had fallen into an abyss. Fortunately, Su Jiuji's gaze did not linger on him. Instead, he looked straight at Suyu. The originally cool, domineering eyes instantly froze after seeing Suyu's white hair. Young Master Yu, rumble. In an instant, Su Jiugu was enraged to the extreme, and the might belonging to a sage king was unleashed without reservation. The aura was so strong that even the surrounding space began to crumble and collapse. Xian Yuzun only felt that the blood in his body flowed backwards. His internal organs instantly shifted, and his soul was almost directly shaken apart. You guys, how dare you bully my family's young master like this? Su Jiuji's beautiful eyes were scarlet as she hurriedly rushed to Suyu and directly picked him up by the waist. Almost instantly, she sensed that Suyu's current situation was critical. Not only was the Taishu sword body unsealed in advance, but there was even very little longevity left. The young master must have been pushed to the brink, right? Su Jiuji's beautiful eyes flushed red and directly lifted a corner of her Dao robe, taking out all sorts of divine objects from her bosom and stuffing them into Suyu's mouth. Young master, this is the star fruit, containing star essence. Eating it can increase your life by 1,000 years. You quickly take it. This is the dragon's blood herb, and the phoenix nirvana flower. Here, drink some more chaotic spirit milk. Don't choke. Before Suyu could react to what was happening, his mouth was forcefully stuffed with various heavenly materials. The consumed longevity was instantly replenished, and even his cultivation began to rise rapidly. Early stage of Jiedan. Intermediate stage of completion of Dan. Late stage of Jiedan. Boom. Half-step infant transformation. Seeing this scene, Xian Yuzun's head buzzed and exploded, almost fainting, and his legs were even weaker, directly falling to his knees. He had just been planning to betray that Sanqing realm by defecting to the Devil Sovereign. But now, what did he hear? This terrifying demonic father who had descended across the border had called Suyu young lord? This, if he had known this, he wouldn't have laid his hands on Suyu even if he had died. Rebel son, is this what you call having no background? Xian Yuzun's fear was so extreme that he couldn't help but slap towards Xian Undefeated. Snap! Xian Undefeated covered his face. No, this can't be possible. Isn't he a waste of the Su family? How could he possibly be related to an upper realm demon lord? Xian Undefeated was so frightened that his liver and gall blanched as he frantically backed away. The rest of the cultivators present were all staring at this scene in a daze, half unable to regain their senses. The sky of the Sanqing realm. Is it about to change? Chapter 9 Obtaining the Supreme Physique again. the tie by heavenly dipper physique. Young lord, feeling better? Sujiogo was filled with anxiety and gently shook Suyu's shoulders. Only, no matter how much she shouted, Suyu had no intention of waking up. Stop feeding it. Su Hansan looked at Suyu's bulging belly and said with a face of egg pain, this girl, Yuer's breath has stabilized, and now I'm afraid that the treasure you fed him was supplemented to pass out. Sujioji's small mouth slightly opened and reacted violently. The treasures she carried with her were all at the Saint Realm level. Under the ordinary Saint Realm, eating half a point would cause one's body to explode and die. It was also fortunate that it was the young lord's Taishu sword body that was completely unsealed, or else the terrorist enemy would have sent him away himself before he got him killed. Thinking of this, Sujioji's heart cursed. Blame it on this bunch. If it weren't for them, would he have been so adventurous? Sujiogo immediately laid Suyu down flat and struck out a holy power to help him refine the medicinal power. And then, slowly, he turned around. Boom! The berserk aura rose up once again. 4 miles around, everything fell to its knees uncontrollably. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Xian Yuzun pulled Xuan Bu to kowtow frantically. However, Sujiogo didn't pay any attention at all. Not even a word was said from the beginning to the end. Lotus steps. Taking one step, he came before Xian Yuzun. Without saying a word, it was a direct soul search. As a generation of demonic father, the form style is so domineering and rough. The moment the holy power entered the body, blood burst out. Only Xian Yuzun's body exploded with blood. Aha! Heart-rending screams resounded through the clouds, causing the many surrounding cultivators to tremble with fear. Sure enough, the gentle side just now was all a fake, and this was the true face of the demon lord. As the soul was forcibly extracted, the scene of memory fragments were visible in Sujioji's eyes. She sneered, her 5 fingers slowly tightening, thinking that my young master has no background. He wants to dominate his physique and exterminate his entire clan? Sujioji's eyes were deep. I heard that you want to exterminate the Su family. I'm also a member of the Su family. Come and try to exterminate one? She had grown up in the Su family since she was a child, and had gone through fire and water for the imperial clan for nearly 10,000 years. And only then had she been fortunate enough to be given the Su surname by the matriarch. And now, someone actually dares to threaten to destroy the Su family? Wrong. Xian Yuzun's 5 senses were twisted together because of the extreme pain, and his mouth continuously howled for mercy. You don't know it's wrong, you just know you're going to die. Boo! In the next moment, Xian Yuzun's flesh exploded and turned into a puddle of pieces. And that's not all. Sujiogo casually pulled. A shadow was actually forcefully pulled out of the void by her. Vaguely, there were black and white figures flickering next to Xian Yuzun's true spirit. Only, after seeing Sujioji's face, but he walked away without looking back. Obscure. The 9 Songs demon sovereign would actually appear in this realm? It's just a matter of not hooking this true spirit, and I'm sure the officials can understand us. Seeing this scene, the people present were terrified to the extreme. They still seem to have underestimated the demon sovereign in front of them. Even the life-saving irregulars don't dare to mess with her. Who is she really? Moreover, such a terrifying character called Suyu a young master. And how honorable should his true identity be? You once said that you would draw the young lord's soul and light the heavenly lantern. Now, I will fulfill you. The icy voice echoed in all directions. Buzz. Above the sky, a cold white flame suddenly appeared. The flame took on a bizarre grayish-white color, as if it came from beneath the 9 hells. Between the burning of the white flame, the surrounding temperature is not increasing but decreasing. A mournful wail issued from the mouth of Xian Yuzun's true spirit. First, I'll put you in the age gourd and burn you for 3,000 years, and then I'll wait for the young lord to deal with you. Sujioji's expression was indifferent, and with a wave of his hand, all the white flames in the sky were put into a jade gourd. This was the age gourd, and the flow of time inside was tens of thousands of times different from the outside world. And Sujiogu also stored a strand of holy power in it, which could ensure that Xian Yuzun's true spirit would not perish, and he would always suffer from that eternal soul-burning pain. She scanned the surroundings and eventually locked her gaze on Xian Biru again. No, don't you come over here. Xian Undefeated was scared to death. The undefeated Daos son from before was now shivering like a little chicken. Where was there any semblance of pride left? Damn Liu Xueyan. It's all her fault. It's all her fault. He cried in panic. Elder, there is a cause for every wrong. The cause of this incident is that stinking Liu Xueyan. I was victimized by her too. Sujiogo frowned. Xian Yuzun's memory fragments were incomplete, and she hadn't seen what had happened before that. And so, the soul search continues. In the midst of Xian Undefeated's miserable screams, Sujiogo finally learned everything. He also knew about the encounters Suyu had gone through over the years. Su Jiuge laughed in anger. His own young master was the only son of the current Su family patriarch, the only seedling of this forbidden emperor clan. Before he even came down to the realm, it was a collection of thousands of favorites. Hold it in your hand for fear of dropping it, and hold it in your mouth for fear of melting it. When he was 2 years old, just casually mentioning that he wanted to eat melons, that quasi-emperor grandpa of his directly killed his way into the desolate ancient forbidden zone and pounded the devil's sunflower garden. Now what? I can't believe I've suffered this kind of aggravation in the lower realms. Since when could an ordinary woman from the lower realms use an emperor's son as a dog? If Liu Xueyan was still alive, Su Jiuge wouldn't mind letting her know what it meant to be worse than death. Like to bully the big with the small? Su Jiuge pinched Xuan Undefeated's neck, his voice icy cold to the bone. It's just a matter of battling Jiedan with infant transformation realm cultivation, but even after losing, you still want to use your power to oppress others. Like to bully people with your power? Today, this honorable man will let you know what it means to bully others. Su Jiuge snorted coldly and was about to do the same thing, giving Xuan Bu Defeat a set of sky lantern lighting package as well. Wait, but just then, an anxious cry came. Su Jiuge snapped her eyes back. In an instant, the morose and cold face changed instantly, and the color of surprise flashed in his eyes. Young lord, you're awake? She directly threw Xuan Undefeated away like a piece of trash as she quickly rushed over and picked Suyu up by the waist. Young lord, quickly let me check my body. An ethereal scent hits the face. Immediately following, Suyu felt squeezed by two soft masses, and a burst of tingling came from his ears. Ahem, Sister Jiuge, hurry up and put me down. I'm not a child anymore. Men and women are not related, understand? Suyu's old face flushed and struggled to escape from Su Jiuge's clutches. Looking at this familiar appearance of his, Su Jiuge's heart was slightly more at ease. It seems the young lord's memories have been unsealed as well. With a few moments of urgency in her eyes, she covered her mouth and laughed softly. Fine, all according to young lord. Su Jiuge obediently retreated to the side. Suyu couldn't wait to catch up with her and hurriedly ran to Xuan Undefeated. Still alive? Hearing this concern, Xuan Bu Defeat's originally gray face suddenly stiffened. Then, ecstasy flooded the mind. It's peaked? He doesn't want to kill himself? Looking at Xuan Undefeated, who was still alive and kicking, Suyu was instantly relieved. He once again scanned the system alert message that had appeared just now. Your protector, Su Jiuge, makes a strong appearance and suppresses the father of the son of Qi. Villain value plus 3000. Your protector of the way casts a soul search on the father of the son of Qi, causing the opponent's physical body to collapse. Villain value plus 10,000. Your protector of the way forcibly detains the true spirit of the father of the son of Qi and tortures the other with the marrow bone flame. Villain value plus 10,000. Your Taoist protector suppresses the son of luck and conducts a soul search on him. The son of luck's Taoist heart completely collapses and he is on the brink of death. His luck value is plus 30,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the ultimate quest. Please personally kill the son of Qi. Xuan Undefeatable. Completion reward, Supreme Physique, tie by Big Dipper body. The corners of Suyu's mouth rose, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. It's good that you're not dead. It's good that you're not dead. Chapter 10 Beheading Xuan Undefeated. Great opportunity. The tie by Heavenly Deity body. One of the 10 supreme physiques in the upper realm. In terms of offensive ability, it was the second only to the Taishu sword body. Tai Bai is the pole of Gung Jin, the most rigid and masculine, indestructible. Once it was accomplished, it could easily tear through the void with its bare hands and break the stars. Even in the upper realm, wanting to cultivate the Tai Bai Heavenly Dipper body in the afterlife was as difficult as climbing into the sky. The flesh of an ordinary cultivator could not carry the Tai Bai Gung Jin Qi at all. But now, as long as Suyu handily killed the son of Qi, he could easily obtain it. Moreover, it was still an innate supreme body, not an acquired version. Thinking of this, Suyu's gaze flamed for a while. Only, he wasn't in a hurry to do anything. After learning the lessons from Liu Xueyan last time, he understood that something like a son of Qi was not that easy to kill. This kind of existence has a great fortune to protect. Direct action. It is very easy to appear all kinds of coincidences to make it turn out to be dangerous. So, Sister Jiuge, help me keep a good eye on him. Even if the sky falls today, I can't let him escape. Having said that, Suyu then unreservedly pushed the Taishu sword body to the extreme. The surrounding void shook. As the Taishu sword body operated, countless void sword chi crazily condensed out. Su Jiuge smiled and nodded. She also saw how special Xuan Undefeated was and knew that this kind of person with great chi was the most difficult to kill. She had once met a similar existence and had slaughtered 3 great realms before chasing the other party to death. Don't worry, young lord. If the heavens are going to protect him, I'll behead the heavens of this side of the world today. Su Jioge slowly stood up, her long hair flowing. Her aura was also steeply elevated to the extreme, like a mixed demon god. Hearing the duo's conversation, Xian Undefeated completely collapsed. You're going to kill me? Why are you still trying to kill me? Ha 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 ha. The woman I fancy was killed by you. My father was killed by that woman. And now you guys want to kill me? He was hysterical, screaming madly. Suyu and Su Jioge were both lazy and let him rant there. Finally, Suyu let out a long breath. Void condensing sword. Done. Clang. The surrounding space was actually forcefully condensed into tens of thousands of void swords by Suyu. This was the innate divine ability of the Taishu sword body after it was completely unsealed. And each sword of the void was comparable to his full strength strike. Extremely terrifying. As Suyu's eyes opened, tens of thousands of void swords immediately flew towards Xian Undefeated. Xian Undefeated's pupils shrunk violently as he tried his best to resist. However, no matter what tricks he used, even if he burned his essence blood to use forbidden techniques, he was easily shattered by those void swords. Buzz! Just as Xian Undefeated was about to be pierced through the heart by 10,000 swords, a burst of special fluctuations suddenly came from the void. A large hand suddenly reached out from it and grabbed Xian Undefeated, about to save him. How dare you stretch your claws freely in front of me? Su Jioge didn't expect that someone would actually dare to save someone under her nose. Who gave you the courage? In an instant, blood splattered. That large hand was cut into pieces in an instant, leaving only a severed hand to hastily flee. At the same time, a voice of shock and anger came from the depths of the void passage. Someone from the upper realm? How dare you disregard the heavenly Tao of this realm? Aren't you afraid of heaven's wrath? Su Jioge raised an eyebrow. Heavenly Tao? Not to mention the heavenly Tao of a small world. Even the great Tao of the upper realm would have to give my young master a few moments, let alone the heavenly Tao of a small world? At those words, the being on the other end fell silent. It seemed to be pondering the truthfulness of Su Jioge's words. He had seen a lot of people who were crazy, but it was the first time he had seen one who was crazy to this extent. Avenue. That's not something you can just talk about, even if it's just a snort. I'm afraid I'll be killed on the spot. Available at. Just as Su Jioge was in a standoff with that mysterious person. Elder, save me. Xian Undefeated cried out in great joy as if he had found a lifesaver. Poof. The being on that end grunted coldly. Immediately, a token at Xian Undefeated's waist suddenly floated up. It was an ancient jade that was crystal clear and emitted a soft fluorescent light. In the center of the jade pendant, the word ancient was written. Immediately after that, the jade pendant actually broke away from Xian Undefeated's control and flew towards Suyu. He is one of the people chosen by the inheritance ground. Since you want to kill him, then take his karma. Snap. However, without waiting for that jade token to get close to Suyu, it was slapped away by Su Jioge. The jade tiles tumbled on the ground, a crack surfacing on their already dull surface, as if they were about to crumble the next moment. My family's young master is a character who will surely become an emperor in the future. What kind of crap inheritance is worthy of being related to my family's young master? Su Jioge snorted, completely disregarding that mysterious person. Damn it! Do you know what kind of opportunity you have rejected? Don't think that you can ignore everything just because you're a great saint. Such opportunities would make even the saint kings of the upper realm blush. The mysterious man's face was blue with rage. As the guardian of the land of inheritance, the qualification of the inheritor has never been contested by countless people, and it is not uncommon for it to even cause fathers and sons to turn against each other, and for blood brothers to mutilate their own hands and feet. It's been like that for ages. He's never been in a situation like today. One rushes to give away a heavenly opportunity to others, only to have them not want it? He wanted to get angry, but after looking at his bare right hand, he forced himself to hold back. There are billions of small thousand worlds. How did this great saint come to the Tsanqing realm? Mystic's face held a greenish-red color. That's just it. Since you guys don't want. Slow down. Who says I don't want it? With a smile on the corner of his mouth, Suyu picked up the jade tablet and then waved it in front of Xuan Bu Defeat's eyes. He's not a fan of that what's-his-name heritage. But, robbing the son of fortune of great opportunity, villain value plus 50,000. With a large amount of villain value in hand, Suyu was satisfied and put that jade tablet away. Aha! Little, I'm going to kill you. Xian Undefeated was so enraged that he spat out blood and went completely insane. Watching his last hope being snatched away by Suyu, he had lost his mind and hissed madly. Today it's either you die or I live. His body blossomed with blood-colored light, and he actually began to burn his own Tao foundation. But even if he gave up his life, he was still as weak as an ant in front of the current Suyu. Unfortunately, you won't be able to dance in front of me even if you put your best foot forward. Rumble! The swords of the void converged into an ocean, directly drowning Xian Undefeated. Congratulations to the host for completing the ultimate mission. Killing the son of Qi, Xian undefeated. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the supreme physique, Tai by Tian Gang body. You die and I live? That's quite a thought. It's just that, without Qi luck to add to your body, you're nothing, Suyu indifferently said. Boom! In the next moment, a brilliant and piercing white light suddenly burst out from Suyu's body. The sharpness of that light was such that even Su Jiugu couldn't help but squint her eyes. In an instant, Su Jiugu actually froze. And then, the body was shaking uncontrollably. Young lord, this is Chapter 11. A familiar touch. Rumble. The white aura that was so bright and dazzling to the extreme shot straight up into the sky. This aurora borealis. Vast, magnificent, majestic, grand, magnificent. No words can describe the shock. What kind of vision is this? How could it be so absolutely beautiful? This light, can it be that it's the light of receiving that goes to the upper realm? Everyone was so stunned by the scene in front of them that they forgot to breathe or think. The mysterious man passed through the spatial channel and stared at Suyu, who was wrapped in light. In a daze, the eyes were first shocked, and then quickly changed to ecstasy. It's actually a supreme physique. I didn't expect a supreme physique to appear in a small lower realm. That's right, this kind of breath still seems to be the most suitable for the Tai by Heavenly Dipper body of the ancient emperor inheritance. The mysterious man breathed steeply and raggedly for a moment. The gaze towards Suyu was already different. If earlier it was just about getting things done, now, ahem. The mysterious man cleared his throat, and after a moment of deliberation, he looked at Su Jiugu. Fellow Daoist, this son's natural talent is indeed extraordinary. And the matter of the inheritance. Su Jiugu's willow brows slightly knitted. Without hesitation, she shook her head and refused. My family's young master's front road has long been paved. Why do you need your inheritance of unknown origin? Unknown origin? Do you know what level of inheritance I have here? This is the of Honggu Da Di. Su Jiugu laughed disdainfully. An everlasting great emperor? A mere quasi-imperialist dares to call himself a great emperor? How dare you? A quasi-emperor is also an emperor. And an emperor cannot be insulted. How about I just insult it? Come and have a go? Being disliked so much by Su Jiugu, the mysterious man felt a hot pain in his cheeks. You can't fight. You can't win. You can't win. It's just suffocating. Wanted to just slap his ass and walk away, but he couldn't be bothered. As the guardian of the inheritance land, his duty was to search for an inheritor for the eternal ancient emperor. It was a responsibility and a shackle that had trapped him for endless years. Since the beginning of the ages, no one had been able to successfully obtain the inheritance of the Hanggu Great Emperor in the inheritance land. But today, he saw hope, the hope of getting out of the trap. Possessing the Tai by Heavenly Dipper body, Suyu was definitely the most hopeful person to obtain the inheritance. But it's just that others can't see it. Boom! Right at this moment, a loud blast of thunder suddenly rang out above the sky, as if 1,000 armies were galloping past, deafening the ears. Heavenly tribulation? Is he turning into a baby? How long has this been going on? Didn't he just form the Dan not long ago? This is a breakthrough to infant transformation? Hiss! I suddenly thought of the saying, golden scales are not the stuff of fools. Once they meet the wind and clouds, they turn into dragons. It's just that Suyu is only a mere half-step into the infant transformation realm. How is he going to be able to fight against the heavenly tribulation? The mysterious man's brow furrowed. Infant transformation even had a heavenly tribulation descending. Is this son a heaven-abandoned person? How could his fortune be so scarce? Su Jiugu also secretly clenched his fists, intending to make a strong move to break up the heavenly apocalypse if there were any mishaps in Suyu's transiting in a while. In principle, the heavenly tribulation can only be crossed by the person who should be tribulated by himself, and if a bystander intervenes, it will only cause the intensity of the tribulation to double. But now, the principle was in Su Jiugu's hands. Big deal. Sink the Tsunching realm. Boom click. The moment the thunder rang out, Suyu, who had been sitting cross-legged on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes, gazed at the sky dome, and faintly said, a calamity? What qualifications do you have to descend a calamity on me? Boom! An even more furious aura than before erupted from Suyu's body, sweeping through heaven and earth. In an instant, the heavens and earth dimmed, the sun and moon did not shine, and the void surged. Before the robbery cloud in the sky could coalesce into shape, it was forcibly broken through by this aura. A channel of spiritual energy gathered from all directions, madly surging towards Suyu. In less than a breath, the baby transformation was successful. The crowd was full of confusion. Originally, I was thinking of watching a tough robbery drama, but now what's going on? Such a horrible heavenly calamity, and you broke it with a single glance? Su Jiugu's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange color. Young lord deserves to be young lord. I didn't expect that I would still be blessed by a disaster and awaken a second physique after training in the lower realms. I'm afraid this kind of achievement is already comparable to that of a family master. The mystic rubbed his eyes with a look that wondered if he was seeing things. Breaking through to infant formation so quickly? Successful transition in 1 second? That doesn't make sense. Could he be carrying some kind of holy weapon? Wait. The flavor of space power. Seemingly sensing something, the mysterious man looked fiercely above the dome of the sky. His eyes suddenly narrowed, and he suddenly saw countless invisible sword chi in the still dispersing thunderclouds. Surprisingly, it's the Taishu sword body? You possess dual physiques? And both of them are supreme level physiques? The mysterious man took a deep breath, unable to suppress his inner excitement at all, and asked in a trembling voice. Suyu slowly stood with his arms folded and nodded. Just a little bit of luck. Don't make a fuss. The supreme level physique that only comes out once in a billion people. You have 2 of them. Call that a little bit of luck? I'm afraid that saying it out loud is going to piss off a whole lot of heavenly pride in the upper realm, right? Mystic's mind was mixed. With a dual supreme physique, plus a suspiciously unimpressive background, this kid did have the capital to look down on the inheritance land. But just as the mysterious man was about to give up and leave in silence, as soon as Suyu called him back, he asked, "When will this inheritance land of yours open?" You've come around? The mysterious man was ecstatic. Come back to me? It seems like I haven't rejected you from start to finish, right? Suyu said with an odd expression on his face. He wasn't interested in what inheritance that was, but generally speaking, this kind of mysterious inheritance place was a place where all sorts of great fortunate people gathered. Slaying a Xian undefeatable would give you a supreme physique, let alone others? What inheritance was that? In his eyes it was the finest nesting bait, and catching up a son of Qi would be a profitable endeavor. Su Jiuge frowned slightly, but didn't interfere with Su Yu's decision. After all, as the protector of the way, she was not qualified to intervene in every choice Su Yu made. This time, the opening of the inheritance land is still about 3 months away. Do you have the time? The mystic said in a consultative tone. Su Yu nodded after a little thought. Yes. Ha ha. Good. The mysterious man continuously said several good words, his face filled with intense excitement. Then it's a deal. In 3 months, I'll be waiting for you to come and take away the Henggu Great Emperor's inheritance. The space channel slowly closed. Below, listening to the conversation of a few people, the Qingcheng crowd felt their heads spinning a bit, suddenly having a sense of unreality. Am I dreaming? Emperor level? What level is that? Isn't the highest cultivation level the Avatar realm? No. Who can tell me what exactly is the identity of the Su family's young master? Name, Su Yu. Cultivation, early infant transformation realm. Physique, Taishu sword body Tai Bai Big Dipper body. Innate avatar, Taishu sword intent innate Gungjin Chi. Villain value, 95,000. In mid-air, Su Yu's eyes flickered as he swept his gaze across the panel. After using the villain value to completely unseal the Taishu sword body, the previous several minor divine abilities merged into one, transforming into the Taishu sword intent. But they didn't disappear, and after the fusion, they were instead all strengthened, and they were much more comfortable to use. And that innate Gangjin Chi was the divine ability attached to the Tai by heavenly deity body. This divine ability was extremely powerful, and when used, it could increase the power of one's next strike by 10 times. It can be both simple and brutal. In the past, Su Yu had used the Taishu sword intent in conjunction with the innate Gangjin Chi to break through the heavenly tribulation in a single strike. Breaking 2 major realms in a row is still a bit overwhelming. Need to polish the foundation, and there's an old debt that should be settled. Su Yu calmly looked towards the city. That's the direction of the Willow family's ancestral land. Taking a deep breath, he calmed the raging spiritual energy in his body. And then, it slowly fell from the sky. In the gazes of Su family members who were either joyful or fearful, Su Yu smiled faintly. Why everyone? Don't you recognize me? Young master? Chui was stared with rounded eyes and walked forward with a curious expression, tilting her head to measure Su Yu's face. Don't look. There are no flowers on the young master's face. Su skillfully slapped her on the ass. Familiar touch. Molesting the maid who's been secretly in love with you for years. Villain value plus 500. Young master. Still the same young master. Chui he blushed in shame. But this time, she did not run away. But instead, her eyes flowed and she looked at Su Yu with affection. Chapter 12. One of my fingers. You were, all these years, I've wronged you. Su Hanshan grinned out of the corners of his eyes, his face full of complexity and emotion. Looking at Su Jiuge, and then Su Yu, he sighed longingly, but since your true kin have arrived, it's also finally a bitter and sweet future. Su Yu interrupted without waiting for him to finish. In the future, we will still be a family. Pops, you didn't think I was leaving, Did you? Su Hansan froze. If you're from the upper realm, why are you staying in such a barren place in the lower realm? Suyu shook his head slightly. Although you are not my biological father, to me, the grace of raising me is greater than heaven. Since you raised me in the minutest of times, then I will return you the number one family in the Tsunching realm. How about it? Suyu's eyes burned with radiance. He couldn't forget the scene where Su Hansan brought the entire Su family to stand in front of him. If he just abandons the Su family, he will not be able to stabilize his Taoist heart. Su Hansan was speechless for a moment. His tiger's eyes filled with tears and he choked a little. Back then, on the banks of the Genshin River, the image of big hands touching little hands is still fresh in our minds. Over the years, Suyu had done stupid things and fought with him a few times, but in any case, he had treated the other as his own son, and had not treated him half-heartedly. Su Hansan coughed lightly. First in the Tsunching realm. Forget it. My father has been mixing in this realm for many years, and also knows that this realm is not as simple as it seems. Although this elder of yours is a divine mansion realm demon Zun, but if he really wants to conquer a realm, I'm afraid that he will also implicate many families from the upper realm. And at that time, divine mansion realm? Did you misunderstand something? Su Jiuge was astonished. Su Hansan was stunned. You're not a divine mansion realm demon sovereign? Almost subconsciously, he felt that the other party was a demon lord, but now it doesn't seem to be? If one has not even reached the house of God. Su Jiuge let out a light laugh. The divine mansion. I reached it a few thousand years ago. Su Hanshan's pupils shrunk. Several thousand years ago? This senior. Then your current realm is. Su Jiuge's brows contained a smile. The world calls me the Nine Devil Saint. Saints? Add a big word. The Great Saint? Su Hansan was tingling all over his body, and only felt a dizzying sensation in his head, and he was all a bit unsteady on his feet. The Sage realm was already a legendary realm that only existed in the ancient myths of the Tsunching realm. And what kind of transcendent existence is that great saint? He shuddered to think. It was just that Su Hansan was happy now. Happy for Suyu from the bottom of his heart. With this kind of existence protecting him, in the future, Suyu shouldn't encounter the suffering of the party again, right? With red eyes, Su Hansan talked to Suyu for a long time again. After that father and son duo finished talking, Su Jiuge pulled Suyu aside alone. And then, the Taishu ancient scripture was taken out. Buzz. As soon as the Taishu ancient scripture appeared, it caused the surrounding void to distort. What is it? Suyu breathed in sharply. At the moment he saw this ancient scripture, a strong to the extreme desire was suddenly born within his body. This is an imperial law called the Taishu ancient scripture. Su Jiuge was solemn. Imperial law? Suyu's eyebrows jumped. Aha! Su Jiuge explained. Young lord, I didn't show up for the 18 years you were in this realm just to find this imperial law for you. The Taishu ancient scripture. It was once the Void Ancient Emperor's original imperial law, and in his later years, he even extrapolated this imperial law to an unimaginable level. It's just that when the Void Ancient Emperor fell, the Taishu ancient scripture, however, because it was too strong, actually took the initiative to escape the Void Ancient Emperor's imperial thoughts and entered the heavens. It's fortunate that the ancient scripture itself is unable to absorb spiritual energy, or else I'm afraid that this emperor's law would be able to cultivate on its own, transcending beyond the heavens. After listening to her detailed account, Suyu was also astonished. This ancient scripture, it's even psychic? Or even almost cultivate on your own? Truly the worlds are full of wonders. Suyu immediately became interested in this ancient scripture. What is the effect of cultivating the gongfu after the psychic? Thinking of this, Suyu could not help but ask, Sister Jiuge, how is this Taishu ancient scripture cultivated? Su Jiuge sniffed, but her eyes were slightly dark. Previously, I had wanted to take advantage of the situation to help you enter the sutra at the time your Taishu sword body was unsealed. But now that your Taishu sword body has been completely unsealed, I'm afraid it will be quite difficult to get started again. Su Jiuge threw the Taishu ancient scripture into Suyu's arms. Give it a try. As long as we get it started before we return to the upper realm. It's not bad, but I'm afraid it's hard. Even with the Taishu sword body, I'm afraid it'll take about 100 years to get started with this Taishu ancient scripture. Of course, the young lord shouldn't have too much pressure. It doesn't matter if you can't get started. You can let the matriarch help when the time comes. Aha! Suyu nodded. No wonder his Taishu sword body was sealed. So there's a whole other meaning? However, it doesn't seem to matter to me? Suyu's eyes flashed as he asked in his mind. Unity Sun, how much villainous value is needed to get started with the Taishu ancient scripture? Ding! Through the system's calculations, consuming 100,000 villainous values will provide a perfect introduction to the Taishu ancient scriptures. For $100,000, wouldn't that be simple? The corners of Suyu's mouth rose. 100,000 villain values will save you 100 years of hard labor. Why not? Everyone else was practicing hard and had unstable roots. And I'm a little bit of an add-on up here. Solid as can be. The highs and lows are immediately apparent. Looked out into the night. Suyu slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Originally, I wanted to take a night's rest before heading to the Liu family. But now it seems that this matter of copying the family really can't be done overnight. In the meantime, ancestral land of the Liu family. Inside the shrine, a coffin, located at the very top, quietly opened. Ka-ching! A soft sound came from within the coffin, followed by a slender palm reaching out from it. Boo! The coffin lid was lifted right off. Liu Xueyan's ghastly white face looked particularly hideous under the candlelight, as if it was a stern ghost. Suyu, I'm going to kill you. Liu Xueyan gritted her teeth. Her fists clenched and cackled. The monstrous hatred that flowed out from the bottom of his eyes was on the verge of condensing into substance. The hatred of killing my father is not shared. I didn't realize that a thoughtless act at a young age had saved my life. Liu Xueyan looked at the crumbs of the red coffin in her palm, pondering. When she was young, she broke into the Liu family's ancestral land out of playfulness and accidentally dropped a drop of blood on this red coffin. Unexpectedly, it was this drop of blood that brought her back from the dead and brought her to life in the red coffin. Do you want revenge? Do you want to have the chance to take revenge? With your current strength, you can't beat that man. Yo! Suddenly, cold and eerie voices rang out from all around. Liu Xueyan turned around expansively and looked into the depths of the darkness. Who? Get your ass out here. She let out a deep cry and a powerful aura blasted out, hitting the wall and blowing it apart. Hee. I'm here to help you. Little ninny, why are you being so gracious? In the darkness, a corner of red clothes fluttered in the wind, demonic and evil. She slowly walked out, her face exquisite, like a dream. It was a stunningly beautiful woman. That blooming face. Even Liu Xueyan was ashamed of herself. The woman's nose sniffed lightly, seemingly sniffing the odor of Suyu on Liu Xueyan. The breath of the upper world is very faint though. It should be an exile who has been banished to the lower world. After thinking for a moment, she licked her lips and laughed softly. I am the Red Lotus Demon Sovereign of the upper realm. Do me a favor and I will take revenge for you. That enemy of yours is not a small one. He is from the upper realm. But compared to me, it's nothing. A mere exile. I can kill him countless times with a single finger. Chapter 13 Playing Extermination for Yourself? Demon Father. You are actually a demon sovereign? Liu Xueyan's eyes glowed and she hastily lowered her stance. Although she had never been to the upper realm, she also knew some common sense from Shinbiru. Generally speaking, cultivators could ascend when they reached the avatar realm. However, in the upper realm, the avatar realm was only the lowest level, and without a background to rely on, one could only be reduced to the drudgery of digging spirit mines. Cultivating to the divine mansion realm would be very different, and would be enough to enter a normal family as a guest secretary. The divine mansion realm, also honored as divine mansion superior, could be said to possess the identity of a person, while at the divine stage realm, cultivators could be called divine stage masters and had a high status. After one more layer of cultivation and arriving at the divine mansion realm, one could already claim to be an ancestor. The strongest person in an ordinary family or clan was a divine mansion realm exalted. Right now, such a living divine mansion realm demon god appeared right in front of her eyes. How could Liu Xueyan not be excited? Senior, since you saved me, you must help me take revenge, Liu Xueyan said as she grabbed Red Lotus's hand, her eyes flashing with resentment. Suyu dared to kill her. He was clearly willing to put aside his hatred to accept him, but he still wanted to strike at himself. It was simply unforgivable. It was true that men were no good, and it was a good thing I hadn't agreed to his advances in the first place. A trace of dislike flashed in the bottom of Holian's eyes, and without a trace, she pushed Liu Xueyan's hand away. I've already said that if you're willing to help, revenge and all that is easy. Liu Xueyan was overjoyed and quickly nodded her head. Elder, just do as you command. As long as I can kill that beast Suyu, I am willing to do anything. Yes. Red Lotus smiled triumphantly and nodded in satisfaction. It is not true that she is a demon in the upper realm, but that is a thing of the past. Her clan was destroyed and she herself fled to the lower realms. However, something unusual was discovered while passing through the Sanqing realm. Oh, Liu family, you destroyed my clan. You didn't expect to be copied by me one day, right? Red Lotus raised her eyes to the sky, her eyes filled with the pain of impending vengeance. That's right. This Sanqing realm's Liu family ancestral ground was actually hiding the ancestral hall of the great Liu family of the upper realm. The Liu family in the upper realm was extremely warlike and had made many enemies. As a result, the shrine that carried the family's chi was hidden in the lower realms. Unexpectedly, the Red Lotus, who had fled around after the extermination of the clan, accidentally found traces of this shrine. Elder, what do I need to do now? Liu Xueyan felt that the red lotus in front of her was a bit strange, but in order to take revenge on Su Yu, she couldn't care less. Red Lotus smiled brightly. It's very simple. All that's needed is for you to apply a drop of your heart's blood to that door. After saying that, Red Lotus even thoughtfully pointed out the direction for Liu Xueyan. It was a stone door that looked nothing out of the ordinary. The stone door was inscribed with densely packed veins, faintly emitting a faint glow. This, Liu Xueyan frowned, somewhat hesitant. There was only one ancestral rule of the Liu family, and that was never to open the stone door. But now, that's just it. I'll follow what Senior said. Liu Xueyan turned her head and added, however, I still have a small request. I wonder if Senior can grant it. Speak, Red Lotus said impatiently. The corner of Liu Xueyan's mouth curled slightly as she slowly said, the late generation wants to worship you as a teacher. Hearing this, a trace of contempt flashed under Red Lotus' eyes, but a smile appeared on her face. She patted Liu Xueyan's shoulder and laughed. You're smart and resourceful. How about this? When this seat finishes that, I'll take you as my disciple. My disciple has met Master. Liu Xueyan was overjoyed. I didn't realize that I had been blessed by a disaster. In that case, with an upper realm demon lord as a backer, who else in this Sangqing realm would be their opponent? Ha! Su Yu, Su family, you guys wait for me. Liu Xueyan cursed in a low voice and walked to the stone door. Seniors. She wanted to say something else. However, Red Lotus was already on the verge of being unable to hold back, and directly slapped out a palm, taking out a drop of Liu Xueyan's heart blood. Buzz! The moment the heart's blood approached the stone door, the entire stone door suddenly emitted a humming sound. Immediately afterward, a bright light erupted within it, as if there was some kind of prohibition slowly lifting. Rumble! A dull and loud sound resounded through the sky. The entire Sangqing realm trembled violently. Click! At the same time, a soft sound suddenly came from the depths of the earth vein below the Liu family's ancestral ground. In an instant, the entire land trembled violently and the ground shook. No! Right at this moment, a cry of alarm came steeply from the Liu family residence, and then he saw a white-haired old man rushing up into the sky, heading straight for the stone door. Xueyan, the ancestral shrine must not be opened. The Liu clan's ancestor was anxious. He was about to return to heaven, but when he heard the movement of the ancestral land, he sat up in shock from the dying disease. Why can't you turn it on? At this moment, Liu Xueyan was frowning slightly. Old ancestor, you've been sick in bed for a long time. You don't know how critical the Liu family's situation is right now. I'm saving the Liu family. If we don't do something, our Liu family will be exterminated. Upon hearing this, the Liu family's oldest ancestor cursed furiously. You unfilial daughter, what do you know? Even if the entire Sangqing realm breaks down, it's impossible for our Liu family to be destroyed. The upper realm will. Before he finished his words, the Liu clan's old ancestor seemed to have seen something terrifying and suddenly shut up, his face filled with horror. You are the Red Lotus of the upper world. Humph! Red Lotus snorted coldly, and as her jade arms stretched out, the void collapsed, transforming into thousands of red threads that shot towards the Liu clan ancestor. Boo! The red thread struck the Liu clan's ancestor, directly bursting him into a streak of blood mist. Not only that, after killing the Liu family's ancestor, the thousands of red threads suddenly dispersed in all directions, decapitating all of the remaining people in the Liu family in an instant. In a matter of moments, only a drop of crystal clear blood slowly floated in front of Liu Xueyan. Red Lotus spoke coldly. Originally, I didn't intend to cause any trouble, but you guys had to come and send yourselves to death. Old ancestor, the Willow family. Liu Xueyan looked complicated, but there was no trace of sadness in her eyes. Old ancestor, you're too old. The Liu family, too, is too weak. She shook her head and revealed a smile towards the Red Lotus. Many thanks to Master Teacher for helping me sever my earthly ties. From now on, Master is my only relative. Anyway, the Su family won't let them go if Master Teacher doesn't kill them. Master Teacher is helping them end their suffering early. They should be thankful to Master Teacher. After pondering for a moment, Liu Xueyan added, there are still many cultivation resources within the Liu clan's treasury, so Master will take them all together in a moment, and treat it as my disciple's gift of worship. Ha ha ha, not bad, not bad. You're really a natural devil cultivation material. Red Lotus couldn't help but laugh at Liu Xueyan's words. That's a great filial daughter. The level of ruthlessness could simply be compared to the most evil Shura clan in the upper realms. Thanks for the compliment, Master. Liu Xueyan didn't hear the sarcasm in Red Lotus' words. Holding the blood beads that the Liu family members had transformed into, she rushed towards the stone door with a complacent face. In the meantime, over the Liu family's ancestral land. Come on, there's no need for us to make a move. The Liu family will be destroyed by itself. Suyu hung in the air and smiled with a negative hand. Su Jiogu stood behind him, similarly holding a smile as she gazed at Red Lotus with a playful expression. A mere God's Mansion realm mole cricket dares to say that he can poke my young master to death with one finger? Chapter 14 The Devil's Dignitary is numb. You call him young lord? Destiny's daughter Liu Xueyan creates a heart demon. Villain value plus 5,000. Daughter of Heaven's Destiny, Liu Xueyan, is compelled by the demon lord. Villain value plus 10,000. Destiny's daughter Liu Xueyan's family was destroyed and she fell into the devil's path. Villain value plus 20. 000. Ding. Great Chi luck location detected. Liu family ancestral hall. Ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering the quest. Please enter the Liu family ancestral hall and destroy the Liu family's Chi ancestral soldier. Completion reward, destruction luck atlas. In mid-air, Suyu quietly appreciated the big scene. If not for the lack of peanuts and melon seeds in his hand, he really wanted to sit down and make a pot of tea to watch slowly. Where can you find a good thing like that when you don't do anything and your villain's value goes up? Just watch a moment of the play. The villain value has been saved to be able to start the Taishu ancient scriptures to get simply beautiful only. Suyu was not in a hurry to cultivate. A technique of this level of the Taishu ancient scriptures still had to be properly comprehended in a suitable environment. It's almost time. I guess I can just squeeze the last wave of villain value from Liu Xueyan. Seeing that the stone door in the Liu clan's ancestral land was about to open, Suyu's face slightly moved as his body slowly descended. In the square, Su Jiogu had already cleared up his confusion. In the Liu family's ancestral ground, it was the ancestral hall of the Liu family in the upper realm, an existence used to suppress the family's chi. That Red Lotus demon. I'm afraid he came for the Liu family's luck. But, robbing chi luck with him? Ha! Suyu sneered. Click 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 click. At this moment, the stone door slowly opened towards both sides under the effect of the Liu family's bloodline. Red Lotus was full of excitement and couldn't wait, as long as she could seize the luck of the Liu family. Then with this and that, not only would she be able to rebuild the refined heavenly demon sect, but she would also have the opportunity to counterattack the Liu family. It was only then that a discordant footstep suddenly snapped Red Lotus out of her fantasies. The entire Liu family had been exterminated by themselves, so how could there be anyone left alive? She jerked her head around. However, she realized that two figures had appeared behind her at an unknown time. A man and a woman, both of whom were magnificent. Especially that woman. Although she was dressed in ordinary clothes, the faint light radiating up and down her body made people tremble. It's really not good to be alive when you have the guts to do anything? The Red Lotus stared at the two of them with a deadly gaze, and there were already countless red lines brewing in the center of her palm. Su, you. Hearing the voice of Red Lotus words, Liu Xueyan was first stunned, then her pretty face changed wildly, looking at Suyu incredulously as she lost her voice and screamed. Master, he is Suyu. He's the one who killed my father and me not too long ago. Liu Xueyan's expression became extremely distorted in an instant, and the black gas was hidden in the center of her brow. Obviously there were already signs of demonization. At these words, Red Lotus raised her eyebrows. This person was the deadly enemy of this cheap disciple of his? At such a young age, he had the cultivation level of the infant transformation realm. No wonder he could easily kill her once. But, alas, in this lower realm where resources are barren, to be able to cultivate to infant transformation at the age of 18, even if placed in the upper realm, one would still be considered to have extraordinary natural talent. Unfortunately, having taken the initiative to walk up to her, it was doomed to end. No matter how talented this son is, he will fall here. Liu Xueyan pointed at Suyu, her eyes full of sarcasm. Suyu, if I don't go to look for you, you're still looking for me. After worshipping the Red Lotus, Liu Xueyan wanted to bring this demonic father to ascend to the Su family every moment, and then torture everyone in the Su family to death one by one in front of Suyu. It was just as well that that waste of a man, Xuan Bu Defeat, couldn't defeat Suyu. She would like to see how many more times Suyu could bounce around in front of the demon sovereign of the upper realm. Truly there's a way to heaven you don't go, and there's no door to hell to barge in. Today you won't be able to fly. Master, please take him down immediately. Liu Xueyan stopped pushing the door and looked fixedly at Red Lotus. The meaning was clear. If she didn't kill Suyu, she wouldn't cooperate. Red Lotus frowned slightly, looked deeply at Liu Xueyan, and said almost through clenched teeth, Good disciple. What the master promised you, he will naturally do. With that, she turned to look at Suyu and said in a cold voice, Kid, let's give you a chance to cut yourself. If I make a move, you won't be able to keep your whole body. A mere mole cricket of the infant transformation realm is not yet worth wasting my spiritual energy. Only, the moment the Red Lotus demon sovereign's domineering proclamation was made, Su Jiogu suddenly laughed. A big smile, This smile eclipsed even the flowers on the mountains. The Red Lotus demon was already a rare beauty in the world, but in front of Su Jiugu, she was still more than a step behind. What are you laughing at? Red Lotus eyes twinkled. She suddenly realized that she seemed to be a bit impervious to the woman in front of her. How is that possible? As a divine mansion realm existence, in this small Sangqing realm, there was even someone she couldn't see through? I laugh at your lack of self-importance. Like a frog at the bottom of a well, sitting in a well and watching the sky. Su Jiugu shook his head and said indifferently, a mere little demon lord of the divine mansion realm dares to be so arrogant? Do you know who it is that you see before you? The mole in your mouth is so honorable that you can't imagine. Ha ha ha. Red Lotus laughed back in anger. This father walks the heavens. Which great clan has he not seen before? But this honored one does not know this honored one you speak of. Nor do I know you. Meh. Upon hearing this, Su Jiugu smiled disdainfully. You don't recognize us. It's not that we don't have enough status. It's that you don't have enough status. Su Yu also nodded slightly. Although it's worse. It's enough in this realm. Come be my maid. Arrogant. Hearing these words, Red Lotus could no longer hold back and took the lead. Boom. Endless red mist steeply surged out from the sky and earth, sweeping out from the sky and obscuring the dome of the heavens. Immediately afterward, the red mist suddenly coalesced as if it had turned into substance, forming an endless storm of sharp blades that strangled madly. An extremely strong aura erupted from within her body like a volcano erupting, shaking the four fields. Seeing this such a shocking scene, Liu Xueyan only felt her body tingling with pleasure. Yeah, that's it. Blast that little hard. Su Yu's eyes were ancient. For the last time to remind you, if you miss this village, you won't have this store. Realize that not everyone is qualified to be my maid of honor. Humiliate the divine fate's female master. Villain value plus 5,000. Seeing this tip, Su Yu was somewhat speechless. You call telling the truth humiliating? Boom! Red Lotus was completely furious, and ignoring the recurrence of his old injuries, he directly urged the sea of flaming swords to press towards Su Yu and the two of them. Karma fire purgatory scripture? Unfortunately, only the skin of it has been learned, and it's practiced crookedly. Su Jiugu smiled indifferently and lightly raised her jade hand. At that moment, a ball of crimson flame appeared out of thin air and hung in the sky, as if a star had fallen, bright and piercing. Snort! That flame landed, and in an instant, the monstrous flames swept across everything, including the raging storm of sharp blades, all of which were turned into ashes. How can it be? Why do you also know my refined heavenly demon sect's untransmitted mastery? And, it's even more profound than this honored one? Seeing the red flames, even if it was Red Lotus, his pupils shrank and his heart was appalled. It's not right. This red flame contained a hint of the true meaning of the devil's way. This kind of devil Dao Dao rhythm was simply not something that could be possessed by this kind of remote lower realm. Unless the woman in front of me is also from the upper world. Moreover, her cultivation level was even better than her own. Su Jiugu blinked her eyes. Is it strange? This karma fire purgatory scripture was originally a technique I created in my spare time. Isn't it a normal thing that I can make? After saying that, she didn't bother with Red Lotus anymore and turned her head to look at Su Yu. Young lord. To kill? What did you call him? Red Lotus shuddered. That existence opposite was at least in the saint realm. Yet she called that person young lord? Chapter 15 Ancestral graves are good. Ancestral graves have to be plowed. Young lord? Hearing Su Jiugu's words, Liu Xueyan also froze. The smugness in his eyes quickly changed to fear. Unconsciously muttered under his breath. How is it possible? You're just that Su family's wasteful young master. But just a little bit lucky. How can? She shook her head and turned toward the outside to escape. However, not even 2 steps out. Bang. A muffled sound came. Immediately afterward, she was pulled back by an invisible force. Who gave you the courage to insult my young master? The bottom of Su Jiugu's eyes were filled with anger, and her 5 fingers slowly tightened. It was this woman that the young lord had been so kind to before his memories awakened, even, at all costs, to help her get her wish. In her presence, one could be said to be humble to the dust. But what about her? He was content to accept the young master's payment and take the resources given by the young master, and then he stabbed him hard after achieving his goal. Until now, she still treated the young lord as an enemy, not realizing in the slightest how abominable what she had done was. This kind of simply deserved to die. Liu Xueyan was pinched by the neck, her feet off the ground, her face reddening as she rolled her eyes. You, don't kill me. I was wrong. I didn't know he had such a big background. Your young master likes me, so let go and I'll apologize to him. Su Jiugu frowned repeatedly and looked sideways at Su Yu. She didn't think the current Su Yu would accept this woman. However, as a protector of the Dao, she could not overstep her bounds and had to wait for Su Yu's reply. Seeing this, Liu Xueyan hurriedly shouted at Suyu. Suyu, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Let's start over, shall we? Actually, I like you too. As long as you're willing to forgive me, I'll agree to anything you want. Listening to her words, Suyu's expression was indifferent. He pulled out his ears and just spat out 2 words faintly. Slap. Snap. With a slap thrown down, half of Liu Xueyan's teeth all fell out and her mouth was full of blood. Snap. Su Jiuji's hand kept waving. Liu Xueyan's entire face quickly swelled up, and blood spilled from the corners of her mouth. A strong sense of humiliation and pain filled the heart. But, more than that, it was powerlessness. The person in front of him was too terrifying. Even Red Lotus, a demon lord, couldn't resist, let alone her. Liu Xueyan could only curse in her heart, cursing that sooner or later, Suyu would one day fall on his knees in front of her like today, begging for forgiveness and admitting defeat. Click. Bone-cracking sounds came from Liu Xueyan as she let out a miserable scream. At this moment she was dying and convulsing. Red Lotus stood on the sidelines, as if she had fallen into an ice cave. It wasn't that I sympathized with Liu Xueyan. It was just that I seemed to see my own end. It wasn't that she didn't want to escape. It's just that every time she just had the thought, Su Jiuji's gaze was cast at just the right time, making her not dare to overstep in the slightest. That gaze was too terrifying. Compared to Su Jiugu, himself, a demon dignitary, was simply like a jumping clown, instructing the protector to slap the daughter of heaven's destiny into a pig's head. Villain value plus 5,000. Looking at this scene, Suyu did not have the slightest bit of pity and only felt soothed. Come on, Sister Jiugu, don't really beat her to death. Seeing that Liu Xueyan was already breathing in and out, Suyu immediately called for a stop. The Liu family's qi hasn't been harvested yet. This tool person can't die yet. Su Jiugu immediately stopped moving and casually threw Liu Xueyan to the ground. Liu Xueyan rolled on the ground a few times, dust and blood mixed together, wretched to the extreme. At this time, Suyu slowly walked forward, grabbed her collar and dragged her to the stone door. Push this door open. Hearing Suyu's words, Liu Xueyan laughed miserably. Push it away and you will let me go? Suyu shook his head. After killing Liu Xueyan, he would be able to obtain another supreme physique. So how could he let it go? Then why should I comply with your wishes? Suyu, let me tell you, even if I die, I won't let you get what you want. Liu Xueyan screamed. Red Lotus also spoke out at this time. The Willow family's clan shrine can only be opened voluntarily by bloodline clansmen. Otherwise, at the instant it is opened, it will touch the prohibition and be discovered by the Willow family in the upper realm. After saying that, she looked at Su Jiugu. Even though you're in the Sage realm, I'm afraid it's hard for you to have a chance of winning when facing the entire Liu family, right? Red Lotus eyes twinkled. We can work together. After opening the Willow clan ancestral hall, I only need 20% of my qi. When Liu Xueyan heard Red Lotus words, she also looked like she had grabbed a life-saving straw and hurriedly interjected. I can help you guys push open that stone door, but you have to swear that you'll release me after opening it. The two of them sang in unison, seemingly feeling that they had taken Suyu's lifeblood. At this moment, however, Suyu had an odd look on his face. I thought that if I didn't open the door according to the process, the things inside would self-destruct, but it turns out that it would just touch the forbidden system? Suyu shook his head slightly and gave Su Jiugu a look. Su Jiugu understood and raised his right arm high, an ink-colored longsword instantly appearing in his hand. And then, only to see her holding the blade of the sword in one hand, she made a slight stroke at the half-open stone door. Pust! As the sword blade passed through, the exceptionally sturdy stone door was actually like tofu and was instantly separated. Red Lotus's pupils shrank violently, revealing a horrified expression. Crazy! You guys are crazy! She had not expected at all that the Suyu duo would be so crazy as to dare to force their way into the Liu family ancestral hall. One must know that this was the Liu family scale, and once it was touched, it would surely attract a large number of strong Liu family members to descend. When that happens, even she will be liquidated. I'm afraid, we've really stirred up a hornet's nest this time. Boom! A dull, loud noise suddenly erupted, only to see that the stone door that had been split open by Su Jiugu steeply turned into fragments and scattered in all directions. Inside the stone door, it was pitch black and vaguely visible, seemingly suspended in a black mist, mysterious and unpredictable. Suyu's gaze slightly condensed with a touch of doubt. There's something peculiar about the arrangement of this Ryu family clan shrine. Why does it look like a grave? Moreover, there didn't seem to be much incense inside, but instead, it was permeated with an evil and eerie aura. Sister Jiugu, let's go in first. Suyu was very excited and inexplicably had the feeling of opening a treasure chest. He couldn't wait to take a step into the clan shrine. Things like digging up other people's ancestral graves is just cool. Su Jiuge grabbed back the red lotus that was trying to escape, and with Liu Xueyan in one hand and the red lotus in the other, he also followed and stepped into it. Rumble. Just stepping into the stone house, Su Jiuge's eyes steeply glazed over. This is, in her line of sight, she only saw a 3-meter-tall sarcophagus placed in the middle of the stone house. The coffin was dark red in color, emitting an eerie cold aura. The beautifully carved lines on it are like ghostly totems that come to life. Sacrificial boundary coffin? Chapter 16 Shattering Ancestral Weapons. Seizing Clan Luck. In the meantime, Upper Realm, Liu family. Inside the Hall of Deliberation, the head of the Liu family, Liu Tianyuan, suddenly rose. Not good. The Sanqing Realm clan ancestral prohibition has been triggered. Someone has entered my Liu clan's ancestral hall. At those words, the faces of the group of clan elders below changed drastically. The Sanqing Realm, a small realm among the thousands of small worlds in the immortal cultivation realm, and their Liu family's clan shrine was hidden within it, which enshrined the spirit tablets of their ancestors and successive Liu family patriarchs. But that's not the main thing. The point is, among the clan temples, the sacrificial realm coffin is stored. This ancestral soldier has the power to refine a realm. Every time it was unleashed, it could bring unimaginable gains to the Liu family, being the most important underpinning of the Liu family, and the key to the Liu family's ability to grow to the point it was at today. Now that a foreign enemy had intruded, this could definitely be considered to have shaken the very foundation of the Liu family. Liu Tianyuan's face was filled with gloom. Pass the order that all Liu clan members whose cultivation is above the divine palace realm should immediately rush to the clan ancestral hall. The words just fell. Boom! The entire council hall shook. The 12 divine mansion realm elders moved in unison, their auras shocking the heavens and the earth. What's the situation? Could it be that the Liu clan is attacking some clan again? TSK, TSK, TSK. The momentum of the Liu family's rise over the years has been simply too violent, continuously annexing hundreds of small and medium-sized clans. And not too long ago even destroying the refining Sky Demon sect, a first-class clan. Do they really think that no one can rule over them? Around them, a crowd of watching casual cultivators whispered. But soon, as a recluse flew out from the Liu family grounds, the surrounding area was instantly chilled to silence. Humph, if you dare to talk about my Liu family, I'll settle the score with you afterward. Holding a secret treasure, Liu Tianyuan directly crossed the void and took the lead towards the lower realm. The other side, Songchang realm. Inside the Liu family's ancestral shrine, Su Yu strolled idly, as if he was wandering in the back garden, and strolled through the Liu family ancestral hall. In one round, he plowed a few graves, but all of them yielded only a handful of pieces of junk. What great clan of the upper realm! And this is all the burial goods? In front of the daughter of heaven's destiny, digging up the ancestral graves of the Liu family, villainous value plus 10,000, current villain value, 145,500. In the end, Su Yu stopped in front of the red coffin and surveyed it with interest, a faint smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Young lord, this coffin is called the sacrificial boundary coffin. It has the power to refine a boundary, and as long as a specific ritual is completed, the power of sacrifice can be turned on to devour the entire Sanqing realm. Su Jiuge frowned and quickly explained for Su Yu. At the same time, a trace of fear welled up in her heart. Fortunately, this coffin has not yet completed the pre-ceremony. And that sacrificial power is still in the process of condensing. Otherwise, I am afraid the consequences are unimaginable. If this coffin had launched the sacrifice a few years ago, although he himself would not have been devoured by the power of the sacrifice, the young master could have. Thinking of this, Su Jiuge's anger churned, his eyes erupted with fire, and he raised his hand to slash this coffin with a sword. Don't! Su Yu hurriedly stopped it. If I let Su Jiuge slash down with this sword, wouldn't I lose my reward? Young lord, what are you? Su Jiuge didn't understand why she was being blocked. A special ancestral weapon like the sacrificial boundary coffin. Even if the young master took it back, he wouldn't be able to use it? This coffin had already been bound to the Liu family's fortune. And what was the use of Su Yu, as the Su family's emperor's son, wanting this bit of family fortune? Su Yu didn't explain, he just reached out his hand towards Su Jiuge. Sister Jiuge, let me borrow your sword for a while. Su Jiuge froze, and although he was puzzled, he still handed his own sword to Su Yu. Young lord, this sword is called Nine Specters. It is my own holy weapon. If you want to mobilize its power, I'm afraid. Su Jiuge's words had not yet fallen. An overwhelming sharpness immediately rose up to the sky, and the sound of the sword shook the sky. I'm afraid of what? Su Yu smiled sideways. No, nothing. Feeling the joyful emotions coming from the Nine Devil Sword, even Su Jiuge felt a bit unbelievable. This sword of hers is the most hostile. Usually see less blood will even turn against her as the master. How today to the hands of the young master is exceptionally well behaved. Buzz. The sword chance shook as Suyu gently stroked his long sword. The Taishu sword body already had the ability to harness swords. The Tai Bai heavenly deity body, on the other hand, was able to control the innate Gung Jin Shi. Gung Jin is the sharpest of the sharp. Together, the two inherently possessed great suppressive power over the sword as a weapon. In addition to the fact that the 9 septic devil sword was Su Jiuji's weapon, the two were even closer, which is why they were able to maneuver the 9 septic devil sword so smoothly. As Red Lotus and Liu Xueyan looked at this scene, a flash of despair flashed under their eyes. Even a saint soldier could be harnessed for a short period of time. Just how strong was Suyu? A touch of unwillingness gradually surfaced in Liu Xueyan's eyes. Would the outcome have been different if a different choice had been made? Suyu, and the forces behind Suyu, should have all been his own. Clank, 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 accompanied by a crisp sword chime, only to see that the sacrificial boundary coffin suddenly trembled violently, seemingly sensing the danger, and even levitated in mid-air on its own. What kind of curmudgeon dares to hit my Liu clan's fortune? An illusory human face slowly emerged. Immediately following, a Qiluk heavenly blade instantly chopped down towards Suyu. Liu Tianyuan's divine soul was actually striking out across endless distances through the clan fortune within the sacrificial realm coffin. Ha! Interesting. Suyu's eyes lit up. Sister Jiu-gu, help me protect the law. Don't let anyone come close. After the words, Suyu stepped on the ground with one foot and leaped into midair. Swish! With a stroke of his finger, countless swords of emptiness immediately condensed in the void, wrapping the sacrificial realm coffin in a ball. Sculpture. The Qiluk heavenly blade shook slightly and easily shook the void sword into a bubble. Liu Tianyuan laughed coldly. I thought it was some venerable, but it turns out it's just an unimpressive piece of goods. Boy, barging into my Liu clan's ancestral hall is the stupidest decision you've made in your life. Liu Tianyuan's voice rumbled like thunder exploding. Red Lotus cried out in her mind. Fight! Fight! As long as these two parties were dog-eat-dog, then she would have a chance to get out of the trap. Hope surfaced once again in Liu Xueyan's eyes as she desperately cried out towards Liu Tianyuan's silhouette. Old ancestor, save me. The Sangqing Realm's Liu family has already been destroyed by these two thieves. My junior swore to defend the Liu family's ancestral shrine, but they still forced their way in. Please, old ancestor, do something for us. At those words, the coldness in Liu Tianyuan's eyes increased. That Qiluk heavenly blade flashed and instantly appeared above Suyu's head. No, the hard power gap is too great. Suyu frowned. Originally, he wanted to add some more combat experience, but there was no way that the difference between his realm and the other party's realm was too great, and his attacks couldn't have any effect at all. Forget it, just end the fight. Just at the moment when the Qiluk heavenly blade chopped down, Suyu waved his right hand and the 9 devil sword suddenly cut out a flash of black light. This black light was extremely subtle, yet it seemed to be able to cut through heaven and earth. Snort! With a flash of black light, the Qiluk heavenly blade shattered in response. Not only that, there was also an additional huge crack on the surface of the sacrificial realm coffin. The crack spread, instantly expanding to the entire lid of the coffin. Immediately afterward, there was a click and the lid of the coffin crumbled. This ancestral soldier was shattered by Suyu without any resistance. Without the sacrificial boundary coffin to carry their fortune, the Liu clan's fortune immediately scattered out in all directions. How is that possible? What kind of weapon is that? A holy weapon? Liu Tianyuan's face was filled with panic. Suyu's sword startled him and almost scared his soul away. Why is the sword in this kid's hand so terrifying? Can it be that it's a holy weapon? Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and obtaining the reward, Destruction Luck Atlas. Destruction of Luck Atlas, a tool naturally conceived by heaven and earth at the beginning of chaos, capable of peering into the heavens and changing the path of destiny, with supreme marvelous uses. An ancient scroll appeared in Suyu's hand. Its material is not gold or wood, not silk or silk, as if condensed by the supreme principle of heaven and earth. The cover of the scroll was painted with a mysterious pattern that appeared to be a star map or a pattern of fate, emitting a faint ghostly light. Suyu held it in his palm, his eyes growing brighter. This treasure, there was no specific grade, but the power was extremely heaven-defying. As long as one absorbs qi, one can peer into the future and change one's fate against the heavens. To be able to manipulate a saint soldier at such a young age, even if the luck of the Liu clan is dissipated, this father will still behead you. Right at this moment, the Liu clan's luck suddenly coalesced together and transformed into a giant sword in the sky stabbing towards Suyu. Young lord. Seeing this scene, Su Jiuji's pretty face changed greatly as she hurriedly rushed forward and roared. Young lord. Retreat. An entire clan's qi backfired. Even Su Jiugu didn't dare to fight it head-on. This is an attack on the level of qi. Once the Liu family fortune impact, then the light is washed down their own qi. Heavy as dead soul. No harm. Just in time. Suyu waved his hand, and instead of retreating, he even took the initiative to step forward. Facing that sharp sword blade, he slowly unfolded the Destruction Luck Atlas. Chapter 17. You want to kill my whole family? Pretty good idea. I'm in favor of it. Only a golden scroll rose up, blooming with brilliant haze, within which all kinds of images could be seen vaguely, just like a chaotic world. Buzz. As the Destruction Luck Atlas unfolded, the Liu clan's luck suddenly stopped in the air, as if it had encountered some kind of natural enemy, and trembled violently. Immediately afterward, under the stupefied gazes of the crowd, the massive amount of qi was actually swallowed directly into the scroll. How can it be? Liu Tianyuan was horrified. This was the majority of the clan's luck that the Liu family had accumulated over 10,000 years. Even if a saint was subjected to a frontal wash, he would be brushed off his realm. Now, it was actually swallowed up by a bizarre scroll? In the back, Red Lotus' entire body froze. She knew that Su Jiuge was very strong, and with her cultivation above that of a saint, the Liu family couldn't make any waves. However, she did not expect that even Suyu, an existence at the infant transformation realm, was so outrageous. In a way, this kid is much more anticlimactic. This was only the infant transformation realm, and he had such means. If we let him enter the saint realm, wouldn't he be invincible in the upper realms? Who is this man? Really? How terrifying is the power behind him? Boom! Not waiting for the crowd to think about it. In the next moment, a dazzling light erupted above the Destruction Luck Atlas. A golden star emerged from within the scroll, irradiating a mysterious and unpredictable power that went straight to Suyu's brow. Boom! In this instant, Suyu only felt his head rise violently. It was as if his spiritual world had been turned upside down. The originally chaotic sea of consciousness actually became distinct at this moment, and a seven-colored haze filled the area, forming a high platform. Yes, I didn't expect the feedback from the Destruction Luck Atlas after refining my luck to be so strong that it directly assisted me in opening up the Violet Mansion. Suyu was overjoyed. The Violet Mansion. That was something that could only be touched by the peak of the open spirit realm, and he had only entered the infant of transformation not long ago, and he had managed to open it up. The benefits of opening the Violet Mansion in advance were simply incalculable. Not only does it accelerate the speed of cultivation by several times, it also enhances enlightenment, and cultivates techniques and battle skills with half the effort. A flash of realization flashed through Suyu's eyes. For a moment, the blessing came to his heart. After giving Su Jiuge a look, he directly took out the Taishu ancient scripture while communicating with the system. Villain value -100,000. The ancient scriptures of Taishu in comprehension. Detected the host is in a special state. The consumption of villain value is reduced by 50%. The speed of comprehension is increased by 200%. And the degree of comprehension is increased by 200%. In an instant, a gray mist surfaced around Suyu. Infinite smoke clouds intertwined and surrounded, forming a mysterious pattern. This is. When Su Jiuge saw this, her eyes were filled with shock that was hard to hide. Just how far has the young lord grown now, to actually be initiated into the Taishu ancient scripture so soon? This kind of enlightenment is simply stronger than the Supreme Tao body, which is ranked number 1 in the Supreme Physique rankings. The Taishu ancient scripture was a genuine imperial law, even if she also possessed the Taishu sword body, without dozens or hundreds of years of enlightenment. I'm afraid it would be difficult to catch a clue. But now, Su Yu, who had only obtained the Taishu ancient scripture a few days ago, was about to be initiated? Thinking of this, Su Jiuge was thrilled. It seems that this golden great world, the Su family can still continue to suppress the heavens, before even ascending to the upper realm. Suyu's performance was already enough to rival that of several other emperor sons of the emperor clans. You know, this is still the case when the rules of the lower world are incomplete and resources are scarce. And at this moment, Liu Tianyuan's divine thoughts in the sky suddenly moved. This kid, couldn't he have been backfired by my Liu family luck, right? Seeing Suyu fixed in place for a long time without moving, Liu Tianyuan's expression gradually became subtle. He rolled his eyes and sneered. Is my Liu clan's fortune so easy to swallow? With such a big appetite, you're not afraid of propping yourself up. Thanks to this honor, I thought you were pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, but it turns out that you're just a greedy snake swallowing an elephant. Liu Tianyuan laughed coldly, the corner of his mouth lifting up a hint of sarcasm. In his line of sight, the mist enveloping Su Yu's surroundings became thicker and thicker. This was clearly a sign of being backfired by Qi and about to die. The Willow family had not done a seamless job every time they utilized the sacrificial boundary coffin to devour the lower realm all these years. There is no shortage of similar cases that have been discovered, but every time it was like this, just by using the power of Qi to attack, he could easily kill the enemy. Liu Tianyuan snorted coldly. shattering my Liu family's sacrificial boundary coffin and still wanting to destroy my Liu family's fortune. It's considered cheaper for you to die like this. He was eager to take advantage of the opportunity to strike and kill the sinner with a single slash to vent his heart's hatred. But nay, at this moment, the clan's luck was out of control and could no longer carry his power. After pondering for a moment, Liu Tianyuan clenched his teeth and used this trace of his divine idea to condense into a dagger. And then, he sent the dagger to Liu Xueyan. Junior, quickly go and fetch his blood. This father is running out of time. Although the son is going to die, it is difficult to resolve the hatred of my father's heart. This father will use his blood to perform the bloodline traceability technique, capture all of his blood relatives, and torture them day and night for eternity. Liu Xueyan's body trembled violently when she heard this. The bloodline traceability technique? Is there such a vicious tactic in this world? It's really great. She took a deep breath, excited to the core. No matter how good you are, you're still going to die. This time, not only will you die alone, but the family behind you won't be able to protect you either. You want to kill me? You're not worthy. Liu Xueyan quickly nodded her head in agreement. Yes, old ancestor. The late generation will fetch his blood for you now. As soon as the words fell, she did not hesitate to pounce towards Su Yu, holding the short dagger and slashing towards Su Yu's neck. Waste stuff. I can finally get my revenge. Liu Xueyan's heart was unbridled, her eyes scarlet and hideous to the extreme. Seeing this, Red Lotus shook her head inside. Foolish, his aura is getting stronger and stronger. Where does it look like he's being revolted by his chi? As expected, the next moment, Su Yu suddenly opened his eyes the moment the dagger fell. At the same time, an indifferent to the extreme voice entered Liu Xueyan's ears. It's true that dogs can't change their minds. Since you're so anxious to find death, I'll send you to meet Xian undefeated, just so you'll have a companion on the road to the Yellow Springs. Accompanied by these words, Su Yu raised his right foot and ruthlessly stepped on Liu Xueyan's chest. Click! The sound of bone cracking resounded through the clouds, only to hear a poof sound. Liu Xueyan's originally proud chest instantly collapsed, sinking into a large hole. Her eyes were wide, her mouth open, her face twisted with disbelief. You're not. Bang! Before she could finish her last sentence, her entire body fell softly to the ground, no longer silent. Rumble! Countless void swords bombarded furiously towards Liu Xueyan's corpse until the bones were blown into powder before slowly coming to a halt. Kill the daughter of heaven's destiny. Liu Xueyan. Villain value plus 50,000. Throw your fiancé to the ground. Villain value plus 50,000. Congratulations to the host for completing the quest and obtaining the supreme physique, the age reverse wheel body. Detected that the host possesses multiple physical qualities. Is it time to carry out the physical qualities inheritance? After Su Yu carefully confirmed that the other party would indeed not be resurrected again, then he slightly shook his head. Don't proceed yet. He was now at the critical moment of comprehending the Taishu ancient scripture, and he couldn't afford to make any mistakes. This scene happened so quickly that it made Liu Tianyuan's heart skip a beat. You can even kill back when your chi is turned against you? Is he too wasted as a clan member of the lower world? Or is? An ominous feeling rose in Liu Tianyuan's heart. This wisp of his divine thought was still carrying too little power and did not fully see Su Yu's reality. Damn it! How is this lower realm ant so demonic? He cursed darkly and his eyes showed a cold aura. Kid, no matter how demonic you are, you will definitely regret what you did today in the future. Liu Tianyuan stared at Su Yu gloomily as his figure flashed and retrieved the short dagger. Although Liu Xueyan was a waste of space, she still accomplished her mission before dying and used this dagger to dip a drop of Su Yu's blood. I'll make you spend the rest of your life in endless remorse. Your kinsmen, your bloodline, all who are connected to you, shall die. Liu Tianyuan finally put down his harsh words before disappearing in the blink of an eye. From the beginning to the end, Su Jogu just quietly watched and didn't mean to make a move. Obviously, this was Su Yu's authorization. From the very beginning, Liu Xueyan and even the entire Liu family was in Su Yu's calculations. My kin? Su Yu almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Glancing at each other with Su Jogu, both of them guffawed. Su Yu was curious to know too. What exactly was Liu Tianyuan's expression after he rushed into the Su family with a rage and saw the hordes of saints and great saints? The drop of blood on the dagger was originally stained on purpose by Su Yu. Otherwise, with Liu Xueyan's 2 strokes, he was afraid that he would not even be able to touch a single hair of Su Yu's head. Even the servants or clans above the saint realm. This kind of terrifying taboo existence that others are afraid to avoid. Yet your Liu clan is going to actively provoke it? Red Lotus gazed at the direction where Liu Tianyuan left with a gloating expression. Although the process didn't match her previous plan, thankfully, it turned out to be right. The Liu family, already doomed to extinction. Buzz. Right at this moment, Red Lotus suddenly shuddered as ecstasy surfaced on her face. Soon, however, she forced that joy down. I never thought that I would have such luck. Red Lotus lowered her head, the corners of her mouth slowly rising. The moment Liu Xueyan died through, she only felt that she was gazed upon by a peerless gaze. And then, both the cultivation and qualifications, as well as the nebulous chi luck, began to rise like crazy. There was a time when I, Red Lotus, was favored by heaven and earth and became the daughter of heaven's destiny. Chapter 18 Enlightenment of the Taishu Ancient Scriptures. Entering the enlightened spirit. In mid-air, Suyu quietly sat in meditation. Not a single bit of spiritual energy was used, but his body was strangely suspended, with a mist floating around him. A sea of information exploded in his mind. Every moment, there were all sorts of wonderful mysteries pouring into his mind, benefiting him greatly. Years, cause and effect, reincarnation, gates of life and death. The ancient scriptures of Taishu seem to contain all the mysteries of the world. It is not just about the supreme dharma of the way of space. More are all-encompassing, encompassing all kinds of Tao. I see. Is this the great Tao theory that void ancient emperor comprehended in his final moments? The Tao begets one begets two begets three, and three begets all things. Take the void as the foundation, and gradually incorporate the 3,000 Tao paths on this foundation, thus returning to the source and constructing the human world. Once it comes to fruition, it will be equivalent to one person being a world. Fantastic, fantastic. Suyu gradually fell into the deepest state of enlightenment. The system prompts appeared a few times during this period, but they were selectively ignored by him. There was nothing that was more important right now than comprehending the Taishu ancient scripture. Young lord, make sure you succeed. Su Jiuji's face was solemn, and he was fully focused on guarding Suyu's side. What Suyu was doing right now was too critical for her to allow any accidents to happen. In the meantime, in the middle of the void realm, a recluse suddenly stopped. The colorful spiritual light curtain slowly dissipated, revealing the gloomy face of Liu Tianyuan. All stop. There's no need to go to that Saiqing realm for now. What's wrong, House Master? The rest of the crowd asked in disbelief. At those words, Liu Tianyuan's already gloomy face was practically on the verge of dripping. That Saiqing realm's sacrificial boundary coffin was broken, and my Liu clan's luck dissipated by a full 80%. It's useless to go now. By the time we get there, that little will have long since disappeared somewhere. Hearing this, everyone in the Liu family sucked in a breath of cool air. 80% of the clan's luck. This represents an uncontrollable short-term decline of the Ryu family. There were many strong people within the Liu clan, but things like chi luck could not be reasoned with. Now that 80% of the clan's luck has disappeared, the impact on the clan will be enormous. One bad move and you'll end up with an extinct family. Damn it! Just who dared to touch my Liu family's sacrificial realm coffin? Patriarch, have you investigated clearly? To actually cause my Liu family to suffer such a big loss without saying a word. Could it be that it was the Li family's calculation? I think it's the Wang clan. After all, we sniped the Wang clan Daozi not long ago. The crowd expressed their speculations. One by one. Neither. Liu Tianyuan took a deep breath and coldly said, "That's a raw face. Not belonging to any great clan. This person may be a loose cultivator, or he may be the legacy of some downtrodden family, but none of that matters." With that, Liu Tianyuan took out a bloodstained dagger from his bosom. "Follow me back to the clan. I will unleash the bloodline traceability formation and kill all of this son's blood relatives." Liu Tianyuan's tone was icy cold and bone-chilling, carrying a rich fury and tyranny. The Liu family had been roaming the upper realm for many years, but they had never suffered such a great loss. "Yes, sir." The eyes of the many elders were scarlet, clearly frantic. Who can stand to have their years of accumulated heritage drained at once? Oh, dare to provoke my Liu family. This unlucky person is considered to have kicked the iron plate. The other side, Saiqing realm Liu family ancestral land. Suyu was still sitting in mid-air, and the hazy clouds and smoke enveloping his body had thinned out a lot. His eyes were slightly closed, oblivious to the passage of time. It's just a matter of being immersed in the inner world. I don't know how much time has passed. Boom! Suyu's eyes opened abruptly. A streak of colorless flashy light radiated out from his brow. The sharpness of that light was so sharp that it actually cut the void in half. Suddenly, the void trembled and a golden lotus emerged from the void. The moonlight drooped, and the Brahmins were in full swing. Such an amazing vision caused both Su Jiugu and Red Lotus to sigh in awe. Red Lotus' eyes moved slightly, secretly saying, "This kid is indeed demonic, but I'm not so bad either." With great fortune to add, "I'm afraid that in a matter of days I'll be able to break through the bottleneck and transcend into sainthood." Humbug. She looked toward Su Jiugu, secretly estimating the other party's true strength. If it was only the sage realm, I'm afraid that I would be able to get out of the trap in a matter of days, and even turn the tables? A family with the saint realm as their servants must have a lot of wealth and treasures, right? If you hold Suyu hostage to blackmail the other, break. Right at this moment, along with a low drink, Suyu's aura began to climb violently. His cultivation level had rushed directly from the early stage of infant transformation to the peak of infant transformation. Cultivation bottlenecks and whatnot didn't seem to exist on him at all. In the next second, Suyu's inner Yuaning suddenly flew out and sat cross-legged at the place above Suyu's head. A terrifying attraction erupted, and countless spiritual chi around him converged. Buzz! The firstborn opened his mouth and spat. In an instant, the four directions of spiritual chi swarmed towards the Yuaning's body to infuse it. One haze after another flashed brightly. On the surface of the Yuaning's body, there were dense runes shining. Suyu's breath rose again. It was only after reaching the limit of this realm that the Yuaning stopped exhaling. Suyu's eyebrows once again glowed. This time, a huge suction force came from that flashy light and directly sucked it in. The firstborn baby towns the Violet Mansion. Open the spirit and become. Chapter 19. Hard to receive a sword from the Divine Mansion? Are you kidding me? Thousands of haze lights shine in the 9 heavens. In the end, it all returned to a point and fell into Suyu's brow. To open the spirit, to be enlightened with spiritual wisdom, and from then on to have the ability to realize the origin of the world. And just at the moment Suyu succeeded in his breakthrough, the destructive fortune atlas flashed steeply, resonating with the point of light on Suyu's brow. Suyu's face changed slightly as a picture of the future appeared before his eyes. It was a pale land, as if it were ancient. Above the barren earth, a 1,000-foot giant sword nailed a corpse in the middle of the continent, and blood flowed into the river. And this corpse, it is Suyu himself? How is that possible? Suyu's mind shook with disbelief. Examining the corpse carefully, Suyu realized that it would not take long for this scene to happen. Most likely it was recently, because, on the body, the corpse was wearing the exact same clothes as he was now. This made Suyu even more puzzled. With Su Jiugu protecting me, who dares to kill me? Who can kill me? Since I saw it, then perhaps this scene won't happen in the future? Suyu muttered, contemplating for a long time. Suyu did not figure it out. Things that are tied to time are the hardest to figure out. It can only be put aside for the time being. Look to the system panel. Name, Suyu. Cultivation level, first level of spirit opening realm. Physique, Taishu sword body. Taibai Big Dipper body. Age reverse wheel body, uninherited. Innate avatar, Taishu sword intent innate Gungjin chi. Villain value, 155,000. Phew. Suyu exhaled a long breath of turbid air, and the haze in his eyes was swept away. After stepping into the spirit opening realm, the world around them seemed to be much clearer. Suyu could even see the aura and various elements swimming in the air. This feeling of constantly increasing strength was simply soothing to the extreme. Right at this moment, Suyu's eyes suddenly narrowed. Detected the appearance of a great fortune maker in the host's surroundings. Name, Red Lotus. Cultivation, great perfection of the Divine Mansion realm. Physique, Karma Fire Red Lotus body. Remarks, the vice patriarch of the alchemy heavenly demon sect in the upper realm fled to the lower realm after the destruction of the sect, and was later chosen by the will of heaven to become the heavenly destiny after the death of the heavenly destiny's daughter, Liu Xueyan. In this realm, looking at the system prompt that appeared in the party, the corner of Suyu's mouth sketched out an arc. He was worried about where to find a great chi luck person to harvest the villain value, but he didn't expect to send up a ready-made one. What are you staring at me for? Red Lotus was a bit furious by Suyu's look and asked vigilantly. Perhaps with the added weight of her identity as the daughter of heaven's destiny, she wasn't as lowly as she was before, and her tone had a few hints of questioning in it. Oh, Suyu smiled faintly, but his gaze did not move away. At this time, Holian was clad in a red neon dress. Her skin was snowy, her beautiful eyes were glowing, and her figure was exquisite, floating and convex, very moving. After being suppressed by Su Jiugu, his eyebrows were even more filled with a flavor of pity that made people want to take it into their arms and love it. It's just a pity that whatever she is charismatic, she is just a walking villain value in Suyu's eyes. On your knees, Suyu coldly said. On what grounds? Red Lotus eyes flashed, and she actually asked a rhetorical question. She was bottoming out at the moment. Daughters of Heaven's destiny had their own great fortune added to them, and as long as they had enough fortune, they were almost impossible to be killed. This was her strength, and she was sure she would be able to turn her life around. So why suffer this humiliation if you can't die? Suyu, just an ant that had only entered the spirit opening realm. What qualifications did he have to make her? This demon goddess. Kneel down? Suyu's face was calm and he made a look towards Su Jiugu. Su Jiugu willed it and released his aura like a heavenly collapse. On your knees. Su Jiugu shouted harshly, and his majestic voice resounded, shaking the entire heaven and earth, forcibly forcing the daughter of heaven's destiny to kneel. Villain value plus 5,000. The same two words, but this time, they caused Red Lotus to change color abruptly. Her legs buckled violently and she was about to fall to her knees. However, just at this moment, a faint red aura suddenly filled her body. For a moment, he actually forced himself to stand up again against Su Jiuji's eyes. Karma Fire Red Lotus body? Something, but not much of anything. Su Jiugu clasped his hands on his chest and tapped his fingers on his shoulders, smiling and not laughing. A mere saint body, is that what you're relying on? Boom! The next moment, a heavy pressure several times stronger than the parties descended. Click here. The sound of interlocking bones and knuckles continuously came from within Red Lotus' body, and the powerful aura of the Great Sage Realm crushed her body in excruciating pain. A trace of crimson dipped out, coloring her red dress more and more demonic. But even so, Red Lotus still clenched her teeth and stubbornly resisted. Want my father to kneel you? Are you worthy? This father has been traveling across the heavens for thousands of years. What are you? It's okay to kill, but it's impossible to insult my father. She raised her head high and proud, her face all stubborn. Good. Very good. Su Jiuji's eyes were slightly cold. If you want to die, then I'll fulfill you. Rumble. Su Jiugu slapped out a palm, and the terrifying palm wind blew and blew Red Lotus's dress fluttered and her hair danced. A strong odor of death came over the room. Alarm bells went off in Red Lotus' mind. If this palm hit solidly, she would definitely die. How is that possible? Aren't I a great Qigong master? How could? Red Lotus panicked. In theory, wouldn't those with great Qi luck always turn misfortune into good fortune, getting stronger the more they suffered setbacks? How is it that there is something wrong with what you are experiencing? Sister Jiugu, don't make a move yet. I have a great use for keeping her. Just as Red Lotus was terrified, Su Yu's voice leisurely sounded. Red Lotus' heart was so relieved that her legs went limp and she sat down on the ground. But even so, she had not looked at Su Yu squarely for a moment. Die. Don't think that will make my father yield. Su Jiuji's eyebrows knitted tightly as she looked at Su Yu with some confusion. Although this woman is absolutely stunning, but with the young master's status, as long as you ask, I guarantee that I can find you a batch of them every day without any overlap. You might as well give her death for such an ungrateful woman. Ahem. Su coughed awkwardly. The use I'm talking about isn't that. Waving his hand, he took large strides in front of Red Lotus and slowly said, I'll give you a chance to chop a sword at me. If I can't catch it, then you'll be free. Take my sword? You? With you? At those words, Red Lotus' petite body trembled lightly. Her eyes filled with disbelief. This asshole. He really thinks he's a loser. A mere open spirit realm. To think that he could catch a sword from himself. A divine mansion realm? This guy's not crazy, is he? Hubris. Simply conceited to the core. You didn't think that after counting on Lu Tianyuan once with your treasures, you would be able to fight against the divine mansion exalted one head-on, did you? Red Lotus snorted. Although she was defenseless in front of Su Jiugu, but Su Yu Red Lotus only wanted to say that if he really wanted to do it, he could kill him countless times by blowing his breath casually, so why would he need to use a sword? What? Don't dare? Su Yu's smile did not diminish. The way to live is right in front of you. Are you sure you don't want to grab it? You! Red Lotus was so angry that her pretty face was scarlet, and she couldn't wait to tear apart Su Yu's beaten face. Eventually, defeated, he gritted his teeth and said, yes, she wanted to see what this asshole was capable of. Kid, you'll regret this. As the words fell, she took out a crimson sword from her storage ring. Buzz! The precious sword was sheathed, and a blazing sword chi immediately broke through the clouds, emitting a terrifying aura that scorched everything. This precious sword, which was obtained by Red Lotus after a lot of hard work, was a half-step saint weapon. After thousands of years of containment, Red Lotus thought that it was not inferior to a holy weapon. Seeing this, Su Jiugu frowned repeatedly. Young lord, are you sure you want to do this? Sure. Su Yu's eyes flashed and he nodded without any concern. This sword was not the one predicted in the Destruction Luck Atlas. That is to say, this sword can catch. Right. I have to add one more condition. Su Yu added. Red Lotus sneered. If you're afraid, just say so. Su Yu didn't care about her sneer. Standing with his hands behind his back, he said indifferently, if I can't catch the sword, you will be able to regain your freedom. But if I take a sword, you will submit to me for 10 years. How about that? Why didn't you just say so? Red Lotus' pretty face was instantly gloomy. Su Yu snorted. Even a pig should know that there is no such thing as a free lunch under the sky. Red Lotus just wanted to break out in curses. But then she was concerned about Su Jiugu on the side. And in the end, she just gritted her teeth and nodded her head. Good. I promise. But you can't use those weird treasures. You can only rely on yourself to receive my sword. Su Yu nodded directly. No problem. Young lord. You. Su Jiugu wanted to say something else, but was stopped by a look from Su Yu. Ha! Red Lotus coldly glared at Su Yu. I'd like to see what you're going to block this sword with. After saying that, she drew her sword straight away, not giving Su Yu the slightest chance to prepare. Karmic fire ignites the sky. She roared and swung her sword out. Hula hula. The temperature in the air soared, scorching the void, vaguely with crimson awns blossoming. The entire dome of the sky is gorgeous as burning clouds. This was the superimposed hair of Red Lotus Saint Body's might plus the sword technique. It was the strongest move right out of the gate. Even an ordinary saint would have to be on guard and would not dare to be arrogant. Young lord. Su Jiuji's eyes were filled with worry. She was already prepared that if Su Yu could not catch the sword, then she would forcefully intervene. What's the big deal about forcibly suppressing the Red Lotus? A twisted melon isn't sweet, but it quenches the thirst. However, the next scene made Su Jiuge not even calm down. Chapter 20 Devil's father was played to cry. Chopping grass without removing roots? Not only did Su Yu not dodge, he instead rose to the challenge and went straight for that monstrous karmic fire. His speed was extremely fast, and in an instant, he rushed to the front of the karma fire, and his right fist smashed out blatantly. Boo! This punch, colliding with the karmic fire, blinding flames exploded, setting off violent ripples, like angry waves, churning endlessly. Red Lotus' beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. This can't be right. Her voice was shaking. Karma fire, one of the strongest flames in the world. And her prison break sword technique was a unique existence in the Divine Mansion realm. When the two are added together, their power is more than doubled. But at this moment, that seemingly frail teenager had blocked her attack alive? Rumble. Red Lotus only felt as if she had heard a thunderclap. Immediately afterward, the void collapsed steeply. The endless karmic flames and sword chi were all reduced to nothingness, swallowed up by the darkness that had suddenly appeared. How's that for convincing this time? So you spread his hands wide and laughed. Destiny's daughter Red Lotus Taoist heart collapses. Villain value plus 10. 000. Red Lotus trembled, and the long sword came off in her hand. And then the whole thing collapsed to the ground. Disoriented. Lost. The other party had taken her sword head-on with her open spirit realm cultivation. There was no trickery or use of any treasures. It's just so plain and simple to do. This was a fatal blow to her Dao heart. You know, she's an upper realm demon lord. This teenager in front of him. Even if his background was more heaven-defying and his talent was more demonic, he was only at the spirit-opening realm. This is what you can do before you even grow up. Red Lotus didn't dare to imagine that if Su Yu also stepped into the Divine Mansion realm, he was afraid that he wouldn't even be counted as an ant in front of him. Su Yu withdrew his palm and glanced at the Red Lotus who had fallen to the ground, and did not rush forward. Instead, he stood still and slowly closed his eyes. A sword from the Divine Mansion realm was not that easy to receive. As the inner vision opens, Su Yu saw that his inner world was now filled with infinite blazing fire. Among them, there were also countless sword chi strewn about. The entire world within was like a purgatory to destroy everything. However, no matter how much these sword chi washed over them, they were never able to damage this inner world in the slightest. And as time passed, this inner world, as if it was absorbing the power of these karmic flames, was gradually becoming more and more solid. Su Yu nodded his head slightly and a smile was drawn on the corner of his mouth. As expected of an upper realm demon sovereign, this sword is indeed strong enough. Almost. Just a little bit. The might of this sword would exceed the limit of what the inner world could hold. But fortunately, as long as the inner world didn't collapse, then the karma fire and sword chi would continue to be weakened and be used as nourishment to be absorbed by the inner world. The corners of Su Yu's mouth rose. This was the power of the Taishu ancient scripture after initiation. Facing Red Lotus's sword, Su Yu did not use any feats or battle techniques. He simply opened a corner of his inner world and then took the sword into it. Of course, it's taking the easy way out. If Red Lotus didn't use this kind of wide-range long-distance attack, Su Yu really couldn't do her. After all he could do was just place the entrance to the inner world in front of his body. If Red Lotus directly got close and circled around to the back to launch a sneak attack, Su Yu would definitely die. However, even so, the record was appalling enough for the spirit-opening realm to take a Divine Mansion sword head-on and hard. Even in the upper realm, it was a level that would be treated as a fantasy. Young lord, is everything alright? Su Jiuge quickly noticed Su Yu's abnormality and rushed forward to inquire. At the same time, another pile of heavenly materials appeared in her arms, ready to be fed at any time. Don't worry Sister Jiuge, I'm fine. Su Yu hurriedly waved his hand. The medicinal power of the last time had not even been digested, now being fed that once more. I am afraid that the foundation will be unstable. Rejecting Su Jiuge's feeding roar, Su Yu turned his head to look at Red Lotus who was frozen on the ground. What? No call to kneel down master? Holian's face was pale, her shell teeth biting her red lips. Her pretty face was filled with complications and struggles. In the end, she sighed and slowly bent down, kneeling at Suyu's feet. Red Lotus, pay respects to master. Willing to bet. As a generation of demonic daughters, she could still afford to lose. Hold back. Hold back. Red Lotus repeated over and over in her mind. Anyway, it's only as a maid, not as a bedwarmer. As long as he persisted for a while longer, when his great chi luck gradually took effect, there would definitely be a day when he would trample this nasty fellow under his feet. Just wait, as long as one breaks through to become a saint. So what if the other party has a heavenly background? A picture emerged in Red Lotus's mind of the noble and cold woman wearing a phoenix robe, standing under the stars and looking down on Suyu. With a breakthrough, any problem is solved. You change your clothes first. Just at this time, Suyu suddenly said. Sujogo casually threw a set of robes in front of Red Lotus. Red Lotus froze, and then followed Suyu's gaze and looked down, and was instantly so ashamed and angry that she could not wait to find a crack in the ground, only to see his chest shirt messy, snow-white skin half hidden. Very tempting. Just now, because of chopping out that sword, the dress was torn by the aftermath, and the spring light on her chest was leaked. What are you doing? Why don't you get changed? Suyu frowned and urged. Oh, Red Lotus lightly responded. Her cheeks flushed, and she hurriedly left with her head lowered. Stop. Change right here. Suyu called out to her. Asshole. Red Lotus viciously cut Suyu with a glance, her eyes filled with shame and anger. Forcing the daughter of heaven's destiny to change her clothes in front of you. Villain value plus 20. 000. Oh, you're really not serious. Just changing your clothes, and you're giving me so much luck? But, I like it. The words of the young lord are the order of heaven. How dare you disobey? Seeing that Red Lotus was slow to act, Sujogo was extremely dissatisfied and raised her hand to condense her spiritual energy into a whip and lashed out. Snap! Red Lotus's right buttock was instantly skinned open, flogging the daughter of destiny, destroying her self-esteem. Villain value plus 20. 000. Ah! Red Lotus cried out miserably, her delicate body trembling violently. Still not doing it? Sujogo coldly snorted. Red Lotus had tears in her eyes and cursed Suyu 10,000 times in her heart. Still, Naija just had to crouch down and start undressing. Forget it. Since they have all decided to hold back, they will have to hold back once and for all. Soon, a delicate torso was presented in front of Suyu. Suyu's eyes were not slanted, and there were no waves in his heart. Seeing him in this state, for some reason, Red Lotus was inexplicably a little lost. Soon, Red Lotus was fully dressed and stood beside Suyu. There was still an unbroken blush on her face. Lesser Lord, Red Lotus called out in a small voice. Suyu looked at her and nodded with satisfaction. And then, the three of them walked out of the Liu family's ancestral land together and flew towards the Su family's location. But it was not long after Suyu's trio left. Inside the Willow family's attic, a bedpan was suddenly lifted. A small figure crept out of it. The figure was about 7 or 8 years old, and there were still traces of undried tears on his face. He looked like he had been crying for a long time, a pair of starry eyes filled with hatred. The Su family's hatred of extermination is not shared. The child took one step and turned back 3 times, leaving from the Liu family with immense reluctance. Only, he had never realized from the beginning that a Su character at the back of his neck was shining. Chapter 21. Su Mao's great sword does not cut off the old and the young. But unfortunately, Su Mao never uses the sword. The middle of nowhere. A child struggles to walk in the wilderness. The wilderness at night is full of crises, and the slightest mistake can lead to death. But Liu Yun didn't give up. He tried to avoid the crisis. Even if he ate weeds, he tried his best to survive. Hatred sustained him. He swore that when he grew up in the future, he would definitely avenge the destruction of this family. A great disaster is a great blessing. That's what it says in the talking books. Those bad guys are bound to be killed by me, Liu Yun muttered under his breath. Only, he didn't notice the sky. 3 people were watching him the whole time. So you quietly watched this scene with a slight frown. The only survivor after the destruction of the family, plus me as the big villain watching over me. Shouldn't this kind of opening be standard for a son of Qi? That's right. So you intentionally spared this child to try to see if he could artificially create a son of fortune. After all, such a scarce resource as a son of Qi was still too few, and kill one for less. It's too hard to get villain values and extreme physiques in bulk. The heavenly Dao seemed to have its own criteria for judging the sons of Qi in the first place when it chose them. So much caution in dealing with a child. Red Lotus stood by and couldn't help but spit out a comment. That Liu Yun still thought that he had escaped from life. But he didn't know that his body had already been marked by Suyu several times. Such a cautious style was simply more frightening than she. A demon duke. Red Lotus couldn't help but shiver. The feeling of being an enemy of Suyu was so damn bad. After a moment of silence, Suyu's figure flashed and appeared directly in front of Liu Yun. The sudden appearance of the figure caused Liu Yun to nearly fall over in fright, and the fear that followed him instantly consumed him. Liu Yun raised her eyes and looked at Suyu in horror. Bad man, you devil, what do you want to do? Help, somebody help me. Suyu was expressionless and merged his fingers into a sword. Since it was impossible to manually create a son of Qi, it would be better to just kill it. Save yourself from problems later. Although he was not afraid of retaliation, the Qingqing Su family was afraid. In case something happens to the Su family in the future, wouldn't it be like lifting a rock and stoning your own feet? Just as Suyu drew his sword, 3 cultivators wearing Daoist robes suddenly appeared from nowhere. 2 men and a woman, all in one piece. It should be a cultivator from a nearby clan who came down to the mountains to practice. Tai, what are you trying to do, you devil? He's just a kid. That's right. How can you be so cruel as to kill a child? Liu Yun looked at the trio that suddenly appeared and hurriedly jumped behind them, crying and shouting at the same time. Big brother and big sister, please protect me, okay? Woo. This voice sounded aggrieved to the extreme, as if it had suffered much suffering, as if Suyu was a 10 evil sinners who wanted to break him into pieces. Kid, don't be afraid. With us here, he can't hurt you. That's right. Stay at ease and leave anything to us. After saying that, they turned to Suyu. Devil, you mutilated mortals. We have to cut you down here today. Humph, evil people like you, everyone will be punished. You suffer death. The 3 cultivators shouted angrily. What are you talking about? Mr. Su's great sword never beheads young or old. Suyu bashfully swept a glance at the several people, not panicking in the slightest. The 3 of them sniffed and were suddenly a bit puzzled. In that case, you are. Unfortunately, Mr. Su never uses a sword. With that, he flicked his finger. Swish, an invisible sword chi cut through. Retreat. A cultivator's face changed drastically as he hurriedly warned. Only, it was too late. Thumbs up. The void sword chi instantly decimated 4 people, and blood flowed all over the place. Ding. Congratulations to the host for killing the quasi-son of Qi, Liu Yun, and obtaining a villain value of 10,000. Oh, Suyu's eyes flashed. It seems like artificial sons of Qi are really feasible? Looking at the 2 cut-off willow clouds on the ground, Suyu nodded slightly. He had the right vision. Just a little too eager. If he had waited a few more days, maybe this kid would have really become a son of Qi. Then again, if I didn't intervene, this Liu Yun would have been picked up by these 3 cultivators and started on the path of cultivation, right? Suyu seemed to have comprehended something, and the corners of his mouth sketched out a smile. Next time, when he met a similar situation, he would definitely be able to manually create a son of Qi. On the side, Red Lotus couldn't help but shrink her neck as she looked at Suyu's terrifying expression. Why do I feel that this guy is getting more and more terrifying? Su Jogo looked at the bloody scene in front of him, but secretly nodded his head. The young master really has a superior mind. Just left this son behind and didn't kill him. Is it because he wants to use him as a bait to lure out the other potential enemies in one fell swoop? As expected of a young lord, Suyumetsu Joji's adoring gaze and coughed with some embarrassment, but didn't explain. Soon, the 3 of them set off once again, returning to the Su family. This little episode with Liu Yun didn't delay much. Before dawn, the 3 of them had already returned to the Su mansion. Su Hansan was gathering the Su family's war power at this moment. At this moment, seeing the return of Suyu's 3 people, his expression was slightly surprised. How long has it been? The Ryu family is so big, and it's gone? Pops, the Liu family has been destroyed. Suyu arched his hand and said. Su Hansan took a deep breath, suppressed his inner excitement and inquired, is it clean? This kind of time can never be a woman's benevolence, even if it is women, children, old and young, but also to ensure that one does not stay. Don't worry, Pops, it's guaranteed to be clean. Suyu laughed. Hearing Suyu say this, Su Hansan was then relieved. Hard work, Yu-chan. And this is? Su Hansan looked at Red Lotus and asked. Newly acquired maid of honor. Suyu responded casually. Not bad, but it doesn't look too honest. How about planting some restraints? There have been quite a few. That's good. That's a family of nobodies. Listening to the conversation between father and son, Red Lotus silently lowered her head. She felt that if she was fortunate enough to get out of Suyu's clutches, then she would definitely change her honorific name. And from then on, her name would be Saint Zun, and she would no longer say that she was a demon Zun. Destiny's daughter Red Lotus casts a psychological shadow on the host. Villain value plus 10,000. Suyu glanced at Red Lotus with a playful expression. I thought how ruthless this demon lord was, but now it seems to be just like that? After entering the Su mansion, Suyu returned to his residence. Sitting cross-legged on top of the bed, He silently adjusted his internal breath. After the state was adjusted to its peak, Suyu then communicated with the system and slowly said, Unity Son, start inheriting the age reversal wheel body. Ding! Age reversal wheel body begins inheritance. Chapter 22 will be on your doorstep in a few minutes. Buzz! Suyu was shaken, only to feel a flash door opening in his mind. Endless years of breath came to the surface. At this moment, it was as if he was thrown into the middle of the river of years, peering into the past and future. Is this the age reverse wheel body? As his mind raced, countless images surfaced before his eyes, spinning rapidly like a walking lantern. The age reversal wheel body, also known as the longevity body. Those who possessed such a physique could almost transcend the river of time and live forever. However, the only drawback of this physique was that it did not have any other bonuses besides longevity. As a result, most of the people who possessed the age reversal wheel body could only suffer for 10,000 years before they had the power to defend themselves. Of course, for Suyu, this was not a problem at all. With the power of time in the age reversal wheel body, it's just right to help me cultivate the Taishu ancient scripture and perfect the world within. I don't know how long it's been. Boom! A terrifying aura abruptly erupted from Suyu's body and rose to the sky. In an instant, the winds and clouds in a radius of 10,000 miles changed color. Dark clouds shrouded the void, and thunder rolled and roared. Click! A thunderclap pierced the sky. Instantly, the entire powerhouses within the Xanqing realm seemed to sense something, and they all cast their gazes in the direction of the eastern wasteland domain. Su Jiugu, who was located close by, was even more shocked as her eyes glowed. Another supreme-grade physique. Just how many other secrets does the young lord have that I don't know about? Is this the Su family's clan rule that has lasted for billions of years? There really is a reason for its existence. Contrary to Su Jiuji's ecstasy, Red Lotus was full of pain at the moment. Originally, this guy Suyu was demonic. Now that she had awakened a supreme-grade physique, would she really be able to get out of her predicament in her lifetime? Inside the room, Suyu's breath gradually stabilized. Name, Suyu. Cultivation level, first level of spirit opening realm. Physique, Taishu sword body. Taibai Big Dipper body. Age reverse wheel body. Innate avatar, Taishu sword intent. Innate Gengjin chi, long life vision. Villain value, 210,000. Sensing faintly, the age reversal wheel body had only just stabilized, and had actually allowed himself to gain an additional 100,000 years of life. 100,000 years. How strong would this be if it was all used to use the void-breaking desperate beheading? Suyu suddenly thought. However, he was only thinking about it. In the entire Xanqing realm, I'm afraid that there isn't a single enemy who could have this honor. One must know that even if one achieved the Great Sage realm, their lifespan was only just 100,000 years. Taking that much lifespan to chop a sword was extravagant to the extreme. Unless he was forced into a truly desperate situation, it was impossible for Suyu to do so. But nowadays, it doesn't seem like anyone can push him to that extent. Ding! Detected that the host possesses both the Taishu sword body and the age reversal wheel body. Does he spend 1 million villainous values for the body fusion? Oh, Suyu froze. Between supreme physiques, it was even possible to fuse them? That surprised him a bit. Could it be that there was a higher level of physique above the supreme grade physique? Suyu took a deep breath and his eyes moved slightly. It seems that one's chances in this Xanqing realm have only just begun. Regarding the upper realm, Suyu did not know much. However, it was also known that it was a great world where there were as many heavenly prides and demons as dogs, and where supreme powerhouses were everywhere. Wanting to suppress all the heavens' pride of the same generation, perhaps this was the opportunity. What kind of physique would emerge from the fusion of the Taishu sword body, which represents space, and the age reverse wheel body, which symbolizes time? Suyu was looking forward to it. However, at the moment, his villain value was still far from 1 million. A full 800,000 villain values or so away. It's still early for the inheritance land to open, as the mysterious man said. So it seems that if you want to find more great Chiluckers, you can only cast a wide net. After thinking for a moment, Suyu shook his head, walked out the door, and popped Red Lotus in the head. Humiliate the daughter of heaven's destiny. Red Lotus. Villain value plus 3,000. Red Lotus? You're human? The next day, as soon as Suyu woke up, he saw that Su Hansan was gathering the Su family on the martial arts field. Gentlemen, the moment of reckoning has arrived. Su Hansan indifferently scanned the crowd. The Liu family bullied my Su family, so yesterday the Liu family was destroyed. The rest of the families in Xinjiang, in the face of a great calamity, not only do they not remember old friendships, but instead, one by one, they fall on their own sword. What do you say? What should be done? The Su family's crowd showed excitement. Kill! The crowd roared with fury. In that case, good. Today, my Su family will pay a visit to the door one by one. Just as Su Hanshan was about to lead his team to find trouble, Su Yu waved his hand, and a large number of spirit weapons flew out and hovered in midair. Pops, how can you go out on an errand and not bring your gadgets? He grinned, revealing snow-white teeth. The crowd was dumbfounded. So many spirit weapons? Is young master trying to unify Qingcheng? Kinda had them guessing. Immediately following, Su Yu said, Pops, since this Lord of Qingcheng is virtually non-existent, I think you can completely act for heaven and take his place. Su Kanshan, other SU children. What the? They had only wanted to go to all the major families in Qingcheng to extort some favors. But now, it seems like things are a little off? Don't worry, young master, with you personally leading the army, we'll definitely be able to win a victory, push across all enemies, and beat the crap out of them. Someone in the crowd shouted, Kill, unify Qingcheng and change the sky. The Su family's crowd was so demoralized that they wailed. In the meantime, inside the city lord's mansion, in the verdant stone-paved courtyard, the city lord of Qingcheng, Yi Nanshan, was smiling with a frown on his face, sipping fragrant tea while playing a game with someone. Opposite him, a white-clothed young man with sword brows and starry eyes and a handsome face sat on top of a stone chair. This person's name was Xiao Xian. It is the pride of the outer realm, traveling here, at just 30 years old. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the spirit-opening realm. This time, it was in search of a breakthrough to ask for a chance to come to the Eastern Wasteland domain to look for a chance. City Mistress Ye's superb chess skills and strength are admirable to Xiao. Xiao Xian lightly laughed. Yi Nanshan waved his hand and smiled faintly. It's just a little carving skill. Xiao Xian paused slightly and suddenly said, What exactly was the reason for the Xian Heavenly Clan's arrival yesterday? Yi Nanshan had a disinterested look on his face. Whatever. It has nothing to do with me anyway. You are quite dashing. Ha ha ha. Those clans within the city are so used to living a good life that they still have to be knocked around once in a while. The two of them continued to play against each other. And on the side stood several beautiful women and beautiful maidservants serving the two of them, which was quite pleasing to the eyes. City Lord, it's not good. Suddenly, a guard stumbled in, his face pale. What's the panic for? Yi Nanshan coldly shouted, his tone quite harsh. City Lord Yi, something big has happened. The guards were breathing heavily and sweating profusely. Slow down. What's the big deal? Last night, the Su family led an attack on the Liu and Zhou families. Attack? Dead people? Yi Nanshan frowned. If it was an ordinary conflict, he would just turn a blind eye. But if it became too much of a big deal, it wouldn't be good for him to stay in the city lord's mansion all the time. The guards were sweating profusely. To be precise, extermination. Those two great clans, they were directly exterminated by the Su family with their people. Before the guard's words fell, Yi Nanshan raised his head violently, his gaze chilling. What did you say? How dare the Su family be so arrogant? Isn't this provoking me? Su family, what a big nerve! He burst into a rage. I'll lead the way. Brother Yi wait. Xiao Xian, however, suddenly blocked Yi Nanshan. For some reason, he had a bad feeling about this. Xian nephew Xiao, you must not intervene in this matter. The district Su family is simply not worth Xian nephew Zhao's efforts. Yi Nanshan waved his hand. Just, not waiting for him to bring people to trouble the Su family. Su Yu, however, had arrived first. Boom! The sword arrives before the person arrives. An invisible sword chi broke through the gate of the city lord's mansion and chopped into it like a cracker. Everything along the way was split in half by this sword. The power of a sword was terrifying. Chapter 23. Never heard such an outrageous request in my life. What's the situation? Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Where is the little thief who dares to invade the city lord's mansion? Don't you want to die? Inside the city lord's mansion, it was a mess. The various powerful people of Qingcheng were in mourning, frightened by this sudden sword. They were originally still warbling and partying, and some of them were still planning to meet that guest from the outer realm, Xiao Xian. But now, they were all down and bleeding. What a nerve! A figure appeared above the great hall. Yi Nanshan looked at the scene in front of him and was furious. Yo, isn't this city lord Yi so wasted after not seeing you for a few days? Su Yu stood outside the city lord's mansion and symbolically knocked on the half door. This action saw Yi Nanshan's forehead veins jumping, and he simply wanted to cut him with his sword. Su Yu frowned. What? It seems like city lord Yi is not welcoming us? As the words fell, Su Yu coldly swept his eyes over the surroundings. It's a luxury lodge on over 10,000 acres of land. The wigwams, ponds, and pavilions were all there, lavish to the extreme. Only, these things come from exploiting the families and people in the city. But the person in power who took so many favors did nothing when the Su family was decimated. Even if he had symbolically come and asked once at that time, Su Yu would not have gone on such a journey. At those words, Yi Nanshan's brows jumped as he forced out a smile and said, "No, no matter. The city lord's mansion naturally welcomes the Su family's visit." Looking at Su Jiuge behind Su Yu, Yi Nanshan's heart rang with alarms, and he had planned to question a couple of times. With this upper realm demon father backing them up, the Su family is considered to be a villain. However, Yi Nanshan didn't put it too much in his heart. Although the upper realm demon lord was powerful, he was not without a backer behind him. Thinking of this, Yi Nanshan coldly grunted. As the saying goes, there are people outside of people, and there are heavens outside of heavens. There are some people who, while they currently appear to be in charge of everything, are actually what? Su Yu blinked his eyes as he stepped into the city lord's mansion and collapsed the threshold with a foot in passing. There was a click and crash. The gate of the city lord's mansion, which had stood for hundreds of years, collapsed with a sound. I should say this. You guys are the ones who don't know what it means to be outside of people and outside of the sky. Boom! A berserk vast aura surged out. The complexes that had already been damaged by the sword collapsed. Wails resounded around them once again. Seeing this scene, Yi Nanshan was completely taut. He knew that the Su family was here to cause trouble today. In theory, the Xintian sect had entered the city to infringe on the Su family, and as the city lord, he should have stopped it. The least you can do is try to step in and reconcile it. However, at that time, Yi Nantian did not place a small Su family in his heart. He concluded that the Su family would be destroyed, so there was no need to make a move. Only, things went far beyond his expectations. The Su family is not only not overthrown, but on the contrary, it has the momentum to take off. Now, the other side is coming on the offense. Yi Nanshan, I'm asking you. Su Hanshan walked up, stepping on the glazed tiles on the ground, and coldly said, my Su family's tribute on weekdays can be less? For you not showing up when my Su family was in trouble in the first place? Yi Nanshan's mouth twitched. This, Su family master misunderstood. I did not discover that the Xintian sect's people had entered Qingqing at that time. Yi Nanshan sheepishly lowered his head and continued his sophistry. Alas, it is all because the men are too negligent. I'll tell you what. I'll punish myself with 3 drinks and let's just forget about it, okay? Saying that, Yi Nanshan smiled and raised his wineglass with an indifferent face. Su Hanshan's face became even colder as he said word for word. Yi Nantian, you don't think that my Su family is here today just to scold you a few times, do you? Just with the Dragonlight dynasty, you can't be protected. You're leaning on it. Not enough. At those words, Yi Nanshan finally couldn't hold back, violently ejecting from his chair and glaring viciously at Su Hanshan. District pariahs, what do you know? He pointed at Su Jiuge with one hand and let out a cold laugh. Your Su family's reliance is this demon lord from the upper realm, right? Ha! Saying that, Yi Nanshan's chin was slightly raised, full of pride. Then I will say that the name of the Dragonlight Imperial Dynasty in the upper realm is the Qiankuan Dragon Kingdom. So how are you going to deal with that? Qiankuan Dragon Kingdom? Su Jiuge was puzzled. That's right, Yi Nanshan said proudly. My Dragonlight Imperial Dynasty is one of the branches of the Qiankuan Dragon Kingdom in the upper realm. And since you're from the upper realm, you must have heard of the name of the Qiankuan Dragon Kingdom. I advise you to be sensible and not to spread your wildness within my city lord's mansion. Otherwise, none of you, the Su family, along with this demonic father from the upper realm, will escape death. Yi Nanshan swore with conviction, completely disregarding the Su family's crowd. As soon as Yi Nanshan finished his words, a clear and pleasant female voice came out. The Qiankuan Dragon Kingdom is so familiar. Red Lotus frowned in contemplation, and after a few moments, she suddenly said, isn't this the previously affiliated immortal kingdom of my heaven-refining demon sect? Saying that, Red Lotus held her forehead and rushed at Yi Nanshan helplessly. This kind of background of a small immortal country, how dare you take it out and say it? Although she also disliked Su Yu, she also recognized Su Yu's strength and background. Yi Nanshan's actions were just too ridiculous in her eyes. Little fairy kingdom? You have the guts to say that again. Yi Nanshan exploded as if he was a cat that had its tail stepped on. The Su family of the district. How dare you insult the Qiankuan Dragon Kingdom? That's the upper realm immortal kingdom. There are as many as 9 divine mansion realm exalted ones. And you only have 1 divine mansion. Red Lotus frowned slightly. Only 1 divine mansion? This guy wouldn't treat Su Jiuge as the divine mansion realm, would he? What a summer bug. Not to mention that she's not a divine mansion. Even if she's in the divine mansion realm, that's also divided into 3, 6, 9, and so on points. As far as the kind of weak divine mansions in the Qiankuan Dragon Kingdom are concerned, this father can kill a piece of them with a single sword. As the words fell, Red Lotus shook her head without speaking. She was afraid that if she talked to such fools again, she would pull down her own IQ. Hearing Red Lotus' words, Su Jiugu also seemed to be awakened. Oh, so it's that little immortal country. When I passed by back then, their royal lord even insisted on statuing me and gave me a gift. That's ridiculous. Is the Qianquan Dragon Kingdom something you can even presume to discuss? Yi Nanshan was furious. This group of people from the Su family dared to defy the Qianquan Dragon Kingdom. One must know that the Dragonline Imperial Dynasty had spent all these years trying to return to its roots and return to the Qianquan Dragon Kingdom. However, the upper realm Qianquan Dragon Kingdom couldn't even look at them. But now, that existence that was regarded as a supreme immortal kingdom by himself and the others was being insulted by the few people in front of him with the 3 words, Little Immortal Kingdom. It's an unforgivable sin. Gentlemen, I've memorized today's matter and will report it word for word to the upper realm when the time comes. I hope you won't regret it. After saying that, Yi Nanshan waved his big hand and gave an order to expel the guests. Mr. Yi has other honored guests today. All of you please go back. Upon hearing this, Su Hanshan looked odd. Please return? No need. After today, this place will belong to my Su family. Where do you want us to go back to? What? Yi Nanshan's heart thumped, looking at Su Hanshan with a face full of unbelief. You dare to rebel? Su Yu shook his head slightly. Pops, what's the point of wasting words with him? Just cut it down directly. As he spoke, Su Yu casually made a move. Buzz! The void instantly distorted and condensed into a pitch-black long sword that instantly appeared in his palm. I am the lord of a city in the Dragonlight Imperial Dynasty, ranked at the 6th rank. I am standing right here. Do you have the ability to kill me? Swish! With a flash of dark light, a head shot up into the sky. Su Yu pulled out his ears. I've never seen such an outrageous request in my life. Puff! Yi Nanshan's body fell to the ground. Blood flowed all over the place. Yi Nanshan's eyes were wide open. And to his death, he did not understand why this was the case. How could the Su family dare to kill him? Isn't he afraid of retaliation from the immortal kingdom of the upper realm? Stop! A belated soft drink sounded steeply. Immediately after, a man in a blue shirt leapt down from the roof and stood beside Yi Nanshan. His face was gloomy as he stared coldly at Su Yu. Brother Yi and I were having a good conversation, and you actually killed him? How can someone like City Lord Yi, who served his country and his people, die in vain? You guys, bully! The more Xiao Xian spoke, the more indignant he became. Over the years of traveling, Yi Nantian could be said to be one of the few friends he was able to make. But today, Yi Nantian was killed on the spot just because he didn't pay attention for a moment. How could he not be angry? I, Xiao Xian, am most righteous in this life. Brother Yi is such a righteous person, but he was killed by a curmudgeon like you. It's really intolerable. Since Brother Yi is dead, today, all of you stay. The words fell. Boom! The berserk aura swept out like a shocking wave. Xiao Xian's cultivation was extremely high, having reached the peak of the open spirit, and was only half a step away from the questioning realm. If he was able to break through, he would be creating the history of the Tsanqing realm, becoming the #1 heavenly pride in the ancient world. It's Lord Xiao Xian. We're saved. Inside the city lord's mansion, the crowd was filled with anticipation. At the same time, someone could no longer resist jumping out and cursing angrily. Su family's little boy, wait to die. Now kneel down for Lord Xiao Xian and then cut yourself in front of us, and perhaps we can still leave your body intact. Under the impact of Xiao Xian's all-consuming aura, Su Yu, however, had 2 glowing eyes and a wide smile. What a way to get here. I didn't expect to run into a son of Qi in a place like this. Chapter 24. Just this? Just, save me, Xiao Xian. Great, it's Mr. Xiao. We're saved. Mr. Xiao is a legendary figure with extremely mysterious origins, so I'm sure he can make the Su family throw in the towel, right? Inside the city lord's mansion, the senior members of the various families of Qingqing were eagerly waiting. The Su family even dared to kill the city lord, and if this Prince Xiao Xian could not save the day, then they would truly be dead. In the midst of countless gazes, Xiao Xian slowly stepped forward. His face was like a crown of jade, his eyebrows were like green diapers, and his gaze was like electricity, revealing a few transcendent colors. His hair was like an ink cloud, hanging down over his shoulders, and his sleeves were flowing, just like an exiled immortal. Slender figure, light steps, like flowing clouds in water, temperament-free and uninhibited, as if with its own style, so that the onlookers cannot help but be in awe. At this moment, Xiao Xian's gaze wandered over the trio of Su Yu and Su Jiugu and Red Lotus, his brows furrowed. Comparing backgrounds, I may not be as good as you, but Brother Ye's revenge. I, Xiao Xian, have a bad conscience if I don't avenge it. I see that you are also at the spirit opening realm. Why don't the 2 of us fight and split the winners and losers, and live or die by heaven? Don't worry, I'll suppress my realm to the 3rd level of the spirit opening realm and won't bully you. An indifferent voice spat out from Xiao Xian's mouth, and although the tone was calm, it contained an undeniable intent. Everyone's eyes lit up at the words. They had long heard rumors about this Duke Xiao Xian. This is a man who has not lost a single match since his debut, and is considered invincible in the same realm. And even the record of cross-border reverse logging is not small. I didn't realize there was actually a son of Qi hiding. Suyu raised the corner of his mouth, not too concerned about Xiao Xian's invitation to fight. At this moment, all of his attention was drawn to the system prompt that had just appeared. Detected the appearance of a great fortune maker in the host's surroundings. Name, Xiao Xian. Cultivation, half-step questioning realm. Physique, clear wind and bright moon body, sacred body. Remarks, the origin is ordinary, but accidentally awakened the legendary holy body. From then on the road of cultivation. Throughout the trials and tribulations, but repeatedly won strange encounters. Cultivation by leaps and bounds. In an accident, he got the inheritance from the ancient times and worshipped the ancient saint, opening the road to change his destiny against heaven. Hint, this son of fortune has strong fortune. Please be careful in dealing with the host. The chi is strong. Which means, is a fat sheep? After reading the system information, Suyu's eyes suddenly lit up. This guy, he was not at all on the same level as the previous Liu Xueyan and Xian undefeated. It belonged to a son of Qi who had grown to a certain point. Gathering up the Qi value wouldn't be like the two before them, and it wouldn't be drained in a few moments. Suyu's face brightened up. Was worried about where to find the missing villain value for the fusion physique. Hey, boy, are you listening to me? Xiao Xian frowned slightly when he saw Suyu wandering off and coldly drank. In all these years, it was the first time someone had dared not to take him seriously. You want to challenge me? Suyu frowned in contemplation. A person with great chi like this shouldn't be hacked to death so easily, right? A challenge? No, I think you're misunderstanding something. Xiao Xian shook his head slightly. I just wanted to voice out a grievance for Brother Yi. It's too bad that Brother Yi is such a character and died just like that. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Suyu didn't hold back his laughter. Character? You say he is a character? Forget it, cut the crap. Since you want to seek abuse, I'll satisfy you. Suyu waved his hand, not bothering to continue wasting his words. This hypocrite can only be made to recognize reality with his fists. Xiao Xian's eyes narrowed. Before that, I have one condition. If you lose, you must kowtow 3 times to Brother Yi and apologize to him in front of all the people of the city, and then finally give Brother Yi a generous burial. Hearing Xiao Xian's words, the surrounding Qingcheng crowd were all moved. To be able to do this for City Lord Yi after just a one-sided relationship, this Mr. Xiao is truly righteous. What more can a man ask for when he has made friends like this? If City Lord Yi knows in his grave, he can also rest in peace, right? Suyu had an odd expression. Is this one? Or is it that big Qi people like? Are not very good in the head? Seeing that Xiao Xian was going to continue to say something, Suyu directly interrupted. Cut the crap and beat me before saying anything else. Very well, I hope you don't go back on your word. Xiao Xian's mouth held an icy arc. My realm is 6 weights higher than yours. I'll let you have 3 moves first. Strike. As he spoke, he pointed his toes, and his entire body leaped to the edge of the square like a dragonfly pointing at the water. With an air of confidence. Would it kill? Not to pretend? Suyu took a deep breath and forced himself to resist the urge to cut this guy with a sword. Seeing this scene, Red Lotus was all amused and couldn't help but laugh. Although it's not true that you have a few points of strength, but if you're so arrogant in front of him, I'm afraid you'll have to suffer. Xiao Xian smiled conceitedly. The girl is wrong. Just go with. Just. Save. Master save me. Chapter 25. Do me a favor and let him go. Miles and miles of sky were eclipsed. Immediately, the void continued to twist and distort, converging into a 10,000 meter giant sword. The giant sword in the void poured down like a heavenly avalanche, as if the entire world had trembled violently. What is this? This sword is so terrifying. Is he going to chop up the whole world? At this moment, everyone was stunned by the scene before them. They looked up at the terrifying light in the sky that could not be described in words, and a strong sense of shock surged in their hearts. As for Xiao Xian, who was underneath the giant sword, the impact he endured was even more violent. Master, ah! Xiao Xian suppressed the courage to swing his sword and just kept calling out in his heart. Suyu's sword had far exceeded his imagination. This kind of might, I'm afraid it's already touched the edge of the Avatar realm? Rumble. However, Suyu was as if he did not realize it and calmly pressed this sword down. As the sword slashed down, the already violently shaking earth instantly exploded into dense spiderweb cracks. Run for a dash. Inside the city lord's mansion, everyone's faces changed wildly and they fled like mad. Bang 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 bang. The entire city was actually as if it had been hit hard by a heavy hammer, and a dozen loud bangs resounded one after another. Everything went up in smoke, leaving only a mess. Huffing and puffing, huffing and puffing. In the ruins, Xueyan was limp on the ground. His clothes had long been soaked with sweat and blood, and he looked unusually weak. He was just half an inch away from death just now. If Xueyan had not desperately stimulated the great sage divine thought within his violet mansion at the last moment, I'm afraid that he would have already turned into flying ash by now. How is it possible that I, Xueyan, have never been in such a sorry state, since I have traveled across the world? Xueyan, the son of Qi Luck, has been seriously injured. Villain value plus 20,000. I can't believe you didn't die, but it's to be expected. The corner of Suyu's mouth slightly hooked. After all, this guy was an existence of strong qi. It was understandable that he didn't die that easily. It's good to squeeze more villain value out of it. In the next moment, Suyu's mind moved slightly, and the surrounding void trembled once again. Seeing this scene, Xueyan's eyelids jumped wildly. This sword just now. It's surprising that it's not even his limit. I thought that Suyu's opening gain was the peak, and he came up and moved to kill. But it seems, this kid merely swings his sword in an unusual way? No way. He must have cheated. Being at the same spirit opening realm as me, how can you have such strength? Xueyan's eyes were crimson, as if he were insane. At this moment, he no longer had the ease of just looking down on the world with a light and disdainful look. No way. Definitely can't lose to him. There is absolutely no way that one could be worse than any of them. In the next moment, a strong soul force suddenly appeared within Xueyan's body, continuously surging into his limbs and bones from the violet mansion. In a flash, a shadow emerged behind Xueyan's back. It was an old face that gave people an inexplicable sense of oppression just by gazing at it. That scent? Suyu's pupils shrunk and his sword-swinging motion stalled. Is this hiring outside help? His face clouded over. Indeed, he is a hypocrite, saying that he will fight me fairly, but now he is using this external force? Hearing Suyu's words, the madness under Xueyan's eyes intensified. Don't fall back on your words here. It is clearly you, the sinister villain, who cheated first. Otherwise how could you have almost killed me with a sword? Suyu froze for a moment. Me? Cheating? He really did not expect that Xueyan would actually be able to backtrack. Even if it's an unusual tripod realm, it's not like I, Xueyan, don't have the power to fight. Who believes you when you say you didn't resort to external forces? I'm fighting you now with the help of my master's divine thoughts, but I'm just trying to have a fair fight. At those words, the survivors around them crawled out from under the rubble with a dazed look on their faces. No wonder. I said, how could this Su family's youngest child suddenly be so powerful? So it was a sword chopped out with the help of an external force? Despicable. Simply too despicable. If it wasn't for Mr. Xueyan's quick reaction, I'm afraid that he would have died under that sword. I really don't know what kind of the Su family educates to actually be so unscrupulous. No wonder they can cultivate such an outlaw-minded person. Mr. Xiao deserves to be a model of righteousness, preferring to take the risk of catching this sword hard rather than bothering with a sneak attack. The surrounding crowd was pointing and all of them were showing their indignation. At this moment, Suyu, who had suffered 1,000 accusations, was not the least bit angry, but instead, he sized up Xueyan in front of him with interest. Originally, I wanted to try to see how much success you have as a great Chi-lucky person, but now since you said I'm resorting to external forces, I'm really borrowing it. Suyu completely stopped the spiritual energy running in his body and turned his head to look at Su Jiugu. Sister Jiugu, waste him. He sort of realized that you can't use conventional means when dealing with someone who has to be on the moral high ground at all times. Since you say I'm mean, I'll be really mean to you, as long as I have no morals. I'm not afraid of moral abduction. Yes, young lord. Su Jiugu nodded appreciatively. Suyu wasn't pedantic, which was a relief to her. You know, in this world, it's not just whoever is smart-mouthed that has the right of way. The real truth is always fought with fists. Immediately, Su Jiugu stepped forward and raised his hand to slap him. Pop! The crisp sound spread throughout the room and everyone was confused, only to see that Xueyan, who was still raging, was directly smacked into the ground by Su Jiugu. Living or dying, abolish the cultivation of the sons of Qi. Villain value plus 50,000. A mere remnant of a great saint dares to act recklessly in front of my young master? Xueyan's eyes were bared. His Dantian and Violet mansion, all of them burst into pieces under this slap. Years of cultivation, all lost in one day. Deceitful. It's just too much. Xueyan's gnashing voice came from the ground. 30 years east of the river. 30 years west of the river. If today's revenge is not avenged with blood, I, Xueyan, swear not to be a human being. As soon as the words left his mouth, Xian immediately activated his forbidden technique and fled into a line of blood toward the distance. Suyu raised his eyebrows. This guy's head is not sick. Actually dare to threaten me? He sneered. 30 years? You're afraid you can't wait that long. Boom! Su Jiugu moved. In just a split second, she shattered the void and crossed the endless distance to arrive in front of Xian. How can it be? This is the blood transformation and transportation to heaven technique taught by the master. How can it be? Once upon a time, it was not that Xian had not encountered a life and death crisis. Each time, he relied on the blood transformation and heavenly escape technique to escape. Unfortunately, this time he was facing Su Jiugu. She was a genuine great sage peak powerhouse, not to mention just the blood transformation and transportation to heaven technique. Even if it was even more heaven-defying, it would be useless. Boo! Blood sprayed and stained the sky. Xian was once again slapped into the ground. Only, this time there was no movement coming from it for a long time, as if it was already dead. Su Jiugu withdrew her hand, took out a handkerchief to wipe it, and slowly retreated behind Suyu. Xian still had one breath left in existence, but without Suyu's instructions, she stopped continuing to strike. Nice. Suyu smiled with satisfaction. This guy is disgusting, but he can blow up the villain value. Do you have any last words? Suyu slowly stepped and walked to Xian's side. Putting out harsh words and whatnot is exempt. I am not happy to hear it. At this moment, Xian's eyes were lightless as he stared blankly at the sky. A color of reminiscence appeared in his eyes, and he muttered under his breath. My senior sister is still waiting for me. I can't die. After a round of going through the motions, Xian's eyes actually burst out with a bright luster once again. Within that body that was originally drained of oil, there was actually another surge of power. Looking at this scene, Suyu was silent. It's ING classic, isn't it? Desperate times explode. Really, the protagonist template did not run. If it was anyone else in this realm who did what he did, I'm afraid that he would really be turned against the wind by this guy. Buzz. In the next moment, Xian suddenly got up. Only a breath, but all transformed. The tone of speech is not like young people, but there is a kind of belated sense. A few of you, let the people be spared. How about releasing this disciple of mine today for the sake of the old man? Chapter 26. If you're not decent, I'll help you be decent. I'm sorry, but your face may not work with me. Suyu stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently. Su Jiugu also took a slow step at this moment and came to stand behind Suyu. Upon hearing Suyu's words, the remnant soul of the Zoroastrian great sage within Xian's body, he was instantly annoyed, but he didn't lose his mind. He just said in a deep voice, Young man, I advise you to think clearly. You have such strength at a young age. It's not worth it to really fight with us to the death. After Zhuku said that, he gazed straight at Suyu, with a tendency to fight for his life at the drop of a hat. After all, he had been brilliant anyway. As a great saint, he was in charge of the 3,000 small worlds' karmic origins and destructions. Nowadays, even though he was fallen, his holy body broken and his holy soul tattered, he wasn't something that could be taken by anyone. Xian was his favored disciple. His talent was 1 in a million when looking at the upper realm, and the hope for the East Mountain to rise again rested on Xian. So how could he let others destroy him? Fish out of water? Su Jiugu frowned at his words. What kind of spring dream are you having? With this remnant of a great sage like you? How dare you say that you're going to die with my young master? Hearing Su Jiugu's chorus, a cold light flashed across Xian's eyes. He turned his head to look at Su Jiugu and laughed coldly. Where did this little girl come from to say such big words? Although old me is injured now, if I burn my divine soul at any cost, it's still as easy as a slap in the face if I want to kill you guys. Yes? Su Jiugu's words fell. Boom! Vast abyss-like pressure suddenly erupted from her, enveloping the entire heaven and earth in an instant. Feeling the strong aura that Su Jiugu exuded, everyone within the city lord's mansion fell to their knees without resistance, their faces filled with terror. On the other hand, an intense shock surged across Xian's face. This breath, this kind of might was so terrifying that even his great sage remnant soul became illusory. How did you? Are you also a great saint? The remnant soul of the Zuikaku great sage asked with difficulty. At first, he just thought that Su Jiugu had a saint realm cultivation, which made it slightly tricky. But now, great saint? Hearing the words great sage, even Red Lotus was taken aback. It's over. Red Lotus only felt that the future was gray. Originally, he had wanted to try to escape after breaking into the saint realm, but now it seems a bit naive. And something terrible suddenly occurred to Red Lotus. Even the great sage had to address Suyu as young lord. His true background is nothing short of terrifying. Great sage? The realm is just one of my least impressive identities. Su Jiugu indifferently shook her head and coldly laughed. I've already told you and the others that in front of my family's young master, you're simply not qualified enough to call the shots. You think you can threaten me with your crippled great sage laws and a wisp of your divine soul? Pust. With a single look, Xuekuk spat out blood and knelt on the ground, his face full of horror. Su Jiuji's eyes were like two bright stars, causing his heart to despair. Who exactly is this woman? I'm afraid that even in my heyday I wouldn't be a match for her. Zuzuku desperately tried to recall, but he just couldn't connect Su Jiugu with the great saint he knew. Heavy damage to the master of the Son of Qi. Xiao Xian. Villain value plus 5,000. Master. Xiao Xian opened his mouth trembling. At this moment, he finally realized that he and Suyu were like clouds in mud. The great sage master that he relied on was actually unbeatable in front of the other party. Moreover, this terrifying great saint on the opposite side was actually just a servant of the other party? What an exaggerated gap this is. An illusory figure slowly floated out from within Xiao Xian's body. As soon as Xueku appeared, he immediately fell to his knees. Seniors, as long as you spare this disciple of mine, I'll agree to any conditions. Promise anything? Aha! Suyu smiled faintly. You and your disciple. Only one can live today. Either you kill him or he kills you. Xuekoku's body stiffened at his words, and then he bitterly spoke. Can we change the conditions? Is it not because he doesn't want to die yet that he's still alive with only a wisp of his soul left? However, if he were to kill Xiao Xian, that would undoubtedly be breaking his own arm, and it would be almost impossible to return to the top. There is no discussion. If you are not decent, I will help you be decent. Suyu coldly said. Kindness to your enemy is cruelty to yourself. If he lost the battle instead. Suyu did not think that Xiao Xian would be kind enough to let himself go. Xiao Xian had a complicated look on his face as he glanced at Su Jiugu and then back at Xiao Xian. He understood that if one of him and Xiao Xian did not die today, this matter could not be settled. Master, master. Xiao Xian trembled and could not help but take half a step back. This scene caused a chill in Zuzuku's heart as he watched. This disciple of his own, who has been trained with all his heart and all his strength, is afraid? Xiao Xian, what are you afraid of? Are you thinking that master will kill you in order to stay alive? Xueku's eyes rounded and he roared out. There was no way he could take it. He had taught himself with everything he had. And in the end, this disciple didn't trust him? Master, you've already lived for so long and are only in the state of a remnant soul. Can't you fulfill your disciple? After saying that, Xiao Xian's face turned pale and he twisted his head away, not daring to meet Xueku's eyes. You! Seeing Xiao Xian in this state, Xueku was even more pained. Just as well, since it was master who nurtured you to this point, today should also be the time for you to return the favor to master. Saying that, Zuzuku slowly walked towards Xiao Xian. Sons of Qi turn against their master and disciple. Villain value plus 10,000. Master, don't! Looking at the Xueku, who kept approaching, Xiao Xian's face turned pale as he kept retreating. However, just as Xiao Xian was about to have his head crushed by Xueku with one hand, the change is steep. Let go of senior brother Xiao. A dainty cry rang out. Immediately following, an ancient chariot appeared in the void. A small and delicate silhouette leaped out from the chariot and blocked in front of Xiao Xian. Chapter 27. I'm on fire right now. With me, Yi Lanqin here. Who dares to bully my senior brother Xiao? Boom! Golden chariots crushed through the sky, carrying rolling waves of heat that roared from afar and set the ground shaking. On top of the chariot stood a woman with a curvaceous figure and a beautiful appearance. Her eyebrows were picturesque, her demeanor was disdainful, and a pair of starry eyes shone with fire. After the chariot, there were also 18 bronze ancient beasts following it. The row was as big as it could be. As soon as she arrived, Yi Lanqin protected Xiao Xian behind her, her face full of heartache. Senior brother, who injured you like this? Sister. The moment he saw Yi Lanqin, Xiao Xian's eyes erupted with a bright luster. Saved. Once upon a time, he had befriended Yi Lanqin in a small clan, not realizing that he would later discover that the other party was the daughter of a hidden royal family. Now, with Yi Lanqin present, even if the other party was a great saint, they would have to bow down. The daughter of the royal Yi family? The face of the great sage of Zoroastrian blight changed slightly, and without moving, he withdrew his hand while smiling sarcastically. Good disciple. It was wrong for the master in the past. Humph. Xiao Xian interrupted with a cold snort. Master, it's too late to regret now. Senior sister, this old fellow, and the few over there, are all yours. When Yi Lanqin heard this, a cold aura swept through her beautiful eyes. Don't worry, senior brother. No matter what happens today, I will make them pay. With that, she turned her head to look above the chariot. Please, Anti-Sky, help me kill the enemy. On top of the chariot, a beautiful woman in golden armor slowly stepped down. Her entire breath was extremely domineering and ferocious. just like a swarming demonic mountain descending to earth. With one step, the entire heaven and earth trembled 3 times. A lower realm mole cricket, how dare you offend Miss Lan Xians? Not right. Yi Fengtian just wanted to knock a few sentences, but he inadvertently glanced at Su Joga in the crowd and violently shivered. This isn't right, is it? How could the one from the Su family appear in this realm? Anti-sky? Seeing Yi Fengtian pause, Yi Lanxin furrowed her eyebrows. These scumbags dared to bully my senior brother Xiao. Why don't you quickly take them down? Yi Fengtian took a deep breath and suppressed the palpitations within his heart. Silence, my lady. At those words, Yi Lanxin raised her eyebrows and was about to snap, but before she was about to speak, she was pinched by Yi Fengtian's neck. And then, Yi Fengtian lifted Xiao Xian and Yi Lanxin in front of Su Jiuge, one on each side, just like lifting small chickens. She was the first to get down on one knee and raise her voice. Yi Fengtian, an elder of the Yi family, pays his respects to the 9 sepulchre demon saint. Yi Fengtian lowered his head, already drenched in sweat. Su Jiuge, one of the demonic guards of the Forbidden Emperor clan. The Su family. In the Su clan, she was a devil guard, but in the outside world, she was revered as the 9 devil saints of the 9 specters, and had once killed one person into a certain royal clan, decapitating its patriarch in the midst of 10,000 troops. Moreover, with the power of one person, he also set off many great battles of the Dao, killing no one of his peers who dared to claim respect. Thinking of this, Yi Fengtian's body trembled even more. Lan Xin, Xiao Xian, why don't you kowtow? She hurriedly turned her head and chided. If this lord was displeased, not to mention that she and Yi Lanxin would die, even the Yi clan could not be saved. Kneel? Why kneel? However, Yi Lanxin did not understand Yi Fengtian's bitterness and said with a petulant face, they are the bad guys who bullied brother Xiao Xian. I won't kneel. Anti-sky. If you're afraid, then call my father. Upon hearing this, Yi Fengtian's heart thumped, and he almost couldn't hold back from slapping Yi Lanxin in the face. She gritted her teeth and said, Miss, even if the matriarch is here, you still have to kneel. Hearing these words, Yi Lanxin's beautiful eyes first flashed with a trace of suspicion, but soon, seemingly realizing the seriousness of the problem, her face changed slightly. However, when she finally made up her mind and wanted to follow Yi Fengtian down to her knees, it was already too late. The imperial Yi family? It seems that this saint still hasn't bled the royal family for too long, causing them to forget what their last name is. Su Jiuge stood tall, her cold sight sweeping over Yi Fengtian and Xiao Xian and the others. Yi Fengtian was startled, and as soon as he pressed Yi Lanxin and Xiao Xian to the ground and knelt down, he hurriedly explained, Elder, rest your anger. Little children don't know any better and talk nonsense. Don't you mind? Oh, it doesn't matter if you offend me. Yi Fengtian's eyes lit up. Senior has a great deal of generosity. However, it wasn't long before she was happy. In the next second, Su Jiuji's mouth held a cruel arc and her voice was cold and piercing. But you have committed a capital offense by offending my young master. Young lord? Boom! Hearing these 2 words, Yi Fengtian only felt a thunderbolt explode in his mind, and his blood went cold. She stiffened and turned around, raising her head with difficulty and looking bitterly at Su Yu, who hadn't uttered a word. You are that Su family emperor's son? Su Yu looked at her with a smirk and did not respond, but with just this glance, Yi Fengtian confirmed the identity of the other party. Damn it! If it was just offending Su Jiuge, with the Yi family's heritage, it could still maneuver a bit, but this time, the lady is offending the emperor's son. That was the only son of the great emperor of the day, the only seedling of the godless race's Su family. It could be said that he was the most honorable existence in the entire 10,000 realms of the heavens. If he traveled with a clear identity, anyone under the supreme being would have to bow and salute when they saw him. Late generation Yi Fengtian, meet Mr. Yu. Plop. Yi Fengtian's heart and guts cracked, and without any further hesitation, he continuously kowtowed towards Su Yu, and next to her, Yi Lanxin's pretty face was white, her delicate body shivering violently. She didn't even think that she could get into this much trouble. Su, the Su family one? He's actually the one from the Su family. At this moment, the Zuikaku great sage was also confused. Even the divine soul showed signs of dissipation. This was terrified, and under extreme fear, the divine soul had the beginnings of transforming the Dao. You, that word, plus the name Su, I should have thought of that. The great sage of Zuikaku laughed miserably. The heavens and the earth, the universe, you, the table space, on behalf of the 4 poles of heaven and earth, together with that Taishu sword body with extremely strong characteristics, Su Yu's identity could be said to have long been called out. Only, before Yi Fengtian's arrival, he had never even thought there. Because, well, it's just amazing. But it was just a person he ran into in the small world. Who would go and associate him with the son of that godless race? Unfortunately, when he learned the truth, it was too late. Buzz. In the next moment, the divine soul of the great sage of Zoroastrian blight actually dispersed of its own accord and disappeared into the heavens and earth. The crowd all felt a chill at the sight. A great saint was actually scared into cutting himself. At this moment, even if Xiao Xian did not know what the emperor clan was, he felt the gravity of the matter from the crowd's reaction. Even the Zoroastrian great sage, who had such a strong desire for survival, was, by choosing death, wouldn't he or she be certain to die? Forcing the master of the sons of Qi to death. Villain value plus 2000. So little? It seems that this master-disciple love has indeed faded. Su Yu skimmed his lips, and then, he did not pay attention to the stunned Xiao Xian, but instead looked at the chariot and the bronze beast behind the several people. Yi family, it's a big row. Saying that, he stepped forward and pinched Yi Lanxin's chin with interest. This woman's appearance is clear and beautiful. Her skin is snowy and crystalline, as smooth and tender as jade. This kind of posture is only slightly inferior to Red Lotus, especially those flexible and watery Danfeng eyes. They were even more seductive. I'm on fire right now. Chapter 28 Refining the Sacred Body. Crazy breakthrough. Xiao Xian, let your little lover accompany me once and I'll let you go. How about it? You. Hearing Su Yu's words, Xiao Xian's body trembled and his forehead veins jumped straight up. Obviously, angry to the core, but all he could do now was rage impotently. Bah! You wish! Yi Lanxin slapped Su Yu's hand away, while then looked at Death and said, this girl cannot accompany you even if you are. My body only belongs to senior brother Xiao. Ranxin, say yes to him. However, without waiting for Yi Lanxin to finish speaking, Xiao Xian, who was on the side, had already gotten up and advised, Lanxin, for the sake of the Yi family, and also for my sake, you should make a small sacrifice. Looking at that handsome face with a hypocritical expression, Yi Lanxin's heart instantly rose with a strong aggression. She bit her lip, her eyes were a little red, and her voice was tinged with a sobbing tone. Elder brother Xiao, how could you say such words? Yi Fengtian was also angry from the bottom of his heart, pointing at his nose and cursing, if it wasn't for Miss to save you, where would she have ended up in such a state? Now you actually say such words. Are you still a human being? Xiao Xian, however, did not pay the slightest attention to Yi Fengtian, but continued to persuade. Senior sister, don't play small at times like this. As long as you nod your head, then we can all live. As long as you fulfill the requirements of that's senior. You can save the Yi family and me. Afraid that Yi Lanxin would shake her head, Xiao Xian gritted his teeth and added, Lanxin, I promise you that as long as you take over from Elder Su, I will definitely marry you afterwards. How about it? Yi Lanxin's beautiful eyes gazed fixedly at Xiao Xian's face, never feeling that those eyes were so unfamiliar. Ever since she had known Xiao Xian, she had solved many strong enemies for him. Every time Xiao Xian caused trouble, she was the one who was busy wiping her ass at the back, never complaining. Not only that, but she also took the treasures of her clan and stuffed them into the secret realm many times in order to take care of the other party's pride, so that the other party would think that they were obtained by chance and did not have a psychological burden. However, she never expected that when she needed help the most, Xiao Xian would ask her to sell her body in order to live on her own. Suddenly, a loud slap viciously slapped Xiao Xian's cheek. Yi Lanxin's pretty face was ironic, and her petite body trembled slightly in anger. She stared deathly at Xiao Xian, her eyes icy cold to the extreme. Scram! Get out of here right now! Yi Lanxin kicked away Xiao Xian and looked at Su Yu with tears streaming down her face. I'm not doing this for Xiao Xian, but for my Yi family. As long as I do this, do you promise to spare my Yi family? She took a step to Su Yu and knelt down in front of him, about to undo the waistband of his pants. Son of Qi breaks up with his girlfriend. Villain value plus 50,000. Ding! Detected that Xiao Xian's own Qi has been weakened to the extreme. Triggering the ultimate mission, please kill Xiao Xian by the host. Completion reward, Supreme Physique, Central Prison Body. Su Yu looked at Yi Lanxin in front of him with interest, and his mood was finally much better. And the moment the ultimate mission appeared, the corners of his mouth could not be suppressed from rising. As expected, the trigger condition for the ultimate quest was when the Qi on the Son of Qi was about to disappear. Well, get lost. Do you really think you can get into my eyes with that kind of beauty? Su Yu slightly shook his head, crossed over Yi Lanxin, and stepped forward to press a slap on the top of Xiao Xian's head. The 5 fingers slightly exerted force, and Xiao Xian's skull gradually shattered. Xiao Xian, you are a hypocrite. Hypocritical to the extreme. Saying that he wants to stand up for Yi Nantian, who he has only met on one side, But in reality he just wants to show his saintliness in front of people and maintain his righteous persona, right? Obviously not a match for me. Yet you slander me for using external force. Is it because you don't want to accept the fact that someone has crossed the ranks to defeat you? On his deathbed, he reads out his little girlfriend's name and pretends how deeply in love he is, only to voluntarily let her sell her body in order to stay alive? Xiao Xian, the son of Qi Luck, had his Dao heart completely shattered and went off the deep end. Villain value plus 50,000. Upon hearing Su Yu's words, Xiao Xian was first stunned for a moment before his face became embarrassed to the extreme, followed by a sudden burst of anger, his eyes cracking as he roared, "You tricked me! I'm going to kill you! I'm going to kill you, ah! Boo!" However, just as he raised his fist, his entire body violently exploded, turning into a bloody mist that floated away. "Sha! Miss, think about the Yi family, don't do anything stupid." Seeing Xiao Xian being killed, Yi Lanqing could barely hold back from rushing in, though betrayed by him, always loved. If Yi Fengtian hadn't pulled him back, I'm afraid Yi Lanqing would have really. It'll rush past. A tear of blood crossed his cheek. Yi Lanqing grabbed the robe and cut off a corner. "Xiao Xian, since you are dead, you and I will be clear in the future, with no more love or hate." After saying that, Yi Lanqing knelt down towards Su Yu, lowered her head and stopped speaking, successfully killed Xiao Xian, the son of fortune. Villain value plus 100,000. Congratulations to the host for completing the ultimate mission and obtaining the supreme physique, the central prison suppressing body. Is it time for the physical inheritance? Su Yu shook his head slightly. This is obviously not a good time for a physical inheritance. He didn't bother with that silly woman Yi Lanqing. Looking at the long-lasting blood aura around him, he smiled faintly and began to operate the Taishu ancient scripture. It's more or less a saint-level physique, so let's use it as a waste. Buzz. Along with the operation of the gong method, the free holy body energy in the surroundings was quickly attracted and converged crazily, finally condensing half a crescent moon above Su Yu's palm. Su Yu's 5 fingers slowly closed. After opening it again, the crescent had disappeared. Su Yu's eyes closed slightly and opened his inner vision. In the middle of the sky dome of the body world, I don't know when half of the crescent moon had already been hung up. The clear wind and bright moon body was actually refined into the inner world by Su Yu. Boom! 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 The instant the world within his body was perfected, Su Yu's cultivation began to leap. Open Spirit 4. Open Spirit 5. After rushing all the way to the 9th level of the Spirit opening realm, only then did he manage to stop. It wasn't that they couldn't rush straight into the Inquisitorial realm. Only, before stepping into the Inquisitorial realm, one needs to build a heart cauldron. And that central prison suppressor body, which was an Earth Extreme Supreme body, was greatly beneficial to the heart-building cauldron. Therefore, Su Yu planned to make a breakthrough after inheriting the central prison suppressing body. Turn around. Considering that I'm in a good mood right now, I'll give your Yi family a chance. Take my sword. With that, Su Yu closed his eyes and stored up his strength, not waiting for the other party to respond at all. Now that he had a new understanding of the Taishu ancient scripture, he couldn't wait to try it out. Chapter 29 Withdrawal of Opportunity. Burial God Sword. Take your sword? Yi Fengtian was first stunned, and then he was ecstatic. It was thought that she and the young lady would not survive today, and even the Yi family would suffer extinction. But now, it seems that this Su clan's imperial son is still strangely kind-hearted? I just need to take his sword and let him out of breath. With his saint realm cultivation, was he still afraid of an open spirit? Only, it didn't wait for Yi Fengtian to be happy for long. She then saw Su Yu take out the 9-devil sword, the great sage's original holy soldier. Gobble. Heavy gulping sounds were heard. Yi Fengtian's heart thumped, suddenly having a bad feeling. Don't blame this male for being a bully. It's really because I don't have a handy sword in my hand, so I can only borrow Sister Jiu Ji's sword for a while. Su Yu gently stroked the 9-devil sword with a warm smile on his face, but it was this gentle smile that made Yi Fengtian shiver. Her eyes became extremely serious in this instant. Intuition told her, if she couldn't take this sword, she would die. Although Su Yu's own cultivation was not high, the weapon he used was too terrifying. It was a devil sword that had once drank the blood of a saint king. Su Yu raised his sword and put up a strange starting stance, his eyes pondering. Although the Taishu ancient scripture was strong, the means of attack recorded in it were extremely limited, and it was more about the exposition of the great Tao of heaven and earth. Previously, Su Yu had used his own physique to fight against the enemy and had not used his sword skill. Now, on the other hand, he had a different realization. The Taishu is infinite, the wide mixed is not yet begun, the vastness is, and exists, and the underworld is also ancient. Lightly chanting the Taishu ancient scripture under his breath, Su Yu's entire body was immersed in a subtle state of mind. He stabbed out slowly with his long sword in hand, like traveling clouds and flowing water. or like a gazelle hanging onto its horns, completely unable to see any trajectory. However, Yifeng felt that the surrounding space actually seemed to freeze. Moreover, the stagnant force became stronger and stronger. This was not like an ordinary sword move at all, but was like a world pouring in. 9 phoenixes carry the sky. Yifeng couldn't hold back any longer and directly executed the strongest stance he had comprehended after becoming a saint. Boom! Only to see the 9-headed phoenix fly out from behind Yifeng and meet that devil sword with astonishing might. However, when that demonic sword landed on the phoenix's shadow, it was like destroying it, directly tearing apart the illusion of the 9-headed phoenix. In an instant, heaven and earth shook. Countless people were awakened and stared daggers towards the top of their heads, only to see that over there the dome of the sky seemed to have collapsed, and endless starlight spilled down, illuminating half of the sky, and in the center of that heavenly dome, a long, pitch-black sword crossed heaven and earth. Hiss! Red Lotus was dumbstruck and couldn't help but draw in a breath of cold air as her entire body froze in place. This sword, she muttered unconsciously under her breath, her fear of Xuyu amplified to the extreme. Looking at the single figure beneath the pale giant sword, Red Lotus' eyes were complicated. Gradually, her hatred for Xuyu instead lessened a lot. The other party's amazing talent actually made her somehow appreciate it a little. If I were a few thousand years younger, could I have had some different encounters with this teenager? Thousands of thoughts that eventually turned into a touch of regret, a hint of inferiority. That teenager dazzles in a way that would make everyone ashamed of themselves. At this moment, even Su Jiuge couldn't help but fall under the sword, her eyes showing a strange color. The Dao rhythm contained in Suyu's sword was such that even she felt mesmerized and somewhat obsessed, unable to extricate herself. Boom! As the giant sword chopped down, Yifeng Tian's entire body was instantly blown away, blood spurting out as he fell to the ground like a kite with broken strings. Xuyu, on the other hand, withdrew his magic sword and stood still in the air. He, who rejected me, perhaps, he is not as bad as he has shown? It's also right. Initially, it was clearly me who was at fault first. Yi Lanxin muttered. A pair of beautiful eyes could not stop roaming over Suyu's body. She had thought that Xiao Xian was one of the few heavenly prides in the world, shining brightly. But now, compared to Suyu, it was simply like a glowing fire and a white moon. Miss, what did you say? The maid beside her asked in confusion. Yi Lanxin shook her head with a bitter smile. Auntie Sky clearly took that sword. The Yi family and himself had obviously gotten away with it. But why was it so hard for him? Did he reject his own self-promotion or? Suyu reached out and threw his hand, handing the 9 Devils sword back to Su Jiuge before waving his hand sparingly. Not bad. Since this sword was taken, then naturally this Gongzi will not go back on his word. Get lost. Yifeng stood up from the ground with great difficulty. Her throat was suddenly sweet, but she still forced herself to swallow the blood, kneeling down on one knee and cupping her fists. Thank you for not killing me, Your Excellency. If Your Excellency is fortunate enough to visit the Yi family in the coming day, we will welcome you with our couch and gratitude. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yifeng turned violently and fled, dragging the remnants of his body to stuff Yi Lanxin into the chariot and quickly disappeared. This sword of Suyu's, she received it, but she was also injured. Although Suyu had spared them, there was no guarantee that others would take advantage of them, so it was better to return to the Yi family territory earlier. Glancing at the departing backs of Yifeng and the others, Suyu suddenly looked at the earth beneath his feet and thought, an eastern wasteland domain in the district. Yet traces of multiple great clans of the upper realm appear in succession. Reporting back to young Lord, Jiuge knows a little bit about the bottom of the Sanqing realm. Su Jiuge slowly stepped forward and handed Suyu a cup of clear tea and took out a handkerchief, carefully wiping the sweat stains on his forehead. Suyu received the tea and peacefully enjoyed Su Jiuge's service. Young Lord, this Sanqing realm was originally not an ordinary small world, but a corner of the upper realm, which was shattered in the Emperor War and fell to mortal dust. In this realm, there are quite a few powerful people from the beginning who left their own mantles behind. Even that quasi-emperor Honggu, including the Void Emperor, who also chose to transform his path here on his deathbed. So this has created something extraordinary about this realm. Therefore, from time to time, people from the upper realms will come here to explore. Hearing this, Suyu's eyes narrowed. This Sanqing realm turned out to be from a not-so-bad origin. A great emperor, a quasi-emperor died here. Could it be that other than the emperor-level inheritance, this realm was hiding some other hidden secrets? Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully and completely wearing down the 3 great Qigong masters, reaching the achievement, Qigong Nemesis. Ding! System unlocked function, chance extraction. The host will be able to extract the greatest chance of the Great Qi Luck's life after completely killing the Great Qi Luck. Currently available for extraction, Xiao Xian, burial sword contracted in burial soil. Oh, Suyu's eyes lit up and hurriedly checked the system's new features. Soon, a look of realization appeared in his eyes. As great Chi Luckers, these individual Chi Luck sons would obtain many opportunities in their lifetime. The chance extraction function, on the other hand, was to extract the chances that had not yet been achieved by the son of Chi, and display them in the form of intelligence. As long as Suyu followed the same steps to the location of the chance, he could reap the same chance. After traveling to the burial earth, do you bow 3 times in front of a nameless ancient monument, and then you will receive a burial sword tire? Suyu's expression was a bit odd. Kowtow? What in this world can withstand my kowtowing? Even a living quasi-emperor wouldn't dare to receive a bow from himself, right? Chapter 30 Bloodline Traceability Grand Formation. The Liu family is going to trouble the emperor clan? Suyu picked up the storage bag that fell after Xiao Xian's death, and then looked at Su Jiugu and asked, Sister Jiugu, do you know where the burial ground is? I'm going to make a trip there. Burial ground? Why does young lord suddenly want to go to that unlucky place? Su Jiugu frowned slightly, not expecting Suyu to suddenly ask this question. Suyu did not answer positively, but only smiled mysteriously. Don't worry about that. When Su Jiugu heard this, she no longer broke the pot and just pointed to the place where the battlefield of the Yi family had left and laughed. The burial ground. That's where the imperial Yi family is located. That is the ominous place where the ancient gods were once buried. And the Yi family's ability to develop as a rising star also has a lot to do with the burial earth. The burial earth opens every 7 days, and counting the time, it will be in 3 days. Since young lord wants to go, let's depart in 3 days. After Su Jiugu finished speaking, she looked at Suyu and suddenly urged, young lord wouldn't really have an eye on that Yilan Xin, right? Suyu's face darkened. Does your young master look like someone with so little taste? Nonsense. You should be punished. Saying that, Suyu picked Su Jiugu up by the waist and lightly poked her willow waist a few times. Young master, spare your life. Su Jiugu wrapped her hands around Suyu's neck. Her body pressed against his chest and begged for mercy in a delicate manner. Red Lotus looked at this scene dumbfounded, and then hurriedly lowered her head, not daring to look at it more. No one could have imagined that this demon saint, who was enough to stop a child from crying at night in the upper realm, would also have such a tender and charming moment. Red Lotus only wanted to find a crack in the ground now, fearing that she would be silenced by Su Jiugu. Fortunately, that master and servant duo didn't look for trouble with her after a bout of playfulness, but returned straight to the Su family. After returning to the Su family residence, Suyu returned to his residence without stopping to retreat. This time, not only did he want to pass down the central prison suppressing body, but he also wanted to proceed with his breakthrough into the Qidian. The questioning realm was a watershed that measured ordinary cultivators. Upon reaching this step, one could initially communicate with the laws of heaven and earth and mobilize even more powerful forces. If one did not reach the inquisitorial realm, they were ultimately ants, unable to shake the laws of heaven and earth. And after a cultivator breaks into the questioning tripod realm, the amount of laws he can mobilize depends on the size of the heart tripod he has built. Ordinary cultivators can usually build a 3-inch heart tripod, which can communicate the laws of heaven and earth within a 10-meter radius. The clan pride in such characters is mostly to build a foot, that is, 10 inches heart tripod, can communicate with the laws of heaven and earth in a radius of 100 meters. Very few demonic people could possess a 10-foot heart tripod. According to what Su Jiugu said, even if it was a supreme demon from the upper realm, the limit would be to cast a Zheng heart tripod and communicate the laws of heaven and earth within 1,000 miles. Of course, this situation is rare. After all, gifted people, thousands of years rarely appear one. As a result, all those who possessed a 10-foot heart tripod were honored and respected as hegemons. For this information, Suyu had long since become familiar with it. After returning to his room, Suyu sat down in a cross-legged position with his 5 hearts facing the sky, and then, communicating the system and starting the physical inheritance. Since he had embarked on the path of cultivation, then he would pursue the ultimate. The one-abode heart tripod was merely the starting point of Suyu's quest. Buzz! With the sudden tremor of the earth, a steady stream of earth vein essence actually continuously surged towards Suyu's residence. Young lord, is he actually going to break through again? Moreover, this breath is actually another supreme physique? I'm afraid the secrets in the young lord's body are incredibly large. Su Jiugu violently looked in Suyu's direction, her small mouth slightly open. She realized that after she went down to the realm, it seemed like her mind had never calmed down again. The shock felt in Suyu was simply more than the hundreds or thousands of years in the upper world. Right after Suyu began his seclusion, the upper realm, the royal family, the Liu family. In order to build the bloodline traceability array, the Liu family had made a bloody effort, vowing to find out everything related to Suyu and then exterminate them one by one. And just tonight, Liu Tianyuan, the patriarch of the Liu family, gathered all the top brass together and was about to open the bloodline traceability formation. Underneath a strange altar, Liu Tianyuan sat at the head seat. He was slim, gray at the temples, with deep wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. However, that pale face was characterized by a hint of fierceness, giving off a grim feeling. All of you, after exterminating this son's kin, make sure to bring back the ashes. I have already turned to a devil saint to borrow the transmitting devil bead, which can forcefully deprive the little man of his chi with the help of his bloodline relatives. In this way, some of the losses can be recovered. Upon hearing this, the Liu family elders all nodded their heads in agreement. Alright, now on my command, start the bloodline traceability formation. Along with the fall of Liu Tianyuan's words, the entire altar suddenly flickered with a bizarre light. The space around it distorted, and vaguely, a blurred shadow slowly emerged. This shadow was translucent and floated as if it were a ghost. Its entire body was pitch black and emitted a ghostly, icy aura. A yellowish map was thrown out by Liu Tianyuan. Longevity ghost-seeking pulse. Set. Soon, dozens of coordinates were marked on the map of the upper realm. Seeing so many coordinates, Liu Tianyuan was not surprised but pleased. Good. It's great that this little has so many blood relatives in the upper realm. The rest of the Liu family was also filled with joy. Great! Did that dog ever think that this day would come when he ruined my Liu clan's fortune? How did he dare when so many of his relatives are in the upper world? Ha, don't stop me. I'm going to be the first to slaughter his blood relatives, kill the female and capture the male to warm his bed. Ha, bro, did you get it backwards? Ahem. Looking at the cheering faces of the Liu family's crowd, Grand Elder Liu Xuanhe was somehow not happy. Let's hope it's an old man's delusion. Liu Tianyuan waved his big hand. Silence, at my command. Those who cultivate above the avatar realm, come with me on the expedition and try to get them all in one go. Not a single one. The Liu family's crowd chanted in unison. Leave no one behind. In the next second, under the leadership of Liu Tianyuan, nearly 10,000 Liu family members rushed out of the Liu family residence like locusts. Seeing this horrifying scene, some of the surrounding cultivators couldn't help but lament. The Liu family, a mad dog family, is out again. And I wonder which unlucky family it's targeting this time. This Liu family is the most ferocious. Once they are targeted, their bones will be gnawed to pieces. And that bloodline traceability formation is simply detrimental to heaven and earth. How can there be a war that is aimed at destroying a family? Alas, let's hope the unlucky ones can last longer this time. Chapter 31. This kid should have a few backgrounds, but not many. Northern region of the upper realm, Chaos City. The closest marker to the Liu family is actually in Chaos City? Liu Tianyuan's eyes flickered with some hesitation. And the people of the Liu clan behind him all wore scornful faces, and even their breathing weakened a few points. Chaos City, which had an extremely special status in the upper realm, was a pass to block the evil demons outside the realm. The Lord of Chaos City was even an ancient paragon, although the other party hardly appeared in front of people. As long as he was once angry, the entire upper realm would tremble 3 times. It's just a matter of going and returning quickly, and taking the people captive directly after they are found. After hesitating for a moment, Liu Tianyuan clenched his teeth and led the people of the Liu family into Chaos City. Buzz! The moment he entered the city gates, the entire Chaos City inexplicably shook. However, they didn't take it seriously. After all, Chaos City bordered on the outside of the domain, and the crowd just thought that this was just normal fluctuation. Only, no one noticed that the face of one of the generals on the city wall gradually became grave. Without any knowledge, Liu Tianyuan took out the map upon his entrance with a playful face. Hey! Let's see where your nearest and dearest is. Inside the Chaos City, the buildings were strewn together, with pavilions and palaces and temples, all revealing a pale aura. In the center of the city, there was a magnificent palace that was the residence of the Chaos City Lord. The palace was brilliant and majestic, radiating endless majesty. At this moment, inside the palace, a great figure was sitting diagonally on the throne, his gaze deep and distant, as if he was able to perceive everything. Across from it, a woman in a palace dress was frowning. I also wonder if Yor is doing well in the lower realms. Ugh, I shouldn't have sealed his memories in the first place, even though it's an experience. There's no need to go to that extent, right? His old man is also an unreliable master. Those forbidden area lords just called out a few words. He is going to go and exterminate other people's entire family. There's always a bad feeling. Or should I pick Yor back up? On the side, the mist on the throne dispersed, and an old man with white hair couldn't help but smile and speak when he heard this. Xian, I think you're just worrying blindly. My grandson is the imperial son of the world, the hope of our Su family. How can something go wrong so easily? Su Tian picked up the tea and took a light sip, and then, looking to this daughter-in-law of his, he comforted. but it's just sealing the memories in physique. I believe Yuer will return from his training, forging an invincible momentum, sweeping away the pride of his generation, and like his old man, suppressing everything to achieve greatness. Saying that, Su Tian shook his head and smiled. Alright, isn't there still Su Jiugu accompanying him? A mere Tsangqing realm, could it be that there's still someone who can injure him? Don't worry, the old man guarantees you with his life. If anything happens to Yuer, the old man I will carry my head. And yes, the eunuch is right. Listening to Su Tian's comforting words, Mo Xian obviously relaxed a lot. As the Lord of Chaos City, Su Tian was honored as the world-suppressing sword god. One man and one sword have guarded the entire upper realm for countless years. Even though it wasn't the Emperor realm, it was still an alternative way to become a pathfinder, an existence that could call out to the great emperors of the current generation. With Su Tian's assurance, I'm sure Yuer's experience in the lower realms this time around will be a thrilling one at worst, right? Not good. Just then, there was a sudden sharp knock at the door. Lord Sword God, Clan Mother, something big has happened. Bang! The palace gates were slammed right through. A maid stumbled in. Looking at her in such a manner, Su Xiaotian was dissatisfied and rebuked. What is the behavior of panicking? Are there any rules? Upon hearing this, the maid hurriedly stopped her footsteps and hurriedly explained. City Lord, it's not that the slave girl is reckless. Something really big has happened. Su Tian, with disbelief written all over his face, picked up his teacup and leisurely said, Big deal? What big event is bigger than the imperial past that I'm guarding? The blood of the young lord has appeared in Chaos City. And those people are arriving with bloodline tracking techniques. This is an attempt to exterminate the entire Su family. Click. The tea light in Su Tian's hand instantly turned into smithereens. What? The smile on Mo Xian's face instantly solidified, and monstrous killing intent exploded from her eyes. The two glanced at each other, and Su Tian winced violently. He rose up with a sudden burst of energy, and his innate Daos sword was violently sheathed behind him. In an instant, the pale sword intent pierced the heavens of this upper realm. Yo, didn't you vouch for me with your head that Yuer will definitely not be in trouble? Mo Xian narrowed her eyes and said, Su Tian was like an on. Not only had he only just bragged about it to his daughter-in-law. What's more, before Su Jiuxiu stepped into the forbidden zone, he patted his chest to him and assured him that he would help look after Su Yu. Now well, the only grandson, suspected to be in serious trouble in the lower world. He turned his head violently and looked at the maid. What realm is the other party? When did such a strong person even appear in the upper realm? How dare you touch the old man's grandson? And you're going to take his blood to trace back the blood relatives and exterminate my entire Su family? No, Yuer's blood, not only the Su family, even the imperial family, the Mo family, also traced back together. Hearing this, the maid trembled all over, her calves trembling, unable to answer Su Tian's words at all. The karma, it's just too big, involving the two great emperor clans. That's an endless number of supreme beings and taboo existences. Quick slick up. Mo Xian's figure shifted and appeared directly in front of the maid, calmly saying, Don't be afraid. Make things clear properly. This palace will keep you safe. The maid's legs went weak and she almost fell to her knees. Yes, it is. A pillar of incense ago, a sensation came from the great formation within Chaos City, and it was suspected that someone from the Su family or the Mo family had entered the city. But the guards were just about to greet it, and there was no sign of it at all. The Grand Master then used the Kunwu mirror to probe, and then he found out a bloodline traceability map, and a drop of young Master Su Yu's blood. Mo Xian took a deep breath, forcibly resisting the urge to directly shatter the void and descend into the realm. Good, the palace knows. After dismissing the maid, Mo Xian was silent for a long time before looking at Su Tian and said in a deep voice, Old man, prepare to fight for your life. The other party is targeting my two families with premeditation. Fight to the death. Who's afraid? Su Tian's face was ugly. I am not afraid of fighting for my life, but I am only afraid of you heir. How could he not expect that his grandson had met with an untimely death just a short while after he had descended to the realm? Let's go and meet those people first. We can't lose the face of the imperial clan when others have come to the door. Mo Xian's pretty face was icy cold to the bone. Su Tian was also on standby. One is the Jinshi sword god. One is the main mother of the Mo family of the imperial clan. The Su family, the Mo family, the two great emperor clans of the upper realm. At this moment, he was already preparing to go all out to meet the strong enemy that was coming. And at the moment, however, Liu Tianyuan was holding the map and looking left and right, scratching his ears a little, looking at the terrifying sight of the heavily guarded inner city. He wondered, that kid's blood relatives are so well mixed up? Surprisingly, all of them have entered the inner city of Chaos City as soldiers? But so what? Do you really think you can live by mixing up an idle position in the inner city? Chapter 32. Is this the kind of goods that want to destroy my imperial clan? Phew. Finally blended in. Liu Tianyuan wiped his sweat. The inner city of Chaos City was managed so harshly that it was almost impossible to enter without the qualification to stay there. But it's hard to beat him. The Liu family had been running through the upper realm for many years, so where could they not have some connections? After bribing a deceased person with 100,000 extreme spirit stones, he managed to bring a dozen or so Liu family divine palace realm powerhouses to blend into the inner city. Only, when Liu Tianyuan pulled out the map again to check it, he was directly dumbfounded. How can it be? Why does the map show that the kid's blood relatives are still ahead? Further on, that could be the residence of the Chaos City Lord. Could that person be someone beside the City Lord? Impossible. If there are relatives in that kind of place, how could they have fallen to a place like the lower realm? Liu Tianyuan was sweating profusely and couldn't think of anything. Behind them, the Liu family's crowd was also filled with anxiety and trepidation. What now? Going back? If we're discovered, I'm afraid we'll be imprisoned in the Chaos Prison. A life worse than death. Liu Tianyuan was torn in his heart. Indecision. And at this moment, a glorious mansion not far away had come into view. Liu Tianyuan gritted his teeth fiercely. Come what may, take a gamble. Anyway, that Chaos City Lord hasn't appeared for hundreds of years, so maybe the interior of the mansion is empty? Holding on to this lucky thought, Liu Tianyuan took out a cloak of concealment and covered all the people of the Liu family in it. And at the moment, Su Tian narrowed his eyes, and his eyes were motionless as he gazed outside the mansion. There, beneath a tattered cloak, a dozen obscene figures were making their way toward his position. Is it some kind of ploy? Or is it? Su Tian stroked his beard, his eyes filled with suspicion. The strongest of these people is only at the Divine Mansion realm cultivation, and that tattered cloak is only a Divine Mansion treasure. So, it's these individuals that want to destroy my Su family? Mozian also frowned. Master, wait a little longer. I'm afraid there's a fraud. It's better to take another look. Even with all the anxiety in her heart, Mozian forced herself to hold it down. After all, this was a matter of the survival of the two great emperor clans, so it couldn't be done in a sloppy and careless manner. Although Su Tian was strong, what if the other party was an ancient great emperor reviving? In case the boat overturns in the gutter because of lightheartedness, it would not be too late to cry. Aha! Su Tian nodded slightly. His eyes swept over Mozian and then looked at the black-clothed men who were getting closer and closer. The eyes slowly closed. Couldn't care less. Facing an unknown enemy, Su Tian didn't have the slightest intention to test the waters, and immediately entered the realm of human sword unity, intending to make the strongest killing move. Liu Tianyuan and the others had just entered the city lord's residence when they saw a white-haired old man standing in front of them with his eyes closed. You are that kid's blood relative, aren't you? Liu Tianyuan took out the map and compared it, and quickly confirmed Su Tian's identity. I thought it was so awesome, but it's just an old man who looks after the gate? Phew, scared me. Ha, this old man is still sleeping. Why don't we just kill him? The Liu family's crowd also relaxed, pointing at Su Tian and sneering repeatedly. Just then, the old man who watches the gate? You guys turned out to be extraterrestrial heavenly devils. No wonder you look at such a low realm. Su Tian's eyes slowly opened. The corner of his mouth slowly hooked up a cold smile. The old man has only not drawn his sword for hundreds of years. Do you guys really think that the old man is old? Once upon a time, those extraterrestrial heavenly demons would often taunt Su Tian for being an old man who looked at the gate. Now, hearing the familiar address, Su Tian confirmed the identity of the other party almost instantly. Next moment, he raised his hand and held it in a false grip, and the ancient sword emerged in his palm, causing the surrounding void to instantly shatter as it gulped and spat. Rumble! The entire Chaos City trembled violently. The void in all directions collapsed. It was as if it couldn't withstand the force and could collapse at any moment. What's going on? The Liu family's crowd shrieked and retreated in panic. Liu Tianyuan and the other two Divine Mansion realm powerhouses were even sweating, and their hearts almost stopped beating. They lost their voices in horror. At least a great saint, or even a Saint King level powerhouse. Damn it, who the hell is this old man? Why is he so terrifying? It's over. All the people of the Liu family all revealed a look of despair. At the same time, the various powerhouses within Chaos City were also startled by this terrifying aura. A recluse light rushed up to the sky. The aura of the broken sword. It's the Jinshi sword god striking? After 800 years, his old man once again drew his sword. Is the extraterrestrial heavenly demon restless again? Tian. This aura is too terrifying. His old man has used his full strength with this sword. Could it be that an Emperor Realm heavenly demon has crossed the border? At this moment, It was not only within Chaos City. Even the extraterrestrial heavenly demons wandering outside Chaos City were startled. There were even many extraterrestrial heavenly demons that were so frightened that they cast a bleeding escape to flee. The scene was chaotic to the extreme. Zhenshi, Sword God? You're the Chaos City Lord. When the Liu family's crowd heard the remarks from the outside world, their eyes stared as big as bells, and their hearts set off monstrous waves, especially Liu Tianyuan. He took the traceability map and compared it to the map, and finally accepted the incomparably terrifying reality. That kid's blood relative is actually the Chaos City Lord. In an instant, he lost all his strength and means. He had messed with a supreme being, a peerless existence that was guarding Chaos City. Poof! Liu Tianyuan knelt on the ground, kowtowed and begged. Adults, spare your life. It is the villain who has eyes and does not recognize MT. Tai. Offending your old man. Su Tian, on the other hand, didn't even bother with that. He even closed his 5 senses directly after confirming that the other party was an extraterrestrial heavenly demon. At this moment, his entire body was boiling with battle intent, holding an ancient and simple long sword, and his entire body transformed into a radiant immortal sword that cut through the 9 heavens. Phew! A sword is sheathed. The sky and the earth suddenly turned into a white blur. The sword light flashed and shone through the ages. The power of a sword was enough to break everything. The crowd was horrified when they realized they could see again. This sword actually wore out the laws of the world. Where the sword marks were, space and time did not exist. Cause and effect did not exist. There was nothing. The great Tao was annihilated. This is the Zhenshi Sword God, a super powerhouse who claimed that a sword could reverse time and space by cutting off the cycle of reincarnation. Countless people revealed adoring gazes. But at this moment, Su Tian was frowning. Why does it somehow feel like taking a cannon to a mosquito? These people who dared to take the blood of the Emperor's son to seek revenge at their doorsteps really seem to be only at the Divine Mansion realm? Divine Mansion. To be honest, Su Tian was somewhat unfamiliar with this realm. It was clearly a mole cricket that could kill a piece of the population by blowing its breath, but it had eaten his sword with all its strength. It's really cheap for this group of trash to die under his sword. Just as well. Let old man take a good look at what is happening in the lower realms. Su Tian shook his head slightly and took out the soul of Liu Tianyuan that he had purposely left behind just now, and then began to search his soul. The Willow family. Sacrificial world coffin. There's also Yuer who has unsealed the Taishu sword body. Chapter 33 The 100-foot heart tripod. Ask the tripod. This kid, isn't he a picture? As Liu Tianyuan's memories were extracted, Su Tian's expression became more and more odd. Dare I say that these little party people have no idea who they're dealing with? Mo Zian also laughed and laughed when she learned the truth. No wonder. So this Liu family was pitched to Chaos City by Yuer? She had initially thought that some strong person had disguised themselves as the Divine Mansion realm to confuse the public. Now it seems that's not the case at all. Well, I didn't lie to you, did I? I told you. That little brat is definitely fine. Su Tian stroked his white beard and laughed. Although it was a mess, it was good to know that nothing had happened to Suyu. So it was a false alarm. Mo Zian covered her mouth and laughed softly. This brat is really stubborn in nature. Just like before. However, the fact that the Taishu sword body was unsealed in advance also indicates that it did meet with considerable trouble previously. After thinking for a moment, Mo Zian was still a bit uneasy. Let's do it this way. Old master, you suffer. Just take that one look from afar to make sure Yuer is safe. Upon hearing this, Su Tian nodded slightly and did not refuse the request. If it had been just a moment ago, he would not have agreed. But now that this has happened, it makes him afraid to continue to be a shirker. In the Su family's generation, there is only one single child. What if something really happened? Thus, Su Tian took a step and appeared above Chaos City in a flash. And then, brilliant sword light suddenly bloomed from his eyes, like 2 pizzas, breaking through infinite space. All around, the crowd looked at the scene in shock. What is the old swordsman looking at? Who was that sword that chopped just now? TSK, TSK, TSK. I'm afraid that today's matter will be included in the unsolved mysteries of the upper realm again. In the meantime, within the Tsanqing realm, the Su mansion, Suyu was sitting on top of the futon. His breath was condensed and constantly climbing steadily. 3 days had passed, and he had already managed to cast a 3-zhang heart tripod, and was about to step into the tripod realm. The 3-zhang heart tripod, which had exceeded the ordinary heavenly pride of the upper realm by a factor of 3, was sufficient to communicate the laws of the heavens and earth within a radius of 3,000 miles. Although this heart tripod had been extremely strong, Suyu still felt that it was not enough. Sitting on the 4 supreme level physiques, his ambitions went far beyond that. But, these 4 major physiques, they can't work together. Suyu frowned slightly. The Taishu sword body, the age reversal wheel body, the Tai Bai Tian gang body, and the central prison suppressor body. These 4 body types can be summarized in one sentence. Scattered is full of stars, gathered is a pile. Xuyu realized that as his realm rose, not only did his physiques not work together, but instead, they each clashed with each other and constrained each other. The realm in which the Taishu ancient scripture is practiced isn't enough, or else with this technique, it would be completely possible to harmonize the issue of physique. Or, accumulating villain values to use the system to fuse physiques is also a solution. Suyu's breathing became more and more rapid. Both of these approaches would be the perfect solution to his current problem. But nay, time waits for no man. It has now reached a critical moment, and belongs to the category of an arrow on the string that has to be sent. Alas! A soft sigh. Xuyu slightly shook his head, intending to break through first. What's lacking will be made up later. Buzz. But just as Xuyu was planning to take that final step, strange fluctuations suddenly came from the surrounding void. Xuyu felt something in his heart and raised his eyes to a direction. With 4 eyes facing each other. That feeling of blood connection steeply became clear. Suyu's eyes narrowed slightly. Then he revealed a bright smile. Old master, how come you have the time to come see me? Su Tian laughed coldly. Little brat, in the lower realm of the experience is still not safe. That Liu family was calculated by you, right? Suyu nodded his head greatly. There's no way, old master. At that time that guy but his own mouth said that he wanted to exterminate my blood relatives. Then what can I do? I can only fulfill him. You boy. Su Tian shook his head and smiled. That's just it. It's good to be resourceful when going out. He paused and added, cultivate to the divine mansion realm early to return to the upper realm. Your father is also an unconscionable contraption. My dad? Suyu blinked and was about to ask again when he suddenly felt a stabbing pain in his brow. Su Tian's 2 gazes actually merged into one, transforming into a small sword that stabbed into Suyu's body. Within Suyu's violet mansion, a small clean white sword had suddenly appeared. An aura of supreme greatness permeated out from the small sword. Soon, with the help of this small sword, the multiple supreme physiques in his body instantly became obedient, and the 4 forces were blended into one. The heart tripod that was originally stuck at 3 zhang began to expand continuously. 5 abbot, 10 feet, 30 feet. Suyu was ecstatic and said from the bottom of his heart, thanks, Grandpa. Hearing these words, Su Tian couldn't stop the corners of his mouth from rising. Though in principle, it was said that one must not help clansmen who were practicing in the lower realms. But he doesn't care about that much. Right now he's all about principles. Brat, have a good experience. With so many supreme physiques, your future achievements can be much greater than your father's. I know, master. You should hurry up and leave. Don't delay my cultivation. Don't know what's good for you. Su Tian grunted, his gaze fading away. Boom. In this instant, Suyu's body shook as he stepped into the questioning realm. Click. His body was as crunchy as refried beans, and his skin was crystal clear, flowing like jade with a mysterious luster. So comforting. He couldn't help but stretch. At this moment, there was already an additional lofty giant tripod at the center of his dantian. 100 feet. 100-foot heart tripod. Not to say there will be no one after, but certainly no one before. Suyu's figure flashed and appeared in the sky above the Su mansion. Looking at the vastness of the earth, his thoughts moved slightly. The laws of heaven and earth were clearly visible for millions of miles around. Only a slight frown was seen. Rumble. A layer of gloom was then cast over the sky for millions of miles around. The corners of his mouth curled into a slight smile. The gloom lifted from the vault of heaven and the clouds were lifted. Throughout the entire process, Suyu did not utilize a single ounce of spiritual energy. A mere change of heart led to a change of color in heaven and earth. Every move is heavenly. A word is God's will. Inside the Su mansion, the crowd stared dumbfounded at this scene, their faces filled with horror. Especially Red Lotus. In the past, she still thought that Suyu was just a mole cricket of a low realm and did not place him in her eyes. But now, Suyu seemed to be on the verge of catching up with her? Are you kidding me? How long has it been? How does this kid cultivate so fast? And, not only is it fast, it's fierce. It's a bit of a stretch to be fierce. Which inquisitorial realm was capable of communicating the laws of heaven and earth for millions of miles around? This is outrageous. Red Lotus even had a feeling that right now, even if Suyu did not resort to the Nine Hells Devil Sword, he would not necessarily be able to take him down. After all, this guy had spatial means, and if he wanted to run, there was really no way to take him. Young lord, it's gotten stronger again. That scent just now, was it the old master? Sujio Ge's beautiful eyes gazed fixedly at Suyu. At this moment, Suyu's will was connected to heaven and earth. To be an enemy of him was to be an enemy of all of heaven and earth. In the future, his enemies would not only have to endure horrific attacks from him, but would also be ostracized by heaven and earth all the time. I'm afraid it's going to be difficult for this generation of heavenly prides in the upper realm. Name, Su Yu. Cultivation level, first level of the Inquirer's realm. Physique, Taishu sword body. Tai Bai Big Dipper body. Age reverse wheel body. Central prison body. Innate aptitude, Taishu sword intent. Innate Gengjin Qi, longevity and long-sightedness. Virtue and carrying. Villain value, 500. 000. Is it halfway there? Glancing at the system panel, Su Yu nodded slightly. And then, the figure suddenly disappeared. As if in an instant, he appeared behind Red Lotus. Snap. Swells the ass of the daughter of heaven's destiny. Red Lotus. Villain value plus 5,000. Red Lotus's pretty cheeks were instantly colored scarlet. Shy and angry. Gritting her teeth. Bastard. She raised her foot to kick, but it came up empty. Su Yu hemmed and hawed, and his figure instantly appeared on the other side again. Transient? Red Lotus frowned. Not exactly. Su Yu shook his head slightly. He could only move instantly with the help of the Void Sword Chi right now, and he was still far from that kind of instantaneous movement at will. However, against existences below the Saint Realm, that was purely and simply a descending blow. Okay, young lord. Stop playing. Su Jogu couldn't help herself. Aren't you going to the burial ground? If you don't go, you'll have to wait another 7 days. Oh yeah. Su Yu drifted off, then stopped tossing Red Lotus. After taking out some of the cultivation resources from his storage bag and explaining a few words to the Su family and others, Su Yu took the Red Lotus and followed Su Jogu to break the boundary and leave. Chapter 34 Seconds to kneel. Why is he here? Endless black earth. As far as the eye can see. Burial ground. This place is the home of the dead. The end of all spirits. Mysterious and bizarre. Su Yu's trio followed the spatial passage and arrived at the burial earth in a short while. When you step into the burial ground, the land under your feet is so soft that it is as if you were stepping on top of a cloud. When he raised his eyes and looked around, he saw a forest of tall tombstones, neatly arranged like soldiers, guarding the silent land. On top of the tombstones, various strange runes and patterns were carved, emitting a faint glow that seemed to speak of the deceased's life story. In the middle of the burial ground, fog filled the air like smoke, making it impossible to see the path ahead. Occasionally a gust of cloudy wind blew through, bringing a chill that was creepy. In the mist, some strange figures could be vaguely seen, some shaped like ghosts, some like strange beasts, and they were weaving and wandering in the burial soil as if they were looking for something. Continue on and come to a huge mausoleum. This mausoleum was 100 feet tall and magnificent, towering like a mountain peak in the middle of the burial soil. The door to the mausoleum was closed, and some mysterious runes and patterns were carved on the door, making it impossible to understand its meaning. At this time, in front of the mausoleum door, there were already dozens of people waiting in twos and threes, all with solemn faces. At a cursory glance, there was almost always a protector leading 2 or 3 youths, obviously all of them wanting to enter the burial ground to practice. Here's another one. A voice rang out. The crowd followed the sound and immediately revealed their astonishment. You want to enter the burial ground to practice at the questioning tripod realm? A dozen gazes were focused on Su Yu, all of them with a skeptical look. Within the burial soil, there were many opportunities, but even more crises. Generally speaking, only those in the middle stage of the avatar realm or above would dare to attempt it, and they would also have to have a sufficiently strong avatar in their possession to be able to do so. After all, the burial soil was unpredictable, and no one could guarantee that accidents would not occur. This guy in front of him was only a questioning one, yet he wanted to risk breaking into the burial ground. He was simply out of his depth. Not only that, but he actually brought along 2 of the Dao protectors. How afraid of death was that? Su Yu ignored the gazes of others and walked straight to the ancient door. What do you want? This little brother? A protector of the Dao rushed out to stop it. Knocking. Ha! Su Yu rightfully said. He had come to the burial earth with the strong purpose of taking that burial god sword, so of course he wouldn't waste his time anywhere else. But this action fell on the eyes of the onlookers and turned into a rash. This is the first time you've been to the burial ground, little brother, isn't it? The previous Taoist protector bitterly smiled and shook his head, then pointed at the gate. This gate is called the Heaven and Earth Gate, connecting to the burial earth death tomb, and it can only be opened by that Imperial Yi family. We, on the other hand, need to take an invitation to qualify to enter the tomb of earth and death. Saying that, he seemed to have thought of something and said with a strange look on his face, You don't have an invitation, do you? Su Yu shrugged. No. Before he came, he didn't even know that he needed something like an invitation to enter the burial ground. No wonder. Hearing his words, everyone around him shook their heads. It turned out to be a real second generation who didn't know anything about anything and was stupid enough to rush to the burial ground. Not only is there a lack of cultivation, but there's no invitation to enter. Isn't this a joke? Someone kindly advised, since there is no invitation, I advise you to still leave as soon as possible. That Yi family is not a good person. Don't fail to experience at that time, but in turn take your little life into it. Su Yu nodded. Thanks for the reminder. Don't worry, I have my measure. Boom. After saying that, he directly kicked on the heaven and earth gate with a loud rumbling sound. Seeing this, the corners of the crowd's mouths twitched. You call that a measure? Where do you look like you have a sense of proportion? It's clearly a death wish. Don't get us involved if you want to die. That's right. That Yi family people are famous for their eccentric temper. It doesn't matter if you die. In case of anger against us, forget it, stay away from him. I'm afraid of splattering my blood later. The crowd cursed in low voices and took a few steps back, distancing themselves from Su Yu. Bang, bang, bang. Su Yu once again raised his leg and kicked furiously at the heaven and earth gate. Boom, boom, boom. A deafening voice echoed in the ears of the crowd, shaking the heart. The sound lasted for a long time, and the crowd was as far away from Su Yu as if they were avoiding a calamity. Boom! Just when the crowd felt like their eardrums were about to explode, suddenly, a vast and extreme majesty came from that heavenly earth sect, causing the faces of the crowd to change drastically. At the same time, a majestic and vicissitudes female voice suddenly resounded in everyone's mind. Who dares to offend my Yi family? At those words, the faces of the crowd instantly turned white, their foreheads dripping with cold sweat. I knew it. This kid is finished. The Yi family isn't that easy to mess with. Offending the Yi family just after coming to the burial ground is definitely like being tired of living. I've encountered quite a few of this kind of rashness, and they all ended up dying a miserable death. The gazes of the crowd toward Su Yu were filled with pity and regret. This kid is dead. Even if he was from the royal family, he was not the least bit useful when facing the Yi family members in the burial ground. Yo, just a few days apart and you don't recognize me? Didn't you say before that you would warmly entertain this gentleman? Hearing that familiar voice, Yi Fengtian inside the door almost pissed himself and shuddered violently. How is that possible? Wasn't that guy in the Tsunqing realm? Why did he appear here? You still don't want to let my Yi family go? Yi Fengtian trembled his hand with a face that looked at death as he slowly opened the heaven and earth gate. She had wanted to hold back some of her bravado. Snap! However, the moment he met Su Jiuji's eyes, his feet softened and he directly knelt down. Yi family, welcome Mr. Su. Chapter 35 The Son of Luck Yifeng, a demon against the heavens? Ha! Seeing the image of Yi Fengtian respectfully kneeling down, the crowd outside the heaven and earth gate was somewhat confused. What is this? They're not looking at it wrong. At one time, even when the eldest grandson of the royal family arrived, Yi Fengtian, who didn't bother to say more than half a word, actually performed such a great salute to a kid, and by the looks of it, there was some hidden fear of the other side? How is that possible? There's no need to be like that. My lord is not here today to look for trouble. Su Yu faintly said. That would be good. No, I mean, it's an honor for my Yi family for Sir Su to arrive. Yi Fengtian hurriedly stood up, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and said with a smile, since Mr. Su wants to enter the Yi family's death tomb, I will arrange it now. After Yi Fengtian finished speaking, his gaze fell to the surroundings. All of you stand down. Elder Yi, I'm afraid this isn't right, is it? Hearing her words, the faces of the surrounding crowd changed slightly. They had all put in their blood for the opening of this deadly tomb, and some had even waited here a few days in advance. And now, Yi Fengtian told them to just leave? Yi Fengtian knew what they thought in their hearts, but even when faced with the prospect of making enemies of multiple forces, she was still tough as nails. I said for you all to stand down, and for the matter of entering the tomb of the dead, all of you, please wait for 7 days later. The voice contained holy power, shaking the air with a popping sound, instantly causing those people to tremble and not dare to question in the slightest. The crowd dared to be angry and could only back away. At the same time, there was also speculation in his mind about Su Yu's identity. Surprisingly, the Yi family has been allowed to do this, and is surnamed Su. Shouldn't I? Someone seemed to have guessed something. Their face changed, and they hurriedly left quickly with their own daozi. When the field was cleared, Yi Fengtai turned around and respectfully said, Your Excellency, please follow me. Aha! Su Yu gently nodded his head and followed behind Yi Fengtian, slowly walking towards the back of the mountain. The further in, the more eerie it became, as if stepping into another world, the air revealing a creepy chill. My lord, this tomb of death is the safety zone established by the Yi family's ancestors who fought to the death in the burial soil back then, and it is also the foundation of my Yi family's foothold in the burial soil. In the tomb of death, although there is not as harsh an environment as in the outside world, there are also many dead spirits. Killing these dead spirits can obtain some cultivation insights. as well as memories of the dead spirits before they were born. Therefore, the Burial Earth Death Tomb is also an excellent training location in the upper realm, attracting a large number of young talents here every year. However, since you're here, then this Death Tomb experience should be yours alone. Yifeng Tian walked while introducing Su Yu, and an untraceable pat on the back. Not bad. The Yi family is very up to speed. Su was flattered and nodded appreciatively. Soon the group passed through the low passages and the view opened up, traveling to a vast hall. Hundreds of people appeared densely packed in front of Su Yu. Seeing the arrival of Su Yu and the others, Yi family head Yi Yuan hurriedly went forward to greet him. I don't know that Mr. Su has come to visit, so I hope you'll bear with me if I've missed your welcome. Su Yu waved his hand to indicate that there was no harm. Subsequently, Su Yu was served to sit on the chief like the stars, while Yi Yuan personally sat on the left side. The rest of the crowd, separated on both sides, look restrained, do not dare to move. Although the Yi family is a royal family, it is not enough to look at in the eyes of the Su family, and whether or not the Yi family can continue to stand in the burial ground will also depend on the meaning of this little ancestor. Therefore, Yi Yuan's posture was lowered. You know, back then, this ancestor's one sentence of wanting to eat melon seeds when he was 3 years old made the magic sunflower garden next door almost overthrow. To put it mildly, the Yi family's ability to gain a foothold in the burial soil so quickly is still a result of some of Su Yu's love. Mr. Su, it will take half an hour for the deadly tomb to open, so please bear with me. With that, he pointed at the other disciples of the Yi family. These are the younger generation of my Yi family. They have just returned from the outside and don't quite know the rules, so I hope you won't be offended if they bump into you. Upon hearing this, the group of Yi family disciples tensed for a moment. We, the descendants of the Yi family, see Mr. Su. This group of people all kneeled on one knee and shouted. Just, unlike most people, in the center of the crowd, an upright figure was still standing without the slightest movement. Yip Feng? What's this kid doing? Yi Yuan frowned slightly and said in a deep voice. Fenger, why don't you still pay homage to Mr. Su? Sorry. Yi Feng's face was calm as he arched his hand towards Su Yu. Sir Su, what I am practicing is the invincible Dao. My destiny is too hard to bend. Boom! Before the words fell, Su Jiuji's body suddenly erupted with a terrifying aura. The entire hall of the dead mausoleum was shaken. Yi Yuan was shocked and hurriedly scolded. Yi Feng, are you going to destroy the Yi family? Who cares about your bull ***** invincible Dao? Hurry over and kowtow to Prince Su to make amends. Yi Yuan was truly scared. Scared to the point that his liver was trembling. Although his cultivation level was the same as Su Jiuji's, both being at the Great Sage realm and similar in strength, there was no difference. However, one must know that Su Jiuge was only one of the Su family's demonic guards. There are 999 others as horrible as her. If you upset this master, I'm afraid there will be no more Yi family today. Sister Jiuge, there's no rush yet. The corner of Su Yu's mouth slightly hooked as he raised his hand to stop Su Jiuge. His eyes narrowed slightly as he looked towards the system prompt that had only just appeared. Detected the appearance of a great fortune maker in the host's surroundings. Name, Yi Feng. Cultivation, Avatar Realm Minor. Physique, Desolate Ancient Mixed Body, Great Sage Body. Remarks, the outcast son of the Yi family is ill-fated, but due to the awakening of his bloodline, he is chosen by his family to be the vessel for the revival of his distant ancestor. Unwilling to be at the mercy of fate, Yi Feng was guided by the remnants of an ancient quasi-emperor within the burial soil, and accidentally obtained the quasi-emperor's inheritance, and has since changed his destiny against all odds, and has in turn turned the power of the Yi family's distant ancestor into his own power. Warning, this son of fortune has extremely strong qi. Please be careful in dealing with the host. A quasi-imperial inheritance. And it's also turned against the Yi family's distant ancestor and seized his power? The more Su Yu looked, the more alarmed he became. This fellow was worthy of being the son of the great clan of the upper realm in terms of qi. And this kind of heaven-defying encounter could simply be called a demon. But, being that strong, you should be able to squeeze a lot more villain value out of it, right? Su Yu rubbed his chin and smiled broadly. Being stared at by Su Yu, Yi Feng couldn't help but fight a cold war. He felt that he had been completely exposed in Su Yu's eyes. He had a premonition that if he didn't hurry to escape, he definitely wouldn't survive for more than an incense stick. But, he cultivated the invincible Dao. Even if the enemy is terribly strong, how can you run away from the battle? Yi Feng, why don't you kowtow to Mr. Su? At this time, Yi Yuan once again drank. Yi Feng, what exactly are you proud of? Yi Lanqin also stood out and shouted. In front of Prince Su, everything you have is insignificant. Don't bury yourself in the Yi family for the sake of a momentary whim. Ranxin, even you say that? Yi Feng's body trembled. Unbelievably, He looked at Yi Lanxin. The Yi family had been cool to him, only using him as a tool to resurrect their distant ancestor. It was Yi Lanxin who had given him concern, which had kept him from leaving the Yi family outright. But now, the once warm-hearted white moonlight had become a stranger to him. Is the Su family really that scary? Yi Lanxin gritted her teeth. Yes. Yi Feng bitterly shook his head. That's just it. Since you all think I'm arrogant, then I'll be arrogant for you. He looked straight at Su Yu and said in a single word. Using power to suppress others is nothing. If you're capable, come to a fair fight. I will let you know. There is no need to resurrect the far ancestor. I will surpass him. Chapter 36. Even demons have to kneel. One finger teaches you to behave. Yi Feng, are you looking for death? Hearing Yi Feng's words, Yi Yuan's face changed greatly and he was about to strike. But before he could make a move, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Su Jiuji's body, enveloping the entire death tomb. Lord Demon Guard, what are you? Yi Yuan froze, not expecting Su Jiuge to intervene. Su Jiuji's face was calm, without the young lord's orders. No one is allowed to act rashly. At those words, Yi Yuan was angry and anxious, but there was nothing he could do. Now, the situation seems to have developed out of his control. If I had known, I wouldn't have let Yi Feng come to see the salute. You want to fight me? Su Yu slowly got up and gazed at Yi Feng and said, obviously, it was only the questioning tripod realm, but it caused Yi Feng's face to change several times, and he felt as if his entire body was being suppressed. Moreover, the other party's eyes were as if they could see into one's mind, allowing one to hide. It's a terrible feeling. Yi Feng frowned. What? Don't dare? Upon hearing this, Su Yu's smile became even more intense. Not everyone is qualified to fight with this Gongzi. If any cat or dog could challenge me, wouldn't I be busy? Yi Feng also laughed and shook his head in disdain. If you are afraid, just say it straight. We can enter the life and death stage and limit ourselves to engaging in the same realm. Su Yu shook his head. No, you're missing my point. Oh, Yi Feng was a bit stunned. Following closely, Su Yu finally diagrammed. If you want to fight with me, show some color. Yi Feng frowned and took out a holy dan from his storage bag. Not enough. Su Yu indifferently looked at Yi Feng. Yi Feng's face sank. This holy elixir is the most valuable thing in his whole body. This is not enough if. What else do you want? Su Yu narrowed his eyes. If you lose, tell me the secret of how you stole the power of the Yi family's distant ancestor. Boom! How do you know? Being exposed by Su Yu's biggest secret, Yi Feng's face suddenly changed, not resuming the calmness that everything was under control just now. Yi Feng, when Su Yu's words fell, Yi Yuan could no longer control himself and stormed up to question. How dare you steal the power of my Yi family's distant ancestor? Yi Feng, tell me. What, mister? Su said. Is it true or false? At this time, Yi Yuan didn't even care about Su Jiuji's words anymore, and a great saintly pressure emanated out, locking Yi Feng in place. The entire Yi family hierarchy was also in a state of disarray, looking at Yi Feng in unison, wanting to know the answer to the question. There was no way around it. The things Su Yu said were just too terrifying. It was important to know that the reason why the Yi family had entered the burial earth was to resurrect the Yi family's distant ancestor, that peerless figure who had achieved paragon in the eternal ancient era. But now, the Yi family had poured countless years of hard work into preparing the point plan, but the fruit had been plucked by Yi Feng. The vessel? The Yi family's crowd couldn't accept it. As long as Yi Feng dared to nod his head, no matter who stepped forward today, it wouldn't be good. This son will die. Ho ho ho. In the face of 1,000 accusations, Yi Feng was smiling. Pedantic. Foolish. He had no fear of Yi Yuan's murderous gaze and said tit for tat. I told you earlier, there is no need to resurrect the far ancestor. I will surpass the far ancestor. Folks, times have changed. This golden great world belongs to me. Yi Feng, far ancestor? He's only at the quasi-emperor realm. As long as I'm given time, it's not impossible to achieve greatness. Yi Feng was arrogant and didn't put the Yi family and the others in his eyes at all. At this moment, even as strong as Yi Yuan, he was so infuriated by Yi Feng that his chest rose and fell violently, and he could not speak for a long time. This sinful animal, actually saying he's going to surpass his distant ancestor? This is crazy as hell. One must know that the distant ancestor was once an existence that was one step away from becoming a great emperor. As long as they could resurrect the distant ancestor, they might be able to break the Su clan's suppression of the heavens. As long as the distant ancestor seizes the opportunity after his return and ascends to the imperial throne while the Su family's lifespan is at an end, then the Yi family will be able to follow the chickens and dogs, and leap to become a godless clan like the Su family. But Yi Feng, however, hardened this mouthful of beautiful preconceptions. Instead of properly acting as a vessel for the resurgence of a distant ancestor, they are stealing the power left behind by a distant ancestor. It's a mortal sin. Damn you. Yi Yuan didn't care about anything else and raised his hand to press down with a palm. Old thing. The little master has long been displeased with you. Facing the great sage's anger-laden strike, Yi Feng was actually fearless. Didn't I say for no one to do anything rash? However, just as Yi Yuan's palm was about to fall, it was directly kicked out by Su Jiugu. Boom! Yi Yuan's entire body was embedded within the walls of the dead mausoleum. His face full of shock and indignation as he said incredulously, "How is it possible?" There was a small difference in realm between him and Su Jiugu, and he was on his home turf. So how could he be crushed? Noisy! Su Jiuji's expression was cold as he directly punched out a prohibition to subdue Yi Yuan. If it was before, she wouldn't have been able to suppress Yi Yuan so easily. But the experience of taking the Taishu ancient scripture when she was in the lower realm was a major opportunity for her. Alright, cut the crap. Yi Feng, are you still fighting? Suyu had his hands wrapped around his chest in a leisurely manner. Yi Feng took a deep breath, suppressed his inner agitation, and blandly said, "I've taken out my lottery. What's yours?" Suyu grinned. "There's no need, because you can't win." "Ha, they say I'm crazy. I see you're even crazier than me." Yi Feng hummed, "If I win, you will lend me your protector for 10 years. How about it?" At those words, Suyu's eyes were slightly cold. "You have a lot of guts." Su Jiuji's face also changed slightly, obviously not expecting Yi Feng to make such a condition. Although he knew that it was impossible for Suyu to lose, Su Jiugu would be more or less uncomfortable in her heart if Suyu really took her out as a bet. "My protector. You are not worthy." Suyu took out the Destruction Luck Atlas from his bosom. "If you win, you will take this item." Yi Feng had wanted to bargain some more, but, after taking a good look at the Destruction Luck Atlas in Suyu's hand, his face instantly changed drastically, revealing a color of greed. Yes, the next moment, he moved violently. Roar! The pale dragon's roar resounded throughout the entire death tomb. Then he saw Yi Feng transform into a giant dragon and pounce on Suyu with a rolling ferocity. He was going to crush his opponent with invincibility. True dragon battle technique. It's actually the signature killing move of my Yi family's distant ancestor. Yi Feng, you really have stolen the power of a distant ancestor. Asshole. Yi Yuan was grief-stricken and furious, shouting angrily, but to no avail. At this moment, he couldn't even get his voice out. Bang! Yi Feng's huge dragon body ruthlessly crashed into Suyu's body, and Suyu stifled a grunt and flew backwards. "Ha ha ha, is that all you've got? You can't." Seeing this, Yi Feng looked up to the sky and roared freely. "What Su family's son? In front of me, he must also bow down." Boom! The true dragon claw mark slapped hard at Suyu's head. However, just at this instant, a flash of sarcasm suddenly flashed under Suyu's eyes. "Your speed is too slow." Yi Feng froze. Just in the next second, Yi Feng's pupils contracted like the tip of a needle. Suyu stretched out his right hand and joined his fingers like a sword, making a chop in the air towards him. Swish! The space and time around Yi Feng seemed to have stood still, and his figure stood still in the air, his body stiffening. Pust! Suyu chopped off Yi Feng's right arm with one finger, and blood sprayed out. This scene surprised the crowd beyond words. Even the many experts of the Yi family were shocked. Hiss! Yi Yuan even drew a cold breath. Spatial laws. This sword finger has actually shaken the laws of space. Chapter 37. He is actually a double supreme body? Chop off an arm of the son of Qi. Villain value plus 20. 000. Suyu smiled faintly. So what if it's a true dragon? Behead you as usual. Yi Feng's face was unsightly as he forced himself to endure the severe pain and pressed his broken arm back. A dragon's roar followed, and the broken arm was renewed. However, although it was renewed, his face was still pale and his breath was much depleted. Especially that invincible momentum, which had been thwarted by Suyu's sword for the most part, was no longer as spirited as it had been at the beginning. He stared at Suyu dead in the face. "In this world, there are really countless heroes. I thought that I was already invincible at the same level, but I didn't expect that there are still demons like you in the world." Taishu's sword body. It was actually the legendary supreme physique. His eyes were filled with horror. He was carrying the desolate ancient mixed Yuan body, cultivating the innate Dao scriptures internally, and practicing the true dragon battle technique externally, but he was still chopped off an arm by someone overstepping his rank. Yi Feng had not dared to underestimate Suyu in the slightest at this moment, and his entire person was serious to the extreme. Is the power of controlling space unique to the Taishu sword body? But if I stir up the space, how should you respond? As the words fell, Yi Feng kept swinging his fist, striking out strike after strike of dragon-shaped chi energy, crazily bombarding the surrounding space. Red Lotus frowned. This kid has a lot of combat experience. He actually knows how to deal with opponents who cultivate spatial laws. Space twisted and changed under the dragon's fist, and although it didn't shatter, It was already chaotic to the extreme. At this time, it would be extremely difficult to mobilize the space laws again, and one might even suffer a backlash. A hint of apprehension appeared in the eyes of the crowd. With his strongest means restricted, could Xuyu still maintain his crushing power? Although the Taishu sword body was strong, it was a notorious late-stage physique. Once one entered sainthood, the Taishu sword body would be able to utilize its true power, condensing emptiness into a sword. A sword is a world, which can be described as an unparalleled attack. However, in the early stages of cultivation, the Taishu sword body could only give the cultivator a sense of the sword Dao and simple spatial abilities only. Yi Feng smiled to himself. I didn't expect that one day I would also win at the point of being older. I recognize that you're strong, but a real battle is never won or lost by battle skills alone. Let me teach you a lesson about the importance of combat experience. After he said that, his eyes opened steeply, and the muscles of his entire body bulged and exploded with dazzling golden light. Rumble. Each of his punches seemed to smash through the void. Punch after punch, punch after punch. Finally, with another punch, the space in front of Yi Feng exploded while he instantly disappeared. The next moment, when he reappeared, he had already appeared behind Xuyu. I won. Yi Feng grinned, his right fist carrying an unrivaled domineering aura straight to Suyu's head. His move was so fast that no one could even react. Even if it was the Taishu sword body, when he got close to him, that result was already doomed. However, Xuyu was motionless, as if he didn't react at all. Boom! The heavy fists fell, stirring up waves of sound. However, a flash of consternation appeared on his face, because the punch didn't even look like it was hitting a human body, but like it was bombarding a holy soldier. Only to hear a bang sound, an unimaginably huge force came from the fist, throwing him violently flying out, blood spurting from his mouth. What the hell? In midair, Yi Feng was stupefied. Some sort of protective treasure? No, that's not right. This is. In the next second, his pupils contracted and he looked up in horror. A yellow dragon cut through the long night from under his nose and roared at him. This, central prison town body. You're actually a dual supreme body. Yi Feng screamed in terror, but it was too late. The dragon's shadow pounced on him, instantly turning into hot lava and drowning him. No! A miserable roar resounded. Yi Feng's body was burned and melted, gradually scorching black. The magma quickly solidified, interspersed with a terrifying sealing force, directly suppressing him firmly. Yi Feng was horrified. How could he not have expected that Xuyu was still carrying the central prison suppressor body? If you say that the Taishu sword body is the first in offense, then, the central prison suppressor body could be claimed to be number one in defense. With the power of the central earth and earth added to his body, his physical body was comparable to a saint soldier. This offense and defense are a perfect match. Yi Feng's eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. On what grounds? The supreme physique of billions of people may not even awaken one. The supreme body was greatly accomplished, and it was even more qualified to call out to great emperors. By what right could he have two supreme bodies all by himself? Yi Feng was angry and unwilling, and his heart was in despair. Is this a gift from God? Why him? I hate na dash. Yi Feng's invincible momentum was completely broken, and the entire person rolled both eyes and fainted. Seriously injure the son of Qi. Villain value plus 50,000. Breaking the invincibility of the son of chance. Villain value plus 100,000. That's it? Xuyu cracked his knuckles and had a tasteless face. What is this talk about surpassing a distant ancestor? But it turns out to be a silver spear candle head. With a wave of his hand, the rock encasing Yi Feng slowly cracked. Yi Feng was just thrown to the ground like a dead dog by Xuyu. The people present looked at this scene and all of them fell into silence. Is this the gold content of the Su family's imperial son? Not only was Yi Feng's realm one level higher than his, he had also stolen the power of the distant ancestors. But to be defeated by Xuyu so easily? Moreover, looking at Suyu's posture, he hadn't even used his full strength? The gazes of the crowd looking at Xuyu were already different. This one is not a second generation that will only use his family's background to do good, but a true absolute demon. Throughout history, there were only a handful of demons with two supreme physiques. Sir, please have some tea. Su Jiugu was filled with tenderness and served the fragrant tea. The corners of his mouth were thick with laughter. She knew that Xuyu was more than just a dual supreme body. Instead, it's the terrifying four supreme bodies. It's still Sister Jiugu who's good to me. Xuyu nodded slightly, picked up his teacup and took a shallow sip, instantly refreshed. This tea is good, but the person who made it is even better. Su Jiuji's pretty face blushed. She did indeed brew tea with top-notch craftsmanship, which was of the top level of the upper realm. However, such a compliment was something that made Su Jiugu overjoyed. Many people looked at Xuyu enviously. Not only is his strength strong, His natural talent invincible, but he also has such a beautiful woman to accompany him. There is nothing better than a winner in life, right? Not far away. Yi Lanxin looked at Suyu with a complicated expression, and her heart was surging with strong remorse. If she had known this, why did she bother with that Xiao Xian when she was in the lower realms? If he could have known Suyu earlier, I'm afraid there would have been one more person beside him? Well, don't just stand there. What's that death tomb? It should be able to be opened, right? Suyu drank the tea in his cup and asked indifferently. Of course. Yi Yuan crawled out from the ground and smiled sarcastically as he stepped forward. He first ordered someone to bind Yifeng with the god binding lock, and then brought Suyu and the others to the entrance of the Tomb of the Dead. The Tomb of the Dead is not a tomb, but a small world. It was coalesced by the ancestor of the Yi family after forcibly stripping a part of the space of the burial soil. The aura within it was unusually dense, almost reaching 3 times the level of the upper realm. Yi Yuan reached out and guided his hand. A massive aura gathered into a vortex, and as the vortex turned, a portal was formed. Mr. Su, please. However, Great Sage of the 9 Sephiroths is still requested to wait outside. The Tomb of the Dead has a cultivation restriction, and a Great Sage realm's entry will most likely cause a spatial collapse. Suyu nodded slightly and glanced back at Yifeng before entering. Don't die. This Gongzi is still waiting to hear your secret. Yifeng smiled miserably and nodded. Willing to bet. This time it's you who won. But don't get cocky. Next time. Next time? Before Yifeng's words could fall, he was interrupted by Suyu. His tone was calm, as if he were stating facts. The gap between you and me won't be close to half a point. It will only grow wider and wider as time goes by, until it's completely impossible to even see my back. Mad. You're madder than me. Yifeng's face was complicated and he wanted to put in a few harsh words, but he realized that Suyu had already turned around and left. Just wait. Don't think that you're truly invincible just because you have a supreme talent, an imperial family background, and an invincible physique. These are nothing more than external forces. Yifeng spoke and ended up talking himself speechless. What the hell? He's got all the good things going for him. How can anyone live? Chapter 38 Ancient Sacred Cemetery. Nameless Ancient Monument. Burial God Sword Tire. As Suyu stepped out from within the passageway, the sight that met him took his breath away. As far as the eye could see, there was a vast expanse of land. The earth was filled with tombstones of all kinds. The whole world was gray, as if it had come to the legendary underworld. Buzz. Just as Suyu took a step, intending to move forward, another figure came out from the passage behind him. A dainty red dress and a full-fledged look. Who is it if not Red Lotus? What's your son in such a hurry for? Why don't you wait for me? Red Lotus let out a light laugh. Her jade fingers hooked onto Suyu's collar, pulling him 2 points closer in her direction, exhaling her breath like orchids. Fragrant wind gusting. Suyu narrowed his eyes slightly. Why the sudden change in nature? This witch became too gentle for a moment and recoiled. The main thing is that it is not good to start exploding the villain value. Meh. Red Lotus smiled charmingly, her eyes glowing with a strange color. Gongzi is so amazingly talented. Can't my little girl be moved? No. I don't like old women. Suyu responded coldly. Words caused the destined daughter's Taoist heart to become unstable. Villain value plus 5,000. Old? Where am I old? Haven't you heard the saying? When a woman is a big girl, she's a big girl. 3,000 women are ranked among the immortals. Red Lotus instantly broke defense, grabbing Suyu's hand and pressing it to her face. Look at this glowing face. You're saying I'm old? Look at this hand. Slim as a green onion. Round as jade. Where is it old? And look at those tits. That ass. Red Lotus was furious and grabbed Suyu's hand and groped himself. This flurry of maneuvers left Suyu speechless. I've never seen this little so bold before. Seeing that Suyu had nothing to say in reply, Red Lotus became even more pleased. She straightened her full breasts and was proud. How? This girl doesn't lose to those young people, right? Ahem. Suyu cleared his throat. Cut the crap. Do your job as a maid honestly and don't think about getting ahead in one step. Oh. Red Lotus trailed off her tone, her beautiful eyes staring at Suyu, her heart poking and prodding, thinking, since there is no way to ride on him in a proper way, then just find a way to ride on him somewhere else, won't it? Unaware of Red Lotus's small mind, Suyu turned around and stepped forward. The duo walked for an unknown amount of time, one after the other. Along the way, there were quite a few lonely souls and ghosts blocking the way, but they were all broken by Suyu with a single look. After entering the questioning Ding realm, his divine sense was drastically enhanced, and had reached the point where he could kill with his eyes. Finally, after crossing over a large tombstone, the scene before Suyu's eyes suddenly changed. The tombstones here were no longer low and mutilated, but were taller than one another, each one resembling a mountain and sticking up into the sky. Moreover, the surrounding area is no longer deserted. A casual glance can see many people walking back and forth in this place. Another newcomer? The first time you enter the Tomb of the Dead, you go straight to the ancient sacred cemetery, either a rookie or a veteran. However, entering the Tomb of the Dead and bringing a protector with him, this kid is really quite afraid of death, and isn't afraid that the protector will split the chance away? Who knows? Maybe others are just here for the long haul and aren't interested in the chance? Whatever. Just don't fight me for it anyway. Seeing Suyu and Red Lotus arrive, the surrounding people cast their gazes. However, most of them did not come forward to climb and talk, but rather, they were self-concerned in front of a giant mountain, obviously more interested in the chance. Ancient sacred cemeteries. Looking around, Red Lotus' beautiful eyes revealed a flash of memories. A moment later, her vermilion lips gently opened. My lord, this should be where the greatest chance of the death tomb lies. That one giant tomb is the inheritance left behind by the ancient saints of the Emperor's Fall era back then, and as long as one breaks open the secrets in the tomb, one will be able to obtain the inheritance. Suyu nodded slightly and lifted his steps forward. At the same time, he began to remember. Recall the chances extracted from your mind. Bow down 3 times in front of the nameless monument in the ancient sacred cemetery, and you'll receive the burial sword tire. In the midst of his thoughts, Suyu began to walk through the middle of the cemetery. The eyes swept over one giant grave after another, but for the time being, no trace of the nameless monument has been detected. All around, the young celestial pride that stood in front of the giant grave were all watching him with a vigilant face, fearing that Suyu would rush up and take away the inheritance that he had worked so hard to find in the next second. Get out! It's just that some people don't have the best temperament. Seeing Suyu walking towards him, he immediately shouted out sternly, Aha! Upon hearing this, Suyu's brows furrowed slightly as he glanced at the youth, a sneer surfacing at the corner of his mouth as he slowly shook his head. This youth's cultivation had reached the small completion of the Avatar realm, and in the upper realm, he had already been described as a leading-level genius among the first-class forces, but in front of him, it was as small as a mole cricket. Suyu didn't even bother to look at him squarely. Little, you seek death. Sensing Suyu's attitude, that youth became furious and immediately drew his sword and chopped. Clang! A cold aura swept through the air, tearing through the air and emitting a sharp and ear-piercing air-breaking sound. Get out! Suyu had the heavenly constitution in his mouth and spat out words like thunder. Boom! A blast. The sword shattered and turned into starlight that spilled onto the earth. The youth stifled a grunt and directly fell to his knees. Pust. Blood splattered out along his mouth and dripped onto the ground beneath the giant grave. Boom! In the next moment, without waiting for that youth to react, a giant scarlet hand stretched out from under the giant grave, dragging him directly into it. Ka-chow! The youth had just been yanked in when the surface of the giant grave began to crack. Immediately afterward, the giant grave actually slowly moved away, forming a deep, dark tunnel. Whoosh! A cloudy wind whipped by, and the crowd only saw a yellowish ancient book slowly floating towards Suyu. That ancient book is yellow and wrinkled, covered with dust, but from the hidden release of its Taoist rhythm, it must be extraordinary. The ancient book hovered in front of Suyu and remained still. Suyu raised his eyebrows, one hand probed out, holding the ancient book and gently flipping through it. Picking a star for a fight? So it's a sword move? Not bad at all. Suyu nodded slightly and put this sword manual into his storage bag. So the condition for cracking the inheritance tomb of the great sage of Takumi is a blood sacrifice? The surrounding people looked at Suyu with envious faces, somewhat dumbfounded. I didn't expect this man to make a catch as soon as he arrived. This luck was unbelievable. However, in the way of Suyu's strong combat power, no one dared to make a move and could only watch, hoping that he would quickly walk away. Suyu swept his gaze over the surroundings, shook his head slightly, and moved forward on his own. The so-called ancient sage inheritance was just that in his opinion, and wasn't worth much effort. In this place, only that burial god sword tire was worth paying attention to. As for the others, they simply couldn't attract half of his interest. Suyu continued to advance, passing through a huge stone gate. The stone gate is high and about 100 meters wide. At first it was extremely narrow, but only through people. After a few dozen paces, it became clear. The vast plains are in full view. Here, no giant graves exist. The only thing there was a nameless ancient monument. Chapter 39 Su Tian strikes. He's actually the grandson of the supreme sword god? I didn't expect this person to come to the ancient sacred cemetery for that nameless ancient monument. Seeing Suyu walking towards the nameless ancient monument, all the people had complex expressions on their faces. Everyone present, without exception, had tried it in front of the nameless ancient monument, but it all came to nothing. Rumor had it that there was once a great clan demon who had gained a great chance in front of the nameless ancient monument, but no one knew how he cracked the secret of the nameless ancient monument, because, after obtaining the opportunity, That demon then brazenly struck out and beheaded everyone in the cemetery. Someone shuddered at the thought. If that man gets his chance, he won't be going on a killing spree too, will he? Buzz. As Suyu approached, the nameless ancient monument that hadn't changed for thousands of years actually suddenly vibrated. A shadow like an exiled immortal floated out from it. At the same time, a line of large, ethereal characters appeared in the void. The immortal strokes my top and knots my hair to receive eternal life. Hiss. So that's the legacy left behind by the Tongxian Saint Emperor. It's actually this ancient emperor. No wonder the great saint inheritances in the ancient sacred graveyard are avoiding him. The crowd was envious, but they also understood that this kind of inheritance was not something that ordinary people could accept. The holy emperor of Tongxian had a white beard and hair, with a dusty aura. He smiled as he gazed at Suyu, one hand slightly raised. The meaning is obvious. It was to make Suyu kneel down in front of it. Are you sure you want me to kneel you? Suyu was not in a hurry and was not annoyed. Instead he had a playful look on his face. He was the Su family's imperial son, and although he had not returned to the family to inherit the clan's fortune, the karma on his body could be described as terrifyingly large. This kneeling, except for those forbidden supreme beings who cut themselves to the bone, who can bear it? However, after hearing Suyu's words, Saint Emperor Tongxian shook his head and smiled as if he did not care at all. But in the end, he seemed to have sensed something as well, and slowly said, "Your natural talent is good. It is one of the few in the ages, so you may not kneel before me. Come forward, and I may grant you a chance." Suyu raised his eyebrows and stepped forward. He came to stand in front of the Tongxian Holy Emperor. "What do you want, young man?" The Tongxian Saint Emperor had kind brows and seemed to really be just a kind old senior as he inquired to Suyu. Suyu blurted out, "Burial God sword." Ha ha ha. Tongxian let out a wild laugh to the sky. Not too old, but not too small of an appetite. But, in an instant, the Tongxian Saint Emperor's face instantly changed. His eyes filled with greedy tyranny. An immortal style and Taoist bones were scattered, as if a hungry wolf, staring at Suyu. His voice was cold, permeated with chilling killing intent. "The burial god sword can be given to you. However, take your body to exchange it." With that, he pressed his palm down violently. "This is to take over Suyu. No good." Red Lotus' face changed drastically, and she struck out blatantly. Red Lotus karma flame filled the sky, transforming into a dragon charging down. Boom! However, with a mere wave of his hand, Saint Emperor Tongxian extinguished the karmic fire. "A mere divine mansion realm protector dares to act recklessly in front of me?" The corner of the Tongxian Saint Emperor's mouth carried a sneer as he pointed a finger down. Red Lotus stifled a grunt and was directly sent flying 1,000 feet away. "It's over and done with." Inside the cemetery, the rest of the celestial pride saw this and said that it was not good. They seemed to know why that ancient demon was on a killing spree. The nameless ancient monument is a trap. A huge trap specifically designed for the best of the best. The demon at the beginning was the one who killed everyone in the monster cemetery to silence them after being taken over. And now, is history repeating itself? Some had already scattered and run wildly, hoping to escape. Saint Emperor Tongxian sneered, "Can you run away?" He looked towards Suyu, the excitement in his eyes condensing into substance. "The genius I ran into back then wasn't as good as you. He could only bear a small portion of my divine soul. But you're different. At a young age, to be carrying 4 supreme bodies, it's simply heaven helping me. Ha 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 ha." With that, he pressed his palm on Suyu's brow. The divine soul directly rushed into Suyu's purple mansion. "Duke!" In the distance, Red Lotus roared in despair. She shuddered to think, what would be the consequences if something went wrong with Suyu? Since spending many days together, she already knew Suyu's true background. That was the only sapling of the imperial Su family in this generation. "No, even if I die, I have to save." Red Lotus was just about to put up a fight when she saw Suyu suddenly wave at her. "Sir, is everything okay?" The smile at the corner of Suyu's mouth was thick to the extreme. Inside his violet mansion, the shrunken version of the divine soul of the Tongxian Saint Emperor was trembling as it gazed at a small, white sword. What is this thing?" The Tongxian Saint Emperor was so frightened that his divine soul was about to disintegrate, his face full of unbelief. Why would such a terrifying thing exist within the violet mansion of a mere junior of the inquisitorial realm? One must know that he was at the Saint Emperor realm in his lifetime, which was the peak of the Saint entry stage, and one step further could be supreme. Could it be that this sword in front of me was not left behind by the supreme being? "Little brat, you can be a real scourge." Just then, the small sword transformed into a point of light, which then coalesced into a face. Su Tian held a smile, but his eyes were incomparably cold. "Suyu, master, I'm not to blame this time. It was he who had to take over me." Su Tian's face swished and sank. "Taking over? Rumble." vast mighty pressure descended. The divine soul of the Tongxian Saint Emperor instantly exploded. A moment later, the divine soul coalesced again. However, it was already weak to the core. Jinshi Sword God, Su Tian. The Tongxian Sage Emperor trembled as he uttered Su Tian's name. Remembering Su Yu's name for this sword god, his face went completely pale. You are actually his descendant. In the entire upper realm, the Tongxian Saint Emperor dared to say that 99% of the forces were not afraid. But for a change, he ran into the one that was the most terrifying. My grandson is also something that may be coveted by ants like you? Su Tian's tone was cold. Die. Rumble. A brilliant thunder struck down, directly shattering the Tongxian Sage Emperor. Su Yu shrugged his shoulders. He was still preparing to find this Tongxian Saint Emperor to ask for that burial god sword tire. But it doesn't matter. Master, this guy promised to give me the burial sword tire. And now that he's gone, you're suffering? Su Tian glared at him and faintly said, this is only once, and it will not happen again. Thank you. Then, Grandpa. A few moments later, a giant hand in the sky suddenly fell from above the sky, breaking through the burial soil and arriving at the ancient sacred cemetery. And then, this giant hand hammered and smashed the nameless ancient monument with a single punch, and Raleigh took out a pitch-black sword tire from the countless corpses and bones. Su Tian, how dare you? Noisy, come and fight if you don't want to. It was you, burying earth, who struck out at my grandson first. It's good that I'm not going to trouble you. In the deepest part of the burial earth, a supreme being shouted angrily in dissatisfaction, but yet Su Tian directly disliked him. At once, the depths of the burial ground subsided. It couldn't be helped. Not to mention that it didn't take advantage of the situation. Even if it did, the Lord of Burial Earth couldn't do anything about Su Tian. After all, Su Tian was known as the #1 sword god of the heavens. Not to mention that his son was the great emperor of the world, Su Wu Dao. And it seems that this grandson is not simple, a great emperor of the current generation, a supreme sword god who had become an alternative path, and a young demon who possessed multiple supreme physiques. Is the Su family really going to have 3 emperors in one family? Little brat, cultivate the divine mansion and return to the clan at an early date. Su Tian dropped a sentence and turned into a small sword again to return to Su Yu's sea of consciousness. Su Yu's eyes moved slightly. This was already the second time Su Tian had urged himself to speed up his cultivation. Could it be that the Su family was hiding something else from them? No matter what, let's absorb the soul power of this Tongxian Saint Emperor first. Su Yu took a deep breath, and then, operating the Taishu ancient scripture, he continuously refined the soul power that had spilled out after the death of the Tongxian Saint Emperor. At the same time, Su Yu's cultivation began to soar. Chapter 40 Ask for the 9 heavens. Rumble. As that majestic soul power was refined into the body, Su Yu's aura began to rise rapidly, inquiring about the 2nd heaven. Ask the 3 heavens. It climbed all the way up to the questioning 9 heavens before it managed to stagnate. Yes. Su Yu looked up to the sky and roared, unrestrained to the extreme. With a few random stretches of his body, the berserk fleshly power caused the void to distort. As the realm continued to rise, the terror of carrying the 4 supreme physiques was gradually becoming apparent. The current Su Yu would be able to blast Yi Feng to death on the spot with a single punch. Looking down at the burial sword tire, Su Yu narrowed his eyes and carefully examined this particular weapon. The original burial sword tire was black in color, like coarse iron, and was devoid of any charm. However, at this moment, in Su Yu's hands, it was emitting a dense and extremely fierce aura. The baleful chi tumbled and formed a path of bizarre runes that flowed and flickered on the surface of the sword embryo, like a dream or a phantasmagoria. Quite resourceful, actually took the opportunity to swallow a lot of soul power. The corner of Su Yu's mouth slightly hooked. The burial god sword tire trembled lightly, as if in response. The more Su Yu looked at it, the more he liked it, and he couldn't help but pick up the sword tire and chopped it towards the sky dome. Snort! A terrifying sword broke through the clouds. In an instant, the entire heaven and earth lost their voices. A destructive pressure descended on the hearts of the world. The power of this sword had already surpassed the realm of unusual battle techniques. And, what was even more amazing was that it was just a casual strike. Su Yu's gaze brightened as he muttered, "What a powerful killing nature." The burial sword tire was different from ordinary weapons. This is an alternative type of dawnguard. After sensing for a moment, Su Yu confirmed that this was a Dao killing soldier. As long as the more enemies were killed, the faster the burial sword tire would grow. Until it reaches the limit roar, it will have a metamorphosis. Thoroughly metamorphosed from a sword tire into a supreme killing sword. Not bad. Follow me and drink less blood. After Su Yu put the burial sword tire into his dantian, he squinted his eyes and looked towards the sky, pondering, how dare you take over my Tongxian Sage Emperor? If it weren't for a wisp of the old man's sword soul protecting his body, I'm afraid it wouldn't be easy to deal with. Suyu coldly grunted. He had heard the murmurs of the people around him earlier. He knew that someone had gone to the nameless monument and obtained a chance. In other words, the Tongxian Holy Emperor had not died out. A part of his divine soul was still making waves in the outside world after taking over that heavenly pride. Just as well. Let's let you bounce around one last time. After thinking for a moment, Suyu shook his head and laughed lightly. Anyway, he was only 2 steps away from the divine mansion realm nowadays. It's not too late to liquidate that guy when he's officially back in the clan. My lord, are you alright? Red Lotus arrived late with a worried look on her face. Suyu flexed his finger and flicked it on her forehead. Where did I come from? On the contrary, you're the one who's badly hurt, aren't you? Being bounced on the head by Suyu. Not only did Red Lotus not get annoyed as before, but instead, she lowered her head and a blush surfaced on her face. Thank you for your concern, sir. It's just a superficial wound. Destiny's daughter has a secret love for you. Villain value plus 50,000. Aha! Seeing this prompt, Suyu showed an odd expression on his face. Can it still be like this? He had previously taken Red Lotus under his wing just to bully and pop some villain value if nothing else. But now it seems there are surprises? Is it also a path to taking the daughter of heaven's destiny or the son of Qi? Suyu rubbed his chin and thought, well, maybe try again afterward. Of course, only the daughters of the divine order. He doesn't have a dragon's yang. Red Lotus, on the other hand, was shy with her pretty face, her eyes blinking and blinking as she looked at Suyu. Although Suyu was younger, he was a valiant and extraordinary man, especially just now when facing the ancient Saint Emperor's calm appearance. Simply don't be too dashing. If only I had met him earlier. His cultivation had risen greatly, and he had obtained the burial sword tire. Suyu then had no reason to stay here. In the eyes of the crowd of young talents in fear, Suyu brought Red Lotus to leave the Tomb of Death. Mr. Su, are you alright? Just after walking out of the Tomb of Death, Yi Yuan greeted him and carefully said. Suyu glanced at him. Yi Yuan was so frightened that he quickly bowed to make amends. Sir Su, all the existences within the Tomb of the Dead have nothing to do with my Yi family. You must be clear about this. He was taken aback and immediately fell to his knees and kowtowed. Just now, the scene of Su Tian striking out across the sky was on the verge of scaring him out of his wits. Yi Yuan thought that the slap was directed at the Yi family. That moment in front of his eyes all flashed through the walking lights. Okay. Fortunately, it was something ungrateful inside the Tomb of the Dead that had offended Suyu, and that terrifyingly large hand broke through the burial soil before heading towards the inside of the Tomb of the Dead. Without stopping at the Yi family, Suyu skimmed his lips. This Yi Yuan was really a wimp. One look and he was scared to pee his pants. What holy family? Just this? Suyu was too lazy to count, and walked straight towards the outside. Take your time, my lord. Seeing Suyu about to leave, Yi Yuan was finally relieved. No matter what Suyu had just done, as long as he didn't anger the Yi family, pack He Feng for me, Suyu said as he walked outward. Gotcha. Yi Yuan's spirit was revitalized, and he hurriedly stood up and ran his ass to Yi Feng's side, tying him up in 5 pieces and dragging him towards Suyu to chase after him. Dad! Yi Feng wailed miserably. His feet stomped desperately on Yi Yuan, but he could not break free from Yi Yuan's clutches. Pop, 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 pop. The ear scratching was loud and intense. I don't have you as a father. Ugh, I don't have you as a son. Yi Yuan ruthlessly threw dozens of slaps before viciously saying, from now on, you will have nothing more to do with the Yi family. After saying that, he directly handed Yi Feng over to Su Jiugu. This scourge almost lost the Yi family. If it wasn't for Suyu naming someone, Yi Yuan would have shot him on the spot. Su Jiugu carried Yi Feng away with an expressionless face. Leaving the burial earth, Su Jiugu opened the spatial channel connecting to the lower realm. A few hours later, the few people finally returned to the Su mansion again. Suyu took out the wine and spirit beast blood and meat that he had gathered from the Yi family and arranged a grand banquet. The Su mansion was decorated with lights and colors, and there was a lot of laughter. Su Hanshan got drunk and kept telling Suyu about his vision for the future of the Su family. Nowadays, the Su family had the entire Qingcheng in their pocket. Although the Longguan imperial dynasty was dissatisfied, they didn't dare to make a move against the Su family. They only sent several emissaries to visit consecutively, wanting to beckon the Su family down, but they were all forcefully rejected by Su Hanshan. Next, Su Hanshan wanted to launch an attack on the surrounding cities as well as the sects to wipe out the surrounding forces. Suyu raised his hands in approval. He was not afraid that Su Hanshan was ambitious, but he was afraid that his pattern was too small. It's just a Sunqing realm, so just go ahead and do it in a big way and be done with it. After drinking and eating, Suyu went back to the house and sat on top of the futon. Now that he had stood at the peak of the questioning realm, it was time to consider breaking through to the Avatar realm. The Avatar realm, as the name implies, is to cultivate the innate divine ability. Xuyu originally possessed a full 4 divine abilities and was no stranger to this. However, these aptitudes are brought about by the physique. In order to cultivate one's own innate divine ability, one had to attend to one's own heart and take the time to meditate on it. After thinking for a moment, Xuyu got up, commanded, "Bring me the Yi Feng." Chapter 41 Yi Family's Distant Ancestors Secret. 2 Supreme Physique Fusion. Let me go if you have the guts. We'll have a fair fight 3 years later. Yi Feng just entered the door and said with an indignant face. He admitted that Xuyu was very strong, but if he was given time to grow, he might not have no chance of defeating the other party in the future. Xuyu, however, just glanced at him blandly, pressing the conversation without picking up the words, and asked himself, "Tell me about you, and the Yi family, and that Yi family's distant ancestor." Yi Feng was as depressed as if he had punched his fist on cotton. "Since I promised you these secrets, I will naturally tell them, but shouldn't people like you and I be in a vast stage like the upper realm to battle with the heavenly prides from all sides in a bloody battle? Why did you bring me to this less lower realm?" Yi Feng gritted his teeth. "Meh," Xuyu snorted, "don't confuse me with you." Boom! As Xuyu got up, the realm of asking for the 9 heavens was revealed. Yi Feng's face changed greatly. "How can it be? In one day, you even ascended 9 heavens in a row." Yi Feng could hardly believe it. He had originally thought that even if his opponent was temporarily stronger than him, he still had the advantage of the realm. You know, the higher the realm, the bigger the gap. Especially after the Divine Mansion realm. A difference of one small realm was a world of difference. But now, this guy was actually close to stepping into the Avatar realm as well? What was even more terrifying was that judging from his breath, Xuyu was by no means relying on external forces to forcefully uplift his realm, and was even deeper and stronger than him, a small Chengdu of the Avatar realm. This guy is a monster, right? There is no need for this gentleman to repeat himself, is there? Xuyu gradually lost his patience. "Tell your secret. If it's exciting enough, I can consider sparing your life." Yi Feng stared at him with a cloudy expression on his face, as if he had realized that the gap between himself and the other party was just too huge. Xuyu had stepped into a level that he could not comprehend. "Well, since you want to hear," he sighed and slowly said, "the Yi family's distant ancestor was named Yi Fan, an existence from the ancient times, once honored as the ancient dimming emperor, possessing a quasi-emperor realm cultivation. Only, when he was about to fuse the great Daos seal to ascend to great emperor, he was sniped by a number of quasi-emperors, and eventually fell. Although Yi Fan fell, he left behind a wisp of his residual soul and sealed all of his life's feelings and techniques in the Yi family's ancestral land before he died." Saying that, Yi Feng suddenly sneered. "Only, the descendants of the Yi family didn't use this wealth, but all of them devoted themselves to resurrecting this ancestor. Since that generation, every Yi family head has been trying to find a way to bring Yi Fan back to life. They are convinced that as long as Yi Fan is resurrected, they will be able to lead the Yi family back to glory. Finally, they found a forbidden spell. As long as we keep sacrificing the bloodline of our closest relatives, harboring that wisp of Yi Fan's residual soul, supplementing it with the 9 supreme treasures to reverse Qiankuan, and finally finding the most suitable vessel from within the Yi family, we can resurrect Yi Fan. The first 2 conditions. The Yi family has spent countless years and years, consuming all the family's reserves, and has finally reached them. However, the Yi family is also going down the drain because of this, and they now belong to the category of being on their own. And I'm afraid that the Yi family won't be satisfied if you take me away as a vessel." Yi Feng's tone was thick with sarcasm, and in the end, he was even stirring up trouble, giving Xuyu the feeling as if he was not a member of the Yi family. At those words, Xuyu was thoughtful for a while. This Yefan, listening to the name, it's a son of Qi. After countless years, there is still a chance of resurrection, and I'm afraid that the Qi on his body is extremely strong. Gotta find a chance to go to Ye's house again. A moment later, Xuyu had a plan in his mind. Looking at Yi Feng, he grinned. "If you were given a chance to take revenge on the Yi family, what would you do?" "Me?" Yi Feng was slightly stunned, and then he coldly hummed. "Of course it's to kill so that there are no more living people inside the tomb of death." "So ruthless? Aren't you also named Yi?" Yi Feng was even more furious when he heard this. "Although I was born in the Yi family and am the son of the family head, they haven't treated me as a human being since I was born. When I was a young child, I was dipped into bone-piercing ice water every day before being tied to a pillar of fire and scorched, in order to stimulate the power of my bloodline, and in order to give that distant ancestor a better physical body to use, in order to make the far ancestor's entry into my physical body smoother. He even abused my birth mother to death in front of me, and beat all the servants who were close to me into mush to force me to eat them. The purpose? To break my will and make me a soul-crippled madman. A monstrous light of resentment erupted from Yi Feng's eyes. You know what? I can't wait to kill all of them right away. But unfortunately, with my current power there's no way to fight the Yi family head-on. Yi Feng clenched his fists tightly, his veins rippling all over his body. So it is. Su Yu nodded. These circumstances were not known to him. Yi Feng, this kid was able to grow up in such a hellish environment until now. And it seems that it wasn't all due to the destiny of being a son of Qi. Or perhaps, it was because of his unyielding will that he could become a son of Qi. Nice. After thinking for a moment, Su Yu smiled faintly. I can give you a chance to live. But you have to promise. I promise. I promise no matter what the conditions are. Yi Feng said without hesitation. He knew that he had no choice. Su Yu nodded in satisfaction. Good. When I return to the upper realm, I will naturally assist you in fighting against the Yi family, as well as that Yi family's distant ancestor, Yi Fan. However, in exchange, you need to submit to me. At those words, a flash of struggle flashed in Yi Feng's eyes. He had stepped onto the invincible Dao and gathered an invincible momentum. However, it was easily shattered by Su Yu. And now, if he were to submit, it would no longer be possible for him to continue to gather invincible momentum. Su Yu smiled at the sight. What? Not willing? If I submit, I submit. Yi Feng clenched his teeth, knelt down on one knee and lowered his head to Su Yu. Anyway, even if he were to enter the invincible Dao again, it would be difficult for him to break through to the Saint Realm within 100 years. After submitting to Su Yu, he could also use the other party's power to take revenge. Sons of Qi and Fortune. Yi Feng's original path is broken. Villain value plus 50,000. The son of Qi, Yi Feng, submits to the host. Villain value plus 100,000. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the achievement, Lord of Divine Destiny. Lord of Divine Destiny, gain more villain value after dealing damage to a greater chakra. Ding! The host's current villain value has reached 1,000,000. Does it proceed to body fusion? Ha ha ha. So you couldn't help but let out a wild laugh. His heart was unbridled. I didn't realize that the subjugation of the Sons of Qi gave so much villain value. After doing the math, it was even more profitable than killing the Son of Qi directly. From the looks of it, in the future, if you run into some slightly agreeable Sons of Qi, just find a way to take them under your wing. Su Yu waved his hand. Go outside and find Red Lotus. She will arrange things for you to do. After dismissing Yi Feng, Su Yu took a deep breath and communicated with the system with his mind. Begin fusion. What kind of changes would occur when the two supreme physiques merged? Chapter 42. I am honored in the U.S.A. As his words fell, a searingly hot and extreme power abruptly exploded in his mind. Immediately afterward, his entire body began to emit a golden aura. A golden glow illuminates the room. Not only that, but his body had suddenly become as crystal clear as glaze, radiating a brilliant treasure light. The power of time and space flowed around him, eventually slowly converging and fusing into one. U is space and Zeus is time. When the two are united, it is the universe, it is spacetime, it is the world. World body? A look of enlightenment emerged in Su Yu's eyes. The ancient scripture of Taishu began to operate on its own. The area of the world within his body began to expand and become more and more solid. Su Yu's aura also began to climb upwards, directly breaking through the questioning realm and crossing into the realm of Avatar. This life divine ability is even coalesced in a single breath, and did not cost Su Yu half a bit of effort. Name, Su Yu. Cultivation, Early Avatar Realm. Physique, World Body, Emperor Grade, Tai Bai Tian Gang Body, Supreme Grade, Central Prison Body, Supreme Grade. Innate Avatar, World Sword Intent. Universe Qiankuan. Longevity and Immortality. Innate Gungjin Qi, Virtue and Virtue. Villain Value, 200. Above the Supreme level. Is it the Emperor level? Su Yu's eyes flashed and the corners of his mouth could not stop rising. With the Emperor body added to his body, he only felt that he had inexhaustible power all over his body. The Taishu Sword Intent completed its metamorphosis and became World Sword Intent. This meant that Su Yu's means were no longer limited to condensing emptiness into a sword, but could condense everything in the world into a sword. Longevity is also promoted to become immortality. Not only could it give him a nearly infinite lifespan, but it also possessed the strange ability to be reborn by dripping blood. It wasn't just these two innate divine abilities that had completed their metamorphosis. The instant the world body condensed out, Su Yu also comprehended a terrifying divine ability, Cosmic Jinkuan. Rumble. At this time, the sky was suddenly overcast with dark clouds, rolling thunder, and howling winds. Someone has broken through the Avatar realm. At this moment, all the people within the Su mansion all changed their faces slightly. The Avatar realm was the most important, dangerous and difficult level on every cultivator's path of cultivation. This was because, from this realm onwards, cultivators would encounter a lightning tribulation when they broke through a great realm. Thunderbolt is the test of the will of heaven and earth. Extremely horrifying, the slightest mistake will be the death of the soul. Of course, if one succeeds in crossing the threshold, one will gain great benefits. Inside the Su mansion, Su Jiuge and Red Lotus suddenly turned their heads and looked in the same direction. Nowadays, the realm of the Su clan's crowd was still low. Within the Su mansion, there was only one existence that could possibly break into the Avatar realm, and that was Su Yu, this thunderbolt of the young lord. Su Jiuge raised her eyes to look at Su Yu's direction. She saw that the top of Su Yu's head had been filled with a shocking purple arc of electricity, as if something terrifying was about to come out. Red Lotus also furrowed her pretty brows and murmured, Gongzi is only breaking through the divine profound realm. How could he have attracted such a terrifying thunderbolt? After saying that, her beautiful eyes stared as she subconsciously walked towards Su Yu. Don't go. This isn't an ordinary realm-breaking thunder tribulation. At this time, Su Jiuge looked like he suddenly realized something and said with a face full of horror, this is the violet heavenly thunder tribulation. It's a calamity descended from the great Tao. What? Red Lotus's delicate body trembled violently at his words. Generally speaking, a cultivator's thunderbolt after breaking the boundary was determined by the location it was in. Therefore, it was reasonable that the lightning tribulation that Su Yu encountered would not exceed the upper limit of the Sanqing realm. But the purple sky thunder tribulation is different. This is a kind of tribulation that ignores space and time. It is directly descended from the great Tao. No matter where the cultivator hides, it is useless. It is rumored that even the strongest of the sage realm will not be able to escape from falling in front of it. What to do? Red Lotus eagerly looked at Su Jiuge with anxiety. Su Jiuge took a deep breath and calmly said, don't worry. Although the purple heavenly thunder tribulation is treacherous, the young lord has a deep heritage and should be fine. What we have to do is to guard him and prohibit all living things from approaching. Or else the violet heavenly thunder tribulation will increase its power when it senses an unfamiliar aura approaching. Good. Red Lotus nodded solemnly. Su Jiuge's jade hand lightly waved. Quick slick up. In a matter of moments, outside the Su mansion, countless array patterns intertwined to form a massive boundary that enveloped the entire Qingcheng. He's growing, so fast. Feeling the vast pressure in the dome of the sky, Yi Feng gulped down his saliva, his face full of gravity. With such a thunderbolt, he asked himself that he was not 10% sure of surviving it. Is this the bottom of the Emperor clan? A true supreme demon? Yi Feng suddenly felt that he had made the right decision to return to the land. Kaching dash. In this instant, a purple sky thunder dragon appeared out of thin air, 1,000 feet in size, hovering in the void, emitting an aura of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. It stared at Su Yu below, tyrannical killing opportunities flashing in its huge pupils. Roar or howl of an animal. The purple heavenly thunder dragon roared up to the sky and charged down violently, crashing towards Su Yu. Bang! In an instant, a dazzling fire exploded and shook the sky. The place where Su Yu stood instantly collapsed and crumbled, turning into fragments floating in the sky. Young lord, Su Jiuge was startled and couldn't help but cry out. It's too fast. The speed of this thunder was simply so fast that it was difficult to react. But as the flames cleared, the scene that emerged left the crowd jaw-dropped, only to see that the originally standing Su Yu was actually intact, still suspended in the air. Even his clothes were not messed up. Obviously that terrifying blow just now did not harm Su Yu. With his hands, he was steadily holding up the purple sky thunder dragon. Moreover, as time passed, the purple sky thunder dragon actually began to continuously crumble and reorganize, eventually transforming into a purple thunder sword. Su Jiuge's jaw dropped. What kind of battle skill is this? No, this should be some sort of divine ability. The young master's comprehension of the innate divine aptitude is actually so terrifying that even the purple heavenly thunderbolt can be forcibly plundered for his own use? Red Lotus's expression also became wonderful as she sighed in her heart. No wonder Su Yu directly broke through without making any preparations at all. I'm afraid that this divine ability alone would be able to directly break through an ordinary avatar realm lightning tribulation, right? This kind of innate divine ability not only has the aura of the laws of time and space, it even contains the supreme sword Tao mysteries. Yi Feng's heart was beating violently, and his gaze towards Su Yu was filled with shock. It turned out that he wasn't actually cultivating laws alone, but was a sword cultivator. It turned out that once, in that battle between him and Su Yu, the other party had not used any real power at all, and had not even used his sword. Ha! A soft laugh rang out from heaven and earth. In an instant, all the thunder in the sky was covered. Su Yu held the thunder sword transformed by the purple haze thunder tribulation, pointed diagonally at the sky, and smiled faintly. I am honored within the universe. One sword destroys the universe. Chapter 43. You said that the Xian Tian sect is killing people? As the words fell, Suyu stepped out with his feet in the void. In a flash, a terrifying to the extreme sword intent filled the surroundings. At this moment, he was like transforming into an indestructible sword, sharp and proud. Buzz! The void trembled, and the thunder sword transformed by the purple heavenly thunder tribulation seemed to have sensed this defiance of Suyu, and instantly became furious and madly slashed down. Shoo shoo shoo! Thunderons poured down from the sky like rain hitting a banana. However, Suyu was not afraid in the slightest, holding the violet heavenly thunder sword and sweeping across the land. With a crunching sound, the Thunderons transformed by the purple heavenly thunder tribulation were actually chopped to pieces by a single sword. This scene, however, made Su Jiugu and Red Lotus even more nervous. The violet sky thunderbolt was a great Dao calamity and punishment, and it had never been the case that only cultivators were passively enduring it, and it had never been heard of anyone actively attacking the thunderbolt. In this way, Suyu's thunder tribulation power was bound to increase dramatically. Boom! Right at this moment, another purple sky thunderbolt fell. This thunder was pale gold in color, containing majestic power of the great Dao, like a sea of thunder, carrying the momentum of destroying the ages. Hiss! There's actually a hint of holy might contained in this thunder tribulation? Something is not good. Under the saint realm are all ants, with the saint might added. The power of the thunderbolt is even better. This time, I'm afraid the young lord is in trouble. The crowd all drew in cold breaths and sweated for Suyu. Su Jiugu was no longer calm at this moment and took out a red jade tablet, ready to call for help. Although Suyu had displayed a heaven-defying potential, but after all, he was still young and his cultivation had only just reached the avatar realm, so it was almost impossible to resist this kind of calamity punishment. However, the next moment, what happened was once again beyond their expectations. Break me! Suyu looked up at that thunder, his eyes erupted with a brilliant light, and his body's aura suddenly skyrocketed. He then took a step out. Rumble! In an instant, the thunder in the sky actually let out a wail and directly disappeared between heaven and earth. Suyu stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes burning into the void. The crowd was shocked and appalled. What happened? Why was the thunderbolt instantly extinguished? Su Jiuji's mouth was even slightly open and her head went blank. This is a purple sky thunderbolt. Suyu actually, directly extinguished? This kind of sight was really subversive to her perception. No, that was just. She closed her eyes, sensing carefully. At the last moment, a ray of inexplicable luster seemed to blossom in Suyu's brow. It was this little bit of millimeter light that caused the thunder in the sky to go out. This fellow really cannot be measured by common sense. Yifeng deeply exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and looked at Suyu with a complicated gaze. After Suyu broke through, he stood in the same realm as him. But Yifeng guessed that Suyu could poke himself to death with a random finger right now, right? With a light sigh, Yifeng completely accepted his fate. Working under such a demon doesn't seem too bad? The universe Qiankuan is so fierce? At this moment, Suyu's heart was also shocked beyond measure. Originally, he thought that he was entangled with this purple sky thunderbolt for a while longer. After all, this thunderbolt was indeed extraordinary. However, he didn't expect that at the moment the holy might in the violet heavenly thunder tribulation descended. The divine ability he had only just realized actively boiled up. The universe Qiankuan's own operation was unleashed, directly rejecting all forces that did not belong to this realm. Suyu secretly experienced the feeling of the party. This divine ability of his own had an extremely special effect. Once activated, it can remove all external forces. The great Dao Thunder punishment, as an outsider, bore the brunt of being kicked out of the Tsongqing realm. If Suyu had been slower to withdraw his hand, people like Su Jiugu and Yifeng, who came from the upper realm, would have also been directly excluded from the Tsongqing realm. That is, this avatar will not take effect on itself. Otherwise, Suyu was afraid that the moment he returned to his senses, he would be thrown back to the imperial Su family. What an unreasonable effect! The corner of Suyu's mouth hooked slightly, and he suddenly thought of something. If I cultivate my inner world to the extent that it can be externally released, and then combine it with the cosmic Qiankuan, wouldn't it form a kind of absolute defense? At that time, any attack will be regarded as an external force and will be forcibly rejected from the inner world by the avatar. As soon as the thoughts opened up, countless methods of applying divine abilities sprang up in Suyu's mind in an instant. It had to be said that this divine ability of cosmic Qiankuan was very domineering. Good stuff. The more he thought about it, the essence light flashed in Suyu's eyes. In the future, if he encounters a great enemy that is difficult to fight against, directly activating this divine ability will simply not be too pleasurable. What's going on? Suddenly, Suyu's brows furrowed as he raised his head towards the sky dome, his eyes showing a strange color. One could only see a strand of crystal-clear thunderbolt liquid slowly dropping down from the depths of the sky dome. Each drop of thunderbolt liquid seemed to contain an endless number of great avenues, and vaguely, there were arcane runes emerging. These thunderbolt liquids did not spread in all directions, but instead converged above Suyu's head, eventually transforming into a small thunder pool. Wow! As Suyu absorbed this thunderbolt liquid, countless stars gradually emerged from the world within his body, bright and glittering. Is this the benefit of surviving the purple heavenly thunder tribulation? Yi Feng muttered, his eyes filled with envy. Not only did these thunderbolt liquids possess an extremely strong body-quenching effect, but more importantly, they contained the great Tao of heaven and earth, which would greatly benefit future cultivation. However, after Suyu had completely stabilized his cultivation, he did not continue to absorb the thunder tribulation liquid. His cultivation level could no longer be raised any further in a short period of time, or else he would run the risk of his foundation becoming unstable. Therefore, with a wave of his hand, Suyu liquefied the remaining small portion of the thunderbolt into a rain of light. The entire Su family congregation was enveloped in this rain. Everyone's physical body, cultivation, and other aspects had gained tremendous improvement. Even Su Jiuge had repaired some of the dark wounds in his body with the help of the thunderbolt liquid. Thank you for the young master's favor. Young master is truly a divine figure. All of the Su family members fell to their knees and bowed down to thank them. Su Hanshan, on the other hand, was filled with pride. This son was not raised in vain. In the next few days, Suyu was briefly silent, and while comprehending the divine principle, he incidentally instructed the disciples of the Su clan to cultivate. Yi Feng was arranged by him to have a position as an elder of the martial performance pavilion, responsible for teaching the younger generation of the Su family to practice battle techniques. Both the Su family and Suyu had jumped in too much in a short period of time and needed to stop and digest the gains first. However, the trees want to be quiet, but the wind won't stop. Just as Suyu was meditating and settling down, an unexpected news spread throughout the entire Qingcheng. What did you say? The Xiantian sect's oldest ancestor has killed them? Inside the Su mansion, Su Hanshan opened his eyes wide and a murderous intent spilled out. During this period of time, the Su clan had practically poured out their forces, constantly annexing the surrounding forces. With this kind of momentum, it was good that the Su family didn't go to the Xiantian sect to settle the score. But as a result, the other party even dared to take the initiative to invade? What's this? It's a death wish. Chapter 44. What is jumping the gun? Hand over Suyu or destroy the city. Outside of Qingcheng, dark clouds rolled over the city, and black gas pressurized the city. The Xiantian sect's oldest ancestor, Xian Meiji, had surrounded the entire Qingcheng with several thousand of the sect's experts and tens of thousands of demonic beasts. Beside him, a young man with a feminine look, holding a folding fan and a smile at the corner of his mouth, looked at Qingcheng with disdain in his eyes. It's just an aboriginal city. What's the need for such fanfare? Xian Meiji frowned and arched his hand. Don't underestimate that Su family. The old man's disciple, Xian Yuzun, was an avatar realm existence, but he fell here without a word a month ago. The old me had taken a glance from afar that day and realized that Su family actually had the assistance of an upper realm exalted, which is why I forced myself to hold back, just to take it down in one fell swoop today. Li Shaoqing snorted coldly at his words. So what can an upper realm exalt do? You natives are really ignorant. A mere divine mansion realm reverend can scare you like this? Xian Meiji's face flushed red and his heart was unusually angry. But thinking of the other party's background, he still gritted his teeth and bowed his head. Naturally, I don't have the guts to question Mr. Li. Li Shaoqing faintly swept a glance at Xian Meiji, then waved his hand. Alright, since you're here, let's get right to it. Remember, don't forget what you promised this Gongzi. At your service, Sir Li. The Xianmei machine bowed and stepped back. The next moment, rumble, the sky of fire rushed up from all around, turning into a blazing fire that enveloped Qingcheng. The Xiantian sect's crowd flew into the air. Kill! The Xiantian sect's old ancestor rushed towards Qingcheng first, his arm violently grabbing towards the front in vain. At once, thunder and fire fell from the sky, condensing a thick thunderbolt that ruthlessly struck above Qingcheng's city guard formation. Ka Chao! The city protector formation trembled violently, as if it was about to break apart. Immediately following, whoosh! A dense rain of arrows broke through the air, piercing through the layers of defense and shooting on top of the big formation, making the big formation shaking again. And the surface even surfaced a thin line of cracks. What a bunch of losers. They can't even break a city guard formation. When Li Shaoqing saw this, he was even more contemptuous. If it wasn't for the rumored inheritance of the eternal ancient great emperor, he wouldn't have even set foot in a remote and barbaric place like the Tsunching realm. Asterisk. Open up for me. Seeing the city protector formation faltering, the Xiantian sect's old ancestor's face was ugly to the extreme. he pointed out with a single finger. And a massive force instantly shattered the city protector formation. And the entire city protector formation completely exploded into pieces. Huffing and puffing, gale force winds pouring in, smoke and dust swept across the sky. And within Qingcheng, countless houses were destroyed and burned, wailing everywhere. Ha ha, Su family, you killed my disciple and beheaded my disciple's grandson. Have you ever thought of today? Xian Meiji laughed out loud. Then with an icy cold gaze, he stared at the fleeing people and roared. Mortal ants, give me all of them to behead all of them. Not a single one left. A moment in time. The overwhelming number of demonic beasts and cultivators pounced towards the people in unison and frantically killed each other. Li Shaoqing stood at the very back, looking at the sky with his arms folded. I also don't know exactly how the qualifications for the Hangu Great Emperor's inheritance land should be obtained, he muttered, his gaze cold. Big deal. Exterminate all the living beings in this realm and then look for them slowly. Boom! Suddenly, the sky exploded and the sword flashed. Endless majesty was transmitted down from the ninth heaven. Immediately following, a flash of cold light tore through the void and descended. Swish! The sword light swept by in blood sword. Countless heads rose to the sky. The sardonic smile on Xian Meiji's face stopped abruptly, and when he turned his head in shock, he saw Su Hansan carrying his sword to kill, decapitating one person in a single step. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of Xian Tian sect cultivators were killed. Xian Tian sect? It's good that my Su family doesn't go looking for you. How dare you take the initiative to come looking? Su Hanshan's eyes showed a stern color. His body was bathed in blood, just like a god of killing. Kill, kill, kill. Su Hanshan roared angrily, and every time he swung his long sword, a life was bound to fall. Ah, don't, help me. Miserable cries echoed. How dare the Su family take the initiative to appear in front of the old man? You're the one looking for death. Xian Meiji's face turned blue. Just as he was about to personally kill Su Hanshan, he felt a majestic aura emanating from within Qingcheng. Immediately following, boom! A giant dragon's shadow appeared out of nowhere, and the dragon's roar shook the sky. Yi Feng's speed was as fast as it could be, and the true dragon battle technique was in operation, turning into a shooting star that cut through the sky. Boom 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 boom. The dragon's claws fell, and hundreds of cultivators along with countless demonic beasts were hard smashed into meat cakes. What kind of person dare to meddle in my Xian Tian sect's business? Are you tired of living? Xian Meiji's eyes erupted with fire, and his figure disappeared in a flash. What kind of thing dares to offend the Su family? Suffer death. Yi Feng's gaze sank. His body's spiritual energy surged and surged. A fist blasted out, and the terrifying chi energy stirred the 8 directions. Bang! Xian Meiji's body was in a sorry state as he crashed through a large tree in the sky, spitting out a mouthful of bruised blood and looking up with a face full of horror. Who are you? You? Why do you want to help the Su family? He didn't know Yi Feng at all, but the strength of the other party made him jealous to the extreme. It was clear that they were both at the Avatar realm, but this young man was able to easily crush himself. Moreover, that battle technique he had performed was extremely terrifying, simply unlike something that could appear in the Tsongqing realm. Could it be that this person was also from the upper realm? Ha! Yi Feng snorted. Dead people don't deserve to know the truth. Before the words fell, he once again killed Xian Meiji. The true dragon battle technique pushed to its limit, the dragon's tail sweeping across the room, setting off a wave of blood. Stop! Just then, Li Shaoqing suddenly moved. With a slight move of his right hand, the firelight in the sky quickly converged and transformed into a crimson lance that stabbed straight towards Yi Feng's chest. Phew! The tip of the gun pierced through the void with a speed beyond imagination. Humph! Yi Feng's face was cold. His feet stomped violently and his body drew 3 points higher to dodge the attack. At the same time, he clenched his hand and flexed his fingers. A dragon-shaped sword roared out, soaring against the wind, instantly turning into a 1,000-foot dragon, blasting towards Li Shaoqing with the intention of being indestructible. Li Shaoqing's face changed abruptly and he hastily dodged. But unfortunately, he was still grazed on the shoulder by the giant dragon. Pust! His shirt ripped, half of his sleeve robe was torn open, revealing his morose white skin. Hiss! Li Shaoqing sucked in cool air and looked at the person in front of him with an unbelievable face. Being in the same Avatar realm, you were able to injure my lord. Could it be that you are also from the upper realm? Li Shaoqing's gaze was gloomy. Although it was only a single encounter, it was clear that the opposite Yi Feng already had the ability to threaten his own life, and meeting an enemy from the upper realm here undoubtedly made him very wary. What? Do you want to move back? Yi Feng stood proudly in the void, looking down on Li Shaoqing from above. The corners of his mouth outlined a sneer. This person was more than a step behind himself, let alone comparing himself to Suyu, although he was now cut off from the Yi family. But when it comes to moving backers, Whose backer is stronger than Suyu? Therefore, Yi Feng wasn't afraid at all. Humph. Li Shaoqing sneered. I am the third prince of the Biling Li family. And which power are you from? The Li family? Never heard of it. Yi Feng raised his eyebrows lightly. Your level is too low. You don't have the qualifications to see the Duke. Die. After saying that, he once again killed Li Shaoqing. Damn. You wait and see. Li Shaoqing was furious and turned around to leave. However, just at that moment, the change rose steeply, only to see black clouds rolling in beyond Qingcheng. A huge warship sailed in from the depths of the darkness. The flag flying was none other than the two big words, Northern Mausoleum. Who dares to touch my family's third young master? Chapter 45 wrong? No, you're just going to die. On the deck of the warship stood a middle-aged man, clad in heavy armor and holding a spear. His body exuded a dense fury, and he was clearly a divine mansion realm cultivator. The Biling Li family's battleship. The Xianmei machine was overjoyed. I thought that I would return in defeat this time, but I didn't expect that reinforcements would come so quickly. Seeing this, Li Shaoqing was also secretly relieved. Ever since he arrived in this realm a few days ago, he directly dispersed the people around him and went forward to subdue the surrounding indigenous forces, just to quickly find the Hanggu Great Emperor's inheritance. After all, the local natives were certainly not less familiar with this realm. In his opinion, it was impossible for there to be an existence within the Sanqing realm that threatened him, but reality hit him hard in the face. In the district of Qing City in the eastern wasteland domain, a Yi Feng had popped up. Otherwise, if Protector Li Daoyan had come in time, he was afraid that it would have been dangerous. Uncle Li, you've come at the right time. Step on this place for me, Li Shaoqing said with gloomy eyes. Li Daoyan nodded his head with a smile. That's of course. A mere barbarian would dare to offend his excellency. Dying 10,000 times would be hard to atone for his sins. As his words fell, countless black-armored war riders immediately darted over from the battleship. Several of them also held bows and crossbows, aiming to shoot at Qingcheng below, and the sound of arrows breaking through the air rang out. Boom! Boom! The entire heaven and earth trembled. The walls, which were already breached, were directly blown to pieces. Li Daoyan nodded his head in satisfaction and scanned around again, suddenly frowning, his eyes fixed on Yi Feng's face. Yi Feng? Burial Earth Yi family? Yi Feng? Hearing Li Daoyan's alarmed cry, Li Shaoqing's heart thumped and he hurriedly asked, the Burial Earth Yi clan? Could it be that sacred clan? Li Daoyan nodded his head and then smiled. Your excellency doesn't need to be alarmed. The Burial Ground Yi family has already announced that Yi Feng will be expelled from the Yi family in January. Moreover, a reward order was issued. Anyone who brings Yi Feng's whole body to the Yi family can exchange it for a generous reward. Hearing this, Li Shaoqing immediately laughed, a sneering expression appearing on his face. Scared me. So this guy already has nothing to do with the Yi family. When he first heard the great name of the Burial Earth Yi family, Li Daoyan almost didn't stand still and fell down. That was the Yi family, a holy clan with great saint realm giants. However, this shock has now transformed into a surprise. Afterwards, Li Shaoqing stared gloomily at the bottom and said with murderous intent, Uncle Li, since he no longer belongs to the Yi family, let's leave his body intact and take it in exchange for a reward then. Li Daoyan nodded with a faint smile. That's natural. Listening to the conversation between these two, a trace of sadness inexplicably welled up in Yi Feng's heart. The Yi family, not only had they expelled themselves from the family, but had they also issued a bounty? That's why you're so eager to get rid of yourself? Yi Feng took a deep breath. Just as well. In this way, when he stepped through the Yi family in the future, there wouldn't be any guilt in his heart. Would there? A lost dog. Why don't you come over and die? Li Daoyan had a look of excitement on his face, not realizing that there were unexpected gains from this trip to the lower realms. You have to know that the chips the Yi family had opened in order to retrieve Yi Feng's physical body were not low. Rumble. Li Daoyan only had Yi Feng in his eyes at the moment. Maneuvering the battleship under his feet, he directly crushed towards Yi Feng. At the same time, the war riders on dozens of chariots raised their spears and leaped their horses, charging over like a tidal wave. Little. Today the old man gives you a ride. Li Daoyan laughed as he waved his spear and stabbed out. Swish! A bright silver aura tore through the void and was about to pierce Yi Feng's heart. In the face of this overwhelming strike, Yi Feng was not in a hurry and did not panic, slowly turning around and kneeling down on one knee. Under his breath, he slowly said, My subordinate is incompetent. Please punish your excellency. Hearing this, Li Shaoqing looked disdainful. What's the use of kneeling now? Don't think that begging for forgiveness. Boom! A brilliant blaze descended, scorching that one long hair to ashes in an instant. Bold! Are Duke Su's people also for you to touch? Red Lotus rode the pure flame lotus and came across the void. Her beautiful eyes glared angrily at Li Daoyan and the two of them. What are you? Also worthy of the word Gonzi? Sensing the scorching heat, Li Daodian couldn't help but slightly condense his face and stop the battleship. And at this moment, Li Shaoqing frowned. What the hell? This woman's words are so familiar. Isn't that what Li Daodian just said when he arrived? This senior. Why do you want to protect this Yi Feng? Doesn't he know that the Yi family has already expelled him from the family? Li Shaoqing said in a deep voice. Li Daodian, on the other hand, was silent. He thought Red Lotus's face looked familiar, but for a moment he couldn't remember who it was. Red Lotus snorted at his words. What is the Yi family? Didn't you hear my father just say that he's already under Duke Su? After these words were said, Yi Feng raised his head to look at Li Shaoqing and the two of them, and coldly said, Yi family, don't mention it again. I will destroy it in the future. Ha ha ha, who did I say it was? But another lost dog? Li Daodian gazed at Red Lotus, finally thinking of her identity. Just a leaky fish from the refined Sky Demon sect. What kind of bull ****** Duke Su? How dare he spread his wildness in front of my Li family? After saying that, he swung his arm violently and drank. Everyone listened to the order. Follow me to slaughter the city. Kill. Countless black-armored war riders let out deafening cries, and the weapons in their hands blossomed with blazing light as they fishtailed towards the city gates. On the other hand, Li Daodian dashed to Red Lotus in a flash and battled with him. Humph. A bunch of dirt-cheap dogs. How happy you are now. How miserable you'll be in a while. Red Lotus had a contemptuous smile on his lips, not in the least bit anxious. Tough talk. Li Shaoqing had an evil smile on his face as he gazed at Honglian's pretty face. This male will see in a while if your mouth can stay hard or not. Between the words, countless black-armored war riders had already killed their way into the interior of Qingcheng. However, the roaring shouts instantly disappeared after entering the depths of Qingcheng, just like a stone sinking into the sea. Li Daodian keenly noticed this, and a bad feeling surfaced in his heart. Could it be that this Red Lotus demon sovereign had helpers? Tread! Tread! Crisp footsteps sounded from within castle. Then, one person slowly stepped out of the shadows. He held a dark red long sword. Sword eyebrow and starry eyes. Face like a knife. Temperament biting cold. Like a god of death crawling out from the 9 ghosts. People look at the fear. Good. Your blood is just enough to feed the sword. The corner of Suyu's mouth was slightly hooked, but his eyes were endlessly cold. Luckily, your helper is only in Avatar realm. Li Daodian was relieved when he saw Suyu's realm. He had thought that Red Lotus's helpers were also at the Divine Mansion realm. If that's true, it's going to be a problem. Little Su family, you finally showed up. The moment he saw Suyu, Xian Meiji laughed out loud. The color of hatred in his eyes was as intense as fire as he gritted his teeth and growled. Li Shao, kill him and take revenge for me. It is because of this little that my disciple and disciple grandson died. Suyu, however, did not even glance at him and went straight forward, helping Yi Feng up. Not dead? Yi Feng grinned. Thanks for your concern, sir. It's just a superficial wound. The loyalty of the son of Qi, Yi Feng, has increased, and the villain value is plus 20,000. Humph. It's just one more mongrel from the Avatar realm. Do you guys really think you've won? Li Daodian coldly grunted. But soon, as a silhouette appeared behind Suyu, Li Daodian's pupils drastically shrunk, his body froze, and his face was filled with a look of disbelief. Nine Spectre Demon Saint? He yelled out in disorientation, his whole head buzzing. Although he had never met Su Jiugu, he had seen her portrait. At this moment, the black-robed woman who appeared after Suyu was actually the godless race Su family's demon guard, Su Jiugu. Legend has it that this devil guard is a devil tribe abandoned baby, was picked up by the Su family and raised to grow up. Strong strength, cold and ruthless character. Once she is targeted, there is absolutely no way to live. How did it get here? Could it be that? Gongzi, do you need me to make a move? Su Jiugu softly inquired. Hearing these words, Li Daodian immediately felt his scalp tingle, and boundless fear rose in his heart. He, guessed right. The person in front of Su Jiugu was actually the Su family's imperial son. Puff. Li Daodian did not care about the infinite karmic flames struck by the Red Lotus, and hardened himself against it to kneel down towards Suyu. His skin splintered as it burned, even emitting a gust of burnt flavor. Mr. Su, forgive me. Sir Su, forgive me. I've only come to catch Yi Feng, the abandoned son of the Yi family. I have no grudges against you. I hope that Mr. Su will be clear about this. Those black-armored war riders around them, including Li Shaoqing, fell to their knees in unison. They were terrified and trembling. Li Shaoqing was even directly scared out of his pants. The Su family, the emperor's son. What two horrible words are those? Damn. How can this lower world be so terrible? Yi family outcast? Suyu shook his head slightly. Right now, he is only this Gongzi's subordinate and has nothing to do with the Yi family. Hearing this, Li Daodian and Li Shaoqing both froze in place. They exchanged glances with each other, fear in their eyes. We do not know that this morning, this leaf maple has been given to you under your command. Much offense. Please forgive. Li Daodian kept wiping his sweat and kowtowing for mercy. On the other side, Li Shaoqing also hurriedly knelt down and said in a trembling voice, Please, Mr. Su, spare his life. We didn't know that Ji Feng was your person. Otherwise we wouldn't have dared to move him even if we borrowed 10,000 of our guts. Suyu had a mocking expression on his face as he coldly looked at Li Shaoqing. You guys were pretty crazy just now. Not only did you want to kill my son's men, but you also wanted to break the city and destroy my Su family? And call me a mongrel? These two were arrogant and domineering at first, but when they saw Suyu's true identity, where were they half as arrogant? Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. We have no eyes and have offended Mr. Su, Li Daoyan said in horror. Wrong. We are wrong. Li Shaoqing lowered his head, his voice becoming more and more humble. Suyu shook his head slightly. It's not that you guys know that you're wrong, you just know that you're going to die. As soon as the words fell, Suyu threw the burial sword tire casually. World Strangulation. Chapter 46 More Fat Sheep, or Not Enough Grip. In an instant, the burial god sword tire transformed into 10 million, coalescing in midair into the appearance of 4 holy beasts. They are the green dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and Xian Wu. The 4 beasts were separated, suppressing each of the 4 poles. Gradually, a world took shape. This was a world composed purely of sword qi, with overwhelming sharpness filling the heavens and earth, causing Li Daoyan and Li Shaoqing to almost suffocate. What kind of sword skill was this? Was it really something that could be performed by the divine profound realm? Click. Immediately afterward, a sword roar resounded through the sky. The world of sword qi crushed the sky and brought down a heaven-destroying might. Li Shaoqing stared with wide eyes, revealing horror and unwillingness, but there was simply no way to avoid it. Boom! A loud noise exploded. The void was torn apart. Dust and smoke tumbled, and a vast fluctuation spread out. Li Shaoqing was even left with no dregs, and was directly ground into nothingness by the sword qi world. Sanchan! Li Daodian cried out in sorrow, his eyes red as he looked at Suyu. It all came so suddenly. He hadn't expected at all that an emperor's son would appear in a barbarian world in the district. If he was given a chance to start over, he would never take half a step near the Sanqing realm in his life. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in this world. I'll fight you, Li Daodian roared. His spiritual energy surged out crazily around his body and attacked towards Suyu. We're going to die anyway, so we might as well try to see if we can exchange one life for another. Even if he could make this Su clan's imperial son injured, it wouldn't be a loss. How dare the light of a glowworm compete with the white moon? Suyu snorted. Reverse. He reached out a little. At once, the world of sword energy quickly collapsed into a point. The infinite sword qi was all condensed into a small black hole. This black hole, however, gave off an extremely dangerous aura, causing Li Daoyan's hair to creep out and a deadly throb to rise in the bottom of his heart. Boo! A huge suction force came, and the spiritual energy in Li Daoyan's body was pulled in like a tidal wave, and finally turned into a sky of light and rain that drifted away. Ah! Li Daoyan howled in pain. One could only feel the spirit sea shaking and the tendons and veins breaking. This was the spiritual power of the peak of the divine mansion realm. Yet there was not the slightest resistance in front of this move. However, this is only the beginning. As the black hole swelled more and more, the suction force was also incredibly large. Soon, the Li family's battleships along with all the war riders were all incorporated into it and crumbled into dregs. No! Li Daoyan hissed in despair. But it couldn't change the established ending. Soon, the outside of Qingcheng was completely cleared. Not to mention the battleships. Not even a piece of turf was left. All of them were swallowed up by the black hole of sword qi. The Su family's crowd were all dumbfounded as they looked at this scene, speculating on Su Yu's true strength at this moment. The divine mansion realm was all killed in one move. His limit couldn't be the saint realm, could it? Su Jiuge narrowed his eyes, his gaze tightly focused on the sword qi black hole. The combination of the laws of time and space? The young lord has actually gone this far already. Solve! Su Yu clasped his hands together and bellowed. However, the sword qi black hole did not react in the slightest, and continued to devour everything around it. Su Yu smiled awkwardly and looked at Su Jiuge. Sister Jiuge, this move of mine, it's not very skillful yet. Hearing this, Su Jiuge guffawed. Young lord doesn't need to be mindful of this. Your years of cultivation are still short, and it's not like you have enough time to slowly comprehend sword techniques. When the strength increases in the future, and the control over the power of laws improves, and then sharpened, This sword chi world will surely be famous in the upper realm. After saying that, Su Jioge raised her hand to dispel the sword chi black hole. The burial sword tire slowly fell to the ground. After devouring the Li family's crowd, the dark red sword body became more and more demonic, as if it was going to come to life in the next moment. Well, Sister Jioge has a point. Hearing this, Su Yu nodded. This world strangulation was a killing move that he had realized after comprehending his own divine ability and the laws of space and time, and it was terrifyingly powerful. Under a saint, it was almost always a second kill, unless one encounters a force of law of the same level as spacetime. After retrieving the burial god sword tire, Su Yu gently made a point on the sword. At that moment, a cloud of divine soul fragments emerged. This was a fragment of Li Shaoqing's memories, and the souls of those who were decapitated by the burial sword tire would all be devoured by this sword, and could not be reincarnated. So, things like extracting memories, plain and simple. So that's how it is. Has the matter of the emergence of an eternal ancient great emperor's inheritance in the Sanqing realm already spread on a small scale in the upper realm? Su Yu's eyes twinkled. It doesn't take much thought to figure out who got this message out. Just wait. I'll settle this score with you after I enter the inheritance land. At this instant, a certain mysterious person within the inheritance land of the ever-free emperor suddenly sneezed. Who's cursing me? Su Yu turned around and walked towards the city, muttering under his breath. The arrival of people from the upper realms isn't a bad thing. Let's just hope that a few more great Chiluckers come. Come less. Not enough grip. Chapter 47. Where do you want to go? Su Yu slowly descended from the air. The eyes swept over Qingcheng. By the Xian Tian sect's remnants, Qingcheng's exterior would have been. The ramshackle houses had all collapsed, leaving only a mass of rubble. I wanted to take my time to complete the unification of the Sanqing realm, but since you guys are so desperate to find death, it's not my fault. After saying that, Su Yu called Red Lotus and Yifeng to his front and explained. Later on, the two of you go and inform all the major powers in the Sanqing realm. Within 3 days, those who do not submit to the Su family will be executed. At the same time, tell them to send out a delegation to have an audience with me. At those words, both of their complexions moved. Duke, it's hard to believe you're planning to. Yifeng's heart moved slightly and seemed to understand something. Su Yu nodded with a faint smile. That's right. 3 days later, the Su family will declare war on the entire Sanqing realm. At that time, there will be only one voice in this realm. Xiao Yu, will this be a little too fast? Su Hansan was breathing heavily, his heart thumping. Hegemony over the Sanqing realm. This kind of thing he used to only dare to think about in his dreams. Even when Su Yu had previously said that he would lead the Su family to glory, he had not felt so strongly. Su Yu slightly shook his head. Pops, it's not that I'm in a hurry, it's that others are too anxious. Su Yu pointed at the debris of the Li family's worship and coldly said, No, what kind of cats and dogs are bullying us? If I wasn't at castle today, what would have happened? At those words, a chill ran down Su Hanshan's spine. Indeed, if these people had arrived a few days earlier, at that time, Su Yu, Red Lotus, and Su Jioge were not in Qingcheng. The highest combat power in the city was only Su Hansan of the Spirit Opening Realm. At that time, I'm afraid the entire Qingcheng along with the Su family will be bulldozed straight away, right? Looking at the wreckage in front of him, and then at the huge crater in flames in the distance, a sudden surge of bravado surged in the bottom of Su Hanshan's heart. If you have a son like this, what's so hard about the district? At that moment, he took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Xiao Yu, the Xian Tian sect's old ancestor is dead, and the eastern wasteland domain is already in our Su family's pocket. In that case, let's beat the dog today, and without doing anything else, we'll directly kill the Xian heavenly sect and raid his old home. After destroying the Xian heavenly sect, then we'll destroy the Dragonlight imperial dynasty. Su Hansan looked extremely excited, as if he had returned to the age when he was a powerful man. Pop's high opinion. Su Yu smiled faintly and looked into the distance with a thoughtful look in his eyes. Looks like it's time to get out and about. A few moments later, after arranging the matters of the Su mansion properly, Su Yu and his group went straight to the Xian Tian sect. In the meantime, outside the Xian Tian sect, a woman in black stood in the air. She had a slender and well-proportioned figure, white skin, and exuded an icy coldness all over her body. Li Shaoqing, dead. Mu Qianshue's eyes narrowed slightly as she faintly spat out a heavy news. What? How could young Li fall in this realm? Impossible. He's protected by a divine mansion realm protector. How can he be? Fairy Thousand Snow. This statement, is it true? Outside the Xian Tian sect, several imposing young men questioned. They were all young talents who had come from the upper realm in pairs to seek opportunities, and the leader of them was Wang Daojun, the direct descendant of the Wang family. At this moment, Wang Daojuan's face was calm and he did not participate in the crowd's discussion, but only stared at a direction without looking away. Mu Qianxue let out a cold snort and said in a stern tone, Li Shaoqing and that protector of the Tao of his life brand shattered at the same time. How can it be fake? Could it be that there are other hidden secrets in this realm? Perhaps it was a heavenly pride from the rest of the clans that designed an ambush to kill Li Shaoqing? The crowd frowned. I had thought that a small place like the Xiangqing realm wouldn't present any dangers, but now, it seems that the ferocity of this place is not the least bit weaker than some ancient forbidden lands. They are all from second-rate families or clans in the upper world, and originally they just wanted to come and try to pick up the pieces, but they did not expect. At that moment, Wang Daojun suddenly turned around and walked towards the outside of the Xiantian sect without looking back. Hey! Mu Qianxue raised an eyebrow and asked, Brother Wang, where are you going? Without stopping his footsteps, Wang Daojun said indifferently without looking back, Our destiny is over. Everyone, take care. Hey, you're just leaving? Not working with us anymore? Brother Wang, wait for us. A few people's faces changed, and they hurriedly chased after them. But no matter how they chased after him, the distance from Wang Daojun grew larger and larger, and finally watched him disappear. You guys say, could it be that Brother Wang calculated something in advance and that's why he left in such a hurry? Someone speculated. The Wang family had an irreconcilable relationship with the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion in the upper realm, and Wang Daojun was considered the heir to the Heavenly Mechanics Pavilion's current generation. This kind of abnormal behavior was most likely a decisive retreat because the crisis had been calculated in advance. For a while, all of them had chills running down their spines. Li Shaoqing died outside without a word, plus Wang Daojun fled without looking back. Could it be that the existence that killed Li Shaoqing would continue to target them? What should we do now? Should we continue to cooperate with the Xiantian sect? Or, the crowd looked alarmed and hesitated for a moment. Mu Qianxue's showy fists clenched as she gritted her teeth and shouted lowly, Evacuate the eastern wasteland domain first. This place is too odd. Let's first take control of the rest of the Xiangqing realm's lanum before we gradually explore. Yes. The crowd looked at each other and finally agreed. Go! Go! Where do you want to go? Right at this moment, a sinister voice suddenly exploded in the void. Then, a figure stepped into the sky and blocked everyone's path. The crowd raised their eyes. That was clearly a young man wearing white clothes with a handsome appearance. He had a smile on his face, holding a folding fan in his hand, and the corners of his mouth were outlined in an evil arc that caused palpitations, and beside him, there were two other stunning beauties accompanying him. Chapter 48 No. Why does he say exterminate the clan? Who are you? Mu Qianxue's playful willow eyebrows immediately rose. Suyu slightly shrugged his shoulders. Who do you care who I am? If you know what you're talking about, you'll be a good boy and surrender. Otherwise, don't blame me for destroying the flowers with my hot hands. Arrogant. A little Avatar realm native. How dare you speak out of turn? The crowd chided angrily. Mu Qianxue also had a cold expression on her face. Being the same woman, Su Jiugo and Hong Lian's auras were overwhelming her, causing her to feel extremely irritated. Good dogs don't get in the way. While we don't have the time to pay attention to you now, retreat quickly yourself. Suyu smiled and did not say anything, not caring about Mu Qianxue's rudeness in the slightest, but only observed the light screen in front of him with interest. Detected the appearance of a great fortune maker in the host's surroundings. Name, Mu Qianxue. Cultivation, Avatar Realm Minor. Physique, extremely cold sacred body, holy body. Remarks, the daughter of the Mu family in the upper world. But because of her childhood exile, she suffered all the hardships of the world. After being found by the Mu family and brought back, she was suppressed in the clan, only because her parents favored her sister more. After hearing about the emergence of the Hanggu Dadi inheritance in the lower realm, she left the Mu family for an excuse and came to the Xiangqing realm. Interesting, Suyu murmured, interested in this newly appeared heaven's destiny daughter. Submit to me and I can help you make the Mu family regret it. How about that? Submission? With you? A flash of sarcasm flashed through Mu Qianxue's eyes. Since you know that I'm from the Mu family, and you still dare to say such words, you really don't know how to die. With her honorable status, how could she be willing to be subordinate? Moreover, Suyu's strength was too low and he was only a lower realm native. You really treat yourself like a dish, and you want to take yourself as a servant? It's just delusional. Kid, you're afraid you're not dreaming, are you? That's right. What kind of person is Fairy Qianxue? Are you worthy of getting your hands on her? If your words were to spread to the upper realms, I'm afraid that the entire Xiangqing realm would have to accompany you. The people around Mu Qianxue were all filled with righteous indignation. They usually treated Mu Qianxue like a treasure. How could they tolerate others desecrating it? Although Mu Qianxue is beautiful and moving, but the character of the arrogant and cold not only rejected many suitors, but also look at the lazy more than a glance. so that countless young talent hurt the brain. Even that Daoist son of the Wang family, Mu Qianxue, didn't give him a good look. Ha ha ha. That's a no. So you shook his head and let out a soft sigh. My lord has always been unwilling to force others, but there are always people who like to be forced, don't you think? Suyu winked at Red Lotus. Red Lotus' pretty face flushed red and rolled her eyes towards. Gong Gong hates. Ha ha ha. Suyu laughed out loud. With that, his right arm was raised, and his 5 crystal clear fingers slowly made a fist. Rumble. Terrifying power chi instantly erupted, as if a giant mountain was collapsing, sweeping across the entire field. Click, click, click. Space shook and twisted. The earth cracked open a crack. Within a few feet, the ground debris flying horizontally, dust in all directions. Everyone's expression froze on their faces, frozen in place. A great pressure enveloped them, causing their bodies to stiffen and even their souls seemed to tremble. How is this possible? Mu Qianxue was stunned. Such a power had completely exceeded the scope of her cognition. Could it be that the person in front of us was not a native of the lower realm? That's right, people in the lower realm. Innate deficiencies. The same realm will be weaker than the upper realm cultivators by 2 notches, which will be as terrifying as Suyu. Don't kill me. Tian. This kind of aura. Is it still the Avatar realm? Is he the one who killed Li Shaoqing? It's over. It's over. I should have known to run away with Wang Daojun. At this moment, the hearts of the people were filled with remorse, and their intestines were green with regret. It's no fun. That's what scares you? Suyu lightly glanced at the crowd. The corners of his mouth outlined a mocking color. Some people, they just don't see the coffin and don't shed a tear. Beg to be spared. Kneeling sounds followed one another. These heavenly prides of the upper realm, who were still reigning supreme in the party, after Suyu showed the tip of the iceberg, but one by one, scared out of his wits, he fell to his knees and begged for mercy. Only Mu Qianxue stood in place, her pretty face gloomy, her chest rising and falling violently. I wonder where brother comes from. How come you're a Dao brother now? Didn't you just call me a native? Suyu seemed to smile. Daughter of Yin and Yang Heaven's destiny. Humiliate and embarrass her. Villain value plus 3,000. Mu Qianxue's pretty face flushed for a while, but she didn't retort, but directly changed the topic and said, Dao brother came to this Tsongqing realm. Could it be that he also came for the Hanggu Great Emperor's inheritance? Who says I'm from the upper world? Suyu's smile remained. Are you an Earth, native of the Tsongqing realm? Mu Qianxue was surprised, hearing Suyu's words. The rest of the people's faces also changed slightly, and some even directly stood up and stared at Suyu with a playful face. Suyu's face didn't change. I'm different from you guys anyway. After receiving a definite answer, Mu Qianxue sighed in relief, and then, her eyes flashed. Since Dao brother is not from the upper realm, then, it's true that they are natives without any background. In that case, get lost. Some of them were suddenly arrogant and shouting and bossing people around. Some people even have a greedy face. Staring at Suyu chided, the people of the lower realm have such strength. Could it be that they have gained a chance? Sensible, quickly hand over. Otherwise then even the family you are in will have to perish. Interesting. Suyu raised his eyebrows lightly. It had been a long time since he'd heard someone try to exterminate his entire clan. The last one who did that seems to have had his entire clan wiped out. Right? Bang! An invisible fist seal was blasted out steeply. Don't you dare! Ah! The crowd fixed their eyes and looked, only to see that the person's mouth full of teeth fell out. Face, blood and flesh. It is clearly the most ferocious person who just screamed. Ah! You dare to hit me? Do you know who my father is? The man howled miserably. His appearance was miserable. Hiss! The rest of them sucked in a breath of cold air. It's too hard. One word. Straight up heavy hitters. Poor thing. Didn't your mother tell you who your father was? Suyu lightly tapped his folding fan with a playful expression. There was a moment of silence. Good guy. This person is not only strong. This mouth should not be underestimated. Damn. How dare you insult my Bai family? Kid, you're in big trouble. Our Bai family is significant in the western region of the upper realm. And even if you escape today, you will surely encounter my Bai family's crazy retaliation. If you obediently tie your hands and surrender, I can plead for you and leave you with a whole body. Bai Yuntian covered his heart and roared viciously. Suyu was dumbfounded and shook his head. Turning around, he looked at Su Jiuge and faintly said, Sister Jiuge, let the demon guard's brethren suffer. Destroy the Bai family, and fetch his father's head for me. Su Jiuge nodded slightly. Obey, young master is as merciful as ever. Hearing the conversation between these two, Mu Qianxue and the others, face to face, these two, what exactly are their identities? How dare you speak out of turn and destroy the white family? Moreover, he just wants to kill the whole family. How can he call it mercy? What they didn't know was that when the demon guard struck, it was an inch of grass, not to mention a clan. Even those who are related to them will have to die. As Su Jiugu punched a piece of mana into the token. In the next moment, a pillar of brilliant light shot up into the sky and disappeared after disappearing into the clouds. Bai Yuntian, who had previously been so well behaved, was suddenly a bit flustered at the moment, and beads of sweat the size of pea grains oozed out from his forehead. His words about destroying Suyu's entire clan only stayed at the verbal level, but I didn't expect that this ruthless man in front of me was really going to exterminate his entire clan. Didn't he say he was not from the upper world? Kid, less pretending there. Is my Bai family not to be destroyed just because you say so? With that, Bai Yuntian took out a heavenly mirror. This mirror has two sides in one and can receive images from the upper world from the lower world, ignoring the time and space barrier. Humph. I'll report to my father now and wait for. Bai Yun genius just tongue Tian mirror to get in front of his eyes, then only saw that it was filled with the color of blood, and the head of the Bai family, his old man, Bai Zhenyue, who should have appeared in the picture, was at this moment only a stump of a corpse, with his head missing. I thought you asked me if I knew who your father was. Here, your father I found for you. Bai Yuntian turned his head trembling, only to see Suyu gazing at himself with a smirk. In his hand, he was still carrying his own old man's head. Chapter 49. You're actually the emperor's son. Sound of panting. Bai Yuntian's throat rolled and he violently spat out a mouthful of blood, nearly fainting. It's over. It's all over. This guy in front of him was not only ridiculously strong, his background was also terrifying. Merely by explaining to a bystander, his own family was wiped out. Even Pop's head can cross the boundary wall and appear directly in his hand. Who the hell are you? My last name is Su. Suyu shrugged his shoulders and leisurely replied back, then casually threw the head into Bai Yuntian's arms. Su, the Su family. That godless Ray Su family? That's right, he said demonic guards just now. It must be the Su family's demonic guards that destroyed the Bai family. Hearing this, everyone present was moved. The rumored existence had actually descended. One must know that the White family is a second-rate force in the entire western region of the Upper Realm, and the ranking is extremely high. Now they've been exterminated so easily. This is unbelievable. All gazes converged on Suyu, filled with awe and horror. For his part, Bai Yuntian's legs were weak and his face was pale. In the next moment, it was actually the soul of God that collapsed, and both eyes were godless. It was actually scared alive. Che, as far as that goes, luckily, you're still a heavenly pride of the Upper Realm, but you're still inferior to the natives in your mouths. Suyu pointed behind the crowd. After the old ancestor of the Xiantian sect knew my identity, the first time he even wanted to fight with me. You guys are really not even as good as that old animal. The people's faces were green and red, and they wanted to retort, but they simply couldn't open their mouths. After all, with Bai Yuntian's previous experience in front of him, who would dare to touch him at this time? Mu Qianxue took a deep breath and said stiffly, Mr. Su must have come here just to exterminate this sect? She has a good mind. When he heard Suyu utter the Xiantian sect's old ancestor, he immediately guessed the reason for Suyu's appearance here. It must have been because Li Shaoqing brought Xian Meiji and offended this Su clan's imperial son. So those two, along with Li Daoyan, died in Qingcheng, and Suyu came on this trip, fearing that he wanted to eliminate the roots and completely overthrow the Xiantian sect. Suyu smiled at his words. You are very smart, so I can give you another chance. Submit, or die. Mu Qianxue was silent for a moment, and finally slowly lowered her head. You said just now that you want to make the Mu family regret. Is that true? Suyu smiled faintly. You don't have the qualifications to make conditions with me now. Mu Qianxue was silent. After a moment, he sighed. Subordinate is at Lord Su's command, forcibly forcing the daughter of heaven's destiny to submit. Villain value plus 100,000. Those who know what they're doing are the ones who know what they're doing. Suyu faintly swept a glance at the other party. Don't think that submitting to me is a loss. You'll know the benefits and disadvantages in the future. Although Mu Qianxue had a reluctant expression, Suyu was also too lazy to care about that much. The melon that is twisted by force is not sweet, but it quenches the thirst. Anyway, let's take it in first. Mu Qianxue was slightly stunned, as if she did not expect Suyu to actually act as if he had suffered a loss. Although he is slightly inferior to the two women beside him in terms of posture, but the victory is in the young. There weren't many in the younger generation of the Upper Realm that were better than themselves. Had Suyu not been too strong, she would never have made such a decision. Well, don't just stand there. Since you're submissive, do a good job for me. Suyu swept his eyes at the heavenly pride of the Upper Realm in front of him, and then coldly instructed Mu Qianxue, clean up all of these trash. As the words fell, Mu Qianxue immediately turned towards the rest of the celestial pride, her beautiful eyes flashing with a touch of ruthlessness. Fairy Thousand Snow, what are you? What are you doing? Fairy Mu, you can't kill me. I am an elder of the Heavenly River sect. If you kill me, my Heavenly River sect won't stop. Fairy Thousand Snow, please be magnanimous and let me go. Feeling the intense killing intent on Mu Qianxue's body, the people present opened their mouths to beg for mercy, their faces full of panic. While Mu Qianxue didn't have half a word of nonsense, she directly drew her sword and moved. Pust! In an instant, flying snow filled the sky and cold light fell like rain. One of them was killed outright, his body in a different place. Blood splatters mingled with the snow, staining the earth red. Looking at Mu Qianxue's icy cold pretty face, all the remaining people were filled with shock. How could they not expect Mu Qianxue to really dare to make a move, and to do it ruthlessly and decisively? What they don't know is that Mu Qianxue comes from a humble background and grew up in the lower realm, and the harsh environment has made her mature, and she has long since developed a character that is resolute and decisive. The reason why she submitted to Suyu was that, firstly, Suyu was strong enough, secondly, Suyu promised to help her and make the Mu family regret that they had been oppressing her. Thirdly, it was due to her character. For the strong, Mu Qianxue did not begrudge her dignity. It's whatever it takes to get there. After a short period of shock, everyone panicked and frantically fled, scattering in all directions. Unfortunately, this group of celestial pride was simply powerless in Mu Qianxue's hands without the protection of the Dao protectors. With each attack, several people perished. In just a few moments, this group of heavenly pride were all chopped up. Your Excellency, my subordinates will not dishonor your mission. Mu Qianxue carried the bloodstained frost sword and walked over to Suyu and knelt down on one knee, respectfully saying, "Aha." Suyu nodded slightly, satisfied with her performance. "Get up, Red Lotus, change her into clean clothes." Suyu waved his hand and then said to Red Lotus at his side. Red Lotus answered and immediately changed Mu Qianxue back into a set of plain white clothes and dresses and brought spiritual tea. "Thank you, Your Excellency." For the reward, Mu Qianxue took a sip of the tea, then raised her eyes and reminded, "My lord, although these people are dead, their protector will soon return." "When? Protector?" Suyu raised an eyebrow. Mu Qianxue explained, "When I descended to the realm with them, I was followed by Dao protectors. It's just that in order to find out where the inheritance land is as soon as possible, the Dao protectors all chose to split up. Right now, they should all be coming back soon." Suyu nodded. "This strategy is similar to your own idea. Suyu also had the Su family dispersed and led by Yifeng to the major forces of the Tsunqing realm to deliver an ultimatum. It's just that these guys were unlucky enough to run into themselves. It's okay, I was afraid they wouldn't come. It's just the right time to get them all." Suyu smiled faintly, not taking it to heart at all. Immediately, he looked towards this majestic mountain range in front of him. Here, it was the Xiantian sect residence, the sect that was known as the uncrowned king of the eastern wasteland region. "I've let you guys bounce around for so long. It's time to settle the score." Suyu murmured softly. Before the words fell, he fiercely reached out and slapped the void beside him. Rumble! At that moment, the void trembled, as if there was thunder exploding. Immediately afterward, within that void, a majestic pressure filled out and arrived in an instant. Cut it out. The void shattered inch by inch, revealing a gap. Afterwards, the burial sword tire slowly emerged. Chapter 50, Breaking the Old Shackles of the Past. Today I realize that I am me. Suyu flexed his fingers and the sword embryo shot up into the sky, soaring against the wind. In just the blink of an eye, the sword embryo was transformed into 1,000 feet in size, suspended in the void. An extreme deathly intent filled the entire heaven and earth, giving one the creeps. This scene caused Mu Qianxue's pupils to shrink dramatically, and it was hard to hide the shock in her eyes. It turned out that the real strength of the man in front of him was so terrifying, should I say, not bad for an emperor's son? But soon, Mu Qianxue felt slightly puzzled again. Against us, the Duke didn't even use 1% of his power, so why did he have to personally take action to exterminate this tiny Xian heavenly sect? Suyu heard Mu Qianxue's murmur, but did not give a response. Rather, his eyes were complicated as he looked towards the Xiantian sect in front of him. Here, he was no stranger. As far as I can remember, the original owner had sneaked into it countless times just to see that Liu Xueyan, and this also led to Suyu. After inheriting everything from the original owner, the heart of the Dao was mixed with so many patches. Therefore, Suyu must personally sever this cause and effect, so that his thoughts could be clear. "Spare my life. Elders, spare your life. Please have mercy and spare us." Inside the Xiantian sect, countless disciples fell to their knees, trembling, kowtowing and wailing towards Suyu. Under the pressure of the burial god sword tire, they couldn't even get up to escape. One can only wait in infinite fear for death to come. Suyu's gaze was indifferent as he slowly stepped forward. Boom! The once unattainable mountain gate now looked extremely ridiculous in front of him. Not even needing to personally make a move. Just a trace of chi was released, and it was impacted into pieces and collapsed and crumbled. Roar! Suddenly, the Xiantian sect's protector spirit beast let out a roar and rushed towards Suyu with red eyes. Duke, don't! Let him do it himself. Red Lotus instinctively stepped forward, but was yanked by Su Jiugu. This is a knot in his heart that he once had, and now it must be broken by his own hand. If not, I'm afraid that it will breed demons in his heart in the future, and there will be no end of trouble, Su Jiugu said in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, Red Lotus had no choice but to collect her aura and stood beside Su Jiugu in a well-behaved manner, her pair of beautiful eyes always gazing at Suyu's back. She realized that Suyu seemed to have entered some kind of special state. Was it an epiphany? Or something else? Red Lotus didn't know, but she understood that after today, Suyu, who was already a demonic overachiever, was afraid that he would be even more terrifying. I remember that there was a time when I was afraid of being found out by you on more than one occasion. Suyu's gaze was calm, allowing the sect protector spirit beast to pounce. He still did not dodge half a step. In the past, when the original owner sneaked into the Xiantian sect, his greatest fear was being discovered by this big black dog. This thing has a strong nose and a strong body, so it's not a bad idea to get caught and get torn up. On that occasion a month ago, the original owner was chased by this black dog when she was running away, and she was in an extreme state of distress, being loved by the person he loved so much, looking at himself in such an unattractive appearance, which led to the original owner's divine soul to accumulate, and ultimately could not think of anything else. Bang! 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 Almost instantly, the sect protector spirit beast crashed into Suyu. However, it surprisingly could not even wrinkle Suyu's clothes. Immediately after, the crowd saw Suyu's palm lightly fall, and then, the entire sect protector spirit beast was slapped into flesh and blood splattered. Hiss! Watching this scene, the Xiantian sect's crowd couldn't help but suck in cool air, as if they saw their end. Buzz! With the death of the protector spirit beast, the last strand of chi luck within the Xiantian sect slowly dissipated. This represents the end of the clan's chi. Right at this moment, the destruction luck atlas, however, slowly flew out of Suyu's arms. Is it almost time to collect enough chi again? Suyu's eyes moved slightly. The destructive luck atlas would absorb the stray chi around it on its own. Ever since the last time he devoured the Willow family's luck to show a corner of the future. These days, the destruction luck atlas had once again resumed its activity and seemed to be accumulating to a boundary again. And I wonder, will this one show another slice of the future? Suyu slightly shook his head and ignored it, allowing the destruction luck atlas to operate on its own. Reach out. The burial sword tire fell from the sky. In an instant, it transformed into thousands of small swords. 10,000 swords roared in unison, constantly reaping the lives of the Xiantian sect's disciples. In just a few moments, Xiantian sect was already littered with corpses. These two weapons. Mu Qianshue's pretty face blanched. A rumor suddenly occurred to her. It was said that the imperial Su family had once started out practicing the devil's way, and the cultivators within the entire family were known for their vicious and venomous practices. In the era when devil cultivators were still everyone's enemy, the Su family was a street rat in the upper realm, everyone's enemy. However, ever since the appearance of that Jinshi sword god, plus the one from the Su family becoming an emperor, the pattern of the upper realm had completely changed. People no longer discriminated against demonic cultivators, and even demonic cultivators became the meat and potatoes because of the speed of cultivation and other reasons. Previously, Mu Qianshue thought this was nonsense. Although the Su family had demonic guards, most of the strength displayed had little to do with the demonic path. But now, seeing Suyu in one hand is the extinction of chi and luck of the devil map, head on the top of the devouring flesh and blood and soul of the devil sword. Especially see, Suyu did not even let go of any living thing. Even the eggs have to shake loose yellow. Earthworms have to vertical split a knife when Mu Qianshue, believe it. And I wonder, is it a blessing or a curse to submit to him? Mu Qianshue looked at Suyu, her beautiful eyes filled with complexity. She was worried that Suyu wouldn't eat herself on a whim one day, right? Phew. Inside the Xiantian sect's mountain gate hall, Suyu looked at the dead silent Xiantian sect, exhaled a deep cloudy breath, and threw the burial sword tire casually. Space suddenly opened a wide mouth and swallowed it. In an instant, the burial god sword tire appeared again in the middle of Suyu's internal world. As time passed, his application of the world within his body and the laws of space and time was becoming more and more pure. Boom! As the last breath of life within the Xiantian sect met its demise, Suyu's eyes suddenly flashed with a few moments of enlightenment. After exploring the knots in his heart, his cultivation went down the drain and he went one step further. Name, Su Yu. Cultivation, Avatar Realm Minor. Physique, World Body, Emperor Grade, Tai Bai Tian Gang Body, Supreme Grade, Central Prison Body, Supreme Grade. Innate Avatar, World Sword Intent. Universe Qiankuan. Longevity and Immortality. Innate Gungjin Qi, Virtue and Virtue. Villain Value, 220,000. Cutting through the old shackles of the past, today I know I am who I am. The corner of Su Yu's mouth was slightly hooked, and he was in a good mood. Just then, the system beep sounded. Completely overthrow the Xian Tian sect. Villain value plus 50,000. Ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering the achievement, Exterminating Maniac. Congratulations to the host on receiving the reward, Avoid Beast Cub. Oh, Su Yu's eyes moved slightly. Is this a double whammy? A small furry beast suddenly appeared in front of him. This little beast was shaped like a calf, black all over, with 4 legs, and a head like a lion and a tiger, looking naive. However, its limbs were unusually thick. Its tail was covered in barbs, and its claws and teeth were sharp. Actually gave me a void beast? Su Yu's eyes lit up. The void beasts were one of the most ancient and powerful races among the 10,000 races of the heavens. It was born with the power of the void, and it had thick skin and flesh, possessing a body of the void and invincible defense. Moreover, they have a long lifespan and their fighting strength is quite impressive. Even in the list of the 10,000 races of the heavens, it belonged to the top rankings. And Su Yu's Taishu sword body was a bit similar to the Void Beast clan. Once upon a time, the Su family had wanted to find a Void Beast for Su Yu to cultivate, but they had searched all the heavens without finding a trace of a Void Beast. I didn't realize that it would all come together now. Moo! The Void Beast affectionately rubbed its furry head against Su Yu, and a whimpering sound came out of its mouth, sounding very joyful. As the same existence that controlled the laws of space, even without the system, it would be inherently close to Su Yu. And the two are extremely complementary when they get along. I'll call you Blackie from now on. Mu Kuro seemed a little disgruntled, but Su Yu didn't give it a chance to retort. Okay, go ahead and play in my world. Without waiting for Xiao Hei to be naughty again, he was forcibly thrown into the middle of his inner world by Su Yu. Void beasts unconsciously gulped the space around them every now and then, which would overstabilize the space. In an unusual world, this would not be a good thing. Too solid a space and the possibility of progress is lost. And for Su Yu's rough in the rough world, it could be a great joy. It will save him a very great deal of work. After settling Little Black, Su Yu slowly got up, a light step of the foot. Boom! The mountain range where the Xian Tian sect was located instantly cracked, as if it had been cut open by a sword. Underneath that ground, there was clearly the foundation of the Xian Tian sect, a first-rate spirit vein. Roar! Oh, it's actually already coalesced into a dragon form? No, this is Dragon Chi. How dare the Dragonlight dynasty dye my things in advance? Chapter 51. The woman in the painting. My Daoist? Su Yu's eyes grew cold. Spiritual vein and dragon vein, a difference of one word, but a far cry. Spiritual veins, which are the spiritual roots of heaven and earth naturally nurtured between heaven and earth, will constantly release spiritual chi, which is very beneficial to cultivators' cultivation. The dragon vein, on the other hand, is the product of practicing the Luck Dynasty one. Although it serves a similar purpose to the spiritual vein, it is highly tied to the Luck Dynasty. If a cultivator absorbed too much dragon energy, then he would subconsciously become a child of the Luck Dynasty. This spirit vein right in front of him had already been secretly polluted with dragon chi by the Dragonlight Imperial Dynasty, and was already on the verge of completely metamorphosing into a dragon vein. Su Yu swept a glance and immediately judged that the Dragonlight Imperial Dynasty had moved in January. The time happened to be when Xian Yuzun and Xian Bu died. Dare to touch my things? Not a lot of guts. Su Yu coldly snorted and pointed out a finger. Roar! In the next moment, the entire spirit vein struggled violently and violently rushed towards the sky dome. However, the moment it rose up in the sky, it suddenly collapsed into countless points of light. It's a pity. Mu Qianxue shook her head slightly. After the spiritual vein was contaminated by the dragon's chi, it was like poison to the cultivator, and it was obvious that it could no longer be used. However, it was a bit of a pity for this such a huge first-grade spirit vein to be shattered just like that. If nothing went wrong with this spirit vein, if it was taken to the upper realm to be sold, it could fetch a hefty price. Dragonlight Dynasty? Ha! I'll take you next. Su Yu narrowed his eyes as killing opportunities filled the air. He had long been displeased with this bull **** imperial dynasty. Within that Sanqing realm, there was actually not much oppression of civilians by the sects. At one time, the Qingcheng Su family did not have many conflicts with most cultivation sects either. However, that Longguang imperial dynasty had carried out the word oppression to everyone. Just by looking at a Qingcheng city lord's mansion, one could see through it. The Su family was ranked as one of the several great families in Xinjiang, but they were all living extremely difficult lives, not to mention the powerless civilians. And that's just in terms of life. On a deeper level, there's all kinds of bullying, pillaging, and so on. If personal grudges were put aside, what Suyu wanted to do more was still to exterminate these so-called imperial Dao transport dynasties. Before every emperor took the throne, he shouted slogans to make his people live in peace and prosperity. But really? The word herdsman is enough to describe everything. Buzz. Right at this moment, the destruction luck atlas suddenly buzzed, interrupting Suyu's thoughts. This is. Suyu turned his head and held it in his hands to scrutinize it, only to see a woman's portrait appear in the destruction luck atlas. She had a graceful figure, her appearance was overwhelming, and her skin was as fair as jade, as if she had descended from beyond the 9 heavens, making people wonder if such a face truly existed in the world. She stood above the river of time, looking down on the multitudes, but there was only emptiness in her eyes, radiating a faint sense of brokenness, as if it was looking for something. And beside her, there was a long sword suspended. The sword's body was dark red, like blood dripping down, and carried a rich fury. Sensing a familiar aura, Suyu's face changed abruptly, and it was as if thunder exploded in his mind. The aura of that sword was clearly identical to the burial sword Tyre. In an instant, the destruction luck atlas trembled once again. Immediately following, the woman in the painting even violently turned her head, a pair of narrow phoenix eyes staring straight at Suyu. The eyes gradually went from empty to clear. And then, there was ecstasy. Brother Suyu, I finally found you. However, just as the woman in the painting attempted to step out of the painting, the destruction luck atlas suddenly closed up, and then fell straight to the ground as if it had been drained of all its power. In an instant, Suyu's heart was flooded with 10,000 flavors. The woman's eyes always seemed inexplicably familiar to him, but couldn't for the life of me remember where I'd seen it before. And listening to her address herself, the relationship between the two seems to be a Daoist couple? Could it be that I will run into the woman in the painting later and marry her? After picking up the destruction luck atlas, Suyu shook his head and smiled bitterly. It's something that you really love and hate. A peek into a corner of the future can certainly satisfy some curiosity, but with that comes more confusion. Until now, Suyu was still haunted by the last image of himself being nailed to the ground. Forget it, what's meant to be will always come, and when the ship reaches the bridge, it's naturally straight. Soon after, Suyu adjusted his mind and stopped thinking about it. After completely flattening the entire mountain range with one palm, Suyu and his group embarked on their return journey, heading far away towards the direction of Xinjiang. Shortly after a few people left, above the ruins, a figure dressed in a green-colored Daoist robe slowly appeared. This person was none other than the Wang Daojun who had previously vanished. Interesting, has a behemoth like an emperor's son appeared in a small realm in the district? Wang Daojun wore a faint smile on his face as his fingers kept pinching something. Only, no matter how much he deduced, he was unable to calculate the slightest bit of information about Suyu. The Su clan is truly worthy of being an imperial clan. The diffractive sky calculator couldn't even calculate the slightest trace of it. Oh, so it's just right. Perhaps with the help of the imperial clan's underpinnings, it can help me take that step. After murmuring a low sentence, Wang Daojun resolutely turned around. The direction to which he was heading was clearly where the imperial city of the Dragonlight Imperial Dynasty was located. Chapter 52 The Destined Daughter Within the Su Mansion. Rumble. In the sky above Xinjiang, infinite haze flickered. All sorts of heavenly materials and treasures converged in the air, flowing with Suyu's mind. Eventually, these treasures that the Su family had seized from the surrounding forces gradually fused together to form a giant formation. Boom! Suyu's large hand fell violently, and the formation was instantly activated. The entire heaven and earth were rioting with aura, like waves of sea crazily surging into the formation eye. At this moment, inside and outside of Xinjiang, everyone stopped cultivating and looked up at the sky. Only a brilliant haze was seen running through the sky. This haze was 7-colored, as if it was falling from the 9 heavens and going straight to the clouds. Under the shroud of this haze, everyone felt soothed, as if they were about to ascend. I didn't realize that young lord was also quite knowledgeable about the art of formations. Su Jiuge was a bit surprised. He didn't expect Suyu to finish processing the spirit materials collected by the Su family in a couple of clicks and refine them into a multifunctional grand formation. This formation could attack and defend, and it also had the effect of gathering spiritual qi. And the effect was not the least bit weaker than a first-grade spirit vein. The Heaven and Earth Linglong Grand Formation is set up. The villain value is -100,000. Formation activated successfully. Being inside the formation, the cultivation speed is increased by 5 times, and the effect of enlightenment is increased by 3 times. Not bad. With this formation, it can greatly increase the cultivation speed of the Su family. Suyu slowly fell down and nodded with great satisfaction. He naturally didn't know anything about formations together. Only, with the system in hand, as long as the villain value was enough, there was nothing he couldn't do. Since he wanted Suyu to stand at the top of the Sanqing realm, it was definitely not enough for him to be strong on his own. Therefore, he was prepared to pull up the strength of the entire Su family to avoid the Su family's war power being empty after he left. Detected the appearance of a great fortune maker in the host's surroundings. Name, Su Xiaoyu. Cultivation, 9th level of the bodybuilding realm. Physique, extreme luck body, hegemonic body. Remarks, a concubine of the Su family branch. Due to the activation of the heaven and earth Linglong formation after the spiritual rhyme into the body, awaken natural extreme luck of the body. Luck against the heavens. Suyu had an odd expression. I didn't realize that a misadventure had made one of my own little sisters the daughter of heaven's destiny? Su little fish. Suyu glanced sideways at a timid young girl in the corner. Su Xiaoyu was 12 years old this year. Her appearance wasn't stunning, but it was better than pure. She wore a plain dress. Her skin was snow-white and delicate, and her watery eyes were filled with innocence and curiosity. Although she was only 12 years old, her figure was already in its infancy, dimpled and convex. Her chest was high and straight. Her waist was slender. Her hips were rounded, and her long hair was dark and shiny, draped over her shoulders, making her look playful and lovely. Little sister, come here for a minute. Suyu beckoned. Hearing Suyu call himself, Su Xiaoyu hurriedly ran over with his head lowered. What is it that brother you called Xiaoyu for? She raised her head, revealing her white shell teeth, her face full of adoration. Not only her, all the Su family members now regarded Suyu as a guardian god, a great hero who saved the Su family from the fire. Now that she was named by Suyu, not only did she not feel the slightest bit nervous, she was instead filled with anticipation. Now that you are at the 9th level of the bodybuilding realm, it's time for you to consider breaking through to the Jiedan. With a flip of Suyu's palm, a red crystal stone the size of a dragon's eye appeared out of thin air and hung in front of Su Xiaoyu. Suyu smiled faintly. Take it. It will help you break through the shackles. Su Xiaoyu stared at the red crystals in front of her with wide beautiful eyes, her face full of disbelief. Brother you, is this the legendary innate spirit crystal? It's too precious. The innate spirit crystal was condensed from countless heaven and earth essences, containing a majestic spiritual chi that was worth its weight in gold. A palm-sized innate spirit crystal was worth hundreds of top-grade spirit stones. It was Su Hanshan, who once broke through the Jiedan realm, also did not bother to buy it, but used the slightly inferior condensed Yuan Dan. It's for you. Just take it. Suyu pretended to be displeased. Su Xiaoyu hurriedly and tremblingly accepted the spirit crystal and whispered her thanks. Thank you brother Yu. Xiaoyu will definitely work hard to cultivate and live up to brother Yu's hope. Accept the daughter of destiny. Villain value plus 100,000. The corner of Suyu's mouth slightly hooked. I'm afraid this is the easiest time to take in a great Qigong master, right? It's good that you know. Suyu nodded slightly and asked again, I heard that you're from a branch offshoot? Well, my parents died early, and Grandpa Cold Mountain took pity on me before bringing me back to the Su family. Su Xiaoyu lightly bit her lips, carefully observing Suyu's expression, fearing that he would reveal the slightest bit of dislike. Only, Suyu looked as usual, which caused Su Xiaoyu to be slightly relieved. Silly girl, in the future in the Su family, you don't have to live so cautiously. Suyu smiled and rubbed Su Xiaoyu's head. This girl, at a young age, knows how to observe words and colors, and I think that she has suffered a lot of grievances. Thank you brother Yu. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoyu immediately smiled with joy and blossomed. With Suyu's words, in the future, I'm afraid that no one within the Su mansion would dare to bully her anymore. Alright, go and cultivate. There's no need to mind me. Suyu waved his hand and Su Xiaoyu retreated. Back inside the Su mansion compound, Suyu slowly sat down on his knees. He pinched his hands together and began to cultivate the Taishu ancient scripture. Now, as the world within his body became more and more solid, Suyu's comprehension of the divine abilities also became more and more rapid. One would think that it wouldn't take long to cultivate the avatar to perfection. At that time, even if it was the peak of divine mansion, he wouldn't be afraid. Under the saints, he was invincible. Above the saints, it can also be 1-for-1. At that moment, Suyu's mind immersed into the inner world, exchanging feelings with the void beast Xiaohei while absorbing the surrounding space-time force, continuously growing the inner world. In the meantime, Dragonlight Imperial Dynasty. Above the heavenly palace, Imperial Lord Zhonantian sat on top of the dragon chair, his majesty profound, overlooking the ministers below. Dear ministers, what do you think of the words of that Su family's messenger? The words fell, but the courtroom fell into a long silence, full of civil and military personnel, but no one dared to speak out. The ministers looked at each other, all seeing the bitterness in each other's eyes. It couldn't be helped. The Su family had risen too quickly, and by the time they realized it, they had already completely occupied Qingcheng. Moreover, the other party was suspected to have the help of a powerful person from the upper realm. That day's upper realm demon lord was heading towards the Qingcheng direction. After that day, the Xian heavenly sect patriarch fell, and Daos Xian undefeated completely disappeared. It doesn't take much thought to guess what happened. Thinking about this, Zhou Nantian let out a cold snort. If he wasn't afraid of the power of the upper realm behind the Su family, he would never have held his tongue and allowed the Su family to grow and develop. Your Majesty, I think that we should submit before the Su family makes a move. By submitting first, perhaps we can still leave a good impression on the other side, but if we allow the Su family to strike against my Longwang imperial dynasty first, I'm afraid. Suddenly, a strategist stepped forward and said bitterly. As soon as these words came out, all the ministers could not help but draw in a breath of cold air, and a thick shock welled up on their faces. Bold, how dare you attempt to treasonously seek honor? Unforgivable. Men, drag them out and behead them. For a while, the ministers were filled with righteous indignation and rebuked. Your Majesty, the words of loyalty are against the ear, but every word of this minister is for the consideration of the Longwang imperial dynasty. Please be clear. That schemer knelt down, his forehead touching the floor, and kept kowtowing. Submission. Zhou Nantian frowned and pondered for a long time. Then he faintly said, drag them down and chop them up. Your Majesty. Hearing this, the schemer immediately panicked and desperately kowtowed. Your Majesty, spare your life. How could he not expect that his proposal to submit had angered Zhou Nantian? Other officials also shook their heads and sighed. They all understood that this emperor was ruthless and could not stand to hear words that went against his ears. Do you really think that Zhou Nantian is asking questions? He's just trying to find a way to deal with the Su family. How could the emperor, who was used to being the ruler of the world in his day-to-day life, be submissive? I'm afraid that's worse than killing him. Bang! Suddenly, a head was thrown off. Blood splattered everywhere, staining the ground red. A generation of loyal strategists perished. The already ugly faces of the ministers became completely numb. Now, the emperor's meaning was clear. That is, I would rather lose my country than deal with the Su family. Chapter 53. If you don't come, I will. Snap. Suddenly, a burst of applause rang out from outside the temple. Worthy of being the Dragonlight Imperial Lord. Such boldness. With a smile on his lips, Dao Lord Wan walked into the great hall, his eyes narrowing slightly as he swept his gaze across the bottom. At his feet lay the body of the schemer. Zhou Nantian frowned. Who is your excellency? Why did you intrude into my palace grounds? You know, the palace is guarded by millions of forbidden troops. How on earth did this person in front of you break in noiselessly? Wang Daojuan's eyes flashed as he laughed. It doesn't matter who I am. You only need to know that we have the same enemy. Oh, Zhou Nantian's eyes lit up as he said. I wonder which of the upper realms powerhouses my little friend is from. Wang Daojun said indifferently. It's not for you to inquire about what my status is. Zhou Nantian's pupils shrunk slightly. A flash of hidden anger swept through the depths of his eyes before he returned to normal, arching his hand and saying, since that's the case, then my little friend, please leave. I won't see you off. With that, he waved his sleeve and closed his eyes, no longer caring. Wang Daojun snorted. You don't think that if you have the backing of the Qiankuang Dragon Kingdom in the upper realm, you can be unafraid of that Su family, do you? Zhou Nantian opened his eyes and stared at Wang Daojun, two golden auras erupting from his eyes. His tone low, Junior. Don't think that you can bluff me just because you know something. Wang Daojun was undaunted and let out a cold laugh. Do you know how huge and terrifying that Su family's background in the upper realm is? Not to mention this half-assed imperial dynasty of yours. Even if the female emperor of the Qiankuan Dragon Kingdom were to come in person, she would only be able to kneel down and lick that person's feet. As soon as the words fell, he directly released the pressure that belonged exclusively to the Divine Mansion realm. Divine Mansion Superior. He's actually a Divine Mansion Superior. In a flash, the ministers shook. Zhou Nantian was also scornful. The Divine Mansion realm was not unheard of within the Dragonlight Imperial dynasty. However, the other party was from the Divine Mansion of the upper realm, and even if they had the advantage of the terrain, they simply did not have the certainty of confronting them. Not to mention, there was the Su family, a great enemy at hand. Right now, it wasn't appropriate to set up another strong enemy. I advise you that you'd better cooperate with me obediently and stop playing smart. Wang Daojun coldly said, his eyes full of sarcasm and contempt. Zhou Nantian's face was grim, but he still gritted his teeth and nodded. What does little friend desire? The corners of Wang Daojuan's mouth finally grinned. Simple. You first appoint me as the state master, so that I am bound to the Longwang Imperial dynasty's national fortune. Master of the state. Zhou Nantian hesitated for a moment and nodded. Good. Boom. In the next moment, a dragon chi flew out from the depths of the palace and flew into Wang Daojuan's brow. Ha ha, very good. Those who recognize the times are the best. Wang Daojun clapped his hands and laughed. From today onwards, we'll cooperate and attack the Su family together. Speaking here, he paused for a moment and continued. However, it is also necessary for the Imperial Lord to be generous and cooperate with some of my plans. Wang Daojuan's eyes flickered as he took out a piece of paper and wrote furiously. A moment later, he handed this piece of paper to Zhou Nantian. Your plan is actually to refine my Dragonlight Imperial Dynasty into a grand formation? 3,000 pieces of astral vermilion, 6,000 pieces of night pearls, and basaltic iron, 300 million pounds. After seeing this note, Zhou Nantian couldn't help but exclaim, little friend has a bit too big of an appetite. Although, according to Wang Daojuan's description, the grand formation that was set up was extremely powerful. However, not to mention the lack of financial resources of the Longwang Imperial Dynasty, even if they could gather enough materials, they didn't have enough manpower. In response, Wang Daojun was unimpressed and waved his hand. A mere array material. Doesn't the Dragonlight Dynasty have billions of people? The population is large. But, Zhou Nantian was slightly stunned, and then he violently drew in a breath of cool air. Are you trying to make up for the lack of formation materials with a blood sacrifice? Wang Daojun nodded his head slightly. Those who achieve great things don't bother with small details. Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd all turned pale, as if they had seen a boundless sea of blood. They all knew that Zhou Nantian was usually barbaric, and there were not many treasures stored in the treasury in the first place. If it all comes down to blood sacrifice, this was an attempt to slaughter the entire Longwang dynasty's mortals. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! No! The ministers fell to their knees and begged. Zhou Nantian, however, shook his head inside. Alas! All get up. If it were not for the form forced upon me, would I have made such a decision? I, too, am unwilling to harm any innocent life. Alas! I blame the Su family. These mortals died because of the Su family. If I have the strength, I will never allow them to wreak havoc on my Dragonlight. Do you agree, my lords? Zhou Nantian gazed at the civil and military officials present. At these words, the ministers' faces were ugly to the extreme, but they dared not speak out in anger. In the end, Zhou Nantian looked at Wang Daojun, and the two of them smiled at each other. Then I'll trouble the state master. Make sure to ensure the power of the grand formation. It doesn't matter how many of those pariahs die. Time rushes. In a flash, 3 days passed. The Su family within Qingcheng was still as peaceful and quiet as usual. The only difference was that today, the air of the entire Qingcheng contained wisps of heaven and earth essence, making it doubly comfortable. Look, in the sky, there are actually 2 suns hanging? Suddenly, someone pointed to the sky and shouted, what a miracle! It's the first time I've seen such a bizarre situation in all my life. Ha! What's going on? How come the 2 blazing suns in the sky are getting closer? There was a lot of talk in the streets, and all of this is only just beginning. Only 2 rounds of blazing suns slowly merged together in the dome of the sky. Rumble! In an instant, the sky shook and the earth moved as if the end had come. The crowd was shocked, not knowing what was going on. Only, those with keen senses had already discovered that the fluctuation was coming from within the Su mansion. Hiss! Could it be that young Master Su's cultivation has made another breakthrough? Ha ha! No matter which reason it is, it's always a happy event. That's right. Congratulations to young Master Su. I wish young Master Su great success on his path and every step of the way. In front of the Su residence, a group of people cheered in unison. Ha! Inside the Su mansion, Su Hansan let out a light laugh and looked at Su Yu in midair with a smug expression. Sister Jiu Ge, is brother Yu making another breakthrough? What realm is he in today? Su Xiaoyu blinked her big, ebony eyes and asked curiously. Divine Profound Realm Grand Completion. Just one step away from ascending to Divine Mansion Realm. Su Jiuge gently stroked her soft black hair and smiled. Little fish should also cheer up. Don't by then your brother Yu has broken into the Divine Mansion, but you haven't yet formed a Dan. In these few miles, Su Jiuge had also discovered Su Xiaoyu's special features, so she took good care of her. Su Xiaoyu skimmed her mouth and muttered, I can't compare to brother Yu. Su Jiuge laughed lightly. He said, that's not possible. You're an extreme luck body. Anything is possible. A few moments later, Su Yu in midair slowly opened his eyes. Name, Su Yu. Cultivation level, Avatar Realm Grade Accomplishment. Physique, World Body, Emperor Grade, Tai Bai Tian Gang Body, Supreme Grade, Central Prison Body, Supreme Grade. Innate Avatar, World Sword Intent. Universe Qiankuan. Longevity and Immortality. Innate Gungjin Qi, Virtue and Virtue. Villain Value, 560. 000. The great accomplishment of the Avatar realm is really a huge improvement, Suyu muttered, revealing a joyful smile. Nowadays, when he cast Cosmic Shinkuan again, he was able to control the range on his own. And it can also be cast in conjunction with the world within. If one were to first externalize the world within their body and then execute this divine ability, they could even manage to repel a saint realm existence for a short period of time. But it's still far from breaking into the divine mansion realm. It needs to be accumulated for a while before it can be done. Now, it's time to collect. Suyu looked at Yifeng. The 3-day period has come and gone. Are there any forces within the Chongqing realm that have submitted? Yifeng shook his head, his face unsightly. My lord, I've already notified your will in place, but as of now, none of the forces have declared their submission to the Su family. Suyu sneered. Good enough. Since you guys aren't coming, I'll just go for a ride myself. For the first one, take the Dragonlight Dynasty. Chapter 54 Crazy Emperor. The curtain is about to rise. Outside the Dragonlight Imperial City. Swish swish swish. Accompanied by a series of ear-piercing wind-breaking sounds, dozens of figures swept through the air. Each person carried scrolls on their backs and stepped on flying swords, exuding a profound aura. Everyone, hurry up. This is the last formation node. Aha. Several people looked at each other with heavy faces. Now, the once crowded Dragonlight Imperial City was dead silent. The air was thick with the scent of blood and the eerie sound of ghostly cries. As far as the eye can see, the earth is devastated. Corpses are everywhere. Limbs are broken, and blood is gathered into a river. These tragic circumstances caused these several royal secret guards to show their faces in sorrow. The emperor, mad. Since the arrival of that state master, the entire Longguang imperial dynasty had been depopulated and countless civilians had been slaughtered. Countless amounts of flesh and blood and living souls were refined into array discs and dispersed over the land of Dragonlight. The vastness of the Dragonlight imperial dynasty was sufficient to occupy an entire continent of the Chongqing realm. But nowadays, aside from the eastern wasteland domain where the Su family was located, there was no longer half an inch of intact land within the entire Longguang imperial dynasty. All the people of the Cold family were slaughtered, except for some families and valves, and the royal family and nobles. Rumble. As the secret guards spread out the scrolls, the last array node within the Dragonlight imperial city was completed. The leader of the Dark Guards was relieved and raised his eyes to look at Zhou Nantian in the center of the imperial city. Your Majesty, we have lived up to our responsibilities and succeeded. Bang! Since the formation has been formed, there is no need to keep you. Before the Dark Guard leader could finish his words, he felt a huge force coming from the top of his head. Immediately following that, the bodies of several secret guards shot out backwards, hitting the ground and instantly bursting into a streak of blood mist. These blood mists were quickly absorbed by the formation eye in the center of the imperial city again and disappeared. Buzz. In an instant, the direction of the palace lit up with pillars of light that rushed into the sky. Immediately afterward, the blood-colored light pillar rapidly expanded as if it was a barrier enveloping the entire Dragonlight imperial dynasty. Ho ho ho. At the same time, the eerie and horrifying sounds around them became even more shrill and mournful, as if millions of evil ghosts were roaring, making people's bones creepy. State Master, this formation of yours, is it really called the Arctic Demon Removal Formation? Zhou Nantian stood with his hands in the air, looking at Wang Daojun and said with a smirk. At this moment, he, the Emperor, could be said to exist in name only and had become a bare-bones commander. Oh, Your Majesty, it's just a formation. Does it matter what it's called? Regardless of black or white cats, those who can catch mice are good cats. Wang Daojun did not care about Zhou Nantian's flirting. His gaze was like a torch as he stared dead center at the eastern location. At the same time, the hands kept pinching, counting on the descendants of the imperial family, and still the son of the great emperor of the day. The difficulty of this can be imagined. However, Wang Daojun was not afraid. Instead, it was excitement. Extreme excitement. This knife-edge feeling. He liked it too much, especially the thought that he, a divine mansion realm, could cause that kind of behemoth to suffer. Thinking about it made his blood boil. Once he succeeded, the honor would be enough to make him famous in history. Only, there was still a trace of worry in his heart, because the Su family, after all, still had some heritage. Even though that Emperor's son had not returned to the Emperor clan and did not yet truly possess the capital to suppress the heavens, but a thin camel is bigger than a horse. In order to avoid the other party taking out some underhanded cards that were difficult to deal with at the critical moment, Wang Daojun did not dare to slack off. Thus, before laying down this Dao Demon 2 Great Array, he was incomparably cautious, and even Zhou Nantian, his ally, did not disclose half of the information. Buzz, the void trembled. only to see the pillar of blood-colored light in the east steeply skyrocket, transforming into a blood moon. Seeing this, Wang Daojun looked up to the sky and laughed. Now that the formation has been completed, all we need is an east wind. Your Majesty, remember all that I have previously explained. There must be no mistakes. Well, I know. Zhou Nanshan's heart was relieved when he heard this. He was originally worried that Dao Lord Wang would also unload on him and strike at him once the array was successfully set up, but now it seems that the alliance between the two seems to have an unbreakable meaning. After all, the fate of the country was like a twine binding the two men in death. Before Wang Daojun detached himself from the heavy identity of the state master, he could not harm himself at all. In this way, Zhou Nantian completely put his heart down. As long as that emperor's son is taken care of, everything will be over. At that time, he would directly escape to the heavens and find a small world to continue to be his emperor. Wouldn't that be great? With this thought, the corner of Zhou Nanshan's mouth sketched out a smile of triumph. In the meantime, Su Yu and his group had already left the eastern wasteland domain and sent their swords to the central domain where the Dragonlight Imperial City was located. This time, Su Yu brought along most of his Su family members in order to let them have a long look. After all, in the future, it was someone who was going to be the overlord of a realm, so he couldn't have never even left a small domain. After only flying a short distance, Su Yu frowned and stopped, his face heavy. Gongzi? Red Lotus asked in confusion. Brother Yu, what's wrong? Su Xiaoyu behind her was also puzzled. Su Yu looked down on the earth for a moment, then said in a deep voice, have you guys noticed that it's too quiet? Hearing this, the crowd looked down in unison. Fruity, the four fields were dead silent and motionless. It is now midday. If it were a normal day, you'd definitely see smoke rising from a cooker along the way. But now, the crowd actually did not even sense a trace of popularity, and even could vaguely smell a bloody odor. It seems that this time, the Dragonlight Imperial Dynasty is going to fight me to the end. Young lord, I've already swept with my divine sense just now, and now 90% of the population has disappeared within the entire Dragonlight Imperial Dynasty, Su Jiuge said with a frown. Upon hearing this, the Su clan's crowd was all shocked. Is this some kind of cataclysmic event? 90% of the population. That can be tens of billions of civilians. This Dragonlight Imperial Dynasty, unexpectedly so ruthless? Obviously, these people have either been moved somewhere, either that or they've been sacrificed by some kind of blood sacrifice technique. But how did such a lower realm Imperial Dynasty sacrifice the civilians within the entire country in just a few days? Mu Qianshui took a deep breath, as if she had thought of something, and suddenly said, Wang Daojun. It must have been done by Dao Lord Wang. Who is Wang Daojun? Su Yu raised his eyebrows. Mu Qianshui quickly responded. The first son of the Wang family of the Xuan Bu realm in the upper realm. This person is proficient in the way of formations and the method of arithmetic. And there is another identity of being an heir to the Tianji Pavilion. If it's just the Dragonlight Dynasty, then no matter what they do, it's impossible for them to kill everyone within the dynasty within a few days. So this must have been accomplished by Dao Lord Wang's way of formation. Previously, I came to this realm with Dao Lord Wang and the rest of the people from the upper realm. And at that time, Dao Lord Wang proposed to directly blood sacrifice a continent's living beings as a way to quickly search for the Honggu Daolord's inheritance site. However, we all rejected his proposal. I didn't think he'd do it anyway. Listening to Mu Qianshui's words, Su Yu frowned slightly. This Wang Daojun, it seems that he is really a madman. In order to find the inheritance, a continent of living beings is sacrificed. It's almost more than magic. Compared to him, Su Yu felt like he didn't even deserve to be called a villain. Just then, Su Yu suddenly smiled. Ding! Detected that the host is in the middle of a keynote of the Imperial Dynasty, triggering a special mission. Please go to the Imperial City of the Longguang Imperial Dynasty, smash the Dao and Demon 2 great arrays, and kill Imperial Lord Zhou Nantian. Completion reward, 4-pole seal. Looking at the mission that suddenly appeared in front of him, Su Yu slightly shook his head. It seems that the destruction of the Longguang Imperial Dynasty is finalized today. Su Yu's killing intent in his heart had already brewed to the extreme. Red Lotus, Jiu Gu, follow me one step ahead. In the next moment, Su Yu's feet stepped down, and his body was like an arrow, accelerating fiercely as he sped towards the Dragonlight Imperial Dynasty. Yes, sir. Seeing Su Yu move, Red Lotus and Su Jiuge no longer hesitated. The speed of the three was so fast that it was like a shooting star crossing the sky, and in the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the distance. Chapter 55 Inviting the King in? Hoo hoo hoo. The wind howled and blew the shirts. Coming. Wang Daojun's pupils shrank as he gazed dead on the outside of the Imperial City. There, several strong and unrivaled auras suddenly emerged, tearing through the clouds like thunder descending from the 9 heavens and rolling in. Click. The The majesty of that momentum was simply appalling, causing the hearts of the crowd to choke, as if the end had come. Even those onlooker families on the outskirts of the imperial city couldn't help but tremble. Boom! One could only see 3 figures stepping down from the depths of that cloud. Standing high and looking down, it was like the 3 immortal gods were on the ground. Su Yu, Su Jiugu, and Red Lotus, the 3 of them rode over the void, proudly looking at the entire scene. Why don't you kneel when you see the prince arriving? Red Lotus grunted coldly. The ferocious might was monstrous, sweeping through the 8 directions, raging like the furious sea, causing the void to break apart. Why don't you kneel? The sound waves rushed to the sky, shaking the 9 states. This terrifying sound caused all the lords of the lineages to tremble with fear, and their hearts were incredibly skeptical as to whether or not Wang Daojun's formation actually worked. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Wang Daojun looked up to the sky and laughed. A mere mole cricket is worthy of making me kneel. What a joke. You people still don't understand that your Su family is about to be destroyed, and the imperial son in your mouth is even more certain to die. I advise you to kowtow and surrender if you're sensible, or else I'll exterminate you when I exterminate the emperor's son. Wang Daojun wore a smile on his face and his tone was arrogant to the extreme. Bold, dared to be rude to the duke. Red Lotus' face was icy cold. She violently probed out her jade hand and slapped out a palm, transforming it into a giant hand that covered the sky and blasted. Noisy! Wang Daojun shook his head contemptuously. With a wave of his large sleeve, a vast greatness stirred out from the depths of the imperial city. Boom! The two collided, and they were actually at odds. Red Lotus was surprised for a moment, but quickly reacted. The power of formations? As the words fell, Red Lotus's delicate body swayed, heading straight for the core of the grand formation at the center of the imperial city. Swish! However, she had just entered the imperial city when she realized that everything around her had changed. It was actually impossible to sense the laws of heaven and earth. A hand was raised, but nothing happened. Red Lotus was alarmed. What kind of formation is this? It actually made it impossible to utilize her innate divine ability, Red Lotus Karma Flame, as well. Suddenly, a scarlet moonlight aura broke through the air, cutting through the clouds and falling straight towards the Red Lotus. No good. Red Lotus's pretty face changed drastically, and she hastily drew back to avoid it. Boom! In the next instant, a blazing blood flame arrived across the sky, submerging it. Ah! The screams rang out. The blood flames burned down and actually melted through the vestments on Red Lotus' body, searing pain drilling through her heart. It all happened in the twinkling of an eye, electrically. By the time the crowd came back to their senses, Red Lotus had already retreated from the imperial city with an iron face. At the moment, the vestments she was wearing were tattered, and there was a scorched black patch between her arms and chest and abdomen. How is this possible? Red Lotus was filled with confusion. She was an upper realm demon sovereign, the vice-sovereign of the alchemy heavenly demon sect. Even if that Wang clan Jr. on the opposite side was also at the divine mansion realm, even if the other party had a great formation to assist them, it was reasonable to say that they couldn't easily crush themselves? My lord, that grand formation, there's something odd about it. Red Lotus' eyes flickered as she spoke in a low voice. Well, I know. You heal first. Suyu stared at the red flames on Red Lotus' body that had yet to be extinguished. His eyes were thoughtful as he handed Red Lotus a precious elixir. Red Lotus took the elixir and swallowed it without hesitation. In an instant, the burning pain dissipated into nothingness. Immediately afterward, Red Lotus raised her head and looked at Wang Daojun, intense killing intent showing in her eyes. Wang family Jr., today, you will die. Wang Daojun laughed. Red Lotus demon is so big, if you are not afraid, why don't you enter the city and try again? But this time, I'm afraid you won't be so lucky. I will definitely let you perish. Bold. Red Lotus raised her steps and was about to enter the imperial city again. Wait a minute. Don't fall for his agitation. However, Suyu raised his hand to stop her. Eyes burned into a curtain of light in front of him, detected the appearance of a great fortune maker in the host's surroundings. Name, Wang Daojun. Cultivation, early divine mansion realm. Physique, diffractive heavenly Dao body. Remarks, the first son of the Wang family, the heir to the Tianji pavilion. Reincarnated body of an ancient devil saint, currently has awakened some memories of his past life. In order to plunder the imperial Su family's fortune, sacrifice 90% of the population of the Longwang dynasty, and set up the Dao Devil and the two great arrays. Is the demon saint reincarnated? The corner of Suyu's mouth lifted up a sneer. No wonder it dares to be so rampant. So what if it's a demon saint? Today, I'll beat you so badly that you won't even recognize your parents. Dare to hurt my people. You're really tired of living. Suyu opened his mouth indifferently, killing machines bursting out from his eyes. Mouths speak louder than words. So Emperor's son might as well get into the jar and try it out? Wang Daojun had a teasing face and sneered. Although his identity was revealed by Su Yu in a single word, he was not in a hurry and did not panic, as if he had already won. Boom! Without saying a word, Su Yu called out the burial sword tire and chopped down with a sword. The sword blade was sharp, the sword intent was monstrous, and the entire dome of the sky seemed to be split in two as it ruthlessly chopped towards the Dragonlight Imperial City. Thumbs up! Wherever the sword dipper reached, the blood-colored light curtain cracked inch by inch. Laws of space? Humph. Worthy of being an emperor's son, he really does have two skills. Wang Daojun's face changed slightly. He danced with both palms and bellowed explosively. Change formation. Ancient night. In an instant, at the center of the imperial city, the pillar of blood-colored light instantly turned into extreme darkness. After the darkness descended, it actually swallowed that matchless sword hard. Ha ha ha, the power of a mere spatial law wants to break my formation? Wang Daojun laughed more and more maniacally. Emperor Su, why don't you kneel down and kowtow to me twice? Then announce that you are breaking away from the Emperor clan to become my righteous son. The audacity! Before Wang Daojun's words fell, Su Jiuge was already completely enraged by these words, and with his hand raised and pressed down, a world-suppressing devil lotus coalesced. This lotus flower was not large, only the size of a palm, but as soon as it appeared, it bloomed with billions of haze. Each haze contained an extremely terrifying destructive energy. Ha 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 ha, finally you. Seeing this, Wang Daojun, however, was not surprised but pleased. The moment Su Jiuge struck, the flippant look on his face disappeared. Obviously, the arrogant appearance of the party was all in disguise. The purpose was to provoke Su Jiuge to make a move. Bipolar reversal. Only to see, with a grab of his right hand, a pitch-black chain appeared out of thin air. There were a million of those chains, as if they were swimming snakes frantically dancing and twisting towards the demonic lotus. Click! Almost in the blink of an eye, the devil lotus was tightly wrapped. At the same time, endless black mist rose up, filling the sky and earth and enveloping the four fields. Chapter 56. You sacrifice 10 billion mortals, then I will sacrifice 10 billion lifetimes. The infinite black fog obscured everyone's sight. From afar, it looked as if the end had come, filled with despair and eeriness, bizarre and unpredictable. Bang! 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 The devil lotus trembled violently, actually emitting the sound of metal clanking. Su Jiuge's eyes were filled with astonishment. This strike, even though it did not exert 1% of his power, it was by no means something that an existence under the Saint Realm could resist. Even if one was in the Saint Realm, they would be directly ground down by the demonic lotus to destroy everything, let alone sacrificing 10 billion mortals. Even if one were to sacrifice 100 billion or a trillion, it would never be this powerful. Jie, 9 Sepulchre Demon Saint, are you just now noticing this? Wang Daojun's voice suddenly transformed, hoarse and old. In the next moment, a pitch-black ceramic pot slowly emerged from the depths of the imperial city. The infinite chains, it was from the inside of the clay pot that they flew out. Ha! Heaven-devouring demon jar. Hearing this familiar voice, Su Jiuge's face changed slightly. You're actually the Daoyuan great sage? Wang Daojun smiled without saying a word, only continuously urging his techniques and manipulating the chains to wear down the demonic lotus. As time passes, the light above the magic lotus gradually dims and eventually completely annihilates. The great sage? He's actually the reincarnation of the great sage? Hearing the duo's conversation, Zhou Nanshan's eyes changed slightly as he looked at Wang Daojun with a look of scorn. However, when he thought that, now that this great saint was on his side, he felt another burst of smugness. Su family, but that's all. With the help of the state master, I am truly blessed with heavenly destiny. Ha ha ha. Wang Daojun glanced at him, the corners of his mouth outlined in a sneer. Heavenly destiny added? Oh. Wang Daojun let out a cold laugh, and then directly tapped out his foot, tapping Zhou Nantian into the heaven-devouring demon jar. Master of the state. You. Zhou Nantian was filled with disbelief. Why? Could he take a shot at himself? Not having the luck of the nation. A mere little emperor of the lower realms. And you still want to flaunt your power in front of me? Dao Lord Wang had a playful look on his face. He allowed the national fortune to bind, but also only to use the national fortune scattered throughout the entire Longwang imperial dynasty as a medium, as a way to quickly refine the entire Longwang imperial dynasty. Ridiculous. This little emperor still thinks he can hold himself? I curse. You. Damn you. Zhou Nanshan's miserable howl of pain to the extreme resounded through the sky. Curse? Don't worry. I won't kill you. You have plenty of time to curse. Wang Daojun smiled brightly, spinning around, no longer concerned about raising his eyes to the sky. Did it work? Wang Daojun's eyes showed anticipation as he looked toward that giant vortex high in the sky. He had already used the heaven-devouring demon jar to refine Su Jiuji's mana. Now, as long as he swallowed Su Jiuji's mana, he could use this as a medium to steal the Su family's chi. Rumble. Suddenly, the demonic lotus in mid-air but exploded violently. Damn! Still too late? Wang Daojun gritted his teeth and drank lowly, his face full of irritation. I had thought that with the heaven-devouring demon jar, I would be able to easily suppress the mana in Su Jiuji's body and seize all of the other party's chi. But Su Jiugu was, after all, a genuine great sage realm. Even with the help of the heaven-devouring demon jar, a quasi-emperor Dao weapon, it was extremely difficult to do so. I didn't realize that it was almost a gutter. Su Jiugu frowned. The origin of the Daoyuan great sage was extremely mysterious, and it was only known that his identity was extraordinary, and that he was a figure of great popularity in the ancient times. Back then, Su Jiugu had witnessed him dueling with the demon race's heavenly son when he was still a child, and as a result, they both lost and both fell. Unexpectedly, he was actually reincarnated as a descendant of the Wang family. The heaven-devouring demon jar. It is said to have the ability to swallow the heavens and hold the earth, and it can refine a quasi-imperial Dao weapon of a small world. Rumor has it that the original heaven-devouring quasi-emperor used this jar to harden and refine 3 quasi-emperor powerhouses to death. Young lord, be careful. This quasi-emperor Dao soldier is extremely bizarre. As long as it possesses a medium, it can refine everything. Hearing Su Jiuji's words, Su Yu's face showed realization. So it is. Combining what Su Jiugu said with the introduction in the system panel, Su Yu instantly understood everything. The reason why this Dao Lord Wang, the reason why he unleashed the sacrifice, was to use it to catalyze that quasi-emperor Dao weapon. But is that your bottom line? Heaven-devouring demon jar? Not bad. This male wants it. The corners of Su Yu's mouth hooked slightly, revealing a look of excitement. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the mission, raiding the treasure. Mission details. Wang Daojun used the heaven-devouring demon jar in an attempt to plunder all of Su Jiuji's chi. As the arch-villain, the host is requested to plunder this quasi-emperor Dao weapon in turn. Note, upon entering the heaven-devouring devil jar, the system will instantly cause the Dao soldier to change its owner. Completion reward, 100,000 villain value points. 1 chaotic enlightenment. Hearing the system tone ringing in his head, Su Yu chose to accept it without hesitation. Whether it was sacrificing civilians or injuring Red Lotus and counting on Su Jiugu, Wang Daojun's crime was unforgivable and he had to die. Kill. Right at this moment, Wang Daojun let out a violent shout and actually took the initiative to attack. Humph. Since we failed to succeed once, let's do it a few more times. 9 Spectre Demon Saint. I don't believe that you can protect yourself while still guarding that drag queen. Countless chains immediately twined towards Su Yu and Su Jiugu. Seek death. Su Jiuji's face was icy cold as he chopped out with a sword. Pust. The endless chains were chopped through and dissipated into fragments. Su Yu was not idle either. Taking a step out, he actually killed the imperial city alone. Calling me a drag? Oh. In the next moment, his fist blade blossomed with brilliant light and ruthlessly smashed on top of the heaven-devouring demon jar. Bang! The magic jar shook violently, and even made a loud rumbling sound. No way! Shaking a quasi-imperial weapon with your bare hands. Wang Daojun rounded his eyes. How is that possible? Even a cultivator at the peak of the great sage realm like Su Jiugu would have a hard time shaking a quasi-emperor Dao weapon. Who the hell are you? Wang Daojun's face was grave as he hastily backed away. He even began to wonder if the other party could be any Saint Exalt in disguise. Young lord? Su Yu's instantly startled Su Jiugu. What kind of monster is our young master? If it was an ordinary avatar realm cultivator, not to mention shaking a quasi-emperor Dao weapon, not being shocked to death by the force of the recoil would be considered a supreme genius. This thing is pretty hard. Su Yu skimmed his lips and shook his tingling fists, his eyes slightly staring. He squared off in what appeared to be a flat-out swing. But the truth is something else. When this punch was thrown, Su Yu then externalized the world within his body and simultaneously activated the cosmic Chenkuan. What appeared to be an unusual punch was a collision of 2 worlds. That's right. After a hard blow, Su Yu realized that the heaven-devouring demon jar actually contained a world. Moreover, the world in the heaven-devouring demon jar was much more powerful than his internal world. Su Yu also sensed that the laws in that world were extremely special. Perhaps this was the secret of the heaven-devouring demon jar's ability to refine all things? I'm so in love with this baby. Su Yu laughed out loud. His toes tapped the void, and his entire person crossed a distance of 1,000 feet in an instant. The moment the figure disappeared, tens of thousands of chains covered where Su Yu had been. Why is this kid like a loach? Wang Daojun gritted his teeth for a while. Damn it! If it wasn't for the delay in retrieving my previous life's training, I'm not going to let this kid get away with it. Wang Daojun thought as he urged the devil jar and tried to block Suyu. Buzz. Accompanied by a buzzing sound. Endless black chains emerged from the heaven-devouring demon jar and quickly converged in midair. A sea of black was formed in an instant. Hoo hoo hoo. A terrifying suction force was born, twisting and tearing the surrounding void. Suyu's body also stopped in midair. Has space been stirred up again? Suyu's eyes changed slightly. His opponents all seemed to have experience in fighting against space law cultivators, knowing that they had to stir up the void first or they would just be slipped alive. Click, click, click. As if he could not withstand the terrifying suction force, Suyu's body was slightly bent, as if he was pulled by an invisible rope, wanting to be pulled to the vicinity of the heaven-devouring demon jar. This feeling was very dangerous, and if one was not careful, one might be ripped into the heaven-devouring demon jar and devoured to death. This treasure, I'll take it. Suyu's eyes gradually became firm. In the next moment, the burial sword tire appeared in his hand, a sword chopped down, and the blood-colored sword chi swept across the four directions. Crackle! The sword chi-chained oceans collided, and the two continued to wear down and die out. However, soon enough, the blood-colored sword chi was wiped out, while the ocean of chains did not decrease by half. Su Clan Emperor's son, obediently bind your hands and surrender. A flash of anxiety flashed in Wang Daojuan's eyes, although the heaven-devouring demon jar had already recognized its owner. Its grade was too high, and it was difficult to manipulate it for a long period of time even after sacrificing 10 billion mortals. Now, it had dragged on so long that he was about to lose his grip. I'm sorry, but you're the one who should have tied your hands. However, Suyu opened his mouth coldly. The next moment, only to see Suyu actually suddenly close his eyes. Immediately, a terrifying majesty erupted from Suyu. Above his head, a vast sword intent slowly emerged, covering the sky. This, Wang Daojuan's pupils suddenly shrunk, his face showing horror. This was because he suddenly discovered that under the pressure of that sword intent, the heaven-devouring devil jar's devouring chain was unable to continue to approach Suyu. Young lord, Su Jogu couldn't help but exclaim, because she saw that Suyu's full head of black hair actually turned pale again in an instant, and at this moment, Suyu violently opened his eyes. There was indifference and disdain in those eyes. Don't think you're the only one who knows how to use the method of sacrifice. Since you sacrifice 10 billion living beings, then I will sacrifice my own 10 billion years of life. Let's see who is powerful. Suyu sneered. The infinite lifespan granted to him by the everlasting body was now being compressed as much as possible and gathered in this sword, breaking the void. Desperate chop! It was like thunder exploding next to Wang Daojuan's ears. Wang Daojuan's heart trembled furiously. In his line of sight, the roiling sword intent intertwined and formed a giant sword that came straight at him. No! How can it be? This sword is impossible. It must be fake. It must be some kind of illusion, right? Wang Daojun roared in shock and struggled frantically. However, it was all too late. Rumble! A huge boom resounded through the sky. The sword fell. Ka-ching! There was a crunching sound, and the mouth of the heaven-devouring demon jar actually chipped off a piece. No! Chapter 57 capsized? No! Suyu roared with incomparable heartache. This is his quasi-imperial Dao weapon. How come this is so unmanufactured? Just like that it was chopped and broken? I don't know if it can be repaired either. Suyu shook his head slightly. Raising his eyes, he realized that this sword had not only chopped up the quasi-emperor Dao soldier, but it had also chopped out a massive amount of villainous value. Heavy damage to the Sons of Qi. Villain value plus 50,000. Make the Son of Fortune's moral heart unstable. Villain value plus 20,000. Causing the Sons of Qi to develop a heart demon. Villainous value plus 50,000. Destiny's daughter. Red Lotus. Deepens her love for the host. Villain value plus 20,000. Su Xiaoyu, the daughter of Heaven's destiny, deepens her love for the host. Villain value plus 50,000. Destiny's daughter Mu Qianshua's Taoist heart is unstable. Villain value plus 20,000. Suyu did a rough calculation and found that this wave directly credited close to 400,000 villain values. Well, but what the hell is Su's deepening adoration? This ninny. I'm afraid there's a tendency for affection to go sour? Never mind. Let's find a chance to educate and educate afterward. Yes. Suyu's eyes were shining and he exclaimed. Anyway, he had an infinite lifespan. And the lifespan bonus brought about by the world body after the eternal life reverse will body fusion was even more terrifying. It was only a few short breaths before his head of white hair transformed into pitch black like ink again. Suyu nodded after a slight induction. At this rate, every 10 years or so, the lifespan will be enough to cut out such a sword. 10 years and a sword. Suyu was already satisfied. After all, he was only in the Avatar realm, and to be able to shatter a corner of a quasi-emperor Dao weapon could only be said that it was all due to a long life. A few moments later, wait for the smoke and dust to clear. The crowd was shocked to realize that the Dragonlight Imperial City had disappeared. In its place, there was a line tens of thousands of feet wide, long, a giant canyon with no end in sight. Gulp! There was a lot of drooling and swallowing. The crowd were all dumbstruck, frightened by Su Yu's sword. What kind of swordplay was that just now? It was actually so terrifyingly powerful. It can truly be said that a sword changes the sky and the earth. Young lord, this sword already has a few of the old family master's charms. Su Jiuji's eyes flickered as she whispered to herself. The Su Yu of the party gave her an extremely terrifying feeling, as if the one standing in front of her was not the young lord at all, but that one's world-suppressing sword god, Su Tian. Her words even made the Red Lotus at the side dumbfounded. Your Excellency's sword attainments are actually comparable to that old sword god? It's unbelievable. To have such an achievement at such a young age. What would happen if we waited for him to really grow up? Red Lotus lightly bit her cherry lips, looking at Su Yu's side face, her eyes mesmerized. It seems that we must hurry up, otherwise, it won't be my turn. When the time comes, behind the Red Lotus, Mu Qianxue stared blankly at the battle traces in front of her that resembled the battlefield of the gods. She had only escorted Su's family here, but she had never expected to see such a shocking scene. This is too much, isn't it? That was a quasi-emperor Dao weapon, an existence that could almost be claimed to be indestructible for ages. But it was shattered by Su Yu's sword? Su Yu's strength simply took her breath away. Gongzi, be careful. Suddenly, Mu Qianxue's beautiful eyes stared and pointed at the heaven-devouring demon jar in shock, only to see a blood-colored chain quickly fly out from the heaven-devouring demon jar and suddenly wrap Su Yu's calf around it. Su Clan Emperor's son, I admit that you are very strong. But, this time, I've won. The voice was incomparably hoarse, like a devil crawling out of hell. How can he still be alive? Seeing this, Su Jiuge was shocked. With this sword, even the heaven-devouring demon jar was chopped into a corner. So how did Wang Daojun survive? You have to know that he had been chopped head-on by this sword just now. However, as the flesh and blood figure stepped out of the heaven-devouring demon jar, Su Jiuge immediately understood. Borrowing the art of rebirth? The figure that stepped out of the heaven-devouring demon jar was clearly Zhou Tian, who had just been thrown into the demon jar by Wang Daojun. Chapter 58. Did I let you die? The medium has become a reality. The Su family's fortune is just the thing to help me retrieve my previous life's cultivation. Wang Daojun's hoarse voice came out from the heaven-devouring demon jar. At this moment, his breath was weak to the extreme. Even though the medium had been planted in Zhou Nanshan's body previously, this borrowed rebirth still caused him to suffer a great deal of vitality. There was no way. That sword of Su Yu's was simply too stunning. If it wasn't for the heaven-devouring demon jar blocking 99% of the power, I'm afraid that even his divine soul would have been buried under that sword. But even so, the current him was only left with the last remnant of his spirit, unable to activate the technique of rebirth again, and at any time, he might dissipate and completely turn into flying ash, worthy of being a member of the Su family. You're just as stunning as that emperor, but alas, I've won this battle. He. Wang Daojun laughed maniacally. Damn, hurry up and let go of the young lord, otherwise, this saint will definitely imprison your soul in the devil's abyss, to be devoured by 10,000 devils. Su Jiuge scolded sternly. The anger in her eyes was practically about to spurt out. It was just that Su Yu was now entangled by the heaven-devouring demon chain, and it was difficult for her to make a move to cut the chain off without injuring Su Yu. There's no harm, Sister Jiuge. No need to worry. However, at this moment, Su Yu remained calm, as if the person bound by the chains was not him. Are you so sure that you won? Su Yu looked at Wang Daojun. The corner of his mouth outlined a touch of playfulness. Humph, a falsehood. Wang Daojun grunted coldly. Don't try to stall for time. I know you're waiting for help to come. No need to waste your efforts. You will die today. After saying that, the heaven-devouring demon jar flashed with light and actually directly took Su Yu in. Boy, become the sustenance on my way to take off. Ha ha ha. Wang Daojun shouted frantically. And just then, a smile similarly surfaced on Su Yu's face. Ding! Detected the host entering the interior of the heaven-devouring demon jar. The system is beginning to forcefully make him recognize the host. Recognition of master in progress. Detected violent resistance by the spirit of the magic jar. Have exterminated the spirit. Recognition of the host in progress. Please host place the artifact spirit and perform the engraving of the Dao soldier. An artifact spirit? Where am I going to find an artifact spirit? Su Yu looked at the pitch-black interior of the magic jar and was dumbfounded. Sting. As long as it's a living creature. Living things? After Su Yu pondered for a moment, he slapped his thigh and looked at the void beast in the inner world. Blackie, the time has come for master to need you. Blackie, who was sleeping, opened his sleepy eyes and looked puzzled. Moo, ding. The heaven-devouring devil jar has successfully recognized its host. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100,000 villainous values and a chance at chaotic enlightenment. Capture the son of Chi Dao soldier. Gain 50,000 villain value. The son of Chakra is in near death. Gaining 100,000 villain value. The moment the heaven-devouring demon jar changed hands, the smile on Wang Daojuan's face gradually froze. How is it possible? The connection between the heaven-devouring demon jar and me is slowly disappearing. He was horrified in his heart, and a strong look of shock appeared on his face. This was because he suddenly felt that the heaven-devouring demon jar seemed to be resisting him, not completely cut off from himself, but at least there was a disconnect. What does that mean? The heaven-devouring demon jar had reclaimed its master and recognized that Suyu as its master? How is this possible? Wang Daojun couldn't believe it. This quasi-emperor Dao soldier had accompanied him for 10,000 years, almost following him around. Even back then when he fell and his divine soul was lost to reincarnation, the heaven-devouring demon jar was close by. But now, why did the heaven-devouring demon jar immediately show signs of mutiny after that Suyu went in? Ah, no! He growled violently and shrilly. Come out to me! Come out! Get the hell out of here! He struggled desperately, trying to return the heaven-devouring demon jar to his control. However, no matter how he cast his secret technique, the heaven-devouring demon jar did not respond in the slightest. This meant that he had completely lost control of the heaven-devouring demon jar. Boom! In the next moment, a vast aura even suddenly flowed out from within the heaven-devouring demon jar. At the same time, a sword-shaped pattern was suddenly branded on top of the magic jar. The heaven-devouring demon jar had completely become Suyu's property. How is that possible? Wang Daojun was simply unwilling to accept this fact. Good job, Duke. Seeing this, Red Lotus couldn't help but cheer excitedly. Asterisk. Weren't you arrogant just now? Why are you shriveling up now? Ha ha ha, you didn't even dream of it, did you? Our male son is stronger than you. What's the use of you counting so much? As a result, I ended up being betrayed by my own Dao soldiers. Serves him right. Ha ha ha. Wang Daojun gazed at the heaven-devouring demon jar in a daze, muttering unconsciously under his breath. I lost? No, I'm not defeated. I can't be defeated. I still have my past life cultivation. What are you losers going to fight me with? Suddenly, his eyes were scarlet, as if he had fallen into madness, and his eyes were filled with a tyrannical, killing desire. Since the heaven-devouring demon jar chose that little scumbag from the Su family, I will destroy everything. Destroy all. Between the words, he reached out and grabbed towards his brow. Thumbs up. In an instant, a golden light drilled out of his forehead and hovered in midair. Upon closer inspection, the golden light turned out to be a vertical eye. This is my heavenly eye from when I was once a saint. It contains all the memories and cultivation of my past lives. At this moment, Wang Daojun raised his voice to the sky, and his entire body was as if he had gone mad. Since I can't win, you won't be able to do anything good either. Boom! That vertical eye exploded with dazzling light. Not good. This guy is going to blow up his great sage cultivation. Seeing this, Su Jiogu was shocked and hurriedly drove all of his cultivation to try to stop it. In an instant, millions of devil lotus bloomed in unison, each stamen carrying a monstrous devilish aura that covered the entire area. However, in just the blink of an eye, these devil lotuses were instantly annihilated. Su Jiogu took several steps backward with a pale face and spat out a mouthful of blood. Although she was at the great sage realm, she was a few small realms behind the once great sage of the Dao Edge, and with the other party's self-destructive strikes at any cost, she simply couldn't resist. Jia. A mole cricket-like existence. How dare you try to stop me? You're really looking for death. At this moment, Wang Daojun laughed hideously. Little bastard. You took away the heaven-devouring demon jar. I will kill you even if my soul is scattered. The son of a great emperor. In exchange for my life. It's not bad. Buzz. And just then, infinite chains suddenly surged out of the heaven-devouring demon jar. These chains carried a bizarre aura as they rushed directly towards that vertical eye. Click! The terrifying light released from the vertical eye was directly pierced, unable to block it in the slightest. In the next moment, the infinite chain stabbed straight into it and began to devour it crazily. No! How is that possible? How are you able to fully activate the heaven-devouring demon jar? Wang Daojun was appalled to the extreme, and at the same time, puzzled to the extreme. He was at the divine mansion realm cultivation, and with the addition of sacrificing 10 billion mortals, he was barely able to activate 30% of the heaven-devouring demon jar's power. But that's Su Yu, yet he was able to use 10% of the heaven-devouring demon jar's power right off the bat? Wouldn't it be a breeze to catalyze this little jar? Su Yu's cloudy voice came out slowly, and then, he was only seen walking out of the heaven-devouring demon jar with faith. That appearance was not at all like he was trying his best to maneuver the quasi-emperor Dao soldier, but instead, it was like he was on an excursion. Once upon a time, Wang Daojuan's relationship with the heaven-devouring demon jar was more like a collaboration, so he could only use external forces to drive this quasi-emperor Dao soldier. But now, the Su family had replaced the original artifact spirit with Xiaohe. Therefore, he could completely activate this jar without using the slightest bit of spiritual energy. Of course, the spiritual energy within the magic jar could still only be replenished by him when it was depleted. Well, but having this ready-made battery will still allow me to drive the magic jar for a long time. Suyu smiled faintly and raised his hand. Next moment, Wang Daojuan's heavenly eye actually crumbled apart inch by inch, turning into stars of golden light that spilled out. Poof! Wang Daojun was kneeling on both knees. His face withered. His eyes glazed over as the fire of his soul faded from his eyes. He slowly raised his head to look at Suyu, his eyes wide with resentment. Little Su family, I'll wait for you in the underworld. Ha ha ha. Wang Daojun laughed mournfully, his voice filled with rich hatred, and then his flesh exploded, and his divine soul gradually dissipated into the heavens and earth. Did I let you die? However, in the next moment, Suyu frowned slightly and snorted coldly. Heaven-devouring demon jar. Collect it for me. Chapter 59 Hidden Secrets in the Inheritance Land. Traces of the woman in the painting. Boom! In an instant, boundless demonic mist surged out of the heaven-devouring demon jar, wrapping the remnants of Wang Daojuan's divine soul power. No! Let me die! Let me die! Wang Daojuan's hissing sound resounded all around. He instantly understood that Suyu was trying to keep himself for a slow torture. It's just that it's one thing to understand and another to be able to resist. Soon, Wang Daojuan's hissing sound came to an abrupt end, and all of his divine soul was put into the heaven-devouring demon jar. He was the reincarnation of an ancient great saint, but in the end, he could not even end himself. Being controlled by Suyu controlled everything. The shocking color in Su Jiuji's eyes lingered for a long time. Even she was shocked by Suyu's wave of maneuvers. You know, that's a quasi-emperor Dao weapon. It changed hands in an instant? How on earth did the young lord do it? She could see that even that Dao Lord Wang was actually not in full control of this quasi-emperor Dao weapon. Young lord, how did you? Only, without waiting for her to ask out loud, Suyu directly turned around and walked towards the magic jar. Hey, Sister Jiu, ask any questions later. I'm busy right now. Suyu had already disappeared in the same place as he spoke. Looking at the empty front, the corners of Su Jiuji's mouth twitched. Well, Su Jiuge shrugged her shoulders. In that case, she would ask later. Anyway, no matter what, wouldn't it be better if the young master of his own family was more demonic? Thinking of this, Su Jiuge quickly stepped in front of the devil jar to guard Suyu. At this time, outside the devil jar, Red Lotus suddenly laughed. Mu Qianshui, do you now know how lucky you are to submit to the young lord? On the side, Mu Qianshui's face was extremely complicated. At first, she was not sincerely willing to follow Suyu, as there was actually some resistance in her heart towards Suyu's kind of big clan's children. After all, the children of the great clans she had seen were almost all dilettantes with little ability, only relying on their families to do their bidding. However, Suyu let her refresh her worldview time and time again, and that one feat, if it was spread to the upper realm, would be enough to become a legend in the mouths of a generation. Qianshui understands, and will do her best to serve your excellency in the future. Only after a long time did Mu Qianshui slowly nod her head, her eyes burning as she looked towards the location where the magic jar was. Looking at her eyes, Red Lotus was inexplicably a little regretful. Shouldn't he or she have said more, or else there wouldn't have been another competitor somehow? And at the same time, inside the heaven-devouring demon jar, this place was, as Suyu had guessed, a complete small world. Although it was not as vast as the upper realm, in terms of vastness, it was even much more vast than the Tsanqing realm. As far as the eye could see, it was desolate. The whole world was gray and lifeless, and on the gray rocky earth, it was filled with mysterious patterns in black and white. Suyu gazed at the runes, his face gradually becoming grave. I may have guessed wrong. The heaven-devouring demon jar is not a world within, but its very self is refined from a world. After a short observation, Suyu came to this conclusion. This quasi-emperor Dao weapon was actually refined from a complete world as a material, and the strongest ability of this quasi-emperor Dao soldier was refining. Suyu's mind moved slightly. In the next moment, only the gray earth under Suyu's feet actually began to slowly rotate. After pulling his line of sight higher, Suyu realized that where was this a continent? It was clearly a millstone that was billions of miles in size. There are 2 full mills like this. After starting to run, the 2 mills rotate in different directions. Little, You shall not die. As for Wang Daojun, who was caught in the center of the mill, he was screaming miserably and wretchedly. At this moment, not only did Wang Daojun have to suffer from the great mill crushing him, but he also had to be torn apart by the billions of demonic shadows in the mill. But on the contrary, no matter how much he was tortured, his divine soul didn't show the slightest sign of weakening. Torturing the son of Qi, villain value plus 20,000. Torturing the son of Fortune, causing the opponent to fall into madness, villain value plus 18,000. Suyu smiled brightly. Sure enough, he was right. Not only was this guy's previous life cultivation used as a battery by Suyu, even his own body was made into a tool for brushing the villain value by Suyu. Although the villain value is given less and less as time goes on, but it's better than the frequency. Every few seconds, 10 or 20,000 villain values are credited, and it's just not a good time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the ultimate mission. Please kill the son of Qi, Wang Daojun. Completion reward, Supreme Physique Extreme Inferno Buster Body. Oh, Suyu's eyes lit up. After a long time, there was finally another chance to obtain the Supreme Physique. Isn't it too cheap to kill this guy just like that? Su family emperor's son. Give me a break. I can tell you a secret. A secret about what's in the inheritance land of the Hanggu Great Emperor. Just as Suyu was pondering whether or not to get this guy killed right now, there was a pleading voice from Wang Daojun in his ears. Suyu frowned. The secret of the inheritance land? This fellow, indeed, entered the Tsunching realm for the sake of the inheritance. Could it be that he really knows something? What secret? Suyu asked indifferently. In the land of inheritance, there is a land of opportunity. That is a woman, who stands in the river of time, waiting for something. Woman? A long time ago? Suyu's eyes violently exploded with essence. Wasn't the picture that Wang Daojun described the same as what he had seen in the Destruction Luck Atlas? Chapter 60 Hunku Secret. Boom! Suyu raised his hand and waved it. In the next moment, the huge mill wheel violently stopped and let out a loud rumbling sound. Tell me everything you know and I can give you a hard time. Suyu tried his best to suppress his inner fluctuations, but his slightly trembling pinky finger still exposed his inner unrest. Ha! As the reincarnation of the Daoyuan great sage, Dao Yunwang naturally also keenly sensed this, and a smile curved the corners of his mouth. It seems that Emperor Su was very interested in this secret? Bang! Upon hearing this, Suyu's face sank slightly as he pointed out a finger, and 10,000 swords of emptiness instantly appeared in the void, piercing through Wang Daojun's divine soul. Suyu coldly said, "Don't think that you can pin me down with just a few words. Even if you don't say anything, I can still forcefully refine your divine soul to take away your memories." Refining? Oh, it's useless. Wang Daojun's face showed sarcasm and his smile remained unabated. Emperor Su, do you know how many years I have lived? The whole 37,860 years. My memories, how vast are they? Are you sure you can seek that secret before the inheritance land opens? At those words, Suyu was silent for a moment. Wang Daojun's words were not wrong. Over 30,000 years old. Even with the help of the heaven-devouring demon jar, he did not have the certainty of completing this needle in a haystack thing in a month and a half's time. However, it was impossible for Wang Daojun to use this to blackmail Suyu. Suyu's eyes gradually turned cold. An invisible sword chi slowly condensed in his palm. As long as Wang Daojun said something excessive in the next second, this sword would directly shatter his divine soul. As for what secret, Suyu's big deal was to search for it on his own after entering the inheritance land. Emperor Su, I know that this secret can't be exchanged for my life. Wang Daojun looked at Suyu's eyes as his face gradually became calm. He shook his head and laughed bitterly. Truly the rivers and mountains have talented people. This era has produced such a demon like you. It's undoubtedly a disaster for your peers. After saying that, Wang Daojun did not wait for Suyu to respond, and his eyes became hollow, as if he was recalling something. A moment later, Wang Daojun let out a long sigh. My conditions are simple. First, don't implicate the Wang family because of what happened to me. Second, after I tell you that secret, you must kill me immediately. Third, after you return to the upper realm, go to the northern tomb pole and take the secret treasure I left there. It's a good thing, but it's a pity that I fell too quickly in my last life to study it. Hearing this, Suyu raised his eyebrows. Fourth, and, seeing Suyu frowning, Wang Daojun coughed twice lightly and sighed. So be it. Suyu's eyes flickered for several times. Then he nodded. I promise you. Now tell me that secret immediately. If you say one more word of nonsense, I will immediately refine you. Alas, Emperor Su's son is indeed a hothead. Wang Daojun laughed, and then he began to tell the story. The Hanggu Emperor, a figure who witnessed the Dao tens of thousands of years before me. Although he didn't succeed, he also half-stepped into the Emperor realm. so he deserves the name of a great emperor. And the way he has proven is time. As the saying goes, there are 3,000 Dao. Time is honored in space as king. The way of time contains many mysteries. And after the eternal ancient emperor touched the river of time, he saw the woman who stood above the river of time. Perhaps it was also because of her that the Hangu emperor failed to prove his path. Speaking of this, Wang Daojun showed a grave expression. I suspect that woman is some sort of forbidden existence. Because, after Honggu Da Di was certified, amongst his way of time, there was actually that woman present as well. You know, that's the innate Dao that was condensed by the great emperor after communicating the origin of the Dao. Su Yu frowned. What do you mean? Not to mention the emperor realm. He currently had a half understanding of the saint realm. Wang Daojun didn't have the intention to hang on to his appetite and said bluntly, the process of becoming an emperor is the equivalent of using a blank sheet of paper to copy the great Dao. But, what do you think it means when he realized after copying the avenue that he even copied the woman together? Su Yu's pupils shrunk. That woman is equal to the bit of the great Dao? Or, she is a part of the great Dao? Wang Daojun sniffed, his face showing emotion. No wonder you were able to beat me. Such enlightenment. It really is just a little bit of understanding. And you are able to learn by example. Su Yu laughed coldly. Less nonsense. Continue. You haven't told why that woman appeared in the inheritance land. Wang Daojun paused and continued. The so-called inheritance ground is the sea of consciousness of the everlasting emperor. Back then, after the Hangu emperor achieved half-emperor, because of his limited lifespan, he dismantled himself. His fleshly body was buried in the burial ground. His divine soul went to the heavens, while the Dantian was sent to the lower realms by him, to bless his descendants. His great Dao of time is naturally in the middle of the Dantian as well. That so-called inheritance ground is actually the Dantian of the Hangu Great Emperor, which is divided into East, West, South, and North, the 4 heavenly regions. That woman's projection is right in the depths of the extremely cold heavenly plains in the northern heavenly domain. As long as one carries a sword or anything related to the laws of space, one can trade with that woman's projection and acquire a large number of treasures containing the laws of time. How about this secret of mine? It's worth a lot, isn't it? Hearing this, Su Yu's brows remained tightly knitted as he asked, and how do you know all this? I once acquired the qualifications for the inheritance land and personally entered it once, so of course I know. Dao Lord Wang said indifferently. No wonder. Su Yu secretly said. No wonder this guy wanted to directly slaughter the realm as soon as he entered the Sanqing realm. So he had once obtained the qualification of the inheritance land? Su Yu recalled that he also seemed to have obtained the qualification to enter the inheritance land by mistake after killing Xian undefeated. Your secret. I'm satisfied. Su Yu nodded. Then with a move of his right hand, he summoned Little Black and indifferently said, refine him. Xiao Hei's eyes lit up, looking extremely excited, and he couldn't wait to fly towards Wang Daojun. However, before he died, a weird smile appeared on Wang Daogun's face. Congratulations to the host for killing the son of Qi. Wang Daojun. Villain value plus 200,000. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the ultimate quest and obtaining the supreme physique, the extreme inferno buster body. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing Zhou Nantian, the imperial lord of the Dragonlight dynasty, and obtaining the four-pole seal. Chapter 61 Obtaining the supreme body again and entering the divine mansion. Hoof. Su Yu gazed at the location where Wang Daojun had dissipated for a long time, and finally let out a cold snort. No longer going into deep thought, he knew for sure that this guy would not be so kind as to inform himself of the entire hidden secret. There are certainly a number of pitfalls in these words. However, Su Yu thought that he was a great artist, so even if there were any traps, he could still trip through them with a single sword. It's time to say no. This is quite a haul. Su Yu opened the system panel. Name, Su Yu. Cultivation level, Avatar Realm Grade Accomplishment. Physique, World Body, Emperor Grade. Tai-Bai Tiangang Body, Supreme Grade. Central Prison Body, Supreme Grade. Extreme Inferno Buster Body, Supreme Grade Uninherited. Innate Avatar, World Sword Intent. Universe Qiankuan. Longevity and Immortality. Innate Gungjin Qi, Virtue and Virtue. Magic Treasure, Burial Sword Tire. Four-Pole Seal, Destruction Luck Atlas. Villain value, 126,000. Nice to finally be rich for once. Su Yu nodded with satisfaction and put away the burial sword tire and the four-pole seal. Blackie. He patted Xiao Hei's head. When you go out later, you'll directly bring the heaven-devouring devil jar along with you into my inner world, and then utilize the power within the devil jar to nourish my inner world. Got it? Woo. Blackie let out a low growl, acting excited. Su Yu somewhat uneasily explained a few more times before heading towards the exit. After all, this little thing was controlling a quasi-emperor Dao soldier, and Su Yu was really afraid that it would accidentally burst his internal world. A few moments later, Suyu walked out of the heaven-devouring demon jar with large strides, and then, reaching out, he incorporated the heaven-devouring demon jar into the inner world along with the corner fragment. When Suyu's inner world was gradually perfected in the future, it might even be possible to mend it completely. Sir Su, we are willing to submit to you. Right after Suyu turned around, in front of him has actually knelt down a huge swath. Suyu casually swept and realized that these were all the power holders of the major forces within the Tsunching realm. What? None of you were happy to submit before. Now you suddenly change your mind? Suyu played with the flavor. The crowd was silent. Suyu snorted. I can give you the opportunity to join me. However, a slave seal must be planted. A slave seal? When everyone heard this, their faces were bitter. This slave seal can be even more pernicious than a slave contract. If a slave mark was planted, in this life and in the next, one could only serve Suyu, and no matter what one did, even if it was against one's conscience, one would not dare to rebel. Once they disobeyed Suyu, they would be cursed by the slave seal, and their souls would be seared with pain. What? You guys don't want to? Suyu frowned. At that moment, the crowd only felt a bone-chilling chill enveloping their entire body, causing them to shiver. The crowd gritted their teeth, their hearts filled with humiliation. Their hallowed Tsunching realm great clan chief had actually fallen to this. Since that's the case, then you and the others will go back and wait. When the time comes, I, the Su family, will pay a visit one by one. Don't! My lord, we were wrong. We submit. A slave seal is a slave seal. Please, Your Excellency, let us be bypassed. We are truly willing to submit. The corner of Suyu's mouth sketched out an arc. Don't worry. As long as you guys honestly work for me, I naturally won't treat you poorly. Saying that, Suyu signaled Su Hanshan to receive this batch of forces. Then thank you, young lord. The crowd gave 1,000 thanks and retired. Suyu looked at the group's back and a slight disappointment showed in his eyes. He did not find any traces of a great Qigong master inside, but on second thought, Suyu was relieved. After all, the Tsunching realm was just a small world. It was already extremely difficult for one to stumble upon so many great Qi-luckers in a short period of time. Back to castle. Suyu once again placed the spirit veins and spirit materials collected along the way into the Heaven and Earth Linglong Grand Formation. After his several enhancements, the area covered by this grand formation was no longer just limited to Qingcheng, but radiated out hundreds of miles into the distance. Even nearby villages and towns, including other large cities and clans, were included. Half of the eastern wasteland domain range was enveloped in this grand formation, forming a giant grand formation. Phew! Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Suyu secretly nodded his head. His ultimate goal was for the Heaven and Earth Linglong Grand Formation to envelop the entire Tsunching realm. In this way, such things as having one's home stolen by one's enemies can be avoided. Even though he was the emperor's son of the emperor clan, it was not guaranteed that there were some crazy people who would retaliate at any cost. If an enemy really took advantage of his defenses to destroy the Tsunching realm, then I am afraid that it would become Suyu's lifelong obsession. It was imperative to raise his strength and step into the Divine Mansion realm as soon as possible, and then enter the Inheritance Land to explore it. This Inheritance Land, but from all the heavens and all the worlds and the layers of the selection of pride can only enter. If not accidentally overturned, then there is no place to cry. Thinking of this, Suyu slowly closed his eyes. System, since the Taishu sword body and the everlasting reverse will body can be fused, can the rest of my physiques be fused? Suyu sat on his knees and communicated with the system with his mind. One thing he had previously realized was that too many bodies was not a good thing. These supreme physiques with different attributes would sometimes clash with each other to produce opposite effects. So it's better to fuse if you can. Ding! 50,000 villainous values are required to deduce the fusible supreme physique. Is the deduction to be carried out? Yes. Suyu nodded without hesitation. A mere 50,000 villain value was simple for the current him. He didn't even need to frown. A few moments later. Ding! Successful deduction. The system has successfully deduced a fusible physique based on the host's existing physique. The host only needs to obtain another Fushao Dao body, supreme body, and Jianmu Dao body, supreme body, to fuse the world-class physique Yuan Shi Dao body. Hearing this, Suyu's eyes narrowed slightly as a look of joy appeared on his face. Sure enough, he had this speculation after obtaining the central prison suppressor body, as well as the Tai Bai Heavenly Dipper body. After the appearance of the extreme flame overlord body, the premonition in his heart became even more obvious. The central Jinjail is of earth, and the Tai Bai Big Dipper body is of gold. Together with the other 3 supreme bodies that corresponded to the 5 elements, the fusion of the 5 supreme bodies together was absolutely heaven-defying. System, how much villainous value is needed to directly exchange these 2 physiques? After a moment of silence, Suyu added, if you don't need much villain value, You might as well just redeem it. Ding. Fuyu Dao body required villain value, 500 million. Required villain value for Kenwood Road body, 450 million. That expensive? Are you robbing me? Suyu couldn't help but curse. He had originally thought that the supreme physique would only be around 1 million villainous values. Who would have thought that it was directly 100 times more than what he had expected? Ding. The prices are clearly marked in the system mall. Absolutely fair and square. Childish? Obviously something that comes from drying up a few sons of chi. Hearing the system prompt, Suyu wanted to curse a few more times, but he quickly reacted again and his face became odd. Sons of chi were certainly nothing to him, and could be destroyed with his hands. But what if the person who gets this villain system is just an ordinary person? The system's original script should have allowed itself to fight with the Son of Fortune, constantly wearing down the other party's fortune, consuming a few years or even decades and hundreds of years, and then in a big battle to kill it, right? The more Suyu thought about it, the more he thought it was possible. If one were to entangle with a son of chi for hundreds of years as envisioned by Suyu, that might actually rack up hundreds of millions of villain values. Alas, forget it, let's just kill the great chi-luckers. Suyu shook his head slightly. The best point of use of the villain value for him was still to use it for deduction or to exchange it for some functional items. System, deduce a method that best suits me to break through the divine mansion. Ding. Deducing the perfect breakthrough method requires 30,000 villain values. Do we proceed with the deduction? Suyu nodded without hesitation. In an instant, he felt a huge stream of information pouring into his mind. In an instant, points of divine aura emanated from Suyu's brow. A moment later, a look of realization appeared in his eyes. I see. Is this the mystery of the divine mansion? Suyu muttered and whispered. And after opening his inner vision, he focused his attention on his violet mansion location. Immediately, the corner of Suyu's mouth slightly hooked up as he operated the Taishu ancient scripture to its limit. Purple energy comes from the east and breaks through the 9 heavens. The house holds the stars and holds the yin and yang. Heaven and earth change at the touch of a heart. And chaos opens up the heavens and I am the only one. Chapter 62. No. Is this still human? Suyu's voice resounded in space, penetrating everything and resounding through the 9 heavens, causing all those who heard it to have a feeling of being relaxed and refreshed. This was the sound of the Tao, which contained the rules of the Tao, and ordinary people would even permanently enhance their enlightenment after listening to it. Suyu took one step and his figure appeared in the sky above the Su mansion. His breakthrough this time would spill over a lot of spiritual chi and Tao rhythms, and might even cause the Su family's overall strength to rise by a notch. System, perform the physique inheritance. Immediately after, Suyu communicated with the system and began to carry out the inheritance of the extreme inferno overlord body. Buzz. In an instant, an extreme high temperature swept over the entire Tsongqing realm. So domineering, worthy of having the word domineering in its name. Suyu was breathing heavily and only felt his body boiling with hot blood. Unlike the calmness of the central prison suppressing body, the extreme flame hegemony body was even more domineering and wild, filled with an unrelenting aura, as if everything in heaven and earth could be destroyed by him. As the physique was fully energized, a fire dragon surrounded Suyu from his surroundings and wrapped him in it, forming a curtain of crimson light. Suyu sat in it, as if bathing in the sea of fire, his body hairs shrugged. There is a kind of illusion that he wants to shake the 9 heavens to transform into a great sun. Using my entire Tao foundation as the material, I will ignite the fire of the extreme inferno hegemony body and build the supreme divine mansion. Suyu drank lowly, the depths of his eyes flickered with a burning intent. As the voice fell, strands of crimson energy converged towards his brow, gradually forming a blazing mass. The laws of space. This was all of Suyu's sense of the laws of space, now sublimated through the melting of the extreme inferno power. As long as it is planted into the sea of consciousness, it can be supplemented with Reiki to build a divine mansion. Once the divine mansion was complete, then Suyu would be able to increase his understanding of the laws of space every second even if he didn't need to actively sense it. Only, at this time, Suyu hesitated. Young lord this is. Seeing Suyu's movements, Red Lotus and the others could not help but be startled. It should be known that at such a critical moment of breaking through the realm, the most taboo is the wrong rhythm. Especially in the divine mansion realm. It must be done in one go in order to cast the divine mansion even taller. The higher the divine mansion, the deeper one's perception of the laws would be, which related to the cultivator's future potential. However, Suyu stopped at the first step, which could not help but make the crowd sweat. Believe it, believe in the young lord. Su Jogo clenched her fists tightly and whispered. Red Lotus nodded. I was only the size of a grain of rice when I first condensed the seat of laws, but your excellency's seat of laws is the size of a fist. So I'm sure you'll be able to build a 1,000-foot divine mansion, right? 1,000 feet? This isn't likely, is it? On the side, Yifeng scratched his head, somewhat incredulous. He had learned from the memories of the Yi family's distant ancestor that ordinary cultivators who entered the divine mansion realm would at most build out tens of feet tall. Even for the ancient celestial pride, 100 feet was a common occurrence. Only a very small portion of demons were able to construct a divine mansion of nearly 1,000 feet. And all of these demons had later become giants who dominated the land. Even a few of them had become supreme figures in general. But now, is this legendary feat from the ancient times about to be performed in front of you? Su Zhouge cast a sidelong glance at him and hummed coldly. Do you know that the young lord built a few zhang of heart tripods when he was in the tripod realm? Feat? Yifeng's jaw was slightly open, somewhat unresponsive. When did something like a heart tripod get to use the unit of DD? He stole the Yi family's distant ancestors' heritage and accomplished the ancient secret method of asking for the tripod. But he had only cast a 1'3" heart tripod. Su Zhouge's opening of his mouth was a few zhang, which really involved his cognitive blind spot. Seeing this clueless reaction of Yifeng, Su Zhouge smiled disdainfully and faintly said, the young lord's heart tripod is 100 zhang. What? The 100-foot heart cauldron? How can? Yifeng was shocked. His eyes were round and his head was roaring. Hayakujo ah. This is simply unheard of. If it wasn't for the fact that the person speaking was Su Zhouge, he guaranteed that he wouldn't believe half of it. Not only him, even Mu Qianxue, who had been expressionless, was filled with shock when she heard the news. As the Mu family's daughter, although she grew up in the small world, but along the way, the strange encounters, but also got a lot of eye-catching opportunities. What the ancient inheritance, spiritual beasts to offer fruit, simply countless. But even so, when she was once in the tripod realm, she had only cast a 9-inch heart tripod. Compared to Suyu, that's really nothing. No wonder the male is so strong. Mu Qianxue muttered. So it turns out that Gongzi has reached a realm in each realm that no one before him has ever been to before. And that's why it keeps stacking down to produce such a terrifying effect? It wasn't as if there were no young talents in the upper realms who attempted to do so. But most people who try it have little success. Constantly tamping down the foundation of the Dao would certainly allow one to win easily against opponents of the same realm. But this would also cause the problem of breaking through the realm slowly. By then, how can you play when someone else crosses two realms and crushes you? It was also Su Yu, who not only broke through at an outrageous speed, but also had a frighteningly stable Dao foundation. Young lord, this is making history. Yifeng's eyes were full of light and he only felt that his body was boiling with hot blood and his scalp was tingling. This was too shocking. Witnessing the birth of a legend with his own eyes was simply more exciting than him breaking into the divine mansion himself. Only, without waiting for Yifeng to get excited for long, the expression on his face took a sharp turn and his smile instantly froze. Simply because he saw that Suyu actually directly threw the condensed law seed out. Ha! The crowd all reacted in unison and froze in place at the same time. Obviously, it was hard to condense the seed of laws, but why did he throw it away again? Could it be that Suyu didn't want to break through? Less. Su Zhouge's lips mumbled, and several times she wanted to ask out loud, but in the end, she held back. Suyu might have his reasons for doing so. If he himself interrupted out of the blue, it might backfire. With this thought in mind, Su Zhouge directly used his great sage mana to block off all the surrounding 10,000 miles, avoiding any accidents in Suyu's breakthrough this time. She understood that Suyu must be making some sort of attempt right now. If successful, the benefits might be incalculable. Therefore, she must do her duty and minimize all risks. After Suyu threw the seed of laws away, he didn't seem to care about it and even slowly closed his eyes. The illusory flames around him kept surging out, crazily calcining. This flame was not an extraordinary fire, but an extremely inflammatory fire that could incinerate all things. Suyu was continuing to calcify his fleshly body and divine soul, and as the calcination continued, in the center of Suyu's brow, another seed of laws suddenly surfaced. Moreover, the size of the seed of law was not inferior to the previous one in the slightest. The crowd was stunned at the sight. The second seed of laws. Could it be that the young lord is a practitioner of both paths? The faces of the crowd were different. In the upper realm, there was no shortage of geniuses who practiced both paths together. However, the disadvantage of this path was also obvious. That is, it was easy for both laws to not be cultivated purely enough, and it would require a lot of energy to be spent on grinding and fusing them together. Those like Suyu now, who had directly condensed the two law seeds, definitely belonged to an existence that was demonic to the extreme. Cultivating two laws at the same time. Could it be that your excellency is directly building two divine mansions? Red Lotus looked grave. Generally speaking, those who practiced the same cultivation in both paths would choose to build a divine mansion first, and then slowly construct a second one after stepping into the divine mansion realm. But now it seems that Suyu is trying to do it all in one step? No! You guys, look! That's the third seed of laws. At that moment, someone pointed at another seed of law and shouted. Sure enough, in the center of Suyu's brow, a new law seed actually appeared. Three seeds of law. SS. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. This scene caused the crowd present to suck in their cool breaths, their hearts turning over in shocking waves. Even the supreme demons of those top lineages in the upper realm would rarely choose to cultivate the three paths together. One must know that cultivating the three paths together could mean spending 3 resources, 3 minds, and 3 times the cultivation time compared to normal people. However, looking at the seeds of laws that Suyu had condensed, they were actually bigger than one another. This showed that Suyu had spent a great deal of effort on comprehending these 3 types of laws before he asked for the tripod realm. Su Jiugu and the others' hearts were thumping, as if they saw a radiant legend rising into the sky. Wait, is that the 4th seed of law? Just then, suddenly a man shouted, Su Jiugu, Mu Qian Shui, and Yifeng immediately looked towards Suyu's brow. At this look, a cold breath was drawn. In the center of Suyu's brow, a 4th seed of laws had suddenly appeared again. The 4 seeds of laws surrounded in a circle, glittering. Su Jiugu took a deep breath. Her heart had long been numbed by the shock. The young master is not a 3 doctrine practitioner, but a 4 doctrine practitioner? Is this still human? But before the crowd could slow down, the cries of alarm rose again. Look, the 5th law seed has appeared. Heavens, just how many laws has the young lord cultivated at the same time? I think the only way to describe it is against all odds. Hey, someone come quickly. Miss Mu has fainted. Chapter 63 Condensation, the foundation of the world. Suyu stood proudly in the void, surrounded by a whole 6 law seeds, just like the stars arching over the moon. These law seeds were the seed of space, the seed of time, the seed of Gungjin, the seed of thick earth, the seed of extreme inferno, and finally, the seed of sword Dao. Suyu gazed at these law seeds, his eyes flashed with divine light, and his mind raced. Nowadays, due to his supreme physique, he held a number of law powers at the same time. However, with so many forces of law, it was impossible for him, nor did he have that much energy, to comprehend them all at the same time. If he chose to cultivate the same, then Suyu would be equivalent to having to start at the Divine Mansion realm and repeatedly cultivate each realm 5 times, cultivating each type of law force once before he could do so. This meant that his cultivation speed would be slowed to a crawl. Therefore, a trade-off has to be made. But, Suyu was a little reluctant to give up, or else, try. Gazing at the 5 law seeds, Suyu was somewhat eager to try. The big deal was that it would consume 5 times the resources. As an imperial clan, could the Su family not afford to support him? Mud, dry up. Suyu's heart crossed, and he was about to build 5 divine mansions at the same time in one breath. But when he was about to do so, he suddenly stopped again, his face thoughtful. It wasn't that he hesitated, but a bold idea suddenly arose in his mind. All of these law seeds, except for the seed of the sword Dao, were brought about by the supreme physique. Then, since the supreme physique is able to fuse, can these law seeds be fused? Intuition told Suyu that this was an extremely dangerous thing. Previously, the perfect breakthrough method given by the system only went as far as the step of melting out the seed of laws, and only needed to put the seed of laws into the sea of consciousness for the breakthrough to be successful. But Suyu is now trying to the whole flower work, in which the risk is very high. Fortunately, he didn't have to take the risk himself. System, give me the method to deduce the perfect fusion of the seeds of laws. Ding! Deducing this method requires 500,000 villain values. Do we proceed with the deduction? Yes. Suyu nodded without hesitation. 500,000 villains is worth a lot, but nothing compared to his path. System deduction in progress. Please host later. Ding! The deduction was successful. Buzz! A vast and incomparable memory surged into Suyu's mind. The enormity of this memory even caused Suyu to feel a stabbing pain in his brow and a swelling of his mind. Hiss! After checking out the fusion method, Suyu sucked in a mouthful of cool air. No wonder the system even offered $500,000 in one breath. It really is worth every penny, to the extent that one needs to first fuse time and space to construct a space-time divine mansion, and then gradually fill the divine mansion with the power of the laws, and ultimately cultivate it into a world divine mansion? Suyu's eyes moved slightly. If he had just been too reckless and directly thrown all the seeds of laws into the sea of consciousness in one brain, I'm afraid that he would have permanently stayed at the divine mansion realm and would not be allowed to survive for the rest of his life. As expected, his strongest ability as a tutelary son was still assisting. If he were to deduce it himself, it would be impossible to do it every few decades of work, and it wouldn't be as perfect, which is like now, where the method of perfect fusion is directly available. Boom! In the next moment, The seed of time and the seed of space simultaneously merged within Su Yu's sea of consciousness. Boom! It was like setting off a heavy bomb. In the sea of consciousness, a 10,000-foot mansion rose up. At this moment, this 10,000-foot mansion building emitted a dazzling golden light, as if it was cast in gold. At the top of the mansion building there were even two big words, time and space. The imperial palace's appearance was simple, but it revealed a dominance that looked beyond the world, as if it could dominate the life and death of everything under the sky. The imperial palace was lofty and high, and its aura was even more encompassing of the world. At this moment, the 10,000-foot mansion building stood quietly in the sea of consciousness. Although it did not have any fluctuations, it gave people a feeling of being above all the spirits of the heavens, as if it would go up in smoke if it was lightly touched. Phew! Su Yu slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath and looked around him, realizing that the flames brought about by the extreme inferno overlord body had already been extinguished. This made Su Yu couldn't help but feel another pang of fear. Just 2 seeds of laws were about to drain him dry. If 5 of them came together, I'm afraid he would be drained dry on the spot, right? The way of space and time, it's so amazing. Su Yu narrowed his eyes. After the space-time divine mansion was constructed, he could already clearly feel the presence of the power of space-time around him. A power that was metaphysically incomparable and very different from either the laws of space or the laws of time that he had previously come into contact with. The way of time and space, a fusion of the two, involved the essence of the world and was one of the supreme laws. After constructing the space-time divine mansion, Su Yu hurriedly placed the remaining law seeds in the divine mansion for temporary storage, and waited until the realm was stabilized before fusing them one by one. And I wonder, how strong am I now? After doing this, Su Yu, with a leaping face, suddenly looked downwards. Red Lotus, you're also in the divine mansion realm. How about we have a couple moves? Su Yu said aloud. Gongzi, I'm not in the divine mansion realm. I'm now in the half-step divine palace realm yo. Red Lotus laughed delicately, her voice pleasant to the ear. There's no harm in it. Just come on, don't hold back, or I'm afraid I won't have enough fun. Su Yu smiled faintly, his eyes full of battle intent. Alright, since the gentleman said so, then the little woman will accompany the gentleman to have some fun. Red Lotus said with a smile, her legs slightly bent. A stump. Her figure turned into a phantom, instantly appeared in front of Su Yu. Immediately after that, her veiled hand raised and slapped towards Su Yu. In an instant, infinite karmic fire burned the sky. The surrounding 10,000 miles of space were all scorched and distorted. Obviously, she was also aware that in order to deal with Su Yu, the void must be stirred up first. Hey, that trick won't work on me now. Su Yu violently stretched out his right palm and lightly slapped it out. Rumble. In a split second, the winds in the sky and the earth rose up, the sun and the moon trembled, and a mass of black vortexes appeared out of thin air. Each vortex was like a black hole, deeply rooted in the void. In the next moment, the void within a radius of 10,000 miles was instantly stabilized, and no matter how much that karmic fire burned, it didn't move at all. Seeing this scene, Red Lotus and Su Jiugu exclaimed at the same time. Dao Domain? Chapter 64. So fragrant and soft. What does the Dao Domain mean? Su Yu stared at the words and asked after standing still. At this time, Red Lotus was full of complexity and pondered for a long time before slowly explaining. After a divine palace realm cultivator has perfected his divine palace, he will form the special feature of a Dao Domain. And after a cultivator enters sainthood, the Dao Domain can be promoted to a sacred domain. It's precisely because of the existence of the sacred realm that this gives rise to the saying that all under saints are mole crickets. At this moment, Su Jiugu also nodded his head and picked up. That's right. I didn't expect young lord to condense the Dao Domain at the early stage of the divine mansion realm. It's really rare. However, the young lord's current situation is still not too stable. It's better to come down as soon as possible and consolidate your cultivation first. After the fusion of the two law forces, is it the manifestation of the Dao Domain? Or perhaps the fusion of the two law forces has allowed me to touch the power of the Dao Domain in advance? Su Yu muttered to himself, but then he shook his head with a disinterested face. His realm was as stable as a rock, and there was no need to put in more effort to consolidate it. Red Lotus, use your full strength and show this Gongzi the gap between us. Su Yu let out a long laugh, his face full of vigor. In the next moment, he directly condensed the void into a sword and chopped toward the Red Lotus. Seeing that Su Yu was on a roll, Su Jiugu could only smile bitterly and shake his head. It was not good to continue to dissuade him. Just as well. I just hope that the young lord won't be knocked out of his confidence in a while. Su Jiugu was judging that on the level of absolute strength. Today's Red Lotus was still superior. After all, the other party was not only a half-step in the divine platform realm now. The Karma Flame Red Lotus body had also been cultivated to the point of minor accomplishment. Adding the two together, Red Lotus's true strength was already enough to rival that of a true divine platform realm. The higher the realm, the greater the gap between each realm. Between the early stage of the Divine Mansion realm and the late stage of the Divine Mansion realm, even though there was only a difference of 3 small realms, the actual battle power would sometimes appear to be more than 10 times different. Swish! At this moment, Suyu's sword uncut through the void, emitting a piercingly sharp whistling sound, with an astonishing might. Since young lord insists on having some fun, then Red Lotus will let young lord see the true strength of your slave. However, if you lose in a while, you have to fulfill a special request from your slave. Red Lotus let out a light laugh. Her eyes flickered slightly. Her right hand stretched out and she also drew her sword to counterattack, chopping towards that sword on. At that instant, the roiling karma fire condensed into a sword and collided with the void sword chi. Bang! Accompanied by a loud muffled sound, the horrifying aftermath scattered in all directions. Stomp! Under the strong impact, Red Lotus retreated several steps in a row, leaving deep craters in the earth every time he landed. How is it possible? She looked up at the teenager in front of her with a look of disbelief in her eyes. Just now, sparring against each other. Surprisingly, he was the one who was at an absolute disadvantage. One must know that he was a half-step in the divine platform realm. Moreover, Suyu's sword was obviously just a test, and he was afraid that he had only used about 10% of his strength. This, Red Lotus snapped to attention. Suyu V, look at the gap between us. Afraid to let himself see the gap with him. Only entered the Divine Mansion and possessed such combat power. Only after Red Lotus felt it herself did she realize just how enormous the pressure of being Suyu's enemy would be. This is a little too sick. Red Lotus, as my consort, your strength, it's not enough. The corners of Suyu's mouth curved into an evil arc. That alone won't make my lord think of you in a special way. In the next moment, Suyu's body transformed into a residual shadow, instantly disappearing from the original place, and in the blink of an eye, he had already appeared in front of Red Lotus. His speed was extremely appalling, as if he was a ghost. What a fast speed. It's really worthy of the spatial way. Red Lotus' face gradually became grave. After hearing Suyu's words, her crimson lips pursed lightly, and her eyes steeply exploded with 2 balls of sizzling light. And immediately afterward, her entire body burst into flames. My lord, don't underestimate my slave. Phew! Bears of karmic fire surged madly from her body, instantly filling the entire space, blazing incomparably. Thumbs up. The karma fire scorched the air, emitting a violent ringing sound. Burn the 8 wastes. In the next moment, Red Lotus droned out. Her karma flame Red Lotus body was pushed to its limit, and her entire body rose up into the sky, transforming into a 1,000-foot fire phoenix. Newbie! The shrill chirping resounded through the clouds and shook the heavens. That fire phoenix opened its wings and was bathed within a sea of fire. The surrounding space twisted and changed as if it would shatter at any time. Rumble! The monstrous flames surged as if they were going to devour everything, the kind of temperature that gave a palpitating flavor even from a distance. It was just that even though Red Lotus had released her stance, she was unable to interfere with Suyu's actions. Only Suyu kept flickering and moving in the void, each flash spanning more than 10 miles. Although those karmic flames were domineering and extraordinary, they could not even stain Suyu in the slightest. This scene caused a trace of anxiety to surface on Red Lotus' pretty face. Obviously, she couldn't stay in this state for long, and if she couldn't decide a winner in a short period of time, then she would definitely lose. However, the Suyu of today was not that easy to be caught. After the power of spacetime was released, the opponent simply could no longer affect Suyu's spatial laws by disrupting the surrounding spacetime like before, because what Suyu used was not a spatial instantaneous movement at all, but a movement directly in the spacetime dimension. Just as well, as my lord's maid, I'll give you a chance. Seeing that Red Lotus was getting more and more anxious as she fought, Suyu simply stopped directly where he was and prepared to receive her blow hard. Then the gentleman should be careful. Shoo! In the next moment, the Red Lotus instantly detached itself from the state of the Fire Phoenix, and the infinite karmic flames condensed into a sword, the sword's light shining brightly to the extreme. Pust! In an instant, the fiery red sword arrived instantly and stabbed straight towards Suyu's chest. Suyu still did not move, allowing the sword blade to pierce through his body. His body actually began to rapidly collapse under the karmic fire burning. The extreme heat even rapidly carbonized his flesh and blood into flying ash. Duke! Seeing this, Red Lotus was taken aback and hastily withdrew her long sword. Damn! Gongzi! How are you doing, Gongzi? Don't you scare me! As soon as Red Lotus dispersed the long sword of karmic fire, she hurriedly ran to Suyu. Duke! Ha! Gongzi! Why are you okay again? However, when the Red Lotus rushed in front of Suyu, it was found that the part that was pierced by the flaming long sword was intact. Even the clothes that had been scorched into flying ashes had been transformed again. as if everything in the party was just a dream bubble. Suyu smiled faintly and said indifferently, "A mere karmic fire. How can it help me? Gongzi, how did you do it?" Red Lotus' beautiful eyes glowed with a strange color, poked Suyu's chest and couldn't help but ask. She was indeed surprised. He clearly saw Suyu suffer a heavy blow with his own eyes, and even smelled the burnt odor. Logically speaking, this level of damage would make it difficult for even a Divine Palace Realm powerhouse to recover on their own. Suyu laughed and clutched those jade hands. "Okay, don't poke. It tickles." That was nothing more than an application of the power of time and space in the square. You just hit the me of the previous second. But what does it have to do with the me of the next second? At those words, Red Lotus was bewildered. Indeed, it is said that the way of time and the way of space are the most obscure and difficult to understand. And with Gongzi explaining it like this, I feel like I know half of it. Red Lotus muttered. But soon, she realized the hand that was being grasped by Suyu, playfully blanked Suyu a glance, but did not resist, but instead obediently wringed Suyu's waist, resting his head on Suyu's chest. Ahem! Suyu's pupils shrunk and his body stiffened for a split second. So many people are watching. Don't mess around. Red Lotus was careless in hurting His Excellency just now, and now it is only natural to make up for it. Red Lotus lowered her eyebrows and smiled lightly. That smile simply turned the world upside down. Only, judging by her fluttering eyelashes, there was no inner peace either. Bah! No shame. Mu Qianxue couldn't help but lower her voice when she saw how close the two were. Immediately afterward, her pretty face flushed again, and a hint of envy appeared in her eyes. She envied Red Lotus for daring to love. However, she came from a lowly background and had long been accustomed to living a life of caution. How could she have the vigor of a demon sect patriarch like Red Lotus? Suyu sniffed the ethereal fragrance coming from the tip of his nose and shook his head with a bitter smile. This little goblin, what a snake charmer, trying to take shortcuts at the slightest opportunity. But I have to say, this little goblin's body is really devil level. That full and upright, slender and flexible waist is even more lovable, holding in the arms extra soft and comfortable. Definitely if you can cuddle and sleep. Ahem, enough hugging. Suyu feigned composure and snorted coldly. Red Lotus can't hold enough in this lifetime. Red Lotus blinked her big watery eyes and brought her head in front of Suyu. Churlish. The two were looking at each other with less than half an inch between their lips. And, it seems to be trending closer and closer. Then we'll hug in another life. At the critical moment, Suyu took a deep breath and took off with a flash. Now that the opening of the inheritance land was imminent, he didn't want to indulge in tenderness yet. If they were to be suppressed by another genius of the same generation, then it would be too late to cry. The prince is so cruel. Red Lotus stomped her foot, pouted, and muttered. Her appearance was so endearing that it was inexplicable to see the surrounding crowd feel a pang of heartache. But soon, they snapped their tongues to clear their heads. The crowd was shocked out of a cold sweat. Knowing that Red Lotus was the Duke's maid, they didn't dare to think otherwise. Suyu did not continue to tangle with the Red Lotus and turned into cultivation. Snap! Looking at the closed door of the room, Red Lotus was furious. Humph! I don't believe that you didn't have a heart attack just now. Recalling the warmth of that broad chest, Red Lotus couldn't help but lick her tantalizing lips, her pretty face scarlet. If at first, she only looked at Suyu's identity of being from the Imperial clan, then now, she had completely fallen. So young, yet so good. It could be said that Suyu was a rare character since the beginning of the ages. How can one not fall in love with such a stunning person? Her heart thumped in her throat when Fong hugged Suyu. Come on, work hard. It is said that a woman chasing a man is separated by a layer of veil. This girl does not believe that she can hold you. She took a deep breath, collected her emotions, and began to focus on her cultivation as well. After all, if one's cultivation fell too far behind Suyu, I'm afraid that even if Suyu nodded his head in agreement, he would still feel inferior, right? Chapter 65. My rules are the rules. Time passed slowly, and January passed. Brother Yu, I've finally broken through the Jedan realm. A cheerful laugh sounded outside Suyu's door. It was certainly Su Xiaoyu. Kudos and congratulations. The door to the room opened and Suyu walked out from it in large strides. He was seen dressed in white clothes that were snowy, his black hair falling down like a waterfall. Handsome and extraordinary, with an ethereal temperament like an immortal. Yusan seems to have become a different person. Su Xiaoyu couldn't help but exclaim out in astonishment, and a strange color flowed from her eyes. Cultivation has slightly improved. Suyu nodded with a smile. He was still a bit speechless to the sister who was the daughter of heaven's destiny. It took a month for the other party to step from the peak of bodybuilding into Jedan, and that was with his own help. That's a bit slow, isn't it? Look at the other great fortunes. Let's say that Jifeng. Now he has broken into the late Divine Passage realm, and is starting to prepare for the breakthrough to Divine Mansion. As for Red Lotus, She was only a foot away from the divine platform realm and could break through at any time. Thinking of this, Suyu gazed at Su Xiaoyu and once again looked at her panel. Name, Su Xiaoyu. Cultivation, early Jidan realm. Physique, extreme luck body, hegemonic body. Remarks, a concubine of the Su family branch. Due to the activation of the heaven and earth Linglong formation after the spiritual rhyme into the body, awaken natural extreme luck of the body. Luck against the heavens. Luck against the odds? So says. Suyu cupped his chin in contemplation. Why do you keep looking at me like that? Feeling Suyu's blazing gaze, Su Xiaoyu's pretty face slightly reddened, shyly lowered her head and fiddled with the corner of her skirt. Try it. Suyu took out 2 pills from his storage bag on his own and held them in his palms respectively before making a fist and facing Su Xiaoyu with the back of his hand. Little fish. I have 2 pills here. One is just an ordinary first-grade impregnating chi pill and the other is a 4th-grade dragon yuan pill. Now, guess which hand the dragon yuan pill is in. If you guess correctly, I will give you this elixir. After hearing what Suyu said, Su Xiaoyu was first stunned, then her beautiful eyes blinked, revealing a puzzled look. Guess? Suyu nodded with a faint smile on his lips. Well, Su Xiaoyu lightly bit her lower lip, thinking for a moment, and then suddenly brought her head to Suyu's hand and endeavored to sniff with her nose, but a moment later it retracted its head in agony. Don't be small-minded, just guess by your instincts. Suyu flexed his finger and gently flicked it on her forehead and said without any good sense. Oh. Su Xiaoyu muttered, her pink mouth, covered her forehead, and fell into deep thought. Immediately afterward, her eyes lit up with brilliant starlight, as if she understood something, and she nodded vigorously. Brother Yu, it must be over here, Su Xiaoyu said with conviction. At those words, Suyu spread his palm out. Sure enough, the dragon yuan dan was lying squarely in the middle of his palm, flickering with a pale yellow luster. Interesting, come on, keep guessing. Suyu's eyes flashed as he once again took out 2 pills. This time, Su Xiaoyu still managed to guess where the higher grade elixir was. Unbelieving, Suyu tried 100 times in a row, but a full 99 times Su Xiaoyu had guessed correctly where the elixir was. The only time then, was when Suyu had utilized the power of space and time to exchange the elixir's position in advance. Strong luck. Extreme strong luck. However, if the external force is too large, good luck alone still can't forcefully change the outcome. Suyu was thoughtful. Immediately, a wide smile curled up at the corner of his mouth. Little fish, in 3 days, accompany me to a place. Okay? Su Xiaoyu didn't ask where it was going. Anyway, in her opinion, what Suyu said was the heavenly constitution decree, and would definitely not harm her. In the days that followed, the two got along as well as if they were brother and sister. Suyu taught Su Xiaoyu to cultivate, and had Jifeng teach her to hone her skills in actual combat, and had Red Lotus instruct her in the experience of entering the world, and so on. Suyu had a feeling that if this sister grew up in the future, he was afraid that her achievements would not be low. Time flies like a shuttle, and 3 days pass in the blink of an eye. On this day, Suyu called Red Lotus, Su Xiaoyu, and Mu Qianxue to his side. Today is the day that the inheritance land of the everlasting ancient great emperor opens. The 3 of you will accompany me there. Upon hearing this, Red Lotus was surprised. But didn't that inheritance ground say that it could only be entered by Gongzi alone? Mu Qianxue also concurred. Yes, that is the rule of that inheritance land from the ancient times. Only the chosen inheritor can enter alone, and it is not possible to bring any creatures if you want to. The corner of Suyu's mouth slightly hooked, and he said with a calm demeanor, Rules? My rules are the rules. Chapter 66. You said earlier that you were the Su family's emperor son. After saying that, Suyu flicked his sleeve robe and walked out of the courtyard with great strides. The 3 men looked at each other and followed closely. Su Jiogu also followed closely behind, escorting a few people. Suyu walked in the center of the market, attracting the attention of the surrounding passers-by. As a legendary existence within the Tsunching realm, he had long since penetrated the hearts of the people, especially recently. Almost every day, people from various domains gathered in Xincheng, eagerly waiting for Suyu to appear. Only, Suyu did not stay in the downtown for long. After leaving the Su mansion, he took out a jade token. After activating it, the jade card transformed into a ray of white light that reached the 9th heaven. Following the direction of the white light, the crowd came before a huge light door. The light gate towered into the clouds, about 100 feet wide, and was silver white with a faint silver glow, like the eyes of a god looking down on all beings. Suyu's face was bland, and he took his own steps, leading the Red Lotus trio towards the light door. Legacy, stop. Just then, a low, muffled voice suddenly came from within the light door. Wherever the sound waves passed, the entire void seemed to distort, shaking one's head and ears. What kind of person? How dare you disrespect His Excellency? Get out! Besides Suyu, Red Lotus cheeks changed slightly and she shouted out sternly. At the same time, Su Jiogu also took a step forward and coldly looked inside the light door. What? Have you forgotten the pain of the broken arm that day? Hearing Su Jioge's words, the interior of the light gate suddenly shook as if it was startled. A vision filtered through the door. After seeing the visitor, the voice trembled and said, "So it's you, guys." Mystic had a toothache and couldn't help but touch his right hand. A few months ago, he was the one who had his right hand chopped off by Su Jioge's sword, and although he had already received it back, once bitten by a snake, he was afraid of a well rope for 10 years. When he saw Su Jiogu again, he always felt that the other party would draw his sword and slash at the drop of a hat. Ahem! The mysterious man cleared his throat and then said helplessly, "Several people. Didn't I say that day when I handed over the qualifications for the inheritance land to this gentleman? The inheritance land can only be entered by the inheritor alone. Even though he possesses the Tai by Heavenly Dipper body and has a great probability of obtaining the inheritance, he still has to abide by the rules." Rules? What rules? Within the inheritance land, only those who have earned the qualification can enter. Suyu's face did not change as he said indifferently, "Then wouldn't you just give them the inheritor qualification as well? This can't be right." Mystic thought nothing of it and blurted it out. If he could really give the inheritor qualification at will, what else would he bother to get? The matter of an inheritor qualification appearing within the Tsongqing realm was released by you, right? Seeing that the person did not respond, Suyu indifferently said, This." At those words, the corners of the mysterious man's mouth twitched viciously. He wanted to deny it, but the other party's tone of voice was certain, clearly confirming the matter, making it impossible for him to argue at all. After all, after being chopped off an arm in the first place, there was also a wave of depression in his heart. Therefore, the wind of the opening of the inheritance land was transmitted to the upper realm, wanting to use it to lure people from the upper realm and teach them a lesson. But I didn't expect that there were quite a few people from the upper world. But in the end it was still this kid who had the last laugh. The inheritor qualifications have all been released. There are no more left, the mysterious man said helplessly. Suyu smiled lightly and did not reply. Instead, he looked at the light door with interest and said, "I don't care. You must bring my people into the inheritance land. Otherwise, there would be no need for this whatever inheritance land of yours to exist." At those words, the mysterious man's face sank. Gradually, a face made up of a clean white cloud of smoke peeked through the light door. "Your Excellency, please also be careful with your words. I am not the only guardian within the inheritance land. If you annoy other forbidden existences, not only you, but I'm afraid the family behind you will also suffer." After saying that, the mysterious man gazed closely at Suyu with an unkind expression on his face. "Besides, how can the everlasting emperor's inheritance be obtained at will through external forces? If you're just this kind of male child who will only utilize his family's power, I'm afraid that you won't be able to move an inch after entering the inheritance land." Suyu's eyes narrowed slightly, seemingly smiling. It was only after a long time that he slowly shook his head and said, "I don't know how to die." As the words fell, he glanced sideways at Su Jiogu. Su Jiogu nodded in understanding. "Flex your fingers." Swish! At that moment, a flash of black aura swept by, as fast as lightning. Snort! Anger surfaced on the mysterious man's face. Times are different today. The forbidden existence within the inheritance ground has now awakened. You guys really dare to make a move. Su Jiogu sneered. "No wonder you're talking a lot harder today. So it's because you have a backer." Snap! The mysterious man raised his hand and caught the thing Su Jiogu threw at him. Fixing his eyes on it, it was a pitch-black token. It was carved with dragons and phoenixes, engraved with a yin and yang pattern, exuding a ghostly cold and icy feeling. A piece of the district. "Ha! This is the Abyssal Demon Order?" The mysterious man's voice came to an abrupt end. His pupils plummeted, and his face was horrified. The profound demon order was a holy relic that could drive away the Su clan's demonic guards. One must know that the Su family in the upper realm, that was a deservedly #1 clan, an existence that could be called the overlord of the upper realm. The most crucial thing was that there was a true great emperor present within the Su family. Although the Hanggu emperor had an emperor's name, he was only a half-empire at his peak. How could he compare to that living, breathing Emperor Su? Abyssal Demon Order. Such an honorable thing would appear amongst a lower realm? You're from the Su family? The mystic thought of something, his expression clouded and his eyelids fluttered wildly. Ha! Su Jiogu coldly grunted twice, not bothering to say much. Seeing this, fine beads of sweat seeped out from the mysterious man's forehead, his eyes rolling as he hurriedly explained. Misunderstanding. I didn't know that you guys were from the Su family. He instantly realized that Suyu wasn't talking big. He truly had that strength to make the inheritance land disappear. In that case, then I will find a way to let a few of you enter. With that, the mysterious man handed back the profound demon order and made a gesture of invitation. There is no way. He is in the first place. If the other side is weak, he can only eat a dumb loss. However, the other party happened to be the hardest piece of iron within the entire heavenly realms. In an instant, several beams of white light shone down, enveloping Su Xiaoyu, Red Lotus, and Mu Qianxue. A moment later, a mark appeared on the backs of all three women's hands. Seeing this scene, Suyu lightly raised his eyebrows. Wouldn't it have been better if it had been like this? That's a pretty quick handful of face-changing performances from this one. However, if I had been any slower, I'm afraid that this little life would not have been saved. Slightly, when passing by the mysterious man, Su Xiaoyu even made a face at him. I'll let you be mean to brother you. Now you know you're afraid, right? Fear, auntie come in. The mystic laughed bitterly, secretly relieved, and wiped the sweat off his forehead. After Suyu's four people stepped through the light door, the mysterious man quietly sighed in relief and carefully closed the light door under Su Jiuji's watchful eye. Also, you please wait outside. The opening time of the inheritance land ranges from 7 days to 3 months. Aha! Su Jiuge nodded faintly. The mysterious man respectfully retreated, leaving only Su Jiuge standing outside the door. After doing this, he muttered, "Fortunately, they are not as murderous as the legend." At first, he thought that Suyu was just an heir of some holy clan in the upper realm. But now, as an existence that had lived until now in the ancient times, he had witnessed almost the entire process of the rise of the Su family. It was truly a group of madmen. One strong man powerful to the extreme, pushing across the 10,000 worlds with a great battle record. It was only that I heard that the power of the Su family's bloodline had degraded in recent generations, and there was a tendency for there to be no successors. But now it doesn't seem to be as rumored? The mystic's heart surged as he looked away inside the inheritance land. This time, all 3,000 inheritors were carefully selected by him. Among them, there was no lack of amazing demons that were hard to see in 10,000 years. I also wonder if the Su clan emperor's son will be able to stand out among them? If they were to die out, I'm afraid it would confirm the fact that the power of the Su family's bloodline had declined. Right? In time, the mysterious man suddenly winced, as if he had seen another cataclysmic event sweeping through the heavens coming. Chapter 67: A lone boat crossing the bitter sea. On the other hand, after stepping into the light door, the surrounding scenery suddenly changed, only to see an incomparably wide great river stretched across the void. The river rushing and roaring, like billions of heavenly horses galloping, rumbling and majestic. Above the river, thousands of small boats could be vaguely seen floating above the river, with all kinds of weapons flashing with piercing metallic cold light, and the killing aura was overwhelming. Yo, another legacy has arrived? Counting the number. This is the last inheritor, right? I wonder how many zhangs of the Daos ship he'll be traveling on. Hey, no matter how many feet, when we get here, won't it all be ours? A sneer came from upstream. Ha ha. Accompanied by a burst of laughter, a tall figure rode on a 100-foot boat, riding the wind and waves all the way towards Suyu's several people. That person is 3 feet tall, all the muscles bulging, about to burst clothes, arms as thick as iron pillars, hideous face, full of yellow hair scattered, holding 2 huge axes, berserk ferocious to the extreme. Hiss. Damn. I didn't expect to be preempted by the blood prison godchild. Alas. It's a pity that an existence like him who has crossed over to the middle stage of the sea of bitterness would actually come here to snatch food from us. How can this be fun? Seeing that the blood prison divine son was about to arrive close to Suyu's several people, those cultivators who were originally watching sighed. The blood prison divine son was the leader of the younger generation of the blood god clan. His cultivation had long since reached the great completion of the avatar realm, and his strength was strong and unparalleled. It was simply not something that they could fight against. And right at this moment, Suyu suddenly made a move. Call out. Only hearing a soft chirp, Suyu merged his fingers like a sword, stood on the bow of the boat, and gently slashed, huffing and puffing. In the next moment, a pitch-black sword chi cut through the air, directly chopping towards the other party. Fast. Simply fast. Danger. A strong warning sign rose violently in the heart of the blood prison divine son, and without thinking, he waved his double axes to slash over fiercely, wanting to block the pitch-black sword on. Boo! Sword and axe impact did not appear in the crowd imagined sparks, but as cutting tofu, silky smooth chopping, break the giant axe. With a snorting pull, the blood prison godchild's entire right hand fell down flush with his shoulder. Blood sprayed and stained a large portion of the river. The blood prison divine son screamed miserably and hurriedly covered the break of his right hand tightly with his left hand, staring at Suyu in disbelief. Only then did he notice that Suyu was actually traveling on a 1,000-foot giant ship, and that there were actually 3 peerless beauties serving at the bow of the ship. The number of inheritors is a fixed number of 3,000. And there are now 2,999 of them. So why are you four here? The blood-held divine son asked in a deep voice. Could it be that in this great emperor's inheritance land, there are also connected people? Suyu did not reply and leaned back on the chair on the deck of the ship, eating the grapes peeled by Red Lotus while enjoying Su Xiaoyu's massage. This scene was a sight to behold in the hearts of the crowd. How is it that we've all been living in deep water since we arrived at this boundless sea of suffering? And when you come here it's like we're on vacation? Hey, I asked you a question? Why don't you answer? Seeing this, the blood prison godchild raised an eyebrow and shouted angrily. However, just as his words fell, he only felt a sharp pain in his chest. Pust. The blood prison divine son once again spewed out a mouthful of blood, staggered backwards, and when he looked up, he saw Suyu slowly retracting his fist, while his own chest suddenly had an additional fist mark. Across 10,000 meters, a single punch in the air can seriously injure you? The blood prison godchild's eyes stared slightly, revealing a flash of horror. The other cultivators even had their pupils narrowed steeply, looking at Suyu in disbelief. So far away from each other, he was able to hit a divine mansion realm's supreme heavenly pride with a single punch? What kind of person is this guy? The corner of Suyu's mouth sketched up a smile and said casually with a slight sideways glance. Qianxue, arrest this person for questioning. Okay, Gongzi. Mu Qianxue said crisply, her slender jade hand flexing her fingers. At once, the morose freezing qi surged, condensing countless ice needles in midair. Countless tiny ice needles shot out one after another, accurately hitting the blood prison godchild's acupuncture points and sealing his meridians. Immediately, she pointed her toes to the ground. Her delicate body lightly jumped, and in the blink of an eye, she floated to the side of the blood prison godchild, extending her white plain hand towards the blood prison godchild's shoulder. Asterisk 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 ing. Don't touch me. The blood prison godchild burst into fury and violently broke free. However, as soon as he ran his spiritual energy, the meridians in his body instantly collapsed. Pust. A mouthful of blood sprayed out from the blood prison godchild. His breath wilted, and his face wore a strong look of scorn. This woman is too strong. An aura that could render him powerless even though he was as much of a divine master as he was. Humph. Mu Qianxue snorted coldly, her jade foot gently pointed, like a lingbo fairy, dancing and flying, slapping her palm on top of the back of the blood prison divine son. Click. In an instant, the blood prison godchild's spine shattered and his body lay limply. Quiet. Silence. All the cultivators were dumbfounded as they stared at the scene in front of them. All of them froze. A servant girl under his hand made a supreme celestial pride with great divine ability lose his fighting ability in just a single glance? How is this possible? You. The blood prison godchild struggled to get up, his face full of fear, unable to speak a complete sentence. He was a supreme powerhouse of the great completion of the Avatar. Looking at the southern ridge region of the upper realm, who would dare to be his enemy except for a few disciples of the great sects? He never dreamed that one day he would actually fall into the hands of a woman. And moreover, this woman was only a maid. Then, how terrifying was the man on top of the 1,000-foot giant ship? Tell me what's going on here. Above the ship, Suyu looked at him from above, his tone indifferent. As a legacy, you actually don't know where this place is? Any more nonsense and I'll chop you up. The blood prison godchild was silent for a moment, then spoke helplessly. This place is the first tube of one of the 8 passes of the everlasting ancient era, the boundless sea of bitterness. All inheritors will bring their own lone boat when they arrive here, but the initial size of this lone boat is around a few feet, and the traveling speed is extremely slow, making it almost impossible to cross the bitter sea. Saying that, he looked down at the 1,000-foot huge ship under Suyu's feet and remained silent for a long time again. In your case, I've never seen it before. Go on. Well, above this boundless sea of bitterness, the lone boat under the feet of the inheritor represents everything, and the only way to cross the sea of bitterness is to kill the sea beasts in the sea of bitterness, so that the lone boat can become bigger and stronger after being devoured by the lone boat. There is, of course, a faster way, and that is, to devour the lone boat of the rest of the inheritors. Chapter 68 Riding the wind and waves all the way across. How do I devour it? Mu Qianxue asked. The corners of the blood prison godchild's mouth sketched out a sardonic smile. After beheading the inheritor, your lone boat will naturally devour the other party's lone boat. On this bitter sea, the size of the lone boat means everything. As long as your lone boat is big enough and strong enough, then you can easily kill sea beasts and plunder their demon pills to enhance your cultivation. And it's even easier to crash into the land of opportunity within the bitter sea to obtain precious ancient opportunities. Well, in that case, the lone boat is very important indeed. Listening to the blood prison godchild's narration, Suyu nodded his head slightly and then looked at him. Playing with the flavor, you just said it out loud. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you and swallow your lone boat? The blood prison godchild's face didn't change the slightest bit as he said indifferently, if you really wanted to kill me, you would have done it a long time ago. Besides, what is the need to hide these things that are already known to all? Suyu raised his eyebrows. This blood prison divine son was rather straightforward and could see the situation clearly. Go and clear the way for me, Suyu suddenly said. Open road? Well, I'm going to cross the sea of bitterness. At those words, the blood prison godchild was filled with confusion. You are sitting on a 1,000-foot lone boat and have a few notable combatants on your side. Shouldn't you be sweeping through the sea of bitterness and plundering all the chances away? What the blood prison divine son said was also what most people thought. Even on the first day of the opening of the inheritance land, the entire bitter sea was divided into the back, middle, and front sections, as well as the core area with the most opportunities in sea beasts. In each area, there was a group of inheritors firmly in control, and once any ungrateful ones intruded into it, they would definitely be besieged and die without a burial place. It was in the middle section that he was ostracized and relegated to the more barren back section. Suyu glanced at him and indifferently said, Chance? Is this garbage worthy of being called chance? As far as the so-called treasures within the Sea of Bitterness were concerned, they were not even comparable to a single strand of hair from Su Jiugu, and Suyu was not guilty of robbing garbage from others. The blood prison divine son suddenly fell silent. He was tempted to retort, the treasures that these people of his own fought to the death to grab. You call it trash? However, recalling Lightspeed's defeat, he couldn't really argue with that. Then even if you don't want to snatch the chance, it's impossible to rush through the layers of blockades alone. After holding his tongue for half a day, the blood prison divine son finally found a rebuttal. Although your lone boat is large, it can only be ranked in the middle to upper middle in this sea of bitterness. Charging towards the second level like this is completely looking for death. They won't let you through. Suyu shrugged his shoulders, lazily leaning on the back of his chair, casually glancing at him, and faintly said, Don't talk nonsense. If I tell you to open the road, you open the road. Well, since you have to die, I can't stop you. The blood prison divine son shook his head helplessly. But remember, if you are in danger, this divine son will never care about you. Long-winded. Suyu glared at him. Ugh. The blood-held divine son sighed repeatedly and turned his head toward his lone boat. He did keep his word and did not take advantage of the opportunity to escape. After returning to his lone boat, he first picked up the broken arm and attached it, and then after making a gesture towards the back, he immediately urged the lone boat and sped towards a direction. Red Lotus. Follow him. Suyu still had a cloudy appearance. Alright master. Red Lotus immediately drove the lone boat and chased after him. This lone boat of Suyu's was extremely fast, instantly catching up with the blood prison divine son. Immediately afterward the two ships traveled one after the other across the vast sea of bitterness. The blood prison godchild felt the vastness of the aura from the rear, and a pang of hatred washed over him. Such a strong lone boat, if it was him, he would have cleared the entire back section of the sea first, and then finally boosted his strength before slowly heading towards the middle section to wipe out all those inheritors and sea beasts in one fell swoop. This idiot actually charged straight through. Sooner or later, you'll suffer if you're this acute. Boom. At this moment, the blood prison godchild had already arrived at the edge of the middle sea, and a huge wave appeared in front of him. The huge waves were blue-black in color and about 100 meters high, as if the waves were beating against the shore. Caution! The seawater in this giant wave is poisonous. It's a barrier they use to isolate those with insufficient cultivation, the blood prison divine son reminded. However, Red Lotus was as if she hadn't heard it, driving her lone boat straight through the waves without being affected in the slightest. These guys. Seeing this, the blood prison godchild cursed. These idiots. That's a bit generous, isn't it? Do you really think that the poison of the laws in the seawater is just for show? One must know that even though he possessed the blood god clan bloodline and was naturally immune to toxins, he didn't dare to resist so hard. In this ocean wave, not only was there the presence of the poison of the laws, but it was even mixed with special prohibitions, which were laid down by dozens of inheritors who practiced the lineage of formations. Not only could it erode both flesh and soul, the deeper it went, the more terrifying the strangulation power became. Even if they were at the great achievement level of the Avatar realm, they could only manage to support themselves for a few moments. Rumble. Just then, a bit of demonic firelight suddenly bloomed from the huge waves. Immediately following, that red lotus karmic flame was like a blazing fire, out of control. On it, countless Dao runes shone, interweaving arcane and inexplicable patterns, carrying a blazing and incomparable pressure. Even the seawater of the Sea of Bitterness was used as fuel, constantly spreading out to the surroundings, with a great tendency to ignite everything. ********. The blood prison godchild was startled and hastily maneuvered the lone boat to avoid it. Boom! That red lotus karmic flame erupted and burned the surrounding sea. And this giant wave barrier lasted less than 2 seconds in front of it before it shattered. And the blood prison divine sun's lone boat was only grazed by a wisp of sparks, melting a small portion of it in an instant. Luckily, he had dodged in time. Otherwise, he would probably have been a corpse by now. Even so, he was scorched and his clothes exploded. And he was in a sorry state. This was still because the red lotus karmic flame hadn't actively harmed his flesh. Otherwise, he would already be a pile of ashes. Looking at the lone boat in the distance, he gulped. Divine Mansion Realm. This woman is definitely in the Divine Mansion Realm. Damn it! Even the underling maids are at the Divine Mansion Realm. What realm is that person himself? The blood prison divine son wanted to comfort himself that the other party was probably just a male who was leaning on his men. But he couldn't convince himself of that. Suyu's previously revealed means would not be weaker than this maid. Boy, with this giant dragon pressing down on us, the groundlings inside are in for a treat. The blood prison godchild's eyes flickered, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. He also couldn't care about repairing the lone boat and hurriedly chased towards Suyu and the others. Before he could step forward, he saw several black shadows rushing in the distance, blocking in front of Suyu. What great guts! How dare you destroy the great formation that we have set up? At the head of the group was a yellow-haired teenager with an extremely thick earth elemental aura and a shadowy gaze. In addition, there were also 6 figures, all with strong auras, and they were clearly 6 half-step divine mansions. How did you lure him here? The blood prison godchild's face twitched. This nigga, the sacred son of witchcraft of the southern border of the upper realm, a genuine early divine mansion realm, plus 6 half-step divine mansions, and all of them were half-step divine mansion heavenly pride that had a record of overstepping the ranks. This kid, I'm afraid he's going to fall. The blood prison divine son's mind swirled and he felt compelled to give a reminder. But before he could open his mouth, he heard that witch compass saint son snort coldly. Why don't you get lost? A mere lone boat of 1,000 feet wants to push across the center section? As soon as the words fell, he stepped on the ground with his paws and blasted out with a fist. The space shook and the strong wind whistled as he ruthlessly smashed at Suyu. Heavy earth elemental power mixed with purple fishy mist filled out, enveloping Suyu on all sides. Boom! Those mists condensed into a huge ghostly face that roared and lunged towards Suyu, hideous and unparalleled, wanting to tear him apart. The moment the witchcraft saint's sun struck, it was an all-out strike, not placing Suyu in his eyes in the slightest. Chapter 69 Seconds. Unexpected Harvest. Hey, this rash too, trying to give us a hard time as soon as we arrive? Humph. It just so happens that the sacred son of witchcraft has not gone out to look for a chance. This is heaven wanting him to die. TSK, 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 it's just a pity that he's surrounded by beauties like that. It's so cockamamie. Around them, a group of inheritors gathered around to watch the show, recklessly sizing up Suyu and his group, their eyes revealing ill will and greed. With this kind of trash, how dare you call yourself a holy son? Suyu raised his eyebrows, oblivious to the upcoming terrifying ghost face. Boom! When the ghost face immediately hit the lone boat, a fire phoenix suddenly flew up and burned the huge ghost face to ashes with its mouth open. Hiss! The crowd sucked in their breath before reacting. God's mansion. It's actually the divine mansion realm. No wonder these few people dared to be so arrogant as to directly burn down the wave barrier. Ha! Seeing this, the witchcraft saint's son was also startled. He sensed Red Lotus's realm, but he didn't expect that the other party was much stronger than he thought. But soon, the witchcraft saint's son frowned again. Your Excellency, said trash about this saint's son? Suyu smiled playfully, swept his gaze across the surroundings, and said indifferently, I'm not targeting you. I'm saying that all of you are trash. Boom! Once these words fell, the whole place instantly exploded, and some of the short-tempered ones even roared. Asshole, are you looking for death? Ha ha ha, it's really rash. How dare you pull hate in this situation? Kid, do you think that you can live out your days in peace because you have the divine mansion protecting your body? Let me tell you, you won't be able to escape today. Kill him, kill him. Listening to the clamor around him, the witchcraft saint's son's tightly furrowed brows stretched out. He hadn't had the certainty of dealing with Red Lotus, but now, the other party was looking for death on their own, which also saved him a lot of effort. Who is weak enough to enter the inheritance land? Even if it was him, he had only pulled together a group of people to cooperate, but he didn't dare to make enemies like Suyu did. Shut up, with trash like you, how dare you be rude to this one? The blood prison divine son urged the lone boat and arrived in front of Suyu's group, coldly bellowing. At those words, not only did the crowd not back away, but instead, they all turned their gazes towards the blood prison godchild in unison. Blood prison? What do you mean? Just with you also want to be our enemy? He, How come a punk who was kicked out of the middle section also wants to come and stand up for others? Get lost. Don't disgrace yourself here, or else I'll behead you first and swallow your lone boat in a while. The crowd snorted and laughed, not putting blood prison in their eyes at all. The blood prison godchild's face was grim to the extreme as he gritted his teeth. He wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Su Yu. Don't waste my time with nonsense. Su Yu glanced indifferently and walked slowly towards the front end of Class A. I'll give you 3 seconds to disappear from my sight. Wow! At these words, the originally noisy crowd immediately shut up. Su Yu's attitude was too rampant. Regardless of what kind of strength the other party had, he was completely disregarding everyone. Most importantly, they were all the leaders of various clans and families with high and proud hearts. So how could they stand such an insult? Damn! The little scumbag seeks death. Since you're eager to die, I'll fulfill you. Kill him. Let him know what it means for trouble to come out of his mouth. A few Avatar Realm great adepts roared in anger and charged forward. However, within 10 meters of the lone boat, they stopped abruptly. Poof, poof, poof. Afterward, several people's eyes widened in anger and their faces were mixed with shock and anger as they lowered their heads at the same time. In the next second, a few lines of blood soared out from under the skin, and the body seemed to be cut by a few thin lines, surprisingly splitting into 2 halves in a bizarre manner. Blood spurted and spilled all over the sky. Silence. The scene rocked to the core. Just now, what happened? A few Avatar great adepts actually burst into flames without warning? That young man's finger was slightly lifted and crossed through the air, but he was able to do it to cut down a great achievement of divine power? It's a no-brainer. Even if it was an ordinary divine mansion realm, it would be impossible to cut down this group of heavenly pride so cleanly. What level of cultivation had he reached? The gazes of the crowd towards Su Yu were filled with intense fear. 3. Su Yu's gaze was calm as he spoke faintly. His tone was soft, but carried a shuddering chill. The crowd was silenced, and after a brief moment of stupefaction, they immediately dispersed. The witchcraft saint's son looked deeply at Su Yu and did not flee like the others. The few people beside him were also staring at Su Yu with a vigilant face and did not leave, because in their eyes, the witchcraft saint's son was more trustworthy than anyone else. Although they were afraid of Su Yu, they trusted the witchcraft saint's son more. You're strong, but it's impossible to monopolize the middle section of the Sea of Bitterness. However, this saint's son recognizes your strength and we can share the sea. The witchcraft saint's son opened his mouth, his tone grave, already living up to the contempt of the party, because he had not seen clearly how Su Yu had decapitated those people even just now. 2. Su Yu, however, did not pay any attention to the witchcraft saint's son and continued to count on his own. Seeing this, the face of the witchcraft saint's son was a shade of green and white. Good. I hope you'll remember and not regret it. He left a scathing remark and turned away. 1. Su Yu shook his head slightly. I said, within 3 seconds, disappear from my sight. Asterisk 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 asterisk. In the next second, the witchcraft saint's son's face changed greatly, only to feel a great terror coming. He turned around violently, but he could only barely see an invisible sword chi rapidly approaching. The way of space? No wonder. That's how those people were killed by you just now, right? Unfortunately, although the way of space is unpredictable, as long as you know it in advance, you can have a way to deal with it. The witchcraft saint's son smiled to himself. Immediately, his hands violently pressed on top of the lonely boat at his feet. Buzz off! Countless pitch-black parasites continued to pour out of the lone boat. This compulsion was called the air-eating insect, and it was extremely terrifying, capable of gnawing even space. It was specifically used to target certain spell formations that contained the way of space. Today, it happened to be able to restrain the opponent's void sword chi. Buzzing, the air-devouring insects covered the sky and pounced towards Su Yu. The witchcraft saint's son was incredibly confident that the density of the parasites was enough to block this sword and then allow him to leave with ease. Humph, there is a meeting in Shanshui. Let's see. However, just as he turned around confidently, his face froze and his pupils suddenly shrunk, because he actually saw that invisible sword chi appear in front of his eyes. He turned around sluggishly, but all he could see was his heels. What is this? Why? Doubt surfaced in the witchcraft saint's son's head as he didn't understand how his air-devouring worm could be rendered null and void in front of this sword. Pust! Immediately afterward, the sword chi exploded, directly strangling his head along with his divine soul. Hiss! Seeing this, the remaining 6 were startled and their escape speed steeply accelerated. Swish! However, no matter how much they fled, they were unable to escape the deadly temporal force. In an instant, 6 more headless corpses appeared above the sea. Are all the people in this inheritance land only at this level? It's also too meaningless. Su Yu shook his head and laid back down again with a relaxed face. It was as if beheading a divine mansion in 6 half-step divine mansions was just a trivial matter. The blood prison godchild looked dumbfounded. Half a step of the body was drowned in the sea of bitterness without realizing it. The divine mansion is also an instant kill. This man, what realm is he in? Could it be the divine platform realm? I don't think so. Isn't the divine platform realm unable to enter the inheritance land? The blood prison godchild's throat rolled viciously. At this moment, he was incomparably fearful. Fortunately, Suyu and his group had only entered the inheritance land before and needed a guide. If it was like the situation just now, I'm afraid I would have been killed in passing. Right? 7 lone boats of about 1,000 feet slowly drifted towards Suyu. Soon, the lone boat under the feet of the crowd swelled violently, transforming into a giant ship of nearly 10,000 feet. Hey, brother you, I think I see something glowing down there. Just as Suyu beheaded the witchcraft saint's son and intended to leave this place directly, Su Xiaoyu suddenly pointed at the sea below and exclaimed, "Oh!" Suyu followed where she was pointing and his face changed slightly. Chapter 70 Su Xiaoyu's Reversal. Too many treasures. Suyu raised his hand, condensing a large hand in the void and scooping up the glittering object. When he fixed his eyes on it, it was actually a brilliant pearl that shimmered with the shadow of the moon. When you hold it in your hand, a hint of coolness comes over you. This is actually the moon spirit treasure pearl? After Mu Qianxue carefully recognized it, she said with a look of surprise, It's the legendary moon spirit treasure pearl that can make people cleanse their veins and transform their bones? Below, the blood prison divine son was also filled with envy. He had seen relevant records in the canonical books, and it was said that this item was extremely rare for cultivators. Moreover, it contained an incomparably dense moonlight Dao rhyme, which had a miraculous effect on the quenching of the physical body. And not only that, it could also improve the physique, strengthen the qualifications, and even enhance enlightenment and so on. All in all, this is a rare and stunning piece. Suyu nodded his head. This thing is quite good. It wasn't a wasted trip. After observing for a moment, Suyu directly handed this moon spirit treasure pearl to Su Xiaoyu. Brother you, I can't have it. However, Su Xiaoyu was shaking her head to reject Suyu's good intentions. Suyu frowned slightly. What's the excuse? This thing was originally discovered by you. Su Xiaoyu shook her head and said with a serious expression, If it wasn't for brother you bringing me into this place, I wouldn't have been able to discover this kind of treasure. Would I? If you're told to take it, you take it. Seeing that Suyu was about to get angry, Su Xiaoyu's eyes rolled. How about this? How about we split it in half? At these words, the blood prison god's son below snorted. This girl is also too naive. The moon spirit treasure pearl, such a treasure is all natural. How can it be possible to separate it without affecting its utility? Only, before he could finish his sentence, he saw Suyu's fingers move slightly. In the next moment, the moon spirit treasure pearl was split into two by him, transforming into two crescents. Seeing this, the blood prison godchild was speechless, his face slightly embarrassed. Suyu directly swallowed half of the crescent into his stomach. Immediately, a strong moonlight breath exploded from his body, surging into his limbs and bones, continuously nourishing his flesh. A moment later, Suyu slowly opened his eyes and nodded slightly. Not bad. This item actually boosted my physical strength by 10%, and it also caused the root veins to widen a bit. After absorbing half of the moon treasure pearl, Suyu sent the other crescent moon to Su Xiaoyu. This item will benefit you even more. Take it and absorb it quickly. Thank you, Ni Ini. Only then did Su Xiaoyu obediently take it, and as she devoured and absorbed, a light blue aura emanated from her body. In full view of everyone, Su Xiaoyu's entire body began to flicker with intense moonlight. Not only that, her cultivation level also began to rapidly pull up. In just a few short breaths, he had risen from the early stage of the Jedan realm to the late stage of the Jedan realm. She was already born with a pink and jade-like appearance, and because she had taken the moon spirit treasure pearl, she was even more cute and playful. This little girl knows her stuff. Red Lotus couldn't even help but step forward and rub Su Xiaoyu's head. For his part, Suyu's mouth curled into a gratifying arc. Although Su Xiaoyu was not very old, she already knew how to be grateful and deserved to be praised. Fishy, you'll be guiding us next. After thinking for a moment, Suyu suddenly said, Me? Su Xiaoyu sniffed and froze, then hurriedly waved her hand. Brother you, I don't know the way. Suyu smiled faintly. No harm. It's only good if you don't know the way. Just point a direction by your intuition. After seeing Su Xiaoyu's luck, Suyu decided to slightly modify the plan and try to bring out her strengths. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoyu blinked her big eyes and agreed after a slight hesitation. Alright. Immediately after that, Su Xiaoyu frowned and thought hard for a moment before pointing to the northwest. That's a good direction, I think. Suyu looked along, only to see that the northwest direction was surrounded by clouds and mist, seemingly without any abnormality. However, within his line of sight, It vaguely seemed as if there was some kind of mysterious power blocking his prying eyes. Aha! Suyu nodded and explained that Red Lotus was driving the boat. Soon, the 10,000-foot giant ship sailed towards the place where the clouds were shrouded in mist. I don't know how long I'd been traveling, but the surrounding fog filled the area, and the scenery hidden underneath the fog became more and more blurry. Suddenly, the 10,000-foot gigantic ship shook violently and violently. Not good. There's a sea beast attack, Red Lotus said with a grave face. Boom! In the next moment, a giant whale that was 3,000 zhang in size leaped out of the sea and charged towards the giant ship. Hiss! This is a 7th-ranked demonic beast, an existence comparable to a divine mansion realm cultivator. At the back of the giant ship, the blood prison godchild reminded in a loud voice. Generally speaking, demonic beasts of the same rank would be a bit stronger than cultivators of the same rank because of their physical bodies, not to mention the sea beasts in this bitter sea. This giant whale had a reddish-black body, with a sharp mouthpiece that was like a sharp blade, glowing with a ghostly cold aura. The sinful animal seeks death. Red Lotus grunted angrily and swept up first, meeting the giant whale. Boom! Only a loud noise was heard, and in the sky, fire lotuses bloomed. The roiling karmic fire swept out and instantly wrapped around the giant whale, burning it to the ground. Hiss! Seeing this, the blood prison godchild's pupils shrunk violently, his heart trembling furiously, revealing deep fear and awe. That giant whale just now. Its strength was by no means comparable to that of an ordinary divine mansion realm, and yet, it was easily killed by Red Lotus. My lord, this is the demonic pills of that sea beast. The Red Lotus slowly fell down, holding a demonic dam the size of a faceplate in her hand. Suyu nodded. Keep it to yourself. At those words, Red Lotus was pouting. I want half and half too. Suyu rolled his eyes and raised his hand to slap Red Lotus on her butt. Flirting with the daughter of heaven's destiny. Villain value plus 5,000. What a difference in treatment. My lord. Red Lotus had a grumpy face as she handed the demonic pills to Su Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, eat it. At those words, Su Xiaoyu's beautiful eyes widened, measuring the size of the demonic pills with his hand. He also looked at his small belly, and then waved his hand repeatedly. No, sister, keep it. The little fish can't eat it. It's fine. Sister will help you refine it. Red Lotus smiled like a flower and immediately raised a ball of karmic fire, placing the demonic pills on the fire to sizzle. A moment later, 4 strands of incomparably pure energy were refined. Subsequently, these 4 streams of energy were sent into each of the 4 people present. Thank you, Sister Red Lotus. Mu Qianxue's face was complicated and a trace of emotion welled up in her heart. In the past, in the Mu family, no one could think of her when they got a favor. Sister Red Lotus is the best hot. Su Xiaoyu, on the other hand, leapt up, pounced on Red Lotus, and barfed on the side of her face. Ha ha, little girl is so cute. Yes, it's so pleasing to sister. Sister will tighten whatever good things you have in the future. Red Lotus doted. Come on, let's continue on our way. The giant ship set sail once again, traveling in a northwestern direction. Along the way, all sorts of heavenly treasures appeared as if they didn't need money. Su Xiaoyu's realm had even directly stepped into the infant transformation realm from the Jedan realm. Even Su Yu had benefited greatly, and there was a vague hint of breaking through to the middle stage of the divine mansion realm. It's true. This physique of a small fish should just be out and about waving all over the place. Su Yu was deeply moved. When she was in the Su mansion, this niece could go months without breaking through a small realm. However, since going out, in less than half a day, he had directly broken through a large realm in a row. That kind of speed is almost as good as his. Soon the lone boat continued to sail. This time, however, it was only a matter of burning incense. But Red Lotus once again brought the lone boat to a halt. Another baby? Sister Red Lotus, Su Xiaoyu said excitedly. Red Lotus shook her head slightly and turned back as she shielded her. My lord, up ahead, there's someone, only to see that a giant iceberg had actually appeared in front of the crowd. At the heels of that iceberg, 2 other cultivators were displaying their respective abilities, constantly digging into the interior of the iceberg. Upon seeing Su Yu and his group, those 2 silently stopped and looked towards Su Yu and the others as if they were enemies. These 2 men were both of extraordinary appearance, dressed in brocade robes. One had a sword at his waist, and the other carried a long sword on his back. Between their brows, all of them were flickering with stars. 10,000 fathoms lone boat. Are you people from the former section of the Sea of Bitterness? What are you doing here? One of them asked warily. The other one warned in a deep voice. Gentlemen, the land of opportunity here was first discovered by the 2 of us, so don't meddle in it. I advise you to leave immediately, or else, don't blame us for being impolite. Boom! As the words fell, a strong aura of solemnity surged and exploded. Feeling this killing machine, The blood prison godson's face changed greatly. Are these two, the two-star lords of the Staryu sect? Oh, you recognize us? At those words, those two raised their eyebrows. Not bad. I am 7 slayers, and next to me is my senior brother, Greedy Wolf. 7 slayers proudly said. After confirming the identity of the two, the blood prison divine son respectfully arched his hand towards Suyu. My lord, these two are both at the divine mansion realm, and there is also a killing move that can be executed in conjunction with one another. So if you want to deal with them, it is best to break them down one by one. Suyu side-eyed and glanced at the blood prison divine son, secretly saying that this guy was really dedicated. He didn't even intend to take care of him anymore, but he was still following his ass. Suyu's face was calm as he said indifferently, "This place has a destiny with me. You two are limited to 1 tea time to get lost, or else you will be killed on purpose." Unbridled. 7 killers became furious. Kid, you're tired of living. Since you're still looking for death after knowing the identity of the two of us, then the 2 of my brothers will send you back to the west. Humph. Blood prison divine son. Right? How dare you leak our information to this person? You'll be in for it later. Accompanying the fall of the 2 men's words, 7 killers steeply drew their swords and slashed out. Brilliant blood awnings suddenly erupted, tearing through the sky. Chapter 71. How can it be so strong? At the same time, Greedy Wolf also drew his longsword and slashed out. The sword light and sword shadow cut through the sky, carrying a destructive pressure as it ruthlessly chopped down. In an instant, the void exploded and the entire lone boat shook madly. The combined attack of 2-star lords was incredibly powerful, enough to obliterate any ordinary divine mansion cultivator. Just by yourselves, how dare you disrespect the Duke? Red Lotus frowned slightly and was about to strike. Let me do it this time. Only, it was stopped by Suyu reaching out. It's also been a long time since my burial god sword fetus drank blood painfully. Before the words left his mouth, he violently stepped forward and pinched his hands together, making an odd gesture. Rumble. With every step Suyu took, the heaven and earth seemed to resonate. A stream of invisible air swept in from all around and converged on top of the body. He was as ethereal as if he were on a cloud. Behind it, a huge round of halo appeared, emitting a brilliant light. What is this? The 7 slayers and greedy wolves were horrified, staring at Suyu behind them without turning their eyes. From the reflection in the eyes of the 2 of them, they could tell that it was actually a side of the world. A vast and endless river of stars floated in it, as if it embraced all things and was profound beyond words. The scene was so spectacular that a sense of insignificance welled up in their hearts, as if they were mole crickets looking up at the gods on high. Bang! 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 The next moment, it was accompanied by a dull ringing sound. The sword light and sword shadows instantly crumbled away after colliding with that huge halo, turning into a rain of light floating in the sky. So strong, he is by no means something the divine mansion realm can fight against. What kind of existence is this? Greedy Wolf and 7 killers' faces changed wildly. They had already exerted their strongest moves with all their might, but they still couldn't help the other party in the slightest. It's a reversal of common sense and beyond perception. Run! The 7 slayers roared out, their eyes filled with a rich color of fear. Rumble! At this moment, heaven and earth trembled. A 3-foot sword tire slowly descended from the world behind the halo, stretching across the void. The surface of the sword tire was rough, covered in cracks, and even had a few patches of rust, but even so, its majesty remains unstoppable. It constantly emitted a palpitating majesty that seemed to be able to suppress heaven and earth. It stretched across the pale, causing a boundless sense of suffocation to the crowd, making it difficult to even breathe. And the heart thumped, wanting to pop out of the chest. Holy soldier? 7 kills' pupils plummeted, and his eyelids beat furiously. Who the hell are you? Greedy Wolf also panicked and couldn't help but ask. A saint soldier. That was an artifact exclusive to the saint realm, and only saint realm existences were worthy of using it. If an ordinary divine mansion realm were to attempt to activate a saint soldier, it was feared that they would be directly drained into dryness. You guys are not qualified to know. Suyu responded indifferently. He raised his hand and pressed it down gently. In a flash, an aura of monstrous greatness erupted. The burial god sword tire slowly descended, and wherever it passed, the heavens and earth trembled. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Fight him, Greedy Wolf. Use that move. 7 killers shouted angrily, desperately exploding their full strength, trying to block. Greedy Wolf also used a forbidden technique to drain all potential. Both are determined to die. At the critical moment, even the cultivation realm broke through a small realm on the spot. Dang! Swords clashing. The sword blade light flashed, covering the void and illuminating the sky. The area all became darkened, leaving only the blade and the sword, piercing through the heavens and the earth. What kind of stunning strike was that? Su Xiaoyu tugged at the corner of Honglian's coat and said worriedly, "Sister Honglian, aren't you going to help brother you?" Red Lotus' face was grave as she sensed that this strike had been able to pose a threat to her. Only, in the face of Su Xiaoyu's question, she shook her head and smiled, reaching out to scrape Su Xiaoyu's nose. "What, so little confidence in your brother you? Nay-san, just watch. If you can learn a single point of your brother Yu's skill, it will be enough for you to be proud of your class." Su Xiaoyu nodded her head in ignorance, and then she did not say much, focusing on the battlefield above. Go to hell. At this time, 7 slayers and greedy wolves stormed out in unison, their swords clashing continuously. Points of starbursts converged, and in the end, there was even a dragon's roar and tiger's whine coming from it, and the sound shook heaven and earth. Cut it out. As that sword touched the burial god's sword tire, the long sword, however, shattered inch by inch, while the ancient sword directly crumbled into two. Boo! Greedy wolf's body trembled, his sternum collapsed, and he opened his mouth to spit out a large mouthful of blood. 7 Kill's face changed wildly, and before he could react, he felt a sharp pain at his throat, and immediately after, he felt his head go black and completely lost consciousness. In the distance, the blood prison divine son's eyes widened. That scene was just too shocking. He had thought that it would be a bitter fight. It was even ready to step in and help. However, he did not expect that Suyu would fight alone against 2 heavenly prides who claimed respect in the divine mansion realm, and actually still crushed them in seconds. A buzz went through his head and his body tingled. The words that Suyu had said vaguely rang in his ears. "I'm not holding it against you. I'm saying you're all trash." Turns out, he wasn't exaggerating, just stating facts. "Go! What are you waiting for?" Suyu put away the sword tire and said to Red Lotus. After jumping on top of the glacier, Suyu pondered for a moment, then turned his head and rushed at the blood prison divine son. "I'll give you a chance. Coming or not?" The blood prison godchild was a bit confused and pointed at himself, then scratched his head again with a silly smile on his face, saying, "Senior, I'll come and help you guys with your hands." Saying that, the blood prison godchild rubbed his bushy palms together and continued digging down the ice hole that 7 Slaughter had dug. Suyu's few people, on the other hand, stood on the top of the glacier, drinking hot tea and enjoying the beautiful scenery. It wasn't long before the blood prison divine son suddenly said in surprise, "Several seniors, the shipment is out." A big shipment. Chapter 72. You can do it, I'll eat it straight. Only within the ice wall, a small purple golden broken sword was set in it. As the ice wall broke open, a wisp of deep purple aura filtered out from it, appearing particularly mysterious. This thing, it's not small in origin at first glance. A few seniors, look. The blood-hell divine son grabbed the broken sword and ran towards Suyu's several people. "What is it?" Suyu raised his eyebrows lightly, his eyes moving slightly. "This kind of breath seems to be somewhat familiar. I seem to have seen it somewhere." "Me too, but this stuff." Red Lotus pondered for a moment, her eyebrows furrowed, a thoughtful look on her face. All sorts of images flashed in her mind, and suddenly, her body shook violently. "Don't! Put that down now!" Red Lotus's voice changed abruptly, panic on her pretty face, but at this point, it was too late. Only a crunching sound of click came from the broken sword, which instantly transformed into countless tiny black dots that followed the blood prison godchild's hand and kept climbing. The blood prison divine son only felt that his palm was like being pierced by thousands of needles. Intense pain attacked his entire body, and his entire right arm was instantly paralyzed and lost consciousness. He let out a miserable scream as his entire right arm instantly detached and flew into the air. He covered his wound. His forehead was bruised and covered in cold sweat. At the broken arm, not a single drop of blood even flowed out, and his face was extremely pale, clearly a sign of blood loss. "Epidemic soldier. That's a broken epidemic soldier," Red Lotus exclaimed, her pretty face turning white. "Gongzi, retreat. What's an epidemic soldier?" Hearing Red Lotus words, Suyu's brows furrowed slightly, but he did not back away in a hurry. Red Lotus deadpanned as she stared at those tiny particles in the air, pouring beans out of her mouth. "The epidemic soldier is the weapon of the extraterrestrial Fey Devil, capable of destroying all life. Even cultivators after entering sainthood will find it difficult to resist, and this thing will also spread directly among cultivators. Extremely dangerous. The most frightening thing is that this thing is not only targeting cultivators, but it can also gradually corrode the world." Red Lotus had a complicated expression on her face. According to reason, all of the epidemic soldiers were centrally ground out by Emperor Su with great magical power 10,000 years ago. How come there are still remnants here? Could it be that the Hanggu Emperor deliberately hid it? Upon hearing this, Suyu's face revealed a sense of realization. No wonder he found the epidemic soldiers scent familiar. This was because, When the old man had first penetrated the upper and lower realms with his line of sight, Suyu had sensed a strange aura behind him. Now it seems that it should be the extraterrestrial foreign devil, right? So, we are digging for treasure and digging up an ancient virus? Suyu's face was oddly colored. Ding! Tainted source power has been detected around the host. Please erase it. Reward for completion, villain value 1 million. At the same time, a system beep sounded in Suyu's ears. $1 million? When did the system become so generous? Suyu was thoughtful. It seems that any epidemic soldier of this kind is a scourge to the system and must be addressed as soon as possible. And just as this thought fell, Suyu swept his gaze around. Sure enough, at this moment, the originally snow-white iceberg had been covered by a black-purple color, emitting a disgusting fishy smell. Blood prison. You have to retreat. Suyu commanded and walked straight to the side of that broken sword. Elder, be careful. This thing is too scary. The blood prison divine son endured the severe pain and walked behind Suyu with a face full of celebration after the robbery. If he had not reacted quickly and cut off an arm before the epidemic poison spread up, I'm afraid he would have died. My lord, I'm afraid that this thing is not something we can deal with. Without the power of a supreme being at that level, there's no way to deal with the epidemic soldier. This thing can even corrode the laws. Red Lotus had a grave expression on her face, and when she saw Suyu advancing instead of retreating, she immediately called out anxiously. Is it only above the supreme level that shakes it? Suyu looked up at the purple and black smoke cloud, his eyes narrowed. At this moment, he clearly felt the incomparably bizarre fluctuations surging through the smoke cloud. Within a moment, Suyu violently averted his gaze, his face blanched and his brows furrowed. This thing can actually devour the spiritual power in his body through his gaze. In just a few seconds, the spiritual energy within Suyu's dantian had actually disappeared by 10%. Mind you, that's just watching from afar. Senior, you'd better not try to be brave. Let's go out and call for help. Seeing this, the blood prison divine son also advised. He had read about the epidemic soldier in an ancient book. Almost every epidemic of soldiers has devastated the living world with massive casualties. He was also lucky that this crippled epidemic soldier had only just been revived, and its power was still weak. Otherwise, he would really be in deep trouble today. GGGG. Within the purple and black smoke cloud, a hoarse low laugh came out. Suyu sensed a reckless ecstasy from it. This thing seems to have a certain degree of spiritual intelligence, knowing that no one here can do anything about it. A mere epidemic soldier. How dare you run wild? Suyu's eyes grew cold. In the next moment, a vast and majestic aura erupted, rushing straight into the sky, as if there was a dragon's whistle resounding through the sky. Buzz! Space and time trembled as a touch of pure darkness spread out from behind Suyu. It was a sight of a boundless world, and the weirdness was not inferior to this epidemic soldier at all. The blood prison godchild's eyes went wide, and the hairs on his body stood up. What? What is this thing? Previously, he had seen Suyu's inner world, but now, just by looking at it, he had the feeling of being watched by a great evil. There appears to be something coming out of there. Just then, Red Lotus suddenly slapped his thigh. Why did I forget about this? Her tense body relaxed a bit. If Gongzi removes that item, this broken epidemic soldier is indeed not enough to fear. The blood prison divine son froze. What is it that can deal with epidemic soldiers? He really couldn't imagine what kind of means would be able to fight against that weird epidemic soldier. You know, even the power of the law would be swallowed by that thing. Below the Saint Realm, attacking the epidemic soldier was just feeding it. Even the Saint Realm would have a hard time causing damage to it. Hey, someone's coming. The blood prison divine son pointed to the distance and said in astonishment. Seniors, look at. Following the direction guided by the blood prison godchild, Suyu turned his head to look, only to see that a blurry silhouette was rapidly approaching in the distant void. Old man, I thought you were dead. What took you so long? Suyu raised his eyebrows slightly. The visitor was none other than the guardian of the inheritance land with whom he had met twice. It was reasonable that when the epidemic soldier appeared in the inheritance land, the other party should immediately show up to deal with it. Kid, you've only entered the inheritance land, and you've caused such a big trouble for me? The guardian pointed at the purple and black smoke cloud and said with a heavy face, this damn thing, if it develops, I'm afraid that it can destroy the entire inheritance land. Suyu snorted, shouldn't I be asking you this? Why is this epidemic soldier here? Wasn't it you, the guardian, who monitored it unfavorably? Guardian, you're right, I can't talk to you. The corners of his eyes twitched, and he said helplessly, alright, you guys hurry up and run, there's nothing I can do to deal with this thing. I can only banish it along with this corner of spacetime. Exile in time and space. Red Lotus's pupils shrunk. Banishing such a thing? You're doing the tiger a favor. The epidemic soldiers were already extremely spreadable. If they were banished, It would truly be like letting a tiger return to the mountain, and once it developed to a certain extent, sooner or later it would become a scourge for the entire heavenly realms. I couldn't care less. Any later and it'll be too late. The guardian took a deep breath and then swung his sleeve. In an instant, the entire glacier shook violently. I know you're in a hurry, but hold your horses. Suyu's face moved slightly. Old man, if I help you solve this problem, what payment can you pay? You help me out? Ha ha ha. Kid, are you kidding me? If you can fix this, I'll eat thee out of the entire inheritance. Upon hearing this, the guardian nearly broke into laughter. He admitted that Suyu came from a noble background and the forces behind him were ridiculously strong. But that didn't mean that, at the age of 20 or so, he was able to solve the epidemic soldier that even the great sage realm had a headache with. It's a deal. Chapter 73 now. You kid carry a quasi-imperial Dao weapon with you? The guardian was confused. Kid, are you out of your mind? Who do you think you are? Even your Su family? There are only a handful of people who can solve this thing. No. What's behind you? Inner world? Well, the way to turn a world into a fleshly body? It's not bad. But, why did you stuff the quasi-emperor Dao soldier in your inner world? Are you crazy? If this thing casually fluctuates, won't you blow up? The expression on the guardian's face gradually became wonderful. It wasn't until the heaven-devouring demon jar completely appeared in front of him that he shivered violently. It is actually the most ferocious existence in this quasi-emperor Dao weapon. The guardian's heart set off shock waves, but his face did not show the slightest abnormality. He pretended to be calm and looked at Suyu. Su was also looking at him. Two pairs of eyes met in the air. Blood prison. Go find him something to eat, and if you don't have it you'll pull it now. Got it. Promise to complete the mission. The blood prison divine son stifled his laughter and scurried out in a puff of smoke. The guardian's dangling hand stiffened in midair. Rather, you don't have to be so serious. Rumble. The heaven-devouring devil jar slightly shook, and it raised 10,000 feet of airwaves, spreading out in all directions. In an instant, the great Dao resonated and time and space were reversed. The guardian's face changed wildly and instantly disappeared in place. When he reappeared, he was already 10,000 feet in the air. Looking down, the giant glacier had actually disappeared. The guardian's scalp tingled. So close. Almost died from the aftershock of that thing. Although that heaven-devouring devil canister is crippled and cannot be compared with the heyday of that year, but it is also a thin dead camel is bigger than a horse, and his small body cannot carry a tiny bit. This epidemic soldier is also unlucky to have stumbled upon this kind of perverted contraption just after it was born. The guardian muttered and sked. In his line of sight, the purple-black smoke cloud trembled continuously, fearful to the extreme. Soon, all the tiny particles converged into one point again, transforming into the broken sword. And then, without looking back, broken sword broke through space to flee this place. Escape? Are you the only one who can devour? Suyu smiled coldly and waved his big hand. Little black, swallow it for me. Muow. Only a strange beastly roar was heard from the heaven-devouring demon jar. And then, countless pitch-black chains surged out from it. However, these chains did not go after the broken sword, but instead rushed towards the bottom of the sea of bitterness. In the next moment, a corner of purple and black iron skin was fished out of the seawater by the chains rolled and carried. Trying to play the dark side game in front of me? The corner of Suyu's mouth lifted up a color of mockery. How horrible his perception was. He discovered early on that this epidemic soldier had split a corner and hidden under the sea as it fled. Humph. Suyu coldly snorted as the heaven-devouring demon jar suddenly exploded after swallowing the iron piece. A powerful to the extreme suction force surged out from it, directly pulling back the broken sword that was far away. You're the only one who would rely on a medium to devour everything? Suyu coldly grunted. The abilities of this epidemic soldier were very similar to the heaven-devouring demon jar, but it was far less powerful. For example, right now, Suyu only needed to utilize a corner of the epidemic soldier to devour the entire thing. Roar! Infinite chains climbed on top of the epidemic soldier, piercing through it with an ear-piercing shrill. After dragging it into the tank, the two ginseng mills began to spin. Click here. The epidemic soldier, which was claimed to be able to devour even the laws, was as if it had met its nemesis at this moment, and was viciously crushed by the two large mills. Click, 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 click. Each time it was crushed, it shattered partially, letting out a howl of pain. This scene fell in Suyu's eyes, causing the curve of his mouth to become more and more pronounced. As the large mill crushed it, strands of lavender essence were refined out. Suyu tried to absorb some of it. At once, the hairs on his body stood on end, and he could only feel his pores stretching open. This feeling was almost as if the level of life was ascending. What is this? Suyu raised his eyebrows, instinctively feeling that this thing should be very precious. much more precious than his own imagination. After thinking for a moment, Suyu didn't rush to absorb it and prepared to go out and ask Sujoga first. For heaven's sake, take away the power of the gods. How did you carry something like a quasi-emperor Dao soldier with you? Ha! No matter how deep the imperial clan's heritage is, it's not made like this, is it? The guardian laughed bitterly. Something like a quasi-emperor Dao soldier shouldn't have appeared in the inheritance lands. If Suyu completely activated the heaven-devouring demon jar, he was afraid that a single strike would be able to sink the sea of bitterness. It's not like this inheritance land of yours says that you can't bring quasi-emperor Dao soldiers in. So who's to blame? Suyu rightfully said. The guardian laughed bitterly without words. Other than you, which other divine mansion realm can fit a quasi-emperor Dao soldier into their internal world? Hold your horses, old man. Your supper isn't even ready for you yet. Suyu smiled playfully. However, he was still careful to put the heaven-devouring demon jar into the middle of the inner world. After he had nurtured it for this period of time, there were already signs of restoration where that corner was broken. So he could not give up on his previous efforts. The guardian's face was ashen. Can that not be eaten? What do you say? Not much longer. Suyu and his group left the middle section of the Sea of Bitterness and were personally escorted to the front section of the Sea of Bitterness by the guardian. This old man, he's putting in a lot of effort to not eat that. Suyu looked down at his body and nodded slightly. At this moment, what they were riding on was no longer a lone boat, but a luxurious to the core car chauffeur. The car is made of all kinds of precious gold, colorful and gorgeous, with dragons and phoenixes carved on it, showing the honor and glory. Of course, the most imposing part is the front of the frame. The thick and heavy 9 chains were each connected above the necks of the 9-headed true dragons in a lifelike manner. The heads of the 9 true dragons all raised their heads in a hideous and majestic manner. This is the real true dragon 1 dragon race. It was only a dragon corpse, but it was enough. 9 dragons pulling a whiskey. The pie is absolutely full. If placed in the outside world, it would be enough to cause a shock. Such a carriage was a top-notch existence even in the upper realm, and only existences above Saint Kings were qualified to enjoy it. Of course, if one's cultivation was insufficient, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to show off for more than a few days before being approached by the true dragon clan's great powers. Not bad, when we go to the upper world in the future. It's kind of like having a simple means of transportation. Suyu smiled and casually threw a few bottles of pills to the imperialist's seat. Elder atmosphere. The blood prison godchild took the pill and consumed it, and then began to ride the caravan as it sped over the Sea of Bitterness. Although he was working as a hard laborer and a horseman, he did not complain at all. After all, the boss is giving too much. These masters, just a little bit of leakage from their fingers. Something that would be better than his hard work in finding the opportunity. 9 dragons pulling a cart is extremely fast. The inheritors of the front section of the sea looked at the luxurious sedan chair and were dumbstruck. How did this get out? The row was a little too big. How come you're a 9 dragon pulling a cart when everyone's on a boat? Although these inheritors were envious and jealous, they could only watch. There was a forbidden presence over the Sea of Bitterness, so you just couldn't go up even if you wanted to. Soon, the 9 dragons pulling the cart rushed all the way to the end of the Sea of Suffering to reach the other shore. The blood prison godchild pulled back the curtain and laughed. Senior, the other shore has arrived. Aha! Suyu nodded his head and lifted the curtain, fixing his eyes on it. This glance, however, caused his face to change slightly. Here, a vast expanse of land. The environment here, Suyu, was not unfamiliar. It was clearly the corner of the future that he had first seen in the Destruction Luck Atlas. He remembers it fondly. The image of himself was being nailed to death on top of this continent by a gigantic sword of 1,000 feet. Chapter 74 Humans are inferior? Are you sure? Rumble. The curtains of the 9-dragon carriage were blown by the wind. Suyu sat at the top, wearing a black embroidered gold thread dark patterned robe, with a red and white jade pendant tied around his waist, his ebony hair tied up with a jade crown, his sword brows and starry eyes, his nose like a hanging gall bladder, and his thin lips pursed tightly into an indifferent arc. His eyes drooped slightly as his sight fell above the continent of the other side. In the distance, there were already many inheritors struggling to make their way through the other side. Seeing Suyu's arrival, the crowd only glanced at him remotely before withdrawing their gazes. Here come a few more unsuspecting. In the meantime, the 9-dragon chauffeur slowly came to a halt. Elder, the other shore is here. You need to get off here and take one step forward. After the blood-hell divine son finished speaking, he raised his hand and lightly lifted the curtain of the sedan chair. Aha! Suyu nodded his head and walked out slowly. Previously, he had already approached the guardian for information on the 8 levels of the inheritance lands. If anything, the Sea of Bitterness is just a means to the end of the Great Wave. Then this continent of the other side is the place where geniuses are truly screened. Tread. Suyu took one step to fall, The moment the palms of his feet made contact with the land on the other side, a thick and majestic pressure violently attacked from all around. This feeling, it was as if the whole person was stuck in a swamp, unable to move an inch. Moreover, the further one went, the more intense the oppressive force became, which could almost make one gasp for breath. The air here was all sticky as if it were solid, and even breathing became exceptionally difficult. And there is a mist that follows it from all directions. It eroded Suyu's internal organs and senses. Even with Suyu's cultivation level, there was a momentary discomfort. What a spooky place! Suyu was alarmed. Fortunately, the pressure on the inheritors on the other side of the continent was based on cultivation. Otherwise, I'm afraid that Su Xiaoyu, who had a weak cultivation, would only be able to stop here. After standing still, Suyu did not rush forward, but turned his head to look at the 9-dragon carriage whisk. It was too large to fit into a storage bag for sure. However, it was more than enough to stuff into the inner world. Thinking of this, Suyu raised his hand and waved it. At that moment, a pitch-black space forcefully squeezed through the surrounding space, enveloping the 9 dragons' whiskey. With that, the car whisked away and disappeared. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How did I forget he had an inner world? The guardian's egghead voice rang out. Suyu glanced towards a certain direction. I knew it. You want to wait for us to leave and then take this back, right? Ahem. How can that be? I'm just passing through. Passing through. The guardian laughed dryly. I'll take my leave first. Immediately, without giving Suyu a chance to continue his extortion, he directly fled. Suyu shook his head and then turned to look at Mu Qianshua's several people. You guys, are you okay with this? Still, okay. Mu Qianshua's pretty face was slightly white, but she was still able to grit her teeth. After all, as a daughter of heaven's destiny, she wasn't ready to collapse in a place like this. I'm fine with that. Red Lotus had a relaxed face and compared a love heart towards Suyu. Suyu lazily ignored her and turned his head to look at Su Xiaoyu. However, what made Suyu feel surprised was that Su Xiaoyu, who had the lowest cultivation level among the crowd, was the one who had the easiest time. Not only did she look like she didn't feel any pressure, but she had an expression of enjoyment on her face. Sure enough, luck is part of strength, Suyu said darkly, then withdrew his gaze. You guys follow me closely. Saying that, Suyu took the lead and stepped forward. Every step that fell made a thunderous explosion, as if he was carrying a mountain range on his back. As the crowd went deeper and deeper, Red Lotus, who was still full of relief earlier, was already dripping with fragrant sweat, her face as pale as paper, and dense sweat permeated her forehead. Others are even worse. Mu Qianshua's legs trembled and her delicate body kept trembling as if she was about to be unable to support herself. The blood prison divine son, on the other hand, had completely fallen off the wagon. Elder, you guys go ahead. I'm afraid my limit has been reached. The blood prison godchild smiled bitterly and waved his hand. To dare to go deeper into the other side with such a small amount of strength is really stupid. What kind of trash wants to step on the other side too? Go home to your mommy and eat your milk. Ha ha ha. Hearing the blood prison godchild's words, the surrounding inheritors immediately laughed disdainfully. They all gradually tried to step on the other shore only after they had reaped enough benefits from the sea of bitterness, but even that felt difficult. What's more, the blood prison godchild had not yet cultivated the current realm to completion. Noisy! Suyu frowned and snorted coldly. At once, a vast pressure was released. The person who had spoken out was directly shaken out by this pressure, and in mid-air, he exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Seeing this, all the people were sweating and chilling, not daring to make another sound. After Suyu looked around, he casually threw away a storage bag, and took it as the blood prison divine son's payment for beating them up this time. Thank you, Elder. The blood prison divine son received the storage bag and thanked him profusely. Immediately, the 4 remaining Suyu continued to move forward. Gradually, as he went deeper into the other side, even Suyu felt the pressure. No wonder so many inheritors exist in the sea of bitterness. I'm afraid that's the reason they delayed entering the other shore? Suyu was thoughtful. This hadn't even reached the end and it was already making him all a little short of breath. In the place of those inheritors, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to walk here at all. Indeed, Red Lotus also nodded her head in agreement. I reckon that the original intention of the inheritance ground is to allow the inheritors to struggle in the sea of bitterness, to continuously collect chances to strengthen themselves, and wait until they have polished themselves to perfection before they can land on the other side of the shore. So that's it? Then Mu Qianshua's mouth was bitter as she sniffed. No wonder she felt stressed. It turns out that this other shore was not meant for them to step on so quickly. Thanks to that, she had just developed self-doubt and thought she was too weak. Hey, what's the deal with that little fish? Mu Qianshua wiped her sweat, but she turned her head to see Su Xiaoyu with a relaxed face. Not only did she not show the slightest sign of fatigue, but instead, her breath had refined a lot more, and she was vaguely showing signs of breaking into the infant transformation realm. What's going on with this? Maybe I had better luck? Su Xiaoyu blinked her clear eyes and guessed. The corners of Mu Qianshue's mouth twitched and her heart was inexplicably clogged. This family is simply not human. One is sicker than the other. She missed that sister of hers now. Hooking up but at least not getting hit so hard. Ha! What's that? Suddenly, Su Xiaoyu opened her mouth. The three of them immediately stopped their footsteps and followed Su Xiaoyu's line of sight, only to see a river winding down in the distance, like a silver snake twisting around, emitting a dense spiritual qi. The river seemed to be alive, rippling, yet it contained destructive power. In the river water, there was a crystal clear, sparkling and brilliant stone floating. Star stones. There are actually this many? Red Lotus' face was in ecstasy. Mu Qianxue was also staring with wide eyes, not daring to believe. Are we considered to have picked up a treasure? Starstone, an excellent material for quenching the divine soul. It is only scarce and extremely expensive, making it extremely difficult to encounter on weekdays. Once encountered, it will surely trigger a scramble or even a bloody fight. However, now that these star stones were piled up together, they were simply piled up into a mountain. The three gazed at Suyu, gleaming. Then let's stop and slow down for a while, and incidentally utilize these starstones to quench the divine soul and sharpen the sword. Suyu shook his head and lost his smile, but it was also time to stop. If we continue to go down, I'm afraid Mu Qianxue wouldn't be able to go far. Above the continent of the other side, this pressure seemed to be set according to the limits of the inheritor's current realm. The further in you went, the more that pressure pushed the limits of what could be achieved in that realm. Mu Qianxue was the pinnacle of the Avatar realm, but she was still a step behind if she wanted to pass through this other shore. Yes. Hearing Su Yu's words, Red Lotus and Mu Qianxue glanced at each other and both sighed in relief. Afterwards, the three of them sat down on their knees and each took a piece of starstone to absorb and refine. Su Yu also went forward and picked up a starstone. Only, just as he was about to refine it, a cold snort came from his side. Kid, I discovered this piece of treasure first. Do you want to die? Su Yu's face changed slightly and he turned his head to look, only to see that above the silver river, a huge rock slowly stood up, its copper bell-sized eyes staring at him in death. This caused Su Yu to raise his eyebrows. The means of concealment is so good that even I didn't realize it? He was amazed in his mind. You are the Stone People? Is the Stone People clan something you're also worthy of calling yourself? A lowly human like you is only worthy of calling us the Stone Emperor clan upper immortal. The stone man snorted and sneered. As he spoke, his arm suddenly lengthened. An axe made of rock instantly coalesced and violently smashed out. Extremely fast, instantly appearing above Su Yu's head, viciously chopping down. Su Yu didn't dodge and just stood in place as if he was stunned. Kid, in your next life, cast a good birth. What kind of trash race is the human race? Boom! The next moment, a loud noise came. The stone axe slashed right at Su Yu's forehead. However, a shocking scene took place. Ka-ching! Su Yu did not move a muscle, and that stone axe actually crumbled apart by inches. This bizarre scene caused the pupils of the Stone Imperial clan to contract violently. He jerked back a few steps, stared at Su Yu, and snapped. Who the hell are you? The power of his attack was extraordinary. Even a late-stage divine mansion could not ignore it, let alone still simply using his physical body to resist it. Su Yu's face was expressionless. Stone human race? I remember my family bred some of them. Aren't they just hard laborers for mining? How come in your mouth? It's nobler than the human race? His voice was indifferent, and a chill flashed in his eyes. Unbridled. The Stone Imperial clan is not to be insulted. Boy, you're in big trouble. The stone man grimaced. Oh, really? Then I'd like to try your weight. Su Yu coldly laughed as his body's breath burst out, and in an instant, it was like a volcano erupting. Bang! 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 Just his breath alone caused the stone man to be unable to stand still, and his figure fell out in a sorry state. So strong, Red Lotus and Mu Qianxue both sighed in admiration. Worthy of being a gongzi, his cultivation had refined a bit more than before he entered the inheritance land. What kind of demon are you? You? The stone man struggled to rise from the ground, a strong look of scorn filling his face. The dead need not know. So you did not bother to talk any more nonsense and directly offered the burial god sword tire and chopped down with a sword. In a blink of an eye, the void distorted and the wind and clouds changed. It was as if this heaven and earth were about to collapse, and the entire world was eclipsed by the fall of a sword. No way! The stone man's fists clenched tightly, and all of his aura surged out crazily, forming two behemoths in front of him to fend off the burial god sword tire. Boo! Accompanied by a dull collision sound, the stone man directly exploded, spilling shattered flesh all over the sky. Out of your depth. Suyu slightly shook his head and smoothly sent the remnants of the corpse into the heaven-devouring demon jar to be refined. Then he picked up a star stone and began to refine it. Only, without waiting for him to calm down and cultivate, another voice suddenly sounded behind him. Brother Dao, you're so fierce. I've been looking at this stone man with displeasure for a long time. I didn't expect Brother Dao to solve it with a light touch. I admire you. Suyu impatiently turned his head to look, only to see that person holding floating dust, clad in green-colored Taoist robes, quite a bit of immortal style and Taoist posture. At the same time, the system beep sounded, detected the appearance of a great fortune maker in the host's surroundings. Chapter 75 Brother Dao, are you free to dig a grave together? Name, Li Chongqing. Cultivation, perfection of the divine mansion realm. Physique, innate Taoist body, Taoist body. Remarks, the Dao son of the Dao sect of the upper realm. Proficient in trigram calculations, with deep innate chi, known as a rare in 10,000 years supreme genius. It finally showed up. Suyu was immensely pleased. After entering the inheritance land for so long, I can be considered to have seen a great chi master. Brother Dao, what's that look in your eyes? Li Chongqing felt the gaze and a bad premonition steeply rose in his heart. He frowned slightly and pinched his fingers. But he could only see a mist. Strange, Li Chongqing whispered, his face changing, but no matter how much he deduced, he still couldn't see anything about Suyu. As time passed, fine beads of sweat actually surfaced on Li Chongqing's forehead, and his face gradually paled. Li Chongqing, the son of Qi Luck, has been revolted. The villain value is plus 10,000. How? Li Chongqing was a bit shocked. He considered himself to be gifted with an innate Dao body, and was a person close to the Dao. Ever since he was a child, he had never missed a beat in his deduction path. Even if they bumped into some of the saints who had entered the saints, they would be able to deduce one or two things. But, it's just as well. Li Chongqing shook off his head, and then he said with a look of interest, Dao brother, is there any interest in going to dig a grave with me? Suyu was thinking about how to harvest the villain's value, but suddenly heard Li Chongqing's words, and suddenly froze. Surprised, digging a grave? Whose grave? Ha ha ha, what other dead man's grave is worth digging here? You say? Li Chongqing said with an uplifted face. The chances of this inheritance land are just like that. Even if one obtains the final inheritance, it will be nothing more than that. After saying that, fearing Suyu's refusal, Li Chongqing continued to browbeat. Don't think I'm bragging. This eternal ancient emperor, although he is called a great emperor, he is only in the half-imperial realm, and the inheritance of the kung fu he left behind will only allow you to cultivate up to the supreme realm at the most, which is not interesting at all. But it would be different if we dug up his tomb. It's the lifelong treasures of a half-emperor realm. There must be countless riches and treasures inside. So if you get it, you'll surely soar to great heights and cross the 9 heavens. And, all you need to do in this matter is to contribute to help me open the tomb. Speaking of this, Li Chongqing's eyes were glowing. At those words, Suyu fell into silence. Why would a Dao son of the Dao sect, who was known to be a supreme genius once in 10,000 years, be so excited when talking about the matter of grave robbing? That enthusiasm, even Suyu was somewhat infected by it, and a few thoughts were born in his heart. What are you still considering, Dao brother? I wouldn't tell anyone else about such a heavenly good thing, if it weren't for the fact that the sword you chopped out just now had the chance to break open the entrance to the tomb. I wouldn't bother with you. Li Chongqing chattered on, seemingly very dissatisfied with Suyu's hesitation. Shut up, Suyu frowned. Lead the way. He seems to know why he was nailed to the other side with a sword. However, even knowing a corner of the future, Suyu still had to go, because he himself was not interested in that inheritance. Entering the inheritance land was also just for the sake of the woman who appeared in the Destruction Luck Atlas. Now, why not? When you can acquire something more valuable along the way? Ha. Being reprimanded, Li Chongqing was not the slightest bit annoyed, but instead grinned and said, Good Liu, Daoist brother, please follow me. Suyu turned his head and commanded the 3 girls, You guys cultivate at ease. I'll go and return. Where are you going, my lord? Red Lotus slowly opened her eyes, which were filled with incomprehension. Oh, I'm going to go dig a grave with the others. Ha? Red Lotus opened her mouth wide, a bit dumbfounded, and subconsciously asked, Whose grave are you going to dig? Hong Gu Da Di. Hiss. Suyu did not care about them anymore. His footsteps were light and fast, and he soon disappeared. Chapter 76 The titular Daozi, almost shaken to death by the aftershock? Dao brother, this is where the great emperor's tomb is located. Under Li Chongqing's guidance, Suyu stopped in his tracks. Ahead, a flat, uninteresting mound. Suyu's eyes moved slightly in thought. He knew that the Hong Gu Da Di was not truly dead, to be precise. Even the entire inheritance land was transformed by his dantian. So, what was the tomb of the great emperor of Hanggu that Li Changqing claimed to have discovered? Had. Dao brother. Now you've seen it all. Li Changqing stood and watched from afar for a while. His eyes revealed scorching heat, and he fiercely pointed out a finger towards the mound. Yin and Yang alternate, the stars lead the way. The Big Dipper points north, and the door to the tomb opens itself. Boom! There was a loud bang. That originally ordinary mound actually cracked right open, revealing a dark cave. Dao brother, there are both dangers and opportunities down here, so think it over. Li Changqing grinned. Then he took the lead and jumped down from the tomb, disappearing inside the cave. Oh, it's quite professional. Suyu shook his head and laughed, followed by leaping into the tomb after him. The chamber was dark and gloomy, and the space was narrow enough for only 2 people to walk side by side. Suyu followed Li Changqing in 7 turns and went through 6 stone doors before walking to a wide stone hall. The further Suyu walked in, the more he felt something was wrong. Even if Hanggu Dadi really built a tomb for himself, he wouldn't have made it so shabby, right? Are you sure that this side is really the tomb of the Hanggu emperor? Suyu frowned and asked, unable to help but begin to doubt his decision. Li Changqing's face pulled back and he grunted coldly. Is brother Dao suspecting that I dug the wrong grave? It's completely impossible. Li Changqing stopped and immediately took out a gold silk belt from his arms. This belt was the color of purple gold, inlaid with various colors of rare materials. Extremely beautiful, and in its center, a rune was engraved, emitting a heavy pressure. This is. Suyu's eyes narrowed slightly, and his heart was astonished for a moment. He did sense the emperor's might on this belt. And that rune. It was also an exclusive mark of the emperor realm. Li Changqing wrapped the golden silk belt around his right arm, then violently raised his right palm and slashed down towards the void. Buzz. In an instant, a powerful blade flashed, directly tearing the void apart. Brother Dao, how is it? This great emperor's personal belt is something I acquired by chance from this chamber. Do you still doubt it now? Li Changqing said proudly. At first, I wasted my old nose to get my hands on it, and this is the best evidence to prove the identity of the tomb owner. Aha! Suyu nodded, no longer suspicious. Maybe Hanggu Dadi had nothing better to do than to create a cloak and dagger for himself? 100 paces or so ahead, there is a wooden door with 10 prohibitions present on top of it. The treasure we are looking for is there. Li Changqing was glowing, his eyes burning ahead. However, I was able to break 9 of the prohibitions one by one, but the defense of the last one was too terrifying, and I really couldn't do anything about it, which is why I plan to find a helper. Dao brother, listen to my orders in a moment. I'll be in charge of the 9 prohibitions in front of us, and you'll be in charge of attacking the last one. Make sure to destroy it completely. Otherwise, we're afraid that we'll only be able to return from this trip without any success again. Suyu nodded at his words. Having come all this way, he was quite eager to see what was hidden inside. The 2 of them walked briskly and soon reached the wooden door. That wooden door was covered with dense and complex lines that seemed to possess life, making people look away. I'm starting. Li Changqing took a deep breath. Then he stretched out his hands and slowly placed them on top of the wooden door. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying fluctuation erupted, instantly enveloping the entire area. In the midst of this fluctuation, it was as if Suyu saw the heavens crumble and the sun and moon fall. Breaking and snapping. Above the wooden door, a layer of faint white mist emerged, like clouds of smoke, blocking the crowd's vision. Brother Dao, it's now. I've held the last prohibition in place. Use your strongest killing move, and make sure to completely cut through this layer of prohibition. In the next moment, Li Changqing's roar suddenly sounded. The strongest killing move? Stronger than the strongest. But I'm afraid. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Aha! Swish! Without hesitation, Suyu grabbed the burial sword tire and poured all his spiritual energy into it. Not only that, Suyu also superimposed the power of space and time as much as he could on top of this sword. Rumble! Before it could be chopped out, the heavy aura of space and time fixed the surrounding space and time. Li Changqing, the son of Qi Luck, is frightened. Villain value plus 50,000. No, brother Dao, this sword of yours is too terrifying, isn't it? Li Changqing trembled. Looking at the solidified spacetime and the inheritance land that tended to collapse, he suddenly regretted a little for letting Suyu go all out. The random person he found seemed to be the most ruthless one in the entire inheritance land. However, at this moment, Suyu did not pay any attention to his surroundings. His entire mind was in this sword. Suyu's eyes lit up to the extreme. The heart is in the right place. Grabbing the burial god sword tire, he casually waved it like a gazelle. Buzz! A brilliant sword light swept through the void and ruthlessly chopped down on top of that layer of cloud smoke. Boo! Accompanied by a deafening explosive sound, the entire space shook violently. The layer of cloud smoke was directly chopped into two pieces. The fragments flew all over the sky, while the sword light still remained unabated and continued to chop horizontally towards the wooden door. Bang! The power of the sword was terrifying and overwhelming, shattering that wooden door directly. Rumble! At that moment, a deafening sound spread throughout the entire inheritance land, as if the sky was collapsing. All the inheritors looked around without fail and were taken aback. The guardian, on the other hand, had his heart beating wildly, and a bad feeling was born in his heart. Heavy damage to Li Changqing, the son of Qi, villain value plus 100,000. Ah, brother Dao, you victimized me. Li Changqing screamed miserably and directly flew out backwards, smashing on top of the ground. Above its chest, blood soared wildly, staining its clothes red. He stared with round eyes, his eyes bulging out, filled with disbelief and fear. Is this a human being? The aftermath of just one sword had caused himself to be heavily injured. Although Li Changqing's physical body was strong, it could not carry this level of collision. This kid, absolute monster, unimaginable monsters. This world's talent, really like a river of crushing carp. I thought that I, as the heir to the Daos sect, was already the first of my generation, but I did not expect. Li Changqing wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and took out an elixir from his pocket and swallowed it. Only then did his face ease a little. Su Yu's expression was equally wonderful. Why are you so weak? That sword just now. I deliberately controlled the spread of the sword chi. Such a small amount of aftershock. Is it as bad as that? Li Changqing almost spat out blood at his words. If he wasn't wearing a quasi-Saint Dao robe, he was afraid that he would have fallen under that aftermath. And as a result, you're saying that this is still the result after deliberate control? The son of Qi, Li Changqing, has an unstable Dao. Villain value plus 50,000. Ahem. Dao brother. Go in first and see what's actually inside. Li Changqing barely managed to squeeze out a smile and took the lead in stepping towards the chamber. There must be a big secret in it, and it might not be possible to say that it could make his strength soar. Aha! Su Yu followed closely behind. As soon as he stepped into it, Su Yu felt a dry and hot breath coming over his face. Li Changqing was even more directly red in the face and his eyes were round. Is this the tomb of the great emperor you were talking about? Su Yu oddly said. Not me. Li Changqing was so shocked that he couldn't speak, staring blankly at the scene in front of him, his mind somewhat short-circuited. Chapter 77. If Gong does not give up, Evergreen is willing to worship as a righteous father. Su Yu and his duo's faces were complicated to the extreme. The room in front of me was warmly and exquisitely decorated. The air was lightly scented with flowers. In the center of the room, a wide mahogany bed couch was covered with a soft brocade quilt, and the bed curtain was lightly draped, half hidden. The carved wooden shelf above the bed held a few ancient books and a few small trinkets. Across from the bedstead was a half-open window, and through the light curtains, the Milky Way could be seen over the inheritance lands. Obviously, this was some sort of means of reversing space and time, able to make this window located in the ground go straight to the starry sky of the inheritance land. Starlight poured over a pot of orchids on the windowsill, and the fragrance of the orchids intertwined with the moonlight in an extremely magnificent way. Under the windowsill, a small dresser with a delicate bronze mirror and various perfumed powders and rouges was placed on the table. Su Yu's gaze wandered around the room and finally settled on the white figure on the large bed. Gulp! The two gulped in unison. Su Yu looked at Li Changqing. I know why you were able to pick up Hong Gudidi's belt outside. How is this digging his grave? He made a secret room to hide a golden house, and you dug it up. Su Yu didn't have the good sense to say. He should have thought of it long ago. The Hong Gudadi had never died in the first place. How could a tomb exist? How do you end up digging it up for someone else's mistress now? I don't want to, do I? Li Changqing smiled sarcastically. Why don't we withdraw? The two of them exchanged glances and immediately retreated towards the back in unison. But just as it was about to exit the room, a lazy moan rang out and a stunningly beautiful woman slowly rose from the bed. She had a shapely figure, snowy skin, clear eyebrows, and a crystal-clear face. And, all wearing only a red bib, two snow-white straight legs long and straight, round and full, skin wins snow. Husband, is that you back? The woman rubbed her sleepy eyes and asked towards the two. So you pushed Li Changqing, calling you. Hurry over. I'm not surnamed Chao. Not good at this. Li Changqing laughed bitterly. Dao brother, don't mess with it. It'll kill you. That woman had a Saint Realm aura all over her body, and was clearly not a good person. Dao brother, if we don't run away while she's still in a daze, I'm afraid we won't be able to run away later. After saying that, the two of them rushed out at the same time, their speed flying. Well, The woman stifled a grunt as the confusion in her eyes dissipated and was replaced by shyness. She fiercely lowered her head, looking at the leaked spring light. Her pretty face reddened. Then she looked at the two figures that were far away. Her beautiful eyes contained fury, and chased after them towards the outside. Two lecherous thieves. Stop for me. Soon, the duo escaped out of the ground. Li Changqing breathed a sigh of relief, and just as he was about to speed up his steps, he felt a strong wind coming from behind, and his hairs stood on end. Asterisk 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 asterisk. He blushed furiously and jerked back. Boom! As the prime's palm fell, the entire sky dome seemed to collapse. The void shattered, and Li Changqing didn't even let out a miserable scream as he instantly exploded into a bloody mist. Li Changqing, the son of Qi Luck, has been seriously injured. Villain value plus 100,000. Hiss. Suyu sucked in a sharp breath of cool air. Is this wake-up call that big? Knowing that Li Changqing did not die that easily, Suyu did not have the time to care about him and quickly disappeared into space and sped towards the distance. At the same time, he said quickly under his breath, there's a reason for the injustice. It's that kid who tricked me into the room. If you have anything to do with him, go find him. Succubus, this palace will kill you today. Behind her, the woman's voice came through gritted teeth. This woman is simply unreasonable. She had clearly told the truth herself, and she had taken her anger out on herself. Stop chasing. I'll fight back. Suyu frowned and shouted. How dare you speak out of turn? The woman heard the words, the anger in her eyes even more. Even if this matter has nothing to do with you, you also looked at the body of the palace. You must pluck out both eyes before you can stop. As soon as her words fell, Suyu abruptly felt the surrounding heaven and earth aura fluctuate violently. Then, the scenery around them changed dramatically. The location where he was originally located was transformed into a pitch black, out of reach, like an abyss. Wisps of cold and eerie air currents converged from all directions. The power of space? No. I'm afraid this is the Dao domain of the Saint Realm? Suyu murmured after carefully observing. Only the power of the Dao domain could trap him instantly thousands of miles apart. A few insights. But it's useless. Suffer death. As the voice fell, a majestic pressure plummeted. Boom! The earth and sky collapsed, and a huge sword emerged, ruthlessly stabbing towards Suyu. This strike was too appalling to avoid, and directly carried a vast greatness, from top to bottom, nailing Suyu to death on top of the continent of the other side. After doing this, the woman's furrowed brows then slowly stretched out. Two lecherous thieves. It's kind of cheap for you. After putting down a sentence, the woman turned into a stream of light and disappeared. A moment later, Suyu, who was nailed to the ground by the giant sword, suddenly sighed quietly. This Li Changqing, pitiful. After the Saint Realm utilized the Dao domain, it was simply so fast that he was unable to counteract it. However, even if it was the Saint Realm, it was impossible to kill him, with the presence of the power of time and space. Unless the opponent was able to cut down Suyu on all time periods in an instant, it was all useless. Brother Dao, I didn't screw you over. Li Changqing's voice sounded quietly. With 1,000 calculations, how could I have known that Honggu Dadi had a concubine? Hey, but it wasn't a wasted trip. Look, what's this? Li Changqing heatedly smiled and took out a storage ring and handed it to Suyu. Taoist brother, this time, we agreed to split it in half when we walked the cave. This is your share. Suyu's eyes moved slightly and his figure instantly became illusory. In the next moment, he actually disappeared from under the sword like an instant, and then appeared in front of Li Changqing intact, without even a single scratch on his body. Good skills, Dao brother. Li Changqing scared and marveled. You're not so bad. Suyu rolled his eyes and looked inside the storage ring. This, 5 holy soldiers, 10 supreme Dan, and a quasi-imperial Dao weapon fragment? You're killing it again? Li Changqing grinned and patted his chest. That's for sure. That smelly slapped me and slashed your sword. These things will be taken as compensation. How about it, Dao brother? See if I'm good? Not looking. Suyu took a deep breath and pointed behind Li Changqing. Don't care about all that nonsense. Think about how to get out first. I'm afraid she won't rest so easily this time. The smile on Li Changqing's face gradually stiffened. Turning his head, he saw that the woman was staring at him with a face full of fury and an icy expression. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Li Changqing exploded. He was scared out of his wits. Taoist brother, help me. I've already used up my means of saving my life. If I die again this time, I'm afraid I'll really be finished. You have no means to save your life and you're still going to die? The bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. As the saying goes, the richer you are, then go beg her to leave you alone. Righteous father, Li Changqing, the son of Qi, recognizes you as his righteous father. Villain value plus 200,000. Chapter 78. Who let him call me righteous father? You boy. Looking at the system prompt in front of him, Suyu burst into tears. This kid doesn't just talk the talk. He really recognizes his father. It's just a matter of saying this. Can we not have this good old boy? Ugh. Can't get enough of you. Suyu shook his head and stepped forward, blocking in front of Li Changqing. Righteous father, over to you. Li Changqing let out a strange cry and hurriedly hid behind Suyu. He was truly afraid, sneaking off to the lower realm to dig a grave all by himself. The elders of the clan didn't know his whereabouts at all. Plus the means to save his life was used up. If he was a bit more tough-talking, he was afraid that he would really be finished. Shameless people. Not only did you peek at this palace, but you also dared to steal this palace's treasures. Today you will surely die. The palace dress woman's pretty face was red, and her eyes were blazing as she glared at the Suyu duo. With that flat body of yours? Who's shy to look at it? Suyu was speechless for a while. Also, can be eaten indiscriminately, but words can't be spoken indiscriminately. I didn't steal your treasure. We have to be reasonable in everything, right? Fart. When the woman heard this, her irritation increased. How dare you argue? The palace clearly saw you two share the spoils with your own eyes, and now you don't admit it? Suyu's face remained unchanged. What sharing of stolen goods? That is what my righteous son honored me with. How do I know where he got it from? Then this palace will kill him first. The woman let out a delicate humph. Her foot gently stepped on the ground, and her entire body transformed into a flash of residual shadow and pounced towards Li Changqing. Boom! A loud bang came. This time, however, the woman did not gain any advantage in Suyu's hands, and just as she approached, she was shaken out by a vast great power. Quasi-Emperor Dawnguard? Looking at the huge devil jar that emerged above Suyu's head, the woman's face sank. This junior actually has a Quasi-Emperor Dao weapon in his possession? No wonder it's so arrogant. Moreover, she sensed that the demonic jar contained a rich baleful aura, and it was definitely more than just an ordinary Quasi-Emperor Dao weapon. Dao brother, you're too good. Looking at the magic jar suspended above Suyu's head, Li Changqing was dumbfounded for a while and couldn't help but gulp down his saliva. With this in your possession, I'm afraid the tomb of a great emperor can be dug up, right? Damn it. The woman's face was ugly. Feng was still able to catch Suyu off guard with his Dao domain, but now, he had already sacrificed the Quasi-Emperor Dao soldier and was already in an invincible position. Since you say you want to be reasonable, let's be reasonable. The woman's eyes narrowed slightly as she pointed at Li Changqing. He is the one who led you to offend the palace's chambers, and he is the one who stole the palace's treasures alone. Then you will hand him over, and this matter will be over, and the palace will no longer pursue your responsibility. How? Seeing that the hard way would not work, the woman turned to a different tactic. That's not good. Why? I thought you said to be reasonable? The woman frowned. Suyu shrugged his shoulders and said blandly, this Gongzi is most protective of his shortcomings. As the saying goes, helping a relative is not helping. Since he recognized me as his righteous father, then I have to protect him. Li Changqing was filled with emotion. Dao brother. No. Righteous father is above. Receive a bow from my child. Hearing Suyu's words, the woman's eyebrows rose up and she said in a chilling voice, you are teasing this palace? Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have a Quasi-Emperor Dao soldier protecting you. The two of you are only at the Divine Mansion realm. Even if you have a Quasi-Emperor Dao soldier, how many times can you command it? Suyu sneered. Teasing? Is there a possibility that if I wanted to make a move, you would have already turned into a withered bone? Good. So much for bullying this palace. Ha! The woman sniffed and took a deep breath, as if she had made some sort of resolution. She raised her head, her eyes looking at the starry sky, and then she shouted, husband, someone is bullying me. She hadn't wanted to expose this layer of relationship with the Hangu Emperor. After all, it was supposed to be out of sight. If this matter were to spread out, the reputation of the Hangu Emperor would definitely be damaged. As the confidant of the great emperor, she would not have wanted this, but nowadays, it's really forced. As her voice fell, a strong and extreme pressure steeply erupted in the void. This pressure came from the sky, causing all the existences in the entire inheritance ground to fall to their knees. The guardian's face changed drastically. Empyrean has awakened. What's going on? Could it be that kid caused it again? He struggled to get a look at what was going on, but couldn't get up from the pressure. At the same time, Li Changqing and Suyu's faces changed and they had difficulty breathing. However, the duo did not directly kneel down like the others. Pust. Li Changqing's face twisted as he violently spat out a mouthful of blood. Is this the pressure of an emperor? Looking at the blood on the ground, Li Changqing's eyeballs turned. Fool in heart. Actually with the blood of the heart to calculate a fortune. Looking at the trigram display, the corners of Li Changqing's mouth gradually raised. Daikichi. Daikichi. Obviously, his internal organs were badly broken, but he laughed out loud and said, "Brother Dao, you are truly a precious person to me." Li Changqing's Taoist robe was hunting. His breath was condensed, but there was actually a sign of a breakthrough. He looked to Suyu. "Righteous father, it's all up to you." After saying that, he directly sat on the ground, actually trying to make a breakthrough on the spot. At this moment, Suyu, however, didn't care about this bastard at all. Eyes fixed on the sky above, detected the appearance of a great fortune maker in the host's surroundings. Name, Chingu. Cultivation, half-step Great Emperor Realm. Physique, Tai-Bai Big Dipper body, supreme level. Remarks, at the age of 3, he built his body. At the age of 5, he formed a Dan. And at the age of 60, he achieved the Saint Realm, which is a rare hegemon in the ancient times. He once entered the Emperor's path with an invincible momentum, and ultimately made a half-move and achieved semi-imperialism. Hong Gu Da Di, is he really not dead? He muttered, his eyes flickering with light. Great Emperor's pressure, it is indeed something good. As the words fell, Suyu actually also sat on the ground. Utilizing this Emperor's might, he began to mend the broken corner of the heaven-devouring demon jar. "You guys." At the sight, the woman was shocked and angry. The Great Emperor was about to come out, but these two were busy with their breakthroughs while the other was focused on repairing their magic treasures, not putting the Honggu Great Emperor in their eyes at all. Rumbling. In the starry sky, thunder rolled, and there was a huge silhouette slowly taking shape, terrifyingly incomparable. It was an illusory humanoid appearance, with a pitch-black long sword behind it, emitting a cold killing machine. Swish! He opened his eyes like two great suns rising to illuminate the ages. His gaze swept over the Suyu duo below, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. "Ha! These two young people, they're not simple. One is the Dao son of the current generation of the Dao sect, and another." His eyes twinkled. When he saw Li Changqing, a flash of scorn flashed in his eyes. After all, the Dao sect was one of the top 10 sects in the upper realm, and had also been the one to produce a great emperor existence. The sect's heritage was extremely deep. If he was in his heyday, he would naturally be unafraid. But now, he only had the remnants of his soul as well as a few strands of emperor's thoughts left to exist, and he simply couldn't afford to provoke the other party. And at the sight of Suyu, he realized that this strand of emperor's thoughts could not even be seen through. "Who are you?" The Hanggu emperor looked at Suyu and asked in a low voice. Suyu was busy mending the heaven-devouring demon jar, but in the face of the great emperor's inquiry, he still took the time to reply. "Su's last name?" Din Yen muttered, his face becoming more and more complicated. If this son's origin was what he thought it was, then I'm afraid that it would be even harder to deal with than the Dao sect's Dao son. After thinking for a moment, Emperor Yen slowly descended. "Husband." The woman made a flying leap into her arms. Din Yen gathered him into his arms and inquired, "Are you saying that you were bullied by these two divine mansion realm brats? How did they bully you?" "They..." The woman gritted her teeth and said indignantly, "These two lecherous thieves sneaked into my slave's boudoir, wanting to plot against my slave. And when I found out, the peach died, but they also looked at my slave's body, and stole the treasures that you sent to slave's treasures." Upon hearing this, the Hanggu emperor immediately narrowed his eyes, and his aura slowly drew up around him. Rumble! The emperor's might was as thick as water, causing the two of them, Suyu, to tremble. However, the duo was not surprised but pleased. One breakthrough becomes faster. One mends the magic treasure faster. Li Changqing even rolled his eyes. "Righteous father is right. On your flat body, who rare to see strip naked and throw the Taoist master won't even take a look, but also want to plot against you. Are you looking for death?" The Hanggu emperor coldly snapped. At this point, the duo was finally unable to continue ignoring this half-emperor and stopped with a look of intent. Li Changqing sighed and looked at Suyu. "Dao brother, your judgment was indeed correct. This old thing is indeed still alive." Saying that, Li Changqing took out a violet wood Dao card from his bosom. "Originally, I wanted to get along with you guys as ordinary people. But now, Master Dao, I'm not pretending anymore. Showdown. Master Dao is an heir to the Dao sect, Heavenly Xian Daoist, my master." When he said that, the room was silent for 3 seconds. Li Changqing had a smug look on his face and made a wink towards Suyu. "Dao brother, do you want to recognize me as a righteous father now? Even if this eternal ancient Emperor Nian makes a move, he can still keep you safe and sound." Suyu shook his head slightly. "You'd better save yourself first." Li Changqing's smile froze, snapping back. Instead, he only felt confined by a terrifying force. He lifted his head with difficulty and was horrified to find that a huge palm had appeared in front of his chest. Li Changqing was instantly grabbed by the giant palm and imprisoned in midair. The Hanggu Emperor Nian said coldly, So what if you are an heir to the Daos sect? No one can protect you today if you insult this emperor's people like this. No. No way. Li Changqing despaired. He was flirting with Suyu just now, but now he was actually slapped in the face in seconds? Is this eternal Emperor Nian really reckless? If we kill him, the Daos sect's retaliation will be thunderous. Click. Li Changqing's fleshly body crumbled inch by inch, and his face changed drastically. Asterisk. Hong Gu. Are you for real? This emperor was already hopelessly resurrected and is already dying. Why do you think this emperor should be afraid? The Hanggu Emperor Nian sneered. It was ridiculous that this Daos sect heir still wanted to use his power to suppress others, not realizing that he was already nearing the end of his rope. So where did he need to consider those nebulous threats? Grass. Li Changqing was completely flustered and looked at Suyu, righteous father. I'm really relying on you this time. Help. Mustn't you? Suyu glanced at him and indifferently said, still pretending? Cough. Li Changqing coughed dryly and smiled sarcastically. I was just joking. Righteous father, don't take it seriously. What tricks do you have to make out quickly? I really can't stand it anymore. Suyu didn't bother to pay attention to this pitiful bastard. His gaze fell to the emperor's thoughts in the void, and he said indifferently, even though it was my son who was at fault first, there's no way around it. Who let him call me a righteous father? Let him go, or else I'll chop your emperor's mind right now. Chapter 79. The woman above the long river of time and space. Threatening Hung Gu Din Yen. Villain value plus 200,000. When these words came out, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The woman in the palace dress looked like she was looking at a dead person. I didn't expect this kid to be so stupid that he dared to call out the great emperor. Li Changqing even briefly forgot about the physical pain and said with admiration, worthy of being my righteous father. Ox. And at this moment, the Hanggu Emperor Nian laughed in anger, his eyes staring at Suyu without blinking for a long time, and then laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. He laughed out loud. How many years has it been? I don't know how many years this emperor hasn't heard such words. I didn't expect that it would come from the mouth of a mere divine mansion realm junior. Honggu Di Nian shook his head, his palm slowly pressed down. Whether or not you're from that Su family, today, you will surely die. Rumble. With this action of his, the dome of the sky suddenly darkened, as if the entire sky had collapsed. Berserk and matchless breath swept down, suppressing the world. Suyu's face was heavy as he immediately urged the heaven-devouring demon jar to include himself and Li Changqing. Buzz. Countless chains crossed the sky, hard against that shocking palm. Bang! In an instant, the chains exploded like tofu dregs. The monstrous palm print rushed straight down and slapped on top of the heaven-devouring demon jar, and the demonic chi surged. Rumble. The entire inheritance land trembled, and countless buildings turned into flying ash. The rest of the inheritors were even more miserable, and a small half of the inheritors didn't even have time to scream before they were shaken into flying dust by the aftermath of this strike. Suyu's face was gloomy to the extreme. The Hanggu Emperor was too strong. Even though he was only a half-emperor and there was only one emperor's thought left, he was still terrifying. I'm afraid I can't deal with it with just the heaven-devouring demon jar. Moreover, the void-breaking desperate slash had also been used only a short while ago, and today's longevity simply did not support slashing out that sword again. Does it mean calling people? Suyu thought about it and shook his head again. He didn't want to do it until he had to. What to do? Suyu's brows furrowed as his mood grew heavy. Great Emperor, rest your anger. Just then, a shout came from the distance. Suyu could see through the heaven-devouring demon jar and realized that it was actually the Guardian. The Guardian shouted as he approached. Great Emperor, this son carries the tie by Heavenly Dipper body, and is my carefully selected heir for you. Successor? This brat just said that he would behead this emperor, and you're telling me that you want to accept him as a successor? The Hanggu Emperor's face was teasing. Ha! The Guardian shuddered, his forehead sweating, and hastily explained. No. Boo! A muffled sound came. The Guardian actually blew up directly. Humph. This emperor doesn't need anyone to teach this emperor how to do things. The Hanggu Emperor Nian flung out his sleeves, his face full of coldness. Suyu froze in place with mixed emotions. This Guardian was a bit of a pit and had a bit of a nasty personality, but all in all, he was quite nice. But now, it's just dead? He's been running for you for tens of thousands of years, and you're just going to kill him? Suyu asked. Griffins are just ants. So what if I kill them? The Hanggu Emperor Nian disdainfully said, seemingly not feeling that what he did was wrong. It would be an honor for him to die for this emperor. Suyu took a deep breath. Immediately, his face grew cold as he silently urged the heaven-devouring demon jar. Buzz! In the next moment, the heaven-devouring demon jar transformed into a dark light and sped northward. Halfway through, the devil jar stretched out 3 chains, taking Red Lotus and the others inside. Gongzi! Luckily you're fine. Just now the Hanggu Emperor's emperor thoughts seemed to have gone berserk and killed many inheritors. Red Lotus chest rose and fell with a worried expression. Su Yu nodded. I know. That guy is chasing after him. Red Lotus' small mouth opened slightly. Ha! Su Yu did not explain too much and just concentrated on driving the heaven-devouring demon jar. His eyes were dead set on the north. There, between the flashes of Aurora Borealis, a woman's silhouette could be vaguely seen to exist. You, at last. Vaguely, a murmur came from Su Yu's ears, but when Su Yu listened carefully, he didn't hear anything. With complicated eyes, he once again accelerated the speed of the heaven-devouring demon jar. The doubts in his mind increased. Who is that woman? Really? Chapter 80. A glance at the great emperor? Kid, don't think that you can be lawless just because you're relying on a quasi-emperor Dao weapon. In this place, this emperor is the will of heaven. Those who disobey will only die. The pale emperor's might was like an abyss, like a sea enveloping the entire void, while that Su Yu who was locked by the emperor's might was unmoved. You old man is quite nagging. You'll have something to cry about later. Su Yu skimmed his mouth. Well. Hanggu Dinyan was slightly stunned, not expecting this kid to be so bold and daring. Being in the world transformed by his own fleshly Dantian still dared to be so arrogant. This emperor would like to see where you can escape to. The Hanggu Emperor Nian sneered coldly, like a cat playing with a mouse, condensing imperial might from time to time and bombarding the surface of the heaven-devouring demon jar, shocking Su Yu and the others inside for a while. Click! Under this level of bombardment, the heaven-devouring demon jar was gradually overwhelmed, and the corner that had only just been mended began to show signs of crumbling again. Old thing, do you know who my son is? How dare you treat him like that? I advise you that you'd better be sensible, or the consequences will be hard to predict. Seeing this, both Red Lotus and Mu Qianxue couldn't hold back the anger in their hearts and spoke out threats. However, with regards to their words, the Hanggu Emperor Nian only turned a deaf ear and didn't bother to pay attention to them at all. Kid, how is it? I'm afraid this turtle shell of yours won't last long. Hanggu Dinyan swept over Su Yu's several people with contempt. He had already planned to capture Su Yu back and slowly torture him to death. Ever since he had failed to prove his Dao and his lifespan had dried up, his Dao heart had become more and more gray. If we can crush these young jokers, we can satisfy some of the mind-soothing, I guess. Bang, bang. Accompanied by two bursts of sound, the heaven-devouring demon jar once again showed a thin crack. Righteous Father, you and the three righteous mothers think of a solution. Inside the magic jar, Li Changqing anxiously said, what are you boys babbling about? Su Yu, who was already annoyed, was even more irritated when he heard his off-key words. Ahem, I think what he said is quite good. A blush surfaced on Honglian's cheeks as she cast an appreciative look at Li Changqing. I don't know why these two became father and son after one trip out, but light did sound pretty neutral. Mu Qianxue lowered her head and didn't say anything, but judging from her face it should be similar to Red Lotus. Su Xiaoyu, on the other hand, had a complicated expression on her face, not knowing what she was thinking. Righteous Father, if we really can't, let's fight him. Li Changqing's gaze flashed and he suddenly appeared in front of Su Yu. He reached out and pointed at the everlasting emperor thought outside the heaven-devouring demon jar. I still have a great sage Dao armament on me, so if I explode it, along with this quasi-emperor Dao armament of yours, I might have a chance. After all, he's currently not that half-emperor himself, he's just an emperor's thought, and will only be attacking with emperor's might from start to finish. Su Yu's eyes flickered as he sniffed. After a moment, he nodded slowly. I'll make one last attempt, and if it doesn't work, I'll do what you say. Su Yu raised his eyes to the distance. Now, they had already flown through the 7 levels of the inheritance land, and were only a stone's throw away from that final level, the extremely cold heavenly plains. Interesting, this emperor loves to watch the struggles of mole crickets. Hanggu Dinyan smiled brightly as he swept the palatial woman into his arms and slipped his hand into the hem of her skirt. The palace-suited woman's pretty face blushed, but she didn't stop it, but took the initiative to lift up her dress. With a rhythmic rhythm, the Hanggu Emperor Nian trembled before pushing the woman away. Against all odds, seeing this scene, Li Changqing had an odd look on his face. Worthy of being a great emperor? You are so fast. I feel that I should give you an additional title. The first fast man of the ancient world. Asshole. Looking for death. The Hanggu Emperor Nian was furious, and 2 beams of divine aura were ejected from his pupils, stabbing straight at Li Changqing. Pust. In just a split second, the heaven-devouring demon jar was directly pierced through. 2 bloody holes then appeared in Li Changqing's chest, and his body violently collapsed. Asterisk. This guy's been playing us before. Li Changqing covered his heart and reacted fiercely. If he is at full strength, this devil jar cannot resist the slightest bit, but it is on the side. When Su Yu heard this, His eyes were also heavy. He is trying to let us see hope before wiping it out with one hand. He took a deep breath and smoothed out his emotions. The other party was an emperor realm existence after all, and it made sense that the current him could not fight against it. Suyu held his breath and drove the heaven-devouring demon jar, directly plunging headlong into the middle of the extremely cold heavenly plains. Is it even straight there? Looking at the heaven-devouring demon jar that had disappeared into the extremely cold heavenly plains, the Hangu Emperor Nian raised an eyebrow. Husband, how's it going? The palatial woman asked. This little guy is very smart. The Hangu Emperor Nian smiled faintly. He actually knows of the existence of that region, which is the only place in the inheritance lands that this emperor cannot control. After saying that, the Hangu Emperor Nian's body dissipated and flew after him. So what if you escape into it? It's just a slower death. Extremely cold sky plains, glaciers capped. As far as the eye could see, there were silver-white peaks, lakes, grass, woodlands, and so on, as if they were eternally still. A cold wind whistled past, blowing up frosty flowers in the sky and covering the entire sky plain. Moreover, the higher the height, the more horrible the wind and snow became. When he was about to reach the top of the heavenly plains, even with the hardness of the heaven-devouring devil canister, it was still difficult to withstand the storm that appeared, and dense scratches appeared on the devil canister. Righteous Father, at this rate, I'm afraid we won't be able to reach the top, Li Changqing said with incomparable worry. Suyu's face was calm. We have to climb even if we can't. If we can't go up, then we will definitely die today. As he said that, he glanced at the wound on Li Changqing's chest. It was clearly a strike from a great emperor's imperial thought, but now it was on the verge of healing. It seemed that this guy wasn't as unbearable as he appeared to be, and there were probably quite a few more undercards. Suyu slightly shook his head, intending to directly throw him out to try if he really can't in a while. Righteous Father, what is that look in your eyes? Li Changqing was a little uneasy as he got a chill down his spine from the look. Suyu shrugged non-committally. Nothing, it's not important. As his words fell, he immediately urged the heaven-devouring demon jar to rush towards the top. Rumble. However, right at this moment, a sudden change occurred, only to see the surrounding void violently shaking, unexpectedly solidifying in an instant. At the same time, a magnificent figure actually appeared in front of the crowd. It was actually the Hangu Dinyan. He actually didn't know when he had surpassed Suyu and the others and was waiting here in advance. Suyu's pupils suddenly shrunk and he hurriedly stopped the magic jar. Immediately afterward, he felt that the entire heaven-devouring demon jar was actually imprisoned, completely unable to move. Suyu's eyes flickered. A great emperor, but he also likes to play such underhanded tactics? The corners of Hangu Emperor Nian's mouth flared up in a sneer. A bunch of humble ants. A single thought from this emperor can determine your life and death. The more you struggle, the more excited this emperor will be. Since you chose this place as your burial place, then this emperor will fulfill you. The Hangu Emperor Nian let out a cold snort, and then his right foot violently stomped on the ground. Cut it out. The void exploded. The crowd only felt the heavy shadow of death coming over them. The Emperor's Nian struck out, and it was simply impossible to fight against it. Any means were futile in front of it. Is it really necessary to stop here? Suyu looked at the small sword in the middle of his sea of consciousness. I wonder, can the old man beat this guy? I'm afraid it won't work, right? Hangu Da Di is the realm of the half-emperor? If the great emperor doesn't come out, who can fight against him? Ha ha ha, Junior, obediently suffer death. The Hangu Emperor Nian laughed recklessly, buzzing. Just then, the entire space and time shook. A radiant to the extreme haze bloomed from the very top of the extremely cold heavenly plains. The aurora borealis was like a sea, flowing in the depths of the sky. It was as if the crowd saw a river running through the past and the future. The great Tao was chiming, and countless laws were surging wildly and cheering. It seemed that some existence that was terrifying to the extreme was about to descend. A frightening fluctuation spread out, and the entire inheritance ground trembled, about to collapse and disintegrate. The fluctuation of the great Tao. It's the aura of the great Tao. The Hangu Emperor's laughter came to an abrupt end as he stared at the top of the extremely cold heavenly plain with horror in his eyes. How can it be? He mumbled in disbelief. It wasn't until he saw a delicate and stunning figure floating at the top of the extremely cold heavenly plains that he was completely certain that it was none other than the Great Tao. The figure that he had branded from the Great Tao that day when he witnessed the Tao. She was beautifully dressed in purple. That face, it didn't even look like anything on earth. Although there was only one person, the oppression given to the Hangu Emperor's thoughts was strong to the extreme. Who the hell are you? The Hangu Emperor Nian spoke with difficulty. His body couldn't even help but tremble slightly. You don't deserve to know. The woman lightly opened her vermilion lips and faintly said. As the words fell, the Hangu Emperor Nian violently spat out a mouthful of blood. Husband, the palatial woman exclaimed. However, In the next moment, she was directly pulled in front of her by the Hanggu Emperor Nian as a shield to resist that divine might. Boo! The woman's heart instantly exploded, her eyes bulging with incredulity. Husband, it would be an honor for you to die for this emperor, the Hanggu Emperor Nian indifferently said. Immediately, the woman in the palace dress was casually thrown by his hand, and her body fell straight down. This old thing, it's really ruthless, Li Changqing couldn't help but spit out. Indeed, not as good as a single strand of hair from the Gongzi. Red Lotus nodded heavily. Suyu acted although not conventional, but also by no means this kind of thinly veiled person. Compared with it, can be said to be a complete victory. Humph, what does a mere mole cricket know? After utilizing his little lover to block the blow, the Hanggu Emperor Nian violently fled towards the outside. He still didn't know the identity of the woman in the sky, but he knew that if he didn't run again, this strand of his emperor's thought would surely perish. Rumble! The Hanggu Emperor's thoughts instantly shattered the void and disappeared hundreds of millions of miles away. However, the woman in purple only glanced lightly. Boo! Hanggu Emperor Nian, fall. Hanggu Di Nian broken. Villain value +2. 000. Chapter 81 The Man Out of Time and Space. Luo Yao. Congratulations to the host for reaching the achievement, Destroy the Emperor. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the reward, the Supreme Physique Fujing Dao Body. Congratulations to the host for triggering the long-term quest, Sweeping the World. Every strong enemy above the Sate realm that is defeated will be rewarded handsomely as well as villainous value. Hiss. Seeing this, the crowd all drew in a breath of cold air, their eyes filled with shock. This is so shocking. With just a look, the great emperor's imperial thought was directly shattered, powerless to fight back. One must know that this was an emperor realm existence. Even if only the last remnant of his soul was left, it was still enough to sweep through the upper realms, and no one would be able to fight against it without the great emperor coming out. And now, it was wiped out alive by a mysterious woman. With a single look, Red Lotus and the others were all filled with fear, not daring to gaze. Even Li Changqing, who had always been hangdog, had a serious look on his face at the moment, looking at his feet without slanting his eyes, both hands trembling. We, know each other? And just in the atmosphere where the air was on the verge of freezing, Suyu was the one who suddenly raised his head and looked at the purple-clothed woman in the sky above, asking. This sudden statement could scare the crowd. Red Lotus was filled with worry, fearing that the woman would wipe Suyu out with another look. Li Changqing silently gave a thumbs up, worthy of the man that Master Dao has called out hundreds of times as his righteous father. This kind of taboo existence dares to accost him. He has guts. As Suyu's words fell, the purple-clothed woman in the sky actually suddenly spread her face and smiled. Don't you remember me, Brother Su? She cocked her head slightly, revealing her white teeth. Brother Suwu? Hearing those 4 words, Red Lotus, Mu Qianxue and Li Changqing instantly froze. Suyu, brother? This horrible woman actually called Suyu her brother? Be a good boy. Li Changqing immediately only felt his mouth dry. This righteous father of his origin is a bit shocking. I'm afraid. At first, he only guessed that the other party was from some ancient emperor clan, but now, I'm afraid it's far more than that. Suyu, on the other hand, slightly raised his eyebrows as he looked at the woman in front of him, not expecting that the other party really knew him. You really don't remember me? The purple-clothed woman carried disappointment above her pretty face. Suyu frowned and thought hard disking the memories in his mind, but he was unable to find out the slightest clue about this woman, ultimately only shaking his head. I'm sorry, I really can't think of anything. The woman in purple smiled and nodded slightly. Just as well. Perhaps the current you does not recognize me. What's your name? Suyu suddenly asked. Luo Yao, the woman replied. After saying that, Luo Yao turned around and walked straight towards the depths of the sky dome. It seems like we met at the wrong time, so I'll take my leave first. That side of the battlefield still needs me to preside over the big picture. Luo Yao had just taken a step, when she suddenly sensed something and turned back suddenly, her beautiful eyes fixed on Suyu. The corner of her mouth outlined a light smile. Her figure appeared on Suyu's side as if it was instantaneous. Immediately, with that slender jade hand pinching Suyu's earlobe and gently pulling it, her soft and delicate body was stuck together with Suyu, exhaling her breath like an orchid, her voice soft and sticky. Brother Suyu, cheer up and cultivate. The next time we see each other again, Yaoer is afraid that she will only be able to stand behind you. After saying that, she suddenly turned her head to look at Su Xiaoyu. Right, Sister Xiaoyu? Su Xiaoyu was still in a state of stagnation, and when she was suddenly called by name, she was startled and at a loss for words. I didn't realize that the you from tens of thousands of years ago was as cute as this. Luo Yao smiled like a flower and slowly dissipated after giving Suyu a peck on his forehead. Brother Suyu, Come to the northern plains of the upper realm to look for me. The current me, I should be within the Luo family's holy land. Su Xiaoyu raised her head, only to find that Luo Yao had long disappeared. Tens of thousands of years ago? Su Yu's eyebrows became more and more tightly locked. He always felt that Luo Yao's behavior was very strange, as if it was implying something. But today he knows too little information. It's really hard to reason anything useful from just words. The only thing that was certain was that this forbidden existence named Luo Yao had a close relationship with herself in the future and seemed to be on good terms with Su Xiaoyu. And the other side revealed a bit of key information. She was the daughter of the Luo family in the upper realm. How are you doing, my lord? Red Lotus and Mu Qianxue hurriedly ran forward. One person grabbed one of Su Yu's hands. After carefully checking, see Su Yu is unharmed then relieved. Hurriedly inquired. The two of them didn't even dare to breathe a bit. Always felt that Luo Yao had a kind of hostility towards the two of them if not, for fear of opening their mouths to cause dissatisfaction in the other party. It's okay, I'm too good to be true now. Su Yu shook his head, and with a slight movement of his mind, he opened the system panel. Name, Su Yu. Cultivation, Mid-Shinfu Realm. Physique, World Body, Emperor Level. Tai Bai Big Dipper Body, Supreme Level. Central Prison Body, Supreme Level. Extreme Inferno Body, Supreme Level. And Fushang Dao Body, Supreme Level Uninherited. Innate Avatar, World Sword Intent. Universe Qiankuan. Longevity and Immortality. Innate Gengjin Qi, Virtue in Carrying Things. And Furnace of Overwhelming Inferno. Treasures, Burial Sword Tire. Four-Pole Seal. Destruction Luck Atlas. Heaven Devouring Devil Jar. Villain Value, 426,0000. This trip has been quite rewarding. Su Yu's eyes narrowed vainly. The corners of his mouth arched up as he muttered. Afterward, he called on the crowd and wanted to leave the place. After all, the purpose of his coming here had all been accomplished. That whatsoever inheritance of the eternal ancient great emperor, he wasn't interested in the slightest nowadays. Not to mention the inheritance. With the current beam between him and the Hanggu emperor, I'm afraid that the other party would go all out to blast himself to death the moment he saw him. Right? Next, after settling the Su family properly, let's go to the upper realm. Su Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. I'm afraid that he met Luo Yao in the upper realm. However, just as Su Yu urged the heaven-devouring demon jar and was about to break away from the inheritance ground, no one noticed that an extremely tiny purple-black particle had inadvertently attached itself to the heaven-devouring demon jar, and gradually drilled into the cracks on the magic jar. Its appearance was, indeed, the same as the epidemic soldiers under the glacier in the beginning, only, it is a few more points of the Hall hegemony. Chapter 82 Ascension. Through the Gate of the World. It seems a bit unreasonable to come and leave without something? When he walked to the edge of the inheritance land, Su Yu looked back and his eyes moved slightly. At this time, the inheritance land was already in a state of disrepair. After experiencing the aftermath of the emperor-level battle, the survivors were also pitifully few. Su Yu slightly shook his head. Little Black, let's be good people to the end. Since the Hanggu Emperor's thoughts have already dissipated, let's collect this world along with it. Moo, the heaven-devouring demon jar buzzed, seemingly responding to Su Yu. Li Changqing and the others looked at each other, not knowing what Su Yu was going to do. But the next moment, as billions of chains surged out of the heaven-devouring demon jar, they instantly understood in seconds. Su Yu was trying to refine the entire inheritance land. One must know that the inheritance ground was transformed from the Dantian of the everlasting emperor, meaning that he wanted to refine the Dantian of the great emperor? Li Changqing, Dao brother, if you do this, I'm afraid you're not going to be able to stop with the Hanggu emperor. Su Yu glanced at him sideways. Isn't it already immortal? Li Changqing froze, then laughed. That's true. Rumble. An apocalyptic vision descends. Although the space-time of the inheritance land was solid, it was still gradually crumbled by the heaven-devouring demon jar and forcefully dragged into the jar without anyone presiding over it. However, when the inheritance land was completely broken, the bottom of the heaven-devouring demon jar trembled violently. Su Yu raised an eyebrow, but after careful observation, he did not find any abnormality, so he did not pay much attention to it. January. Inside the Tsanqing realm, a great sun slowly rose into the sky. Qingcheng, which was originally just a corner of the border wilderness, was actually expanding and expanding at this moment, and had already become the center of the world, the focal point of the entire realm. Pops, that's all I can do for now. Su Yu slowly descended from the top of the sky dome, his gaze sweeping over the surroundings, a flash of reluctance in his eyes. Today, he would break through the sky and return to the upper realm. Not only was it because he had agreed with his family to end his training once he reached the Divine Mansion realm, but also because the laws of this lower realm were incomplete, and the limit was the Divine Mansion realm. If he continued to stay in the Tsanqing realm, then it would hinder Su Yu's future cultivation. Su Hanshan grinned. Kid, you've done well enough. What you left behind is enough for the Su family to grow. This side of the world, it's still too small for you. Hurry up. Don't talk nonsense. Let's go. Upon hearing this, Su Yu nodded. When he walked out of the inheritance land, he incidentally utilized the heaven-devouring demon jar to glean away quite a few good things. However, most of them were taken out by him and used to build the Su family. In this, there was also some selfishness present in Su Yu. The small world where the Su family was located would be of no small help to him if it developed in the future. Pops, I'll wait for you in the upper world. Su Yu lightly exhaled, and then his body rushed up to the sky. Behind him, Su Jioga, Red Lotus, Mu Qianshui, Su Xiaoyu, and Yi Feng followed closely behind. Most of them came from the upper realms, so they didn't need to cross the ascension robberies when they returned. However, Su Yu and Su Xiaoyu were different. When Su Yu was sent to the Tsunching realm, he had already been wiped of the upper realm brand. Su Xiaoyu, on the other hand, was originally a native of the Tsunching realm. Therefore, when the duo wanted to ascend, the ascension calamity also descended without warning. Rumble. Above the dome of the sky, the purple sky thundered. A majestic heavenly might descended, shaking the 8 wastelands. All of the cultivators below were all shocked. This was the most powerful ascension robbery they had ever seen in their lives, much more terrifying than any other time before. One could even feel the distortion of the void. That aura of destruction was chilling. This level was enough to easily kill any Avatar realm cultivator. Only, in front of today's Su Yu, it was completely worthless. Little fish, lean closer to me, I'll block the robbery for you. Su Yu picked Su Xiaoyu up by the waist and faintly said, this niece is currently only touching the edge of the tripod realm, and if she is rubbed by this ascension robbery, she is afraid that she will have to lose half of her life. Therefore, Su Yu planned to directly ferry it along with her share. When he raised his hand, his palm print covered the sky, directly shaking the ascension calamity hard. Bang! The giant palm condensed by the power of spacetime instantly collided with the roiling thunderclouds, emitting a shocking sound. In an instant, that thundercloud was actually hardened and shattered. Hiss! The crowd sucked in cold air and was filled with horror. A random palm, crushing the ascension robbery. This kind of strength is simply unbelievable. The previous cultivator, which is not before ascension hard preparation for dozens of hundreds of years, and finally or all the cards out, spelled magic treasure broken, and ultimately to be able to ascend. But the Su family the thunderbolt in front of him is like child's play, worthy of being a peerless heavenly pride of the ages. This kind of elegance is something to look up to. Countless cultivators all revealed expressions of worship and awe. Su Xiaoyu's beautiful eyes were streaming. Her pretty face was scarlet, and she stared at Su Yu's side face in infatuation, murmuring and whispering, brother Yu is really powerful. Rumble. After the thunderclouds shattered, roars continued to emanate from the depths of the sky, seemingly shaking with rage. An even more intense heavenly might descended, as if it was venting its anger. Gradually, a divine light shot down from the depths of the sky, ancient and modern future. Countless images flashed from the divine light. The crowd fixed their eyes on it. Herself realized that those were the scenes that had been seen since ancient times when ascended masters crossed the threshold. Moreover, as time passed, those ascending people actually had a tendency to come out from it. Countless pairs of eyes stared at Su Yu in death. In this realm, is there another outstanding person about to ascend? Had. It seems that he didn't have much luck, and actually triggered the imprints previously left by all the ascended ones at the same time. Just as well, let our seniors teach this brat a lesson. The ascended masters walked out and glanced at each other, then smiled meaningfully. Seeing this, Li Changqing hemmed and hawed and laughed. Dao brother, it seems that this world can't bear to let you go. The highest specification of the 10,000 ancients reflecting together robbery has been moved out. If I want to go, who can stop me? Su Yu remained calm, not placing the thunderbolt in his eyes in the slightest. His hands pinched, and a spiritual energy pie shot out. Each spiritual power pile was like a giant pillar running through the heavens and earth, sweeping in all directions. The dense power of spacetime blossomed. Thumbnail. In an instant, a pitch-black crack surfaced in the air. In the next moment, only countless Su Yu could be seen coming out of the cracks. The number of them was, quite literally, the same as the ascended ones that came out of that divine light. Boom! In an instant, all Su Yu did not hide a strong breath. The terror of that aura was simply appalling. There were even some ascended one projections that were close enough to be collapsed by the direct impact of this aura. What's the situation? Didn't this kid just ascend? This aura, it's at least at the peak level of divine mansion. All the ascended one projections stared wide-eyed. It's only just ascended. How can it be so exaggerated? Run! Suddenly, someone cried out in alarm. Holy, old me still has a use for this brand. Run away. Oh my god. Run. Asterisk 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 what the hell kind of demon is this? All the Ascended One projections panicked and frantically disappeared towards the distance. In no time, there was no one in front of Suyu. The roaring sound from the depths of the sky dome also gradually disappeared, as if knowing that it was no longer possible to stop Suyu. A moment later, the two golden lights slowly drooped down, falling towards Suyu and Su Xiaoyu. At the same time, a world gate opened for several people. Oh, this is the golden light of the 10,000 realms? When Red Lotus saw this, she brightened up and said, Gongzi, this is not a rare thing. It is made from the world's origin, and after absorbing it, the world brand in your and Little Fish sisters' bodies will fade away. World branding? What's that? Suyu was surprised. Red Lotus was speechless at her words. On the side, Su Joga smiled faintly and took over the conversation, saying, if Gongzi and Little Fish sister come from the Tsongqing realm, they will naturally carry the brand of this world on their bodies. If in the future an enemy wants to use this as an excuse, they can utilize this to impose curses and other means through the medium of the Tsongqing realm. And now that the Tsongqing realm has eliminated the branding on its own accord, it has also ended a period of karma for the young lord. All in all, it's considered a good thing. Upon hearing this, Suyu drifted off and looked into the depths of the sky dome. Count on you to know what you're talking about. In the next moment, he no longer stayed behind and stepped into the world gate with the crowd. Chapter 83. No. You guys dare to let Imperial Sun go digging? The crowd stepped into the Gate of Worlds, and the scene in front of them instantly changed, appearing as a boundless ocean composed of stars and worlds. Young lord, this place is the Realm Sea, and all the realms of the heavens are within it. Previously, we also passed through the Boundary Sea when we traveled to the Burial Earth, but we took a small path and couldn't see such wonders. Su Jioga slowly said. Stunning indeed. Suyu nodded his head, only feeling incomparably new. The Boundary Sea in front of him was vast and boundless, with endless seawater surging, and between the waves there were stars and rivers shining, and the world was born and died. It's a really big world, and even more shocking to him, turning his head to look back. The Tsongqing realm he was previously in was only the size of a grain of sand, and there were billions of worlds of this size in the Realm Sea. Oh, I didn't expect there to be so many ascendants today? Ahead of the crowd, there was a sudden exclamation. In the middle of the Realm Sea, several figures stared back. They were all ascendants from various small worlds. However, most of them just casually glanced at it, and then continued on their way through this Boundary Sea passage. After all, most of those who were able to ascend were the best in the world they lived in. Strong and proud, Suyu didn't care either, enjoying the scenery along the way as he similarly traveled towards the location of the upper realm. In the center of the Boundary Sea, there was a giant continent floating. It was incredibly large compared to other small worlds, and it was the Apocalypse continent, known as the Upper Realm. Young lord, the world passage we're taking is exclusive to Ascended ones, and we'll land in the East Extreme Heavenly Domain first, while the Su family is located in the middle of the ancient Forbidden Zone in the Central Heavenly Domain, and we need to cross half of the Upper Realm in order to reach it. Su Jioga softly asked. So, do you need me to contact the demon guards first and prepare a long-distance teleportation spell formation? Suyu waved his hand. There's no harm. It's been so long since he left home. There's no rush. He looked around at the crowd, his gaze lingering on Mu Qianshui as well as Ji Feng for a moment, before returning to the Su clan. It was just right to stop by these two people's clans. The two felt Suyu's gaze and their eyes became a little excited. They instantly understood that Suyu's previous promise was going to be honored. Soon, the few people had reached the East Extreme Heavenly Domain and stood in front of a boundary gate. Su Jioga took out a token from her bosom and said with reluctance in her eyes, Young lord, wait a moment. I'll go ask the leader of the demon guards to serve you. No need. Suyu faintly shook his head and gazed into Su Jioji's eyes. Jiogu, having you is enough. Su Jioji's body trembled slightly. Her face flushed slightly, and she nodded heavily. Suyu reached out and pinched her small hand. The corners of his mouth sketched out a smile, and then he took a step straight towards the inside of the boundary pass. He did not deliberately conceal his cultivation, but just after he entered within the realm pass, an inexplicable pressure descended upon him, causing him to frown slightly. Suyu turned his head to look, but he saw that the ascended ones who had previously walked in front had already crouched down one by one holding their heads, and quite a few of them still had blue and purple patches on their faces, appearing to be in quite a sorry state. What's going on? Suyu asked with a raised eyebrow. Look, what are you looking at? Hurry up and get over here to register. A young man dressed in a gorgeous brocade robe shouted angrily at Suyu. Next to him stood a woman in red, holding her chest and sneering. The earthlings from the lower realms are one more than one without eyesight. Do they have to take a beating before they are willing to recognize reality? Suyu frowned in silence. Little brother, hurry over and squat. At this time, a youth shouted towards Suyu and moved to the side at the same time, reserving a place for Suyu. Suyu's expression was subtle when he saw this. He remembered this person. When he was in the realm sea, he was so spirited that he walked with the wind. Unfortunately, only just after stepping into the upper realm, he was beaten so badly that he couldn't even walk. It's really 3 punches that shattered my dream of becoming an emperor. Seeing Suyu's hesitation to move, a few people with shackled feet on the other side also smiled bitterly and persuaded. This little brother, don't you disbelieve, although we are powerful figures in the lower realms, but here, we are just a multitude of people. I've been digging spirit stone mines here for the month of January, and I can kind of see what I'm getting at. Yes, there are thousands of ascensionists here every day alone, and those of us who can still call ourselves ancestors in the lower realms. When we come here, sometimes we can't even apply for a job as a miner, and we can only be auctioned off as slaves. I kind of know why so many people didn't want to ascend in the first place, but unfortunately it's useless to regret it now. The crowd seemed to be seeing their own shadows in Suyu, and not tolerating his suffering, they persuaded him bitterly. Seeing this, the brocade-robed youth's face was not good, and he said in a churlish manner, "Kid, I'll give you one last chance. Now come over and hold your head and squat down, or else, just as well. That is, if you are ascending on the same day, it is also a destiny." Suyu directly countless that person, walked over and faintly commanded, "Undo the prohibitions on them. Those who are willing to stay, give a good job. Those who want to leave, send them back to their original world." Hearing Suyu's words, both the brocade-robed youth and the red-robed woman were stunned, followed by a loud laugh. This guy is afraid he's crazy. I guess I'm too comfortable in the lower world and my head is in the clouds. The 2 men snorted and laughed. The rest of them shook their heads helplessly, as if they had already seen what would happen to Suyu. Good words are hard to persuade the damned ghosts. Little brother, remember to report my name when digging in the future, although it's of no great use, but you can be exempted from some taxes. The corner of Suyu's mouth slightly hooked. I appreciate your good intentions, but things like digging, it's better to be exempted. Ha ha ha. At those words, Li Changqing covered his stomach and couldn't help but burst out laughing. You guys, how dare you make him crouch with his head in his hands and expect him to go digging? Do you know who he is? The brocade-robed man snorted and mocked. Who? Can't it be the son of a great emperor? Yo, I didn't expect you to be more accurate in your calculations than even I. The heir to the Daos sect. Upon hearing this, Li Changqing gave a thumbs up towards the man. Congratulations, you guessed right. The words just fell. Su Jioge slowly stepped out from the back, his face as gloomy as water. How dare you treat my young master like this? Eastern Sky Holy Land, do you guys not want to live? Chapter 84 Exterminating the Holy Land. Entering the Mu family. Rumble. Vast holy might rolled and roared across the sky like thunder, and the entire void trembled. The brocade-robed man was directly pressed down to his knees, his face full of shock. A saint? No, this is a great saint? He was trembling, almost choking to death. There was only one sentence in his mind. How could a great saint appear in this ascended one passage? Eastern Sage Monarch, why don't you come out and meet me? A voice containing supreme power resounded through the sky. The voice sounded like it came from the ancient flood, shaking the entire Eastern Sky Sacred Land. In the Holy Land, there is actually a great saint descending? I also wonder which great saint it is. Could it be that some ungrateful one in the Holy Land has messed with this great saint? Inside the Eastern Sky Holy Land, all the cultivators raised their heads and cast their gazes to the sky, revealing puzzled looks. I don't know which Taoist friend is visiting. Please come out and have a chat. A golden light flashed, and the Eastern Saint ruler slowly stepped out from the depths of the Holy Land. His brows were furrowed as his mind continued to ponder the identity of the visitor. It was reasonable to say that he had been in seclusion for many years, and he hadn't made any grudges with other Saint Realm existences. Why would this great saint just name him and tell him to get out? What is your name? What is the purpose of your visit? Eastern Sage Monarch gazed at Su Jioge and asked in a deep voice. He didn't recognize the woman in front of him, but he always felt that there was something familiar about the other party's scent, and thus, chose to temporarily hold his breath and figure out what was happening first. But the other party didn't answer. Instead he snorted coldly. This matter started because of you, the Eastern Sky Sacred Land, and yet you ask me in return? Su Jioge's tone was icy cold, and her gaze was locked on that man and woman. Seeing this, the Eastern Sage Monarch also looked back and raised an eyebrow. Qingshan, Yun Meng, what did the two of you do? Qingshan blanched and hurriedly explained. Holy Monarch, we didn't do anything. Yun Meng, on the other hand, looked flustered and hastily argued. Sage Emperor Mingjian, The two of us were just doing our part, just letting that little brother register. I didn't expect the other party to react so vehemently. Hearing the words of the two, the Eastern Sage Monarch immediately frowned. Just that? Nothing else? Aoyama nodded repeatedly. No more. After saying that, Qingshan and Yun Meng glanced at each other and sighed in relief at the same time. It must be that with the old ancestor's presence, even if the other party was a great sage, they would have to weigh their options if they wanted to move them, right? However, the Eastern Sage Monarch did not jump to an early conclusion by just listening to the one-sided words of the two. He slowly flipped his palm. At that moment, the bright golden aura shone in the heavens and earth. The Dao domain manifested as if a divine kingdom had descended. Under the power of the Dao domain, time seemed to stand still, and gradually, it even began to flow backwards. Images of earlier occurrences appeared scene by scene, and the East Sage ruler's face became more and more ugly. I have long said that those in the lower realms need to be treated with courtesy. These people who stand out from the masses are in some ways no worse than those of you who enjoy privileged resources. But now, the two of you are actually treating these people as if they were mole crickets to be casually driven. Really stupid, the Eastern Sage Monarch angrily rebuked, and in his heart, he was even more regretful. Originally, he had built this barrier in the first place to enlist talent, but I didn't expect that I didn't care about anything for thousands of years, but I was treated as a slave market by certain people within the Holy Land. It annoyed him. Dao friend, this matter is my East Heaven Holy Land did not do the right thing. You unrest your anger. In the future I will definitely give you an explanation. The Eastern Sage Monarch bowed his head to make amends, but he was just about to continue. Suddenly, he felt the temperature around him plummet, as if he was in an 18-layer ice cave. Fellow Daoist, what do you mean by that? The Eastern Sage Monarch's eyes were slightly cold as he stared at Su Jiugu. Later? Oh. Su Jiugu laughed softly, the corner of her mouth outlining an arc. If this matter is not dealt with, will there be any future for the Eastern Heavenly Holy Land? Ha! The Eastern Saint Sovereign's eyebrows were raised and his face grew cold. Fellow Daoist, I've also admitted my mistake and apologize to you. If you still want to get entangled, then the Eastern Heavenly Sacred Ground will accompany you to the end. Did you really apologize? Su Jiugu shook her head slightly. From the beginning to the end, you never even looked at my young master, and you want to reveal it so easily? After saying that, Su Jiugu didn't bother to talk nonsense and turned back to Su Yu. Young lord, what do you think should be done with this Eastern Heavenly Sacred Land? Su Yu sniffed and waved his hand. Extinguish it. I'm a bit tired. Since the Eastern Sky Sacred Land can't manage this place well, let's get another family to manage it. As the words fell, Su Yu yawned and stepped straight outward. My lord, wait for us. Red Lotus and the others followed closely behind, looking at the Eastern Sage Monarch with extremely calm eyes, as if they were looking at a dead person. Your young master? The Eastern Sage Monarch's face was stunned, his mind still stuck on that young lord. According to reason, the great sage realm that was entirely a sect's elder-level figure, but you was calling that one teenager young lord? At first, he only thought that Su Yu was a lower realm ascender with a bit of luck who just happened to be acquainted with this great saint, but now it seems that the truth is not at all what he thought. Who the hell are you people? The Eastern Sage Monarch rushed forward and asked. Only, the other side had apparently lost patience. Boo! Suddenly, a powerful sword light chopped at him. The sword chi streaked across the sky, transforming into a gigantic sword astral deity of 10 million feet. The Nine Devils Sword. You are. The Eastern Saint ruler's pupils suddenly shrunk, and cold sweat broke out all over his body. But it's too late. Accompanied by a miserable cry, the Eastern Saint ruler's flesh shattered inch by inch. Blood rained down and corpses were left untouched. The great saint fell just like that. Saint, within the Eastern Sky Holy Land, everyone was dumbfounded. Your own ancestor, just like that? One sword, 1 second? This group of people, what kind of existence is it? Such a terrifying great sage realm was actually still just that teenager's protector. What kind of beings have they messed with? Qing Shan and Yun Meng had completely despaired. This matter was caused by the two of them, and even if Su Jiugu didn't kill them, the Eastern Heavenly Sacred Land wouldn't let them go. Rumble. Unfortunately, as a hallowed demon saint, how could Su Jiugu be merciful? One could only see thousands of magic lotuses blooming at the same time. In a flash, the sky was dark. The black petals swept across the sky, transforming into a monstrous storm that enveloped the entire Eastern Sky Sacred Land. Put. Ah. The miserable screams were endless. The people from the Eastern Sky Holy Land simply couldn't withstand that destructive energy storm. Their fleshly bodies collapsed, and their yuan shen annihilated. In just a few short breaths, a large holy land was actually directly leveled. Even as great saints, there are gaps. Li Chongqing sked inside, arching his hand and saying, Righteous Mother's valor is really convincing to Chongqing. Su Jiuji's pretty face slightly reddened as she glanced at him and said without any good humor, "Are you calling someone a righteous mother when you see a woman?" Nonetheless. Li Chongqing hastily shook his head, his face full of seriousness. "My righteous father, that is a great talent who was able to warp and weave through the heavens and the earth. Not just anyone is worthy of being my righteous mother. Come on, don't be poor." Su Yu knocked a chestnut on his head. "You Dao sect heir, why don't you go back to cultivate? Do you really intend to follow me to make a living?" It's not impossible?" Li Chongqing scratched his head. "My original plan was to start researching another Paragon Emperor's tomb after digging up the tomb of the eternal ancient emperor. And that Paragon Emperor happens to be buried amongst the burial soil. So we just happen to be on our way, don't we? You guy, why do you favor to have trouble with the tomb?" Su Yu rolled his eyes. "Hey, don't you think this matter is very exciting? Every time you go down to the tomb, it's a brand new experience. Whether it's opening up treasures, scriptures, or bumping into organs and dumplings, it's all very interesting." Li Chongqing grinned a sickly smile. "Let's just say that last time, even though we dug up a woman, didn't we gain a lot? You guys have a point." Su Yu shook his head. "Forget it, too lazy to break it up with you. If you are willing to stay, then stay." Su Yu's eyes moved slightly and he pushed his hand deep into Su Jiuji's bosom before taking out a map of the upper realm. "Oh, I didn't realize that this place is quite close to where the Mu family is. So let's go for a walk first. What do you think, Qianxue?" Su Yu looked sideways at Mu Qianxue next to him and inquired. "Aha." Mu Qianxue looked a little nervous and nodded. "I'll listen to your son's arrangements. After coming out for so long, there wasn't even a single message from your family?" Su Yu raised his eyebrows. Mu Qianxue's complexion dimmed. "Within the clan, I don't have much weight, so perhaps even if I die, my parents won't ask much about it? As I recall, it's the Mu family bloodline that remains in your body, right?" Su Yu was puzzled. "In theory, shouldn't the clans of the upper realms all place more importance on bloodline inheritance? Why is it the other way around when it comes to Mu Qianxue?" "I don't know." Mu Qianxue bit her lip and shook her head, stating that she wasn't sure. "Never mind, we'll see when the time comes to go over there." As the two walked side by side, Su Yu asked questions from time to time, learning about Mu Qianxue's background and what happened to her when she was stranded in the lower realm. Every time when Mu Qianxue finished speaking, Su Yu would give some insight of his own. Gradually, Mu Qianxue's eyes flooded with water mist, and her eyes gradually became infatuated and soft as she looked at Su Yu. "How can there be someone in this world who understands you so well?" Chapter 85. Mu Qianxue's marriage contract is with the Eastern Sky Holy Land? Half an hour later, Su Yu's group stopped at the edge of a city. This city was called Tiannan, and it was controlled by the Mu family. The city was bustling with activity, and the lowest cultivators were at the Avatar realm. Su Yu and his group had a clear goal and did not linger on the road, quickly approaching where the Mu family residence was located. "Hey, little sister, where have you been these days?" Just then, a person on the side of the road suddenly pointed at Mu Qianxue and spoke out suspiciously. When Mu Qianxue heard this, she paused for a moment, turned her head to look at the visitor, and spoke faintly. "Second uncle, Mu Yenduan, the second master of the Mu family," nodded. "It's good to be back." Then he frowned and said, "Didn't I say so? Let you play less with those foxes and dogs. Your father said, next year we'll arrange a marriage for you. You have to stay obediently. Don't give us more trouble. Marriage and all that." Mu Qianxue pursed the corners of her lips and raised her eyes to Su Yu, looking a little nervous. Little girl dares to talk back?" Mu Yang dust eyes and the two people faced back and forth a few times. Then, as if found something, pretending to be profound, "You're this marriage," but wasted the Mu family 9 cows and 2 tigers to talk down. "The identity of the other party is honorable, not what a cat or dog can compare." Saying that, Mu Yangduan heatedly laughed. "The other party is a personal disciple of that Eastern Sky Holy Land." "The Eastern Sky Holy Land?" Upon hearing this, Su Yu and his group all had odd expressions on their faces. Mu Yangduan didn't understand the implication and only thought that a few people were startled by the name of the Holy Land. At that moment, he proudly said, "That's right, it's the Eastern Sky Holy Land." Although that person has some physical problems and is on the older side, 5 or 6,000 years old, his identity can't be faked. It's a genuine sacred ground progenitor. You know, that's a holy land with a great sage ancestor in attendance. Although our Mu family is considered a great clan, there is still quite a gap between us and this kind of great power. Qianxue, you must know that if you can climb up to this relative of the Eastern Heavenly Sacred Land, it will be of great help to our entire Mu family. This is a heavenly good thing. Don't you dare to be capricious and ruin yourself again. Ho ho ho. When Mu Qianxue heard this, her face grew cold and she seemed to smile. "So why not let my sister go for such a great thing?" This Mu Yangduan was speechless for a while, his face changed several times, and finally said in a deep voice, "Your sister, that is a genius who is expected to enter the saints. How can she marry at a young age? As for you, since your qualifications are ordinary anyway, you might as well marry earlier and still be able to contribute to the family. Are you finished?" Hearing this naked dislike and contempt, Mu Qianshui's eyes flashed with a thick cold aura. What's with the attitude? Mu Yangchen's face changed and he snapped, "I am your second uncle. It's only natural for elders to teach their juniors a lesson. How dare you speak to me in such a tone? Come on Chi Yuki, let me do it." Mu Qianshue wanted to say something else, but Suyu reached out to stop him. "Where did you come from again? Why do you need to meddle in the affairs of my Mu clan?" Seeing this, Mu Yangchen furrowed his brows slightly and glared at Suyu in dissatisfaction. Angrily, "Pa dash." Accompanying the fall of his words, Suyu directly threw him a slap. A crisp and loud slapping sound rang out, causing Mu Yangchen's cheeks to rapidly swell up. His eyes widened in shock as he looked at Suyu. Unbridled. Seek death. The surrounding 10 or so Mu family guards instantly surrounded Suyu and the others, all drawing their swords in unison with murderous intent. Mu Yangchen even covered his cheeks and said indignantly, "It's against you, Mu Qianshue. How dare you condone an outsider to beat me? I am your elder." "Pop." He was answered with another crisp slap. "Pop. You. Pop. I'm. Pop." Mu Yangduan was completely confused, and his face was slapped into a pig's head. On the side, Mu Qianshue was full of relief, only feeling that all the pent-up anger accumulated in the Mu family over the past few years had dissipated quite a bit. Ever since she had returned to the Mu family, these so-called kinsmen had been meddling in her life all the time. The off in their mouths is all fart. It's all in the name of what's best for you, tying all sorts of benefits to her. Little scum. I'll kill you. Mu Yangduan was infuriated, violently shouted, drew out his belt saber and madly rushed towards Suyu. The corner of Suyu's mouth rose, outlining an arc. His figure swayed slightly, easily avoiding it, and then he casually kicked out. Boom! In an instant, Mu Yangduan flew out backwards, smashing into the wall viciously and falling down in a sorry state, spitting out blood. "Still want to bark?" Suyu snorted coldly and stepped forward, placing a foot on top of Mu Yangchen's chest as he looked down on him. Feeling Suyu's strong power, Mu Yangduan's body shook violently and his face was filled with panic. "Stop!" Just then, two people walked out of the middle of the Mu mansion. The man was dressed in black, with a national face and an imposing appearance. The woman was dressed as a graceful noblewoman, beautiful and dignified. The two were simultaneously stunned when they saw the situation in the courtyard. "Chi Yuki?" The noblewoman frowned, her beautiful eyes swept through the crowd and finally settled on Suyu and Mu Qianshue beside him. Seeing her mother arrive, Mu Qianshue's eyes unnaturally averted. But the next moment, a large warm hand grabbed Mu Qianshue's soft catkin and pulled her to her side. The two of them locked eyes and Suyu faintly said, "Don't be afraid, everything is with me." When Mu Qianshue heard this, her heart warmed and she nodded slightly. Her voice was like a mosquito fly as she said, "I will listen to Gengzi and everything." Mu Qianshue, who is he? Seeing the two of them acting intimately, the noblewoman raised her willow eyebrows and asked in a cold voice. Behind her, Papa Mu Qianshue was even more enraged, gritting his teeth and staring at Suyu, saying word for word, "Kid, put your hand. Loosen it." Chapter 86 Big Talk. Mu Wanqian's face was gloomy to the extreme. If he was not mindful of the marriage contract matter, he would have wanted to directly strike and slap Suyu to death. "Qianshue, at this juncture, do you want to piss off your parents?" Qianshueyan angrily rebuked, looking at her daughter with a hateful gaze. Mu Qianshue stood still and didn't say anything. She hung her head low, her long hair cascading down to hide the look on her face at that moment. Only, those hands were tightly clasped together from the beginning to the end, without the slightest sign of loosening. Mu Wanqian's heart became even more enraged at the sight. "This stinky girl. I knew that her heart is not in the Mu family at all. It's only been a few days since she's seen her, and she's taken up with a wild boy from outside. Compared to your sister, you put me to shame. Bitch like you, why didn't you just die in the lower realms and forget about it in the first place? Do you really think so?" Hearing these words, Mu Qianshue's eyelashes fluttered and her eyes reddened. Ever since she returned to the Mu family, all she had in her mind at all times were her parents. Even if her sister became more favored, even if she was repeatedly treated unfairly, she had never entertained the idea of leaving the Mu family. Because, after all, these were her real parents. She believed that if she worked hard enough, then she would be able to change her impression in their minds. Only, at this moment Mu Qianshue realized that she was wrong. This family, there is not the slightest existence of affection in the eyes. There are only interests, naked interests. The younger sister was only favored because she was better endowed and better able to bring benefit to the family. It wasn't because of kinship that she was found in the first place, but it was just the Mu family wanting to use the bloodline in her body in exchange for greater benefits. Thinking of this, Mu Qianshue's eyes grayed, and the last trace of hope for the Mu family dissipated. Master, words can't be said like that. Qianshue's eyes flickered. Seeing Mu Qianshue's abnormality, she hurriedly walked quickly to her and said in a kind voice, Qianshue, what your father said was just angry words. Don't take it to heart. Mu Qianshue shook her hand away with a calm face and said, whether it's a gas, I can tell the difference. At one time, I would have taken all these words only as a reason for you to encourage me, but now, I find it ironic. Saying that, Mu Qianshue let out a cold smile. If I say that I'm willing to return to the Mu family, but the prerequisite is to break off that marriage contract, do you agree? At those words, the smile on Qianshue's face instantly disappeared. Dead girl, you're really dying. What's so good about this bastard? In a few months' time, he's got you so dead set in your ways that you don't even want your parents? We went through a lot of trouble to bring you out of that barren lower realm, and this is how you repay us? Mu Wanxian also shouted out sternly at the same time. Rebellious daughter, you still dare to negotiate? I'm telling you, this marriage contract has already been finalized. Even if the God of Heaven comes, it's impossible to break it. An opportunity to reach heaven in one step is placed here, and you don't even want it? I really don't know what to think. Mu Qianshue was exasperated and laughed. Is that so? Then why don't you marry? Is it because you don't want to reach heaven in one step? You! Mu Wanxian's face instantly reddened into a pig's liver color, and he backhanded a hard slap towards Mu Qianshue. I'll beat you to death today. You unfilial daughter. Snap. However, before this slap could be swung out, a black shadow appeared in front of him abruptly and lifted his foot to kick him in the chest. Bang! The strong and dominant wind swept away, and Mu Wanxian instantly flew out. Strike the old man of the daughter of destiny. Villain value plus 20. 000. Ah! Miserable screams resounded throughout the house, accompanied by the clicking sound of bones breaking. Qianshueyan was dumbfounded by the sudden movement and froze as she looked at Mu Wanxian, who fell to the ground and wailed. It was only a few moments later that she awoke with a start. Bastard! How dare you spread your wildness on my Mu family's territory? Her sharp, piercing growl was filled with anger and murderous intent, her gaze harsh and fierce. Men, take this bureaucrat down. There's no need to keep your hands off him. Let's waste his cultivation first. As the words fell, several divine mansion realm auras suddenly surfaced with a majestic aura. This was the Mu clan's accumulated heritage over the years, and now that it had been displayed, it had caused the surrounding forces to be extremely shocked. Meh! A contemptuous and mocking laughter rang out. A mere Mu family dares to disrespect His Excellency? It doesn't even need Sister Jiuge to make a move. None of you will be able to pass me. Red Lotus snapped her fingers, and demonic fire emerged from her fingertips. Immediately, she flexed her fingers and flicked out, and the flames spread rapidly, turning into a sea of fire that enveloped the Mu family crowd. Hula dash! The fire was blazing and the temperature soared. Those few divine mansion realms were directly scorched into flying ashes by the Red Lotus karma flame before they could even get close. Ah! Miserable screams rang out one after another, and the Mu family members were all in a state of panic. Qianshueyan's pupils contracted violently, her heart beating furiously. You? What exactly are you? You don't deserve to know. Red Lotus snorted. My family's son's identity. Speaking it out will scare you to death. Stop it all. Mu Wanxian trembled as he rose from the ground, his face no longer resembling the good-natured and domineering behavior of the previous moment. He covered his heart, and his bones had already shattered several roots under Suyu's kick just now. One must know that he was at the half-step divine platform realm. This young man was able to injure himself at will. I'm afraid that his true strength has already entered the god realm. So young, yet with such strength. The future of the future. Immeasurable. This kind of talent was simply 100 times stronger than even Mu Yunyan, whom he had poured all of the Mu family's reserves into cultivating. Moreover, this son has many strong people beside him, so I am afraid that his background is not bad. Thinking of this, Mu Wanxian's mind turned rapidly, not knowing what he was calculating. Dad, what's wrong with you? Deep in the depths of the Mu family, a small figure ran out with quick steps, looking at the young girl who suddenly appeared. Suyu was slightly stunned, and then, his brows slightly frowned. Is this the sister Mu Qianshue mentioned earlier? The young girl was about 12 or 13 years old, similar to Su Xiaoyu's age, wearing a goose yellow dress, delicate and cute. Only, at this moment, her face was pale, her eyes were red, and tears were sliding down the corners of her eyes. She assisted Mu Wanxian with a worried look on her face. Bad people. You're not allowed to bully my dad. She raised her head fiercely and glared viciously at Suyu and the others. Yunyan, how can he be a bad person? Quickly call brother-in-law. Mu Wanqian's attitude changed 180 degrees. Even full of pleasing face let Mu Yunyan call Suyu brother-in-law. This sudden sentence even caused Suyu to freeze for a moment. Who the hell is this guy? Did that kick make him stupid? Mu Qianshue's face once again became complex. Her perception of the Mu family deepened a few more points. She shook her head. Mu Wanqian, you really make me feel sick. At this moment, even after being insulted by being called by his name, Mu Wanqian didn't even have the intention to get angry. Qianshue, since you're not satisfied with that marriage contract, then don't get married. He didn't feel the slightest bit out of place, and with a twinkle in his eyeballs, he looked at Mu Yunyan. However, the Eastern Heavenly Sacred Ground side has already made a deal, so you can't break the contract. Since you won't marry, let your sister marry. Qianshueyan also laughed loudly and chimed in. Good. Isn't this a double happiness? The two of them sang in unison as if the friction that had occurred just now didn't even exist. Even Mu Wanqian wanted to officiate a wedding for the two. Mu Qianshue wasn't confused by the duo's attitude. Her eyebrows furrowed. Are you guys crazy? She's only 11 years old this year. You're asking her to marry an old antique who doesn't know how many thousands of years she's lived? Isn't this pushing her into the fire pit? Yuki, what are you talking about? Mu Wanqian heard, waved his hand unconcerned, although the other party is older. But this is also the advantage of it. The age of the general pain, plus the East Heaven Holy Land resources are excellent. I think Yunyan married over will also live a very happy, you say right? Mu Yunyan nodded her head in confusion. Although she didn't know the meaning of Mu Wanqian's words, she also voiced out in agreement. Father is right. Sister, why do you want to disobey father? Mu Qianshue was dumbfounded. She sort of understood that this girl had been completely brainwashed and was on Mu Wanqian's side without distinguishing between right and wrong. He was clearly speaking for her, but he was treated like a donkey. The Mu family. Mu Qianshue could not hide the color of disgust in her eyes. After today, I will no longer have anything to do with the Mu family. Saying that, Mu Qianshue took out the storage bag and took out the treasures and spirit stones that she had gotten from the Mu family from the inside one by one. The process was quick. So quick that she found it a little unbelievable. When she thought about it, it turned out that she had never gotten anything from the Mu family at all over the years. All of the cultivation resources, techniques, and so on, were obtained from her own experiences outside. Even the things she had subsidized into the Mu family over the years had far exceeded what the Mu family had given her. Yuki, do you have to be so desperate? Mu Wanqian's face was unsightly as he said in a deep voice. Desperate? Do you have love for me? For me? Mu Qianshue snorted coldly. You are my only biological child. How could I treat you badly? Mu Wanqian sighed. For so many years, it's your parents who owe you too much. Mu Qianshue coldly said. Don't put words into your mouths. You guys are just looking at Gongzi's strong strength and deep background, and think that I have value to utilize again. Mu Wanqian's face twitched. Being poked and prodded through his inner thoughts like this made him lose face as well. No matter what, you are the bloodline of my Mu family. Now you want to leave. So little, not enough, right? Seeing that the person couldn't stay, Mu Wanqian's mouth changed and his eyes greedily said. The corner of Mu Qianshue's mouth outlined a sneering arc. These years, what I have earned for the Mu family has already answered enough of the information of childbirth. If you still want to entangle, I will not be blamed for being merciless under the sword. Yuki. Mu Wanqian was about to say something, but Mu Yunyan tugged at his sleeve and timidly said, Father, sister is too bad. Since she wants to go, let her go. Isn't it enough for father to have me? Mu Wanqian nodded and laughed. That's fine. Having Yunyan around is indeed enough. He turned his head to look at Suyu's group and shook his head slightly. Young man, don't be too exuberant. It's true that you can look down on my Mu family right now, but when my Mu family joins forces with the Eastern Heavenly Sacred Land, how should you respond? The Eastern Sky Holy Land? Suyu raised an eyebrow and looked sideways at Mu Qianshue. That holy land we just destroyed. Is it called the Eastern Sky Holy Land? Chapter 87 Contacting the Yi family. Preparing for the underworld marriage. Mu Qianshue guffawed. Gongzi has a good memory. That Eastern Sky Sacred Land has indeed been decimated by Sister Jiu Ji's sword. Oh, that's good. Suyu nodded. Immediately, pulling Mu Qianshue's hand, he took a step towards the outside. Since Mu Qianshue had already decided to cut ties with the Mu family, but he naturally respected the other party's decision. This Mu family, indeed there is no need to stay. Suyu glanced at Mu Yunyan somewhat playfully. I just hope this little girl won't regret it later. Humph, bad guy. What are you looking at? Look again and I'll tell dad to gouge your eyes out. Mu Yunyan crossed her waist, her expression incomparably arrogant. Su Yu shook his head, too lazy to get serious with a little girl, turned around and walked away. Looking at the distant background of the crowd, Mu Wanxian coldly snorted in disdain. Destroyed the Eastern Sky Holy Land? What a joke! Simply not afraid of the wind. Suddenly, Mu Wanxian seemed to have thought of something and lightly hummed. Xueyan, go to the Holy Land and send a message to inform the Holy Land elders of all of that brat's words, and tell them that someone has insulted the Holy Land with their words. Qian Xueyan's eyes lit up at his words. Okay, husband, since that rebellious girl did the first day, don't blame us for doing the 15th. To think that a mere few spirit stones and a few swords can repay the favor of giving birth to a child is truly delusional. Mu Wanxian grimaced. If she's not willing to hand over some more treasures out, then let the Holy Land step in and arrest her to marry her along with Yunyan. As the words fell, Mu Wanxian squatted down and pinched Mu Yunyan's face. Yunyan, are you happy to be getting married? Mu Yunyan didn't understand what it meant to marry, but still cheered. Of course I'm happy. Growing up, she was the most favored one in the family. Therefore, at first, when she knew that the object of the marriage contract was Mu Qianxue, she was okay with a pang of sadness. Since it was a good thing, why wasn't she the first one to take a turn? Now that Mu Qianxue had refused the marriage contract, she couldn't be happier. Mu Wanxian nodded in satisfaction. It's still Yunyan who was filial. He stroked his beard and looked to the sky, thinking about the future. As long as the marriage with the Eastern Sky Sacred Land was successful, then with the power of the Sacred Land, the Mu family would be able to at least leap forward to the level of a fourth-grade family. At this point, it was already dusk and the sun was setting. In the sky, a figure rapidly approached. Xiaoyang, how come you're back so soon? Seeing Qian Xueyan return, Mu Wanxian said with a surprised face. He didn't talk big. As soon as she landed on the ground, Qian Xueyan said this without a clue. At this moment, her face was extremely pale and her lips trembled terribly, as if she had seen something extremely horrible. What are you shaking for? What do you mean you didn't talk big? What did you do when you were told to report to the Holy Land? Mu Wanxian frowned slightly with an impatient face. I've arrived at the Eastern Sky Holy Land. Qian Xueyan gulped down her saliva and was still a bit shocked until now. But I found out that everyone from the Eastern Sky Holy Land is dead. What? Mu Wanxian was horrified, and hurriedly asked, what exactly is the situation? Qian Xueyan shook her head. I don't know. When I arrived, the entire mountain range was turned into scorched earth. Not an inch of grass was left alive. Furthermore, the people there said that the East Heavenly Holy Land was offended by a duke, and his protector decimated the entire Holy Land with a casual sword strike. At those words, Qian Wanxian only felt that his entire brain was buzzing. That Eastern Heavenly Holy Land has indeed been decimated by Sister Jiu Ji's sword. Mu Qianshue's words were like thunder, constantly echoing in his mind. Turns out, he really wasn't talking big. It turns out that the man's identity is really incredibly big. It turned out that the Holy Land that he had gone through so much trouble to try to appease was not worth mentioning in front of the other party. Then, where is that gentleman? Mu Wanxian's voice was shivering. Qian Xueyan shook her head. They have already left Tiannan City. Finished. Completely screwed. Mu Wanxian's legs went limp and he paralyzed in his chair. In an instant, all strength and means were lost. The opportunity to fly high is clearly right in front of you. Obviously, you can tie up with a power that is 100 times stronger than the Eastern Sky Holy Land. Now, not only did he fail to seize the opportunity, but he also offended the other side. Do you think that if I kneel in front of Chiyuki and apologize now, she'll come around? Qian Xueyan shook her head again. She has completely died to us? To the Mu family. Alas, since that's the case, then contact the Burial Earthy family. Didn't they previously take a fancy to Yunyan's physique? Although that underworld marriage was a bit bizarre, the other party is at least an ancient quasi-emperor, and Yunyan giving the other party as a concubine isn't an insult to her. Mu Wanxian sighed, and a strong concern surfaced in his eyes. After all, if the other party wanted to take it out on Mu Qianxue, I'm afraid that the Mu family would be at risk of annihilation at any time. Even the Eastern Sky Sacred Land had been destroyed by a single sword, let alone a mere Mu family. Nowadays, only that sacred Reishi family could change the fate of the Mu family. The other party could overthrow the Eastern Sky Holy Land at will. But if you're facing the Yi family, I'm afraid you'll have to weigh your options, right? After all, that was a great clan that had produced a quasi-emperor. It must be that, with the Yi family as a backer, the other party would not dare to take action against the Mu family at will. Mu Wanxian breathed a sigh of relief. Father, what is an underworld marriage? Mu Yunyan asked in confusion. Instinctively, she didn't think it was a good word. Mu Wanxian grinned. This is a good thing that your sister couldn't even beg for. Now it's all yours. That's great. When Mu Yunyan heard him say this, Her doubts were dispelled in her heart. No matter what, as long as it was a benefit that Mu Qianxue couldn't get, it was all hers. Mu Yunyan. Chapter 88. You won't marry? What's it to me? Burial ground. A dead black. A color that exists eternally in this world. This gloom and depression pervades the entire world. However, in the depths of the burial soil, amongst the Yi family's death tomb, Yi Yuan, the Yi family's head, had a face full of joy. Are you saying that the Mu family has agreed to the meditative marriage? Yi Yuan looked at the elders behind him and said. The elder nodded. That's right. Mu Yanchen has already sent word back that he agrees. But the target is not Mu Qianxue, who possesses the extreme cold frozen body, but Mu Yunyan, who possesses the wind cloud sacred body. Mu Yunyan? Wind cloud saint body? Wouldn't that be better? Yi Yuan smiled broadly at his words. Good. Ha ha, it's really God's blessing on my Yi family. Yi Yuan laughed extremely freely. Ever since Su Yu broke into the burial earth a few months ago and took Yi Feng away, the Yi family's grand plan to resurrect their distant ancestor, Yi Fan, was dealt a heavy blow. Without Yi Feng as a vessel, the Yi family's plan of preparing for 10,000 years could almost be declared bankrupt. However, Yi Yuan had accidentally obtained an ancient scripture in the depths of the burial soil not long ago. Its name is the Sutra of the Offering of Heaven by the Wonderful Mysteries. And, after obtaining this ancient scripture, a mysterious corpse was dug up in the process. Yi Yuan raised his eyes and looked towards the black corpse that was sealed in the countless large formations. His face slightly condensed. This body is coming from a horrible place. He conservatively estimated that in his lifetime, this person was at least at the Saint Exalted Realm cultivation level. With his peak Great Sage cultivation, he couldn't even injure it in the slightest with a full strike. After obtaining this corpse, Yi Yuan had an idea. That is to use it as a vessel to resurrect the distant ancestor Yi Fan. Although this corpse had no bloodline connection with the distant ancestor, it was able to carry Yi Fan's divine soul through the secret method recorded in that ancient scripture, utilizing the sacrifices of 9 women with the most physique to inscribe a miniature spell formation in the corpse. Once successful, then not only would Yi Fan be able to immediately return to his peak state in life, he would even be able to go further with this corpse. In this way, it would be the same as finding a path to prosperity for the Yi family. As long as Yi Fan recovered, then the Yi family could certainly be brilliant again. However, what gave Yi Yuan a headache was that the 9 supreme physique women were too hard to find, and even if the Yi family exhausted their reserves, it would be difficult to gather them all. That was why Yi Yuan was so troubled these days. Now that the Mu family had negotiated a deal, then all that was needed was to find one last person with a supreme physique, and the preconditions would be fulfilled. Yi Yuan's eyes flickered with essence. At this time, the elder spoke again. Family master, it is said that someone saw Yi Feng's trail in the eastern sky Holy Land. Yi Feng? He's still alive? Yi Yuan raised his eyebrows. Wasn't he taken away by the Su family one? Ahem. The elder's face was odd. That's right, because the eastern heavenly Holy Land was precisely destroyed by that Su clan's protector with a single sword. That is to say, not only is he not dead, but he has also been taken in by the one from the Su family. Moreover, according to the information coming from our eyes, that one is rushing towards the Yi family with Yi Feng. Hearing these words, Yi Yuan's face instantly became grave. He had almost forgotten about this son. But now, it has to be taken seriously. Because of Yi Feng, the Yi family almost crossed paths with the Su family. And now, after expelling Yi Feng from the Yi family, he realized that in the slightest he was on the opposite side of the Su family again? If that Su family's son was going to support Yi Feng, wouldn't that get in the way of the Yi family's big plans? Duh. Yi Yuan's fingers unconsciously tapped on the desktop. The eyes also gradually became icy cold. Eventually, he stood up and took a deep breath. Countless generations of the Yi family have gone before and after, paying countless efforts and prices to resurrect their distant ancestor. It must not be destroyed in my hands. Even if I have to spell out this old life, I will never allow it. Not even if the other party is a descendant of the Emperor clan. After saying that, Yi Yuan turned around and walked out of the room. There was no way he was going to let the resurrection plan go bust. Therefore, it is important to nip all hidden dangers in the bud. The elder's face was agitated and he couldn't stop trembling. Does the family head mean that there's going to be a war with the imperial race? In the meantime, downtown street, Su Yu was leisurely strolling around. He held a folding fan and always had a faint smile on his face, giving people a sense of warmth and intimacy. Behind him, Su Jiugo and Red Lotus stood side by side, the two women each holding a sword, their faces covered with a thin veil, their temperament excellent. At this moment, Mu Qianxue was uncharacteristically standing to Su Yu's side, talking and laughing with him. She already possessed a stunningly beautiful appearance, and now that she had changed her attire, she became more and more clear and beautiful. simply like a fairy in a scroll. Pedestrians on the street couldn't help but look back frequently when they saw how gorgeous she was. Among the group, only Yifeng had his brows locked tightly and his body remained taut at all times. The closer he got to the burial ground, the harder it was to calm his heart. Don't be nervous. When I said I would help you fight against the Yi family, I won't go back on my word now. Suyu saw through his inner thoughts and turned his head to laugh. Yifeng barely squeezed out a smile and said, "Thank you, sir." Yifeng understands, but just can't help it. Suyu patted his shoulder and didn't say anything more. He could understand how Yifeng felt at this moment. The Yi family was Yifeng's childhood nightmare and where Yifeng's obsession lay. The reason why Suyu did not directly go to the door, in addition to wanting to accompany Mu Qianxue to take a break, there is another layer of meaning is that he wants to sharpen Yifeng's mind. This kid's talent and chance aren't bad. It's his mentality that's not working. If he honed it, he might be another tiger general in the future. The group strolled around and stayed in this city for a long time, and they were able to see the customs of the upper realm. During this period, there were also quite a few ungrateful people who coveted the beauty of the several women around Suyu and wanted to pick a fight, but they were all easily solved by Red Lotus. The crowd walked along, stopping to rest when they came across a big city or a marketplace, and after traveling for several days in a row, they planned to speed up, approaching the boundary of the burial ground. Suddenly, Suyu's footsteps lurched. His gaze landed on top of a high platform in the distance. The high platform was erected in the middle of the great wilderness, out of place in the surrounding wilderness. In the center of the high platform, the word "she" was very eye-catching. Obviously, the word used on the big day, but at the moment it was matched with pure white color. In favor of that high table and a big bonus, it was red and white and looked extremely bizarre. Mu Union? Mu Qianxue followed Suyu's line of sight. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and she said with some surprise, "How did she appear here? Is she that sister of yours?" Suyu also recognized the person in the center of the high platform. She was petite. Her pretty face was like jade. Her eyebrows were like willows. Her skin was delicate and soft, and her pair of water-shedding autumn pupils were awe-inspiring. It's just that her whole body looks a little lonely, as if she's cut off from the rest of the world. She frowned, seemingly caught up in some kind of sad memory, the complete opposite of the image of the dainty and savage young lady she was at the time. And right at this moment, a group of men and women suddenly rushed onto the high platform and surrounded Mu Yunyan. "Miss, the auspicious time has come. It's time to get into the sedan chair." A maid-like girl took out a phoenix cloak. Mu Yunyan, however, was as if she hadn't heard. "Yunyan, hurry up and go." Mu Wanxian's face showed his displeasure as he grabbed her by the arm, pulling and dragging her outside. Mu Yunyan struggled and screamed, "No, father, I'm not getting married. Let go of me. Let's go home. I'm not getting married." At first, Mu Yunyan did not half resent the marriage, and was even a little happy. But a few days ago, she accidentally heard the maid underneath speak out. The so-called underworld marriage means that she is to be married to a dead person and to be a wife for him. Mu Yunin was terrified and cried in terror and fear. But in the end, she was forcefully pushed out of the house by her parents. Marriage is a major event in life. You can't fool around with it. It's come to this. You'll have to marry if you don't. Mu Wanxian scolded in a cold voice, then looked at the two men next to him. "Send the young lady to the sedan chair." These two men were sent by his burial Earthy family. The two of them both had late-stage divine mansion realm strength, and easily set up Mu Yunyan and walked towards the sedan chair. Looking at the ghastly white and creepy palanquin, Mu Yunyan burst into tears and hissed, "I don't want to marry a dead man. Father, why are you forcing me?" Mu Wanxian was furious and threw a slap over with a crunching sound. "Rebellious daughter, what do you know? That's the Yi family's ancestor. If you marry him, you're flying up the branch to become a phoenix. Do you know that?" Mu Yunyan covered her face, her eyes full of incredulity. These words were incredibly familiar to her. Once upon a time, her good father told Mu Qianxue the same thing. She didn't understand it at first, thinking that Mu Qianxue's refusal was unknowing, and now that it was her turn, she was getting it completely. Her own father, who was actually willing to sacrifice his daughter for profit. Mu Yunyan struggled frantically, but in her haste, she glimpsed a familiar figure. She shouted as if she had grabbed a life preserver. "Sister! Sister, save me! I don't want to marry a dead man." At those words, the crowd instantly froze, and they all stiffened in unison, then slowly turned their heads. Upon seeing Suyu, everyone's heart sank. If this one steps in to stop it, I'm afraid there's really no way to force Mu Yunyan to marry into the Yi family. At this moment, Suyu did not have the slightest intention to intervene, but instead turned his head to look at Mu Qianxue. Mu Qianxue understood that Suyu was leaving the decision to himself. With just a word from her, she could sway Mu Yunyan's fate. However, Mu Qianxue was sneering. Mu Yunyan, on the big day, why are you still crying? Mu Yunyan shook her head frantically. I was wrong. Sister, I was wrong. I shouldn't have targeted you before. I shouldn't have scolded you. I was really wrong. I don't want to marry. I really don't want to. Hearing this, Mu Qianxue was non-committal and slowly took out half a spirit stone from her bosom and threw it out. What's it to me if you want to or not? This half spirit stone. Take it as my accompanying gift. After saying that, she turned to look at Suyu. The two of them smiled at each other and then walked away at a quick pace. Chapter 89 Baptism of the Laws. Impending Metamorphosis. Mu Qianxue, I hate you. Looking at the backs of the few people leaving, Mu Yunyan's face was filled with resentment. She hated the fact that Mu Qianxue clearly had the ability to save herself, yet she sat back and watched, and even threw out half a spirit stone in mockery. Asterisk. You wait. Miss, on the big day, don't say such demoralizing things. Seeing Suyu leave, the crowd let out a sigh of relief in unison. The eyes that looked at Mu Yunyan were also as if they were looking at a lamb to be slaughtered. The crowd no longer murmured with her, and directly forced Mu Yunyan into the sedan chair. Just scared me to death. The Su family one even appeared without a word. After doing this, one of the Yi family's guards said with palpitations. Another person also patted his chest. Luckily, this one didn't intervene. Otherwise, I'm afraid the consequences would be hard to predict. You too, you know that man from the party? Mu Wanxian came and said with a surprised look on his face. No recognition. They speak in unison. The road. Jokingly, Suyu's kind of existence. How would they dare to mention it? Mu Wanxian was suspicious and wanted to ask something else, but he was directly interrupted by the duo. The good time has come. It's time to get on the road. As the words fell, the deafening sound of the oboe rang out. At the same time, along with the red and white flowers flying in the sky, a festive and treacherous atmosphere filled the air. Mu Wanxian winced and forced the doubts in his heart down. He mounted his horse with the crowd and led the vast procession toward the burial ground. No matter what, with the existence of the Yi family as a backer, I'm sure the forces behind Suyu wouldn't dare to casually move the Mu family, right? This Mu Wanxian is really something. Actually thinking of marrying Mu Yunyan to a corpse? After walking away, Suyu shook his head and looked at Mu Qianxue and said, It's really bitter for you to have a father like this. Mu Qianxue felt the temperature in her palm and guffawed. Bitter is not bitter. After meeting Gongzi, all others are floating clouds. She couldn't take her eyes off of it, and there was a strong, undisguised love in them. This was very different from Mu Qianxue's previous behavior. In the past, she couldn't have had the guts to make a public display of love like this. But now, after breaking away from the family, in her world, only Suyu was left. Suyu naturally understood this. However, he did not utilize this to take advantage of the opportunity to take down Mu Qianxue. Nowadays, Mu Qianxue's love component for him was actually not much. It was more of a dependence and fear of abandonment. So, all Suyu did nowadays was to comfort and accompany. If you really want to give names, then surely there must be a first come, first serve line. Thinking of this, Suyu suddenly looked at Su Jiugu. Young lord, what's wrong? Su Jiugu was stared at and her pretty face flushed red as she weakly inquired. She usually has a domineering imperial sister temperament, but now in front of Suyu, she is a shy look, so that Suyu cannot hold it a little. It's fine. How much longer until we reach the burial ground? Suyu asked. According to our current speed, we should be able to arrive at the burial earth in 3 days. Su Jiugu said after thinking about it. Upon hearing this, Suyu nodded, his eyes moving slightly. These past few days, he hadn't put his cultivation down, but had been accumulating his reserves. After ascending from the lower realms, the first thing a cultivator has to do is to perform a baptism. Baptize yourself with the stronger and more perfect laws of heaven and earth in the upper world. This will greatly enhance the potential of the cultivator and is a must for every ascended person. Suyu did not perform the baptism at the first time after ascension, simply because the previous accumulation was insufficient and the location was not suitable. And right now, it just so happens to be the perfect time for a law baptism. Buzz! Suyu raised his hand and waved his hand, taking out the 9 dragons cart whisk while stepping into it. Sister Jiugu, thank you for your hard work. No harm done. Su Jiugu nodded and followed suit. Immediately afterward, the car whisks slowly departed. Rumble. As the 9 dragons ascended into the sky, the infinite laws of the heavens and the earth turned into streams of light that surged into the chauffeured vehicle. And from afar, it was like a bright shooting star breaking through the night sky. Exceptionally splendid. As Suyu gradually metamorphosed in the baptism of laws. Throughout the entire upper realm, the major powers were suddenly agitated. Chapter 90 Time and Space Sword Dao. A sword breaks the sky. How can Why would the heavens remarks ranking, which has been silent for many years, suddenly stir? Could it be that another genius from any family is about to be on the list? Something's not right. This change in the heavens pride ranking, I'm afraid that it signals the imminent opening of this round of the Golden Great World. The heavens remarkable ranking was created by the old ancestor of the heavenly pavilion, the once great Emperor Tong Tian. This list will automatically collect the entire upper realm, young geniuses under the age of 50 into the list. In the entire upper realm, there were tens of billions of people attached to the age conditions, but only 100 heavenly prides were able to be as listed. These people, it could well be said, were 1 in a billion of the pride of heaven. However, any genius that could be ranked on this list, their future accomplishments would start off as a saint king, to say the least. It was just that, for the past 10 years, the rankings of the heavens remarkable ranking had not even changed. But today, the heavens remarks ranking was unusually active, and actually showed a few signs of agitation. And it went on for a long time and still hasn't stopped until now. Inside the Tianji Pavilion, Pavilion Elder Wang Qianquan's face was complex. This kind of situation occurs in the Tianjiao list, usually only happens when there is a Tianjiao who wants to enter the top 10 of the list. Upon hearing this, a side elder's face changed drastically as he exclaimed, that is to say, this young man who appeared out of nowhere is in the top 10 as soon as he enters the list. Wang Qianquan nodded his head, his face becoming more and more grave. If that's the case, then his potential is not trivial. Those who are in high positions are all prudent and deep in their minds before making a move. Although the Tianji Pavilion controlled by Wang Qianquan is behind the scenes, unlike the rest of the big forces on the surface, the intelligence controlled by the Tianji Pavilion is in no way weaker than any of the big forces. However, on the contrary, this young genius that suddenly appeared, the Heavenly Weapon Pavilion didn't have the slightest bit of information on the other party. What this means speaks for itself. Pavilion Elder. Could this person be a certain heavenly pride that has been self-appointed from ancient times until now? The elder asked. Upon hearing this, Wang Qianquan shook his head, a cold light flashing in his eyes. It shouldn't be. If it's those people from the ancient times, the heavens remarks list would have been collected a long time ago, and even if they didn't make it to the list, there would have been information left behind. This person is on the list for the first time, and is also arriving in the upper realm for the first time. My guess is that this son ascended from the lower realms and was only included in the Heaven's Pride ranking after performing the baptism of the laws. It's actually someone who ascended from the lower realms? The elder's eyes were shocked and he couldn't stop trembling. This is not. What Wang Qianquan said was sensible and logical, but they had a hard time accepting this fact. One must realize that the lower realms have always been synonymous with barrenness and backwardness, because of incomplete laws, lack of resources, etc. The cultivators who ascended up were, in their opinion, all without exception, mediocre in qualifications. It was simply difficult to be compared to the heavenly pride of the upper realm. Thus, it was when Wang Qianquan came to this inference that they found it mind-boggling. Oh, aren't you guys forgetting something? Wang Qianquan slowly turned around and mysteriously said, in the upper realm, there is a forbidden ethnic group whose rule is that they will banish their clansmen to the lower realm and wait until they have grown to a certain point before taking them back. Hiss. What the courtier said. Could it be Su? Silence. Wang Qianquan interrupted the elder's words and warned seriously. Remember, you heard nothing and know nothing tonight. If anyone asks, it's all about that, got it? If someone shows off his tongue and offends that clan, don't blame the old man. At those words, the crowd shut up and looked in awe. If it was really the return of that clan's youngest son from the lower realms experience, this unreasonable situation would be able to be explained. Wang Qianquan dispersed the crowd, and then his eyes moved slightly. This son's return to the upper realm at the present time is a little too coincidental. The ancient road of the realm sea will open. Could it be that he came here for this purpose? That's right. The chances of the boundary sea ancient path are too important. If you want to fight for this life's imperial throne, this place is a must. Thinking about it, Wang Qianquan put his pen to write down a few words and ordered people to send it to the upper realm among the major forces. Spinning around, he stood up and slowly pushed open the dusty door to step out. As the great world opens, it's time for Tianji Pavilion to take a stand. The other side. At the edge of the burial soil, a stunningly beautiful figure stepped out in the air between the blossoming of multicolored gorgeous light. Her clothes were dancing and waves of chi surged around her, as if she were an exiled immortal descending. The woman's face was delicate, her skin was glowing, and her features were exquisite and flawless, making her stunning. A pair of beautiful eyes that seemed to contain a river of stars, eclipsing the heavens. At this moment, the woman stood in the air, standing on top of a 9-dragon carriage whiskey, overlooking the 4 fields. The burial ground has arrived, but the young lord is still in seclusion. so there shouldn't be any mistakes, right? Su Jiuji's face showed concern. She wanted to pull back the curtains to find out what was going on, but she was afraid that it would affect Su Yu. However, in the event of a problem with a major event such as the baptism of laws, the foundation of the Tao would be damaged if it was minor, and if it was serious, one's life would be jeopardized. Don't be in a hurry, righteous mother, a mere baptism of the laws is just a matter of the district. Wouldn't it be a trivial matter for a person like my righteous father? Li Changqing shook his floating dust and said with a calm face, I hope so. Su Jiuge nodded. Reason she understands, but the person inside was too important to her, and some of her concern was too much. Good thing, it didn't keep her waiting much longer. Not long after, a great body, from the car slowly out of the middle of the whiskey. This person shone with the color of 7-colored glaze all over his body. He was extraordinary martial arts and had a lofty appearance, and between his hands and feet, he had a domineering aura that made people unable to resist the urge to worship. It was Su Yu. Su Yu took one step and appeared above the sky dome in an instantaneous movement. 7 colored streams of light surrounded him like a shadow. This scene caused all the cultivators around the burial ground to look sideways. Who is this? With such a majestic aura. It should be a demon on the heavens pride list. How could he look so unfamiliar? TSK, 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 peak divine mansion cultivation. It actually gives me a feeling of facing the holy realm. No wonder I'm so blessed with such lust. So it's a strong capital. Is it possible that he's some kind of resident old monster? Are you stupid? How can an old monster have that kind of majestic vigor? Maybe, who knows? The crowd murmured, but none of them dared to approach. Spacetime. Right at this moment, Su Yu gazed at the sky and lightly spat out the word spacetime from his mouth. The words fell. The crowd only felt as if there were heavy shadows in front of their eyes. Su Yu actually suddenly won into 10 million. Densely packed Su Yu at the same time strangling. Hit a shadow intertwined convergence. In the end, a majestic sword shadow was condensed. Immediately after that, Su Yu clenched his hands in vain and maneuvered that sword, swinging it violently towards the void. Boom! The loud noise resounded through the 8 worlds. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed, and the sky and earth suddenly darkened. Rumble! There was a deafening roar of a landslide exploding. In the next instant, the dome of the sky tore open a crack hundreds of feet huge, like a black hole, devouring heaven and earth. At the 2 ends of the crack, it was dark and eerie, like the hideous bloody mouth of a flood beast, horrifying and appalling. Above the crack, there was a vague thunder throbbing. Electric arcs filled the air, and the pressure was so overwhelming that it took one's breath away. This sword, definitely to the divine palace realm level. At this moment, everyone's faces changed drastically. This sword was simply destroying the sky and the earth. Su Yu stood proudly, standing with his arms folded, looking disdainfully at the world, indifferently scanning the 4 directions. His voice was indistinct, like the voice of an ancient god, shocking the hearts and spreading to every inch of the corners. I, Su Yu, have realized the sword Tao of time and space today, and have left this sword for those who have the destiny to comprehend it. This sword, named Shakura Eternal. Boom! The sound stirred and spread throughout the entire heaven and earth. Breaking eternity? The sword Tao of time and space. Hiss, what exactly is the origin of this man surnamed Su? The surname Su. He couldn't be from that forbidden family in the central heavenly domain, right? The crowd was shocked beyond belief. At the divine mansion realm, he was able to create a brand new Tao, simply demonic to the extreme. Even those existences on the heavens remarkable list were afraid that they would be no better than that. After a short period of shock, the crowd rushed forward in unison and scrambled to start comprehending the sword mark above the dome of the sky. That sword, which cut open the gates of heaven, parted the clouds and saw the sun for a long time, and, as if independent in a party in space and time in general, even if there are birds passing by, but also cannot be detected. Not even the restraints on top of the burial soil were triggered in the slightest. From this, it could be seen how terrifying this sword was, and if one could comprehend 1 or 2 of them, it would be of great help to one's cultivation and combat. Su Yu slowly fell down, icy blue streams of light flashing in his eyes. This was the power of the water source Tao rule of the Fuyao Tao body. After he finished baptizing the laws, he immediately carried out the physique inheritance. With the help of this power, the water law seed was condensed within the sea of consciousness, and then incidentally, the spacetime divine mansion was constructed to completion. After the spacetime divine mansion was perfected, Su Yu blessed his heart, which led to the realization of the spacetime sword Tao. With one sword, one could split into tens of thousands of cells before and after 1 second in an instant, and cut out a sword at the same time, equivalent to a 10,000-fold increase. This was what allowed Su Yu to cut out a sword at the divine mansion realm that was comparable to the divine palace realm. Name, Su Yu. Cultivation, peak of the divine mansion realm. Physique, world body, emperor level. Tai by Big Dipper body, supreme level. Central prison body, supreme level. Extreme inferno body, supreme level. And Fushang Dao body, supreme level. Innate avatar, world sword intent. Universe Qiankuan, everlasting life. Innate Gengjin Qi, virtue, carrying things. Furnace of overwhelming inflammation. And source stream. Treasures, burial sword tire. Four-pole seal, destruction luck atlas. Heaven devouring devil jar. Villain value, 845,0000. The 5 elements supreme physique. Only the last one is missing to complete it. Su muttered. As long as he got his hands on the final wood elemental supreme body, he would be able to unite the 5 elements and fuse the second emperor level physique. Suyu had a premonition that this was the key to breaking into the sage realm himself. Rumble. However, right at this moment, a white petal suddenly flew from the sky and hovered in front of Suyu. Immediately following, the petal exploded into a figure. 9. Chapter 91 Entering the Burial Ground. This, in the distance, Li Changqing's eyes widened and his mouth opened, his face full of horror. Righteous father, you're on the list, and you're even directly ranked 9th. Suyu was puzzled. Li Changqing rubbed his face and quickly explained what the heavens' remarkable ranking was for Suyu. 9th? Suyu was a little dissatisfied. How come it's only 9th? How is this list ranked? Upon hearing this, the corners of Li Changqing's mouth twitched. Big brother, you just came to the upper realm, and you were able to overpower tens of billions of your peers to rank 9th, and you're still not satisfied? I'm in a special situation, not like you guys. Suyu slightly shook his head. Not only does he have a system, his old man is still the great emperor of the world. It is not possible to say face to face if he does not rank first. Never mind. What's the reward for this being on the list? No. So what's the point of being on the list? Is it good? You're right. It's just good looking. 9th on the heavens remarks list. How dignified is that to say? Suyu rolled his eyes and asked, then where do you rank? Ahem. Li Changqing stared at the words, then turned his head away. I also think that this list is not very useful. Rankings and so on, meaningless. You wouldn't have not been on the list, would you? Suyu said with an odd expression, cursing without revealing your shortcomings. Righteous father, you've gone too far. Li Changqing gritted his teeth. Suyu, a tiger's father has no son. You kid, give me a fight too. Li Changqing wanted to cry. This list is not just the contemporary young generation. There are also those demons that have been sealed by means from ancient times until now. Oh, Suyu's face moved slightly. Li Changqing knew what was on Suyu's mind inside. You are ranked 9th. Not 9th in this generation, but 9th among all the younger generations of the past and present. Su Jiuge nodded. Young lord, your accomplishments have already surpassed that year's family head. Upon hearing these words, Red Lotus, Mu Qianxue, and all those who knew Suyu's life were shocked. Beyond the head of the family? You know, the Su family's head of the family, can be that one the current Suyu, has he even surpassed the young great emperor? Mu Qianshue's face turned a little white and she lowered her head. Such a Suyu, is he worthy of himself? She was nothing more than a medium-sized family background, and was now nothing more than a loose cannon who had broken away from her family. A strong inferiority complex filled her again. It's not just her. At this moment, even Red Lotus, who was usually always bold, was in a bit of a trance, looking at Suyu, who was radiating 10,000 lights. Red Lotus suddenly felt powerless. Suyu was calm and walked forward, holding the hands of the two women at the same time. Don't stand there foolishly, let's get down to business first. Remember, my lord is not an ungrateful person. Since you accompanied me at the end of the microscope, I will take you to climb to the top. As the words fell, Suyu pulled the two of them and took a step out, stepping into the middle of the burial soil. Aha! Red Lotus and Mu Qianxue responded in unison, tears flashing in their eyes. Being able to follow Suyu is truly the luckiest thing in their lives. Sound of the wind or the breathing of SB, who was sound asleep. Inside the burial soil, the wind was howling and black clouds were surging. As soon as he stepped in, countless corpses and bones appeared in front of Suyu. And what's even more bizarre is that these corpses and bones actually looked towards him in unison, and slowly turned their heads as he moved, as if they were alive. It seems that certain people are not very welcoming to our arrival. Seeing this, Suyu said with a smile, the last time he came to the burial ground, he didn't have the kind of situation that's occurring now. He was keenly aware that this was someone trying to intercept them here in advance. Suyu sneered, the more you don't let me in, the more I will go in. Jia, Jia, Jia. As soon as the words fell, a cold, piercing scream resounded, only to see a skeleton's eyes blossom with bloodlight, violently leaping up and heading straight for Suyu's several people. These things were covered in dark green bones, glowing with a dark light, and their nails were as sharp as knives, which was extremely bizarre. Red Lotus's eyes were cold as she raised her hand, slapping it forward. Rumble. The karmic fire was like a pillar, enveloping the 4 fields in an instant. A fire dragon rose up, and large swaths of skeletons were instantly incinerated amidst the flames. Jie. District Karma Fire. Do not want to hurt me. Only. A few skeletons ignored the karma fire, accompanied by a hoarse roar, only to see that the burnt skeleton actually quickly combined again, recovering its original appearance and continuing to kill towards Suyu. Suyu was just about to make a move when a person steeply rushed out from his side. Infinite Heavenly Father, Righteous Father, let me do it. A Dao horn came from the sky, and a giant tower crossed the sky, smashing all the skeletons that rushed close to it, and then taking all of them in. Li Changqing's eyes were glowing as if he had seen a supreme beauty, and he frantically harvested on the burial soil. I almost forgot. This kid is good for it. Suyu shook his head and lost his smile, simply letting Li Changqing do his bidding. With him opening the way, Suyu's few people easily penetrated deep into the core area of the burial earth. However, all the way down, Suyu's face became grave. No, this place is not a burial ground. Suddenly, Suyu said in a deep voice, Chapter 92. Is it his grave you're digging? In the meantime, the edge of the burial ground. In the corner, Yi Yuan held a tattered formation flag in his hand and gazed at his feet with a playful expression. Since you want to come and join in the fun, then I'll let you all join in. He looked at the formation flag in his hand, and a big stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. This flag had a mysterious origin and was a secret treasure that he had picked up within a forbidden area deep within the burial earth. Its function is very simple. That is, to open an entrance in any place. The entrance leads straight to the forbidden area in the depths of the burial soil. As for his party, he had utilized this flag to open up an entrance the moment Suyu and the others stepped into the burial earth. In this way, it succeeded in introducing them to the deepest part of the buried earth. That place, he couldn't help but shiver even just thinking back to it. Not to mention that the other party only had one great saint realm protector. Even if a saint king stepped into it, I'm afraid that there would be no return. This driving away the tiger and swallowing the wolf will not only clear the suspicion of the Yi family, but also solve the heartache of the Su family's emperor's son. It's simply an excellent and wonderful plan to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Yi Yuan stroked his whiskers and smiled, admiring himself for his wisdom. Immediately, he carried the formation flag and slowly flew towards the direction where the Yi family was. Now that the great danger has been removed, it is time to strike while the iron is hot and complete the Yi family's grand plan of planning for the ages in one fell swoop. Where is this place if not a burial ground? On the other side, Li Changqing was extremely surprised when he heard Suyu's words. He had spent years wandering around the burial grounds, searching for suitable graves, and could be said to be familiar with every blade of grass and tree in the area. But now Suyu is saying that this is not a burial ground? I always feel that something is not right. Suyu frowned. He could feel that the deadly qi here was more than 100 times thicker than the last time he came. Gongzi, then what should we do now? Red Lotus was worried. Suyu shook his head slightly. If you have come, then you will be at peace. No matter what this place is, as long as you walk to the end, you will be able to get the answer. Before the words fell, the earth beneath the 3 of them suddenly trembled. Roar! A vast fluctuation swept around, and a layer of terrifying frenzy was set off in the entire heaven and earth. Immediately afterward, the earth collapsed, revealing a pitch-black abyss. Beneath the abyss, a chilling sound emanated. Suyu's 3 faces suddenly changed. Yi Feng's brows furrowed, and then he exclaimed as if he had thought of something. This is the forbidden area under the burial earth. It's the burial land known as the underworld purgatory. Underworld purgatory? Suyu raised his eyebrows. Rumor has it that in the distant beginning of the Earth era, countless powerful people fell here. Their flesh turned into withered bones, their souls perished, and their forms were destroyed. Yi Feng explained, here, there have been many strong people who died in battle. Later on, there were even countless powerful people who chose to enter the burial ground to bury their flesh in order to seek the chance of resurrection. It is said that there are even remnants of the souls of emperor-level powerhouses hidden here, and once they touch them, they will surely die. Emperor level. The crowd's faces stared at the words. Burial ground. Burial ground. A difference of 1 word, but the difference between the 2 is like a world of difference. The burial ground is a true no-go area for living beings. Emperor-level residual souls. That wasn't a half-assed thing like the Emperor's thoughts of the eternal ancient Emperor. If they really bumped into each other, they were afraid that Suyu and the others would be eaten up by the other party before they could react. But we clearly and obviously only entered from the edge of the burial soil. How could we appear directly within the forbidden area below the burial soil? Yi Feng was extremely puzzled. But soon, He came to a sudden realization and said with a mischievous expression, "The only one who can do this point of changing the entrance of the forbidden zone without a sound is my old man." After saying that, Yi Feng looked at Suyu and said, "Your Excellency, we must hurry up and leave this place. Otherwise, if we accidentally invoke the taboo later on, we might suffer." "Leave?" At those words, Li Changcheng, however, shook his head and had a different opinion. "Those lonely graves and mounds on the burial ground have all been plowed up. How can they smell as good as those in this burial ground? This kind of treasure land, how can it be easily left?" With that, he took the compass in his hand and divinely began to calculate. A moment later, Li Changcheng's eyes glowed with great joy. "Righteous Father, I'm afraid that the great tomb of the quasi-emperor that I told you about before is right here in the middle of the burial ground. No wonder I couldn't find it even how I searched for it before. Dare I say it's hidden here." Suddenly, he frowned slightly and his face grew pale. In the next moment, his throat bulged and he violently opened his mouth wide as a mouthful of blood spewed out. "Wipe! The distance is too close and it's backfired." Li Changcheng covered his chest and bared his teeth in pain. "Brother, are you alright? We're in a haunted place like the burial ground, and you still dare to dig up the graves?" Yi Feng was shocked by this guy's audacity, and for the first time, he recognized the gap between himself and the top geniuses. Although he had previously practiced the Tao of invincibility, it now appeared to be nothing more than a false invincibility at the bottom of a well. "I think it's better if we don't take the risk. In case something goes wrong, it's not worth it." Mu Qianxue exhaled a white breath. Very worried, Yi Feng nodded and shook his head. "In the burial ground, although it's extremely dangerous, it's also very exaggerated if you hit a chance. As far as I know, Yi Yuan, the head of the Yi family, has gone deep into this place many times and made considerable gains." After saying that, Yi Feng added with a complicated face, "Once, I also visited this place by chance and was instructed by the remnants of a quasi-emperor, which allowed me to steal some of the Yi family's distant ancestors' heritage." At those words, the crowd fell into silence. "So, are we still going now?" Red Lotus looked at a few people and asked with a frown. Suyu frowned in contemplation, unable to decide. The purpose of this trip was not to venture into such a high-risk area. But there's an old saying, "Come all the way to there." Suyu slapped his thigh. "That's the kind of multiple-choice question that should be left to the professionals. Fish, tell us how to choose." As the words fell, several gazes focused on Su Xiaoyu's face. Cough cough. Su Xiaoyu was taken aback and quickly waved her hand. No, this kind of decision. Xiaoyu doesn't know what to choose. It's okay, you just go with your instincts. No matter what consequences arise, old brother will cover for you. Suyu patted his chest and assured. Su Xiaoyu wanted to cry. "I think we can listen to the great nephew of Evergreen." Su Xiaoyu clenched her teeth and finally gritted her teeth. "Then go." Without hesitation, Suyu kicked Li Changqing in the ass. "Lead the way." Li Changqing covered his buttocks. "I-oh," then scratched his head and stomped Su Xiaoyu. "Little girl, who are you calling your great nephew?" Slightly, Su Xiaoyu spat her tongue out at the punch. Hey, if you call my brother righteous father, doesn't that mean you have to call me a little ant? What a man-child. I'm afraid I'll be just like your brother when I grow up." Li Changqing rolled his eyes and lazily ignored her, jumping straight into the middle of the abyss in front of him. On the cliff wall, not on the withered bones reached out to the crowd and tore at them, but they were chopped off by Suyu's casual sword to break the white bones and scattered all over the ground, unable to stop them at all. The deeper he went, the more the air grew thicker with the gloomy coldness. Li Changqing looked at the compass, extremely serious. The wind is high at midnight. Ghostly flames flicker. With a compass in hand, the mind moves at will. Suddenly, Li Changqing changed direction and swept straight towards a direction. The crowd followed. Soon, Li Changqing stopped, his eyes staring straight ahead at a huge pit. It was an extremely spectacular deep pit, where countless earth veins were forcefully twisted and brought together by great magic power, resembling a huge and incomparable coffin. And on top of this giant earth coffin, there was an emperor's text flickering with ghostly light. Dim? Could this be? Is it the tomb of that ancient dimming paragon emperor? Su Jioge said with a strange expression on his face. Brother Evergreen, the quasi-emperor's tomb you're talking about. It wouldn't be the ancient Ming quasi-emperor's tomb, would it? Yi Feng swallowed his saliva, and the expression on his face was equally subtle. That's right, you guys know him? Li Changqing didn't notice any abnormalities in the expressions of the two and answered as a matter of course. And at that moment, Suyu stepped forward, patted his shoulder, and pointed at Yi Feng. "Do you know what the real name of the ancient dimming paragon emperor is?" Li Changqing was bewildered. "I don't know." "Why?" Suyu shook his head slightly. "His real name is Yi Fan, the same distant ancestor that the Yi family has spent countless years trying to resurrect. Chapter 93 Entering Yifan's Tomb. Hiss. What a coincidence. Li Changqing drew in a breath of cool air and looked surprised. He had naturally heard of Yifang's story and knew that he had once been used as a vessel to resurrect the Yi family's distant ancestor. A bitter man. However, he didn't know that the tomb of the ancient dimming paragon emperor that he had been trying to unearth was that Yi family's distant ancestor. Yifeng nodded. That's right. It's such a coincidence. But it's kind of crooked. Digging up his grave, but I have no psychological pressure at all. And I even want to dig it up and thwart it. Yifeng gritted his teeth and said, Brother Evergreen, I'll be with you when we go down to the tomb in a while. Here, I'm familiar. Previously, he had facilitated the cooperation of a strand of Quasi-Emperor's residual soul in the burial ground to steal certain things from Guming's tomb. It can be said that this place is extremely familiar. Suyu grinned, his gaze far-reaching. Old thing, deliberately introducing us to the burial ground, not expecting our ancestral tomb to be dug up, right? Little fish, this time you get first credit. Suyu rubbed Su Xiaoyu's head and incidentally hung a jade pendant around her neck. Feng, he was actually more inclined to leave. If it wasn't for Su Xiaoyu, I'm afraid there would have been no way to find the grave of this Yi family's distant ancestor. The Yi family had gone to great lengths to introduce them to this place, wanting to stall for time. I didn't realize that I would end up lifting a rock and stoning myself. Suyu sighed a little. Fate is really making things happen. Soon, with the help of Yifeng, a person who had been there, the crowd very smoothly found the entrance to the ancient dimming tomb and walked in together. However, the moment the crowd walked in, a soft eep rang out. Immediately following, a wisp of green smoke drifted out and converged into a human face in midair. Seniors? Yifeng was startled, not expecting this strand of Quasi-Emperor's residual soul to rely on him after stealing ancient Ming's tomb with him before. One could only see that the face looked illusory and transparent, but his eyes were incomparably sharp, staring at Suyu and Yifeng and the others. A moment later, the human face looked at Yifeng and said in a deep voice, Kid, have you ever heard the saying, greed is not enough for a snake to swallow an elephant? That time 10 years ago was already quite the limit. Now you enter with these rabble. I'm afraid there will only be no return. Not waiting for that residual soul to finish, Su Jioge frowned and stepped forward to interrupt. Dead ghosts do not get involved in the affairs of the living. Properly repair your ghost scriptures to live on is not good? How dare you? Although this emperor only has a remnant of his soul left to survive, is it not for you, a great sage, to judge? That remnant soul burst into a rage. Back then, the old man was unrivaled across the upper realm. Numbered New Tao Quasi-Emperor. Once the emperor's name came out, who in the upper realm dared to oppose him? Yo-ho, what's the matter? Is it hard to believe that you still want to make a move and show off your imperial might now? Su Jioge was not afraid in the slightest. She could tell at a glance that this remnant soul of the Raging Wave Paragon Emperor was nothing more than a mere flowery display. A soul without a physical body to cling to is a rootless duckweed that will only gradually dissipate in heaven and earth. What's more, he was merely a wisp of a remnant soul. If it was not for the extremely high realm in life, and after death found a ghost cultivation technique, I'm afraid it would have already dissipated. But even so, this soul is now no different from a lonely ghost, and can only maintain this inhuman and ghostly state to survive. If he tried to force his way out, I'm afraid that before the attack came, he would be the first one to have his soul scattered. This emperor would like to see how you die. Having been seen through, the new Tao Paragon simply did not hold his ground and drifted to the side to make way. Yifeng was impressed when he saw this. Worthy of being a member of the imperial clan, his vision was just extraordinary. That being said, if this new Tao Paragon really had the strength, why would he need to cooperate with him in the first place? Wouldn't it be better for him to go in and monopolize the benefits? After figuring this out, Yifeng was not afraid and took big strides to follow the crowd, stepping into the ancient Ming burial. What a bunch of impolite backwoods men. This emperor would like to see how you die. New Tao Quasi-Emperor belonged to was one step back. The more he thought, the more angry he became. He couldn't help but hang back and watch from afar, wanting to see how several people were defeated, with a trace of the Quasi-Emperor's power that hadn't faded yet. Plus Yifeng, a descendant of the Yi family with a special identity, he had barely managed to steal 1/10,000th of the Guming Quasi-Emperor's heritage back then. And now, for this group of people to try to steal the ancient dimming paragon's treasure with just a single great saint was simply delusional. This is a dragon trap formation. Just after taking the first step into the tomb, Li Changqing narrowed his eyes slightly and said, before everyone's eyes, countless swords and knives stood out, as if filling the entire tomb. These swords, which were one after the other, formed a circular cage, blocking off the entrance to the tomb. Each sword was of a different style, some blood red in color, others silver. These swords and knives, all flickered with a faint light, vaguely emitting a shocking killing aura. Be careful. This formation is a bit evil. Li Changqing casually threw a divine weapon in. Rumble. In an instant, the divine soldier was twisted into pieces, and in the end, there was not even any dregs left. The crowd was shocked at the sight. Yi Feng thought deeply, this array is extremely bizarre. At first, it was that new Tao Quasi-Emperor to lead the way, so I was lucky to pass through the trapped dragon array. Now, Li Changqing frowned and tried various methods, but he was unable to find a solution to the formation. This dragon trapping formation was set up by a Quasi-Emperor, and even if it was less than 1,000,000 times more powerful now that it had been ravaged through the ages, it was by no means something that could be affected by ordinary forces. However, if one were to follow the rules and find the door to life, one would be afraid that it would take a lot of time. Let me try. Seeing Li Changqing's grasping appearance, Suyu shook his head and laughed. Righteous father, are you sure? Li Changqing was a bit skeptical. After all, this trapped dragon formation was so powerful that even he, a great expert in formation Dao, could do nothing about it? Try it, Suyu casually replied. Alas, Li Changqing sighed. As far as he knew, Suyu didn't practice formation on the side, so I'm afraid it would be a waste of time to try. Just as well, let him try. If it was really not possible, he would use some of his own undercard. Humph, with these two skills, you dare to break into Guming's tomb? In the back, the Raging Wave Paragon had a disdainful look on his face. He had already seen clearly that of the few people in front of him, only the female doll was at the peak of the Great Sage Realm cultivation, and the strongest of the remaining few was only at the peak of the Divine Mansion. How can this kind of goods want to enter the tomb of ancient Ming? I advise you to get lost. Otherwise, if you disturb the person in the tomb, I will definitely tell you to get lost. Noisy, isn't it just a broken formation? What are you clamoring for? Suyu frowned. Immediately, he took a step into the middle of the big formation. In the midst of the crowd's worried gazes, Suyu was actually in no man's land. Those swords and knives directly penetrated through his body, as if the two were simply not in the same space and time. Chapter 94 Worship. Boom! With a loud noise, the entire tomb trembled violently. Swords and knives roared in unison, and intense killing opportunities filled the air. However, Suyu was as if he was outside the world, and the killing machines around him were actually oblivious to him. Does this kid have a way to restrain this formation? The Raging Wave Paragon was shocked. One must know that this grand formation was a genuine Quasi-Emperor level formation, and even if it only had 1/10,000th of its power, it was still not something that a mere divine prefecture realm could contend with. But on the contrary, Suyu had actually safely passed through this sword grave mound. Incredible! Li Changqing also looked surprised. He knew of some of Suyu's tactics, but he did not expect the other party to be able to go this far. Don't just stand there, come with me. Suyu turned around, and the power of spacetime paved a path behind him that led to the distance. Li Changqing, Red Lotus, and the others followed closely behind, quickly moving forward. It can't be right. With a complicated expression on his face, Quasi-Emperor Ritao thought about it and quickly chased after him. As he passed through the sword grave and sword graveyard, he was somewhat disbelieving and transmitted a strand of soul power to try and touch a broken sword. Boo! With an explosion, that strand of soul power was instantly annihilated into nothingness. Hiss! He let out a muffled grunt, his face pained. It was clear that the loss of this strand of soul power was not a small damage to him. That power, it can actually ignore this formation. Looking at the distant backs of the crowd, he set off monstrous waves in his heart. This son is not simple. Perhaps he really could go to the deepest part and obtain the item. The heavy treasure that would bring him back to life. Thinking of this, Quasi-Emperor Nuetao no longer hesitated and quickly chased after him. On the other hand, Suyu and his group had already traversed through the layers of formation restrictions and arrived at the depths of the tomb. Abruptly, the scene ahead changed. This is... Li Changqing's gaze steepened as he stared dead at the scene in front of him. Only a black hole appeared ahead. A terrifying aura emanated from the black hole, like a hellish demonic abyss, causing one's scalp to tingle. While in the middle of the black hole, it was vaguely visible that there were several broken stone tablets standing on the spot. The surface of the stone monument was covered with dust, and there were inscriptions carved on it that seemed to be some kind of ancient script that was hard to discern. Around the black hole, there were more than a dozen skeletons, all of which were white bones. Not like human beings, but more like demonic beasts. In addition to these skeletons, there were piles of rotting bones lying around. Motionless, Li Changqing raised his eyebrows, his eyes flickering with essence. This should be the rumored corpse soldiers, specifically used to guard the coffin. Not bad, it's none other than the corpse soldier. Yi Feng nodded. Ahead is the location where the relics of the Yi family's distant ancestor are stored. It was the new Tao Quasi-Emperor who blocked the corpse soldiers in the first place, so I had the chance to go there and steal the inheritance. Li Chongqing nodded. Worthy of being the mausoleum of a strong quasi-emperor, it is indeed dangerous. But the greater the risk, the greater the reward. As the words fell, Li Chongqing's eyes closed slightly, and with a face of fleshly pain, he took out half a talisman from his bosom. Buzz! This amulet is a dull yellow color and is still a little wrinkled around the edges, even only halfway. However, as soon as it appeared, a terrifying fluctuation filled the air. Su Jiuge raised an eyebrow. A Dao talisman made by the Supreme Being himself? Not bad. Since traveling to this place was my proposal, we can't let you all struggle, can we? Li Chongqing let out a faint smile and flicked his fingers. The Dao talisman skyrocketed against the wind, and in an instant, transformed into a zheng tall talisman paper. The talisman paper bloomed with a bright golden aura, jumping like a flame as an extremely hot temperature spread out. Snort! Wherever the runic fire passed, even space collapsed. Roar! At the same time, the 10 or so corpse soldiers violently opened their eyes with scarlet pupils and let out a beast-like roar. With a stomp of their feet, they swooped towards Li Chongqing, their sharp claws tearing through space, bringing up a piercingly sharp whistling sound. Asterisk 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 off. Li Chongqing let out a low gulp. His hand pinched the seal, and the runic fire shot out. Boom! In a flash, the flames swept and enveloped those corpse soldiers. Snort! Thumbla! The talismanic fire burned the corpse, making a nuisance sound, raising wisps of black smoke, and a foul stench filled the air. Roar! Miserable screams resounded throughout the mountain range. Those corpse soldiers twisted and struggled madly, but it was of no use at all. In the blink of an eye, it was reduced to ashes, and the moment the corpse burned out, a piece of radiant crystal fell. Oh, I didn't realize there was a windfall. Li Chongqing picked up the fallen object with a happy face. This thing is a precious weapon refining material that contains spirituality. It's quite rare. Li Chongqing sized it up for a few moments and then handed it over to Suyu. Suyu unceremoniously took it in. And then, the crowd looked in unison at the entrance that was like a black hole. Without hesitation, Suyu took a step into it. At this instant, amongst the burial earth Yi clan, Yi Yuan violently opened his eyes, his gaze gazing deathly toward the forbidden area. Someone has broken into the middle of the ancient dimming tomb. He gritted his teeth, itching to kill the intruder immediately. But now, it was the critical moment of the opening of the ceremony, and he could not be pressed into service without him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Yi Yuan was incomparably anxious, but he could only finish the matter at hand before dealing with the intruder in the tomb. But he wasn't in a particular hurry. The ancient dim tomb, which was filled with quasi-emperor level means, even he, the closest bloodline, had to be careful and cautious. Those bugs that had the good fortune to break into it were afraid that they would toss themselves to death in a matter of moments. Right? After thinking that, he raised his head and looked at the 9 women on the high platform. The 9 people were all in excellent posture and were dressed in phoenix crowns and capes. Hurry up and pay your respects, Yi Yuan faintly said. Upon hearing this, the elders below immediately understood and began to make arrangements. At this time, the entire Yi family was decorated with lights and colors. Red candles were hanging high, and there were a lot of high-profile guests. At this moment, however, the faces of the 9 bride's clansmen were not so good. They looked at each other with a sense of being deceived. The Yi family had previously declared to the public that they didn't want their distant ancestor to be lonely, so they wanted to speak of a marriage for the distant ancestor, and after it was accomplished, there would be a huge reward. But when they say yes, they realize, what the hell kind of marriage is this? What kind of distant ancestor of the Yi family is still in such great demand even after his death? 9 wives and concubines in one go? It's heartless, isn't it? Although they were indignant, but after all, things had already come to a head, and they could only endure if they wanted to get the Yi family's benefits. At this moment, standing on the platform above a bright face, but there are 2 lines of tears fall. Sis, I was wrong. Come on, help me. Mu Yunyan cried silently and painfully. She was, at the moment, truly regretting it. She had thought it would be good to marry someone, but she hadn't realized that she was marrying a dead man. But when she had managed to convince herself to accept it, she realized that there was more than one who had married, and she was only one of 9. That's all okay. What's the big deal? A new place to live? Mu Yunyan had so comforted herself. But just now, when the Yi family inscribed formations on her body and imposed prohibitions, she instantly panicked. She was originally a formation cultivator, and although she didn't recognize the formation text, she knew what it was for. How can this be a marriage? It's a trap. The Yi family, this is a sacrifice for them. Thinking back to all the past, Mu Yunyan regretted her intestines. It turns out that Mu Qianxue had previously borne so much in silence. Her parents, pressed on, never thought of them as daughters. Therefore, blood ties are simply null and void in their eyes. Blood relatives or not, don't they all take it in exchange for favors? That's why she, who was a bit more talented, was so favored in the Mu family. Luckily, she thought it was because she was more pleasing to the eye than Mu Qianxue's, and her parents loved her more as an adopted daughter. A high worship. A long chant rang out amidst the lulling sound of the bells. The 9 people were all pressed down by an invisible force, and they all knelt down and bowed in unison. Second bow to heaven and earth. Husband and wife worship each other. After 3 kowtows, Mu Yunyan was trembling and her eyes were gradually blurred with tears. She braced herself and turned her face sideways, her eyes glancing at her parents, Mu Qianxue and Qian Xueyan. At the moment, the smiles on the duo's faces were extraordinarily wide. Seeing this, Mu Yunyan's heart completely died. Vaguely, she seemed to see Mu Qianxue's figure again. Sister. Sorry, I was really wrong. Chapter 95. You're the only one who can drive a tiger to swallow a wolf, aren't you? In the ancient Ming burial, Mu Qianxue seemed to have sensed something and suddenly turned her head, gazing into the void. What's wrong? Suyu noticed her abnormality and asked out loud. Nothing, it just feels like some kind of shackle. Unlocked? Mu Qianxue didn't know how to describe this feeling, and eventually smiled and shook her head. That's good. Seeing that she was fine, Suyu put his heart down and focused on studying the object in front of him. In front of him, a black coffin was being placed. Above the coffin, there was an oil lamp. The oil lamp was weak and dim, and within it, a wisp of ghostly light jumped, as if it would go out at any moment. Yi Feng took a deep breath and slowly said, My lord, this lamp is the last soul fire of the Yi family's distant ancestor. I was the one who stole a drop of lamp oil from it, and I was able to acquire many of the senses of the Yi family's distant ancestors as well as cultivation techniques and the like. Upon hearing this, Suyu nodded and dropped his gaze on that oil lamp. That is to say, by removing this item, we can destroy all of the Yi family's schemes, right? That's right. Yi Feng nodded his head immediately. The reason why the Yi family is counting on resurrecting their distant ancestor is because of the existence of this lamp. As long as it is destroyed, then resurrection is naturally nonsense. Good. Su nodded. Step up slowly. As his palm hovered above the oil lamp, a pitch-black chain continued to pour out from his palm. With the power of the heaven-devouring demon jar, no matter what grade of secret treasure this oil lamp was, as long as it was dragged into it, it would definitely be able to refine it. Rumble. As the chains entwined the oil lamps, the entire tomb began to tremble wildly, as if it was about to collapse the next moment. Suyu raised an eyebrow. Still want to struggle? Little Black, use your full strength and refine it in one breath. Hearing his words, the infinite chains coalesced into the appearance of Little Black, violently raised his head, and with an open mouth, he swallowed the oil lamp in one gulp. Woof! In a flash, boundless darkness descended, and the entire tomb was plunged into a dead silence. Not good. What the ancestors left behind has been taken. In this instant, Yi Yuan was completely unable to sit still. In the eyes of all the people who were in disbelief, Yi Yuan took out a formation flag, opened a side channel, and then rushed in like a madman. Damned thing, no matter who you are, if you dare to stop in front of the Yi family, you will die. Did succeed? Li Changqing swallowed his saliva and said with difficulty. The fluctuation just now was so terrifying that he almost pulled out his bottoms to defend himself. So you let out a light laugh? Simple. After being contained in his inner world, the mutilated corner of the heaven-devouring demon jar had been almost completely restored. In addition, during these days, the heaven-devouring demon jar had refined quite a few things, accumulating a large amount of energy. In this way, swallowing an unmanipulated secret treasure in one fell swoop was no effort at all. So there's a quasi-emperor Dao weapon with him. No wonder a divine mansion realm would dare to break into the emperor's tomb. Just as the crowd turned to leave, an old, hoarse voice rang out, echoing around the chamber. Suyu's face changed slightly. Next moment, in the shadows, a wrinkled, hunched-over old man stepped out. The old man's eyes were cloudy, but there was a hint of essence in them as he scanned the crowd present. What a way to get here. Boy, now hand over that glazed soul-transferring lamp and this emperor will spare you from death. Are you the Raging Wave Paragon Emperor? After carefully recognizing it, Suyu was surprised. The face of the old man in front of them actually looked exactly the same as the remnant soul of the new Tao Paragon Emperor that they had encountered at the entrance of the tomb just now. Seeing this, Yi Feng suddenly slapped his thigh. You actually left your physical body here back then? It suddenly occurred to him that when he had explored the tomb with the new Tao Paragon, the other party appeared to have a physical body, not the residual soul state that he had seen previously. So, this guy is deliberately hiding his physical body here? Upon hearing this, Quasi-Emperor Nu Tao had a complicated expression on his face. This emperor was severely injured at first, and was already on the verge of death, so he had no choice but to break his arm in order to survive. I just didn't expect to finally see a turnaround today. As long as you utilize the glazed soul-transferring lamp to harbor the remnant soul of this emperor for 10,000 years, you will be able to combine your physical body with a complete divine soul, which is equivalent to an alternative method of rebirth. Hearing him speak in such a way, it dawned on the crowd that they understood it all. Quasi-Emperor Ritao was severely injured and dying from serious injuries in the first place, so he came to the burial ground with the intention of fighting for a turnaround. He was not unlucky enough to find the tomb that the ancient dimming Paragon Emperor had made for himself after his death. It was just that, seriously injured and dying, there was no way for him to find a chance to break into it. Therefore, he sought out Yi Feng, who had the bloodline of the Yi family, to cooperate with him and enter here. Only, his state at that time no longer supported forcibly removing this lamp, and the only way to avoid his soul from flying away was to first cut himself, forcing the last remnant of his soul out of his body. And now, at last, he was waiting for his chance. Heaven's destiny is with me. It's all destiny. Quasi-Emperor Ritao laughed out loud. Then he looked at Suyu and coldly shouted, "Kid, if you don't want to die, then quickly hand over the lamp to this emperor." "On what basis?" Suyu indifferently said. "Humph, could it be that you think that a mere Quasi-Emperor Dao weapon can stop this emperor?" Quasi-Emperor Ritao laughed coldly. "You, a divine mansion realm, driving a Quasi-Emperor Dao weapon is like a 3-year-old child wielding a large axe. It's simply useless. Although this emperor is only a remnant of a soul forcibly manipulating his physical body, it's still enough to suppress your Quasi-Emperor Dao soldier. If you are sensible, then obediently hand over the item, or else, make your life worse than death." "Ha!" The corner of Suyu's mouth flared up in a sneering arc. "An old dog. How dare you snarl and bark? Unbridled." Quasi-Emperor Ritao was furious. He was a powerful Quasi-Emperor. How had he ever been verbally abused by a divine mansion realm? In an instant, a horrifying pressure enveloped and came down, suppressing towards Suyu like Tarzan. Bang! Under Suyu's feet, a stone brick instantly burst. Suyu's face changed as the power of spacetime surged out crazily. "It's useless. You think this emperor is that dead formation?" Quasi-Emperor Ritao sneered, manipulating the power of his physical body to directly suppress Suyu along with that piece of bizarre spacetime. Click! In an instant, Suyu's spacetime power collapsed. Quasi-Emperor Ritao was right. It was fine to use temporal and spatial disruption to deceive the formation, but the other party was once a quasi-emperor who had suppressed the heavens after all. Already, he was a character who could do it with one force. Sure enough, my current power is still far from being able to face the saint level and above. Suyu shook his head slightly. In that case, Blackie, it's your turn. He let out a whisper. Immediately after that, he saw the heaven-devouring demon jar appear once again. An illusory figure appeared. It was certainly Xiao Hei. It had actually manifested itself in the body of a weapon spirit for the first time in front of the crowd. Roar! Xiao Hei roared and rushed towards the raging wave Paragon Emperor, opening his mouth and spraying, a ball of demonic flames raging and burning. Boom! The terrifyingly high temperatures caused the void to explode, and the scorching breath destroyed the sky and the earth. The spirit of a quasi-emperor Dao weapon? How could you go out of your way to spend the origin of a Dao weapon to stand up for this kid? Seeing this, Quasi-Emperor Rutaio's face changed greatly. He didn't expect that this quasi-emperor Dao soldier would be willing to pay a large price to display a power that was no weaker than that of him in his heyday. But now how could he have half a moment to hesitate? Immediately storming back several feet away, urging the soul fire, trying to cancel out Little Black's attack. Boom! The two flames collided, instantly triggering a monstrous wave. Suyu did not retreat and instead stood still at the entrance of the tomb, as if he was blocking the new Tao quasi-emperor's back path. Kid, seek death. Quasi-Emperor Rutao's heart was burning with anxiety, and he knew very well that he was no match for the power of this Dao soldier. More importantly, this quasi-emperor Dao soldier had ample reserves of artifact spirits, unlike himself, who was already running out of gas. Once the battle continued, one was in danger. A hint of ruthlessness appeared in his eyes, and his palms slowly launched out. Rumble! Inside the crypt, the storm clouds changed. Invisibly, it was as if a huge might was falling from the 9 heavens, carrying a sense of vastness and greatness. Young lord, retreat! Su Jiugo hurriedly called out. The opponent's strength was too terrifying, and even she didn't have a way to deal with it. Blackie, right at this moment, Su Yu, however, was not in a hurry and did not panic, letting Xiao Hei even join him, putting everyone into the heaven-devouring demon jar. And then, the heaven-devouring demon jar was hidden into space and time and disappeared. It all happened extremely fast. In an instant, Within the ancient dim tomb, only the new Tao Paragon was left. The raging wave Paragon Emperor hadn't had time to be puzzled. Then he saw that a silhouette was dashing into the interior of the tomb, and it just happened to appear at the point where his own blow had landed. Ha! Yi Yuan, holding a formation flag in his hand, rushed to Gu Ming's tomb in a hurry, but when he raised his head, he realized that there was a sea pressing down. Chapter 96, Extreme Ascension. Human Emperor. What the hell is this? Yi Yuan's pupils immediately tightened, revealing a look of extreme alarm. No! He shouted frantically and tried to dodge, but there was nothing he could do at all. Boom! All of a sudden, waves of shock rose throughout the entire chamber. In the infinite waves, Yi Yuan's body directly annihilated into debris, drifting in all directions. Quasi-Emperor Ru Tao was stunned. He didn't expect that how could there suddenly be a rash young man rushing out to seek death, but he didn't care. It's just one life of a great saint. If you die, you die. And just as the new Tao Paragon Emperor was planning to leave the ancient dim tomb, so it's you dog that's making trouble out of this. Behind him, Yi Yuan's furious voice came. Oh, Quasi-Emperor Ru Tao turned his head just in time to see countless black dots converging and gradually piecing together Yi Yuan's body. You have practiced the method of extraterrestrial foreign devils? Quasi-Emperor Nu Tao's pupils shrank and his face was ugly as he said. Yi Yuan should have died under his thunderous strike, but at this moment, he came to life with an extremely bizarre gesture. As an existence that had survived until now in the ancient times, Quasi-Emperor Nuttall naturally recognized that this was the characteristic of the extraterrestrial Fey Devil. Quasi-Emperor Nuetao had a disdainful look on his face. Even though this emperor is about to die, he has never considered colluding with the foreign devils. This emperor thought that the Yi family had already acted cowardly by pinning their hopes on that guy Yifan. But I didn't realize that you had even degenerated into a foreign devil. But it's good, since you took the initiative to seek death. It's good to let this emperor chip away some of the sins of this life. With a cold smile, Quasi-Emperor Ru Tao rushed towards Yi Yuan to kill him. The two battled together in the blink of an eye. Yi Yuan looked gloomy. The trust of the Yi family's ancestors all rests on me alone, so I have no choice but to do whatever it takes, regardless of everything. Since he had already been exposed, Yi Yuan wasn't hiding anything, completely activating the law of alien devil and alienating his body. At the same time, all sorts of secret treasures were offered up one by one. These secret treasures were all found in the burial ground over thousands of years as he relied on the immortal properties of the Fey Devil. Relying on a large amount of secret treasures, he actually fought against the new Tao Paragon. I didn't expect to blow up a big fish. In the dark, Suyu looked at the duo who were fighting furiously, and his face changed slightly. He didn't expect that this person, Yi Yuan, was hiding such a deep secret. He had actually cultivated the method of foreign devils and transformed himself into a devil body. When Yi Feng saw this, his mouth slightly opened. Crazy. He's gone crazy. To throw himself into the Devil Sea for that plan. He's really crazy. Even if he succeeds. So what? As long as this secret is exposed, the Yi family will instantly become a public enemy in the upper realms and be besieged by all the forces. The crowd was deeply impressed. During the ancient and Taiku period, there were two outbreaks of demonic plagues. Once, it was the invasion of foreign devils from outside the domain in the ancient times, which beat the ancient people into a river of blood. And eventually the human race was almost destroyed. The second time, it was the early ancient period, when extraterrestrial foreign devils infiltrated the heavens in an attempt to dismantle the human race from the ground up. However, in the end, that conspiracy was detected by Su Wu Dao, who had only just been certified, and he suppressed all the human races that were tainted with demonic blood and practiced demonic skills, and locked up a number of indelible existences, turning them into forbidden zones. Only, the aftermath left by this demonic disaster was not small. Since that battle, the human race has been immortalized with the Fey Devil. The foreign devils were even denounced by all living beings in the heavens and the worlds. But now, Yi Yuan had gotten a method of foreign devils from somewhere. And not only did he cultivate it extremely profoundly, but he also practiced a body of foreign devils. On weekdays, he hid his altered demon body extremely deeply and only used his human body to see people, which was why Suyu did not discover him last time. Damn it! If not for the fact that this emperor's party has consumed too much. Suddenly, Quasi-Emperor Nu Tao let out a roar and actually opened his mouth to spit out a mouthful of blood. Immediately afterward, his vastness suddenly withered, and the angry sea that was summoned by him no longer stirred up the wind and waves. Yi Yuan's complexion was ironic, holding a small tripod in his hand as he coldly said, "Hand over the glazed soul-transferring lamp you stole, and I can spare you from death." Ha! How dare the foreign devil scum go wild? Quasi-Emperor Ru Tao sniffed and did not have the slightest intention of talking with him, only glancing at the void in a ghostly manner. He did not betray Suyu and the others. If it was usual, he would definitely have skimmed it off at the first opportunity and walked away. But now, he can't do it. This emperor, no matter what, is still a human emperor. This emperor does not want to die. Very much so. But, as an emperor, there are some things that have to be done. A radiant bright light emerged in Nu Tao's eyes. He had, at one time, fought tooth and nail to extend his life. Even if he threw himself into the burial ground, even if his soul and flesh were divided into two, even if he was reduced to begging Yifeng, a junior, to cooperate with him, he did not give up the hope of life. And at this moment, he did not have the slightest reservation and chose to burn himself. Because, countless years ago, there had been countless forefathers who had made such a choice when facing the invasion of foreign devils. Without them, the heavens would have long been occupied by foreign devils, and the human race would have long been wantonly devoured and slaughtered by foreign devils. Therefore, now that he met the same situation, Quasi-Emperor Ritao did not hesitate. This is how this emperor got his life. Now, it will be returned. A wisp of radiant golden flame floated out from its brow. This was the flame of a quasi-emperor Dao fruit after it was ignited, and it was extremely radiant. Are you crazy? Didn't you steal the glazed soul transmutation lamp just to be resurrected? If you fight with the old man now, even if you wrap the soul lamp, you're still going to die? Yi Yuan was horrified and didn't understand the reason why Quasi-Emperor Nueta was doing this. But before he could react, boom! Vast imperial might came again. This time, that brilliant imperial might was many times stronger than before. A great figure descended and enveloped the entire heaven and earth. This is the true body of a paramount emperor. It was the raging wave paragon emperor burning his origin and releasing the brightest luster in this life. The moment the quasi-emperor's true body manifested, Yi Yuan only felt as if the air around him was frozen, and even his breathing seemed to have stopped. The pressure almost suffocated him. Crazy! You're senile. Why are you doing such damaging things? Yi Yuan roared angrily. You're like this. Is it worth it? Ha ha ha. The raging wave paragon, however, looked up to the sky and smiled ruefully. He slowly raised his right palm, his nails piercing into his chest and removing the heart. Poof! The beating heart was suspended above the raging wave paragon emperor's head, glittering like a night pearl. This emperor has never had such a lucid moment in his life. As the words fell, the heart turned into fuel, causing the golden flames to rise steeply, enveloping it completely. In this instant, the raging wave paragon was transformed into a sea of fire. Its emperor's name is Raging Waves, but at this moment it is a sea of fire. This is extreme sublimation. Su Jiugu exclaimed with a complex expression. A forbidden art that ignites everything in itself in exchange for a brief peak. Burning self, giving up everything, in exchange for amazing power. In the extreme sublimation state, he would even be more than 3 times more powerful than he was once during the quasi-emperor period. But the cost is, the intense golden color filled this spacetime, but it deliberately bypassed where the heaven-devouring demon jar was. Eventually, when it all subsided, nothing existed for millions of miles around. The entire ancient dinging tomb was swept away. The quasi-emperor's life-fighting strike was terrifying to the extreme. The entire burial ground shook crazily. Deep within the burial ground, several magnificent figures stepped out, fighting the aftermath with all their might, which managed to keep the burial ground from shattering directly. The violent tremor spread extremely far. Half of the upper realm trembled, and some of the old antiquities who had been in seclusion for a long time also opened their eyes at this moment with complex expressions. Some poured wine and toasted the heavens. Some pinched their fingers and did math. And some frowned. Eventually, rain of blood fell from the sky. It seemed that the great Tao was also feeling saddened by the fall of this emperor. Inside the burial site, among the heaven-devouring devil jar, the people looked at each other with different expressions. Su Yu and Li Changqing, these young people, had complexity and incomprehension permeating their eyes. They didn't know why Quasi-Emperor Nuttall had chosen this way. Nor did they know that, clearly just now, they were still enemies who were shouting to kill. But in the next moment, the other party was willing to hide for them and was willing to help them fight against Yi Yuan. In the end, even willing to give his life. Li Changqing looked serious and put away his hangdog look as he said in a complicated manner. He can obviously tell the whereabouts of the glazed soul-transferring lamp, and as long as he betrays us, or cooperates with Yi Yuan, or simply escapes directly, he won't die. But in preference, he chose. At that, there was another moment of silence. The likes of Su Jiugu or Red Lotus, on the other hand, guessed some of the truth and vaguely knew the reason why Quasi-Emperor Nu Tao was doing this. Sister Jiugu. Suyu looked at Su Jiugu, hoping to get an answer. He vaguely guessed something, but it was still half understood. Su Jiugu took a deep breath. Young lord, you don't know that part of history. When you return to the clan, the family head should recount it with you. and then you'll know the reason why Quasi-Emperor Nu Tao did what he did. Saying that, Su Jiuji's eyes reddened and she stopped speaking. Suyu sensed that her mood was off, so he didn't ask any more questions, intending to learn about that ancient history on his own in the future. A few moments later, the crowd emerged from the space-time crevice. Step on top of the burial ground again. Suyu lamented. Is this the true strength of a quasi-emperor? Even with his excellent eyesight, he had difficulty looking at the boundaries of that strike just now. If it wasn't for the burial land's extraordinarily solid spacetime, I'm afraid that this strike would have been enough to collapse the entire burial land. After Suyu thought about it, he squatted down, set up a monument for the raging wave paragon, and struck out a temporal force. As long as someone approached, the power of space and time would replay the image of the Nu Tao paragon before his death. In any case, the other party had done a great deed, a great service to the entire upper realm. Therefore, one should not die in obscurity. After doing this, Suyu turned around and walked towards the outside of the burial ground. Only, after the crowd had walked away, a black shadow suddenly emerged from the depths of the earth. Eventually, it slowly condensed into Yi Yuan's appearance. So close. If I hadn't buried a portion of my body deep within the burial ground in advance, I would have definitely died under that Nu Tao paragon's extreme sublimation. Yi Yuan had a face of celebration after the robbery. Immediately, the line of sight slowly looked towards the direction where Suyu and the others had left. Jia. So it was these few little people who took away the glazed soul-turning lamp? Nu Tao, you said you were shrewd for a lifetime. How come you ended up being stupid? Yi Yuan looked at the tombstone with a disdainful face. Immediately, he directly stomped it into pieces. Chapter 97 Swell? Just after stepping out of the burial ground forbidden area, Suyu suddenly paused and frowned. Brother Yu, what's wrong? Su Xiaoyu asked as she tugged on his coat. Suyu turned his head, but saw that Su Xiaoyu also had a worried face at the moment. This girl, she sensed it too? The two looked at each other, and both had the answer in their minds. With that, both of them turned around at the same time and glanced at the depths of the burial ground. Seeing this, Su Jiuge said in confusion, "What's wrong?" Suyu's complexion grew cold, and without explaining, he just faintly said, "Sister Jiuge, this Yi family, it's time to exterminate it." Yi Yuan didn't die? Su Jiuge's pupils shrunk, understanding Suyu's words. Under the quasi-emperor's extreme sublimation, he hadn't even been able to completely exterminate him? It seemed that the other party's body of foreign devils had been cultivated extremely terrifyingly. Let's go. Go to the Yi family first. I don't want any leaks. Suyu said nothing more and led the way forward. At this moment, Su Jiuge took out the profound demon order and softly said, "The young lord has an order to exterminate the burial Earth Yi clan and behead clan master Yi Yuan." A demonic order was issued. In an instant, the entire air of the upper realm was filled with a hint of solemnity. First a quasi-emperor falls, and then the Su family's demon guards come out en masse. The sky of this upper realm is about to change. All the major powers were alarmed as they sensed this. In the meantime, inside the Yi family land, the wedding thing is still going on. 9 brides and the completion of the worship. It is like a lost soul. Let the Yi family people lead, to go to the bridal chamber. Their clansmen did not notice anything unusual, and continued to drink in the banquet hall, unaware of the impending catastrophe. Once the cave is over, they will have no use for the Yi family. So how can the Yi family still honor their previous promises? It's just a shame that these people have been so enamored by the profit motive, blinded and unable to extricate themselves, much less aware of the impending danger. Of course, they might have anticipated this, but they were not afraid. After all, they had the Yi family at their backs. Soon, all the brides had all entered the bridal chamber, and only then did the Yi family members finally breathe a sigh of relief. And at that moment, a sword suddenly chopped down in the sky. Boom! With a loud noise, the entire mansion instantly crumbled. What's going on? Who dares to sabotage my Yi family? The people of the Yi family were all furious, rising up in the air and watching their surroundings vigilantly. After seeing that one black sword chopping down, it transformed into thousands and surrounded the entire Yi family land. Immediately following, a figure slowly stepped out from the void. It was a white-clothed young man with an incomparably stern aura emanating from his body. Seek death. Seeing this scene, all the Yi family members became enraged and rushed over. It is you who seek death. Suyu was expressionless. Bang! Without any effort, those dozens of Yi family members who had rushed out were directly shaken and sent flying, blood spilling across their bodies, and they fell to the ground with serious injuries. Although these people were strong, with a minimum cultivation of the divine mansion realm, they were like ants when facing Suyu. This scene caused the faces of all the Yi family members to sink slightly. Even though your son is of noble birth, he cannot bully my Yi family like this. An old man opened his mouth and drank. A flash of gravity on his face. He recognized Xuyu. But now that the Yi clan's plan had reached a critical moment, he was unwilling to terminate it even if the people of the imperial clan stepped in to stop it. Yi family, be executed. Xuyu didn't bother to talk nonsense and just lightly expounded on the facts. So it's you? It's not even if you kid bullied my Mu family, but now you dare to offend the Yi family. You really don't want to live. Below, when Mu Wanxian saw this, he hurriedly threw down his drink and rushed to the Yi family members to show his loyalty. It was an opportunity he didn't want to miss. None of the Yi family members paid any attention to him, just staring at Xuyu in midair. Since your excellency is determined to go against my Yi family, then don't blame us for being impolite. That old man opened his mouth and waved his palm. Swish swish swish. In an instant, a Yi family elder came out from all directions and surrounded Xuyu. Seeing this, Xuyu remained calm. Sweeping his gaze across the bottom, he faintly said, "Those who have nothing to do with the Yi family, you are given an opportunity to come forward now." Crashing sound. The moment these words came out, the guests below each looked at the little cutie. They looked at Xuyu in the same way. Where's the psycho? Is this man crazy to threaten us? Who does he think he is? The emperor's son? Ha ha ha. The crowd laughed and didn't take Xuyu seriously at all. The Yi family, but the uncrowned king of this burial land. If he angered the Yi family, he would definitely not be able to eat. I see that here is afraid that no one wants to offend the Yi family except this little one, right? Mu Wanxian sneered. The crowd nodded at these words. Very good. Seeing this, Xuyu nodded. It saves a lot of effort. After saying that, he turned his head to look deeper into the burial soil. Yi Yuan, if you don't come out again, I'll exterminate the Yi family. Xuyu's tone was calm, as if he was just stating a simple fact. As the words fell, a wisp of black smoke cloud drifted out. It converged into Yi Yuan's appearance in midair. Seeing this, Xuyu and the others frowned slightly. This old thing really isn't dead. At this moment, Yi Yuan's expression was extremely bizarre. He stared tightly at Xuyu, a mysterious smile sketching the corners of his mouth. So what if it's a member of the Emperor clan? Even that quasi-emperor couldn't help me. Do you think you can't stop me with just that great sage you brought with you? Obviously, after escaping under the new Tao quasi-emperor, Yi Yuan's confidence had risen so much that he no longer placed Xuyu, an emperor's son, in his eyes. Chapter 98. 5 Emperors Crossing the Sky. Yi family despair. Boy, you're naive. Yi Yuan laughed coldly and immediately crushed the jade talisman in his hand. Boo! The next moment, a wisp of black smoke rose into the air. Immediately following, a vast aura suddenly descended. Quasi-emperor. It's a quasi-emperor descending. Could this one be the Hong Tian quasi-emperor? The crowd below looked in awe, and some had even kneeled down to bow, only to see that Hong Tian quasi-emperor stepping into the air, his steps creating lotus flowers, and with every step, a black lotus would grow in the sky and earth, eventually spreading over the entire burial soil. Hong Tian. He actually became a quasi-emperor? I remember that this one was once a close friend of the distant ancestor Yi Fan. I didn't expect that after countless years had passed, he hadn't fallen, but instead had advanced even further. A Yi clan elder below exclaimed in shock, recognizing the identity of this figure. My Yi family, I have a quasi-emperor backer? The Yi family's crowd was incomparably energized, with a look of ecstasy in their eyes. Kid, this time, I'll see how you'll end up. Seeing this, Mu Wanxian hurriedly slipped in front of Yi Yuan and patted his ass, in the manner of the Yi family's lapdog. This emperor came here to return a favor owed to Yi Fan back then. Hong Tian looked indifferent and swept a glance at the crowd below before speaking. Yi Fan had been kind to this emperor back then, and now that he is about to return, those who are sensible will retreat on their own, and if they still want to get entangled, then I will not blame this emperor for being merciless. Saying that, Hong Tian quasi-emperor looked at Xuyu and cast a warning look. He already knew a thing or two about Suyu's identity from Yi Yuan. That's why he didn't show up from the beginning. If the Yi family's plot was terminated early, then there was no need for him to confront that imperial Su family for a dead man. But now, everything is ready to go. As long as the final step was completed, Yi Fan would be resurrected and return. At that time, the entire burial land would be unified by the Yi family. Even more, Yi Fan might go further and reach an even more terrifying level. In this situation, Quasi-Emperor Hong Tian didn't want to lose the battle. That's why he showed up here, facing the imposing Hong Tian Quasi-Emperor. Suyu remained expressionless and only said indifferently, I should come and say these words to you. Yi family must be destroyed today. If you want to make a move to stop it, then they will be destroyed together. A paragon emperor has already fallen today. Not bad for you, kid. Not much cultivation, but not much guts. Quasi-Emperor Hong Tian's face was unkind. A gorgeous longsword made of ice feathers slowly appeared in his hand. He slightly flicked his sword, and the blade pointed straight at Su Yu. The burial earth passes through the Jedi and hides everything. The corners of Paragon Hong Tian's mouth hooked slightly. Little fellow, do you think that if I were to behead you here, the Su family would find out? Hearing Hong Tian Paramount Emperor's threat, Su Yu completely lost his patience. There are so many people looking for death today. That's fine. Since you guys want to die, then I'll fulfill you. With that, Su Yu turned his head, looked above the dome of the sky, and faintly said, "Come out. This place is in your hands." Boom! As the words fell, the sky, it's falling, clear the field. 2 words spat out without any emotion. Wow! As the words fell, the sky and earth abruptly changed color. 5 figures like demonic gods stepped out from the void. Even the heavens and earth seemed unable to carry them, and as soon as they appeared, space and time were collapsing. The laws were beginning to break, and the world seemed to be returning to chaos. The terrifying aura was like an abyss like the sea, instantly sweeping across the entire burial land. The people of the Yi family, Mu Wanxian and the others, as well as the guests all changed their faces drastically. Yi Yuan's expression also sank, and the smile on his face instantly stiffened. Quasi-Emperor, a genuine quasi-imperial, and it's still a full 5. The 5 emperors crossed the sky, and even the burial earth, which had been covered in black mist the entire day, was now impacted with clear skies without a hint of eeriness. Everyone was dumbfounded. Mu Wanxian's lips turned white and his face was full of incredulity. He had thought that he would be able to rest on his laurels after being on the list of the behemoth that is the Yi family. However, Su Yu, who was despised by him, had an even more terrifying background, casually being able to call out 5 quasi-emperors to assist in the battle. This simply exceeded the Yi family by more than 100 times. The district Yi family was not even worthy of lifting his shoes. Yi Yuan's color was harsh. How dare you? He fiercely struck out and grabbed towards Su Yu. At that moment, a bizarre aura erupted abruptly. A large black hand pierced through the void and grabbed at Su Yu. Hong Tian. As he struck out, Yi Yuan hissed at Quasi-Emperor Hong Tian. Damn! This guy. Identity is not small. I'm afraid he's a core figure in the Imperial clan. Quasi-Emperor Hong Tian cursed profusely, simply wishing to slap Yi Yuan to death. Earlier, although Yi Yuan had informed the other party that he was from the Su family of the Imperial clan, he had not made his specific identity clear at all. So much so that Hong Tian thought that Su Yu was just a marginal character in the Imperial clan. After all, how many millions of clansmen are there in an Imperial clan? If it was just an ordinary clan member, what would he have to fear from a quasi-emperor? But now, looking at this situation, Hong Tian guessed that Su Yu might be that emperor's son, the son of the great emperor of the day. Damn it, this emperor has been killed by you today. Hong Tian cursed under his breath, but the movement in his hands did not stop, charging towards Su Yu at an even faster speed. Capture the thief first. If he could not hold Su Yu hostage in the first place, then under the siege of the 5 quasi-emperors, he would surely fall today. Dare to strike at the young lord? Kill without pardon. The 5 Su family paragon emperors didn't have any nonsense. When the words fell, they went straight to work. Boom! A heaven-destroying might swept out. The Yi family members, Mu Wanxian and the others, were instantly shattered into pieces and blood mist spilled horizontally. There were some lucky ones who survived, but at the moment they were ashen. It's over. The Yi family is over. How dare we not know the depths and mess with this great god? What the hell is Yi Yuan doing? Why are you going against that person? They're gutted. But now, regret was no longer of the slightest use. They can only watch their deaths come. Rumble. A destructive blast rang out. In a short moment, the 6 paragon emperors exchanged hands thousands of times. Quasi-Emperor Hong Tian was drenched in blood and was beaten beyond recognition. Not only did he fail to capture Su Yu, he was seriously injured instead. His emperor's robe was tattered and bloody with broken bones poking through his skin. In contrast, the 5 Su family paragon emperors were unharmed, with 5 people joining forces. Even if a half-step emperor realm came, they might not be able to gain any advantage. Su family, bully. The Yi family is but a mere sacred race, and this emperor's dear friend Yifan is only at the quasi-emperor realm. So why does the Su family have to target us? Paragon Hong Tian was unwilling and hissed. He was already seriously injured, and if he continued like this, he would definitely be unable to escape death. Why? You have to ask Yi Yuan about this question. Su Yu sneered. Yi Yuan? Quasi-Emperor Hong Tian was puzzled and looked back at Yi Yuan. How did you mess with the Su family's emperor's son? The two of them looked at each other, but Yi Yuan dodged for a while, his expression unnatural. You. Right at this moment, The black smoke cloud that emerged from Yi Yuan's body surface that Quasi-Emperor Hong Tian suddenly glimpsed. Yi Yuan, you dare to deceive this emperor? You actually cultivate the method of foreign devils. Hong Tian instantly became furious and his killing intent was directed at Yi Yuan. At the same time, the Su family's 5 emperors also cast their gazes down at the same time, their eyes cold to the extreme. Yi Yuan was trembling at the moment, looking at the scene in front of him in horror, being locked by 6 paragon emperors at the same time. He couldn't even breathe at the moment. This emperor kind of understands. No wonder a small Yi family would mess with a behemoth like the Su family. Emperor Hong Tian quasi-imperialist. With his eyes deadlocked on Yi Yuan, he gritted his teeth and said, "You damn." Yi Yuan had actually cultivated the Fey demon technique that was expressly forbidden in the upper realm. You must know that the foreign devils are the public enemy of the world's living beings. During the ancient times, more than one great emperor had participated in the extermination of demons, and in the end, he even fell among them. This shows the terror of the foreign devils. And now, the offspring of his deceased family, whom he had previously trusted, had been hiding from himself and cultivating the Fey devil technique. Moreover, looking at his level of sophistication, I'm afraid that he has long been corrupted by the foreign devils and has become a spy of the extraterrestrial foreign devils planted in the upper realm. Below, the crowd was dumbfounded when they heard this. The family head is a demonic traitor? Especially the Yi family crowd. Originally, they expected a miracle. But now, the crowd had no hope of staying alive. The head of the family betrayed the upper realm, and the lightest end for them all was their souls. Chapter 99 Resurrection? The black corpse with open eyes. No, it's not real. None of this is real. Mu Wanxian struggled to get up from the rubble and was just about to flee when he heard this piece of bad news. This is undoubtedly a catastrophe from heaven. He had only just joined forces with the Yi family, only for the other party to be exposed as cultivating the method of foreign devils? When he thought about how he couldn't wait to kneel down as a dog for Yi Yuan before, Mu Wanxian would have hated to cut himself on the spot. I've actually become in-laws with a demonic traitor. Me. He wanted to cry in his heart and his face was pale. Yi Yuan. Quasi-Emperor Hong Tian hissed angrily, monstrous killing intent surging out from the bottom of his eyes. This emperor will remove your poisonous tumor for the Yi family and for the upper realm. This emperor will scatter your soul. Quasi-Emperor Hong Tian was already enraged to the extreme, frantically urging his gong methods to kill Yi Yuan here, although he was afraid that even if he was righteous, he would be liquidated by the Su family. But now, he could not care about that much. However, he suddenly realized that he was bound by a strange force. Damn, what kind of tactic is this? Paramount emperors, they can overthrow a realm by raising their hands and feet. But now, he couldn't move? Ha! At the same time, Su Yu's face changed greatly. On the surface of his body, a crack suddenly surfaced, and blood continued to gush out, just like a shattered mirror. Young lord. Seeing this, the 5 demon guard leaders were frightened and immediately came to Su Yu's side. The 5 emperors combined their efforts and the emperor element flowed, instantly repairing the injuries within Su Yu's body. Only, in the next moment, the same injury reappeared. The world inside. Su Yu instantly realized that it was his inner world that had gone terribly wrong. He hurriedly ran the Taishu ancient scripture in an attempt to find the cause. However, in the next moment, his inner world automatically emerged and descended into the burial earth. Behind Su Yu, a darkness suddenly unfolded, followed by a side of the world squeezed hard into the burial ground. The 5 demon guard leaders were shocked when they saw this. At such a young age, young lord has already cultivated the way of the flesh world to such an extent? Only, without waiting for the crowd to sigh. The next moment, they saw a scene that horrified them. Only a huge magic jar emerged from the darkness. It spreads and spreads and spreads, rampaging through the world. Quasi-Emperor Dao soldier. Within the main body of the young lord, there is actually a Quasi-Emperor Dao weapon stored? The pupils of the 5 demon guard leaders shrank. Young lord, quickly take out this Dao soldier. They were anxious beyond words and rushed to warn. How terrifying was the Quasi-Emperor Dao soldier? How dare Su Yu put it in his unformed inner world? Now, the Quasi-Emperor Dao soldiers were storming out. And if they hadn't arrived in time, it was feared that Su Yu would have been propped up on the spot. Blackie, what happened to you? Su Yu forced himself to endure the pain and inquired. Moo. Inside the heaven-devouring demon jar, a painful roar came from Little Black. Su Yu was extraordinarily puzzled. Xiao Hei has always been extremely peaceful. Why is there suddenly a problem now? After thinking about it, Su Yu simply took out the heaven-devouring demon jar directly from his inner world. Boo! Unexpectedly, as soon as the heaven-devouring demon jar appeared, a sludge-like black stone instantly flew out of the heaven-devouring demon jar. What's this? The crowd was drawn over to gaze at the bizarre object. only to see the sludge-like stone continuously tumbling. It actually rushed straight towards the depths of the Yi family. The glazed soul-turning lamp. This thing has stolen the glazed soul-turning lamp. Li Changqing suddenly pointed above the black stone and said. Suyu frowned and said in a deep voice, could it be that it is the Yi family's distant ancestor who has regained his consciousness? But soon, Suyu dismissed this speculation. Looking at the piece of sludge, on it, the aura of a foreign devil was extraordinarily strong. Moreover, it also faintly revealed a wisp of hallowed and domineering intent. In this instant, a speculation rose violently in Suyu's heart. This is the aura of the eternal ancient emperor. Suyu's pupils shrunk as he pronounced that name. As the words fell, the entire room was shocked. The faces of the Su family's 5 quasi-emperors changed slightly, rushing out to inquire. Why did the young lord say that? Suyu shook his head and did not explain much. When he was in the lower realm's everlasting ancient inheritance ground, he had accidentally discovered an epidemic soldier. At first, when the Hanggu emperor thought was broken by Luoyao with a single glance, Suyu assumed that the other party had completely subsided. But now it seems like this guy is still holding back, and it's amazing that this backhandedness has been hidden all along. Suyu's spine was chilled and anger filled his eyes. What a nerve! Destroy him for me. Obey, young lord. The 5 emperors led the order and used supreme-grade magic power to forcefully break through the layers of the Yi family's buildings, straight to the core. As far as the eye could see, it was full of densely packed formation texts. In the center area, there was a pitch-black corpse lying. The sludge, at the moment, was curling around the glazed soul-transferring lamp and rushing all the way towards the corpse. Nay, the far ancestor is about to return. I forbid anyone to destroy it. At this moment, Yi Yuan was like a mad wild dog rushing out, trying to block. Get out! When the Su family's 5 emperors saw this, killing intent appeared in their eyes. How terrifying is the wrath of a paramount emperor. Yi Yuan wasn't even a one-on-one enemy and was shaken into flesh on the spot. The sludge, on the other hand, took the opportunity to fly into the center of the corpse's brow and merged in along with the glazed soul-transmuting lamp. In a flash, the black corpse sat up violently, as if it was about to come to life. Ha ha ha, the far ancestor is about to return. You, all of you, will die. Seeing this, Yi Yuan, whose body had recovered, couldn't help but look up to the sky and laugh. Is Yi Fan really returning? In the face of this, Quasi-Emperor Hong Tian's face was complicated to the extreme. If Yi Fan really came to life, then what should Yi choose? The leader of the demon guards snorted coldly. So what if he comes alive? The big deal is to exterminate him again. If Yi Fan was really resurrected, he was also related to the foreign devil and would definitely die. He immediately ordered that the other party be exterminated. But who would have thought that just as his words fell, the corpse's eyes snapped open. Chapter 100 Doing Favors for Others. It was a pair of eyes whose pupils were as black as night, permeated with madness and destruction. Within it, there were also wisps of eerie purple aura. You, all deserve to die. The black corpse opened its mouth, and its voice was like thunder, shattering the void. With a wave of his big hand, he actually directly suppressed the Hong Tian Quasi-Emperor. Everyone didn't expect that a corpse was just a corpse. But it was terrifying to such an extent. With that terrifying aura, even the 5 demon guard leaders were shocked into retreating back and forth. Nope, he is by no means Yi Fan. The Yi Fan of that year, although he was a quasi-emperor 9 heavens perfection, he hadn't reached such a stage. The crowd was in disbelief. Ha 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 ha. Seeing this, Yi Yuan was ecstatic. Humph, what do you mediocrities know? The far ancestor once already had the capital to witness the Tao. And now with the treasures I found from the depths of the burial ground, he has already been reborn in nirvana. With the return of our distant ancestor, my Yi family shall dominate the world. As soon as his words fell, a sudden change occurred, only to see that the purple aura under the eyes of that black corpse was actually getting more and more prevalent. In the end, the pupils of his eyes burst open, and the purple aura completely transformed into a purple dragon. Ah! Yi Yuan screamed miserably as he was drilled into by that purple dragon. Distant ancestors. Yi Yuan couldn't understand why the distant ancestor, after his revival, would strike at himself first. At this time, Suyu shook his head slightly and sighed. Are you sure that the person who returned is really Yi Fan? At those words, Yi Yuan's body trembled. What are you talking about? Who else could this person be if not a distant ancestor? Unbelieving. He shook his head frantically and kept yelling at the black corpse in an attempt to wake the other. But the next moment, a vast pressure descended from the sky, actually completely crushing his body. A strong foreign demonic aura spread. However, this time it didn't coalesce into Yi Yuan's appearance again like it once did. What the hell is going on here? The Hong Tian Paramount Emperor's side of his face was pressed against the earth. being suppressed so much that he couldn't move. And at this moment, the doubts in his heart were at their peak. The Yi family's plan was accomplished without a hitch. The glazed soul-transferring lamp successfully settled into the container. With all the means, Yi Fan should return smoothly. But this black body in front of us. But it was very different from what was expected. Could it be that Yi Fan's divine soul had lacked too much after countless years had passed, and that was why he had attacked his own people indiscriminately? Brother Yi, it's me. I'm Hong Tian. With a hint of expectation, Quasi-Emperor Hong Tian operated his imperial power and sent his voice to the black corpse's ears. Ho ho ho. Just at this moment, a hoarse laugh rang out from the black corpse's mouth. Afterwards, the crowd only saw that the purple dragon bit down, completely devouring Yi Yuan. The purple dragon rose up into the sky, and after hovering for a while, it merged back into the black corpse. This emperor naturally knows that you are Hong Tian. The black corpse rose slowly, and as he moved, the black color of his body surface began to gradually fall off, revealing a pitch-black robe. Above the robe, a five-clawed dragon was spreading its teeth and claws, wanting to soar out. After Quasi-Emperor Hong Tian saw that face, his heart and soul shook, and it was difficult to restrain himself. No, you are not Yi Fan. His pupils tightened and a hint of fear appeared in his eyes. This person's face was not Yi Fan. Yet, he was no stranger to it. Hong Gu, you're the Honggu Emperor. Quasi-Emperor Hong Tian roared in terror. Hong Gu's face was calm as he nodded slightly. I didn't expect that you would recognize this emperor. As the words fell, he looked sideways at Suyu, the corner of his mouth outlining a fierce smile. Kid, I'm afraid this emperor has you to thank for this. Boom! A meaning of destroying all things impacted. But it was blocked by the 5 paragon emperors in front of Suyu in a joint effort. Sure enough, it's you. Suyu's face was expressionless and his tone was flat. The Honggu emperor sneered. If you hadn't retrieved the emperor's thoughts that this emperor had left in the lower realms, I'm afraid that if this emperor wanted to come back to life, he would have to spend some more time. Hearing the duo's conversation, Quasi-Emperor Hong Tian buzzed in his mind. So, the person that the Yi family has been preparing for the ages and wants to resurrect has always been you? Of course not. The Honggu emperor shook his head and reached out his hand to make a point. In the next moment, a purple and black smoke cloud surged out, transforming into Yi Yuan's appearance. Only, at this moment, Yi Yuan's aura was shriveled to the extreme. His foreign devil body, which had been plundered by the Honggu emperor as much as possible, was now reduced to a weak skin. Dog thief. I didn't expect that the last step would be for you to come out and pick the peach. Looking at the Honggu emperor, the anger in Yi Yuan's eyes was about to break through the sky. Upon hearing this, the Honggu emperor was not in a hurry and was not annoyed. Instead, he even laughed out. In the beginning, it wasn't you yourself who dug out this emperor's flesh from the burial ground? Yi Yuan's face was ugly and silent. After hearing these words, the people present finally understood the truth of the matter. After losing Yi Feng as a vessel, Yi Yuan mistakenly dug out the flesh of the Honggu Dadi from the depths of the burial soil and wanted to use it as a vessel to resurrect Yi Fan. It turned out that what he didn't expect was that the Honggu Dadi hadn't really died at all. His emperor's thoughts were hidden among Suyu's heaven-devouring demon jar and seized everything that the Yi family had prepared for Yi Fan at the critical moment, and he was directly reborn in nirvana, restoring himself to his peak state. Old thief, I will kill you. Yi Yuan was furious, and despite everything, he roared and rushed forward. However, at this moment, he didn't even need the Honggu emperor to make a move, and he couldn't even get the slightest bit closer to the other party. The eternal ancient emperor smiled brightly. Speaking of which, this emperor still has to thank you for your foreign devil body. If not for that, I'm afraid this emperor wouldn't be able to recover so quickly. You, also defected to the foreign devil? Commodore Hong Tian was greatly alarmed. It was just a matter of a small character like Yi Yuan defecting, and he could be suppressed with his hand. However, if an existence at the half-emperor realm like the Honggu emperor were to defect, then things would be a big deal. The Honggu emperor's smile did not diminish. Mutiny is not something to talk about. This emperor is merely cooperating with them. Boom! Hearing these words, it seemed like thunder exploded in the minds of the crowd. The Honggu emperor, when he really defected to the foreign devils. From ancient times, this was the first time the human race had seen an incident of an existence above the level of a quasi-emperor defecting to a foreign devil. If this matter were to spread, the entire heavens would tremble. Fey demons. When it really comes down to success, it's also a foreign devil. Yi Yuan was powerless and paralyzed on the ground, smiling bitterly with a smile, his heart full of remorse. As the man who had personally created this outcome, he understood everything at this moment with hindsight. From the beginning to the end, he was just a pawn. The entire Yi family was counted to death by the Fey devil and the Honggu emperor. In the beginning, When he had no hope of resurrecting his distant ancestor, he gullibly believed in the compulsion of the foreign devils and practiced the method of the foreign devils. In the end, it turns out to be nothing more than a scam. Everything he had done, everything the Yi family had done, was just for the sake of being a dowry for someone else. Their generations of hard work and persistent beliefs had, in the end, only returned such a result. Ha 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 ha. Yi Yuan looked up to the sky and laughed. His laughter was filled with madness, as well as deep remorse. Boo! In the next moment, Yi Yuan's body exploded, and along with his divine soul, it exploded into smithereens, completely annihilating. He had no face to face the ancestors of the Yi family. Hence, the choice of total extinction. Quasi-Emperor Hong Tian's face was sorrowful and his mood was incomparably heavy. After his dear friend Yi Fan fell, he had entrusted him to guard the Yi family, but he didn't fulfill his best friend's trust after all. Not only had Yi Fan himself been devoured as sustenance, but now even the last bloodline of the Yi family was gone. Ugh, why do you think this is necessary? The Hanggu Emperor shook his head. This emperor was originally thinking of leaving you alive on account of the Yi family's great service to this emperor, but I didn't expect you to be so unattractive. Seeing this, the 5 paragon emperors of the Su clan furrowed their brows and looked grave. Young lord, we'll break the back later. They looked at Su Yu and already had a decision in their hearts. Honggu was a half-emperor, and it would be difficult for the 5 of them to defeat them even if they combined their efforts, and at most, they could only briefly fight it off. Once the engagement started, there was bound to be no energy in protecting Su Yu. Therefore, the first priority is to protect Su Yu from withdrawing from the burial ground. You guys stand down. Su Yu waved his hand and said, I'll talk to him first. However, Su Yu did not have the slightest intention of retreating in the face of a great enemy. Instead, he even planned to talk with the Honggu Dadi first. Young lord must not. The faces of the Su family's 5 quasi-emperors changed sharply, and they just wanted to stop them. However, right at this moment, he saw the Hanggu Emperor Nian faintly staring, then smiled. Good guts, but this emperor has no intention of letting you go. He stretched out his fingers and gently ticked them in front of him. At that moment, a foreign devil appeared in the middle of the crowd's vision. One could only see its head bearing 4 wings, countless bloodlights floating on its body surface, and a pair of violet pupils blooming like 2 balls of fire in the pitch-black night. Behind it, a huge tail was constantly waving, and it was covered in spikes. Only, this foreign devil did not show a ferocious side after it appeared. Instead, he also looked at Su Yu with a pleasing face. However, the Hanggu Emperor did not care about this unusual point. You guys say, if the Su family emperor's son is replaced by a foreign devil, what will happen to the entire upper realm? Chapter 101 Mantis catching the cicada. Yellow bird in the back. Don't you dare. The 5 Su family emperors' faces changed greatly, not daring to imagine that consequence. Why wouldn't I dare? The Hanggu Emperor had a smile at the corner of his mouth and looked like he was in control, causing the Su family's 5 emperors to be extraordinarily grave. As long as you let the young lord leave, the conditions are yours. The 5 looked at each other and gritted their teeth. Worthy of being an imperial clan, it's really rich and generous. The Hanggu Emperor laughed softly. However, to this emperor, external objects and whatnot are worthless. Hearing these words, the Su family's 5 emperors had mixed emotions. They are not cuties. Naturally, they could see that the other party had made up their minds to fight to the end. What's the point of talking to him? At this time, Su Yu was surprised and opened his mouth. Didn't I say, let you guys stand down? The 5 men looked at each other. Yes. Seeing Su Yu's insistence, they had no choice but to comply and retreat behind him. Only, the 5 people did not dare to relax at all, ready to strike at any time to take Su Yu to withdraw. Seeing this, the Hanggu Emperor frowned. Kid, are you really stupid or not? He was a bit puzzled, now that the situation had completely fallen to his side. How could this Su Yu still have a bland demeanor? Could it be that he still has some kind of card? Su Yu laughed, his eyes gradually cold. Do you really think that I haven't realized it all along? What? The Hanggu Emperor's heart jumped. Su Yu's tone was bizarre, giving him a sense of foreboding. What do you think? I've never fully repaired the heaven-devouring demon jar because of? Su Yu looked at him and the corner of his mouth hooked up into a playful smile. What? These words caused the Hanggu Emperor's face to completely change. In the beginning, a wisp of his emperor's thought mixed with the epidemic soldier sneaked in through the broken corner of the heaven-devouring demon jar when Su Yu left the inheritance ground, and then he had been hiding within the demon jar. During this time, he has been careful to hide, and always keep an eye on the progress of the heaven-devouring demon jar's restoration. This was, after all, a quasi-emperor Dao soldier with the characteristic of being one with a muddy origin, and if it was repaired completely, then the possibility of him being exposed would be extremely high. But now, listening to Su Yu, He meant that he was exposed very early on? Stuff and nonsense. Although the Hanggu Emperor was horrified in his heart, his mouth was strong. Yes? Suyu smiled and suddenly looked into the void. Old master, come out. As his voice fell, the air around him abruptly froze, as if there was an invisible force that imprisoned the space and time here. In the next moment, a figure emerged silently. He had a head of white hair, his face was full of wrinkles, and his figure was extremely thin, as if he were a windswept old man. Hanggu Da-di is frightened. The villain value is plus 200,000. As soon as he appeared, the place became silent, and even the 5 emperors of the Su clan's faces changed drastically. Old householder. The 5 were surprised and delighted. They had been fretting about how to contact help. I didn't realize that the old family master actually knew everything already. Roar! The moment he saw Su Tian, that 4-winged fade devil was terrified to the extreme, desperately hissing and fleeing, and in the end, he even panicked and rushed towards the depths of the burial soil. Su Tian had a disdainful look on his face and didn't even look at the little foreign devil. You kid! Your fishing skills are on par with the old man's. Su Tian walked slowly with an appreciative face and patted Suyu on the head. The moment he turned his head, his gaze was as cold as arcane ice as he looked toward the Hanggu Emperor. I had thought that after many years of eliminating demons, the beings in the upper realms should understand what the bottom line is. I didn't expect that there are actually those who aren't afraid of death. How did you end up here? Seeing Su Tian's appearance, the Hanggu Emperor was completely flustered. He looked like he didn't put the Emperor clan in his eyes just now, but in reality, he was just bluffing. The Emperor clan's depth was too deep. Even if he had recovered to his peak, he couldn't truly ignore it. What's more, the other party is the Su family. The Su family and the Imo family, 2 great imperial clans, were joined in marriage, and the 2 old family heads were both extreme Daoists, existences comparable to great emperors. This Xinsure sword god, Su Tian, is even known as the nemesis of the foreign devils. 1 person, 1 sword, sitting in the imperial city for 100,000 years. No foreign devil can cross that red line. The Hanggu Emperor never expected that he would actually meet him here. If I hadn't come early, I really don't know how you're going to deal with this precious grandson of mine. Su Tian smiled sorrowfully. You sinful beast are quite bold, actually daring to let the foreign devils replace the Su family's emperor son? It seems that old me is still too merciful, so much so that a half-assed contraption like you can be so unaware of death. Being stared at by Su Tian's deep eyes, the Hanggu Emperor's scalp went numb and his heart and soul cracked. Damn it, how did this happen? This emperor has clearly succeeded only right. What means has this kid used to discover this emperor? No, definitely not in their hands. Otherwise, this emperor will definitely die. At this moment, the Hanggu Emperor was in a panic. Although he was powerful, he still couldn't muster the slightest resistance against a forbidden existence like Su Tian. In the face of absolute force, all conspiracies and tricks are a joke. Escape! The Hanggu Emperor clenched his teeth and prepared to forcefully break through and leave. Want to leave now? It's too late. Su Tian snorted coldly, his aura climbing steeply, instantly locking onto the eternal ancient emperor. Where else do you want to run, you sinful animal? He waved his big hand and the void shook. In the next instant, Su Tian took a step forward with a monstrous aura. In an instant, the sun and the moon shone together, heaven and earth were reversed, and the Qianquan was shaken. An unimaginable sword slowly descended into this heaven and earth. At this moment, even the burial soil was torn apart by the impact of the sword intent. Everyone was dumbfounded and couldn't believe the images they were seeing. Suyu at this moment, however, did not retreat but advanced instead, and the color of enlightenment flashed in his eyes. Su Jiuge was astonished. In this situation, the young lord actually had an epiphany? God damn it, get thee outta here. Faced with a peerless powerhouse killing, the Hanggu Emperor didn't dare to be careless, and the moment he struck out, it was a killing move. Boom! The Hanggu Emperor's eyes were red, and his aura instantly climbed to the limit. At this moment, his power merged with the heavens and the earth. An endless power came from all directions and was borrowed by him for his own use. The baleful energy that had been dormant for countless years beneath the burial soil was forcefully absorbed. The next instant, a steep eruption. Die for me! With a grimace on his face, the Hanggu Emperor struck out with all his might, blasting his fist at the sword. The sword and fist collided in the void, erupting in a shocking impact. Rumble! The entire burial land was shaking, as if it would collapse at any moment. The collision between the two was earth-shattering, and the aftermath of the battle even broke through the burial soil and spread to the middle of the upper realm, startling countless forces. Hanggu Da-di was seriously injured. Villain value plus 1 million. Damned old pipsqueak. The Hanggu Emperor was dyed in blood and his face was pale. 5 of his fingers were sliced off by that sword, and purple-black blood continued to gush out. wretched to the extreme. The difference between the two is too great. He went all out, but was directly crushed by the other party. Moreover, he clearly felt that Su Tian had not used his full strength, not even 30% of his strength. The opponent was clearly concerned about his grandson and took the initiative to control the scope of the battle. Spell it out. The Hanggu Emperor's heart crossed, and he even took the initiative to kill towards Su Tian. You sinful animal, how dare you resist? Su Tian's eyes were gloomy, and his body's fierce aura boiled over, causing the surrounding void to collapse. Although he was old, his chi and blood were still majestic, and his battle power was unparalleled. Old dog Su, if you can kill me today, this emperor is willing to be put to death. But if I let this emperor escape today, this emperor swears that he will make sure that your Su family will have no chickens or dogs left. The Hanggu Emperor struck out furiously, his battle intent boiling over. Oh, Su Tian let out a light eep. Interesting, then I'd like to see if you're capable of that. Roar! The 5 emperors of the Su family were all shocked. This eternal ancient emperor actually broke through during the battle and gained another layer of strength? Rumble! At this moment, on top of the burial ground, the two were in a fierce battle. The whole world shook as if it were the end of days. Eventually, it all evened out. Only a figure carrying a head slowly emerged from it. Chapter 102 Kingslayer detected the complete annihilation of the Hanggu Emperor's imperial thoughts and the decapitation of his imperial body. Villain value plus 400 million. Congratulations to the host on his achievement, Emperoricide. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the reward, Supreme Physique, Genmu Dao Body. Hongmeng Enlightenment once. Hongmeng Gnosis? Su Yu's face moved slightly. Previously, he had gained a chance at chaotic enlightenment, but he had never had the chance to use it. This time, it even gained the even higher end sounding Hongmeng Gnosis. The basic conditions for the unity of the 5 elements are sufficient, and when the time comes to use another opportunity for enlightenment, one will certainly be able to make a breakthrough. Looking at Su Tian, who was holding the head of the Hanggu Emperor and walking slowly, Su Yu let out a long breath of relief. The old man is a real force to be reckoned with. This time, he could be said to have reaped great benefits without any effort. Not only did he directly collect the final Genmu Dao Body, but he also got a huge amount of money, a full 400 million villain value. It was reasonable to say that figures such as the Hanggu Great Emperor could only be contacted when he was at a late stage of development. But now, under the strong background, Su Yu had taken down the other party at the Divine Mansion realm. Su Yu, with a smile on his face, joked, "The old sword god's elegance has not diminished. Your kid's got hardened wings. Ha! Your father wouldn't even dare to poke fun at old me like that." Su Tian blew his beard and glared, but the corners of his eyes were full of smiles. The Su family seemed to be in the ascendancy, but it was already the 90,000th year since Su Wudao became an emperor. Although the emperor was claimed to be invincible in the world, he had flaws, because of the reason that the body carries the great Tao. The lifespan of every great emperor is only 100,000 years, which is the number of heaven. Once the 100,000 years are up, if there is no way to go against the heavens, then the only way is to fall. At that time, the Su family and the Mo family would fall into an unprecedented void. Su Tian had been guarding the imperial city for too long, with countless Tao injuries all over his body, and had used several divine medicines to renew his life. His situation was very worrisome. The situation of that old head of the Mo family was similar. Therefore, seeing Su Yu being so competitive, Su Tian was very pleased. Little brat, this matter is over. You should always return to your clan, right? Su Tian pretended to be displeased and said, Su Yu sniffed, but he was a bit hesitant. He had originally wanted to kill the North Plains Luo family directly to meet Luo Yao. Now the old man meant for him to go straight back to his clan? Ha! Su Tian's face sank. Little brat, you've only been in the upper realm for a few days, and you've already lost a half-emperor and a quasi-emperor. If you continue to wait for a few more days, I'm afraid the entire upper realm is going to be in a mess. Then, well, Su Yu sniffled a bit and only nodded in agreement. Humph, the old man is not to let you cause trouble. Just your strength is still insufficient today. If you are not careful, know it? Su Tian grunted and twisted his head away, only leaving Su Yu with a broad back. Su Yu had a complicated look on his face. It was the first time he had experienced that flavor of affection from someone other than Su Hansan. Grandson knows. Su Yu nodded heavily. Compared to the Mu family, he was undoubtedly lucky. A large imperial clan, but there was not the slightest hint of rivalry. Instead, there was harmony and joy. It's not like the Mu family. All kinds of calculations in the open and in the dark. Even their own children can be sold. Such a family, Su Yu would rather not. Ahem, boy, this emperor has another question. Just then, the head in Su Tian's hand suddenly made a sound. Su Tian frowned and smacked him backhandedly. A dead man. What's more to say? Humiliate the remnants of the Hanggu Emperor. Villain value plus 500,000. Su Yu originally did not want to ignore him either. But then he suddenly glanced at the prompt of the villain value skyrocketing. With the tenet of don't want it for nothing, Su Yu stopped his steps, took the Hanggu Emperor's head from Su Tian's hands, gazed into his eyes and said, "Speak, what other last words do you have?" The Hanggu Emperor's head had been subjected to countless kinds of prohibitions by Su Tian, and thus, even if he had cultivated the method of the Fey Devil, it would be difficult for him to break free at this moment. How on earth did you discover this emperor? His face was pained, but his eyes were a little hollow. As a half-step great emperor, he gave up his dignity to turn to the Fey Devil clan, but in the end, it was still a waste of time, which made the Hanggu great emperor extremely unwilling. So, as he was about to die, he was very curious to know where he had lost. Well, the corner of Su Yu's mouth slightly hooked and snapped his fingers. In the next moment, a strand of purple essence slowly emerged from his body, eventually hovering in front of the Hanggu Emperor's eyes. This was something that Su Yu had previously obtained after using the heaven-devouring demon jar to refine that epidemic soldier. At first, Su Yu had absorbed half of it, but did not perceive any specific effect. But when the Hanggu Emperor's thoughts fused with that epidemic weapon, he understood. Alien demon origin? Why do you have such a thing? Seeing this, the Hanggu Emperor was greatly alarmed. This thing, the purest foreign devil origin, not mixed with the slightest external force, is the fundamental power of the foreign devil clan. Does that mean you absorbed it? Ha ha ha. It's a shame that this emperor was thinking about how to replace with a foreign devil. The Hanggu Emperor suddenly looked straight at Su Yu as the corners of his mouth gradually rose. Bang! However, in the next moment, his head instantly exploded into pieces before being churned into nothingness by a force that broke everything. Complete annihilation of Eternal Ancient Emperor's thoughts. Complete annihilation of Eternal Ancient Emperor's body. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the reward, the Law of Ascension. Ding! Triggering the long-term ultimate quest, Kill the Scourge. Mission content. The host is requested to travel outside the domain and kill the divine soul of the Hanggu Emperor. Duration of the mission, unlimited. Completion reward, random emperor level physique. One opportunity for Hongmeng enlightenment. The moment Hanggu's head shattered, a large system prompt suddenly surfaced before Su Yu's eyes. However, at the moment, he had no intention of checking it out. Rumble. Su Tian's body erupted with imperial might, like a volcano erupting, and terrifying fluctuations instantly swept across the 9 heavens. Within the entire burial earth, this piece of space and time was truncated. Such a might was simply more than 10 times more terrifying than the party. At this moment, even the deepest taboos of the burial soil were startled. However, they weren't trying to show up to fight Su Tian, but were always ready to run. The old sword god has moved to true anger. I'm afraid the burial earth won't be able to keep it. Damn, just who made him so angry? Can't we fight somewhere else? This honored one has been dead for countless years, and I didn't expect to have to suffer this after death. Several deep silhouettes were in the burial ground in manifestation. Su Tian this time belonged to the coffin, boards of them lifted. Only, at this moment, Su Tian was too lazy to pay attention to these inhuman things. His face sank like water as he stared at Su Yu dead in the face. Little brat, where did you get this item from? Inheritance land? Within that Sanqing realm, amongst the inheritance land of the eternal ancient great emperor. Su Yu vaguely guessed what was going on and took a deep breath before recounting everything that had happened after running into the epidemic soldier one by one. What? You actually absorbed the alien demon origin? Hearing Su Yu's narration, Su Tian instantly changed color. Isn't this good stuff? I feel like my root bones are stronger than before after absorbing it. Su Yu was a bit puzzled, not understanding why Su Tian reacted so greatly. After his absorbed the foreign devil origin, nothing abnormal had appeared, and he was still able to sense the aura of the epidemic soldiers within a certain range. That was why he was able to detect the other party after the fusion of the Hanggu Emperor's thoughts with the epidemic soldier. Good, what good? You kid, you're really bold. Su Tian's face was filled with anxiety, and without a second thought, he grabbed Su Yu in front of him and pressed his palm on his head. Immediately following that, the peerless emperor power instantly penetrated through all of Su Yu's limbs and bones. While probing, Su Tian spoke out and explained for Su Yu. This thing, the alien demon origin, is a poison for the alien demons to assimilate and contaminate the human race. Once it enters the human body, it will subconsciously transform the other party into an alien demon. Even if you don't cultivate the method of foreign devils, your life form will still change. You kid. Ha! Chapter 103. You actually possess an emperor body? Su Tian had thought of counting Su Yu a few more times. But soon, as the probing proceeded, his expression became more and more wonderful. he discovered that not only did Suyu's lifeform not show the slightest sign of transformation, instead, it became more and more solid, and was even on the verge of metamorphosis. Lifeform metamorphosis. This step, but it was a trait that could only arise at the peak of a saint emperor. In ancient times, this kind of person, known as the human king, possessed the qualifications to become the leader of the human race. Today, there is no such thing, but it is a symbol of extreme honor. After the life-form metamorphosis, there was no longer any need to fear the contaminating properties of the foreign demons. Su Tian was both happy and shocked, happy that Suyu had made it this far at a young age. The shocking thing was that he was only at the divine mansion realm, yet he was already showing signs of life-form metamorphosis. This was too much of an exaggeration. Observing the change in Su Tian's expression, Suyu also gradually lowered his heart. How about it, old man? Am I right? This thing is beneficial to me, Suyu said with a big grin. Upon hearing this, Su Tian smashed his mouth and slowly nodded. The altered demon origin is a poison of incomparable intensity to a saint emperor. But to you, it is indeed harmless, and is even a great tonic. He. The corners of Suyu's mouth rose. Little brat, look at your smugness. Looking at this smug expression on his face, Su Tian was again a bit unwilling. His hallowed Jinshur sword god, the Su family's old family head, the great emperor of the world, would have to call him father when he met him, but as a result, he now had an error in judgment and was inferior to his own grandson? The more Su Tian thought about it, the more angry he became, and he injected his emperor power into Suyu's body again, vowing to find some problems and give a good lecture to establish the majesty of the elders. Well, you cultivate the Taishu ancient scripture and follow the way of the flesh world. Although this way is strong, there are some issues to be aware of. Su Tian stroked his beard and said in a salty manner, the most important thing in the way of the flesh world is the world within the body. The stronger the world, the stronger the cultivator will be, and when cultivated to a great extent, every punch and palm can carry the power of the world, which is extremely terrifying. However, if there is a problem with the inner world, it would be terrible, and if it is light, it will hurt the foundation and affect the future, and if it is heavy, it will directly fall. Speaking of this, Su Tian's eyes turned slightly cold, and he let out a light hum, saying with a few points of blame, and you kid, not only did you not specialize in protecting the inner world, but you instead threw the quasi-emperor Daos soldier in. It's simply the reverse of the Big Dipper. What's the difference between this and a time bomb? The old man is right. Suyu smiled sarcastically, but did not retort with a stiff upper lip. After all, he'd just taken a big loss because of it. The heaven-devouring demon jar stormed through the inner world, nearly bursting it. If it wasn't for the 5 demon guard leaders saving the day in time, I'm afraid he would have to spend a lot of effort in the future to remake the world. It's good to know, as the saying goes, learn from your mistakes. In the future you can't just throw something so dangerous into the inner world. Su Tian boarded up his face to reprimand some, and then his tone turned. There is a treasure place within the clan, called the Creation Pool, in which the spiritual liquid of creation has a miraculous effect on repairing the world within the body, and so on. After returning to the clan, the old man will be ordered to take you there. Your internal world is damaged. It must be done. Damaged? I think it's okay. Without waiting for Su Tian to finish, Suyu interrupted with a strange expression on his face. Su Tian glanced at the several women behind Suyu and said with a serious face, I know you love face, but what's the point of trying to be strong in this kind of thing? Suyu smiled bitterly. Master, I really didn't try to be brave. After saying that, he directly displayed his inner world. Buzz! A darkness fell suddenly. During the period, the stars and moon were bright, and it was a vast starry sky. Not only was Suyu's inner world not damaged, it had instead become stronger. Su Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. Oddly enough, is still really okay? With a look of astonishment on his face, he released a strand of imperial thoughts to probe into it. Hiss! How could it be so sturdy? No wonder it can briefly withstand a storming quasi-emperor Dao weapon. After a short moment of perception, Su Tian sucked in a sharp breath, filled with shock. Suyu's inner world had actually become incomparably tough, as if it was a copper wall. This level of solidity was already comparable to that of a great saint who practiced this path. Su Tian had seen all sorts of world prototypes before, but there were still very few that were as stable and resilient as Suyu. How on earth did you do that? You kid? Su Tian was puzzled and pulled down his face to get to the bottom of it. Suyu shrugged. Just normal cultivation. Ha? Really? There are no other heavenly treasures or great chances to reinforce it? No. Suyu shook his head. He really just cultivated normally. Although the void beast Xiaohei was able to reinforce the inner world, Suyu didn't even release it during this period of time. It was just contained in the heaven-devouring demon jar as an artifact spirit. Weird. Su Tian shook his head. Could it be due to the Taishu sword body? But that's not enough. The Taishu sword body only carries the way of space, and the increase in cultivating the world within is less obvious. Wait, where's your kid's Taishu sword body? Suddenly, Su Tian realized the key. He suddenly remembered that Suyu was clearly a supreme physique like the Taishu sword body, but when he probed just now, he did not sense any Taishu sword intent to exist. It was only logical that those who possessed the Taishu sword body would store a large amount of Taishu sword intent within their bodies. The Taishu sword body. If you didn't say it, old master, I almost forgot. Upon hearing this, Suyu's face looked odd. Immediately, after thinking about it, he said, Taishu sword body. No more. No more? Su Tian sniffed and his voice steeply rose an octave. What's going on? Could it have been plundered? In an instant, the temperature around them plummeted. The crowd couldn't help but shiver. Suyu hastily waved his hand. No, it is just that after my other physique awakened, the Taishu sword body fused with it. Fusion? At those words, Su Tian's face looked even more off. He relied on the divine pill of longevity and lived for 120,000 years, longer than some great emperors had lived. However, he had never heard in his life that the supreme body could still fuse. You think this is making dough? And fusing? Are you sure? Su Tian frowned. Suyu smiled and nodded. And without any nonsense, he directly displayed the world body. In an instant, the power of space and time filled the air, and Suyu was reduced to nothingness in an instant. Body transformation world. Su Tian's pupils shrank as he exclaimed in shock. Next moment, a magnificent world forcefully descended upon the burial ground. This world is as pale as ink, and the stars and moon are vast. On the earth, a sacred mountain towered over the clouds, and between the sacred mountains, there was a long river that ran on and on. Except for the absence of living things, it is like a small world. However, most critically, it could actually break the rules within the burial earth and forcefully squeeze into this place. One must know that the burial earth, as a forbidden area for living beings, even saint emperors could not tear the space apart, much less use it as a carrier to carry the world. And Suyu was surprisingly able to do it. This is nothing short of a miracle. Boom boom boom. As the world descended, the earth trembled as if it could not bear its weight. Imperial body. This is actually an emperor body. Chapter 104 Infernal Affairs. Su Tian's eyes were rounded, his eyes filled with shock. Your kid has actually condensed an emperor body? Emperor's body. Emperor's body. The emperor's body. That was an even rarer physique than the supreme body. Looking at the entire universe of heaven and earth, among the hundreds of millions of human races, those who possessed a supreme body were a rarity. And the emperor body is not even a phoenix feather. After all, the birth of the supreme body is due to the aggregation of bloodline, chance, and other factors, while the emperor body is a gift from heaven and earth. Only a true Dao's own son could awaken an emperor body, and even many quasi-emperors couldn't manage to coalesce an emperor body after birth. Su Tian had lived for 120,000 years and had only seen an emperor body once. That was still the great emperor of the previous era. What else are you hiding from me, you brat? Su Tian sucked in a hard breath, only to feel a little dizzy in his brain. He felt like his perceptions were a little confused. Is this still his grandson? Even if he was a great emperor's own son, this level was still too demonic, right? In the face of Su Tian's words, Suyu only smiled faintly and did not say anything. He couldn't tell him that Laozi was actually a traveler and had a system. Could he? Su Tian had mixed feelings in his heart. Alright, hurry up and take back this side of your world, so as not to be tainted by the bad luck of this filthy place. Su Tian waved his hand. Immediately, a breaking sword intent rushed straight into the depths of the burial soil. Senior, don't panic. This foreign devil has been captured by us, and this will be handed over to Senior. Right at the moment when the sword intent appeared, deep in the burial ground, two corpses came out. Their looks were blurred, but their eyes were full of gravity and curiosity. This is the corpse dignity within the burial ground? When he saw the duo appear, Yi Feng's pupils shrank and he exclaimed. As a descendant of the Yi family, Yi Feng knew a great deal about the burial soil. So, a glance revealed the identity of these two. Corpse Zun. Once the supreme corpse bones buried in the burial soil after the derivation, the strength is far stronger than in life, but ultimately non-human. Only in the burial soil can play out the peak strength. The burial ground corpse dignity is the ultimate taboo of the burial ground. In the Yi family, Yi Feng had only heard of such an existence in the burial soil, but he never expected to see it at this time. What he hadn't thought of even more was that these two corpse dignitaries were so afraid of Su Tian in front of them. He even rushed up to help the other party to recapture the foreign devil that the Hangu Emperor had brought with him. Well, put it down and you can all get out. Su Tian glanced at the two of them and faintly said, yes, The duo sighed in relief and turned their heads away after dropping the five-eyed foreign devil. But just as they were about to return to the burial ground, Su Tian coldly opened his mouth again. The great Tao reincarnates. The cycle repeats itself. Everything is fixed. If you have to want to go against the heavens and change your destiny, I'm afraid that in the end will be worse. Upon hearing this, the two corpse exalts simultaneously stalled. One of them turned around and cupped his fist. Thanks for reminding Senior, but we already can't go back. After saying that, the two of them directly turned into a black mist and disappeared. Su Tian skimmed his lips and stopped speaking. Gramps, what are you guys doing here? Suyu was listening in a cloud of confusion. Su Tian glared at Suyu without any good humor. You will naturally understand when you achieve supreme. After saying that, with a wave of his hand, Su Tian took that foreign devil into his hands. Immediately afterward, his large hand gently stroked on its head, and a moment later, that foreign devil was as if it had lost its soul, and its eyes went limp. Gradually, a strand of purple aura was drawn out from Su Tian's brow. After carefully scrutinizing it, Su Tian coldly grunted as killing intent filled his eyes. Humph, it's really the sect Rama clan. I will definitely kill my way into the domain this time and teach this clan a bloody lesson. After doing all this, Su Tian Fong waved his hand and threw the body of this foreign devil to Suyu. Refine it, since the Fey demon origin is useful to you, then put it to use. Suyu received the body of the foreign devil. At the moment, it's long dead. Old master, what is the Setsuna Rama clan? Pagan demons still have clans? The entire heavens are still divided into 10,000 clans. Is it strange for the foreign devils to have clan divisions? So says. Alright, hurry back to the clan. Don't delay any longer. Su Tian waved his hand, tearing two gaps in space. One of them led to the central heavenly domain, while the other was extremely deep and could not be seen clearly. Su Tian took a step into that pitch-black passageway. Before leaving, he didn't forget to turn around and instruct. By the way, don't come to old man's place lately. Why? Suyu raised an eyebrow. Su Tian shook his head. Little children, it's better to see less blood. As the words fell, that square channel and Su Tian disappeared at the same time. However, the people present were affected by the monstrous killing intent and were unable to return to their senses for a long time. Gulp. Li Changqing couldn't help but gulp. This legendary imperial city old sword god is simply even more terrifying than the legends. I feel that those extraterrestrial exotic demons are afraid of a calamity. Snap. Saying that, Li Changqing suddenly slapped his thigh. Oops, why didn't I greet his old man? Righteous father's old man. Isn't that my great-grandfather? If I please his old man, he might even gift me some treasures. The corner of Suyu's eye twitched as he kicked him in the ass. Indeed, I think his old man should send you a sword. Hey, Li Changqing smiled sarcastically. Then forget it, my body and bones can't withstand that kind of ravaging. That said, righteous father, let's part ways here? Li Changqing smiled after pointing at the spatial passage. Suyu was a bit surprised. Why, didn't you want to join me as a guest in the Su family before? Don't want to right now. Li Changqing bitterly smiled. Damn, if I knew that your old man was the great emperor of the world, I would have run away. If Suyu was just an unusual clansman of the Su family lineage, he would not have much psychological pressure. But the greatest parent and child, oh well, let's just forget about it. Outside, he was still able to climb the friendships and mindlessly kibitz with Suyu, but he was asked to enter the Su family, the uncrowned king of that upper world, as a guest, or he was invited by the emperor's son to enter. Li Changqing felt that he was afraid that his destiny would simply collapse. Right? In that case, let it be as you wish. Suyu did not force himself and nodded his head. There is a meeting in the landscape. Dao brother. Although the upper realm is large, we will definitely meet again. Li Changqing let out a laugh and then spilled away. My lord. Seeing Li Changqing walk away, Red Lotus and Mu Qianxue also hesitated. The two looked at each other and both saw the timidity in each other's eyes. The two of them, they have neither identity nor name. And what reason is there to set foot there? You guys, just follow me. Suyu could not help but gather the two women into his arms. My lord, Red Lotus wanted to speak. Her pretty face slightly red. Mu Qianxue, on the other hand, buried her head even lower, not knowing what she was thinking in her mind. Alright, let's not even talk about it. Follow me back to the clan first. Suyu took a deep breath and led the crowd into the passageway. Soon, the silhouette disappeared. Space and time were restored, and the burial ground was once again shrouded in dark clouds. Emperor's son, Emperor's body. Deep within the burial ground, a corpse exalt's eyes were deep and he smiled bitterly. This person's existence is a disaster for the entire era's heavenly pride. The other corpse dignitary nodded and shook his head again. Not bad, But more pressure is not a bad thing. Isn't every golden great world opened by a supreme demon? The Void Emperor at the time was like this. And so was Su Wudao 90,000 years ago. The remaining few corpse dignitaries nodded at the same time as they heard this. Makes sense. As the words fell, they all shifted their gazes behind them in unison. There was lying a young girl. Her skin was white and tender, the polar opposite of the withered and darkened ones of several corpse dignitaries. The one who lives toward death. The one who steps out of the land of the living from the land of the dead. I wonder if he can overshadow that world body? The young girl's eyelashes fluttered and her eyes snapped open. The weird thing was the eyes. One black and one white. Which is black, like the depths of hell. White, on the other hand, is as holy light. My name is, she spoke slowly, Infernal. Chapter 105. Your dad? He's killed someone else's family. The central heavenly realm. The central heavenly domain. The central region of the entire upper realm. There were countless great powers here. Countless geniuses and demons. Strong people like clouds, crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Moreover, due to the special terrain, the central heavenly domain was also the place with the most number of life forbidden zones in the entire upper realm. The forbidden zone of life, as the name suggests, is a forbidden place where there is no return. However, all creatures that entered the forbidden zone of life were not killed 9 times out of 10. Nevertheless, there were people who went ahead and entered it. There was no other reason. Simply because there were many mysterious relics in this forbidden zone of life, as well as countless unparalleled treasures that had been passed down since the ancient times. Moreover, entering the forbidden zone of life, as long as one doesn't die, is a training for one's own way. Once you break through the shackles, you will be able to ascend to heaven in one step. In the central heavenly domain, there were many forbidden zones, but there was only one forbidden zone that was truly taboo and no one dared to enter. That is the ancient forbidden zone. Desolate ancient forbidden area. Since the ancient times has existed, no one knows this desolate ancient forbidden area in the end of what kind of creatures. Only at the end of the ancient times, this place was purged by Su Wudao after he became a Taoist, and became the Su family land. To rashly enter the desolate ancient forbidden zone would be provoking the imperial Su clan, an act of seeking death. Finally, is back. Suyu looked at the unfamiliar and familiar scenery around him and couldn't help but feel a lot of emotions. Young lord, we are home. Su Jiuji's beautiful eyes blinked lightly as she slowly walked out from behind Suyu, looking at the familiar scenery around her. She also murmured softly. Behind the two of them, 2 teams of Su clan demonic guards wearing black armor and black cloaks on their backs had been waiting for a long time. And in unison, they knelt down on one knee with excited faces and said in unison, "Welcome young lord. Come on, let's go home." Suyu smiled faintly and took a step into the desolate ancient forbidden zone. With his arrival, the entire restricted area began to tremble. Immediately, at the entrance of the forbidden area, 9 black divine dragons transformed by black light automatically emerged, their eyes tightly closed and their bodies entwined above the 2 black stone pillars at the entrance. Roar! As Suyu stepped in, the black divine dragons transformed by the black light let out a deafening dragon roar in unison and slowly opened their eyes that had been tightly closed. In an instant, a haze of light shone in the 9 heavens, and the blinding light was visible even from the furthest corners of the central heavenly domain. The desolate ancient forbidden zone has actually opened? What's going on? Could it be that the people of that clan are finally going to show themselves? Seeing this, the gazes of all the powerhouses within the central heavenly domain flickered and their hearts shook. Suyu ignored the sudden gazes around him. He took a step without stopping and walked toward the desolate ancient forbidden zone. As far as the eye can see, there are high mountains and big rivers, and ancient trees. Pristine, old-fashioned atmosphere comes to mind. And, from time to time, you can hear wild beasts hissing and ancient apes striking trees. Stand down. Seeing that an ancient beast was approaching Suyu and was foolishly about to move, the leader of the demon guards immediately rebuked and scared it back. If this ancient beast was placed in the outside world, it would be a genuine demon king. But here, it's nothing more than a plaything kept by the Su family. Not long after, an ancient giant city appeared before Suyu's eyes. This is the old Su house. It's also Suyu's home. Seeing Suyu's arrival, countless pairs of eyes poked out from the windows, and from the side of the city wall. They are either curious, scrutinizing or adoring. Suyu swept through these gazes one by one without anger or joy. His face was indifferent. Young master, you're finally back. The city gate opened, and the old housekeeper Su Tianhe leaned on his walking stick and quickly walked to Suyu, looking extremely excited. 18 years had passed, and the once little toddler who could only cry had grown into the imposing young master of the Su family. Uncle Tianhe, I'm back. Looking at the old housekeeper's kind face, Suyu's heart warmed. The person in front of him was the Su family's old housekeeper. who hadn't been tossed around by Suyu much as a child. Uncle Tianhe, what are you doing? Suyu's eyes narrowed slightly, looking at his broken leg, the former Uncle Tianhe, but the spirit of the wind. How has there ever been such a wretched appearance? Alas, my old bones are not worth the young master's concern. You'd better go in quickly. Don't let the clan mother wait impatiently. The old butler smiled bitterly inside as he shook his head. Young lord, Uncle Tianhe was injured by the ancient god race in the forbidden area. Su Jiugu bit her lip and opened her mouth. Upon hearing this, Su Tianhe's brows furrowed. Little girl, what nonsense. I know. Suyu waved his hand to show that he understood. The ancient god clan, the original inhabitants of the desolate ancient forbidden zone. Back then, after Su Wudao forcefully descended, he slaughtered all of the ancient god race's powerhouses. However, he did not exterminate the other party, but left behind many young ancient gods to sharpen the Su family's previous generation. Therefore, after Su Jiugu pointed out with a single sentence, Suyu immediately understood the key. It must be that the ancient god clan held a grudge after Su Wudao left and took advantage of the opportunity to retaliate. Young master, the family master had set the rule that fighting an ancient god can only be among the same great realm. The old slave is old and weak. Indeed old. Su Tianhe smiled bitterly, then with a twinkle in his eye, he added, since the young master has returned, the ancient god clan, I'm afraid, is going to be in bad luck. That's for sure. Suyu smiled confidently and immediately took large strides, arriving at the main hall. Here, a figure had been waiting for a long time. Emozian was dressed in a phoenix robe and stood with her back to Suyu. She had a head of green silk that fell to her waist, and her unpowdered face looked extremely holy and noble. Mother. Suyu came to Emozian's side and spoke softly. At those words, Emozian smiled back. Finally come back willingly? You're still wandering around when you're in the upper realm. And from what your grandfather said, you even ran off to the burial earth to mess with a half-emperor? Pretty much. Suyu smiled sarcastically. Emozian poked Suyu's forehead in an unkind manner. Alas, carved from the same mold as your father, you can't go anywhere without fighting with others. Upon hearing this, Suyu frowned slightly and suddenly asked, right, where is my father? Suyu looked around, but found that the hall was extremely cold, and the main seat even had dust on it. Apparently, that great emperor old man of his had been away from home for a long time. Emozian's face was slightly grave. The Huanyu era is about to fall. Those Forbidden Zone lords are all stupid one by one. Your old dad, killed someone else's whole family to go. Chapter 106 Chaotic Enlightenment. Suyu was slightly stunned, not expecting his mother to say these words in a serious manner. Emozian let out a light laugh. Won't worry about him. Anything can happen to anyone in this world, but he's the only one who won't. You'd better take care of yourself first. Saying that, Emozian's eyes moved slightly, grabbed Suyu's wrist, and after sensing it for a moment, she nodded her head slightly. Not bad. Divine Mansion Realm Great Circle, and the foundation is incomparably solid. Have you figured out how to build the god stage? Suyu nodded. There are some eyebrows. It is estimated that there will be a solid breakthrough in a few days. That's just right. Recently a genius has appeared in the ancient god clan called Gu Yuan. His cultivation is at the early stage of the divine platform realm. Emozian lightly raised her hand and handed a white and flawless fruit into Suyu's hand. This is the heavenly fruit of creation, a great medicine that nourishes the physical body. If you take it during your breakthrough, it will serve to refine your physical body. Emozian rubbed her brow. Your father offended too many people. They couldn't resist him, but without realizing it, the Su family's imperial bloodline is getting thinner and thinner, and among the younger generation, there is no one to carry the load. So much so that amongst the same realm, no one can even defeat that ancient god clan's heavenly pride. The ancient god race specializes in cultivating the physical body, and that Gu Yuan has cultivated to the point where his physical body is invulnerable to all laws. Suyu nodded his head and said in understanding, after my child's breakthrough is complete, I will go to the ancient god clan and kill that ancient Yuan, playing with the heavenly fruit of creation. A thoughtful look swept across the bottom of his eyes. Uncle Tianhe, could it be that Gu Yuan who injured him? Emozian didn't have the good sense to say. A few months ago, that Gu Yuan came to the door to invite a battle. A few of the younger generation of the clan were defeated one after another, and in the end, he just couldn't see past it, so he went up to the life and death stage, and as a result, he was almost beaten to death by the other party. If it wasn't for the fact that there are quite a few means of preserving his life, I'm afraid that he would really have to fall on that life and death stage, and although he was lucky enough to survive in the end, he also suffered serious injuries and broke one of his legs. He will need to wait for the next time the creation pool opens before he can recover. Suyu sniffed and his face turned slightly cold. Alright, I understand. A community that had been imprisoned in the Forbidden Zone for the Su family to hone their skills was now so high profile that it dared to ride on the Su family's head, simply seeking death. As the words fell, Suyu turned around and left. Mo Xian looked at his back. A look of worry appeared in her eyes and she couldn't help but urge again. Remember, be sure to refine the heavenly fruit of creation before going to that ancient god race. Mother doesn't want you to be as accomplished as your father. She just wants you to be happy. A mere ancient god race. Mother doesn't need to worry so much. Suyu waved his hand with disinterest and left the great hall straight away. Looking at his back, Mo Xian, for some reason, seemed like she saw the Su Wu Dao that was once there. This father and son. It's like they were carved out of the same mold. She shook her head and laughed, thinking of something from her youth. Only, as Suyu left, Mo Xian's face gradually became icy cold. Molan, go keep an eye on the young master. If he is not able to defeat that Gu Yuan, then secretly make a move to decapitate him. But remember, don't let the young master realize that it was you who did it. Her tone was indifferent, though the patronizing tone was very obvious. She was different from Su Wu Dao. From the very beginning, she was adamantly opposed to throwing Suyu to the lower realms for training. She never had the idea of expecting her son to become a dragon. As long as Suyu was healthy and happy, it was better than anything else. Even if Suyu didn't like to cultivate, she wouldn't force him to do so. The big deal was that she would use the reserves of the two great emperor clans to forcefully pile him up to a quasi-empire. Below you lead the way. In the shadows, a woman in black bowed her head in response. This person was clearly one of the 5 leaders of the Su family's demonic guards. However, after a moment's hesitation, Molan couldn't help but say, my subordinate has seen the young master in the burial soil, and with the young master's skill, he might not be afraid of that Gu Yuan. After all, the young master is carrying an emperor. Mo Xian glanced at her and grunted coldly. You just follow this palace's orders. Where is all this nonsense coming from? Neuron was silenced and no longer dared to argue. This master mother isn't as nice as the head of the family. In front of Suyu, this one was a loving mother, but in the eyes of the rest of the people, this one was a real upper realm taboo. One would rather offend a great emperor than her. In the meantime, within the ancient god clan, a secret meeting was being held. On the main seat, a man with a stout body and rugged appearance was seated. His eyes gleamed with tiger eyes, giving a strong sense of oppression. That quasi-emperor pressure was extremely terrifying, causing the surrounding space to distort ceaselessly, as if it would collapse at any moment. And his identity was also very special, the third elder of the ancient god clan, Ancient Sun Tian, elder. With the return of the Su clan's emperor's son, now that their attention is focused on the emperor's son, is it possible for our plan to start earlier? Below, an elderly ancient god race slowly said. Upon hearing this, Ancient Sun Tian's brows furrowed slightly as he fell into silence. This decision about the survival of the ancient god clan was not so easy to shoot down. Elder, in my opinion, just him. The Su family has suppressed my ancient god clan for tens of thousands of years. Not only did they decapitate the old ancestor, but they also enslaved my clan to do hard labor in the mines, and they even made the young clansmen of my clan to be their whetstone. It's simply abominable. Yes, Elder, we've been oppressed by them for a long time. If we continue, the ancient god clan will surely perish. Now the opportunity for revenge is right in front of us. Elder, if you miss it, I'm afraid there won't be a next time. The ancient gods were agitated. Ancient Sun Tian took a deep breath, pondered for a moment, and said, in that case, my ancient god clan will no longer hold back. He suddenly got up and said in a deep voice, tell the blood prison divine race that the ancient divine race agrees to cooperate, and as long as they promise to drag that Su family member in the Forbidden Zone, the ancient divine race will not be able to let them down. Yes, the ancient gods cheered in unison. On the other hand, inside the Su family's imperial city, in the middle of some luxurious compound, next to a rockery, Suyu sat cross-legged, his entire body shrouded in a dense light, his skin glowing with a jade-like crystal and luster. His eyes were closed and his aura was extremely deep. A moment later, Suyu finally adjusted his state to the best system, carry out the physique inheritance and fuse the 5 elements supreme body. Ding! Jianmu Dao body inheritance. A clear and pleasant voice rang out. In an instant, a brilliant golden light surged out from his body, forming a sapling in midair with flourishing branches. Click, click, click. The branches drew out delicate vines that wrapped around Suyu's arms and ankles. Immediately after that, the vines extended and spread towards all parts of his body. With the completion of the Jianmu Dao body inheritance, a what elemental aura that was strong to the extreme broke through the heavens, manifesting a lesson of the sky-shadowing Jianmu above the dome of the sky. Kenwood, also known as the World Tree, it went through the sky and topped the earth, as if it ran through the entire dome of the sky, exuding a majestic, vast in vicissitudes of greatness. The entire desolate ancient forbidden zone was startled by this sudden change. Within the Su family imperial city, countless Su family members looked up to the sky with a few moments of shock in their gazes. Is this breath the legendary Jianmu Dao body? Supreme physique? Nowadays, in the Su family, apart from the emperor's son, has there even been another person with a supreme physique? Ha ha ha, when it's really God's blessing on the Su family. The Su family members were all thrilled and excited, raising their arms. At this moment, Neuron, who was hiding in the shadows, had an odd expression and couldn't help but mutter. A bunch of uneducated guys. What's a supreme body? Young master is carrying an emperor body. Who? Right at this moment, Suyu was the one who suddenly opened his eyes and drank towards this place. Young master actually found me? Neuron was startled and hurriedly closed her 5 senses and 6 senses, not daring to expose the slightest bit of her breath. Suyu looked skeptical. Could it be that I'm feeling wrong? Seeing that there was nothing unusual around him, Suyu slightly shook his head and sat back down. The fusion of the 5 elements supreme body will consume 500 million villain values. Is it fused? Just then, the system beep sounded. 500 million? That much? Suyu was surprised. You know, it only cost 1 million villain values when I fused the world body before. I'm afraid the system is trying to screw me over because I'm rich. Ding! The system is absolutely fair and square, and won't screw the host for a single penny. The next moment, a detailed price list was displayed in front of Suyu's eyes. The fusion of the 2 supreme physiques requires 1 million villain values. Fusing 3 on the other hand would require 10 million villain values. It takes 100 million to fuse 4, and 500 million to fuse 5. Forget it, after all, it's a supreme grade physique, so you stopped dwelling on it after a cursory scan. Fuse it. As his words fell, a large portion of the villain value instantly disappeared. Immediately following that, 5 brilliant lights slowly rose from the top of Suyu's head. Suyu's face was grave, and he did not remain idle as he began to perfect the divine mansion with the help of the power from the fusion of the emperor body. System, use the chaotic enlightenment opportunity. Chapter 107. My son is so fierce? Swish, a ray of golden light flashed, and Suyu's mind roared. In an instant, his entire body seemed to have been thrown into the long river of space and time, and began to flow down the river of space and time. Ancient, and swift, until that time when the world is chaotic and heaven and earth are not yet divided. Suyu gazed at the scene in front of him with a face full of amazement. Here, a chaotic primordial world. In Suyu's line of sight, everything was constantly dissipating and coalescing like a dream bubble. All the laws were not covered in the slightest. They were just laid bare. Merely taking a look at it caused countless sensations to rise in Suyu's heart. Not only that, everything here was incomparably real. And as Suyu exhaled, there were countless innate chi entering his body, cleansing his body and purifying his soul. Suyu's heart thumped wildly. If he could stay here for a long time, then all of his life levels would naturally metamorphose. Suyu extraordinarily cherished this hard-won opportunity, and without delay, hurriedly sat down and began to cultivate. Rumble. The 5 elements supreme physique continued to fuse and intersect, and the 5 elements of spiritual energy surged wildly, forming a magnificent multicolored vortex. And at this moment, in the middle of the desolate ancient forbidden zone, above the dome of the sky, the silhouettes of the 5 divine beasts had clearly appeared. The Eastern Green Dragon, with a length of 999 miles, emerald green scales glittering with light, dragon horns like ancient wood coiled with roots and knots, claws as sharp as blades, tail with emerald green dragon whiskers, and surrounded by the scent of wood, exuding an endless breath of life and growth. The southern vermilion bird, with a delicate figure, feathers as red as flames, wings that covered the sky, a crown as high as flames, claws as sharp as fiery blades, and a fluttering tail feather. Surrounded by blazing air currents, constantly releasing overbearing fiery chi. Western white tiger, huge body, fur as white as snow, head majestic, tiger eyes sharp, gnarled limbs, claws sharp, surrounded by infinite sharp golden gas, naked eyes, actually have a feeling of being stabbed by needles. The northern Xuan Bu, with a body like a giant tortoise, a hard shell and an ancient head, surrounded by icy water vapor, was as warm as jade, as if it could hold everything. The central Qilin, with a huge body, golden fur, and kind eyes, surrounded by thick earth chi, suppressing all things. The 5 divine beasts of the 5 directions were lifelike, and each of them represented a great Tao, the most original law of this heaven and earth. They appeared abruptly, turning the entire desolate ancient forbidden zone into a 5-sided domain, blocking everything and suppressing all. What's going on? In the ancient god clan, ancient Sungtian was filled with horror, thinking that the plotted plan had been discovered by the Su clan. No, This is a heaven and earth vision. A heaven and earth vision at the great Dao level. Could it be that a huge treasure is about to come out? His eyes were greedy, and the idea of overthrowing the Su family was even greater in his heart. Humph! The Su family has monopolized the desolate ancient forbidden area and has collected countless treasures over the years. And all the treasures that have come out of the world have been shortchanged by you. It's simply too much of a bully. These days, however, are almost over. Ancient Sengtian clenched his fists and roared. My ancient god clan is the master of this ancient forbidden zone. Meanwhile, inside the Su family's imperial city, a vision of the great Dao? Even Emozian could hardly hide her shock. She knew, though, that this was not a true 5-square divine beast. After all, the divine beast itself was already the law itself, being truly above the emperor level, and how could it suddenly manifest and descend? But even so, to be able to induce such a visionary manifestation, something extremely terrifying must have happened. Nothing's going to happen to Yu-chan, right? For some reason, Emozian thought of Suyu in the first instance. Reason told her that the probability of such a horrifying scene was not made by Suyu. After all, Suyu was only a divine mansion realm now, yet she still couldn't help but want to check it out. Perhaps the time spent apart was too long, and the slightest breeze made Emozian unable to help but wonder if Suyu was in danger. Caring is not a good idea. She took a deep breath, forcibly suppressed her inner waves, and slowly walked towards Suyu's residence. However, just as she was halfway there, a horrible scene happened. Above the dome of the sky, the rest of the 4 divine beasts actually suddenly slowly walked towards the central Qilin. At this moment, the figures of the 5 divine beasts slowly became illusory, transforming into 5 pure to the extreme 5 elements. And then, the 5 elements merge. Wood begets fire. Fire begets earth. Earth begets gold. Gold begets water. Water begets wood. And so on. Buzz. At this time, heaven and earth changed color. Thunder roared, and endless thunder clouds emerged, covering the sky. Boom boom boom. Endless plunder punishments fell from the sky, like rain pouring down and covering the sky. What the hell? At this moment, everyone within the desolate ancient forbidden zone looked up, dumbstruck. The great way out? Which great saint has broken through? Could it be that a certain great saint in the clan is about to break into the Saint King realm? Seeing this, Emozian's footsteps slowed down, her face showing suspicion. She had basically confirmed that the vision of the party had nothing to do with Suyu. After all, the other party was an existence that had invoked the Dao tribulation. Generally speaking, only demons who had cultivated the sacred Dao to its limit in the great sacred realm would invoke the descent of the Dao tribulation when they made their breakthrough. This calamity is not a punishment, but a reward from the way. Daojacking was beneficial to cultivators. Not only did it not kill them in the slightest, but it also nourished the holy Dao, with endless benefits. Emozian wiped her non-existent cold sweat and slowly exhaled. Scare yourself. But just when Emozian was planning to hit the road back home, she suddenly glimpsed a figure like an exiled immortal stepping in the air above the dome of the sky as if it was walking on the ground. White as snow, handsome and evil, Emozian violently stopped in her tracks, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. It's really you. She lost her voice. The one who triggered such a shocking vision was really her son. Chapter 108 Ancient Yuan. Son of Luck. Rumble. Between heaven and earth, the power of the 5 elements filled the air, and the vast spiritual chi came crashing in like a tidal wave. Suyu hung in the void, and within his body, an invisible ripple spread out, enveloping the 8 wastes. At this instant, the blood was boiling in Suyu's body. He couldn't help himself and unfolded the world within him. At this time, the inner world seemed to be stimulated, and the stars shone brightly, as if there was an infinite creation being nurtured. The infusion of the power of the 5 elements caused the inner world to undergo a metamorphosis. Life began to be birthed in the originally dead world. Mountains, rivers, grass and trees, moving from stillness to flow. The benefits that this metamorphosis brought to Suyu were also enormous. His breath kept climbing. Eventually, a node is reached. In the sea of consciousness, the 10,000 feet divine mansion was like an unattainable divine mountain that towered into the heavens. At the top of the divine mansion, in the midst of the infinite mists, a slight ripple began to appear. Boom! In the next moment, under the impetus of this force, a divine platform instantly took shape. On top of the divine platform, a divine residence whose appearance could not be seen sat in it. A wave of ancient and pale fluctuations spread out from the deity's body, causing Suyu to uncontrollably let out a long whistle. If the divine mansion realm was the initial determination of one's path, then the divine platform realm was the first step on that path. Deities, which represented the Dao of the Shuntai realm cultivators. Boom! At this moment, Suyu stepped into the dome of the sky and swam in the sea of thunder transformed by the Dao tribulation. He was surrounded by endless divine light. and the crowd below couldn't see his face, but they felt the extremely terrifying aura. In front of the volatile fluctuations, people unconsciously give birth to a strong inferiority complex, as if they are like a drop in the ocean, small and insignificant. Name, Su Yu. Cultivation, peak of the divine mansion realm. Physique, world body, emperor level. 5 directions creation body, emperor level. Innate avatar, world sword intent. Universe Qiankuan, everlasting life. 5 directions of extinction. Treasures, burial sword tire. 4 pole seal, destruction luck atlas. Heaven devouring devil jar. Villain value, 79,000,000. The villain value shrunk by a large amount, but Suyu did not feel the slightest bit of heartache, because it was all worth it. At this moment, Suyu's inner world was small, and he was carrying 2 types of emperor bodies, and these 2 types of emperor bodies could still reflect each other. It could be said that amongst the same rank, no one could be placed in his eyes anymore. Who exactly is this clan senior, and to what realm has he broken through? Someone couldn't help but ask. But when Suyu's breakthrough ended and the surrounding visions dispersed, the shock in the eyes of the crowd was even greater, because they realized that Suyu's face was so young. No, to be precise, there was still a hint of tenderness between Suyu's eyebrows, like a child who had only just reached adulthood, but his aura was beyond terrifying. It was a feeling of being above all beings. Isn't this the imperial son? A person suddenly cried out in shock, recognizing Suyu, and most of the rest of the people were at a loss. The emperor's son? Could it be that the emperor's son has returned from his training in the lower realms? At this point, everyone present was stunned. Is this the gold of the imperial son? Nowadays, when the power of the Su family's bloodline was weakening, he was still able to swim against the current and have such achievements. Everyone was incredulous. Ha ha ha, worthy of being an emperor's son, having only just returned. He is so powerful. Right at this moment, a rough voice exploded like thunder. The crowd snapped to the sound. Only an uninvited guest appeared outside the Su clan's imperial city. This person was naked, 10 feet tall, towering like a mountain, his muscles bulging like gnarled dragons, full of explosive power. He stepped into the air, surrounded by divine fire, his aura as thick as a mountain. Ancient God Clan, Ancient Yuan. Someone recognized the visitor. Ancient Meta, the strongest of the new generation of the ancient god race. This person was extremely strong and had also cultivated the ancient god body to the small completion realm. Combined with his cultivation at the early stage of the divine platform realm, he directly swept away all the younger generations of the Su family. Seeing that Gu Yuan had arrived, many of the young people in the Su clan had ugly expressions. Being crushed by the ancient god race that the Su family had been enslaving was simply a disgrace. Lord Emperor's son, I, Gu Yuan, have come here to fight you. Gu Yuan bellowed. His eyes were red. His body was burning with divine fire, as if he had gone berserk, and his gaze was dead on Suyu. Everyone present was slightly startled. Bold, you, a lowly slave, dare to call out the emperor's son? Su Tianhe immediately stood out and chided. Gu Yuan glanced at him and said indifferently, a defeated general is not qualified to talk to me. You. Su Tianhe's face changed and he almost didn't storm off on the spot. Gu Yuan took the humiliation in the other party's words as a whisper, and his gaze kept falling on Suyu with blazing eyes. Lord Emperor's son, please enlighten me. He spoke again, his tone undeniable. The faces of some of the Su family's elders changed. Even if they had already gained a foothold in the divine palace realm, they wouldn't dare to say that they could win, let alone Suyu who had only just broken through the divine platform. It wasn't that they didn't trust Suyu, but Suyu had only just returned to the upper realm. Previously, he had been living in the lower realm where resources were scarce, so even if his realms were comparable, how could he be a match for Gu Yuan? Thus, one of the deacons stepped out and cupped his fists towards Suyu. Young master, this bureaucrat has disrespected you. Please allow me to take him down. Suyu did not hesitate to refuse. There is no harm. Since this person wants to die, then let him come. The deacon froze, his face complex, and lowered his voice. Although this person is ostensibly at the divine platform realm, he is actually relying on the ancient divine body, and is already able to compare to an ordinary divine palace realm. And he is ranked 97 in the upper realm heaven's pride ranking. 97? Suyu froze slightly, his expression subtle. Right. The deacon nodded his head with a bitter smile, thinking that Suyu was intimidated. After all, a genius who could rank in the top 100 among the countless geniuses in the entire upper realm was not an easy one. But who knows? Suyu was slightly nodding his head and said, only 97? It really doesn't have the qualifications to allow me to make a move. You guys do it, chop him up. At these words, the deacon was dumbfounded. Heart said this emperor's son good deep city. This hand-borrowed donkey downhill make really silky smooth. However, he did not despise Su Yu. After all, the enemy was simply too demonic, and it was wise to know how to avoid him. Seeing this, Mo Xian also secretly nodded her head. Yu is still different from his father. That fellow, if he was provoked like this, he was afraid that he would have already fought with the other side. Hearing the two conversing, Gu Yuan became anxious and couldn't help but roar angrily. You're a hallowed emperor's son, but you don't dare to fight with me? His mission in coming here today was to suppress the emperor's son and divert the Su family's attention, so how could he stop so easily? In the next moment, Gu Yuan's aura changed abruptly. At this moment, his body continued to expand, and in the end, he actually transformed into a 30 feet tall giant that covered the sky. Boom! The void collapsed, and countless thunder and fire divine lights emerged from around him, just like heavenly punishment descending. Today, you have to fight even if you don't. Gu Yuan hissed and quickly approached Su Yu. Seek death. The deacon's eyes were cold and he was about to draw his sword and chop down. And at this moment, Su Yu pressed his wrist down. Wait. The deacon's face changed. Su Yu's hand was actually like a divine mountain pressing down, making him unable to move half a bit. This, young master? The corner of Su Yu's mouth lifted slightly as he swept his gaze across the curtain of light that had only just surfaced, detected the appearance of a great fortune maker in the host's surroundings. Name, Gu Yuan. Cultivation, early Shangtai realm. Physique, ancient god body, supreme grade bloodline inheritance physique. Remarks, the most top genius of the ancient god clan. Possessing an ancient god body after returning to the ancient god. Possessing the purest bloodline of the ancient god clan, and is regarded as the hope for the rise of the ancient god clan. Hint, the ancient god's body after returning to its ancestor is the main medicine for refining the ancient celestial elixir. Not only can this son of Qi provide villainous value, it can even be used to refine pills? Not bad, not bad. The corners of Su Yu's mouth gradually rose. His 4 directions tripod had been sitting in his storage bag eating dust for a long time, and now, it was finally going to come in handy? Boom! Only to see Su Yu take one step. In the divine mansion within his body, the divine platform emerged, and a divine chain of order surged out from all directions, blocking off this heavenly dome. Come and fight on the stage of life and death. As the words fell, the crowd was shocked. I had thought that Su Yu would avoid the battle, but now it seemed as if this emperor's son was confident in his strength. Chapter 1095 Square Breaking Sword. Seconds, the emperor's son is going to fight Gu Yuan to the death? The crowd below was stunned. Young master, do not be impulsive. Fall for his agitation. The deacon rushed to stop him. However, his hand went straight through Su Yu's body. Deacon looked confused. An illusion? Why do I feel as if the young master is stronger than me? In the instant he froze. Su Yu had already ascended the life and death platform together with Gu Yuan. Worthy of being an emperor's son. Good guts. Ha ha ha. Gu Yuan laughed loudly. His voice was like thunder, shaking the space around him. Damn it. Mo Xian's face was unsightly, not expecting Su Yu to suddenly ascend the life and death stage. That place, which Su Wudao had personally created back then, contained a vast amount of imperial might, and even she was unable to intervene. This heartless man, if anything happens to you I'll make you look good. Mo Xian stomped her foot fiercely, looking at the arrogant Gu Yuan. She had already sentenced the ancient god race to death in her heart. The usual licentiousness of the ancient god clan could be ignored, and she could treat it as sharpening her clan. But today, Gu Yuan had undoubtedly touched her reverse scale, daring to take a shot at Su Yu. This was simply looking for death. I'll give you a chance to make the first move. On the stage of life and death, Su Yu stood with his hands in the air. At those words, Gu Yuan laughed in a fierce manner. It was as if he had already seen the image of himself pressing Su Yu to the ground and exploding the hammer, beating up the emperor's son. These feelings, just thinking about them was exhilarating. Since Lord Empyrean's son is looking for abuse himself, it's not my fault. Ancient god body. Explode for me. Boom. Ancient Yuan's aura climbed up and his body size instantly broke through 100 feet. What kind of divine power is this? What a powerful fluctuation. I feel like my late divine mansion cultivation is like a mole cricket in front of him. Below the life and death stage, the expressions of the crowd were extremely grave. You people, don't you believe in Brother Yu? At this moment, a childish voice rang out. Su Xiaoyu puffed up her mouth with an indignant face. Obviously it's one of your own. Why do you have to grow others' power? Where are the kids from? Step aside and play. Keep your mouth shut if you don't know what you're talking about. And what's the point of messing around with grown-ups? Being accused by Su Xiaoyu, a few people immediately reprimanded. How many of you? Aren't you ashamed enough of being taught a lesson by Gu Yuan to actually vent your anger on a small child? The deacon's face showed displeasure as he shielded Su Xiaoyu behind him and carefully explained. Although the emperor's son's talent is strong, He is only at the early stage of the divine platform after all. Moreover, although both of them are of the same supreme body, Gu Yuan's ancient god body is an inheritance-type physique that is far superior to the Taishu sword body at this stage. The deacon's face was bitter. The other party? It's a demon ranked 97th on the heavens remarkable ranking. Cut. Su Xiaoyu skimmed her lips. Ranking 97 is nothing. Brother Yu is still ranked 9th. The deacon was slightly stunned, and then shook his head, not taking Su Xiaoyu's words seriously, just as if it was a child talking nonsense. You idiots. I grew up with you, brother. How strong is he that I would not know? Being underestimated by the deacon. Su Xiaoyu's face was irritated. Then he turned his head and drank to the group of Su family disciples behind him again. You guys are just a bunch of frogs in the bottom of a well. Today, I'll let you all open your eyes and see what a true supreme demon is. Go for it, brother Yu. Hearing Su Xiaoyu's voice coming from her, the corner of Su Yu's mouth rose and he made an okay gesture at her. How dare you get distracted? Gu Yuan laughed fiercely and rushed towards Su Yu like a huge mountain. The large fist carried the divine might of thunder and fire, and was incredibly thick and heavy. This strike was powerful enough to crush a continent. However, when the fist came to the front of Su Yu's head, the corners of his mouth always hung a faint smile, without the slightest intention to move. Too slow. He laughed softly, then raised his right hand. In an instant, above Su Yu's 5 fingers, 5 colors of light surged out from each of them. The colorful interplay is remarkable. The 5 directions are extinct. Sculpture. Watch me. In the next moment, Gu Yuan's fist deeply disappeared into the multicolored flashy light. What? In this instant, Gu Yuan's pupils contracted violently and his expression was agonized to the extreme. How is that possible? Wear down the arm of ancient Yuan, the son of Qi, villain value plus 200,000. Gu Yuan jerked his hand back. However, the whole little arm was missing. His ancient god body, which he was so proud of, was actually as unbeatable as tofu in front of Su Yu's 5 directions of extinction. Damn it, you actually sneak attacked me. He forced himself to endure the pain of his broken arm, and his eyes widened in anger. Su Yu wore a smile on his face. Not only is your strength weak, but your brain is also not good. It was clearly you who struck first, but you actually slandered me for sneak attacking? Impossible. My fleshly body is invincible. How could it be broken? Even the sage realm can't break through my defenses so easily. How can it be possible with just you? Gu Yuan shook his head frantically, unable to accept this fact. But the broken arm was a clear reminder that what he had just seen was real and true. A worm must have the self-knowledge of a worm. A frog in the bottom of a well. How can it know the vastness of the vault of heaven? Su Yu said indifferently, degrading the son of Qi, Gu Yuan, causing the opponent's Dao to become unstable. Villainous value plus 100,000. You, Gu Yuan stormed out, wanting to strike again, but he was afraid of Su Yu's methods. If you don't come, I'll come over. Su Yu stood with his hands behind his back and took a step. In an instant, a terrifying sense of oppression swept across the entire arena, causing everyone's breath to stutter and their minds to tremble. It was as if the crowd saw the epitome of Su Wu Dao. That was the domineering intent that belonged uniquely to the invincible. It was clear that ancient Yuan surpassed Su Yu by more than 100 times in terms of size. However, the crowd felt at this moment that Gu Yuan was the small one. Swish! In an instant, the 5 colors of flashy light returned to one, transforming into a splash of color that the crowd had never seen before in their lives. That stream of light pierced through space and time, penetrating everything, carrying an infinite meaning of destruction, instantly piercing through Gu Yuan's brow. 1 sword. 1 second. The broken sword? When did the old master teach him that? Mo Zian stood up violently, her eyes filled with shock. Chapter 110 Bat Mitzvah. On the stage of life and death, Gu Yuan's eyes widened in anger, his eyes full of unbelief. I can't believe I lost? At this moment, his sea of consciousness, divine mansion, and divine platform had been completely destroyed by that breaking intent. No matter how much he mobilized his mana to repair it, it did not help at all. Gu Yuan let out a miserable cry and then collapsed with a loud bang. Within his eyes, a strong sense of unwillingness flowed out. I am not convinced. At the last moment of his fading life, he spat out these words with difficulty. Gu Du. Swallowing sounds were heard. Looking at this scene, everyone present had complex expressions. The emperor's son, after all, really did win over Gu Yuan. And it was a crushing win, without a moment's delay. Yeah, Yusan really is the best. Su Xiaoyu's voice broke the silence. At this moment, Su Xiaoyu's words suddenly rang in the deacon's mind. He looked at Su Yu, his face incomparably agitated. Could young master really be ranked 9th on the heavens remarkable ranking? Su Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. Is it necessary to lie about this kind of thing? The deacon sniffed and fell silent. Immediately, A bright light burst from his eyes. Here it is, finally, Deacon murmured under his breath. Su asked curiously, what's coming? The deacon jerked his head up with an exuberant expression. The Su family's heavenly destiny has arrived. After many years of silence, not only the outside world, even this ancient god clan has forgotten the Su family's former glory. Now that the emperor's son has returned, it's time to let the world know that the emperor clan, the Su family, has returned. The surrounding Su clan members were all extraordinarily energized when they heard this, and at this moment, Suyu ignored the outside world. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the son of Qi. Gu Yuan, villain value plus 20, 000, $20 million of villain value arrived. The corner of Suyu's mouth slightly hooked. Immediately, he walked straight towards Gu Yuan's corpse. A large bronze cauldron spiraled down. This tripod is 3 feet high, has 4 feet, and is engraved with the 4 wiggy elephants of Taowu. It's the 4-square tripod. As an excellent holy relic of alchemy, Suyu had previously never had the opportunity to use it, until now, when he finally had the chance. Gu Yuan's physical body seemed to sense something and suddenly got up, pulling his legs and running. Flesh body psychic? Suyu was slightly stunned. I didn't expect that this Gu Yuan's flesh was so strong that it gave birth to spirituality again soon after its death. If Suyu ignored it, I'm afraid that it wouldn't be long before a new ancient element would be born from this corpse. Don't be afraid. It's only a moment's work. Just a moment. Suyu smiled wistfully. Reaching out, a huge suction force came and directly grabbed back Gu Yuan's body, which was then thrown heavily into the tripod, and then the lid was instantly put on. The ancient Yuan corpse struggled continuously in it, but it was never able to break free. Damn it! Let go of my son! Just then, a roar came from the distance. Ancient god clan Patriarch Gu Shan led the elders of the clan and swept in. Suyu frowned slightly. He didn't stop moving his hands. Though, here, after all, was the Su family, and the ancient god clan couldn't turn over any waves. As expected, before Gushan could get close to Suyu, a silhouette blocked in front of him. Mo Lan appeared like a ghost, holding a small dark green sword in her hand. Stop! Muron gazed at Gu Shan with cold eyes, killing intent in his eyes. If this person took another step forward, she would definitely lynch him with a sword. Su family, bully! Gushan hissed in despair as his eyes turned red. As the patriarch of the ancient god clan, Gu Shan was also a lord of his generation. However, at this moment, in front of Moron, he felt like a mole cricket, and the other party could easily exterminate himself by moving a finger. After all, the other party was the leader of the demon guards at the quasi-emperor realm. In the ancient god clan, only the old ancestor could suppress the other party. Chief Moron, although the ancient god clan submitted to the Su family 50,000 years ago, it is still one of the god clans after all, and my ancient god clan ancestor once even fought 4 quasi-emperors alone without losing. Gu Shan took a deep breath. I still hope that the chief, for the sake of my clan's old ancestor, will give my own son an explanation. Account? Muron sneered. Your son himself had to provoke, openly engaging the emperor's son within the Su clan, and ultimately being undefeated himself and falling to his death. What more do you want to account for? I don't care. The ancient mountain roared. Your son provoked the emperor's son and deserved to die. Since he dared to make a move, he should naturally suffer the consequences. Muron gradually lost patience. Gu Shan clenched his fists tightly, his nails deeply missing into his palms, scarlet blood dripping down his fingers. However, it was as if Gu Shan was oblivious. In the end, he softened as if he had lost his soul inside. Just as well, the ancient god race has admitted defeat. As the words fell, he turned his words around and suddenly gazed at Suyu. But I have one more request, and that is to ask for my son's corpse. The Su family beat and killed my own son, so we can't let my little boy die and his body still not be able to be put in the ground, right? Gushan had a sad face. It was as if he was truly in mourning for the loss of his son. Mo Lan laughed coldly. He provoked the emperor's son first and deserved to die. The Su family has already been extraordinarily kind in not exterminating you because of the tens of thousands of years of love. As a result, now, you guys still dare to make conditions? I see that you've really hardened your wings. Swish! In a flash, a ray of dark green luster shone. Gushan subconsciously tried to raise his hand to block his vision. However, he realized that his right hand had disappeared. Gu Shan was furious, but he was incomparably scared and didn't dare to make a move easily, since the Su family is unwilling to give it. Then forget it. Gushan turned around disheveled and quickly left. The broken arm was lying quietly on the ground, seemingly speaking of the helplessness of the ancient god race. While watching the ancient god race suffocating and retreating, Suyu was keenly aware of a hint of something wrong at this moment. Something's not right. These guys, they're plotting something. Suyu had a thoughtful look in his eyes. The back-and-forth shift in the attitude of the ancient god race caused Suyu to become suspicious. From ancient Yuan's provocation until this guy came to his door to engage in a battle and was beheaded by himself, Suyu did not feel that there was anything wrong. After all, the ancient god race had been suppressed by the Su family for 50,000 years, and it was only natural that they had grievances that they wanted to vent. However, the appearance of the ancient mountain allowed Suyu to discover an abnormality. If the ancient god race had always been of this reckless character, then Ancient Mountain would have definitely pounced on him recklessly when he saw that he had decapitated Ancient Yuan and used his ancient god body for alchemy. But while Gu Shan appeared to be furious, he was actually calm to the extreme. His performance was, well, perfect. Perfect portrayal of a father who has lost his own son, but can't do anything about it. Ancient Yuan came here on purpose to die. Suyu's heart was in awe as a guest suddenly rose. How could the ancient god clan not know that Gu Yuan, who was regarded by the ancient god clan as the hope for their rise to power, had appeared here? Moreover, it was not as if that Gu Shan had arrived after knowing about Gu Yuan's death, but as if he had been waiting for Gu Yuan to die before rushing outside the Su family's imperial city to put on this show. Suyu took a deep breath and then slowly exhaled. He shook his head slightly. No matter what the ancient god race was plotting, in front of the behemoth that was the Su family, everything was vanity. System, redeem the formula for the heavenly elixir of creation. Ding! Redeeming the heavenly elixir of creation formula requires 1,000,000 villain value. Is it redeemed? Suyu nodded slightly. And then, he followed the Dan formula and began to catalyze the four-square cauldron. Moreover, Suyu also threw in that heavenly fruit of creation that Xian had given him. The best way to deal with the heavenly fruit of creation was to refine it into the heavenly Dane of creation. Only that the method of refining this Dane had long been lost, and Xian did not know about the existence of this Dane, which was why she directly allowed Suyu to swallow it. And now, since there was a better way to utilize the rate, Suyu naturally would not waste it. After doing this, Suyu separated a sliver of his mind to focus on the four directions tripod, and then, he walked straight down from the life and death platform. At this moment, the gazes of the Su clan's people looking at him were already different. If anything, previously they only thought that Suyu was a youngster with excellent talent. Then just now, Suyu had successfully established the terrifying prestige of being in the top 50 of the heavens, remarkable ranking with his battle record of crushing Gu Yuan. To be able to kill Gu Yuan in seconds, he was at least in the top 50. As for the knife in Su Xiaoyu's mouth, they didn't dare to imagine it at all. Set up a banquet. This palace is in a good mood today. Everyone in the imperial city will be rewarded. Xian stepped out from above the imperial city with a smile on her face and announced aloud. At those words, the whole room boiled over. When the emperor's son returned strongly, the clan should be celebrated together. Everyone was immersed in excitement and joy. At this time, Xian, however, suddenly beckoned to Suyu. With doubts, Suyu followed her to the back of the imperial city. Xian took out a jade tablet and handed it to Suyu. Mother originally didn't want to have you perform a bar mitzvah so soon, but since you're able to defeat that Gu Yuan nowadays, it means it's about time. Chapter 111 Dengdao Mountain. Bar mitzvah? Suyu raised his eyebrows. Soon, a ray of flashy light gushed out from the jade tablet. A large amount of information scurried into Suyu's mind. It turned out that after the Su family sent their clansmen to the lower realms for training, the returning clansmen would also perform a special bar mitzvah. Completion of the bar mitzvah is seen as a complete return to the family. Only, Xian did not initially intend for Suyu to perform a bar mitzvah. In her mind, as long as her son was back, then everything was fine. So why bother with the bar mitzvah that carried some risk? Only Suyu's performance made her realize that her own son, I'm afraid, is a supreme demon who cannot be found in a few in the entire upper realm. As a mother, one shouldn't restrict Suyu, but let go and let him do what he wants to do. After all, he was a genuine emperor's son, not a tender fledgling protected under his parents' wings. The location of the bar mitzvah is in the middle of the Su family road mountain. Dao Mountain is also the Su family's ancestral tomb. All Su family members will be buried in it after they die. The content of the bar mitzvah is to climb Mount Dao. If you succeed in reaching the top, it will also mean that you have been recognized by all the Su family members and have officially returned to the family. Hearing this, Suyu pondered. Since Xian was only letting herself perform the bar mitzvah now, there was bound to be a great danger present in this Dao Mountain. And I'm afraid it's not going to be an easy climb to success. Only, all these were nothing to Suyu. He nodded, but instead of heading directly to the Dao Mountain, he pulled Su Xiaoyu along and walked over to Xian. Mother, I'm going to take Fishy with me to the top. When the words fell, Suyu held Su Xiaoyu and did not say a word. Xian looked at the two of them. not knowing what she was thinking. In principle, the returned Su family members shall no longer have the slightest involvement with the lower realms. A moment later, Mozian spat out a sentence with a smirk. At those words, Su Xiaoyu's apprehensive expression instantly became stiff. Surely. So, upon arriving at the Su family, Su Xiaoyu felt out of place with her surroundings. Although Su Yu took care of her in every way, she knew that she was different from the Su family at heart. She wanted to turn around and leave this place, but she was tightly gripped by Su Yu, unable to move in the slightest. She raised her head, but could only see Su Yu's soft eyes, as if to tell her not to worry. Su Xiaoyu instantly reddened her eyes. At this time, Mozian spoke again. However, in the Su family, this palace is the principal. As the words fell, she wore a smile on her face and rubbed Su Xiaoyu's head. I, too, have wanted a daughter for a long time. Unfortunately, your father doesn't compete. Then it's only my mother's own effort. Cough. Su Yu coughed twice. Mozian, on the other hand, laughed out softly. Su Xiaoyu looked at the two of them, only feeling that she was in a dream. The sudden shift left her still a little uncomfortable. You, fish, get ready for the summit. Su Yu nodded. Su Xiaoyu gripped Su Yu tightly and nodded along. Immediately, a large and a small silhouette began to march towards the Dao mountain. Looking at the duo's backs, Mozian was in a trance. If Yuer had been born successfully back then, Yuer wouldn't have had such a hard time, right? As soon as the words fell, Mozian seemed to realize something and turned her head to look deeper into the Su family. Ha ha ha, sister-in-law, you finally got him to go to Daoshan. The sound comes before the person arrives, accompanied by a wild and unruly laughter. A middle-aged man swept in front of Mozian. Second brother? The person who came was none other than Su Wudao's cellular brother, Su Yunhai. As the personally younger brother of the current great emperor, Su Yunhai did not have the slightest bit of arrogance, and was quite easygoing. If Su Wudao was the overlord of the upper realm, looking down on everything, then this second master, Su Yunhai, was one of the few great benefactors of the upper realm in the current world. Although Su Yunhai had an easygoing personality, he was not a good old man. For his enemies, he was also vindictive and would not give anyone the slightest chance to turn the tables. I just got out of the gate and heard that the kid came back and brought back several big beautiful girls. Is it possible that he's going to be the second master? Which is not so fast. Those are all just confidants. The ones who are sure of their names are still one without one. Mozian replied without any good humor. Upon hearing this, Su Yunhai laughed out loud and said, that's also true. Xiaoyu follows his father in this. Mozian's face changed and her voice steeply rose. Seeing that he was going to get beaten up for speaking out of turn, Su Yunhai quickly changed the subject. Right, sister-in-law. How many steps can Xiaoyu climb up the Dao mountain? Climb to the top. Mozian faintly returned. What? Su Yunhai opened his mouth. Don't joke, sister-in-law. I'm serious. When he first went up the Taoist mountain, he didn't climb a few steps before his old ancestors kicked him down. And his butt hurt for months. Even back then, Su Wudao did not reach the top when he first went up the Dao mountain. But now, Mozian actually said that Su Yu could reach the top. And to bring a little sister with no Su family bloodline to the top? It's a no-brainer. Mozian smiled and didn't explain anything, but instead turned her head to look at the direction of Dao mountain. It seems that those Ying souls of the Su clan still like these two little guys quite a lot. Chapter 112-10 Jedi Trial. MT. Dao is extraordinarily majestic, and you can't see the top at a glance. A grave sits on it. Only, not a grave in the usual sense. In it, the person's true spirit imprint was also stored. When people die, unless their true spirit is annihilated, they will enter the cycle of reincarnation, which is the law of heaven and earth. The Su clan, however, overbearingly intercepted and violated this theorem, snatching the true spirit seal from the hands of the Wheel of Fortune and placing it into this mountain of the Dao to contain it instead. It can really be said to be born a Su family member and die a Su family soul. Su Yu stood at the bottom of the Dao mountain, looking at the graves, pondering. This mountain is a bit interesting. At this moment, standing at his position and looking upwards, the entire Dao mountain was emitting a radiant bright light. That was the radiance emanating from one true spirit seal. These dead Su family members were using their true spirit imprints to light the way forward for Su Yu. Seeing this scene, Su Yunhai was instantly dumbfounded. Can it be that this kid doesn't have a charmed demon race physique? How could he make all these old ancestors do this for him? Bah! What nonsense! Mozian quenched him without any good humor. My son was already pleasing to the eye. Unlike you, who ran to urinate on a grave as soon as he entered the Taoist mountain back then. And these old ancestors would be considered to have a good-tempered face if they didn't hang you up and beat you. Ahem! Sister-in-law. Scolding is not revealing. Su Yunhai's old face flushed. Okay, lazy. Mo Xian blankly glanced at him. Go to the ancient god race to take a look if you have nothing else to do. I suspect that these guys are secretly plotting something. The ancient god race's reaction has been a bit strange lately. Upon hearing this, Su Yunhai raised an eyebrow. What else could that group of barbarians with muscles in their heads be plotting? Any more nonsense? This palace will send you to Thunder Abyss to face the wall for 10 years. Mo Xian snorted lightly. Okay, I'll go. Su Yunhai nodded helplessly, and then his figure shrank, instantly disappearing without a trace. The other side. The two figures had climbed to the interruption of the Dao Mountain. Su Xiaoyu was behind Suyu, her small hands tightly grasping his clothes. She was a little scared. There were too many scents in the Dao Mountain that made her feel oppressed. Since entering this place, her strong luck had also become ineffective, which made Su Xiaoyu feel very insecure. Don't worry, it's fine. Suyu smiled faintly. He held Su Xiaoyu and began to climb step by step. With every step upwards, the light of those true spirit marks became brighter. This process was extremely smooth, causing many Su family disciples at the foot of the Dao Mountain to be incomparably envious. As a matter of fact, when climbing the Dao Mountain, every time you step on a step, a Su family spirit will appear, and you must defeat the other party before you can continue to climb the next step. But now, the two of them are like nobody's business, and not a single Yingling has stepped in to stop them. Even the family head didn't have this kind of treatment back then, right? A Su family disciple muttered in a low voice. The other man beside him nodded repeatedly. Back then, when the family master climbed the Dao Mountain, he did it by punching his way up. Even the family head had such a hard time back then. The emperor's son is actually having a smooth journey nowadays. The crowd became even more envious of Su Yu. However, there were also Su family members who were dissatisfied with Su Yu's behavior. That girl came from the lower realms, and did not have the bloodline of a Su family disciple flowing through her body. So how could she be capable of setting foot on the Dao Mountain? What makes her able to enter the Su family's heavy ground? In front of the Dao Mountain, a Su clan teenager was filled with disinterest. His name was Su Haoyang, and he was Su Yunhai's own son. Before Su Yu had returned to the family, he was regarded as the most likely person to defeat Gu Yuan in the Su family's previous generation. Only, after Su Yu's return, his light was completely covered up. Not as good as the emperor's son. Su Haoyang didn't think there was anything wrong with it. However, Su Xiaoyu was only an outsider, yet he was able to follow Su Yu and climb to the top of the Dao Mountain, which made him extremely unhappy. After all, it was a place that even his old man had never been. Snap! Suddenly, a walking stick appeared out of nowhere and knocked on Su Haoyang's head. Gu! Who dared to sneak attack this young man? Su Haoyang covered his skull with a twisted expression. The old ancestor hasn't even spoken. But you kid is against it? On the side, Su Tianhe calmly leaned on his crutches and slowly opened his mouth. Uncle Tianhe, am I wrong? Su Haoyang still wanted to retort, but suddenly felt a chill coming from the top of his head. He jerked his head up. Instead, he saw a pair of eyes without the slightest bit of emotion, looking down at him from above the mountain of Dao. Boom! In an instant, Su Haoyang's mind buzzed and exploded, his scalp tingling. It was as if thousands of worlds were being born and destroyed before his eyes. And that great figure was in the middle of them, dominating everything. This, Su Yu's mere immediate presence gave him the feeling of facing a mayfly facing the heaven and earth. Is this Lord Taiko? Su Haoyang was in a cold sweat and couldn't speak well. At the top of Dao Mountain, that Su Yu unconsciously held Su Xiaoyu's hand a little tighter after he let out a cold snort. This little ninny was already insecure, and now that brat has the nerve to speak out against it? What a fight! Brother, I'm fine. Su Xiaoyu smiled serenely. Aha! At the peak of Dao Mountain, Su Yu nodded slightly and continued to climb. At the bottom of Dao Mountain, Su Haoyang was scared half to death. Su Tianhe glanced at him and gently shook his head with a sigh. Haoyang, if you don't like the emperor's son, you can go and challenge him. But remember, don't cross the line to target the people around the emperor, or else, the consequences, you can't afford. Su Haoyang wanted to cry. Challenge the emperor? I wouldn't dare even if I had 10 guts. He's completely broken. Uncle Tianhe, am I going to be beaten to death by the emperor's son? His voice was tinged with tears. Don't worry, the emperor's son isn't that brutal. Su Tianhe shook his head. That was him just now, just giving you a small warning. Just be honest in the future. Su Haoyang's face was pale, still a little uneasy. No, I'm going to my dad. Su Tianhe frowned. It's useless to find your father. Your father wouldn't dare to mess with the emperor's son. Uncle Tianhe, do you want me to die? I'm trying to find my father for ideas on how to make amends to the emperor's son. And in these 3 or 2 sentences, you're going to send me the hell away. Su Haoyang cried without tears. Ahem. Su Tianhe was a bit embarrassed. It's okay, go ahead kid. The small episode below the Dao Mountain did not affect Suyu's duo. As the duo picked up the steps, boom! As the pair climbed through the middle section, they worked their way up until the road ahead ended. A small platform appeared in front of the duo. No tombstones existed here, and there was only a stone wall in front of it. The stone walls are carved with ancient inscriptions. Boom! Just as Suyu was observing the inscription, a muffled thunderclap resounded in the sky. A white bone suddenly stepped out from the monument at the back of the small platform and blocked the path of Suyu and his duo. The Su family spirit of valor. Suyu thought to himself that it was true. Is it finally here? Suyu's eyes flashed with an exquisite aura. He knew that the Dao Mountain, as one of the most important places in the Su clan, wouldn't let him reach the top so simply. The smooth road ahead may well be just the calm before the storm. My name is Su Zhan, and I am the gatekeeper of this place. The highest cultivation in this life is to the supreme realm, and I will suppress my cultivation to the divine platform realm to fight you. If you win against me, you will be able to enter the 10 Jedi stage and open the 10 Jedi trial. If you pass the trial, you will be entitled to the blessing of your ancestors and the inheritance of the Su family lineage for the female child behind you. If you lose, go back. Chapter 113, Battle, Ancient War God Su Battle. Hiss, Old Ancestor Su War? The first time an emperor's son climbs the Dao Mountain, will he have to face this ancient god of war? I know. The Ying spirits under the middle section of Daoshan aren't just letting go because they like the emperor's son. That's because they don't think they're qualified to fight with the emperor's son. The first time you climb the Dao Mountain, you have to directly open the 10 Jedi trial. Is really worthy of being an emperor's son. Demonic to the point of being heaven-defying. Below the Dao Mountain, the Su clan's crowd was in awe. The 10 extreme trials were one of the deepest secrets of the Su family. It was said that the biggest reason why Su Wudao was able to become an emperor back then was because he had received unimaginable benefits by passing the 10 Jedi trials. The crowd was beyond excited. Is it possible that history is now playing out before our eyes again? At this moment, even Mozian was extremely surprised. How could it directly open the 10 extreme trials? She couldn't help but frown deeply. The summit that Mozian had previously mentioned was the small platform that Suyu's duo was on. In her opinion, with Suyu's current strength, arriving here was more than enough. However, she did not expect that not only did Suyu arrive there, but he also directly possessed the qualifications to open the 10 extreme trials. Mozian was extremely torn at the moment. The 10 Jedi trials are good, heavenly good. However, after the trial opened, the one Suyu had to face could be former supreme beings, quasi-emperors, and even half-emperors. Even if they suppressed their cultivation, the combat experience of being an Empyrean would not disappear. Suyu, most likely, would be injured, and would even be seriously injured. The Su Wudao that was once there was only one breath left in his body many times when he was carried down from the Dao Mountain. Never mind, since I said I wouldn't interfere. Let him be. Mozian ultimately chose to believe Suyu. Then let's fight. On top of the Dao Mountain, Suyu took a deep breath and slowly took off his robe. Nice. Su Zhan sensed the gradually rising aura and appreciated it. Immediately, he gave a big wave of his hand. In the next moment, the small platform underneath the duo's feet instantly extended to infinity. What a profound spatial way. Suyu's face changed slightly, keenly sensing that this was some sort of use of spatial power, and it was extremely profound, so much so that he had difficulty even understanding it. Little one, bring out all your skills, or else it will die. As soon as the words fell, Su Zhan was like a tyrannical dragon. He directly rushed towards Suyu, his fist slicing through the sky like a meteor. Boom! Suyu's figure shifted and narrowly avoided it. The space around it, however, shuddered. Space is blocked. What a great force. Locking down space and time with the spatial way and forcibly restricting my movement? Nope. No. This is the result of the spatial way actively conforming after the physical body is strong to a certain extent. Suyu's face changed slightly. Su Zhan's fist intent had almost reached an extreme. Even if there was only a white bone left at this moment, it was still ridiculously strong. Suyu no longer hesitated and directly operated the Taishu ancient scripture. Buzz. The dense power of spacetime spread out, instantly breaking through the blocked spacetime. Su Zhan was startled, not expecting his tactics to be cracked in an instant. Don't underestimate me, old ancestor. Suyu seized the moment he froze and used the power of spacetime to instantly move in front of Su Zhan. His chi and blood boiled to the extreme. The great dragon of his spine pulled back like a divine bow, and a terrifying force converged on his fist. Buzz. In an instant, 10,000 voices emitted from within him, like a god roaring in anger. Su Zhan froze slightly and instantly understood what it was. This kid has actually cultivated the Taishu ancient scripture to this level? Good. Such a powerful physical body is also qualified enough to fight me. Su Zhan let out a long whistle and swung his fist in haste. striking a hard blow with Suyu. As their fists clashed, a terrifying fluctuation instantly spread out, forming a huge vortex of airwaves like a tornado that surrounded the two of them. Su Zhan's body trembled, only to feel a numbness in his arm bones, and in his heart, he said, "This son, what a great strength." And opposite him, Suyu was equally not easy. What a strong physical body, worthy of being an ancient war god. If I didn't have such supreme techniques as the Taishu ancient scripture, plus the two great emperor bodies added to my body, I'm afraid that I wouldn't even be able to block a single blow from his casual hands. However, Suyu was not afraid and was even incomparably excited. At last, he had finally found the feeling of fighting. All of his enemies from before had either been crushed by him or crushed him, and none of them had yet managed to give him such a hearty feeling. His eyes blossomed with a refined light, and his battle intent was monstrous. Old ancestor. Again. I want to see how strong my fleshly strength is nowadays. Ha 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 ha. Su Zhan sniffed and also laughed heartily. Yes. With a loud bang, both of them shot out explosively. The earth under his feet crumbled inch by inch, and space and time were twisted and distorted. Each strike carried a might like destroying the heavens and destroying the earth, and the entire void seemed to be unable to carry their attacks, crumbling apart inch by inch. Rumble. Thunder rolled in the sky and dark clouds rolled in. Su Zhan and Suyu fought with true fire, showing no mercy at all. At this moment, the entire Dao mountain trembled. Countless people felt this terrifying might as they rushed away. The crowd was horrified. The strength of this force was unbelievable. He actually dares to fight old ancestor Su battle in close combat? Is there a precedent for this in the history of my Su clan? Impossible, right? Who doesn't know that this old ancestor of ours is a physical cultivator from the ancient times? His physical strength is heaven-defying, and he can take on a quasi-emperor. The emperor's son was actually able to fight hard against the old ancestor to such an extent with pure physical strength? Below the Dao mountain, countless people sweated for Suyu, but as time passed, the skepticism on the faces of the crowd turned to shock. Suyu, in fact, fought Su War. Boom! In the next second, the two fists collided again. Only, this time, Su Zhan did not retreat, but instead, he forcefully reversed the force of the recoil and suddenly bullied his way up, drilling into Suyu's inner circle. Suyu's pupils shrunk and he cried out in dismay. The power of spacetime shook and was about to instantly move him out. Swish! Suyu's figure flashed and appeared 100 miles away. However, the moment the instantaneous transfer ended, the strong sense of crisis did not disappear, but instead intensified. No good. Suyu's face changed greatly as he realized that Su Zhan had actually instantly moved here with him. The way of space? No. This guy was using his physical body to trick his time and space power, using it to transfer himself along with him. This is the art of fighting. Little one. The corner of Su Zhan's mouth slightly hooked. After exchanging hands several times, he had already figured out Suyu's methods. And so, the time has come to end this battle. In the next moment, his body violently twisted, and with that vast and huge force, an elbow ruthlessly smashed into Suyu's heart. Click! Flesh-crushing sounds of bones breaking rang out. Suyu flew out backwards like a kite with broken strings. Bang! He slammed into the earth hard, stirring up dust. The dust cleared, only to see that blood had stained the white clothes red. Duke! Brother! Young lord! Seeing this, Su Xiaoyu as well as Su Jioga and the others below the Dao mountain couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Their faces filled with worry. Boy! You! Good! And at this moment, Su Zhan slowly walked up to Suyu and said with an appreciative face, "You are even more to my liking than your old man. In all these years, you are the only one who can fight me to this point with just your physical body. Hey, but you still lost. Go back to practicing again. When you get well, then." Before Su Zhan's words fell, he was interrupted by Suyu. "Who said I lost?" Su Zhan froze. "Ha? You kids still want to play tricks?" Suyu slightly shook his head, bared his teeth and stood up, patted the dust on his body and said, "Old ancestor, as you also said, the power of the physical body is just the thing I am least good at." As the words fell, Su Zhan's face changed abruptly, because he suddenly discovered that his body was, at some point, bound by 5 multicolored chains. The corner of Suyu's mouth hooked up and his 5 fingers slowly closed. The 5 directions of extinction. Chapter 114. My name is Suyu. Along with Suyu's cold drink, those 5 chains suddenly tightened. Pust. In an instant, Su Zhan's body suddenly tensed up like a taut spring. No good. Su Zhan's face flushed red, and a faint golden aura surfaced on the surface of his bones, trying to resist that breaking force. However, the 5 directions of extinction was a divine ability derived from the emperor's body. In addition to the broken sword intent obtained from Suyu's participation in the old man's sword. With this move, even space and time could be worn out. let alone the fact that Su Zhan was caught unprepared and could not resist. Boom! As Su Yu's palm pressed inward, Su Zhan's figure was gradually engulfed by the five-colored flashy light. Emperor's son, this is winning? Hiss. Doesn't this mean that the 10 extreme trials are about to open? Demonic. It's really demonic to the core. Not only did he summit the Dao Mountain at such a young age, but he was also able to open the 10 Jedi trials. Is this to compete for the position of the great emperor in this world? At this moment, the foot of Mount Dao was already overcrowded. All of the Su family, almost everyone had gathered here. Even some of the old monsters who were always in seclusion were invited out to watch the emperor's son climb the Dao Mountain. They were a bit angry at first, thinking that the emperor's son was still young and didn't need to be concerned. However, when they arrived at the Dao Mountain and saw the battle between Su Yu and Su Zhan, they all instantly changed their faces again. Some of the old-timers who had lived from the last era to the present were even in tears. The Su clan has finally produced a man who carries the throne. Above MT. Dao. You win. You're good. Ha 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 ha. In the midst of the light mass, Su Zhan's voice was indistinct, and it finally turned into a loud and refreshing laugh. Immediately afterward, a large white bone hand appeared from the mass of light, taking in all the visions. In the end, Su Zhan was forced to use his power above the divine platform realm and was forced to lose. However, he was not lost, but instead was incredibly excited. Kid, you're special. Even more special than Su Wudao back then. Su Zhan laughed out loud, his eyes radiant. He could see that Su Yu's physique was extraordinary. Moreover, he sensed that there was still a force within his opponent that he had not used. It was surprising that there was room for maneuver against him. This son's future is unlimited. Su Yu slightly saluted. Old ancestor has praised you too much. The late generation is ashamed of it. Humble and courteous, not arrogant, not bad. The more Su Zhan looked at him, the more he looked at him. If he wasn't unable to get out of the Dao Mountain, he would have wanted to personally go and be a protector of the Dao for Su Yu. Well, nowadays your performance in all aspects is not bad, but there is still a lack in the cultivation of the power of the physical body. After thinking for a moment, Su Zhan suddenly said, at those words, the crowd below the Dao Mountain all had odd expressions. Such a physical body is still lacking? If it weren't for the emperor's son's lack of combat experience, I'm afraid that it wouldn't have been certain who would have won at that point. Yes, emperor's son's physical strength nowadays, I'm afraid that it can already be ranked in the top 10 among the younger generation in the upper realm. Right? I don't think old ancestor Su Battle is afraid that he feels that losing to the emperor's son is too much for his face and is deliberately trying to pick a bone in his egg. The crowd vindicated Su Yu with a look of indignation. In their view, Su Yu's fleshly body was already heaven-defying. Hearing these words, even Su Yu himself revealed a suspicious gaze. After all, the Taishu ancient scripture that he cultivated was originally biased towards body refining, plus the two great emperor body enhancement. How can the strength of the physical body is not related to the word lack? Ahem. Su Zhan shook his head slightly and said with a straight face, kid, don't think that old ancestor is holding seniority over you. I also know a thing or two about the Taishu ancient scripture that you cultivate. This method appears to be refining the body, but it is actually refining the Dao. Therefore, in my opinion, this is a Dao, not a battle method. From the party's battle performance, it seems that your intelligence is not bad, but you will only fight by instinct, venting out your power in a brainwave, with no discipline at all. Even that last move, the 5 elements breaking, was like throwing a bomb. If I hadn't been gullible, victory or defeat would have been a toss-up. This, old ancestor is right. Su Yu nodded, very much recognizing Su Zhan's words. Su Zhan spoke with a good sense of reasoning and analysis, allowing Su Yu to suddenly have a feeling of being enlightened. Since his debut, he has not had any teachers to guide him, and he has been working on his own. The enemies encountered were rarely evenly matched, so there had been no effort on battle tactics. Now that he had fought with Su War, it made Su Yu realize the importance of battle techniques. Please guide me, old ancestor. Su Yu said sincerely. The children are teachable. Su Zhan laughed out loud and reached out his hand to stroke his beard, but suddenly realized that he no longer had that thing. So he put his hand down again and said, the method I cultivate is called the 9 styles of Han Yuan, which is improved from the original method of the ancient Void Dragon clan. So if you want to learn it, I'll teach it to you. Thank you, elder ancestor. Su Yu was overjoyed. Thanks for what? We're all family. Su Zhan also smiled brightly. As a former god of war, he was idle as a bird in the middle of this Dao Mountain. Now that there's a supreme demon who can fight with him every day, nature begs to differ. With that, he threw an ancient book that was black in color to Su Yu. You read through it first, and when you feel confident, come to the Dao Mountain to find me to help you get started. Humph. Su Yu received the ancient book and nodded heavily. Just then, Su Zhan, what the are you up to? lose and get the hell out of here. Let this kid come in and get beaten up. Without waiting for Su Zhan to be happy for a long time, an explosive cry came out steeply from among the stone monument. Su Zhan was jolted. Old ancestor. Being scolded in a split face, he was not the least bit displeased, but instead had a resentful look on his face. And then, he turned around and pulled Suyu towards the stone monument as soon as he could. Kid, the old ancestor is not happy. Take care of yourself. After saying that, he pushed Suyu into the middle of the stone monument with one hand. Looking at the bare stone wall, Su Zhan looked sympathetic. I think he was tossed around by his old ancestors back in the day. I wonder if Suyu can carry it off. Old ancestor of the old ancestor? What should I call this generation? Suyu swallowed his saliva. Without waiting for him to think about it, the scene in front of him changed abruptly, only to see a lofty, vast and magnificent palace towering in front of him. The palace was surrounded by clouds and mist, with a burst of immortal spirits, as if it was in a fairy palace, which made people intoxicated by looking at it. Above the palace's plaque, 3 big words were written: Ling Xiao Bao Dian. Old ancestors. Suyu shouted towards the palace. What? You kid stuttered? An old man with a white beard and hair, dressed in a black dragon emperor's robe stepped out, his face serious and his aura vast. Quasi-emperor. Suyu raised his eyebrows, then grinned. The late generation does not stutter. That is not thinking that all the old ancestors of Su battle have to call out the old ancestor. So the kid will add a few more words of old to emphasize the high seniority of the old ancestor? It's useless to be clever. Since you're here, be honest and don't try to muddle through. My name is Su Zixiao, and I am the 32nd generation family head of the Su family. Su Zixiao's face was extraordinarily serious. This is the palace of the Lingxiao treasure, founded by the founder of my Su family. There are 10 floors in the heavenly palace, and a half-emperor resides in each of them, and they are all people who have cultivated to the extreme in a certain field. If you want to pass the 10 Jedi trial, you will need to win in the same realm of the same realm. Once you successfully pass the 10 extremities trial, you will be able to know the ultimate great secret of the Su family, possessing the qualifications to become the family head and obtaining benefits unimaginable in the entire upper realm. As the words fell, Su Zixiao pointed towards the grand hall through the air. Buzz! In a flash, the first floor of the Lingxiao palace lit up. A terrifying suction force came and instantly pulled Suyu in. Suyu originally wanted to ask something else, but his words were disliked by Gale. This old ancestor, he's really acute. Suyu managed to stabilize his body and shook his head. After 110,000 years, you're the second person to set foot here since Su Wudao. Back then, Su Wudao spent 500 years stepping through the Lingxiao, and then 9,000 years later, he captured the heavenly mandate and succeeded in proving the Dao. Nowadays, you are the one who has the best chance of becoming the next Su Wudao. A low voice rang out from the darkness. Su Yu's eyes were deep. Elder ancestor, then the late generation may have to disappoint you. Oh, the voice in the darkness wondered. Su Yu took a deep breath, then raised the corners of his mouth and faintly said, Since my name is Su Yu, how can I become Su Wudao? Chapter 115 Power. Upon hearing these words, a dead silence fell over the darkness. It was a long time before a figure slowly stepped out of the darkness. His appearance was extremely young, with tan skin, bare-chested, and gnarled muscles, looking no older than Suyu. Suyu walked closer and carefully sized up Suyu, his face extremely complicated. Do you know that Su Wudao is at the Great Emperor realm and is one of the best amongst the great emperors? Suyu smiled and nodded. Of course, Su Wudao is my father, so it's the emperor's son. No wonder. Suyu was dazed. Immediately, he shook his head again. It's too hard to surpass your father. It's as hard as climbing up to heaven. So when you said those words, I was tempted to just blow you out of the Lingxiao palace. It's good for young people to have self-confidence, but if it goes too far, it's arrogance. Suyu slowly walked towards the back, and with every step that fell, a radiant golden lotus bloomed. With Suyu's steps, a golden lotus flower rose into the air. After walking to the end, Suyu stood still and slowly said, Since you are an emperor's son, then I will not care about your words just now. After all, wanting to surpass one's father is an ambition that every son has. As the words fell, the entire 108 brilliant golden lotuses in the sky flashed at the same time, illuminating the entire first floor. In this instant, Suyu's face changed, as if he had been struck by a heavy blow, only feeling that there was a divine mountain pressing on his back, and he was even a little unsteady on his feet. The heavy earth of jail? Looking at the black pressurized earth, Suyu's pupils shrunk. The heavy soil of Jinpuo is an earthbound divine object, and a little bit of powder weighs as much as 1,000 pounds. Not only that, when the number of heavy earths in the prison suppressor increased, It would also cause the gravity of the surrounding area to increase exponentially and make it difficult for the cultivator to mobilize the spiritual energy in his body. Right now, the first floor of this Ling Shao Baodian was actually constructed from the heavy soil of the prison suppressor. I'm afraid the gravity here is more than 1,000 times greater than the outside world. Suyu estimated that he was afraid that cultivators under the Saint King would not be able to mobilize the slightest bit of spiritual energy here. The first level of the 10 extreme trials tests the strength of the physical body, good eyesight. But unfortunately, at my level, I don't look at eyesight. As soon as the words fell, Suyu's figure instantly disappeared. Alarm bells went off in Suyu's heart. No wonder one had to defeat Su Zhan in order to open the 10 extremities trial. If he couldn't even defeat Su Zhan, I'm afraid he would die directly on this floor, right? Suyu's feet violently stepped on the earth. The whole person flew up in the air with the help of recoil. His center of gravity twisted, his chi and blood surged, and he fiercely smashed out towards one side. Bang! A muffled sound came out, and Suyu's figure emerged. A cold smile played at the corner of his mouth as he wrapped Suyu's fist in his palm. Good fighting instincts, but his speed is too slow and his offensive intent is too obvious. Shoo! The sound of breaking wind resounded. Suyu's right leg transformed into a residual shadow, carrying the violent wind to fiercely draw on Suyu's abdomen. Boom! Suyu flipped his wrist and violently sent Suyu flying. Suyu scratched out a distance on the ground and spat out blood from his mouth. Immediately after, Suyu's figure disappeared from Suyu's field of vision once again. So fast. Suyu frowned. He didn't expect that the other party would be able to achieve a ghost-like shape even under 1,000 times gravity, as if he was instantly moving. In that case, a different tactic. Suyu slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Nowadays, the speed difference between him and his opponent was too great, and if he still followed the rules, he was afraid that he would only be teased to death. So, one can only build on one's strengths and avoid one's weaknesses. The Taishu ancient scripture was constantly in operation, and the power of the world within was constantly being drawn out by Suyu. In a single breath, the injuries on Suyu's body had disappeared. What a strong recovery power! Suyu's gaze froze, and a surprised expression finally appeared on his face. Suyu stared deeply at Suyu, his fists slightly clenched, his bones clicking, worthy of being an emperor's son. However, this alone is far from enough. Suyu's figure accelerated steeply, and in the blink of an eye, he had already appeared beside Suyu and raised his fist to violently blast out. Suyu did not dodge and actually smashed out the same fist. Bang! The fists of the two men slammed hard into each other's chests, sending up a cloud of smoke and dust. Stump! The two retreated 3 steps in unison, each looking pale. The force is not small. Is this trying to trade wounds for wounds with me and then utilize the recovery power to fight a war of attrition? Suyu's heart flinched. Although Suyu was also injured, he was able to recover quickly, but his path was speed. Extreme speed. Therefore, if the fight went on like this, it would only be him who would ultimately lose. Surprisingly, you found a way to restrain me in the shortest possible time? Is it luck? Or? Suyu shook his head slightly and looked at Suyu, his eyes deep. However, Empyrean son, you're somewhat underestimating me. He took a deep breath and abruptly started running at high speed. Rumble! The earth trembled as Suyu exploded towards Suyu like a cannonball. With every step he took, the space around him would create a ripple, while his figure even appeared on Suyu's left side as if he was a ghost. Boom! Suyu still threw punches at the same time. Although Suyu was faster, Suyu was also able to hit him as he closed his fist. But this time, Suyu didn't stop. After a punch was withdrawn, it was immediately followed by an even more powerful punch. What's this thing? Suyu's face changed slightly. He could feel that Suyu did not utilize any arts, but each punch he swung was twice as powerful as the previous one. Suyu, on the other hand, although he had tried his best to mobilize the power of his fleshly body, it was the opposite of him, with his power declining a portion after each vigorous swing. It's just a simple use of force. Suyu grinned. The first level of the 10 Jedi trials will be called the Force level. Why do you think the 10 Jedi trial is called a trial and not a challenge? Do you really think that you came here to simply fight? Boom boom boom. Every time Suyu swung out a punch, it triggered a huge tremor. His speed and strength all climbed under this vibration, like waves that became more and more violent the more they were stacked on top of each other. The use of force. Suyu repeated these words, only to feel that there seemed to be an aura in his mind. However, he was running out of time. Under Suyu's continuous attacks, Suyu was spilling blood all over his body, and the speed of his recovery was already unable to catch up with the deterioration of his injuries. Suyu's figure flickered like a maggot attached to his bones, not giving him any time to catch his breath. It's time to end it. Suyu coldly snorted, arms crossed in front of his body. The muscles of his entire body bulged. His breath once again futilely skyrocketed by a cut. A fist swung out, as if the stars were crashing. The might was monstrous. Suyu's punch caused the heavy soil of the prison suppressor under his feet to emit a sharp hiss. Chapter 116 The Upanishad of Power. What do you guys say? Can this kid get past Suyu? Above the heavenly palace, 9 great figures emerged. The 9 gazes stared at the first floor with interest. In my opinion, no. At that moment, one of the figures said, although the little guy has an emperor body that is hard to come by in 100,000 years, his emperor body is not a combat type, and he doesn't have much combat experience. Upon hearing this, the other half-emperor nodded in agreement. Not bad. The matter of fighting is not simply than the size. If it is really so simple, in the future, we directly put the physique and cultivation out. The poor side directly admit defeat is not on the line? Suyu's physique is average, but having survived thousands of battles, his physical strength has been polished to the limit, and he has also comprehended the ultimate of physical cultivation Upanishad. Honestly, I can't figure out how he's going to lose. As the words fell, all the emperors nodded their heads. They agreed that Suyu would lose at the first hurdle. Boom! Just after the emperors made their judgment, Suyu's powerful strike also fell at the same time. Suyu only felt an unparalleled huge force pressing down on his head, and his body was instantly shaken off, smashing heavily on the Harjin prison heavy soil, stirring up dust in the sky. He lifted his head from the dust with difficulty, the blood spilling from the corner of his mouth stinging in the darkness. Force! Suyu gasped for air, but his eyes gradually became deep. He recalled the fight he had just had with Suyu, the other party's seemingly simple yet endlessly mysterious punches, the power of each punch stacking and climbing, as if it had a life, and he, himself, was left to tire under his opponent's furious attack. With flesh alone, this level can't be passed. Suyu was resigned, although he was already mentally prepared. He didn't expect that this 10 extremities trial would be so perverse, relying solely on the power of his physical body. He defeated a physical cultivation half-emperor of the same rank. It's simply not a trial that people can pass. If we can utilize the power of the laws, with the 5 directions of extinction, even if we are not defeated, we can still fight and not be crushed. Nope. It's not like it's impossible to put the power of the laws to use even if you don't actively activate them. Force. Suddenly, Suyu's figure of Suzhan emerged in his mind. When the other party fought with him, they did not activate any spiritual power or laws, and all they had was pure to the extreme power of their physical bodies. However, Suzhan was able to influence space and time with just the power of his physical body, even deceiving him about the power of space and time. Force, not just a buildup of muscles, but a rhythm, a cadence, something integrated into the root. Suyu muttered. His voice, though weak, was permeated with an unprecedented flavor. Little one, a time like this is no time to froth. Suyu's fist struck again, carrying a devastating power like an abyss pouring from the sky. The power of this strike was far greater than before. However, this time, Suyu did not choose to fight hard or try to dodge. He just stood still, his eyes closed tightly as he felt the power coming. When the fist was about to touch his body, Suyu suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze was calm. His heart had no distractions, only a new understanding of force. The 5 elements are born together, and the source flows. His body sank slightly, his feet firmly planted into the heavy earth of the prison suppressor, as if he had become one with this earth. Immediately after, Suyu's hand swung out in a strange trajectory, not a straight line of hard contact, but like waves with a kind of toughness. Suyu's hands and Suyu's fists collided in the air, but instead of making the expected loud noise, a strange shocking force was produced. This concussive force quickly spread out between the two of them, and Suyu could feel that Suyu's power did not send him flying as expected, but instead was guided by his hands, with part of it dissipating into the air, and the other part reacting back on Suyu himself. Suyu's expression instantly solidified. He did not expect that Suyu had comprehended the mysteries under such a desperate situation. The arcana of force. This was a special power that only existed after physical cultivation reached a certain level of attainment. It was different from the normal cultivators who were comprehending the laws and prying the power of the laws with their spiritual power. Body cultivators, on the other hand, were much more domineering, and their path was to let the laws actively conform to their will. So it is. Suyu's heart was enlightened, and he felt as if he had opened a whole new door, and behind the door was a whole new world. The power of the physical body was no longer a straightforward destructive force in his eyes, but a bridge that could communicate and interact with everything in heaven and earth. Now, without the slightest bit of spiritual energy, he was able to utilize the meaning of 5 elements are born together in the 5 elements law. Utilizing this ability, Suyu effortlessly disintegrated Suyu's destructive strike. It's a bit interesting. To actually comprehend the Upanishad of force through the 5 elements laws in the body in turn, are the 5 elements mutually exclusive? Suyu's body involuntarily retreated backwards as his own power backfired, and the power that had previously been accumulated through the stacked waves dissipated. At the moment, the offense is alien. Suyu's face was solemn as he took a step out. Boom! The entire prison town heavy earth trembled violently. At this moment, a huge aura erupted from within Suyu's body. What is this? Surprise flashed across Suyu's face. He was keenly aware that the space and time around Suyu seemed to be distorted, and his power was growing dramatically. If the previous 5 elements only made him slightly surprised, then at this moment Suyu gave him a real sense of crisis, so that he dare not underestimate. Just try it, Suyu shouted violently, his aura climbing to the extreme. The berserk airwaves were like the wrath of the heavens, one wave more violent than the other. In the end, Suyu couldn't even stabilize his body. This guy. Suyu revealed a solemn look for the first time, and his palms slowly extended. The body strikes a weird pose. Oh, white long. Boom! A thick layer of white mist emerged from his body. Suyu closed his palms into a circle and lightly tapped towards the void. In an instant, the sky fell apart. An invisible force erupted from within his body, transforming into a pale dragon that charged. But Sanglong was not a manifestation of any law power, but where the Sanglong passed, all laws had to submit. This was one of Suyu's killing moves. And even if it was activated with the cultivation of the divine platform realm, it was still frighteningly strong. Wherever the celestial dragon passed, the void collapsed and the heavy soil of the prison suppressor crumbled, its killing power terrifying to the extreme. Suyu, on the other hand, seemed as if he did not notice this as his body stood upright, his gaze as calm as water, and his hands slowly launched out. The robes on his body bulged and hunted without wind. Roar! The dragon whistles and flails. The two eventually collided. Boom! A terrifying shockwave burst open with Suyu at the center. The powerful aftermath swept across the 4 fields, and the inside of the first floor of the heavenly palace was instantly flooded with dust. Suyu's figure shot backward hundreds of feet, and he spat out a mouthful of blood halfway through. Suyu's body flew out backwards like a kite with broken strings and landed on the ground, smashing out a human-shaped pit. He slumped to the ground, twitching. Hiss! A gurgling sound of sucking in cool air came out of Suyu's mouth. His forehead was sweating coldly, but the corners of his mouth were raised. I won. The words, which he shouted through clenched teeth, were followed by a violent coughing fit. I lost? Suyu's voice was a bit trance-like. He looked down. His own entire chest caved in. In it, all the organs were broken into pieces. On the contrary, although Suyu was also injured, he was not killed. Bai Long was indeed better, but he lost on his own physique. In the divine platform realm category, no one had a stronger physical body defense than Suyu. Good boy. Suyu's face was a bit complicated. He hadn't expected this outcome. In a battle of the same realm, although Suyu had a stronger physique, Suyu had the rich experience of a half-emperor, as well as a very strong Upanishad of force. By all rights, this should have been a crushing inning. However, he ended up losing to Suyu, comprehending 2 force Upanishads in battle. My loss is not unfair. Suyu sighed and then turned curious. Kid, what was the last thing you comprehended? What kind of Upanishad was it? Chapter 117 Broken Chilling Truths. Hiss. It actually won? How could it win? Above the heavenly palace, the 9 half-emperors looked incredulous. Originally, after seeing Suyu make Bai Long, they were all planning to go down and save him. Only, I didn't expect that it was Suyu who ultimately lost. One must know that he was the strongest person in terms of physical strength in an entire era. Even Su Wu Dao had once climbed to the top of the Dao mountain 10 times and comprehended 10 types of mysteries before defeating him. This kid, does it mean that he's even more demonic than Su Wu Dao back then? The emperors looked at each other with complex expressions to the extreme. The second Upanishad? The 5 elements are mutually exclusive. Suyu didn't explain in detail and just casually responded. With that, he took a step toward the outside. Suyu raised his eyebrows. What's the hurry? You've passed the level, and you're not going on to the second level? He reached out and pulled. However, Suyu was pulled straight to the ground by him. Ha! Suyu was startled and rushed forward to check. Reaching out, the perceived result almost scared Suyu to death. Suyu was sweating profusely and his eyes were glazed over. At this moment, the fire of life in Suyu's body was actually about to go out. His whole body was cold and stiff, his heart beating almost imperceptibly. Inside his body, the terrifying breaking intent was still raging, and if he delayed for a moment longer, he was afraid that his life would be in jeopardy. This kid, his guts are too big. He actually dares to combine the 5 elements mutual restraint intent with the destruction intent, utilizing the 5 elements mutual restraint to forcefully squeeze the power of the fleshly body. and then transforming all of it into pure destruction intent. No wonder the power of that strike was so astonishing, even comparable to my white long. Suyu smiled bitterly, seeing the slightest thing, and guessed the truth in an instant. Suyu did not just rely on a simple epiphany to win over him, but he really took his life out to gamble. Ah, kid, even if you fail this time, you still have countless chances. What's the hurry? If the foundation is damaged and the path of the Tao is affected, won't it be like picking up a sesame and losing a watermelon? Suyu used his chi and blood to suppress the breaking intent in Suyu's body while scolding him with hatred. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, 9 more figures appeared and surrounded Suyu. In the next moment, the 9 half-emperors had an extremely tacit understanding and began to use their own means. Someone took out the holy medicine and quickly refined out the essence before breaking open Suyu's mouth and feeding it down. Someone pushed the Tao to the extreme, displaying large swaths of great Tao runes, forcibly removing the breaking intent from Suyu's body. Someone played a musical melody, transforming the Tao with sound, combing and renewing the broken meridians in Suyu's body. The 10 half-emperors each showed their abilities and were busy sweating profusely, finally pulling Suyu back from the edge of dying. After seeing that Suyu was out of danger, the 9 half-emperors gave him a deep look before they suddenly disappeared. This was the rule of the Heavenly Palace, where the guardians of each floor could not meet the trialists in advance. Phew, finally. It's okay. Suyu took a long breath, wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead, and looked at Suyu. Kid, you can be considered to have picked up this life. Don't do such dangerous things in the future. That is, in the Heavenly Palace, there are us old guys to back up the bottom. In other places, you have 10 lives or not enough to die. His words were harsh, but his tone was noticeably softer. Ha ha, if it wasn't here, the late generation wouldn't have dared to take such a risk. No? Suyu jumped up from the ground with a carp. His face was full of relaxation. Where there was still the bad appearance of the party's oil and lamps were exhausted. You brat, you really need a beating. Suyu rolled up his sleeves and made a gesture to fight. Old ancestor, you can't beat me. Suyu hemmed and hawed, not afraid at all. You boy. Suyu gritted his teeth, but there was nothing he could do about it. Even if he did it again, he still wouldn't be able to catch this kid's fighting blow. That move, encompassing the entire first floor, he couldn't dodge it at all, and if he hit it, he would surely die. Suyu, on the other hand, was able to delay his death for a while. It may not seem like a big difference, but it's a world of difference. Brat, take a good rest first, and continue the challenge when you've recovered from your injuries. Suyu patted his shoulder and admonished him. Thank you, old ancestor, but while I can wait, my sister can't. Suyu shook his head slightly and pointed to the door. Although Su Xiaoyu did not say anything on her lips, Suyu could feel the expectation in her eyes after he stepped into this place. This feeling, Suyu could also understand. Just like a husky mixing into a wolf pack, Su Xiaoyu incomparably wanted to integrate into the Su family, as an old brother, and the one who brought her to the upper realm. Suyu did not want to disappoint this expectation. Hearing Suyu's words, Suyu, who originally wanted to reprimand Suyu, after pondering for a long time, could only nod inside. Ai, your sister is blessed to have followed you as her elder brother. Suyu's impression of Suyu changed more and more. At first, he only thought that the other party was an ambitious man with a heart bigger than the sky and a life thinner than paper. After all, how difficult was it to surpass Su Wu Dao? Back then, in that world, countless heavenly prides, demons among demons couldn't do it, let alone a junior whose name wasn't known. Unfortunately, Suyu ruthlessly slapped him in the face with facts. Su Wu Dao had failed 9 times at the first level back then, and had only passed him after comprehending the 10th Upanishad. Suyu, on the other hand, was 1 step ahead, comprehending 2 types of Upanishads on his first try. No, 3 to be exact. Kid, broken intention. This thing, before you become a saint, it is better to give up earlier, Suyu suddenly said. Suyu was puzzled. Why? The late generation thinks that this power is good to use. After comprehending this power from Su Tian, Suyu's means of attack could be considered to be on a higher level. Whether it was the 5 directions of extinction paired with the 5 elemental laws or combined with the power of space and time, all of them were capable of generating tremendous destructive power. But now, old man Suyue was telling himself to give up? Suyu's face was complicated as he pondered for a moment and threw out a question. Kid, do you know why Su Tian didn't become an emperor back then? Obviously he was already the strongest person in this realm back then. Even the Void Emperor in his twilight years in the last era was not his opponent. But why didn't he become an emperor? Suyu was stumped by the question and shook his head. Late generation does not know. Please ask old ancestor to explain. Suyu sighed. It's not that he doesn't want to, it's that he can't. Destructive intent. Why is it destructive intent and not destructive law? Because, with this power, there is no corresponding law of the way. Among the laws of the great Tao, the law of destruction is very similar to it, but the essence is completely different. Things that are destroyed by the law of destruction can gradually be absorbed by heaven and earth, while things that are worn down by the destructive intent will simply disappear. Disappear? Su Yu's pupils shrunk. Su Yu nodded his head. That's right, that's the true meaning of disappearing. Not a single bit of it survives. Broken intent is a power that Su Tian somehow realized from somewhere when the scourge of the Fey Devil broke out back then. A power that is out of place with the entire heavens, but just happens to be able to restrain the Fey Devil, regardless of the undead characteristics of the foreign devils or the divisive spread of the epidemic soldiers. In front of his destruction sword, it's as if they've run into a natural enemy. As long as one sword cuts down, then no matter how bizarre the methods of the foreign devils are, they can all be directly broken. Su Yu, if that's the case, then why did the old ancestors still tell me to give up cultivating the breaking intent? Su Yu understood Su Yu's doubts, so he directly explained, because you can't control it. Even Su Tian can't. Su Yu gazed at Su Yu and heavily spat out a few words. When you have cultivated to a certain extent, that power that breaks everything will also erase you from this world. Once upon a time, there may have been cultivators who practiced the breaking intent, but we don't know why. Without waiting for Su Yu to answer, Su Yu directly replied, because they were erased by the breaking intent. In the entire long river of history, in the past and future they were all wiped out, not the slightest trace left behind. Su Yu's scalp went numb and he only felt a chill down his spine. The fact that it was erased in the past future is simply terrifying. He who had cultivated the way of time and space knew best how heavy these words were. You disappear. Your loved ones don't remember you. Your loved ones don't know you were ever there. Even your enemies will completely forget you exist. Everything you've left behind in this world will be gone for good. And, the old man? After a short period of shock, Su Yu suddenly thought of something and trembled. Su Yu knew what he wanted to say and nodded with a complicated face. Su Yu was struck by lightning and turned pale. Would that old sword god who had comprehended the meaning of destruction and wielded the destruction sword to quell the scourge of the foreign devils in one fell swoop, also disappear completely? Su Tian had been guarding the imperial city for 120,000 years, guarding the heavens and the worlds and countless living beings for 120,000 years. He had made great achievements for the human race and should have been honored by billions of people. His achievements should be catalogued in the annals of history for countless future generations to learn and sing. And yet, he's about to disappear completely and be forgotten by everyone? Chapter 118 Emperor 1 appeared. Su Yu had mixed feelings in his heart. Su Yu knew what was in his heart, and also said helplessly, this path was chosen by Su Tian himself, and there is nothing we can do about it. After all, the price to be paid to allow an unimperialist to have a battle power that is comparable to that of a great emperor is far too great. So, kid, with the consequences in front of you, you might as well give up the breaking intent. Su Yu was silent, not knowing what he was thinking. After a long time, Su Yu, with a few moments of hope, asked in his heart, System, can you nudge the method of perfectly controlling the breaking intent? Systematic calculations in. Ding. Projected 50 to 80 billion villain values needed for the deduction. Su Yu instantly brightened up. Good. It's expensive, but as long as there's a way out. He had never found the system beat so pleasing to the ear. As long as he could perfectly control the breaking intent, Su Tian would not be revolted and would not completely disappear from the world. Not only that, Su Yu didn't have to give up this very useful means. Old ancestor. Su Yu opened his mouth and just wanted to voice out a question on how to get to the second level, but before he could finish, he was pushed out by Su Yu. The 10 Jedi trials can only challenge one level at a time, so go back and settle down first, and come back in 7 days. Su Yu patted Su Yu's waist without any trace, and then added, as for that breaking intent, you don't have to be so anxious to make a decision. As long as you give it up before entering the Saint Realm, there will be no side effects. After saying that, he did not wait for Su Yu to reply, so he opened the exit himself and sent him out. Phew! Su Yu patted the non-existent dust on his body, his gaze deep, and sighed lightly. Su Yu, you broke the rules. To the side, a great figure walked in slowly. The man wore a purple robe, with a crane's hair and a head full of silver hair, and an immortal style. Hearing the words of the visitor, Su Yu, however, was full of concern and said, my year, when I was practicing in the lower world, I also had a good sister, but unfortunately, at that time, restricted by the rules of the clan, I could not bring her to the upper world, and I could only watch her die of old age. Now, since this brat was able to bring her into the Su family, it means that the contemporary family head has already loosened his lips. In this case, what do we old things still need to tuck in? Could it be that you think he can't pass this 10 extremities trial? At those words, the old man was silent, and then he shook his head and turned around. Next time, let that kid completely abolish the breaking intent. The Su family must fight for the throne of the next generation. Wu Dao has made too many enemies outside. If the Su family is emperorless, it will be in trouble. The old man's voice came out leisurely. Su Yu's footsteps were slightly stagnant, and he eventually dissipated into a wisp of green smoke in the same place. A layer of 7 days. 10 layers is 70 days. And I don't know when I can help the little fish. Hey! Su Yu had just walked out of the stone monument, and the sadness on his face instantly disappeared. With a surprised look on his face, he fished out a domino at his waist. This card was engraved with imperial texts, an exclusive feature of the great imperial realm, and appeared extremely honorable. Su Yu picked up the domino and inputted spiritual energy into it. Buzz! With Su Yu's movements, the domino suddenly shone with a light red light and a wave spread out. Brother Yu? Are you okay? When Su Xiaoyu saw him walk out, she immediately went forward and expressed her concern. Su Yu shook his head slightly and gathered the red aura around Su Xiaoyu. In the next moment, Su Xiaoyu's delicate body slightly trembled, only feeling wrapped in a warm current. Her body was soothed to the extreme that she couldn't even help but lightly hum. At the same time, an extremely strong pressure filled the 4 fields, and the entire space was vaguely distorted. Little fish, don't just stand there. Quickly run the true explanation of luck. Su Yu hurriedly said. The true explanation of the Dao of Fortune was a gong method that Su Yu had selected for her from the Su clan's treasury upon his return, and it happened to fit Su Xiaoyu's extreme fortune Dao body. Not only Su Xiaoyu, Su Yu also picked the most suitable gongfu for everyone around him. Aha! Su Xiaoyu nodded her head obediently. Her eyes closed tightly as she absorbed the majestic energy surging around her with full concentration. Rumble! Along with Su Xiaoyu's absorption, dark clouds and thunder flashed at the top of her head. Click! A crunching sound came from what appeared to be something that kept cracking. Su Xiaoyu's internal breath instantly skyrocketed, rushing into the divine profound realm in one fell swoop from the late stage of questioning. Just then, a huge black dragon silhouette suddenly surfaced in midair, fiercely roaring as if it wanted to gobble up the world. This was a vision caused by her breaking through the avatar realm. What the hell? Su Yu frowned slightly. This thing was not a breakthrough that induced a heavenly tribulation, yet it contained heavenly might, and he could not understand it. And what heavenly tribulation could descend within the desolate ancient forbidden zone? The Su clan's imperial city? Rumble! The black dragon silhouette coiled down and charged straight towards Su Xiaoyu. Seeing this, Su Yu was about to make a move to stop him. Don't! It's her chance! At this time, Mo Zian suddenly spoke out and stopped Su Yu. Chance? Su Yu froze and stopped. In the next moment, the black dragon hissed and rushed into Su Xiaoyu's brow, causing her delicate body to convulse violently. She snapped her teeth and fought back desperately. Ah! Miserable pain filled his entire body, as if a million insects were tearing him apart, and the pain was excruciating. However, Su Xiaoyu endured it hard, but he absorbed all of the black dragon's shadow. Mo Zian stepped into the air and said with a smile on her brow, cultivating the path of luck. Not only does it have good luck following it, but it also has doom and gloom on its side. If you only cultivate extreme luck, then sooner or later, you will suffer from the backlash of doom and gloom. Now that this nymphette has mastered all of the 2 extreme fortunes, plus the bloodline in her body has been transformed, her future achievements are afraid to be unlimited. My Su family, another strong contender for the imperial throne will appear. Relief was written on her graceful face. Little fish, are you willing to recognize this palace as your godmother? Of course. Su Xiaoyu snapped her eyes open and hopped like a rabbit to the front of the duo. Then, with an excited face, she took Mo Zian's hand up and sweetly shouted, Mother! Good boy! The fondness in Mo Zian's eyes was almost overflowing, and she couldn't help but rub Su Xiaoyu's somewhat baby-fat face. And then, she took out a golden bell from her bosom. This is the soul suppressor bell, a great saintly Dao weapon that can be activated without the need for spiritual energy to be injected into it. Consider this as Mother's complimentary meeting gift to you. Thank you, Mother. Su Xiaoyu had little stars in her eyes as she took the soul-suppressing bell and hung it around her neck. The corner of Su Yu's mouth revealed a light smile. Su Xiaoyu, this girl, is finally on the right track. At this time, Mo Zian turned her head to look at Su Yu again, some doubts in her beautiful eyes. You are, still not conducting the 10 Jedi trial? As far as she remembered, the 10 Jedi trials could be said to be no different from going to the 9 Hells Purgatory for a walk. Back then, she hadn't taken care of Su Wu Dao, who was seriously injured and dying, but the current Su Yu actually acted like nothing, not at all like he had opened the trial. Su Yu slightly shook his head. Mother, I've already passed a layer of trials. Already. Through. Mo Xian was stunned. Although he knew that Suyu was demonic, he did not expect to be demonic to this extent. But she clearly remembered that the Suwu Dao of that year had challenged the first layer 10 times and took a small year to pass. Mo Xian had a million doubts in her heart, but Suyu simply did not give her the chance to get to the bottom of it. Mother, I'm a bit tired. Let's go down the mountain first. After saying that, Suyu directly walked towards the bottom of Dao Mountain. It couldn't be helped. He couldn't say that he almost died at the first level of the trial. Could he? Mo Xian wanted to say something, but in the end, she could only keep her doubts in her heart. After walking out from the Dao Mountain, Su Xiaoyu suddenly made a trot and circled around in front of Suyu. Brother Yu, do you want to see what divine ability I've comprehended? She raised her head with a grin, her eyes narrowing into a crescent shape. Oh, Suyu was surprised. Su Xiaoyu stretched out her right index finger and drew a few strokes in the void, and immediately, Suyu sensed a trace of a mysterious aura. Su Xiaoyu actually condensed a strange character. Divine? Suyu froze, then his face changed wildly. Asterisk. Chapter 119 Strong Luck Adds Up. Entering the ancient god race. Looking at the D1 that appeared in front of him, even Suyu, who had seen great scenes, could not help but burst out. He was no stranger to D1. After all, he had only just seen it on the domino that Suyu had slipped him. But the outrageous thing was, how could this kind of thing be made by a little girl who had only broken through the avatar realm? Fish, how did you do that? Suyu didn't even pay attention to the effects of this D1, and was bent on finding out how Su Xiaoyu did it. This is simply more demonic than he is. Su Xiaoyu spat out her tongue and said with a playful face, I don't know. Maybe, it's better luck? At those words, the corner of Suyu's mouth twitched. Better luck? Su Xiaoyu spoke lightly, but Suyu understood how difficult it was. The difference between the Avatar realm and the Great Emperor realm was like a grain of sand in the Sanqing realm and the entire upper realm. The difference between the two is even greater than the difference between a human being and a banana. Su Xiaoyu's behavior was simply not in line with common sense. Yet, when the word luck comes up, it seems to explain everything again. Regardless of how small the probability of an Avatar realm hand rubbing an emperor's text was, it as long as a hint of probability existed, then through extreme luck catalyzing it, it was likely to come true. In the middle of Suyu's contemplation, the emperor text that Su Xiaoyu had condensed suddenly transformed into a stream of light and merged into the back of Suyu's hand, transforming into a small tattoo. Suyu looked at it and stopped paying attention. Su Xiaoyu wouldn't harm herself anyway. Brother, why don't you ask what this divine ability does? Su Xiaoyu blinked her big watery eyes in anticipation. Suyu bitterly laughed and shook his head. Little girl has learned to sell out? Hurry up and say it. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoyu smiled smugly. This divine ability is called Heavenly Fortune, and it can change other people's fortunes. Su Xiaoyu pretended to be mysterious and said, only, the conditions for launching Heavenly Fortune are also rather harsh. This avatar can only be used once a month, and after I Fong used it, Brother Yu's luck will be especially good this month. Only, at the beginning of the next cycle, I'll have to use it again to turn the heavenly luck away from Brother Yu, or else your luck that month will be as bad as it can be until yet another next month comes around. Is it the conversion of strong luck and bad luck? Suyu's eyes moved slightly. His heart was somewhat unsettled. This ability to influence fortune can be strong. One must know that countless heavenly prides in the upper realm, in addition to their daily cultivation, what they wanted most was to enhance their own chi. The chi is nebulous, invisible and untouchable, but it is extremely important. At certain critical moments, the side with deep chi can often produce miracles. Even Suyu's system relied on chi to function. Therefore, Suyu was more and more surprised by this divine ability of Su Xiaoyu. This didn't even look like something the Avatar realm could make. Thinking about it this way, the 1 month restriction on the transformation of the strong luck doom can be understood. If it can always be kept in a state of strong transportation, Suyu is still not at ease. But don't worry Brother Yu, in a month's time all I have to do is cast heaven's luck on someone else and I'll be able to transfer the bad luck away. Seeing that Suyu did not say anything, Su Xiaoyu hurriedly added. Suyu came back to his senses and nodded. Okay, I know. As the words fell, he rubbed Su Xiaoyu's head and said softly, Xiaoyu, in the future, without my permission, don't show this divine ability to others easily. Understand? Su Xiaoyu blinked her big eyes and gave a good-natured And after that, Suyu sent her back to her residence and gave a few words of advice on the essentials of cultivation. With that, Suyu left the imperial city alone and wandered around the desolate ancient forbidden zone. Based on the experience gained from observing Su Xiaoyu's former extreme luck body, when strong luck was added to the body, harboring in the home was almost useless. One had to walk around outside more to bring out the effect of the luck more easily. Strong luck adds up, and I wonder what's in store. Suyu walked aimlessly, not even using his divine sense to probe the road. Everything was based on intuition alone. However, the sudden appearance of the building in front of him caused him to frown slightly. The totem that was built out of huge white bones, as well as the thick Manhwa aura, gave him an inexplicable sense of familiarity. This was the inner perimeter of the desolate ancient forbidden zone, the lair of the ancient god clan. How did I get here all of a sudden? Suyu was a bit puzzled. He originally wanted to try and see if he could hit some relics within the forbidden zone or find some treasures. However, it went all the way inside the ancient god clan, even due to too much luck. He hadn't been discovered until he stepped into the ancient god clan's core heavy ground. Suyu was alert in his heart and vaguely felt a hint of something wrong. What are the ancient gods doing? Why can't we see a single trace of the ancient gods as far as the eye can see? After thinking about it, Suyu's mind moved slightly, and his figure instantly concealed into deep spacetime. This was the use of force that was learned from Suyu. Although it did not reach the level of Aeon, it enabled Suyu to mobilize the power of spacetime without invoking spiritual power. However, just as Suyu had just hidden himself in the spacetime crevice, a sudden change occurred. Boom! Terrifying fluctuations suddenly came from the distance, accompanied by a roaring sound. A large number of white bones rolled down from between the mountains, shaking the four fields. Shoo shoo shoo. At the same moment, countless huge figures cut through the sky and ran wildly towards that zone. A giant roared out from the depths of the ancient god clan. Blood prison divine race. What exactly do you want to do? Although my ancient god clan is in decline, it is not something you can tease. The ancient god clan patriarch, Gu Shan, had a face of frenzied anger as he pointed at a mirror in the void and roared. Suyu's face changed slightly. Blood hell divine race? It seems that the ancient god race has actually been in contact with the blood prison god race through the void-breaking mirror? But, the blood hell gods? Sounds familiar. The voice of the blood prison god clan came from the void-breaking mirror. My clan has always been sincere. I wonder why old friend said such a thing. Humph. Ancient mountain's anger grew, suddenly pointing to the earth. If not for our clan's quick reaction, this little is going to get our clan killed. Suyu followed Gu Shan's gaze and looked towards the ground. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Is he? Chapter 120 Truer than Pearls. In Suyu's line of sight, a man with a strong body and a head full of yellow hair was bound by chains to a wooden chair. Those thick chains, deeply strangled within his flesh, blood continuously overflowed, almost coloring him into a bloody man, making it shocking to see. However, even so, that person did not utter a single word to beg for mercy. Instead, he kept on cursing out loud. Son of an ancient god clan, if you have the guts, let go of your grandfather and see if I can blow your head off. Listening to that familiar voice line, Suyu was once again silent. He had already recalled that this person was none other than the blood prison divine son who had crossed paths in the land of constant ancient inheritance. When this stupid kid tried to snatch his lone boat, he was violently beaten by him in turn, and in the end, he was treated like a hard laborer for a good time. After entering the other side, Suyu parted ways with him and returned some payment. Unexpectedly, when the two of them met again, they would reunite in such a way. Looking at his current condition, it was obvious that he had been tortured. Thinking of this, Suyu couldn't help but wonder again. If the ancient god race had been conspiring with the blood prison divine race, then how could the blood prison divine son have fallen to this? Humph, little eat inside and outside. After taking the benefits of my ancient god clan still want to secretly go to the Su family to inform. The old man did not directly slap you to death has been to give the blood prison god clan face. Ancient mountain stomped down heavily, shaking the entire blood prison divine race. At the same time, the angry ancient god clan members around them all had their eyes on fire, itching to rush up and tear the blood prison godchild apart. The ancient god race had been suppressed for tens of thousands of years, and they saw that their turnaround was imminent, but they almost lost their efforts, so how could they not be infuriated? So, hearing Gu Shan's words, Suyu was somewhat dazed. This blood prison divine son was a man of great affection. At first, the two of them just met in passing, and even Suyu cut the other two swords, not expecting that in the end, this guy would risk his life to help. Without the blood prison godchild, I'm afraid that the conspiracy of the ancient god clan would have already unfolded. Suyu's face was slightly stagnant. Now that his old man was gone, the Su family's strongest person on the surface was a half-emperor realm Tai Shan elder. If the ancient god race suddenly attacked and the blood prison god race cooperated, at that time, caught off guard, the Su family was afraid that they would really lose a lot. This man cannot die. Suyu took a deep breath and slowly said, since the other party had thrown in a peach, Suyu would have to return the favor. Even if this place was the hinterland of the ancient god clan and was full of crises, Suyu still wanted to save the life of the blood prison godchild. However, just as Suyu was about to move, a large white hand suddenly reached out from the darkness and pulled him back. Ha! Suyu's face changed slightly and he turned around violently. Uncle too? This person who suddenly appeared was his second uncle, Su Yunhai? Hey, little guy, didn't expect that, did you? Su Yunhai lowered his voice and laughed. Second uncle, why are you here? Suyu asked with a frown, some worry in his eyes. Although Su Yunhai had a Saint King realm cultivation, he was still not enough to be considered in the ancient god clan. If once the duo was exposed, Suyu would have little certainty in protecting him. Su Yunhai revealed a meaningful smile and showed Suyu the dark red cloth behind him. Little one, this is a piece of cloth that has been dyed red with Emperor's blood. It can isolate all senses. Your mother has long sensed that something was wrong with the ancient god race, and sent me to scout it out a long time ago. Sure enough, your mother deserves to be the woman in control of the two great emperor clans. As soon as I arrived I realized that these barbarians from the ancient god clan were up to no good and were secretly plotting to overthrow the Su family. Suyu frowned slightly. Second uncle, I'm not small anymore. In the future don't call me little guy like when I was a child. And, Su Yunhai skimmed his mouth. What the hell? Do you want to pull it out and compare? This sentence directly gave Suyu dry silence. I had heard that this second uncle was unreliable, but I didn't realize that it was more than unreliable. It was simply outrageous. Seeing that Suyu did not speak, Su Yunhai grinned. Don't care about those have-nots. What's the matter with you little guy running towards the ancient god race for nothing? Don't you know that this group of barbarians are all brainless? Even if it's normal, if you, an emperor's son, rush in, you'll have to shed a layer of skin if you want to get out. Suyu took a deep breath. Second uncle, let's put these issues aside. The priority is to save my friend first. Saying that, Suyu pointed at the dying blood prison divine son. Oh, he's actually your friend? Su Yunhai scratched his head. I thought these two brainless divine races were dog-eat-dog, but I didn't realize that it was actually your friend who was helping the Su family? The corner of Suyu's mouth twitched, and he sighed helplessly. I'll slowly explain these things to you when I'm done later. Anyway, for now, let's save him first. At those words, Su Yunhai's face also became much more serious. He has quite a few injuries on his body, but they shouldn't be fatal yet, and if he is saved in time, he can live. Suyu nodded. Then the two of them took a step forward at the same time and said in unison, little guy, second uncle, wait for me here. The duo froze for a split second, then shook their heads at the same time. You're only at the Saint King, divine platform, realm. Aren't you sending yourself to death by going out? As the words fell, both of their expressions became odd. Su Yunhai scratched his head again. No, you're a divine platform realm. Coming to this place is already a stroke of luck against the heavens. And you still presume to snatch someone from the ancient god clan? Suyu smiled faintly. That's right, my luck is indeed very good today. Second uncle, stay right here and don't run around. I'm afraid you're dragging your feet. After saying that, Suyu did not wait for Su Yunhai to react and directly took a step out, appearing in front of the ancient god race. Inverted Big Dipper. This little guy is really inverting the Big Dipper. Su Yunhai was infuriated and couldn't stop shaking his head. Boom! A loud noise shook the sky. Immediately following, Suyu's voice resounded through the ancient god clan. Bold ancient god race, how dare you try to plot against the Su family? It's simply treasonous. Be executed. In an instant, everyone in the ancient god clan raised their heads. Their faces creeped out. Could have been exposed? Gushan was even more frightened and his head was filled with cold sweat. He turned his head violently and saw Suyu in the sky with a glance. Not good. Run away. No. After Gushan calmed down, he realized that there was no more aura of any Su family member in front of him except for Suyu. In other words, this emperor's son was afraid that his brain was not very good, and after he alone accidentally crashed through the ancient god race's scheme, he jumped out in a hurry on his own? After the crowd of the ancient god clan saw that the visitor was Suyu and that there were no other Su family members, yet they all burst out laughing. You alone want to subvert my ancient god clan? Someone snorted. Lord Emperor's son. What a great imperial might. Ha ha ha. The Emperor's son personally sent it to my door. This is a great gift. The ancient god clan's top brass was not surprised but pleased. If they could capture Suyu alive and use him to threaten the Su family, I'm afraid their chances of winning would increase by another 20%. Suyu ignored the mockery of the ancient god race and instead looked down at the blood prison divine son. Well, not dead? Ahem. Short time. Can't die. The corners of the blood prison godchild's mouth grinned, but he was soon worried again. Senior, are you alone? This is the lair of the ancient god clan. Suyu shrugged his shoulders and said without a care in the world. District ancient god race, killing all of them is just that. There is nothing to be afraid of. Kill them all? The blood prison divine son rounded his eyes. Senior, you're not joking with me, are you? Suyu laughed. Who's kidding you? The blood prison godchild's throat knots rolled as he said with difficulty, "Are you serious? Truer than pearls." Chapter 121 Just lucky. The blood prison godchild wondered if he was crazy. Although Suyu was strong, he could be called invincible among his peers, but how could he, on his own, possibly get out of the jaws of this pack of tigers and beasts? Not to mention the fact that there's a drag of his own. But Suyu was very confident as if he was oblivious. "Humph, blood hell divine race, you still claim to be innocent? Your own divine son has gotten into it with the Su family's emperor's son, and you're still sophomoric." When Gu Shan saw that the two of them were talking to each other, he immediately became angry and drank towards the void mirror. As the words fell, the blood prison divine race clan chief on the other side of the void mirror instantly fell into silence. After a long time, the Patriarch sighed, "There are 12 divine sons in our clan, and Bloodheaven is the last one, and I don't know how he met the Su family's imperial son." That's just it. Since this is the case, the blood prison divine race will no longer intervene in this matter, and as for Bloodheaven, it will also be handed over to the ancient divine race to dispose of as well. With that said, the void mirror instantly collapsed. Ever since seeing Suyu appear, the blood prison divine race understood that the previous plot had fizzled out. It was fine to help the ancient god race get out of the trap, but if one were to join with the ancient god race in plotting to kill the emperor's son, that would be of a different nature. You should know that Su Wu Dao is only old, not dead. Damn blood prison divine race. A bunch of cowardly rats. Gushin's face was so blue that he almost went mad. The news that the blood hell divine race was retreating on the spot was tantamount to a bolt from the blue for him. His eyes locked onto Suyu with a deadly killing intent. It's not good. Su Yunhai's face was ugly, and he didn't know what kind of madness this nephew of his was having. Isn't it a death sentence to expose yourself so actively? He couldn't care less at this point, and directly stepped out from the shelter of his bloody clothes and began to contact Mozian. The blood clothes could block out all perception, but they could also block out everything. That's why he couldn't get the message out. There's someone else. However, just as Su Yunhai had just stepped out of the bloody clothes, Gushin keenly sensed the fluctuation and violently poked his hand out. At that moment, heaven and earth were darkened, and a giant hand that covered the sky fell down. Immediately, a hand grabbed Su Yunhai, who was desperately running away. Back, come on, it's all over now. Su Yunhai was thrown beside the blood prison divine son, and his body was also bound tightly with chains, unable to use any spiritual energy at all. Not only that, in the next moment, chains flew in the sky, enveloping the entire ancient god race. A look of despair appeared in the depths of Su Yunhai's eyes. Chains made of spirit-locking iron. Not only can they block spiritual energy, they can also isolate divine sense probing. The ancient god clan is trying to drive out all the people. Little one, are we going to the Yellow Springs together? Who's going to die with you? Suyu looked disgusted. At this time, Su Yunhai seemed to have discovered something. Hey, after the spiritual power was sealed, why are you still able to hover? Suyu didn't bother to answer, stepping down into the air as if there was an invisible ladder under his feet. Gushin's face was skeptical. After being isolated by the sealing chains, even he, a quasi-emperor, was unable to use even the slightest bit of spiritual energy. But Su Yu didn't seem to be affected in any way. Although he did not sense any spiritual power fluctuations around Suyu, the aura of the law was extremely thick. You can pry the laws without using spiritual power? This kind of skill, he had only seen it in some ancient books, and it was said that an ancient god clan had done it 100,000 years ago. But now, this special ability was seen in Suyu? Sons and daughters, go, take down the emperor's son. Although Gushin was surprised in his heart, he didn't think too much about it. Watch out, don't beat him straight to death. Although Suyu had some peculiarities in his body, he was now in a situation where he had fallen into a jar. In an environment where spiritual power was sealed off, how could he defeat the ancient god clan who specialized in the physical body? Therefore, after giving the order, Gushan directly sat down and began to think about countermeasures with his eyes closed. In the next moment, dozens of ancient god clansmen of huge size pounced towards Suyu. Ha ha ha, I will taste how different the blood of an emperor's son is today. To be able to capture the emperor's son with my own hands, even if I die afterward, it's worth it. Don't even try to grab it from me. The emperor's son is mine. The many ancient god races were thrilled. Su Yunhai's heart thumped. It was clear to him that this time it was a total loss. If the little guy falls, sister-in-law is afraid that she'll flay me alive. Right? Asterisk. Fight him. Just as he was about to use his life-fighting tactics. Get out. With an explosive shout, Suyu blasted out with a fist, and the terrifying chi energy transformed into a tornado storm that swept through the 8 directions. Bang! 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 Dozens of ancient god clans instantly exploded into slag, turning into blood mist and dispersing. What a ferocious aura! Su Yunhai's heart twitched hard. His pupils plummeted. Su Yu's speed was simply so fast that it was unreasonable, wiping out all the ancient god race in almost the blink of an eye. Not only that, the strength of that physical body power was so strong that it far surpassed the ancient god race, which was known for its physical body. What did this kid grow up with? Why is he so strong? The crowd of the ancient god race had their mouths wide open, unable to speak at this scene. Gu Shan's eyes snapped open, his gaze grim. Killing 30 sacred stage realms in a single punch? How is this possible? Kid, you dare to kill my ancient god clan. Looking for death. Ancient Mountain roared and raised his arm, smashing it towards Su Yu. Boom! The heavenly dome trembled and the void shattered. However, just when that fist like a huge mountain was about to approach Su Yu, Gu Shan jerked violently and dropped his hand with a pained expression. He gazed at his hand with a look of disbelief. A quasi-emperor. Even cramped? Looking at the constantly twitching muscles, the corners of Gu Shan's mouth twitched. This kind of 1 in a billion event comes at such a critical time? Boy, you're in luck. Gu Shan rubbed his right hand and carried his chi and blood to comb his right arm while opening his mouth to command. Gu Mu, Gu He, go break his limbs and bring him back. Yes, sir. The two ancient gods led the way. They both possessed peak great saint level battle power, and the two of them striking out together was enough to easily suppress a Saint King powerhouse. Su Yu's eyes narrowed slightly, still not the slightest bit flustered. Watching Gu Shan's actions, Su Yu secretly said, Little Fish's strong luck enhancement is really powerful. Even a quasi-emperor will still be affected. I wonder where the upper limit is. He looked at the two ancient god race members who rushed over and spoke indifferently. Let's go together, or I'm afraid I won't be able to warm up. Hearing Su Yu's words, the two ancient gods were instantly enraged. The two of them didn't have a small position in the ancient god clan, and now they were actually being treated with such contempt. Seek death. The two of them roared in unison. Their aura was like a rainbow, and they killed out blatantly. The corners of Su Yu's mouth spread a cold smile, and he just coldly watched the two of them. Whoosh! In the next moment, Gomu slammed his foot down, preparing to leap up with the help of recoil. However, he happened to step on an empty foot, not to mention that he didn't borrow the force, but even fell directly into a dog's ass. Gomu's face flushed red as he picked up a piece of iron ore in his hand and threw it fiercely towards Su Yu. On the other side, He leapt up very smoothly. However, while in mid-air, it happened to be obscured from view by a grain of sand, resulting in an error in judgment of distance. It was this millimeter difference that caused him to be positioned just between Su Yu and Gomu. Boo! There was a loud bang. The piece of iron ore carried a wind-breaking sound and violently struck the back of Gumi's head. In that instant, everyone in the room froze. Chapter 122 The Purple Breath. Coincidence? Or is it? Gu Shan frowned. Everything that happened just now was bizarre in every way. Yet he didn't sense the slightest abnormality, as if this series of small probability events were just an accident. The Emperor's son is a good tactician. You too, stand down. After thinking for a moment, Gu Shan directly ordered the Gumu Gu He duo to retreat, and he himself rose slowly. Rumble. As Gu Shan moved, his body began to expand wildly. At the end of the day, it was actually as huge as an ancient divine mountain. Nearly 10,000 feet of flesh covered the sky, causing space and time to collapse as soon as it appeared. Even those chains couldn't help breaking, emitting a sound like thunderous tremors. Gu Shan's eyes were incomparably cold. Looking towards Su Yu in the void, killing machines burst out. Emperor's son, do you not think that you can escape from life and death just with this kind of small trick? His voice was low, with a vast pressure. As the words fell, a fierce wind rose. The raging mighty pressure condensed into a giant wave and pressed down indiscriminately. This time, even if Su Yu had strong luck added to his body, it would be difficult for him to stand firm. Flee? Why would I run away? Although it was like a flatboat that could be swallowed by the wind and waves at any time, Su Yu did not panic at all, but instead had a playful face. Has the ancient god race forgotten where this place is? Ancient Mountain snorted coldly. Where is this place? Of course it's my ancient god clan's territory. Su Yu shook his head slightly. Really? Is it not my Su family's territory? Have you forgotten that the ancient god clan is also the property of my Su family? Gu Shan was first stunned, then laughed out loud. Your Su clan was only relying on that one to forcefully take over the magpie's nest back then, and now that he's not around, if my ancient god clan wants to leave, who can stop them? In his eyes, the Su family without Su Wudao couldn't turn any waves at all. If he hadn't been concerned about the great emperor's pursuit in the future, he would have long ago taken the ancient god race and walked away. Emperor's son, don't think you're the only one stalling for time. A flash of cunning suddenly came out of Gu Shan's eyes. As his words fell, a huge tremor came steeply from the depths of the ancient god clan. And then, along with the sound of the building collapsing, a hunched figure slowly walked out from it, detected the appearance of a great fortune maker in the host's surroundings. Name, beauty, cultivation, half-step great emperor realm, physique, ancient god body, supreme grade bloodline inheritance physique. Remarks, one of the oldest members of the ancient god family has survived for nearly 300,000 years, and has cultivated his physical strength to the very top, and can shake the great Tao and influence the cycle of heaven and earth with his physical strength alone. After being decapitated by Su Wu Dao, the true spirit imprint was revived in the river of history and returned reborn after occupying the body of the original ancient god race's distant ancestor. Hint, this enemy is extremely powerful. Please stay away. This is the ancient emperor? He's not even dead? The moment he saw that person, Su Tianhe's face changed drastically. No wonder the ancient god race dared to plot against us. It turns out that this ancient god race half-emperor was not completely killed by the family master back then. The ancient god clan is really hiding deep enough. Even the family head has concealed it. Su Tianhe's face was ugly. At this moment, he finally understood why the ancient god clan dared to confront the Su family. With an ancient emperor sitting on the ancient god clan, there was really no way to stop the ancient god clan unless Su Wu Dao showed up. Gu Shan turned around and bowed. Welcome, old ancestor. Now, the Su clan's emperor's son has taken the initiative to come to the door, even without the blood prison divine race's assistance. As long as the emperor's son is held hostage, that one won't dare to act rashly. After all, this is his only heir. The ancient god clan's original plan was to join forces with the blood prison god clan, sneak attack and hit the Su family, and take all the younger generations of the Su family as hostages. In this way, even if Su Wu Dao returned, the Su family, whose bloodline was already weakened, would definitely not dare to fish out of water. If Su Wu Dao dared to forcefully pursue him, then the ancient god clan would dare to tear the ticket. At that time, the Su family will be completely cut off. When Su Wu Dao's era ended, the Su family would completely disappear into the long river of history. Well done. A vicissitude hoarse voice came out from the ancient emperor's mouth. His figure was extremely dry and thin, and at a glance, he looked like an old man on the verge of dying, not at all like an ancient god race with strong chi and blood. However, the aura that this person faintly exuded was frightening. It was a force strong enough to crush everything. Thanks for the compliment, old ancestor. Gushin bowed. What comes next is all up to you. Ha! A cold smile spread across the corners of the ancient emperor's mouth. Su family, I'm afraid you've made 1,000 calculations, but how could you not expect that I'm still alive? Su Tianhe's throat rolled and his lips turned white, but although he was afraid in his heart, his mouth was hardened to the extreme. So what if you're alive? As long as the family master returns, you're nothing but a mole cricket. Back then, if the family master could kill you once, he can kill you a second time. The ancient emperor glanced at Su Tianhe and said indifferently, oh, then let Su Wu Dao come over if you have the ability. With that, he raised his right hand and pointed a finger forward. Boom! A strand of black aura stirred and instantly condensed into a pitch-black long sword. Phew! Black ons flew by. It pierced through Su Tianhe's heart in the blink of an eye. Su Yu's face was slightly stagnant, easily influencing the laws of gravity with his physical body and forcibly condensing dust into a sword? With an enemy of this caliber, I'm afraid that the effects his strong luck could bring to bear would be extremely limited. It's true that it's not an enemy that even the system has to be prompted to stay away from. Su Yu frowned as he contemplated a countermeasure, but he realized that he didn't really seem to have much of a response. This kind of enemy who had practiced to the extreme in a certain field was the most difficult to deal with. Ancient emperors, truly, are capable of breaking all laws with a single force. Don't delay. The ancient emperor slowly stretched out his large dry hand and grabbed towards Su Yu. Emperor's son, honestly enter my ancient god clan as a guest, but you don't have to be afraid. When our clan is out of the upper world, you will be free then. The ancient emperor's tone was calm, carrying the ease of having everything under control. Su Yu cannot be killed. If he dies, I am afraid that Su Wu Dao will have to fight with the ancient god clan. At that time, a maddened great emperor could not be stopped by anyone. Therefore, he planned to immediately imprison the other party and wait until he was out of the upper realm before releasing them. As long as he left the upper realm, it would be difficult for Su Wu Dao to find any more traces of the ancient god race. And since the ancient god race had a long lifespan, it was entirely possible to wait for his lifespan to run out before returning to the desolate ancient forbidden zone. When that happens, everything that was lost can be taken back. What if I say no? Facing the attack of the ancient emperor, Su Yu was pleasantly unafraid and asked blandly, then it's only a commission for the emperor's son. As the words fell, the ancient emperor's large hands slowly closed. In an instant, everything around Su Yu was blocked. Even the forces of space and time were squeezed together, and there was no way to escape. At this moment, he was really in the same situation as the monkey in the hands of Buddha, unable to escape with his wings. But Suyu had not intended to escape. He raised his head violently and rushed into the vast emptiness. Mother, if you don't make a move, I'll really be captured. Boom! Before Suyu's words fell, a dense purple aura suddenly cut through the night sky. The endless spirit-locking iron chains were directly chopped off. The purple haze shone in the sky, illuminating the entire firmament. Purple energy? It's the one from the Mo family. Chapter 123. This half-emperor is a gift your father left you. The ancient emperor's face changed drastically as he violently raised his head to look at the sky. His eyes flickered as he stared at the silhouette that slowly appeared within that purple haze. Mo Xian was wearing a graceful dress. Her appearance was unrivaled in beauty. Only the pair of cold phoenix eyes revealed an unsympathetic and disdainful arrogant look. Mo Xian had retreated to the background for many years, but her cultivation had never been put down. Although he was not as good as Su Wudao, he still had a half-step emperor realm cultivation. Now that it appeared, it caused the ancient emperor to instantly change his color, and with apprehension in his heart, he couldn't help but let out a low cry. Does the Su family really want to break the net of fish death? Saying that, with a vicious expression, he was about to grab Suyu with one hand. As long as the Su family lifeline was grasped, then everything could be solved. But before he could do anything, a golden jiao scissors appeared in front of Mo Xian. As she lightly tapped with her prime hand, the golden jiao scissors instantly transformed into two purple and gold jiao dragons. The purple and gold auger dragon exuded destructive power. Even the void was torn into pieces. The golden light was brilliant, and the auger chance shocked the sky as it rushed towards the ancient emperor. Imperial soldier. Seeing the golden jiao scissors attacking, the ancient emperor's face was as gloomy as water, and he immediately withdrew his hand and blocked it in front of his body. Boom! There was a loud, deafening crash, and the sky fell. The ancient emperor stifled a grunt as his two arms hung down helplessly, dripping with blood, strangling both arms of the ancient emperor. Villain value plus 2 million. Why? Why is there even an emperor soldier? Why did the Su family react so quickly? The ancient emperor was filled with resentment and hissed through gritted teeth. His plan should have gone completely smoothly, and even if it failed, he would have been able to keep the ancient god race off the hook. Unfortunately, hateful, Mo Xian's appearance meant that the ancient god clan's plan had long been exposed. District ancient god race, just a toy. Suyu faintly said, you guys don't really think you can do it, do you? Words disparaging the ancient gods. Villain value plus 50,000. Damn it! The ancient emperor was so infuriated that his face was as pig liver colored. He simply wanted to slap Suyu to death. Gushin's eyes were hollow, as if he was stunned. As for the rest of the ancient god race, at this time, they no longer had the arrogance they had just now, and all of them were crouching on the ground, trembling. Don't kill me. I'm willing to be a dog to the Su family, even if I dig every day. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. All the ancient gods were terrified to the extreme. Only, at the moment, the rightful owner had no intention of hitching a ride with them. Yu-chan, how did you know I was there? The corner of Mo Xian's mouth curved up into a curious arc. She had wanted to make use of this opportunity to let Suyu know the fearsome nature of a supreme power and not act so recklessly in the future. However, this brat seemed to have known that she would come over in person all alone, and from the beginning to the end, he was old-fashioned and didn't feel nervous at all. Suyu smiled and said, I was not sure before, but after this ancient emperor appeared, my child confirmed it. After all, my father is a great emperor. How could there be an enemy that a great emperor cannot kill? The only possibility is that he deliberately didn't kill him, since she intentionally left him alive. Then mother must have known that the ancient god clan would have other ideas because of the ancient emperor's rebirth. Mo Xian's eyes flashed with a refined aura. Not bad. You analyzed it very accurately. Suyu's words caused Mo Xian to be immediately impressed. So it seems that this kid is a lot smarter than his old man. In the future, I'm sure I won't have to worry about him as much. Mo Xian secretly nodded her head. Great strength and superior intelligence. If I had a son like that, what more could I ask for? Su Tianhe scratched his head. Dare you say I don't know anything? Mo Xian glanced at him. You're two pig brains. It's useless to tell you. Your second uncle is kind of primitively human looking, but a lot of the time he's not human. Su Tianhe instantly blushed. Hey, sister-in-law, you don't have to be so mean to people. Mo Xian lazy to take care of this goods. Vain hand lightly raised. From the sleeve took out a three-legged two-ears small tripod. Another imperial soldier. Did Su Wudao not take away even a single emperor soldier? When the ancient emperor saw this, his face became even more ugly. His overall strength was slightly better than Mo Xian's, but the other party had taken out 2 emperor armaments, which was simply bullying. That's 2 imperial soldiers. Not to mention the half-emperor realm. Even if Mo Xian was only a quasi-emperor, he would surely die today. I, for one, am not convinced. The ancient emperor completely exploded and roared. Zixia Empress, do you dare to fight me in a fair battle? Mo Xian raised her eyebrows and laughed coldly. Dare to hit my son's idea? It is already a gift for this palace not to kill you by 1,000 cuts. With a flourish of her veiled hand, the small tripod and the golden jiao scissors whistled out, charging towards the ancient emperor. Buzz! Light blossomed around the ancient emperor. Bright and piercing, a round of dazzling sun emerges, illuminating heaven and earth. Between breaths, chi and blood rushed like dragons, driving the great Dao. The ancient emperor knew that he was in a desperate situation and continuously lifted his bottom card up. Blazing sun, burning sky seal. A sea of fire roils the sky. 9 stars in a row. Heavenly fire falls out. All sorts of secret techniques came out, and the strength of the ancient emperors was displayed in a breathtaking manner. Unfortunately, the emperor's soldiers were simply too powerful. 2 emperor's soldiers, crushing everything across the board. Even if the ancient emperor's divine might was overwhelming, he would still be pushed sideways. Boom boom boom. With a deafening roar, the ancient emperor was blown away millions of feet. He was cloaked, his chest sunken in, covered in blood, badly wounded, and wailing miserably. His body was trembling violently, and his eyes were filled with intense unwillingness and despair. He himself, one of the patriarchs of the ancient god clan, a half-step emperor realm powerhouse, had ended up in such a state. Su family, I curse you to not die well. The ancient emperor roared hysterically, and then his body violently burst into flames. Want to blow yourself up? Did the palace allow it? Mo Xian was like the will of heaven, truly true to her word. In the next moment, the ancient emperor's move to explode himself was forcefully fixed. And then, the golden jiao scissors rushed out and twisted it into pieces to fall into the small tripod. The beginning! Gu Shan shouted in grief and indignation, his eyes scarlet red as he madly pounced on Mo Xian. However, before he could even get close, he was shattered into powder by the emperor's might. Seeing this, the ancient god race were all filled with grief. With the death of the Patriarch and the beheading of the Patriarch, the ancient god clan now exists in name only. Ancient god clan chief Gushin dies. Villain value plus 2 million. The ancient god clan's patriarch, the ancient emperor, has been chopped to pieces, and the value of the villain is plus 20 million. The ancient god clan patriarch, ancient emperor, has been refined into an elixir. Villain value plus 100 million. Refining into a potion? Suyu gazed at the small tripod with an inexplicable expression. Seeing this, Mo Xian no longer hid it and laughed softly. This half-emperor of the ancient god race is actually a gift that your father left for you. She beamed with reminiscence. Your father talks about letting you stand on your own 2 feet, but in reality, he secretly and surreptitiously paved the way ahead for you. The 10 Jedi trials, the 10 paths, he has sought out corresponding divine objects for you. This ancient god race half-emperor realm's physical body is one of them. Mo Xian's expression was subtle as she laughed softly. Originally, this tactic was intended to be activated when you started cultivating the 9 styles of Han Yuan. But I didn't expect that my Yuer was too competitive and had already completed the first trial before even using this divine object. But it's not too late nowadays, so consider it icing on the cake. With that, Mo Xian reached out and placed a purple flame under the small cauldron. Ah! At once, the mournful screams were endless. Only, as the violet flame burned, the voice quickly disappeared. In its place was a refreshing fragrance. A great medicine refined by a half-emperor realm that specializes in the physical body? Su Yu's face moved slightly. After refining this thing, I'm afraid that my own fleshly strength would directly break through the heavens, right? Chapter 124 The Great Golden Age. I also don't know when the heavenly Dane of creation will be refined. If it is combined with this Dan, I'm afraid that the effect of flesh enhancement will be even higher. Su Yu muttered under his breath. Only, just as he took out the 4-square tripod and prepared to check it out. Buzz! Suddenly, there was a flash of golden light. The Destruction Luck Atlas was windless and automatically flew out from the storage bag, hovering in front of Su Yu. Oh, has this thing saved up enough chi again? Su Yu's eyes narrowed slightly with a touch of complexity as he slowly unfolded the scroll. With regards to the Destruction Luck Atlas, Su Yu could be said to love and hate it at the same time. It's true that this thing can foretell the future no less, but again, the snippets of the future it foretells are too small to look at. As the scroll unfolded, Su Yu's brows slowly furrowed into a ball. How can it be? After seeing clearly what was presented in the picture, Su Yu's pupils contracted violently, sensing suspicious gazes looking around. In the next moment, Su Yu directly put away the Destruction Luck Atlas. His face was calm, only, his heart was beating much faster than before. In his mind, the blood-colored picture lingered for a long time. In the image, Suyu was holding the burial sword tire. His body was bathed in blood, and there were countless corpses and bones lying around him. But none of this is critical. What made him feel outrageous was that the man in the picture was emanating a heavy foreign devil aura all over his body, from the inside out, completely and utterly transformed into a foreign devil. Will I, in the future, be eroded into a foreign devil and then wield my sword to slaughter the living beings of the upper realms? This was the information Suyu extracted from that image. This is impossible, right? Suyu's brows furrowed as he kept thinking of other possibilities. But the information in the picture was too little to analyze. Damn the destructive luck atlas. It would kill you to present more images. Suyu simply wanted to burn this play as firewood. What's wrong with you? Mo Xian was surprised. No, nothing. Suyu took a deep breath and shook his head, emptying his thoughts. When the car arrived at the mountain, according to his experience, the things shown in this corner of the future were not comprehensive, and it was better not to think too much about it himself. Perhaps what happened in the future was not at all what he had guessed. It's good that it's okay. The great medicine will be ready. Now start preparing it. Saying that, Mo Xian flexed her fingers and sent a ball of purple flame to the bottom of the 4-square cauldron. Under the burning of the purple flame, the heavenly elixir of creation in the cauldron was instantly formed. In the next moment, a projectile that was white in color and emitted a vast vitality flew into Suyu's palm. Suyu looked amazed. The heavenly pill of creation, which originally needed half a month to be refined, was actually refined in a few breaths under the catalyst of this violet flame. Moreover, the effect of the finished Dan was ridiculously good, and the Dan lines even appeared. Is this the gold of the No. 1 alchemy family in the upper realm? The Mo family? Don't just stare. Transport your energy. Mo Xian let out a low drink, interrupting Suyu's thoughts. Aha! Suyu immediately closed his eyes and sat down. In his mouth was the completed refined heavenly elixir of creation. The small bronze tripod flew and hung above his head. Wisps of golden medicinal liquid dangled down and poured over his entire body, causing the surface of his skin to glow with a silky, radiant luster, as if it was coated with a layer of glaze. Every time he exhaled, it was like a landslide and a tsunami, causing heaven and earth to change color. The medicinal power contained in the heavenly pill of creation was strong, constantly nourishing his bloodline and bones. Combined with the great medicine that was refined from the half-imperial flesh body, it caused Suyu's flesh body strength to begin to climb at an insane rate. Not only that, the enhancement of the power of the physical body also drove the evolution of the world within. Mo Xian initially judged that Suyu could absorb 1% of this pot of medicine at the top of the sky was already the limit. But now, Suyu was actually like a bottomless pit, having devoured half of the great medicine. Buzz! Suyu's eyelids trembled slightly. In the next moment, the world within automatically surfaced. In an instant, a bright river of stars manifested in the sky, covering the original heaven and earth. The crowd was awestruck by this gorgeous scene. This is the small completion of the emperor body? Mo Xian's beautiful eyes flashed. No wonder Suyu's speed of refining the great medicine was so fast. It turned out that most of the energy had been used by him to nourish the emperor body. Boom! Suyu opened his eyes and got up violently. And then, as soon as he grabbed the small tripod, he drank the great medicine in it. At this instant, the surrounding vision stagnated for a moment, and then quickly surged into Suyu's body. The 7-colored haze shone in the 9 heavens, and Suyu was actually as transparent as a glaze at this moment. At a glance, his body's blood chi was like waves, like a vast ocean. And now that the emperor body had become small, the world within his body had finally begun to be perfected. At this moment, his inner world was no longer cold. A wisp of clear air floated and sank, which was the power of innate creation. As time passes, the power of creation combines with all things in heaven and earth, and living beings are born. Suyu felt something in his heart. When the world within is born with living beings, it will be the day when the world body comes to fruition. I didn't expect the emperor body to consume so much. A furnace of great medicine refined by a half-emperor could only push the world body to a small level of success. Suyu smashed his mouth, still a bit unfulfilled. Clam? Su Yunhai stared at him as if he was looking at a monster. Great nephew, are you afraid that you don't have much of a concept of the emperor body? Which of the things that are tied to the word emperor are simple? To be able to cultivate the emperor body to a small degree of success. I even think it's because that ancient emperor was too strong and refined a great medicine that was too terrifying. Suyu nodded. What second uncle said is also right. Hey, right. Su Yunhai's words changed, and he curiously said, after the supreme body's minor completion, all of them will awaken a divine ability again. I wonder what will be awakened after the emperor body's minor completion. When these words came out, Mo Xian and the others also became interested. One must know that Suyu was the first emperor body to appear in the last 50,000 years. And if he awakened his divine abilities, it would definitely be a shock to the ancient world. Avatar? Suyu's eyes moved slightly before he suddenly snapped his fingers. Snap! Crisp sounds echoed through the sky. In the next moment, a strange fluctuation spread, the void trembled, and a star appeared 10,000 meters in the air without warning before exploding. Boom! Terrifying waves of chi impacted, sweeping through the 8 directions like a world-destroying storm. At the center of that explosion, a pitch-black crack tore open like an abyss. Hiss! Is this heck meow an attack that can come out of the divine platform realm? The saint realm is no better, right? Su Yunhai sucked in a breath of cool air. With this sound, I'm afraid that even a saint would have to turn over in the gutter if he wasn't careful. Something's not right. Mo Zian raised her eyebrows slightly. It wasn't the power of the blow that she cared about. Rather, how did that star get there? Even she didn't notice how Suyu did it. It was as if, by nature, that star hung there. Space-time folding? Mo Zian thought for a moment before suddenly saying. Purple runes flickered in the depths of her eye pupils, as if they could pierce through everything. Suyu smiled and nodded. Mother is indeed wise beyond her years. The divine ability awakened by the world body is space-time folding. Suyu raised his hand, and the void was flattened and rounded in his hand like dough, and then folded in the air. It is? The crowd looked at it in a cloud, not knowing the real thing. The way of space they could still understand. The way of time was even more complex, but it could still be known in a general way when carefully pondered. But the combination of these two combined with the way of space and time, it directly made them dumbfounded. Simply put, it's a more advanced means of teleportation. Suyu pondered for a moment before explaining in layman's terms. As long as I want to, I can teleport anything to any location at any time. Just now, he was using space-time folding to detonate a star from the world inside his body after throwing it 10,000 meters into the air. I see. The crowd nodded in seeming understanding. Mo Zian was somewhat emotional. Yor has really grown up. The way of space and time, when viewed at her level, were all extremely obscure and difficult to understand. In the upper realm, throughout ancient history, there are very few people who have cultivated this path to great success. Mother, Suyu smiled somewhat sheepishly. What's wrong? Mo Zian was smiling. Suyu subconsciously looked to the north and said, my child wants to go out for training. When these words came out, Mo Zian's smile froze on her face. She glared at Suyu and said grudgingly, it's only been a few days since you came home, and you're going out again? He. Suyu didn't answer, just smiled and looked at Mo Zian. He's delayed enough. Suyu could not wait to go to that North Plains Luo family and meet Luo Yao. Mo Zian sighed. Your kid heard the wind, right? Just as well. The Golden Great Age is about to begin, and harboring in the middle of this forbidden area won't allow you to truly grow up. One will be a great success. That road, and it won't go far just by practicing hard behind closed doors. Suyu was still smiling, but a few doubts surfaced in his eyes. The sound of the wind? The Golden Age? He didn't really know what was going on in the outside world. Simply just going to the northern plains. I didn't realize that it seemed just right to catch a good show. Looks like I've been pretty lucky. Chapter 125. A moment in the spring is worth $1,000. It's just that you err. Nowadays you are too dazzling. None of the heavenly prides of the 10,000 worlds want to cut you down. So going out needs to be extremely cautious. Well, Mo Zian frowned and thought, her eyes filled with care. Forget it, you don't need to worry too much nowadays. When you remember almost everything, come back and continue with the 10 Jedi trials. The 10 Jedi trial? This kid has already started the 10 extreme trials? Su Yunhai opened his mouth wide with an unbelievable expression. It was only when he left the Imperial City that he saw Suyu climb to the middle of the Dao Mountain. I didn't expect that. After not seeing him for a few days, this kid has started the 10 Jedi trial? TSK. With this kid's current physical body, I'm afraid he could easily pass the first level, right? Suyu nodded. Child knows, and will not fail mother's expectations. And then, the crowd returned to the clan. Gongzi, you're finally back. People have been worried to death. As soon as they returned to the bedchamber, the two silhouettes jumped into Suyu's arms. Red Lotus was full of grudges. Mu Qianxue, on the other hand, buried her head into Suyu's chest, constantly sniffing the fresh fragrance emanating from Suyu's body. Behind the two women, Su Jiogu said with a smile on her brow, Young lord, when they heard the news that you stepped into the ancient god clan alone, the two of them went crazy. If I hadn't stopped them, I'm afraid they would have already killed their way in to find you. Upon hearing this, Suyu glared at the two girls without any good reason. You guys don't trust me that much? It's punishable. Snap. Suyu's two hands one on one side, patting the two women's delicate bodies trembled, their pretty faces blushing. Gongzi. Bad. There's worse yet. You guys wanna try? Better let Sister Jiogu try first. Su Jiogu. who was at the back of the room with a face watching the show, suddenly froze. Ha! And then, without waiting for her to react, Red Lotus and Mu Qianxue grabbed her one after the other and headed towards the bed behind the curtain. What? What do you guys want? A trace of panic flashed in Su Jiuji's eyes. Red Lotus came to her ear. Exhaled as Orchid said. Sister does not eat. We do sisters really no way to reach chopsticks first ah. Su Jiugu was hot and curled up on top of the bed. Feeling that broad figure gradually approaching, his body gradually became stiff. But with an involuntary glance, she saw that there were others more stiff than herself. Young master, slave is. First time. The next day. It wasn't until the sun was up that Suyu woke up from his sleep. Glancing at the three shapely figures on the bed askew, the corner of Suyu's mouth slightly hooked. Worthy of being an emperor body, he didn't feel the slightest bit of fatigue from the fierce battle throughout the night. Instead, he was extraordinarily refreshed. After packing up, Suyu saw that the three women had no intention of waking up, so he gently walked out of the bedchamber. Facing the rising sun, he slowly sat down and took out that book, The 9 Styles of Han Yuan. Nowadays, although his physical body power had grown substantially, Suyu was not satisfied with the status quo. He felt that his current physical body hadn't reached its limit and could continue to be developed. Refining the body is the foundation. Spitting is the guide. The 9 styles are the outline. And chaos is the source. Suyu concentrated and recited the general outline of the 9 styles of Han Yuan. The deeper Suyu understood, the more he realized the vastness and depth of this Gong method. Completely different from the Taishu ancient scripture, the 9 styles of Han Yuan had minimal elaboration and deduction of Tao and reason. This method of refining the body is very simple. It's so simple that there's not much of a threshold for cultivation at all. As soon as you can recognize words, you can start practicing. Extraordinarily simple and brutal. However, simple didn't mean easy, and the high requirements for the physical body of this body refining method were simply unimaginable. For example, the first opening stance, opening the heavens and opening the earth, required that the strength of the physical body be at least 10 million pounds of enormous force before one could attempt to get started. Generally speaking, if a sacred platform realm cultivator didn't specialize in cultivating the physical body, it was already good enough for him to reach 1 million pounds of strength, 10 million pounds of huge force. That was already in the realm of the divine palace realm. In other words, if one didn't temper their flesh in advance, an ordinary cultivator would have to reach the divine palace realm in order to qualify for the initiation of this method. This method of body refining is only good for icing on the cake, and is the best choice for body cultivators to reach a certain level before they start switching cultivation. After Suyu pondered for a moment, he made a general evaluation for the 9 styles of Han Yuan. He did not intend to give up the Taishu ancient scripture. The 9 styles of Han Yuan was only used as an aid to refine the physical body and enhance battle power. Now, his cultivation had entered the middle stage of the divine platform realm, and flesh strength. Suyu estimated that there should be a few 100,000 billion pounds it. Anyway, the introductory 9 styles of Han Yuan was more than enough. Soon after, Suyu got up and struck a weird pose in place. With the instant the 9 styles of Han Yuan operated, Suyu only felt his body's qi and blood boiling instantly. Drops of bucket-sized sweat beads flowed down his cheeks, and Suyu only felt a sharp pain coming from his body, as if there were billions of ants gnawing on his flesh and blood. He gritted his teeth and kept adjusting his posture. Half an hour later, Suyu's flesh had become reddish and incomparable, and his muscles were bulging like mountains, just like divine iron. Boom! As his qi and blood penetrated, Suyu blessed his heart and lifted his cultivation state, fiercely blasting out a fist towards the sky. A fist struck out, accompanied by the sound of a dragon and elephant hissing. In an instant, the sky dome shook tremendously, and 10,000 miles of layered clouds were actually blown apart by a single punch. This punch, the force broke the sky. Suyu looked at his fist and nodded slightly, satisfied. He had a strong base, and the first time he cultivated the 9 styles of Han Yuan, he was easily introduced to the first style. The first stance of the 9 styles of Han Yuan, opening heaven and earth, was to use the power of the physical body to simulate the scene of the beginning of chaos. A punch to open the sky. This strike was already comparable to Suyu's all-out sword using the power of spacetime. My lord! What happened? The loud commotion woke up several people in Red Lotus and they ran out to check. Seeing that Suyu was fine, he breathed a sigh of relief. No harm done, just practicing a technique. Suyu smiled faintly and casually explained. Seeing that the 3 women had awakened, Suyu did not delay any longer. After calling Su Xiaoyu up, the 5 of them walked together towards the outside of the desolate ancient forbidden zone. Before leaving, Suyu had invited the blood prison divine son to accompany him, but the other man waved his hand and refused. The moment he saw Suyu displaying his emperor body, he realized that the gap between the 2 of them was already so large that it was hard to reach. Since the other party is unwilling, Su Yu also did not force. Let him stay in the Su family to slowly recuperate or not. When the blood prison divine son recovered from his injuries, it was time to liquidate the blood prison divine race. Walking out of the Su family, Su Yu and his group had a clear goal, heading north towards the Arctic heavenly domain of the upper realm. Inside the nine-dragon carriage, Su Ji's face still had an undiluted blush. She ruffled the hair on her temples and softly said, "Young lord, the Arctic heavenly domain is extremely far away from the central heavenly domain and is separated by 100,000 mountains. There is no way to assume a teleportation array. So, if we want to arrive the fastest, the only way is to head to the 8 Treasures Chamber of Commerce and take a floating battleship across the 100,000 mountains." Chapter 126 said the Supreme Being speechless. The central heavenly domain is vast and boundless. Above the dome of the sky, the sea of clouds churned, seeming like dragons and snakes dancing, and like 10,000 horses galloping. The 8 Treasures Chamber of Commerce, a building that has stood under the 100,000 mountains since ancient times, enjoys prosperity, and today, it's made even more extraordinary by an event. The Tianji Pavilion released the news some days ago that the age of extreme Dao is about to come to an end. Not bad. That extreme great emperor has entered his twilight years. A new great age will begin. This is the sign of the opening of a new round of the golden great age. Around the Chamber of Commerce, the people were talking with complex expressions. There is both emotion and hope. When a whale falls, everything comes to life. This has been the case from time immemorial. Now, the 8 treasures of the Supreme will open the Heaven's Pride event, gathering the world's heroes, discussing the way of the Qianquan. The world was shaken by the news, and countless cultivators came in droves, all wanting to catch a glimpse of the event. The great world is about to begin, and the 8 Treasures Chamber of Commerce is the first to come forward. I'm afraid that they want to enlist talents in advance. In the crowd, an old man stroked his beard inside, revealing the true intentions of the 8 Treasures Chamber of Commerce. Today's event will surely astound the heavens and the earth. I wonder what kind of supreme pride will descend. The bystanders chimed in, a hint of awe in their tone, just as the crowd was discussing. In the distant sky, a golden light like the dawn's sun cut through the sky and came straight towards the 8 Treasures Chamber of Commerce. The light is approaching. It is a golden flying boat. The body is colorful. Seems to be pure gold casting. The boat body runic flashes. Pressure overflowing. The flying boat slowly landed, and a young man in golden battle armor stepped out. He had a heroic brow, a posture as straight as a pine, and his battle armor shone brightly with golden light, as if he were a god descending from the heavens. The youth's gaze swept over the crowd. His majesty self-generated, inspiring awe. Prince Jin Yang, the god of war of the eastern wasteland. It's said that he's only 50 years old and has a late-stage cultivation of the divine platform, and now it seems that it's even more so than the rumors. Someone in the crowd exclaimed, their tone filled with awe. Eastern wasteland golden sun, the posture of the god of war, truly lives up to its name. Looking at his momentum, I'm afraid that he really has a chance to compare to that Su clan ancient god of war that once existed. Su War. The bystanders chimed in, their eyes full of admiration. Just as the crowd was still marveling, in the distant sky, a crisp phoenix call resounded through the clouds, seemingly with the momentum of a blazing fire burning the sky. The crowd looked up and saw a huge fire phoenix descending from the sky, surrounded by blazing flames, like a fire god coming from the 9 heavens. On the back of the fire phoenix, there sat a woman in red. Her face was beautiful. Her eyebrows were like faraway mountains with emerald green. Her eyes were like the flow of autumn waves. Her body was surrounded by flames. Her aura was burning. She gently raised her jade hand. The fire phoenix slowly fell to the ground. Her lotus steps gently moved, and she descended in style, and the air around her seemed to be ignited. Blazing hot. Hiss. The fire phoenix fairy of the Nanli sacred land. Fairy is truly a beautiful woman. I didn't expect that she would be here today. A number of people in the crowd blushed, their tones filled with amazement. Fiery Phoenix Fairy. I heard that she is the reincarnation of a true phoenix, and her cultivation has reached the realm of the divine palace at only 28 years old. Today's event is truly extraordinary. The bystanders sighed, their eyes filled with admiration. Right at this moment, a low dragon roar resounded through the clouds, seemingly with the power of 10,000 pounds, shaking heaven and earth. The crowd looked up and saw a huge black dragon descending from the sky, surrounded by a deep black light that seemed to have an endless abyss, devouring everything. After the black dragon circled around, it slowly fell down and transformed into a black-robed youth. His face was cold, and there was a deep aura between his eyebrows, as if he had insight into everything in the world. Every step taken seemed to step on the hearts of the crowd. Thick and heavy. It's actually the Dragon Abyss Divine Son of the Western Sea? I didn't expect the Dragon Clan's heavenly pride to descend here today. Someone in the crowd exclaimed, their tone filled with shock. The true dragon clan hasn't appeared for a long time, but I didn't expect it to appear today. The 8 Treasures extravaganza is truly a gathering of the world's greatest talents. The crowd agreed, their eyes filled with awe, not waiting for the crowd to marvel. In the distant sky, a clear sound of bells came from the sky, and it seemed like the sound of fairies curling up, straight into the heart. The crowd followed the sound and saw a glazed immortal carriage pulled by 6 cranes slowly coming. The body of the immortal carriage was crystal clear, emitting 7-colored light, seemingly surrounded by immortal chi. The immortal carriage landed. A white-clothed young man walked out of the carriage. His face was clear, his eyebrows were like a painting, his breath was light and dusty, as if he was an exiled immortal on the ground. He held the floating dust and smiled faintly. The air around him instantly became soft, as if a spring breeze was blowing on his face. This is actually the Daos sect's evergreen Daozi? Someone in the crowd exclaimed, his tone filled with astonishment. This Daoist son is usually a godly dragon. I didn't expect him to attend this event today. After all, it's the 8 Treasures Supreme Being himself who invited them. Would the Dao sect not have the reason to not appreciate their honor? That's true. Besides, it's not the old days anymore. The golden age is about to begin, and the entire upper realm is beginning to stir. It's about time for these heavenly prides of theirs to come out. The crowd murmured, their eyes filled with amazement. This kind of absolute heavenly pride, it would be lucky to see one on a normal day. Nowadays, it comes one after the other, and it's simply overwhelming. Li Changqing, how dare you appear in front of this king? As the crowd marveled, the sea of clouds churned, and a brilliant golden light actually exploded, only to see Prince Jin Yang suddenly storming up. His expression was icy cold, his aura around him skyrocketed, and he raised his hand to kill Li Changqing. Prince Jin Yang, today is the 8 Treasures event. What do you want? Fiery Phoenix Fairy frowned slightly and scolded in a cold voice. What for? Li Changqing, this, the day before yesterday, even sneaked into my Jingchu Immortal Kingdom ancestral tomb, dug up the ancestral dragon grave, stole several pieces of heavy treasures. This king today necessary to behead him. Crown Prince Jin Yang's expression was icy cold with killing intent. At those words, the surrounding crowd was shocked. How could such a thing happen? This Taoist exiled immortal, the normally breezy and transcendent evergreen Taoist son, would actually commit such an evil act? Hearing Jin Yang's words, Fiery Phoenix Fairy was instantly speechless, and her originally extended hand silently retracted again. In response, Li Changqing, however, was old and calm, not panicking in the slightest. He flung his floating dust and said in a salty manner, "Do you have any evidence? Kid, slandering Master Dao like this. If you can't produce any evidence, be careful that Master Dao will beat you so badly that your father won't even recognize you." Originally I was skeptical, but Li Changqing said this. Isn't that a no-brainer? Hearing Li Changqing's rogue statement, everyone present was somewhat speechless, and Prince Jin Yang was so irritated that he was about to go crazy. He was furious and directly offered the Golden Sun War halberd with a monstrous aura. "Today, I will kill you to honor my ancestor's spirit in heaven." With a roar, Prince Jin Yang attacked like a fierce tiger. Seeing this, Li Changqing didn't say a word, just silently raised his hand and drew a circle in the air. Buzz! Space shook as a smattering of complicated patterns emerged, transforming into a Dao diagram. Boom! In the next moment, the war halberd and the Dao diagram met, and a terrifying power exploded. For a while, the wind and clouds changed, and heaven and earth lost their colors. Prince Jin Yang's face was grave as the golden light around him shone brightly, and his war halberd swept across thousands of troops. The Dao diagram was like a sea of rivers, constantly absorbing the power of the Golden Sun Prince. The two were at a stalemate, and were actually caught in a short stalemate. Is this Daozi? Only just about to break through the divine platform realm, and he's able to fight the late-stage divine platform crown Prince Jin Yang. The change in the heavens' remarkable ranking the day before yesterday couldn't have been because of the evergreen Daoist sun, could it? I think it's very likely. The crowd murmured with excitement, and right at that moment, a terrifying pressure rose from the 8 Treasures Chamber of Commerce. Li Changqing, my 8 Treasures Chamber of Commerce has always loved talent. If you hand over those things, today's matter can be written off. This voice contained supreme divine might. As soon as it appeared, the aftermath of the collision between the two directly dissolved into nothingness. When the crowd saw this, their pupils shrunk and they violently turned their heads to look inside the chamber. Only a divine ring appeared, and then, countless order runes surrounded that figure like stars. 8 Treasures Supreme. He had an ancient face and a superb temperament. Just a simple gray robe was added to his body, but one felt an inexplicable sense of oppression. His gaze swept over the crowd as if he was looking at a group of ants. That feeling of condescension is awe-inspiring. Supreme, what do you mean by that? Prince Jin Yang's face changed in displeasure. Could it be that the 8 Treasures Chamber of Commerce is going to change its previous neutrality and want to meddle in the affairs of my Jingchu Immortal Kingdom? Li Changqing also returned a cold smile. Right. Why should I give back what I've worked so hard to get? Hearing these words, Prince Jin Yang gritted his teeth and roared. You now admit that you stole the tomb? As the words fell, the two of them battled together again. Seeing this scene, even the 8 Treasures Supreme Being was somewhat speechless. How come this Li Changqing is exactly the same as that old monster's temperament in the Dao sect? And just as he was about to speak out again to mediate, rumble, the sound of gusts of wind and thunder from far away and near seems like a dragon and snake dancing, and like a fierce tiger whistling wildly. Supreme Emperor 8 Treasures looked up, his eyes narrowing slightly, only to see a 9-dragon carriage galloping in the distant sky, speeding towards here. Chapter 127 Righteous Father. This, a dragon corpse pulling a cart? Really not afraid of the true dragon clan looking for trouble? TSK, how many years has it been? I remember the last time the 9 dragons pulled a cart, right? What are you putting here? But dare to use the 9 dragons to pull the car to travel. The identity of the characters in the car is afraid of a bit scary. It seems that the golden great age has indeed come, and all kinds of bulls and devils will spring up in this age. It's no surprise to see anything. No. I remember that the Dragon Abyss Divine Son is the true dragon race, right? Hiss. There's going to be a good show later. All of the people present were attracted by the sudden appearance of the 9-dragon carriage chauffeur. Looking at the familiar car chauffeur, Li Changqing looked excited, his eyes staring unblinkingly at the curtain, as if he saw a certain figure smiling at him. At this moment, Prince Jin Yang even showed scorn in his eyes and withdrew his war halberd. One must know that even the Jingchu Immortal Kingdom did not dare to use a dragon corpse to pull a cart for traveling. The true dragons are not vegetarians. I wonder which side of the road is here? Prince Jin Yang asked out loud. However, there was no response from the 9 dragons whiskey. Prince Jin Yang's face sank. Is this a case of not responding because you don't think you're qualified? Next to her, Fairy Fire Phoenix's eyes moved slightly and she stepped forward and softly said, I'm from the Southern Departure Sacred Ground. Fire Phoenix, would it be possible for fellow Daoists to come out and meet us in front of us? However, there was still no response. The chauffeur hung in the air, and it was awfully quiet. Crown Prince Jin Yang's face was gloomy, and Immortal Fire Phoenix didn't look too good either. At that moment, the crowd turned their gazes in unison towards the Dragon Abyss Divine Son. At the moment, although he did not make a conversation, his face was the one that looked the worst, just because those 9-headed dragon corpses were all predecessors of his true dragon clan. Although he had been dead for many years, his corpse was not something that could be desecrated at will. Humph! Dragon Abyss Divine Son snorted coldly, stepped forward and said, I am Dragon Abyss of the true dragon clan of the Western Sea. May I ask where the person on the cart came from? Why are you pulling the cart with the corpses of my clan's ancestors? The words fell, accompanied by the stirring of Dragon Yuan, causing the entire void to chime and tremble. Alas! The 8 Treasures Supreme Being's face was bitter. He had predicted when he was preparing to organize this event that a fight would surely break out after the gathering of these heavenly prides, but he didn't expect that the fest hadn't even started yet, and these guys were already going to fight. That's all. Seeing that the scene was already out of control, he didn't bother to step in and be that peacemaker again, making an effort that was not pleasing to the eye. As the saying goes, if they don't fight, let's wait for them to fight comfortably first and have a good time before we sit down and discuss. After thinking about it, the 8 Treasures Supreme directly grabbed a huge mountain from within the Chamber of Commerce and used his palms to flatten it before crafting an improvised ring. If you want to fight, go up and fight. With that, he stopped speaking. Seeing this, the Dragon Abyss Divine Son directly took a step onto the ring. That rat in the sky, come down and fight. His eyes were incomparably sharp, as if they could pierce through the void, pointing directly at the presence in the 9 dragons whiskey. It seems that this battle is unavoidable. I'd rather look forward to what the identity of the characters in the carriage and whiskey is. Daring to travel in such a formation? No matter who it is. When facing the furious Dragon Abyss Godchild, I'm afraid they're going to suffer a great loss. The crowd was talking. Just then, the curtain of the 9 dragons whiskey opened. A faint light slowly seems to have a fresh breeze on the face, but also seems to have a bright moon shining in the heart. As the light drew closer, the crowd fixed their eyes and saw a green-shirted youth stepping in. He has a handsome face, with a calm air between his eyebrows, as if everything in the world is under control. He was not dressed in any magnificent clothes, nor did he have a powerful aura, but his appearance instantly captivated the crowd's minds. Who is this man? Why does he look so strange? According to reason, the traveling row is so big that the characters inside would have been famous in the upper realm long ago, right? The people looked at each other with some confusion in their eyes. However, That clear and handsome face caused the hearts of countless female cultivators to tremble and their eyes to show adoration. Even the fiery phoenix fairy, she slightly side-eyed, her beautiful eyes rippling with color. Righteous father. When Suyu showed up, Li Changqing could no longer hold back and bared his big teeth and shouted, "Ha! This word, righteous father," instantly made everyone dumbfounded. The fire phoenix fairy turned her head violently. What did you call him? Her lips were trembling a little. Originally also felt that this evergreen Taoist son of a fairy style and Taoist bones, but those two words after the exit, with his silly smile, simply like a landlord's family of stupid big children. In this instant, the dreams of the countless female cultivators present were shattered. The man of their dreams. How did he suddenly become like this? Even the 8 treasures supreme being was a bit taut at the moment. What are you shouting about? If the old Taoist priest knew that you were out there recognizing your father indiscriminately, I'm afraid he'd hammer you to death on the ground. It's none of your business, Olden. Li Changqing turned back and glared fiercely at the 8 treasures supreme being. Then he turned his head to look at Suyu in the sky. Only a proud smile was raised on his face. That's me recognizing my righteous father with my ability. What? Do you have a problem with that? You're happy. 8 treasures supreme breathed in deeply, forcibly resisting the urge to violently beat this brat up. In his heart, he couldn't help but feel sad for Daozone. The Dao sect, which had prospered for countless eras, was afraid that it was about to be destroyed in the hands of the Daozi of this generation. Well, Suyu rubbed his temples. He also didn't expect to meet Li Changqing here. A few months have not seen. This kid cultivation has grown a lot, but this nature is still as unpredictable as ever. Hey, this divine son is talking to you, cowardly rat. If you are afraid, hurry up and return the dragon corpse, or else. Seeing that Suyu was still ignoring him, the dragon abyss divine son completely lost his patience and his eyes revealed a fierce light. Suyu raised an eyebrow. Where did the little bugs come from? Go play on the side. Seek death. The dragon abyss godchild was completely furious. His right hand gripped forward in vain. Overwhelmed the sea. Buzz. In an instant, his entire right arm transformed into a dragon's claw, carrying a terrifying might as he grabbed at Suyu. Roar. The dragon's roar shook the sky, accompanied by the sound of a surging tsunami, instantly locking half of the sky dome. This move was his famous technique, the sea covering technique. Back then, with this move, he had directly pushed several Divine Palace realm cultivators sideways. As expected of the true dragon race, this kind of fleshly body, paired with a profound cultivation, is simply terrifying. Crown Prince Jin Yang narrowed his eyes, some scorn showing on his face. That guy is dead. Fiery Phoenix Fairy said blandly, I am curious about his identity. Daring to travel with a true dragon corpse and even ignoring my invitation. I don't know if he is really powerful or not. She didn't say any more, but the sarcasm in those eyes was obvious. However, without waiting for the crowd's words to fall, Suyu moved. Just see his right hand index finger flick. The moment. Boom. A terrifying wave of air steeply descended from the sky. In the next moment, the entire heaven and earth seemed to be wrapped in an invisible giant force. Dragon Abyss Divine Sun Sea covering Dharma phase directly collapsed inch by inch. His body, moreover, was directly knocked down and turned into a meteor falling to the earth. Rumble. With a loud bang, the earth trembled and smoke stirred. Countless people froze in place, dumbfounded. What the hell? What the hell is going on here? Can someone tell me what's going on? Chapter 128 3 Whips to Scatter the True Dragon's Soul. Big brother, I'm my own man. They didn't even see how Suyu struck out, and the entire scene was over. I expected to see a battle for the ages. However, the speed at which the Dragon Abyss Divine Sun lost was too fast. It was almost as if he was facing an entry sacred realm. He really has the capital of arrogance. The fiery Phoenix Fairy stood frozen in place, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. Strong and powerful, plus the characteristics born above. Could this person be one of those ancient self-appointed heavenly prides? On the other hand, Prince Jin Yang was clenching his fists in death, and the depths of his eyes were filled with scorn. What kind of joke is this? The divine son of the true dragon clan was actually crushed in a single glance? What the hell is he? Daring to use a dragon corpse to pull a card is truly no ordinary person. Everyone fell into dead silence. Suyu stood in mid-air, overlooking the huge pit below with a calm expression. Detected the appearance of a great fortune maker in the host's surroundings. Name, Long Yuan. Cultivation, Early Divine Palace Realm. Physique, True Dragon Body, Supreme Bloodline Inheritance. Remarks, the divine son of the dragon clan of the Western Sea chose to seal himself 20,000 years ago in order to compete for the throne of this world. After being unsealed, his cultivation quickly broke through the divine palace realm and produced a bloodline return to his ancestors, seriously injuring Long Yuan. Villain value plus 150,000. Long Yuan's status as a son of Qi did not cause Suyu to experience any emotional fluctuations. As a conclusion from experience, a son of Qi at his level could provide a villain value of between 5 to 8 million. Just kill it. Suyu shook his head slightly, not wanting to delay more. An opponent of this level couldn't even make him polish the 9 styles of Han Yuan, and just as he was about to do it, ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the mission. Please replace the dragon corpses with 9 living true dragons to pull the chuff. Reward for completion, 100 grains of alien demon essence. Oh, Suyu's outstretched hand slowly stalled. Alien demon essence is a good thing. It was a great tonic for his emperor body. What true dragon race? I think it's the true insect race. Ha ha ha. On the side, Li Changqing had an excited look on his face, as if he was the one who crushed the dragon abyss divine son. Hearing Li Changqing's undisguised laughter, Long Yuan violently rushed out from the ground, his eyes filled with indignation. At this moment, he was drenched in blood, his dragon scales were broken, and his breath was extremely disorganized. If it wasn't for the help of the true Dragon Clan's secret method, I'm afraid that I would have died directly under that strike. Dragon Fountain's Taoist heart is unstable. Villain value plus 200,000. Long Yuan stared at Suyu in death. Incomparably grave. What exactly are you? Suyu did not reply and gazed at the dragon abyss for a moment before muttering to himself. Using a dragon corpse to pull a card is indeed inappropriate. Hearing these words, Long Yuan's frowning brows loosened and the corner of his mouth hooked slightly. Since you know it's not good, why don't you hurry up and hand over the dragon corpse before the elders of our clan find out? Oh, you still have elders? That's great. Suyu's eyes lit up slightly. And then, slowly, he extended his right hand downward. Dragon corpses are, after all, dead things, and although their aura is strong, they are less spiritual. How can they be as good as alive? Real dragon? Saying that, Suyu's right hand fiercely clenched. Bang! The earth beneath Long Yuan's feet shattered with a loud bang, and his figure was forcefully yanked up from the ground, and then violently flew towards Suyu in the sky. In mid-air, Dragon Abyss was forced to reveal its original form, which was a 1,000-foot black dragon, its body glistening with black and gold color. Long Yuan's eyes were filled with panic as he desperately tried to resist, but he was simply unable to resist that vast force. What? What do you want? Knowingly, Dragon Abyss. Long Yuan's Taoist heart is shattered. Extremely frightened. Villainous value plus 500,000. Suyu pulled Long Yuan to his body, and then directly unlocked the chains that were wrapped around the dragon's corpse and put them on Long Yuan's body. Since you want the dragon corpse, it will be given to you. Suyu smiled broadly. Now, contact the elders of your clan and quickly gathered the remaining 8 true dragons for this gongzi, humiliating Long Yuan and forcing the other to betray his elders. Villain value plus 500,000. You. Long Yuan was extremely angry and cursed angrily. You're humiliating my true dragon clan? Suyu sniffed and was filled with doubt. Humiliation? Why would you consider this humiliating? Long Yuan laughed back in anger. What is this not humiliation? Wouldn't it be an honor to pull the chuff for my lord? Suyu rightfully said. Words humiliate the true dragons. Villain value plus 200,000. Hubris. Conceit. The crowd tilted their heads, all feeling their hearts clogged. What kind of egotistical person would say such a thing so naturally? Long Yuan was even more furious. What's wrong with what my lord said? Suyu frowned at Long Yuan. Long Yuan was extremely angry. My true dragon clan has been the supreme divine beast since ancient times. Would I pull a cart for you? Dream on. Oh. Suyu let out a light oh, then picked up a chain with his hand and violently smashed it on Long Yuan's body. Boom! The earth shook violently. Long Yuan's figure brought out a long gully in the ground. This whip, Suyu had utilized the Upanishad of force, which would not cause too much damage, but would increase the other party's pain by hundreds or thousands of times. For a while, the skin on the dragon's body was split open and blood flowed out. Suyu's expression was ice cold as he stared at Long Yuan. Never try to make the true dragon yield. Long Yuan stalked his neck and glared angrily. Only his voice was a little shaky, and his eyes were filled with fear. Suyu nodded slightly and drew in another vicious chain. The chains carried a numbing blast, and Long Yuan's body was covered in broken scales and splattered with blood. It doesn't work. Long Yuan roared again. Pop! The chains fell again. Long Yuan was bathed in blood, and his dragon body was close to collapsing. Still a tough guy. Forget it. The big deal is to kill and eat the meat, and later personally go to the true dragon clan to enter a batch. After Suyu finished speaking, he once again wrapped the chains around his right arm while preparing to strike. Dragon Abyssal Dao heart completely shattered. Villain value plus 1 million. Wait. After Long Yuan felt that killing intent, he finally couldn't resist. His heart defense was completely shattered, and that trace of high pride of being a dragon was also shattered by these whips. Hurriedly, he said, "Don't kill me. I'm going to call the elders of the clan to come." After saying that, Long Yuan's fingertips flew and stroked, writing down a paragraph in midair before lying down as if he was relieved, saying quickly under his breath, "Second uncle, third uncle, Grand Master, I found a heavy treasure here. Come here quickly." After transmitting his voice to the elders of his clan, Long Yuan laughed bitterly for a while. He practiced hard for 1,000 years, and after being unrivaled in his peer group 20,000 years ago, he sealed himself in the world. The goal of this life is to compete for the throne and achieve the position of a great emperor. He would never allow such a suffocating death. Even if he dies, he will fall on top of that emperor's path. What's more, this person in front of him was extremely arrogant, so when the elders of the clan arrived here, they could definitely join forces to take him down. Ha! Satisfied, Suyu tossed the chains aside, and then, he turned his head to look at the crowd and shrugged his shoulders innocently. "All of you saw it. I didn't force him, it was all of his own volition." Crowd, if you say you're not forced, then you're not forced. Li Changqing sighed. Just now, he was the domineering true dragon divine son. Now what has he been tuned into? It's really 3 whips to break the true dragon's soul. Big brother, I'm one of my own. Why do you think you messed with him? Chapter 129. You're the Su family's imperial son? Then who am I? I didn't expect the divine son of the true dragon clan to be tossed around like this. From the looks of it, the true dragon race doesn't seem to be any stronger than the human race. Hey, maybe I can catch a true dragon to use as a mount someday? Go ahead and try if you want to die. It's not that the true dragons are weak, it's that this master is too strong. Looking at the miserable Long Yuan, everyone gloated, and at this moment, the 8 treasures supreme being who had been watching the fun was finally unable to sit still. This little friend, do you really want to take Long Yuan's elders as mounts as well? The 8 treasures supreme being's face was slightly stagnant, seeing that things were getting bigger and bigger. Even he, a supreme being, had some headaches. What? You want to get 2 going too? Suyu cast a sidelong glance at the 8 treasures supreme being. That's not true. 8 treasures supreme coughed 2 dry coughs, then added, this father has always advocated peace and harmony. The purpose of today's 8 treasures event. Also want to take this opportunity to let all the fellow travelers know each other. Nowadays, little friend and the true dragon clan have this unpleasantness. I'm afraid it's not good for all of us. Suyu frowned slightly and said, it's no problem to make peace. In a moment, if there are any extra true dragons, this Gongzi can consider selling them to you. A question mark slowly surfaced above the 8 treasures supreme's head. What the hell? Did I mean that? You're playing dumb, aren't you? He couldn't help but glance at Li Changqing. It's true that what goes around comes around. The 8 treasures supreme being smiled helplessly. This honored one might as well make things clearer. What does little friend need to do to calm his anger and not continue to cause trouble? If we let them go on like this, not to mention that the 8 treasures event can't be organized, it's a toss-up whether our own 8 treasures chamber of commerce will still be able to open tomorrow. Suyu knew what the 8 treasures supreme being meant, but how could he let go of this opportunity to pick up a true dragon mount for nothing? It's fine. It'll be over soon, and my lord promises that it definitely won't take long. Saying that, Suyu turned his head to look at Long Yuan and urged, tell those elders of yours to speed up. This Gongzi has urgent matters to attend to in a while. Long Yuan dared to be angry, but could only transmit his voice again to urge. Seeing this, Supreme Emperor 8 Treasures rubbed his brow, only to feel incomparably regretful. Why did you have to make such a mistake in the first place by organizing the 8 Treasures Festival? These celestial pride, one by one, are all troublemakers. It turned out that each of these people's backgrounds was bigger than the other, and none of them was someone he could afford to mess with. LOL. The 8 Treasures Supreme being sighed quietly. Forget it. Since we can't control it, let's just go with the flow. I wonder where my little friend comes from. He forced his mind to calm down and asked Suyu. I'm afraid those are the only ones who dare to use a real dragon to pull a cart. Suyu heard the words, and there was no intention to cover up, and opened his mouth and said back, Su, the Su family's imperial son has arrived. Idle people retreat. However, without waiting for Suyu to finish speaking, a pale and powerful voice suddenly came from the distance. Before the words fell, the crowd saw a line of silhouettes speeding up 10,000 feet in the air. A golden rain fell from the sky, and the petals were like snow. Thousands of people slowly descended with flying swords on their feet and a magnificent palace on their shoulders. In the blink of an eye, that palace had descended into the sky above the heads of the crowd, and at the same time, a strong pressure enveloped the entire space. In an instant, everyone felt a sense of awe originating from their souls. They raised their heads and looked at that majestic and grandiose palace, and a deep look of shock and awe spread across their faces. Hiss! What a powerful sense of oppression! The Su family? Could it be the forbidden family in that forbidden area? worthy of the imperial clan. The crowd was in awe. Supreme Emperor 8 Treasures was also surprised, and hurriedly bowed and saluted. Old me, 8 Treasures, President of the 8 Treasures Chamber of Commerce. I have met the Su family's upper envoy. I was just trying my luck and threw an invitation to the Su family, but I didn't expect that the imperial son would personally come. It really makes the 8 Treasures Chamber of Commerce look bright. The Su family, the Forbidden Emperor clan, was the true master of the central heavenly domain, and although he was a supreme being, he was afraid that in the eyes of others, he was not even as good as a mole cricket. In the face of this kind of emperor clan, he would never dare to show any disrespect. The Su family? The emperor's son? Su Yu's expression at the moment was somewhat wonderful, his eyes staring daggers at that palace. Thousands of people resisting the temple. This row is simply bigger than even him. Looking at the word Su engraved in the emperor's script on top of the palace, as well as those strong-bodied slaves that resembled the ancient god race. At this moment, even Su Yu was a bit bewildered. How is it that the other party is more like an emperor's son than he is an emperor's son? However, the owner of that one palace did not make any response to the crowd's reaction. In the next moment, a group of people flew out of the palace and landed beside Supreme Emperor 8 Treasures. They wore white robes and masks, so they couldn't see their faces, but they all revealed a powerful aura. The 8 Treasures Supreme being hurriedly stepped forward and arched his hand. The white-robed people, however, ignored the 8 Treasures Supreme being and bowed to the palace in unison. Next moment, a bright red carpet rolled down from above the palace. The sound of divine voices resounded around them, and there were pretty-faced maids scattering flowers on both sides. Greetings to the imperial son on his tour. The 8 Treasures Supreme being bowed once more, and his heart was amazed. Is this the platitude of the imperial clan? I thought that he was already extravagant by sitting in the 8 Treasures Chamber of Commerce on weekdays, but I didn't expect that after comparing it to the real imperial clan, it was simply not even a fart. As the white-robed people bowed and retreated, a figure slowly paced out from the palace. It was a young man dressed in white. He had a handsome face, and his ink hair like a waterfall fell straight down to his waist. The young man's expression was cold and arrogant. His gaze was disdainful, not putting anyone in his eyes, and his body even revealed an invisible and powerful pressure. Simply standing there, it was as if he was a towering immortal god. The crowd was in awe. Worthy of being an emperor's son, truly extraordinary nah. Yes, just by standing there, he has such majesty, such vigor. Who can compete with him? Compared to the emperor's son, Prince Golden Sun's first class is also a bit dim. The crowd's eyes were filled with admiration. Emperor's son. This was synonymous with the strongest of the younger generation. Even this lord who dared to use the 9 dragons to pull the whiskey. I'm afraid he wouldn't dare to easily offend the emperor's son. Would he? However, what the crowd did not realize was that Su Yu suddenly froze in place after hearing the words coming out of the visitor's mouth. You're the Su clan's imperial son. Then who am I? Chapter 130. Hello, Liu Oya. The white-robed man held a folding fan in his hand and strolled down in mid-air, finally landing in front of Supreme Emperor 8 Treasures, indifferently saying, this emperor's son is going to enter the 100,000 great mountains to hunt today. It is only an honor for my chamber to serve the emperor's son. As the words fell, Supreme Emperor 8 Treasures immediately presented the map with both hands and opened his mouth to explain it to him. The 100,000 great mountains were where the once overlord of the heavens, the demon race, was located. However, ever since the demon race fell out of favor, the clans of the upper realm joined forces to expel the demon race into the middle of the desolate 100,000 great mountains. The white-robed man took the map, and after casually scanning it, he carelessly said again, it seems that this emperor's son heard just now, that you guys were discussing buying and selling true dragons? Ha! The 8 Treasures Supreme God was slightly stunned, and then reacted, reporting to the emperor, those two were in some minor conflict just now, but now it has. Skirmish? The man in white waved his hand to interrupt his words. His gaze lightly shifted and swept over the chain Long Yuan, a hint of frivolity appearing in his eyes. Long Yuan raised his head violently and met the man's gaze, and was just about to open his mouth to ask for help when he suddenly heard, capturing the true dragon race as mounts? Not a bad idea at all. The corners of the white-robed man's mouth hooked slightly, as if he was seriously considering whether or not to replace the people of the Hall of Resistance with true dragons. A glimmer of hope had just risen in Long Yuan's heart, and after hearing these words, it was instantly extinguished again, and at the same time, his heart was in a great hurry. He just wanted to get the hell out of this place now. In his opinion, this emperor's son could be much more terrifying than Su Yu. Su Yu's origin was unknown, and he could still fight for a while, but if this Su clan's imperial son wanted to make him a mount, that would be the end of it. Not to mention that he was only the divine son of the true dragon of the Western Sea. Even if it was the entire true dragon clan put together, They couldn't afford to mess with the emperor's son. How about transferring this true dragon to this emperor's son? The young man turned his head and suddenly looked at Su Yu. At this moment, everyone held their breath as their gazes converged on Su Yu's body, and even the 8 treasures supreme being, the true dragon clan's elders, and Dragon Abyss were all looking at him. In the eyes of the crowd, as long as he dared to utter a single word of no, he was afraid that he would immediately incur the trouble of killing himself. After all, the identity of the one in front of him was too big. Who dares not give what the emperor's son wants? However, what surprised them was that after facing the emperor's son's persecution, the man's reaction was extremely strange. Only a slight frown was seen before he spoke. What is your name? When these words came out, the whole room was shocked. The 8 treasures supreme being rounded his eyes and cried out in his heart that it was not good. When confronted with a request from the emperor's son, not only did he not comply, but he went ahead and asked for his name? My God, is this a death wish? He hurriedly stepped forward and advised, Mr. Su, this is the Su family from the Forbidden Area. I know. However, without waiting for the 8 treasures supreme being to finish, Su Yu interrupted him. Immediately afterward, he slowly raised his head and looked straight at the young man. I'm going to ask you one last time. What's your name? As he spoke, an invisible aura was slowly released from within him. In the next moment, the inner world descended. The heaven-devouring demon jar hung in the air, and endless pitch-black chains exploded, imprisoning the entire void. If we don't get this straight, no one is leaving today. Boom! Su Yu's eyes glowed with a ghostly light, and a majestic aura erupted in an instant. At this moment, everyone felt an oppression from their souls. They trembled in their hearts and looked horrified. Bold! How dare you disrespect the emperor's son? Seek death! Behind the white-clothed man, several figures surged forward, simultaneously striking out at Su Yu. In an instant, swords and shadows filled the sky. Su Yu was not the least bit fearful as the heaven-devouring demon jar slightly shook, directly shattering all attacks. Now that he had already manipulated the heaven-devouring demon jar with the cultivation of the divine platform realm, he was already a mole cricket in his eyes under the saint realm, and he didn't care about it at all. Moreover, Su Yu has long seen, in front of this emperor's son, is completely in the bluff. These so-called underlings, all the other side to use some kind of means to create a bubble. The man in white frowned slightly, a hint of hidden suspicion flashing in the depths of his eyes. His figure slowly descended and locked eyes with Su Yu. Could it be that you know this emperor's son? Su Yu's face was calm. This sentence, I should be the one to ask you. His expression was a bit complicated. This emperor's son does not know you. As soon as the words fell, Su Jogo instantly stepped out from the 9 Dragons whiskey with a playful face. Since you don't know each other, then you still dare to pretend to be my family's young lord? Boom! These words exploded in the crowd's minds like thunder. Pretending to be my young master? What do you mean? Could it be that this one in front of them is the real Su family emperor's son, not impersonating an emperor's son? How much does one not want to live to do such a thing? The 8 treasures supreme being, Long Yuan, and the others were all dumbstruck and filled with incredulity. Subconsciously, they didn't even think anyone would do such a thing. Isn't this purely looking for death? What kind of existence is the Su family? Even if you can impersonate for a while, sooner or later you will be liquidated by the Su family. Figure what? Therefore, the crowd's preconceptions directly believed the words of the man in white. But now, once Su Jioge's words came out, the crowd was bewildered again. Who's really the real one? Su Yu didn't bother with nonsense and directly reached out and pressed down with a palm. At that moment, the imposing palace actually crumbled inch by inch like paper mache. Those servants and attendants who looked strong were also wiped out by this palm without the slightest resistance. Fake. It's really a fake. This person is really a fake. Seeing this, how could the crowd not understand the truth? A chill rose in everyone's hearts at the same time as they glared angrily at the impostor. This guy was taking advantage of their awe, and it was clear that it was just a phantom that could be broken with a single poke. Yet no one present dared to offend the Su clan's emperor's son. If it wasn't for the presence of the real emperor's son, I'm afraid I would have really let him have his way. Wait, real emperor's son present? We worship the emperor's son. The crowd suddenly realized something and hurriedly knelt down towards where Su Yu was. Supreme Emperor 8 Treasures was sweating profusely. I did not recognize the emperor's true face, and I was almost offended by the miscreants. Please forgive the emperor. At the same time, Jin Yang, Fire Phoenix, and the others also had chills running down their spines. No wonder this person dared to pull a whisker with a real dragon, and his strength was still so terrifying. So it turned out that he was actually an emperor's son. As for Long Yuan, he was completely confused at this moment. His eyes were hollow and his lips trembled uncontrollably. He immensely wanted to transmit his voice again and inform the elders of his clan of the truth. However, Under Su Yu's aura, he could not even move his fingers now. I'm becoming a sinner. Long Yuan wanted to cry. What he had just done was simply pushing his clan into the fire pit. Hey, I didn't think it would be a shame to run into me in person the first time I tried to cheat a big one. You say that you, an emperor's son, never showed your face in the world before, so why did you happen to run into me? What an abomination. The corners of the white-clothed man's mouth tugged, and then the white light on top of his head flashed, transforming into a delicate figure in the cold gaze of the crowd. She was dressed in a light purple gauze gown with starbursts outlined in silver silk and decorated with emerald jade, making her as agile as an immortal. Ebony hair like a waterfall, the tips of the hair hidden silver light, diagonally inserted a silver snake hairpin. Hairpin tail crystal flow of ghostly aura. Her eyebrows are like a painting, her eyes are lively, and the end of her eyes are slightly upturned, revealing a little bit of cunning. Xiong nose small, red lips pursed, seemingly angry like a smile, show all the delicate. She wrapped her arms around her chest and tilted her head slightly, a smile on her brow. Even though he was looked at angrily by the crowd, he was still not half afraid. Speaking of which, I really don't know the name of this emperor's son of yours. Why don't you kindly tell me, so that this young lady's cracks will be much smaller the next time she cheats. The young girl gave a crooked smile. When the crowd saw this, they all gritted their teeth. How dare you impersonate the emperor's son and cheat him? Not to mention being so arrogant after being caught in the act? She's not practicing deception. She's clearly here to provoke. Su Yu, my name is Su Yu. However, to the surprise of the crowd, not only did Su Yu not make a move to teach the other party a lesson, but instead, he actually informed his name. What kind of reasoning is that? Obviously, the emperor's son was still furious before, looking like he wanted to cut the other party down, but now not only was his anger completely gone, but he was laughing instead? The crowd was in disbelief. Only, Su Yu didn't care about the views of the onlookers. He stared daggers at the young girl. That face had long appeared in his dreams countless times. Even though the other party looked much more youthful and tender at this time, it still made it difficult for Su Yu to control himself. He slowly extended his hand and said, "Hello, Luo Yao. Chapter 131. You've been tricked. Ha, how do you know what my name is?" Luo Yao blinked her big eyes, her eyes filled with curiosity. For some reason, she always felt that the Su Yu in front of her looked familiar. It was clear that he had never seen it before, but it was as if he had seen it countless times in his dreams. A few months ago, after she heard of the title Su clan emperor's son, she was like possessed, wanting to find out everything she could about this title. That's the reason for this deception of playing Su Yu. She wanted to meet the Su family's imperial son, but I didn't expect to find nothing. But I had a stroke of luck and ran straight into him. Luo Yao ghostly held that hand. Well, it's generous, warm, and somehow there's a hint of reassurance. Watching the duo's actions, a few ambiguous colors suddenly appeared in the eyes of the surrounding crowd. I see. It seems that this emperor's son, too, is a man of nature. 8 Treasures Supreme secretly wiped his sweat. It seemed that things were finally under control. Su Yu smiled faintly and said with a bit of mischief, "Aren't you in the Northern Plains Luo family? Why did you run to the central heavenly domain?" Luo Yao froze. Why do you know everything? Could it be that you're just like those old monsters in the Heavenly Chance Pavilion who can divine heavenly chances? Luo Yao tilted her head, her curiosity towards Su Yu intensifying. But this guy was simply abominable and had no answer for himself at all. Luo Yao waited for a long time and couldn't wait for an answer, so she was so angry that she clenched her silver teeth. Put. Su Yu couldn't help but laugh at her appearance. No one could connect this nerdy girl with the goddess who glared at the half-emperor to death with a single glance. Could they? Hey, big bad guy, don't just giggle. Say something. Luo Yao puffed up her mouth, very dissatisfied, and wanted to pull her hand back. Su Yu backhanded Luo Yao's small, soft, boneless hand. There's no rush. We have plenty of time to talk. Big rascal, let go of me. Luo Yao's pretty face reddened and fiercely pinched Su Yu. Ah, gently. I don't care. Big rascal, let go of me quickly or I'll make you look good. The two of them were playing around. That flirting look, but it made the surrounding people's faces full of smiles. Ahem. This honored one declares that the 8 Treasures extravaganza has officially begun. The 8 Treasures Supreme being said aloud as if he was relieved. Please enter in an orderly fashion. Swish, swish, swish. As the words fell, a group of young figures suddenly came out in a line, stepping into the interior of the Chamber of Commerce. There were those who were gorgeously dressed and those who were plain and ordinary, but regardless of the gender, all of them had an aura that was off the charts. The ones who could be invited were at worst little geniuses who had made a name for themselves in the place. Wait, where's my godson? Just then, several dragon shadows crossed the distant sky. The faces of the crowd changed slightly. This was the Long Yuan Divine Son's elders arriving. Does it mean that another big battle is about to start? Unfortunately, the crowd was not able to get what they wanted. Your family's divine son has messed with the Su family's emperor's son, and has now been taken as a mount. So if you're sensible enough to go and find a chain to tie it up by yourself, pulling a card for the emperor's son in the future will also be a meritorious deed. The 8 treasures supreme being pointed at the 9-dragon chauffeur and coldly said, "What? The emperor's son?" A look of astonishment appeared in the eyes of those giant dragons. Seeing Long Yuan, who was bound by chains and his breath was wilting, their first reaction was to rescue him and severely punish the culprit. However, the words of the 8 treasures supreme being were like a pot of cold water snapping down, causing chills to run down the spines of all the dragons. The Su family, the emperor's son. The words were too heavy and weighed them down to the point where they couldn't straighten up. Even one as lofty as a true dragon had to look up. Emperor's son's chauffeur. The dragons' faces were complicated as they looked at the dragon corpse and the chains. Torn. They were all true dragons. Did they have to directly give up their dignity and become slaves just based on the other party's words? The other party had injured and humiliated the divine son of the clan, and he and the others were about to bow down before they even managed to meet him? However, looking at the entangled elders of the clan, Long Yuan was sweating with anxiety. Putting together his last ounce of psychic energy, he squeezed a word out of his throat. Kneel. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and obtaining 100 grains of alien demon essence. Inside the 8 treasures chamber of commerce, between the pavilion and the water pavilion, Suyu frowned slightly, and then slowly stretched. I didn't realize that these true dragons were quite self-conscious. That saved him a lot of work. After all, right now, Suyu didn't have time to waste on those true dragons. Hey, Big Bad, how long are you going to hold it? Don't you know that a man and a woman are not related? Luo Yao had a grimace on her face as she gazed at her hand that was being grasped by Suyu and said, "From the very beginning, this big pig's hoof had been pulling on herself, looking like she was afraid she would run away." The duo was currently surrounded by stars in the center of the venue, and people were constantly coming up to talk to them. Hold it a little longer. There's no rush. Suyu didn't have the slightest intention of letting go. He did fear that once he let go Luo Yao would be gone. The woman was like a ghost in his eyes. Not only was Luo Yao full of doubts, Suyu was as well. Therefore, Suyu did not intend to let go until he understood something clearly. After glancing at Luo Yao and realizing that the other party was somewhat uncomfortable with this kind of scene, Suyu decisively chose to take her away. Hand in hand, the two walked away from the hustle and bustle of the crowd into a gazebo by the lake and sat down. After thinking about it, Suyu set up heavy restrictions outside the pavilion again. Only after doing this did he open his mouth and ask, "Luo Yao, why didn't you stay at home? Instead you ran to the central heavenly domain and pretended to be me?" Luo Yao frowned. "Why should I stay home? What's the point of being at home? It's boring as hell. The central heavenly domain is so much fun. As for pretending to be you, this lady is happy." After saying that, she even spat out her tongue at Suyu. The corner of Suyu's mouth twitched and he wanted to continue to ask something, but Luo Yao directly reached out and covered his mouth. "No questions allowed. You haven't answered why you know my name." Suyu was a bit helpless. "You told me." Luo Yao froze slightly. Suyu decided not to hide it anymore. "You told me your name, including the Luo family you are in." With that, he directly took out the Destruction Luck Atlas and narrated everything he knew about Luo Yao. After hearing all of this, Luo Yao froze, and was completely dumbfounded. The original soulful eyes had become extraordinarily dull at the moment, even somewhat like Suyu's stupid second uncle. But soon, Luo Yao suddenly laughed again. "Ha ha ha," she laughed her ass off. "Great Imperial Sun Su. You've been tricked." Chapter 132 Lying to Yourself. "I've been lied to? What do you mean?" Suyu frowned deeply. All the prophecies of the Atlas of Destruction are true. Moreover, he had also witnessed Luo Yao break the Hangu Emperor's imperial thoughts with just a single projection. Therefore, with regards to the deceit in Luo Yao's mouth, Suyu had difficulty understanding it, and at this moment, Luo Yao didn't know what came to her mind and covered her stomach, laughing so hard that tears bubbled out of her eyes. A few moments later, "I didn't think that my chance to become a saint would be so simple." Luo Yao forced a smile and made a face at Suyu. "Fool, you've been tricked by the future me." Suyu was stunned, but before he could respond, a terrifying might suddenly erupted from Luo Yao's body. The aura of the Dao domain. Which senior has become a saint? To the side of the venue, the crowd was all astonished by the monstrous aura. Is this the woman the emperor's son has his eye on? At such a young age, she's actually taken this step. This woman is feared to be the #1 ranking existence among her peers. Wait, you guys look at the mark above her brow. Someone suddenly realized what was going on and cried out in alarm. The crowd followed the sound, and they suddenly realized that Luo Yao was outlining a black rose above her brow. She's actually the 6th on the heaven's remarkable ranking. Deceiving heaven? A look of shock appeared in everyone's eyes. Even the 8 treasures supreme was no exception. Deception? Suyu's brows furrowed as he repeated the title. He originally thought that Luo Yao's identity was only that of a big miss in an ordinary family, but judging from the crowd's reaction, her identity was not simple. One must know that even Suyu was only ranked 9th on the heaven's remarkable ranking. It's been broken up. Luo Yao playfully spat out her tongue. I didn't expect the fluctuation of breaking through the saint realm to be so great that there's no way to utilize the deception path to cover it up. As Luo Yao's words fell, a system beep abruptly came from Suyu's mind. Ding! Detecting the appearance of divine fate in the host's surroundings. Name, Luo Yao. Cultivation, entering the sacred realm. Physique, floating dream body, imperial body. Remarks, the daughter of the Luo family in the ancient North Plains. The reincarnation of the Tao of Deception. One of the 3,000 Great Tao. Possessing the power to deceive the heavens and conceal the earth. Taking pleasure in teasing the living beings and manipulating the Great Tao. And obtaining from it the method of constantly becoming stronger. The Tao of Deception. Imperial body. And her origin was so great that she was the reincarnated body of the 3,000 Great Tao. No wonder the system didn't detect the other side in the first place. The pupils of Suyu's eyes contracted slightly. It seems that in the future, he can't look down on the world too much. If he takes the initiative to carry out probing, not to mention that Luo Yao is the reincarnation of the Great Tao, even if the Great Tao comes in person, he won't be able to escape the system's gaze. Cootie. Now do you know? Luo Yao looked at Suyu with a smile on her brow. Aha. Suyu calmly nodded his head. Based on what's going on, he did get ripped off. The future Luo Yao was not fake, and neither were the things she said. A powerful deception can be to deceive with the truth. Luo Yao's mere words in the beginning had successfully misled Suyu into believing that the other party was his future Tao couple. Therefore, after Suyu had found him, the current Luo Yao had successfully completed this deception and gained unimaginable benefits, directly stepping into the saint realm from the divine palace realm. Snap! Suyu folded his 2 hands and slowly applauded in admiration. Wonderful! It is truly wonderful! This world's heroes are actually like the secretaries of the river. I didn't expect that Suyu, would also be counted so deeply one day. Hearing Suyu's words, the people on the side all stared with wide eyes. Unexpectedly, things took another turn for the worse. This daughter of deception of the heavens had actually counted on the emperor's son early in the morning. Truly daring. Big dummy. Calm down. Luo Yao had a guilty look on her face. You're not angry. You're not angry. She danced her hands exaggeratedly. An invisible fluctuation spread. In the next moment, Suyu actually really felt that his anger was rapidly subsiding. Is this the way of deception? It's really powerful. To be able to directly deceive my heart. Suyu gave a heartfelt sigh of admiration. He knew exactly what the other party was doing, but he still watched as he was successfully counted. And it was a marvelous feeling. Okay, don't be angry. I didn't mean to lie to you either. Seeing Suyu's anger dissipate, Luo Yao immediately changed into a pitiful expression. How about this? How about people give their bodies to each other? Luo Yao made a squirming gesture. Her arms were folded and her 2 small white hands kept drawing circles on her chest. However, Suyu was unmoved. The opponent's deception of the Tao was so great that he could deceive everything, but he couldn't deceive his Tao heart. Suyu had traveled all the way from the lower realm and had relied on himself alone to solve the problem unless as a last resort. Even when he faced a half-emperor, he had never been afraid. And how firm was the Taoist heart he had practiced. You have helped me out of danger. And now I have helped you become a saint, you and I. Too clear. After coldly putting down a sentence, Suyu turned around and left. Hey, wait for me. Seeing Suyu about to leave, Luo Yao hurriedly shouted. It was just that she had only just become a saint now, and had yet to completely stabilize her cultivation. Taking one step, half of his body began to become illusory, seemingly about to disappear into the world, frightening Luo Yao to retract her footsteps again. She could only watch Suyu's figure walk further and further away. Hey, are you really leaving? Big dummy. I'm sorry, I won't lie to you again. Wait for me. Luo Yao's aggrieved voice echoed around the lake. That look is simply the sadness of the hearer and the tears of the hearer. And those who don't know still think that Suyu is the negative person. Humph. Li Changqing rolled his eyes and said viciously, Bad woman still wants to cheat my righteous father? Luckily, I thought you were really the future righteous mother before. Simply detestable. At the same time, Red Lotus, Su Jiugu, and the others all cast cold gazes. And then, the crowd followed Suyu away in unison. The 8 treasures supreme being sighed and bowed. Farewell, Emperor's son. Unexpectedly, in the end, he did not succeed in organizing his 8 treasures fest. As soon as Suyu left, who in the audience still had the heart to climb up and make friends? Gradually, the venue's silhouette gradually disappeared, becoming exceptionally cold. Don't leave me alone. Luo Yao's eyes panicked, only to feel an emptiness in her heart, a strong sense of loneliness surging to her heart. Watching Suyu walk further and further away until he disappeared into thin air, Luo Yao covered her heart, only feeling as if a piece of her heart was missing. What is this feeling? Shouldn't he just be a breakthrough opportunity sent by the future me? Why do I feel such pain? Luo Yao clenched her lower lip, her eyes reddening. A premonition grew in her mind. If she let Suyu leave just like that, I'm afraid she would regret it for the rest of her life. But she couldn't move at all at the moment. After cheating the Dao into sainthood, her entire body would be reshaped by the great Dao, and she wouldn't be able to move the slightest bit during the process of shaping her saintly body. Being able to speak was only possible because she had forced herself to cheat her throat. Next moment, Luo Yao couldn't stand it anymore and cried out with a wow. I was wrong. Big dummy. I'll never lie to you again. Luo Yao wiped her tears with her hands and feet. She realized at this moment that she seemed to have lost the man himself. Obviously it was only the first time they had met. Obviously they hadn't even said a few words. Yet she was able to determine that the other person was the most important person in her life. This feeling, not related to the great Dao, not related to the Gong method, is an obsession that comes from the underworld and runs through the long river of time. Obsession from the future. You lied to me. Future me. You lied to me. Luo Yao's heart ached so much that she couldn't breathe. She had realized that her future self had lied to her present self. It wasn't just Suyu who was cheated. It was also her. Luo Yao smiled bitterly. He was truly worthy of being the reincarnation of the way of deception. And when he was ruthless, he even deceived himself. Chapter 133 I Want It All. Divine Destiny's Luo Yao is extremely sad. Villain value plus 2 million. Divine Destiny's Luo Yao is extremely sad. Villain value plus 1.5 million. Young master, are we really leaving? Leaving her alone there and not caring? Outside the 8 Treasures Chamber of Commerce, Su Jiugu turned around frequently and said with some concern. Suyu said without turning his head back. What? She's an entry sacred realm. Are you still worried about her safety? That's not true. Su Jiugu let out a long sigh. I also feel very angry about Luo Yao deceiving the young lord, but her future achievements are after all. I know what you're trying to say, but my mind is made up. Suyu's face was calm as he interrupted Su Jiuji's next words. He knew that Luo Yao would likely grow to be at the level of a great emperor or even surpass a great emperor in the future. But so what? There is such a thing as deception once and then countless times. Suyu didn't want to have to guess whether or not the other party was lying to him every moment. What's more, if it was compared to future achievements, Suyu was conceded that he would not be inferior to Luo Yao. Today, the other party is just one step ahead of himself. Alas, seeing Suyu's resolute attitude, Su Jiugu also stopped persuading. If she hadn't seen Luo Yao's great potential and ability, she wouldn't have been willing to push the one she loved towards the other. But now, since the other party doesn't cherish it himself, there's nothing to say. Is that Emperor Su's son up ahead? Just then, the sky chimed and trembled. A group of women in black and white dresses broke through the air. The first person was wearing a deep purple robe. The body of the robe was embroidered with silver silk threads to create an intricate star map. Each star seemed to be flickering slightly, and a rich arcane atmosphere spread out. My slave is the Weaver Star Officer of the Heavenly Chance Pavilion. See Emperor Su. The Weaver owed a slight bow in a very respectful manner. She was a Saint King, but Suyu's name was just too loud to allow her to be half disrespectful. Tenchi Kaku? Suyu frowned slightly, not having much goodwill towards the Tianji Pavilion as an organization. What is it that you have come to find me for? I remember that the heir of your lineage seems to be called Wang Daojun, right? Upon hearing the name Wang Daojun, the smile on the Weaver's face froze slightly. This person has already been removed from the Heavenly Chi Pavilion. After saying that, the Weaver made a wink towards the female officer beside her, who immediately returned the gesture and fetched a jade box from the back. The weaving maiden picked up the jade box and respectfully handed it over, saying with full sincerity, "This is the Pavilion Master's welcome gift to the Emperor's son. I hope the Emperor's son likes it." Suyu picked it up. Opening it, there was a jade silkworm larva lying inside, its body surface all emitting a soft luster, as delicate and exquisite as jade. For spirit jade silkworm. After seeing the contents of the jade box, a trace of surprise flashed in Suyu's eyes. Emperor's son is really knowledgeable. The weaving maiden smiled faintly. Before spirit jade silkworm, also known as the jade silkworm of the time spirit, is the Tianji Pavilion's treasure of the pavilion. The silk spat out by the jade silkworms contains the power of time, and it is the most precious treasure for the cultivators practicing the way of time. I hope this treasure will calm the emperor's anger. Not bad. This item is indeed useful to me. The level of this thing was already about the same as the void beast Xiaohei, and the Tianji pavilion had made a bloody effort this time. Suyu put the jade box into his inner world, his expression slightly slowing down. He himself had slaughtered Tianji pavilion's successor Wang Daojun in the lower realms, yet the other party had to take the initiative to send a treasure to beg for his anger to be restored. After all, it's still the face of your own great big daddy. Suyu shook his head slightly. No matter what world it is, it's all about whoever has the biggest fist. Now that his own old man was about to die, he still had to speed up his strength before he could do so. You guys arrived with such fanfare. It can't be just for the sake of giving away treasures, right? Suyu said indifferently. The weaving maiden smiled faintly and said, "This time, I've come to invite the Emperor's son to the Starry Sky Emperor Road." Starry Sky Emperor Road? Suyu's face changed slightly. In the Su clan's hidden scripture cabinet, Suyu had seen a record of the Starry Sky Emperor Road. It was one of the greatest places of opportunity in the upper realm, and a necessary path to achieve Empyrean status. Emperors from ancient times to the present day had all traveled that path. She continued, "Emperor Su, I won't beat around the bush. Our Tianji pavilion is very optimistic about you and intends to invest in advance to become your right-hand man. The pavilion master promises that as long as you can shelter the Tianji pavilion after you become an emperor, we will agree to all of your requests, even if they are even more excessive. By the way, the slave is still a virgin today." When she said the last sentence, the weaver winks and her tone is mixed with a few points of ambiguity. A Saint King powerhouse, a giant in the entire upper realm, was now willing to commit himself to a divine platform realm. This kind of temptation has nothing to do with physical appearance, but it stirs up a strong sense of pleasure in one's heart. A gift of treasure from a good man, coupled with what appears to be a highly unequal give-and-take condition. It could be said that Tianji Pavilion had truly utilized the skill of playing with people's hearts to the extreme this time. Anyone else, I'm afraid, wouldn't say no. However, Suyu slowly shook his head under the weaver's expectant gaze. The chips of Tianji Pavilion are not enough. Not enough? Weaver sniffed. Suyu didn't refuse, but rather, he didn't think the chips were enough. Are you kidding me? Tianji Pavilion's conditions were almost close to having the pavilion master come out to be a dog for Suyu. There is a request, which is equivalent to giving half of the Tianji Pavilion directly to Suyu. The condition is just to let him become an emperor and then shelter the Tianji Pavilion in passing. Even if he thinks that the chips are not enough? The weaver's face changed slightly, and in her heart, she cursed Suyu for being too greedy. This kind of condition, even if it was once Su Wu Dao, I'm afraid he would have agreed to it in one go, right? Anyway, there was nothing to lose by agreeing, and the conditions that needed to be paid for would only be honored after becoming an emperor. One must know that it was only the early stage of the Golden Great World, and it was still a toss-up whether the other party could become an emperor or not. Weaving girl clenched her teeth, spoke again. Tianji Pavilion is proficient in strategizing and calculating together. The cabinet master is self-created to watch the art of the sky, can watch all the past and future, to see the whole of the heavens and all realms. There is my Tianji Pavilion as the two eyes of the Su Emperor's son. Even if it is the daughter of the deception of the heavens, it cannot be. Not enough. Suyu still shook his head. In his mind, it was already inevitable that he would become an emperor. And, with the system, he would surely break the spell of great emperors having a lifespan of only 100,000 years. In other words, if he agreed to the other party, wouldn't that mean he would have to shelter Tianji Pavilion for at least hundreds or tens of millions of years? When you look at it that way, it's a losing proposition any way you look at it. Then, what do you want? The weaver's mouth was a little dry, and in her heart, she vaguely felt that I was afraid that this deal could not be negotiated. The corner of Suyu's mouth slightly hooked. I want all of them. Chapter 134 Deception. If you want me to shelter the Tianji Pavilion, then you will give everything you have, and the Tianji Pavilion must completely submit to me, or else you are exempt. The weaver's eyes widened and her face hardened. The other side is clearly trying to empty their pockets. It was not true that the Su family was an imperial family, but if the next great emperor was not Su Yu, then I was afraid that this great tree that covered the sky would topple in just a moment. Pressing half of the Tianji Pavilion, there was still a hint of room for maneuver. However, if it was according to Su Yu's meaning, if the final result went wrong, then the only thing that awaited Tianji Pavilion was the path of complete annihilation. I'm sorry, I can't make a decision. Lord Emperor's son, please allow Nu Jia to return to the Tianji Pavilion to report to the Pavilion Master, and then come back to you after receiving an accurate answer. Aha! Farewell! The weaver bowed slightly, in a very humble manner. In her heart, Suyu had become synonymous with greed and arrogance. She didn't think the pavilion master would agree to such an unreasonable and exaggerated request. It seems that the pavilion master's art of skywatching still hasn't been practiced. Promise him. Just then, a voice suddenly exploded in the weaver's mind. Master of the court? The weaver's body was in a state of flux, and her face kept changing color. Has the pavilion master even been paying attention to this place? That's right. After all, this is a major event that concerns the survival of Tianji Pavilion. As you wish, the weaver responded in her mind, then took a deep breath and turned around to kneel on one knee. Lord Emperor's son, the pavilion master has agreed to your request. And now, the heavenly mechanics pavilion is yours. As the words left her mouth, the weaver exhaled heavily, only to feel her lower limbs go a little limp. A short sentence, but the weight contained in it made her a bit unable to carry it. There is no doubt that this is a big gamble, and I don't know if it will end up in pieces or. Master Tianji Pavilion, eyesight is indeed good. Suyu raised his eyebrows, not expecting the other party to be so decisive. Lord Emperor's son, since you have become the master of the Heavenly Chance Pavilion, it's time for this item to be handed over to you as well. The weaver quickly took out a jade box from behind her once again. A mask, made of an unknown metal, lay silently within it. This is the key to entering the Starry Sky Emperor Road. Only the top 100 of the Heaven's Pride ranking are worthy of holding it. You only need to drop your blood into it and you will know its wonderful use. After the weaver said that, she took out another transmitting talisman from her bosom. Lord Emperor's son can call on me at any time through the transmitting talisman, and I will fulfill all your needs. As the words fell, the weaver bowed again and turned to retreat. Looking at the departing backs of the people of the Tianji Pavilion, Suyu let out a light smile and immediately gave a command through the transmission talisman. The weaver's body stagnated slightly, and then she violently accelerated her speed and quickly disappeared. Young lord, Su Jiuge looked puzzled. What's wrong, Sister Jiuge? Suyu was surprised. Nothing, just think, the young lord has grown up. Su Jiuge gave a complicated smile. In just 1 year's time, Suyu had grown from a small cultivator in the lower realm to the present level. Even, it had already begun to plan for the matter of the Emperor's path, to compete with all beings to cross over and grab that one imperial throne. Only now do you feel it? Suyu seemed to smile. Upon hearing this, Su Jiuge seemed to have thought of something and instantly blushed, hastily lowering her head. Goodness gracious, you're a big fool to molest another good sister while I'm gone. Right at this moment, Luo Yao, who had finally finished remodeling her saint body, hurriedly rushed over, her beautiful eyes spitting fire. Do we know each other well? Suyu turned a blind eye and directly turned around and left. Only this time, Luo Yao didn't go to catch up, but stood in place with her waist crossed and said with a determined face, "Humph, big dummy, you'll come back sooner or later." She took a mask out of her arms and held it in her hands, playing with it. Suyu's eyes moved slightly, and he immediately stopped his steps before placing a drop of blood on top of the mask, completing the recognition. In the next moment, a light screen similar to a system panel appeared in front of his eyes. Seats on the heavens remarks list 9. Great work, 0. Abnormal, 100,000 mountains northern desert wasteland the heavenly palace dojo. With a slight movement of his mind, Suyu quickly understood the function of this mask. This thing is similar to a task posting platform. Only, it was the will of the great Tao that issued the task. After clearing the abnormality at the mission location, you will receive a great merit, whether it was to enter the Emperor's path, or to set foot on other places of opportunity. It was necessary to consume great merit. No wonder this woman is certain I'll turn around. Suyu frowned slightly. If you want to enter the Emperor's path you must obtain enough great merits. This meant that he had to complete enough quests before the Imperial Road opened, and he had already checked just now. The closest abnormal location to himself was clearly the 100,000 mountains. The other mission locations were either too far away or already being completed by other people to take his turn. The only quest that has never been claimed is the 100,000 mountains quest. Seeing Suyu turn around, Luo Yao immediately wilted and said in a pitiful manner, "Big dummy. No, Suyu brother you just forgive me. I promise to the avenue. We'll never cheat you again." Saying that, Luo Yao changed a sugar gourd out of nowhere and pitifully came to Suyu's front. Someone told me that eating candy canes when you're in a bad mood makes you feel better. Want to give it a try? She blinked her eyes, pitifully like an abandoned puppy. Suyu gazed into her eyes and frowned. A moment later, as if Suyu suddenly realized something, he took the sugar gourd and took a bite. The sugar coating is crispy and the hawthorn is tart, mixing into a refreshing sweet and sour in the mouth. How was it? Luo Yao was filled with anticipation. Not bad. Suyu shook his head slightly and carefully felt the changes within his body. Sure enough, gazing at Luo Yao's eyes, Suyu had a vague guess in his heart. But he had to wait for the weaver to send back the information before he could be sure. Luo Yao tightly bit her lower lip, thinking that Su Yu was still minding about being deceived. The next moment, she put up 3 fingers and said, "If Luo Yao cheats you again in the future, let me be struck by heaven and thunder and not be able to witness. In this life, no need." Su Yu frowned and interrupted, then turned around and walked towards the 100,000 mountains. He, I knew you wouldn't be so heartless to leave me behind. Luo Yao broke into a smile and leapt towards Su Yu. Is it really still the righteous mother? Li Chongqing looked grave. Su Xiaoyu cupped her chin with one hand, her eyes glancing back and forth at the Su Yu duo. Surely there's another sister-in-law? Red Lotus wrapped her arms around herself and said thoughtfully, "At this rate, I'm afraid that in a few years that king-sized bed won't be able to sleep anymore, and we'll have to make a new one to do it." Luo Yao hid her mouth and snickered, her hands exaggeratedly open, her mouth constantly chanting, "You love me, you love me, you love me." Su Yu's eyelids twitched viciously as he listened to the words of several people. "Shut up, all of you. This is the 100,000 mountains?" Luo Yao looked at the huge peak towering in front of her, her eyes showing surprise. As far as the eye could see, the huge mountain ranges that stretched endlessly were like giant dragons prostrate on the earth, exuding a sense of vicissitude and heaviness. In between, there were apes crying and beasts roaring, and unknown giant beasts' shadows flickered, permeated with a primitive and savage atmosphere. It is said in the false face that 300 years ago, there was a change in the 100,000 great mountains that led to the invasion of exotic auras, and there may have even been exotic devils smuggled in. Our task is to remove these anomalies, and when we are clear, the great Tao will distribute the corresponding great merit according to the amount of effort made. Luo Yao held the imaginary surface in one hand and said quickly under her breath. After walking into the 100,000 mountains, her face began to become serious as well. Is the so-called abnormality the scent of a foreign land as well as foreign demons? Su Yu's gaze flickered. Sure enough, in the perspective of the Wei, the only things worthy of his attention are these two. Su Yu even suspected that nowadays, the necessary condition to become an emperor was not his own strength, nor did it have anything to do with such things as qualifications. The most important thing, I'm afraid, is the number of foreign devils killed. Now that Su Wudao's era was coming to an end, the foreign domain was on the verge of making a comeback. If Su Yu was the will of the great Tao, then he would never have given the heavenly heart seal to a bitter cultivator, but would have chosen a great general whose mission was to slay the foreign devils and pacify the foreign domain. The exotic aura has intensified. Everyone be careful, Luo Yao reminded abruptly. The crowd's hearts fluttered, and they all went on guard. Only the trees ahead gradually withered and the flowers and plants withered. A chilly and cold aura slowly filled the air. Click! Suddenly, the surrounding space was actually strangely distorted. Su Joga's face was grave. This kind of breath is a foreign beast. This thing isn't a foreign devil. It's a monster that's been contaminated by the foreign aura. In the next moment, a dry palm suddenly poked out from the crack, grabbing towards Su Xiaoyu at the very back of the crowd. Daring, brother Yu's sister is my sister. Dare to touch my sister. Looking for death. Luo Yao scolded, and immediately made a flash to block in front of Su Xiaoyu. And then, with a face full of gravity, he said, "You are a pig. You are a pig. You are a pig." Clam? Watching her shatter with a serious face, everyone had the illusion of crying and laughing. Is this funny? But just as Su Yu was planning to move and settle this foreign beast, he was surprised to find that under Luo Yao's crushing thoughts, the beast had really turned into an ordinary meat pig. Chapter 135 Traces of Foreign Devil. Good. Su Xiaoyu's small mouth was slightly open. Shocked. In front of her, a white, fleshy pig raised its head in bewilderment, and a whimpering sound came from its mouth. Not only did it cause this beast to recognize itself as a pig both physically and mentally, was it even altered in its essence? Su Yu looked at the pig carefully. It no longer had its original ferocious appearance, and all over, no matter what angle one probed, one could not make a connection between it and the foreign beast from before. Deception. Su Yu murmured. It's true that there are only wrong names to call and no wrong nicknames to shout. This kind of tactic had reached the level of being able to deceive heaven and earth. Swish! Su Yu flexed his fingers. In the next moment, a pale powerful chi pierced that meat pig straight through, and then violently exploded. The meat pig was instantly split into pieces and turned into a field of broken pieces. It didn't return to its beastly form even after it was killed. Was it really transformed from its essence? Su Yu looked deeply at Luo Yao. He. Luo Yao giggled in response. Su Yu turned around and commanded under his breath at the same time. Continue to go deeper. Luo Yao. Next time when we meet a Fey beast, deceive it and let it lead us to the Fey demon. Got it, brother Yu. Promise to finish the job. Luo Yao patted her chest and assured her. The crowd continued to go deeper into the 100,000 mountains. With the map provided by the 8 treasures supreme being, even though the terrain of the 100,000 Great Mountains was intricate, the crowd continued to advance in an organized manner. Soon, the crowd was once again attacked by the foreign beasts. The weird thing was that the target of this foreign beast was actually Su Xiaoyu again. Suyu slightly frowned and casually flicked out a finger, subduing that foreign beast. Luo Ya, ask it why it attacked the little fish. How do I ask? Fey beasts can't talk either. Luo Yao replied with some hesitation. Suyu, so you won't lie about it? Luo Yao's deception attainments were extremely high, but this girl seemed to be a bit naturally dull. Right. I could have tricked it into speaking human. Brother, you're so smart. Why didn't I think of that? Luo Yao's eyes lit up, and she immediately rushed to that foreign beast with excitement. You can speak human. You can speak human. The beast glared at Luo Yao warily, and between the tremors in its throat, it actually spat out human words. Human. What do you want? The voice was low and hoarse, and devoid of inflectional staccato, but it was always communicative. Boo! Suyu grabbed one of its hind limbs and directly crushed it into powder. Ouch! Ouch! Human! Let go of me! The miserable howls of the foreign beasts resounded within the forest. Suyu placed the other front hoof of the fey beast in his hand while he slowly said, Answer my question honestly or I will crack your entire body's bones. Click! The 4-foot paw of the alien beast was directly broken by him with a crisp sound. Heartbreaking roars came out as the beasts almost went mad. Spare your life. Spare me the human race. I am willing to tell you. I'm willing to tell you. Very good. Suyu nodded his head in satisfaction and pointed one hand at Su Xiaoyu, asking, Why did you specialize in attacking her? Fei, she smells bad and I hate it. Stench? Wei-awa. Your bull ***** ting me. Su Xiaoyu hurriedly sniffed herself with her nose, but she couldn't smell any stench at all. Brother, don't believe me. Come and smell it. I took a bath before I left the house. Su Xiaoyu pulls Suyu's arm and shakes it in a petulant manner, not to mention that he had only just taken a bath. For a cultivator, how could there be an odor on his body when he could clean himself with just a small random spell? Suyu cried and laughed as he shook his head. He reached out and rubbed the top of Su Xiaoyu's head. The stench it's talking about is not the same thing as the stench you understand it to be. Suyu's eyes narrowed slightly. If I'm not wrong, the stench that the Fey Beast is talking about should be the smell of the luck that you carry on your body. Does luck have a flavor too? Su Xiaoyu seemed to understand. Of course, but ordinary people can't smell or see it. Suyu was thoughtful. The foreign upper world was in a hostile relationship, and Su Xiaoyu, who was clocked by the Great Qi, naturally became a special existence in the eyes of these foreign beasts. The first target of attack. Luo Ya. I'll leave little fish to your protection. Now, let this Fey Beast lead us to the Fey Devil. Okay, Liu brother, you just look good. Luo Yao cheered and immediately beckoned to the foreign beast. A flash of struggle and hesitation flashed in the eyes of that foreign beast, and it eventually walked over in a well-behaved manner. Take us to the foreign devils in the 100,000 mountains. After hearing Luo Yao's words, this foreign beast immediately turned around. Even with its 2 hooves shattered, it still ran quickly, seemingly unable to feel any pain. The crowd followed the foreign beast and quickly traveled among the mountains and forests. Only, without waiting for the crowd to find the traces of the foreign devils, they bumped into a few acquaintances first. Chapter 136 Good words can't persuade a damn ghost. That's Emperor Su's son? I didn't expect to run into each other here. What a coincidence. In the shade of the forest, a few figures walked out slowly. At the head of the group was clearly Fiery Phoenix Fairy and the others. At the back of the few people, the 8 treasures supreme was also astonished. We have met Emperor Su's son. The crowd bowed and saluted in unison. Supreme Emperor 8 Treasures smiled faintly as he stepped forward. I wanted to bring these few young friends into the great 100,000 mountains to do some hunting, but I didn't expect to run into the Emperor's son. It's really fate. Hearing this, Suyu dispelled the doubts in his heart. It seemed that the 8 Treasures Supreme Father had finally accomplished his goal, enlisting a few young celestials for the 8 Treasures Chamber of Commerce in advance. It wasn't just the Tianji Pavilion that knew how to take a strong lead in advance. After the opening of the Golden Great World, all the forces would make moves. However, they didn't choose the right time to do it. Su Jiugu frowned. I advise you all, leave this place quickly. Nowadays the 100,000 Great Mountains are already dangerous. Don't throw your lives away. Jin Yang and the others, however, did not take her warning to heart. Just some mutated beasts. We've already beheaded a few on the way. No harm done. Saying that, Jin Yang also deliberately pointed to a few alien beast corpses at the back, seemingly showing off. Fiery Phoenix Fairy smiled sweetly. Could it be that Emperor's son also came here for this mutated beast? We have already researched that this kind of mutated beast contains demonic pills in its body, and after absorbing and refining it, It is quite beneficial to cultivation. Suyu frowned slightly. Refining? You guys refined the demonic pills of the foreign beasts? Fiery Phoenix Fairy nodded her head. Not bad. After refining the demonic pills, all of our cultivation levels have refined quite a bit. When Suyu heard this, his gaze carried a bit of gravity. With your level, how dare you refine a foreign beast? After a rough sweep, Suyu really found that these people's faces were all a little green, and there was a red light under their eyes. It was a clear sign of being infected by an exotic scent. Suyu coldly snorted. 8 treasures, take these people away from this place or suffer the consequences. A trace of displeasure rose in the heart of the 8 treasures supreme being as he heard this. The 8 treasures Chamber of Commerce had been established for tens of thousands of years, and could be said to be the uncrowned king of these 100,000 mountains. In the entire central heavenly domain, there was no one who knew the 100,000 mountains better than him. Therefore, after hearing Suyu's words, his first reaction was that he had been underestimated. So what if you're an emperor's son? Nowadays, you're only in a mere divine platform realm. So how do you know about the supreme realm? The 8 treasures supreme being shook his head slightly, not taking Suyu's words to heart. The danger in Suyu's eyes was nothing more than a trivial matter that could be resolved with the movement of a finger to him. Hearing Suyu's words, Jin Yang frowned and his tone grew cold. Emperor Su's son is a bit too much to look down on, isn't he? Just some undeveloped beasts in the district. What's there? Supreme Emperor 8 treasures also chimed in. Although these beasts are ferocious, their strength is very low and they can be taken care of casually. Not to mention the fact that there are still old monks here. So why should Emperor's son worry? If it was normal, a few people would definitely not dare to raise a bar with Suyu. However, after being entered by the exotic aura, the people were somehow much more grumpy. Suyu shook his head. Good words are hard to persuade the ghost of that death. If you and the others are persistent, I will not bother anymore. If these people continue to go deeper into the 100,000 mountains, I'm afraid that they would be completely assimilated by the foreign aura, turning into a killing tool similar to the foreign beasts, and ultimately fall into the puppets of the foreign devils. I'd like to see just how powerful is the beast that Emperor's son talks about? Jin Yang wrapped his arms around himself and snorted. After saying that, Jin Yang turned his head to look at Immortal Fire Phoenix. Immortal Fire Phoenix, since Emperor Su looks down on us, why don't you and I go forward together to clear the way? Just what I want. Fiery Phoenix Fairy nodded her head. The corner of her mouth outlined an icy arc as her eyes fell on Suyu. In that case, Emperor Su's son had better stay well back and wait until the road ahead is safe before leaving. Suyu looked puzzled. Luo Yao also had an odd look in her eyes. The two looked at each other before choosing to press on. Soon, Jin Yang and Fire Phoenix went up in pairs. All the foreign beasts that appeared on the road ahead were killed by the duo. The inner den of the foreign beasts was then split between the two of them. The strength of the two of them had risen quite a bit compared to before, and they had actually both stepped into the middle of the divine palace realm. No wonder the attitude changed so quickly before and after. So it's not just the exotic breath that's causing trouble, but also the reason that the strength has crossed a huge distance? Now that the times have changed and opportunities are springing up, I'm afraid that the Emperor's son will suffer if he still acts with the concepts of the old times. Fiery Phoenix Fairy laughed daintily, her voice tingling to the bone. She tiptoed lightly on her toes and walked towards Suyu, her jade onion-like hand on Suyu's shoulder, exhaling like an orchid. Emperor Su, is there any interest in joining hands with us to explore the 100,000 Great Mountains? An ethereal scent drilled into his nose. Just before Suyu could reply, Luo Yao, who was on the side, stepped forward first and slapped Fire Phoenix's hand down. A person who is about to die is still unaware of this, and actually tries to drag brother Yu into the water? Do you know how to write the word shame? Luo Yao's willow eyebrows rose and she casually pointed out a finger. Instantly, the Fire Phoenix's body stiffened and violently fell back in terror. With each step back, the body was as he was struck by lightning, trembling violently, and blood flowed out of his 7 orifices in excruciating pain. This sudden scene caused the people around them to freeze. And then, one by one, they were furious to the extreme. How dare you hurt Fairy Fire Phoenix? You're just looking for death. Jin Yang was furious. His thick true essence exploded out and blasted towards Luo Yao. Luo Yao was pleasantly unafraid, pointing out another finger, and simultaneously drinking under her breath. Set. As if the words followed the law, Jin Yang's movement suddenly stopped and his body stiffened in place. What's going on? Jin Yang was horrified and hurriedly ran his energy to adjust, but it never helped. At this moment, he felt as if he was out of control, unable to move at all. The rest of the people also revealed shock and a look of disbelief. Only Suyu remained calm. Alright, since you guys also want to go deep into the 100,000 mountains, then let's go on the road together. I hope you can survive. Suyu said indifferently and took the lead to walk forward. Is this the true power of deception, heaven? Words follow the law? Jin Yang and the others were filled with scorn and did not dare to move their feet until Suyu and his group had left. Recalling the feeling of being powerless just now, Jin Yang's back was oozing with fine sweat. Even the feeling of lethargy in his heart had subsided quite a bit. Humph. It's just a good reincarnation. If you weren't an emperor's son, I would have torn you apart with my own hands. Jin Yang gritted his teeth fiercely. Suyu ignored Jin Yang and the others and led his team to quickly rush towards the abnormal location. Soon, the scene around them suddenly changed. The originally vibrant primeval forest gradually withered. The trees decayed and withered. The grass withered as if it had lost all vitality. The entire space was filled with the color of death. And even the wind was still, as if frozen. The feeling was like a drop of ink on a piece of drawing paper. Everyone had a touch of uneasiness rising from their hearts, as if they had met a natural enemy. Roar! Only a monster with a blood-red body, shaped like a giant lion, appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The giant lion's head was born with 4 eyes, and 2 horns grew in front of its forehead, emitting an eerie glow. The moment it appeared, the entire void became distorted, making it difficult for everyone to breathe, as if they were suffocating. Is this a foreign devil? So scary. Su Xiaoyu tightly hugged Luo Yao's arm, her cheek pressed against her shoulder, looking extraordinarily nervous. Luo Yao's hands were also shaking a bit. Fishy, don't be afraid. Luo Yao changed a candy cane out of thin air and handed it to Su Xiaoyu, saying softly, "Aha, thanks Sister Lo." Su Xiaoyu held the sugar gourd and smiled sweetly. Somehow, after Luo Yao said those words, she really wasn't afraid anymore. Roar! Steeply, a growl came from the distance. Coming! Luo Yao's pretty little face was suddenly covered in apprehension, her little legs trembling. It was an emotion she hadn't felt in a long time. As the 2 people with the deepest chi in the entire room, they also reacted the most violently when facing the foreign demons. Only, after Suyu stood in front of her, that uneasiness subsided. The broadness of that back seemed to be able to withstand all winds and waves, causing Luo Yao to look a little smitten for a moment. Burial! Suyu's low voice rang out. A sword roar was deafening. In an instant, the earth shook. The wind howled, and a pitch-black sword shadow broke through the air and went straight up. The burial god's sword tire rushed out and rose against the wind, reaching a length of 3 zhang, as if it was an overwhelmingly sharp blade that cut through the void and pierced through the clouds. The swords crossed the sky like a pike. This sword, as if from the ancient times, was filled with an endless sense of vicissitudes of the ages, causing the heavenly dome to darken. And just as Suyu maneuvered the burial sword tire to chop down, 2 figures rushed towards the giant lion ahead of him. It's just a beast in the district. Why do we need the emperor's son to make a move? Jin Yang smiled wryly and swung his war halberd to chop down. Such a huge beast. If one were to swallow its inner Dan, I'm afraid the benefits would be endless. Chapter 137. A punch to open the sky. I've seen a lot of people grabbing to take advantage, but this is the first time I've seen people grabbing to get killed. Li Changqing said with an odd expression. This fey devil. Even he couldn't muster a single thought of fighting it. I didn't expect that Jin Yang, this idiot, would dare to grab on. At this moment, Jin Yang, who was blinded by desire, couldn't listen at all, and only thought that it was someone else who was eyeing the opportunity he was about to get. Part the sea. Jin Yang's powerful halberd swung down, the air hissed, and with a whistling wind it ruthlessly smashed into the head of the alien demon giant lion. Roar! The foreign devil that was struck looked up to the sky and whistled. Its black mane was as hard as steel, and even more dense black mist gushed out from its body, transforming into a sharp and unparalleled blade that swept towards Jin Yang. Look out! Fiery Phoenix Fairy let out a cry of alarm and hurriedly flew to Jin Yang's front, using all her cultivation to cast a shield to block the foreign devil's attack. Bang bang! Intense and ear-piercing explosions rang out incessantly, and although Fiery Phoenix Fairy's shield cancelled out most of the attacks, the remaining power still left her traumatized. Ah! A mournful scream rang out. The crowd was shocked to discover that Jin Yang had been pierced through by a blood-colored mane at some point. After that heel of hair entered his body, it was as if it had a life, and began to run around in his body. Damn! A beast of the district! How dare you! Jin Yang's mana stirred, desperately trying to force the mane out of his body. However, that thing was like a maggot attached to the bone. No matter how to shake it off, and the more forceful it was, the more intense the pain in the heart. In the end, Jin Yang's entire face twisted into a hideous appearance, coupled with the blood spilling from his mouth. It looked horrifying. It's over. It's over. Jin Yang is going to hang up. OMG. That's disgusting. I'm going to throw up. What the hell is this? How could it be so bizarre? You know, Prince Jin Yang has entered the Divine Palace realm now. The faces of the people were hard to see. The 8 treasures supreme being's brows furrowed as if he had thought of something. Jin Yang, stand down. He let out a low gulp. His arm slightly raised, and a soft force emerged from his palm and attacked straight towards Jin Yang. Boom! Golden light scatters in all directions. Jin Yang, who had originally been tormented by that mane to the point of almost madness, violently flew backward. A sky-shadowing glazed tree appeared, and with a gentle shake of the tree, a flash of white on fell, forcing out the mane inside Jin Yang's body. Thank you Supreme Being for saving me. Jin Yang wiped off the blood at the corner of his mouth and said respectfully to Supreme Emperor 8 Treasures. At this moment, however, the 8 Treasures Supreme Being's face was unprecedentedly grave. If I'm not mistaken, this thing should not be a beast in the 100,000 mountains, but a foreign devil. Hearing these words, everyone present was shocked. A foreign devil? How can it be a foreign devil? Didn't the foreign devils become extinct in the last era? Rumor has it that foreign devils are brutal and murderous in nature, and the power of foreign devils must be above the holy realm in order to be worn out. If this thing is really a foreign devil, I am afraid that only the Supreme Lord can fight against. The crowd stirred and murmured. Originally, there were still people who were eager to try, but when the words foreign devil appeared, the crowd had one to count, and almost all of them hid behind the 8 Treasures Supreme Being. At this moment, however, the 8 Treasures Supreme Being was having trouble keeping calm. Even though he was a Supreme Being, he didn't have full certainty in dealing with the foreign devils, because, as always, this kind of thing doesn't come alone. If a demonic scourge had already formed, then even he had no certainty that he would be able to walk out of the 100,000 mountains today. Can't it be that Emperor's son knew that there were foreign devils in this place before? The 8 Treasures Supreme Being's face shifted uncertainly, and the intention to retreat had already sprouted in his heart. Staying in the Green Mountain, not worrying about not having firewood to burn, we'd better retreat first, and it's not too late for us to enter the 100,000 mountains after forming the post-devil seeking army. However, just as he was planning to flee from this place, he saw Suyu going up against the crowd, heading straight for that foreign devil. Emperor's son. No! Seeing this, Supreme Emperor 8 Treasures immediately spoke out to stop him. Suyu's status was exalted, and if he was assimilated by a foreign devil, the consequences would be unimaginable. But Suyu just glanced at him coldly. His footsteps didn't stop, instead he walked faster and faster, even vaguely revealing an air of excitement. He looked up at the sky, a faint smile curling the corners of his mouth. I'm worried that I don't have any opponents for me to polish the 9 styles of Hanyuan, and I don't know if this foreign devil can make me enjoy myself? He eyed the front and muttered as his feet steeply increased in speed. Soon, he was already close to 100 feet away from the foreign devil. In the next moment, Suyu actually rushed over with his bare hands, actually wanting to fight the foreign devil with his bare hands. Taiko! The 8 Treasures Supreme Being's face changed drastically as he hurriedly shouted out. His heartbeat skyrocketed. This foreign devil is ferocious and incomparable. The flesh body is extremely strong. Even with the physical body is enough to crush ordinary martial artists, not to mention the alienation power contained in its body. The slightest contamination will make the cultivator completely out of control. The power of alienation was so terrifying that even he didn't dare to touch it. However, Suyu was pleasantly unafraid, and actually wanted to choose to fight hard. Stupidity! Hubris! This is a death wish. Prince Jin Yang frowned. This foreign devil had tortured him to the point of almost dying with just a single mane. Where did Suyu get his backbone? Even if Suyu's strength was stronger than his own, it was impossible for him to fight against the alien demons against the power of alienation. Right? His eyes flickered and a cold smile was drawn at the corner of his mouth as he secretly decided to take advantage of the chaos to escape. But in the very next second, the pupils of his eyes suddenly shrunk, as if he had seen something unbelievable. However, he saw that in front of him, Suyu's right hand was actually flooded with a bit of silver light, while the alien devil's figure was instantly frozen, allowing Suyu to blast down with his fist. Open the sky. Open the earth. Chapter 138 Gaining the Extreme Tao Again. One sword to subdue the devil. For 1,000 big chapters, Suyu's fist blossomed with a silver-white starburst, and between the chi and blood surging, the strength of his fleshly body condensed into substance, and where the fist wind passed by, the space shattered by inches. The scarlet pupils of the alien demon giant lion suddenly contracted, and the black fog around his body quickly melted like spring snow meeting the sun. Roar! The devil lion's 4 claws sunk deep into the ground. Its dark scaly armor flared up with bizarre blood patterns, and the mountains in a 100-mile radius collapsed. The 8 Treasures Supreme Being hurriedly sacrificed the glazed treasure tree, and the thousands of branches transformed into a barrier to protect the crowd. The moment the fist and the beast's body collided, time and space seemed to stand still. A silver-white halo spread from the point of collision, and wherever it passed, grass, trees, mountains and rocks all turned into crystal dust. The devil lion's mountainous body was even blasted back 1,000 feet, plowing deep, bottomless gullies along the way. The second of the 9 styles of Hunyuan, Starfall. Before the devil lion got up, Suyu stepped on the void and took lotus steps. The stars above the 9 heavens shone, and the vast star power converged into 100 feet of light pillars that fell, enveloping Suyu and the demonic lion at the same time. Suyu's face gradually became exuberant as his physical body continuously absorbed the power of the stars. This was the true essence of the 9 styles of Hunyuan, practiced in synchronization with the battle. It was purely a battle method. The devil lion hissed up to the sky, its mane standing up all around its body, transforming into a blood-colored spear that rose up against the sky. Zip! Blinding electric light exploded from the intertwining of the starburst and the blood spear. Suyu set up a starting stance, and arcane Dao patterns appeared on his eyebrows. The starfall light pillars suddenly split into thousands, covering the entire battlefield like a meteor shower. Boom! Boom boom boom! In a succession of explosions, half of the demon lion's body was a bloody mess, and the dark bones were densely covered with cracks. The pupils of Prince Jin Yang, who was watching the battle, trembled. He only chopped off a few bristles in his desperate strike, and Suyu was able to hit the foreign devil head-on. The 9 styles of Hunyuan. You are the descendant of that group of people. The demon lion suddenly sputtered, his broken throat making a sound like sandpaper rubbing. It was recovered from all the injuries in a few moments, and the breath was even far more than before. Supreme Emperor 8 Treasures cried out anxiously. It's useless. Although the power of the flesh can attack the foreign devil, it can't hurt its root. Emperor's son, retreat! The cold light in Suyu's eyes skyrocketed, not paying the slightest attention to the bystanders. It was rare to have an opponent who could make him finish evolving the 9 styles of Hunyuan, so how could Suyu give up? His palms joined together to invoke the stars of the circumference of the sky. The third stance, return to the ruins. The aura of heaven and earth rewound crazily, and the people's swords and magic treasures flew uncontrollably towards the battlefield. The silver-white ball of light emerged in Suyu's palm, seemingly slowly but instantly expanding to 10,000 feet. Extinguish! The silver-white ball of light between Suyu's palms exploded, and the chaotic chi rushed out like a drowned heavenly river. The space around the alien demon giant lion began to distort and collapse, and the flesh and blood that had just regenerated was torn into extremely tiny particles. The 8 Treasures Supreme's glazed barrier made an unbearable shattering sound, and the ancient trees within a 10-mile radius actually grew into seedlings against the grain. It's done? Li Changqing had just breathed a sigh of relief when his pupils suddenly contracted. A piercing whine came from the center of the collapse, and the remaining bones of the xenomorphs glowed with a bronze sheen. Those blood and flesh that were disintegrated by the chaotic chi did not dissipate, but instead coalesced into tens of thousands of scarlet eyeballs. Each eyeball reflected Suyu's figure, with pitch-black chains sticking out of his pupils. Clank! The sound of chains penetrating the void was toothsome, and Suyu's figure abruptly froze. He was shocked to realize that his connection with the power of the stars had been severed raw, and the lotus platform under his feet crumbled by inches. Flesh buds protruded from the broken skull of the foreign demon, interweaving into a crown engraved with demonic patterns. A mere human, nothing more. Fourth style, subdue the prison. Suyu bit the tip of his tongue and sprayed out golden blood. The power of his physical body transformed into 9 coiled dragons, suppressing the 4 poles. However, the next second the chains even directly penetrated the dragon's body, firmly confining his limbs. The devil lion sneered. Little worm, there's no time to play with you. Suffer death. The lines on the devil's crown lit up with a ghostly light, and in a flash, the entire heaven and earth was assimilated by the foreign devil's aura. The people present actually suddenly turned their swords and attacked the trapped Suyu like a rainstorm. Oops. This foreign devil is an adult. We're being controlled. Su Jioga and the others were alarmed. Fifth style. Prime. Sixth style. Shattering the void. In the nick of time, Suyu made a split-second decision and used the 5th and 6th styles at the same time. Rumble. A terrifying energy exploded, and the entire world seemed to be annihilated as space completely collapsed. Suyu and the demonic lion were simultaneously engulfed in it, and only a click was heard as the 2 figures simultaneously fell from a high altitude. Young Lord. Brother. Lord Imperial Son. The 8 Treasures Supreme Being and the others turned pale and just wanted to rush towards Suyu, but then they violently recalled the scene where they were manipulated by the foreign devils. I'm afraid that us being here will only help the young lord, Su Jioga said with a complicated expression. All of the people had ugly faces and were grave to the extreme. The Fey Devil was truly terrifying to the extreme, and just one head made it difficult for even their group of upper realm leaders to deal with it. It was hard to imagine what kind of havoc it would be if several, or even dozens of foreign devils appeared at the same time. Delicious. I didn't realize there was such delicious blood in this realm. Saliva dangled from between the fangs of the alien demons, and the ground was corroded with boiling craters. It slowly climbed up from the ground, its injuries once again recovering instantly. As long as I devour you, I will be able to reach another level of heaven and earth. Boom! In the next moment, this foreign devil actually chose to explode itself. Ha! The 8 treasures supreme being suddenly let out a muffled grunt, and the branches of the benthic glazed tree actually began to blacken and wither. He was horrified to discover that his supreme realm was actually beginning to fall apart, a sign that he was being assimilated by the foreign devils. Emperor's son, beware! This Fong is spreading pollution. Before the words fell, Jin Yang suddenly stormed up, the war halberd in his hand stabbing Suyu straight in the back of his heart. A sarcoma had sprouted at his neck at some point, and there seemed to be thousands of maggots wriggling under his skin. Ding! Luo Yao flexed her fingers and flicked out a jade button, and the void suddenly rippled. Jin Yang's war halberd strangely deflected its direction and actually cut off a 1,000-year-old tree next to it. Your weapon. It doesn't fit. The young girl smiled wryly, the silver bells in her hair moving without wind. In the next second, Luo Yao looked at Suyu's position again. After seeing the other party shake her head at her, Luo Yao deflated and backed away. Among those present, other than the 8 treasures supreme being, it was also her and Suyu who could pose a threat to this Fey devil. Since Suyu did not want her to disturb, Luo Yao could only retreat even though she was unwilling to do so. How dare you be distracted elsewhere while fighting me? Oh, Suyu's eyes grew cold, a breath that was drawn higher and higher. 7th style, treading heaven. As he took one step, it seemed as if the entire sky dome could not withstand the pressure. The foreign devil that turned into dust trembled violently, and actually felt a fatal crisis. What kind of power is this? Forced by the immense pressure, the foreign devil had no choice but to recongeal into the form of a demonic lion. Suyu's expression was calm as he lightly swung out a fist, and a flash of bright starlight cut through the sky. Bang! The power of the fist landed on the alien demon leader's massive body, blasting it into the ground. Boom boom boom! The earth crumbled, rocks flew, and the entire heaven and earth shook. Creepy screams came out, and a small part of the alien demon's body actually melted. How is it possible? This is the Extreme Dao. How could a mere god stage realm mole cricket control the Extreme Dao? At this time, the 8 treasures supreme being also had shock in his eyes. Is the power of the ultimate way? This kind of power was suspected to be on the same level as the power of the foreign devil, or even higher. His gaze passed between Suyu and Luo Yao. In his heart, Supreme Emperor 8 Treasures said, could it be that the Emperor's son had gained a way to use the power of the deceiving heaven after coming into contact with it? But soon, he dismissed the idea. Suyu's extreme Dao force was still too weak and had not even taken a fledgling form. Roar! Humans! Die! The roar of the alien demon giant lion shattered 100 miles of flowing clouds, and the dome of the 100,000 mountains suddenly cracked open with a blood-red slit. Suyu stepped on the collapsing void to ascend to the sky, his broken robe hunting, and his orifices around his body lit up with the circumstantial Star Dipper Grand Formation. The silver aura condensed at the fingertips of his right hand became more and more brilliant, actually reflecting the black fog in the sky as if it was daytime. 8th style, extermination. With a low cry, a red aura suddenly lit up in Suyu's heart, and his eyes grew brighter. Perdition of the Juggernaut, which is a means of igniting itself. It was similar to the 5 elements he had once used to explode his potential, though it was not the same. I didn't expect that after fully cultivating the 9 styles of Hunyuan, one would be able to control an extreme Dao power. Suyu's eyes blossomed with an exquisite light. If he could launch the 9th style in one breath, then in the future, he would become the first existence in the entire upper realm to control 2 extreme Dao powers. Never! The foreign devil's tattered body suddenly collapsed into a black hole, and a suction force that was terrifying to the extreme came from it. In front of this suction force, even the laws of the heavens and earth would find it difficult to maintain stability. The faces of the crowd changed wildly, wanting to escape, but they were simply unable to do so. Suyu stifled a grunt. Lines of blood spilled out from the corner of his mouth, and the extreme Dao force that was immediately on the verge of forming was actually suppressed back. Right at this life and death moment, star-mapped Dao patterns emerged from Suyu's chest. The imprisoned body made a difficult seal and recited an ancient incantation. With my Dao blood, sacrifice to the Hunyuan. A flood beast-like pulsation came from the depths of the sky, and the shadow of an ancient tomb was cast down. Above the tombstone, there were several large lines engraved. Tomb of the Soviet War. Ancestors Su War? Suyu gasped for air, unable to ponder how the old ancestors' power appeared, rushing to take advantage of the opportunity to break free from his bonds. 9th style, chaos. The silver aura that erupted from the fist blade transformed into a giant axe shadow, and the black hole that the foreign devil had transformed into shattered in response. Griffin, meet the true power of the abyss. In the next moment, the foreign devil transformed its form once again, turning into a giant demon statue. The devil statue's 8 arms swung in unison, and the sky dome of the 100,000 mountains was actually torn open with cracks. Scarlet moonlight from a foreign land poured down, and the cultivators who were illuminated began to change. Scales grew on Li Changqing's left arm, bone wings poked out from the back of the fiery phoenix fairy, and even Su Zhan's gravestone projection was worn down. But it was enough. Su Yu wiped away the golden blood at the corner of his mouth and suddenly laughed aloud and long. Laughing, his shattered robes hunted, and his orifices around his body lit up with the stars of the circumference. Swords come! All the sword weapons of the 100,000 great mountains broke through the ground and converged into a galaxy under the starry sky. Su Yu stepped on the river of swords to swim against the current, each flying sword reflecting the brilliance of his eyes. As the sword climbed to its peak, he raised his head and chanted, "A sword across the starry sea boils. 9 styles of Hunyuan breaking the chakra. Let the gods and devils eclipse the world. I will use my Dao to subdue Xianwei." The moment the poem was completed, a streak of light did not enter Su Yu's brow. 10,000 feet of Dharma appeared behind Su Yu, and it was actually a giant god silhouette clad in a star map. Hunyuan Dharma body. Su Yu's eyes were radiant to the extreme. When the 9 styles of Hunyuan were completely evolved and perfected, the power of Hunyuan was born from within him. This was a power on the same level as the power of destruction and the power of deception. Damn it, to actually let him succeed. At this moment, a heavy fear steeply rose in the heart of the giant lion Fey Devil. Although the foreign devils were claimed to be immortal, they had a nemesis in existence. The cultivator who controlled the power of the extreme Dao was one of them. The phantom behind Su Yu hissed up to the sky. The huge sword in his hand was entwined with chaos chi, and the scarlet moonlight was annihilated wherever the sword blade passed. No! The demonic statue let out a terrified shrill, its 8 arms of weapons blocking in unison. However, the moment the sword blade cut down, the demonic statue was like snow under the hot sun, and began to melt from the point of contact with the sword tip. Put! The demonic statue dissolved into nothing, and a pile of alien demonic essence floated in midair. After a cursory scan, there were as many as 500 grains. Collect! Su Yu stretched out his palm and the altered demon essence immediately shot into his palm. Su Yu had a look of delight on his face. This thing was worth a lot to him. I'm afraid that the only thing that could raise the upper limit of an emperor's body that could be found in the upper realm would be the alien demon essence. Emperor's son, this item is highly poisonous. Why don't you give it to me to keep it for you? 8 Treasures Supreme was just about to speak out to remind him, but he saw Su Yu directly throw the altered demon essence into his mouth, chewing it and swallowing it. Hiss! Seeing this, all the people were frightened. One must know that the alien demon essence was no different from a severe poison to the human race. Directly swallowing such a move was practically no different from actively being assimilated by a foreign demon. But Su Yu was an exception. After he swallowed the essence of the foreign devil, not only did he not have the slightest difference, instead, his breath became more and more solid. Boom! The heavens and earth shook, and as Su Yu exhaled a long breath, his cultivation level was clearly stepping into the late stage of the divine platform realm. At this time, Su Jiugu, Red Lotus, Li Changqing and the others only reacted and hurriedly ran to Su Yu's side to protect him. The crowd's hearts thumped as they stared nervously at the alien demon essence, worriedly saying, "Gongzi, are you alright? A mere foreign devil. It's not something yet." Su Yu nodded calmly. Spinning around, he looked at Luo Yao. "Is the anomaly removal complete?" Luo Yao nodded. "The false plane shows that the anomalies within the 100,000 great mountains have been cleared." After saying that, Luo Yao went up with a relaxed expression and held Su Yu's hand before heading out. But the pole was not moving. Is it really cleared? Su Yu looked puzzled as his eyes roamed over the faces of the 8 Treasures Supreme being and the others. The false surface shows that it's cleared, ya. Luo Yao blinked in confusion. Su Yu shook his head slightly. If the information from the void face is accurate, why would the scourge of foreign demons still erupt in the upper realm? Luo Yao was a bit confused by the question, but soon she realized something. A foreign demon that can disguise itself? Can fool the false face? Luo Yao was startled. Could it be that the demonic lion is still alive? Su Yu shook his head once again. That demonic lion is indeed dead. But who said that there is only one foreign devil within the 100,000 great mountains? As the words fell, Jin Yang, the fire phoenix, and the 8 Treasures Supreme being all looked unsightly. Su Yu laughed coldly. If I'm not mistaken, the 8 Treasures Supreme being and Jin Yang and the others, when they entered the mountain, they were already dead, weren't they? As the words fell, Luo Yao immediately laid down the deceiving heavenly boundary, trapping these few people within it. Chapter 139, requesting old ancestor Su War to subdue the demons. The 8 Treasures Supreme being's pupils suddenly shrunk. Emperor Su, I don't understand. Aren't we standing here so nicely? Jin Yang also said in a deep voice. Yes, Lord Emperor's son can't still be angry about the offense I took just now, right? With that, he bowed his head and arched his hand. If that's the case, Jin Yang apologizes to Lord Imperial Son. The party was really helpless. It was my actions after being controlled by that foreign devil. Watching the crowd's reaction, Su Jiuge frowned slightly. No matter how much she observed, she indeed did not find anything unusual. Moreover, the 8 treasures supreme being was a true supreme realm cultivation. If even he died without a sound at the hands of the foreign devils, then I'm afraid that the foreign devils in the 100,000 mountains were even more terrifying than expected. Suyu's gaze looked around and his cold voice exploded in the void. The words are already here, and you're still stubborn. The crowd heard the words and their hearts fluttered. Li Changqing hurriedly ducked behind Suyu and stood. So did Red Lotus and the others. If Suyu's judgment was correct, then the enemy they were about to face could be a foreign devil that could kill a supreme being. Worthy of being the son of a great emperor of the current generation. This kind of eyesight is indeed awesome. Right at this moment, the 8 treasures supreme being as well as the 4 people behind him turned their heads at the same time and said in unison. And then, several people actually burst into a streak of dust at the same time, converging into a gray-black human face in midair. In this instant, the imaginary surface in Luo Yao's hand steeply flared. She hurriedly injected her spiritual energy to check. In the next second, Luo Yao's pretty face turned white as she exclaimed, "Oops, the void face quests have refreshed, and the 100,000 mountains quest that had disappeared has reappeared, and it's also turned straight to red." Red? Suyu's face sank slightly. The color represents the difficulty of the task. Only mission targets whose strength far exceeds that of the void face holder will be labeled red. In other words, the other party had a high probability of being a supreme level combatant, and was not an 8 treasures supreme that had been killed by trickery using some means. Moreover, compared to the foreign devils Suyu had previously met, this human-faced foreign devil was obviously smarter. Not only have they learned to scheme, but they even know how to weigh the pros and cons. Almost as good as some of the old monsters that have lived to become fine. Originally you as nothing happened. I can let you leave. After all, you are that one's heir. If you are killed, I'm afraid that he would rather give up his kind in the forbidden area to force me to wear out. But now, the human face looked at Suyu with interest. Since you insist on revealing my disguise, then stay here. Don't worry, Emperor Su, I won't kill you, but I will imprison you. And then in front of you, I will abuse those around you to death one by one, devour heaven and earth. Along with the fall of its words, the entire space suddenly trembled, and a majestic suction and pulling force violently attacked. This move was familiar to Suyu. That giant lion Fey demon had used it before. However, the effect of this human-faced foreign devil after making it was simply more than 1,000 times stronger. In an instant, except for Suyu and Luo Yao, the rest of the people were all directly pulled to the heel of the human face. Luo Yao, help me stall for a bit. Suyu took a deep breath, flipped his hand seals, and his eyes suddenly turned into the color of chaos. In Suyu's chest, an ancient star map slowly lit up. As the pattern appeared, the Hunyuan Dharma body reappeared behind Suyu. Under the terrifying pressure of this foreign devil, Suyu actually turned around and operated the 9 styles of Hunyuan to the limit. Yes, Luo Yao simply nodded her head. Just by pinching her fingers, a jade needle appeared out of nowhere and hung above her head. The one who lies will have to swallow 1,000 needles. Luo Yao smiled coquettishly and pointed out a finger. Jade needles kept shooting at the human-faced foreign devil. Sculptor's tricks. The human-faced Fey devil sneered coldly, not putting these attacks in his eyes at all. He opened his own mouth, wanting to swallow Su Jiugu and the others into his stomach first so that he could take Suyu. Take a good look at what you swallowed. However, with Luo Yao's low voice, the human-faced foreign devil's face changed abruptly. How can? Countless jade needles exploded in his mouth, blowing out a cloud of clean white smoke. This smoke cloud was extremely corrosive, and was actually able to inhibit the terrifying self-healing ability of the foreign devils. Interesting. The human-faced foreign devil looked down, and Su Jiugu and the others who should have been swallowed by him were nowhere to be seen. Jade Needle and Su Jiugu and the others actually switched positions in an instant. It's not the power of space, and it's not time, it's the extreme way? The Fey Devil's face was slightly stagnant, no longer the relaxed and easygoing person he was just now. I thought that the Emperor's son's ruling of the 2 extreme paths was already a move against the heavens, but I didn't expect there to be an expert? The foreign devils are inherently higher than the living beings in the upper realm, simply because they are derived from the source of the foreign devils, which is equivalent to being born with a kind of extreme power in their hands. Therefore, in a full-scale war with the upper realm, the Fey Devil almost won by crushing it. The only ones they feared were the human races that also ruled the extreme Dao, such as Su Tian. And then, there are the great emperors who don't need to be fancy, and can suppress everything with a single strike. Looks like I'm having a pretty good day. Not only was it able to imprison the Emperor's son, but it also came with an additional extreme wayfarer. The human-faced foreign devil's smile was thick as he looked at Luo Yao and sneered. Unfortunately, if you were to step into the realm of Supreme, no, even if you were to step into the realm of Saint Emperors, I'd be afraid of you for 3 times, but unfortunately, right now, you're just an ordinary saint. Luo Yao's willow eyebrows rose. Don't talk nonsense. If you have the ability, let your horse come over. This girl will kill you today. Ha, it's useless to deceive yourself. The human-faced foreign devil snorted coldly, then looked at Suyu and said coldly, Emperor's son, don't waste your efforts. This place has already been concealed by me with the foreign devil's secret technique. Even a quasi-empire can't know that. Be a good boy and tie your hands. As soon as the words fell, the human-faced foreign devil's figure suddenly dissipated. Boom! Blackie! Suyu's face changed dramatically and he directly took out the heaven-devouring demon jar. Bang! The human-faced foreign devil smiled brightly as purple and black smoke clouds converged into a single fist. A punch that directly sent the heaven-devouring demon jar flying. Is your reliance on a mere quasi-emperor Dao soldier? In front of me, even a quasi-emperor won't be able to do it. The human-faced foreign devil's voice shook the 9 heavens, and his terrifying might was completely unleashed. Stop! Luo Yao scolded sternly. Immediately, the human-faced foreign devil's figure lurched. A thought of stopping flashed through his mind, but it was quickly erased right out of him. Trying to trick me? Oh, you're still too young. Boo! Just a look. Luo Yao's delicate body was then blasted away and crashed into a rock. Click! Luo Yao spat out blood from her mouth. Her face was pale and she had suffered a serious injury. I'd advise you to save your strength, or the screams won't sound good in a while. The foreign devil shook his head and continued to approach towards Suyu. Sorry, this ugly thing is too strong. I can't fool him. Luo Yao looked at Suyu and squeezed out a bitter smile with difficulty. A few strikes had emptied the deceitful heavenly power in her body, and the current Luo Yao was already a dried-up sponge that couldn't really squeeze out a single drop. It's okay, it's enough to block it until now. Suyu took a deep breath and continued to urge the 9 styles of Hanyuan. The Dharma body behind him became more and more solid, and the star map on his body surface became more and more brilliant. Seeing this, the human-faced Fey Devil said disdainfully, if you use that power of destruction, you might be able to struggle again for a while, but this power of muddy origin, even if you're at the same level as me, I'm not afraid of it in the slightest. Oh, yeah. Suyu backhanded his thumb to the heart position. Bang bang. In the next moment, a pale and powerful heartbeat resounded through the void, as if a ferocious ancient beast was awakening. You said that you don't fear Paragon Emperors, nor do you fear Han Yuan, but what if the two are added together? The human-faced foreign devil was shocked. Impossible. The power of the extreme Tao can only be used by one person in a single lifetime, and even if that person was once resurrected, it would never be possible for him to reign over the extreme Tao again. Impossible? Then you shall see. Coldness surged in Suyu's eyes. The world body and the 5 directions creation body were activated at the same time. The power of time and space. The power of creation merged in the void. At the same time, the power of the 100 origins was being operated to his limit. Soon, a shocking scene was born. Buzz. As the words fell, the projection reappeared in the middle of the dome of the sky. This time, it wasn't just a tombstone, but also a grave and a coffin. So you laughed out loud and struck the sky with a palm across the sky. Dang! This palm, ruthlessly slapping on the coffin lid, sounded like a bell. Vast and languid. The coffin, which was supposed to be a projection, was real at the moment. Late generation Suyu. I ask Elder Ancestor Su Battle to subdue the devil. Chapter 140 Re-refining Earth, Wind, Water and Fire, evolving the muddy source of heaven and earth. The bronze coffin cracked open in a line, and the chaotic chi was like a heavenly river hanging upside down. The aura of heaven and earth suddenly rioted wildly, and the infinite aura of heaven and earth was pulled by the ancient tomb, turning into billions of points of light and integrating into the coffin. Dang! When the second heartbeat resounded through the world, all the birds and beasts of the 100,000 great mountains bowed their heads at the same time. The shadow of 1,000 feet tall blood-colored altar appeared in the void, with dark golden runes flowing from each step. Suyu's knuckles pinched white as he could feel the blood boiling at his heart. The Su family's imperial blood resonated with the aura overflowing from the bronze coffin, as if bloodlines across time and space were echoing each other. Old ancestor. He looked at the figure slowly sitting up in the coffin, and his throat was actually a bit shy. It was different from the Suzhan that he had seen at the top of Dao Mountain last time. This time, Suyu was utilizing the resonance of the power of Han Yuan, plus the combination of spacetime and the power of creation to directly copy the past Suzhan from the river of spacetime. Suzhan's body was broken and tattered. His left arm was only left with white bones, and there was a penetrating wound in his chest cavity. The edge of the wound was haunted by the dark substance that originated from the same source as the foreign devil. A human war god? The human-faced foreign devil suddenly let out a shrill whine, and his grey mist-congealed face twisted out countless agonized human faces. Impossible! Your divine soul was clearly nailed to the abyss of eternal night by the high priestess of my clan. In the beginning, if it wasn't for the sword god's intervention, your white bones wouldn't have been able to escape the abyss at all. Noisy! A hoarse whisper came from the bronze coffin. In a flash, all the foreign devil aura of the 100,000 mountains receded like a tidal wave. The collapsed mountains began to recover in the reverse direction, and the eyes of the birds and beasts that had been eroded by the foreign devils began to regain clarity. Suyu's pupils shrunk. He saw 12 bronze chains wrapped around the remnants of the old ancestor's body, with the word Jin engraved on each lock. The other end of the chain extended into the void, and a mournful wail could be faintly heard. Back then, when this seat killed through the 9 abyss, rats like you only dared to fill their lives with millions of demon soldiers. Su Zhan's tattered right hand gripped the edge of the coffin, his knuckles emitting an unbearable sound. Even nowadays, you dare to covet my Su family's emperor son? Before the words fell, the laws of heaven and earth suddenly solidified. The human-faced foreign devil was horrified to realize that his connection with the land of the abyss had been snuffed out alive. The entire heaven and earth suddenly trembled violently, transforming into 360 blood-colored stars suspended around Su Zhan. Stars and daggers of the circumference, listen to my command. As Su Zhan raised his hand and pressed in vain, the blood-colored star exploded. A dragon's roar came from the depths of the earth veins of the 100,000 great mountains, and 9 earth vein spirit dragons broke out of the earth, intertwining in the sky to form a formation that covered the sky. Suyu's body shook violently, and the power of the muddy origin in his body boiled uncontrollably. He saw the battle Dao pattern emerging from the center of the formation diagram, which perfectly overlapped with the mark on the last page of the 9 styles of Hanyuan. It turned out that this was the Hanyuan battle technique that had been deduced to its extreme peak. No! The human-faced foreign devil hissed madly, and thousands of tentacles stretched out from the grey mist to stab at Su Zhan. A mere dead man dares to. Noisy. The same 2 words, this time wrapped in a killing intent that made the stars and rivers tremble. The white bone of Su Zhan's mutilated left arm lightly tapped the void, and a certain mountain peak 300 miles away suddenly collapsed. It was exactly where the human-faced foreign devil's true origin was hiding. Su Jiuge suddenly covered her heart, and the profound demon order was incredibly hot in her palm. Through her hazy, tearful eyes, she saw the long river of space and time manifest behind Su Zhan, and countless Sing spirits stood with swords, and each of the shadows was a son or daughter of the Su clan who had once died in battle in a foreign land. Old ancestor. Su Jiuge suddenly fell to her knees, sobbing uncontrollably. She finally understood what those grayed-out names on the genealogy meant. Su War wasn't even end of life back then. This 18th generation family had dragged his broken body through the abyss in a bloody battle for 3,000 years, refusing to take half a step back until his divine soul was eroded by the eternal night. To this day, his divine soul is still imprisoned by the foreign abyss, leaving only a white bone back in the Dao mountain. Watch it! Su Zhan suddenly turned his head to look at Suyu. His black hole-like eyes lit up with 2 points of golden aura. This is the true meaning of the power of Hanyuan. The star map suddenly contracted, and all the energy in heaven and earth collapsed into imperceptible singularities. The screams of the human-faced foreign devil came to an abrupt end, and its origin, detachment, and even the imprint it had left in the long river of time were all completely erased. The moment the singularity exploded, the heavens and earth lost their colors. When the last trace of the foreign devil's aura dissipated, the bronze coffin had reclosed and disappeared. The last trace of muddy source power in Su Zhan's body turned into a point of light and merged into Suyu's brow, leaving a blood-colored star map in his sea of consciousness. This style, what is it called? Re-refine earth, wind, water and fire, and evolve the muddy source of heaven and earth. Su Zhan's voice was like the sound of the great Tao, causing Suyu to instantly fall into a state of deep enlightenment. Evolving the muddy source of heaven and earth? Gongzi! Red Lotus was about to step forward when she was suddenly lifted off the ground by the chaotic chi that rose up to the sky. 365 light orifices emerged around Suyu, and in each orifice sat a scaled-down version of the Hanyuan Dharma body. Luo Yao wiped away the blood at the corner of her mouth, her fingertip jade buttons blooming with a clear glow. He's having an epiphany. Only then did the crowd realize that within a radius of 10,000 miles, the originally dried-up aura reappeared. The mountains and rivers corroded by the foreign devils were revitalized. The dead trees sprang back to life. The broken springs resurfaced, and even the remains of the cultivators who had died in battle earlier blossomed into crystal and flowers. The elements of heaven and earth surged towards Suyu like a tidal wave, converging into an incomparably dense and pure Yuan Qi. Chapter 141 Chaotic Enlightenment. Hanyuan Great Success. Suyu only felt that thousands of spiritual lights appeared in his mind, and endless sensations were born. So familiar. Chaos. Muddy source. Suyu was thoughtful, being in a state of epiphany. His understanding of the 9 styles of Hanyuan became more and more profound. Behind it, the Hanyuan Dharma body became more and more solid, and the Chaos Giant's face became clearer and clearer. But soon, he encountered a bottleneck, and the Hanyuan Dharma body behind him came to a standstill. It wasn't because of his lack of ability, but the 9 styles of Hanyuan was not a technique that could be completed quickly. It's a method of warfare that can only be utilized in battle. Maximum power. Nowadays, it was already extremely rapid for him to cultivate to a minor level in one breath. If he wanted to reach great success, he had to go through the baptism of countless battles, fighting real enemies to the death in order to complete the final metamorphosis. Does it stop there? Suyu frowned, unwilling to stop there. But where was he going to find opponents capable of fighting in a short period of time? Nope, maybe there's another way. Suyu took a deep breath and said in his head, "System, use one chaotic enlightenment opportunity." Ding! Chaotic enlightenment begins. In the next moment, the scene before Suyu's eyes suddenly changed. Before his eyes, the sky and earth had not yet opened. A chaotic scene appeared. The second time he used chaotic enlightenment, Suyu finally experienced its mysteries. The chaotic chi contained countless rules of the great Tao, which were not fixed, but like water waves would change in various forms with time and space. Where he was now was at the level of the Tao, and he could easily see the changing trajectory of every single rule in the Tao. This was different from the scenario at the Divine Mansion realm, when only the form of the Tao could be observed, and it was impossible to go deeper inside the rules. It was as if he had returned to the scene when he had first realized the Tao in the Divine Mansion realm, but this time, he was able to observe and understand the trajectories of those rules of the great Tao more carefully. Suyu's attention fell on top of a chaotic mist. The mist appeared to be calm, but in reality, it was constantly rippling, with different form changes at different times, containing endless rules of the great Tao, which could be called a collection of the rules of the great Tao. He scrutinized the mist, trying to sense from the chaos, out of the true meaning of the muddy source. One must know that when old ancestor Suzhan had deduced the 9 styles of Hanyuan to its extreme peak, it was this corner of chaos that was evolved. Now, he came directly to the chaos to feel with his own eyes, touching the rules of the avenue with his own hands, which can be countless times stronger than the later life by deduction. Rumble. However, just as Suyu was meditating and comprehending, he suddenly realized that the chaotic mist had suddenly solidified and transformed into a great demonic god. The devil god was tall and unrivaled, standing on top of the sky and holding an ancient streamer. The streamer was draped with 5 channels of Xin Huang Qi, which was the great 5 elements of heaven and earth at the time of the beginning of chaos, and contained the infinite truth of the great Tao. What is this? How could there be living beings in the chaos before the heavens and earth opened? Could it be that this is a living being summoned by the system? Suyu's pupils suddenly shrunk, but without waiting for him to think deeply, that demon god had already rushed to kill him. Late divine platform realm. Same realm as me. Is it really the work of the system? Is this detecting that I need to fight more than meditate on the Tao at this moment? Suyu fiercely got up, his arms spread out, and the power of Hanyuan surged out. It's just right to use you as my whetstone, so that I can break into a butterfly in battle. Suyu's eyes blossomed with golden light, and the power of the muddy origin surged out from his body. In the next moment, 365 light orifices on his body lit up at the same time, drawing an ancient star map. The Hanyuan Dharma body appeared behind him. Suyu threw out a punch, and the Dharma body behind him also threw out punches in synchronization. That demon god hissed noiselessly. The ancient streamer in his hands suddenly rolled, and the 5 Xian Huang Qi erupted at the same time, transforming into an unparalleled sword intent to collide with Suyu's fist power. Suyu could only feel a soreness in his arm. The sword intent contained in that streamer was so terrifying. He was secretly shocked, but he didn't move slowly. Just as his right arm fell, his left fist had already blasted out. The Hanyuan Dharma body threw a punch at the same time. The demon god roared, and the ancient streamer shook again. Each of Suyu's punches was shattered by the ancient streamers, and the 5 Xianhuang Qi transformed into endless swordlight chopping in all directions. Rumble. Wherever the sword intent passed, countless spatial cracks surfaced. Suyu's face did not change. The power of his fleshly body rushed about, and all sorts of mysteries were at his fingertips. Borrowing strength, chipping away at it, the 5 elements are born together, and the 5 elements are not together. Combined with the Hanyuan Dharma body's augmentation, he was not even the slightest bit behind in terms of momentum. But this mysterious demon god was not a vegetarian. The ancient streamer in his hands, as if it had become the most powerful blade in the world. Every time it was swung, there were countless laws that were pulled out, turning into a Dao sword and splitting towards Suyu. For a time, the two were caught up in a frantic battle, shattering this side of the chaos. Suyu fought faster and faster, his two fists bringing out monstrous fist power. His Hunyuan Dharma body also became more and more solid, and the Chaos Giant's face became clearer and clearer. His dual fists also became more and more mysterious, each attack containing many mysteries, interpreting the 9 styles of Hunyuan to the extreme. He could even feel that each fist style contained countless fist strengths, layered on top of each other. But that's not enough. That's not enough. The Hunyuan Dharma body once again coalesced its right arm and continuously blasted out hundreds of punches in a flash. Each punch was stacking up, one style more furious than the other. Boom! Suyu's fist strength and the demon god ancient streamer exploded at the same time, and in the chaotic turbulence, the two figures touched and separated. Again, the battle intent in Suyu's eyes grew higher and higher. Chaotic enlightenment was still ongoing, and he needed this battle to allow him to complete his metamorphosis. I seem to have fallen into a misunderstanding. The power of the Hunyuan melds into thousands. I shouldn't use only this one power against the enemy. This is cutting off my own arm. A color of clarity flashed in Suyu's eyes. In the next moment, instead of sticking to the 9 styles of Hunyuan, he took out the burial sword tire. The Dharma body behind him held the burial sword tire in one hand, raised his hand and chopped, and the temporal sword chi carried out the ancient and modern future. Wherever the sword chi passed, time and space were reversed and chaos was broken. This chop contained the true meaning of Suyu's spatio-temporal sword Dao, a perfect combination of his spatio-temporal way and sword Dao. Using the Hunyuan Dharma body to operate the laws of space and time, he instantly deduced the Dao of the sword to its peak extreme. Rumble! The time and space sword chi tore everything apart, wrapped in unparalleled might and slashed at the demon god. Yet the demon god was not the least bit afraid. He threw the ancient streamer and transformed it into a sky-covering Dharma phase, with 5 colored rays of light wheeling around. Xianuang rotation. Boom! In the chaotic turbulence, the two forces collided once again. The devil god's metaphysical power intertwined a brilliant curtain of light on the long river of time, strangling all of Suyu's temporal sword chi. This mysterious demon god was even more powerful than he had imagined. Suyu was not surprised but pleased. In the same realm, this was the first time he had ever stumbled upon an opponent who could be an even match for him. Again, the battle intent in his eyes grew higher and higher, and the burial god sword tire in his hand was once again sheathed. In that instant, space and time froze. 10 million instantaneous Suyu appeared at the same time, and the creation body and world body activated at the same time. The origin of millions of worlds was drained in an instant, and then, it transformed into an unprecedented and astonishing sword. Moreover, Suyu purposely used his time and space avatar at the end to send this sword to the demon god, attaching the attribute of sure shot to it. After doing all this, Suyu's face turned white. Even though he had superb recovery power, he still felt that his body was being emptied out and his breathing became ragged. He stared ahead without blinking. This sword could be said to be his strongest means without the use of external forces. Even if that demon god came from an extraordinary source, Suyu did not believe that it would be able to receive this sword. However, the result appalled him, only to see that the demon god didn't dodge or avoid. The ancient streamer stabbed straight into the void. 5 channels of Xin Huang Qi rotated around its body, transforming into a Xin Huang shield to block in front of it. Suyu's supreme sword chopped on it, but it could only set off ripples, not even qualifying to make cracks appear. What exactly is this means? That Xian fantasy chi, is it also the extreme Dao? Suyu was incredulous. With this sword of his, even an ordinary Saint Entry Realm powerhouse would be seriously injured. I'm afraid, but the other party, who was clearly in the same realm as himself, was able to easily resist. Again, Suyu gritted his teeth and tried to forcefully cut out another sword, but at that moment, the surrounding chaotic aura suddenly dimmed. Time for enlightenment. Is it over? Suyu smiled bitterly. It seemed that we could only wait for the next time to fight this demon god. This thing's attack power was average, but its defense power was too perverse, and before entering sainthood, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to blast through it. Well, it seems it's not impossible to break the defense. At the last moment, Suyu experimentally wrapped a trace of the power of destruction around his sword and chopped the sword towards the demon god. He didn't use much power with this sword, but what he didn't expect was that the shield, which was made of arcane chi, was actually cut with a gaping hole. Suyu froze. You broke the defense so easily? Is this the power of destruction? No wonder the side effects are so great. Suyu raised his head to look at the demon god, but he saw that the demon god had long since disappeared, and the surrounding scenery returned to normal. Suyu carefully felt the changes within his body. Without realizing it, his own 9 styles of Hunyuan had actually been pushed to great completion. Chapter 142 Entering the Arctic Heavenly Domain, Targeting the Luo Family. Name, Suyu. Cultivation, peak of the Shintai realm. Physique, world body, emperor level, 5 directions creation body, emperor level. Innate avatar, world sword intent, cosmic universe, everlasting life, 5 directions of extinction, time and space folding, treasures, burial sword tire, 4-pole seal, destruction luck atlas, heaven devouring devil jar, villain value, 380, 000, 000. The line of the 100, 000 Great Mountains directly caused Suyu's cultivation to break through to the peak of the divine platform, and the 9 styles of Hanyuan was also cultivated to the point of great completion, and also allowed Suyu to harvest quite a lot of foreign devil essence. Nowadays, he was afraid that he would be able to pinch a peak god stage cultivator to death with his physical strength alone. Not only that, the great chi luckers around him during this period of time had also brought Suyu a massive amount of villainous value, especially Luo Yao. This distinctive fate of heaven. Almost every mood swing would add several 100,000 villain values to Suyu. Suyu looked sideways at Luo Yao. Brother Yu, we've gained so much great merit this time. I'm afraid that if we go on a few more quests, we'll be able to save up enough for the ticket to the Starry Sky Emperor Road. Luo Yao gleefully said as she held up her imaginary face. The matter of the mission is not urgent for now. Suyu waved his hand and took out a summoning talisman from his waist. The summoning talisman flashed twice before a flash of light rushed into Suyu's brow. The North Plains Luo family. Suyu's brows furrowed as he quickly skimmed through the intelligence transmitted by the Weaver. Tianji Pavilion really deserved to be called the largest intelligence organization in the upper realm. In just a few hours or less, it had investigated the North Plains Luo family and Luo Yao to the letter. Luo Yao, take us to your house as a guest, okay? Although Suyu's mouth was inquiring, his tone was irrefutable. Luo Yao was a bit hesitant at once. After all, she had just left home not long ago. If she went back now, she would definitely be given a lecture. Brother Yu. Me. What? No? Suyu's gaze was like a knife, coldly sweeping over. Luo Yao was instantly scared by the fierce gaze and her little face turned white, and she hurriedly nodded her head. Yes, yes. It was so hard for Ben to follow Suyu. How could she dare to say half a word? If the other party got angry and kicked her out, wouldn't it be too late to cry? Sister Luo Yao. Here. Luo Yao didn't take a few steps, but she saw Su Xiaoyu change a bunch of sugar gourds out of nowhere and handed it to her. Wow. Real sugar plums. Where did you find them? Little fish? Luo Yao's eyes glistened, but her appetite was soon tantalized by the rich, sweet scent. He. I got lucky and picked it up from a tree. Su Xiaoyu said with a hefty smile. She didn't know why sugar plums grew on the trees, and as her cultivation increased, her luck seemed to get better and better. Little fish sister. You're awesome. Luo Yao gave her a thumbs up before taking a bite. Good times. Not quite the same flavor as remembered though? Luo Yao's small face was flushed and she was eating the sugar gourd in her hand beautifully. This was the second time she had a candy cane. Ahead. Suyu's footsteps slowed down, his face somewhat complicated. Luo Yao had previously invited him to eat candy canes a few times. However, those were fakes that she had created with the power of deception. And I wonder, is this the right trip to the northern plains? Suyu's eyes flickered, his footsteps stopped, and his eyes looked at the young girl who was cheering because of a string of sugar gourds. But soon, Suyu took another step. The truth is brutal, but it must always be faced. The group traveled all the way north, without the foreign devils to stop them. The ordinary mountain demonic beasts could not stop Suyu in the slightest. There was no need for him to take action at all, as Li Changqing and the others cut down all the demonic beasts that dared to block the way. Only, the 100,000 great mountains stretched endlessly, and when the crowd crossed the 100,000 great mountains and arrived at the Arctic Heavenly Domain, it was already half a month later. This day, Arctic Heavenly Domain, Immortal Demon Pass. The Immortal Demon Pass was located at the foot of the 100,000 Great Mountains, while the surrounding area was covered with mountain ranges, and a majestic and magnificent megalithic fortress towered majestically above the mountain ranges. The entire city wall was 3 zhang wide and hundreds of lengths high, thick and hard. It was the garrison of the Jingchu Immortal Kingdom. It was different from the Central Heavenly Domain's clans and families. The Arctic Heavenly Domain and the East Extreme Heavenly Domain were mostly dominated by immortal nations, with very few strong clans as well as families appearing. The Immortal Demon Pass, as the name implies, had the Immortal Kingdom's army stationed here, and was extremely tightly defended. Inside the city, it was even littered with formations that, once activated, were enough to easily withstand attacks below the Divine Palace realm. At this moment, on the pass of the Immortal Demon Pass, a general was looking ahead with a grave expression on his face. Damn, that witch is back, the general cursed, and then shouted, "Stop the Comer!" As the words fell, A huge arrow steeply flew out of the immortal demon pass, ruthlessly stabbing towards the front. Snort! Wherever the arrow passed, the air exploded with a violent ringing sound, and terrifying spiritual energy flowed through the tip of the arrow. Is this how the Jingchu Immortal Kingdom treats its guests? Li Changqing sneered and stepped forward, a light brush of floating dust in his hand. Buzz! In an instant, the Dao text flowed in the void, and a Dao sword manifested itself, pressing towards the immortal demon pass like a sky and earth. Rumbling, the Dao sword cut through the void, emitting a deafening ringing sound like wild thunder, causing one's soul to tremble. Click! The arrow instantly collapsed. Toast to the world, Li Changqing said disdainfully, flicking his wrist slightly. Shoo shoo shoo. In a split second, the roiling Dao sword shot out crazily. Dao sect Dao Sun Li Changqing? How could it be him? Inside the immortal demon pass, a middle-aged man wearing a python robe was slightly stagnant. His gaze shifted from Luo Yao to above Li Changqing's face, his brows slowly furrowing. Could it be that this Taoist, too, wants to seize the power to deceive the heavens? Chapter 143. A sword breaks the barrier. Immortal Demon Pass city wall trembled violently in the torrent of Dao swords. Li Changqing's sleeves fluttered. 3,000 Dao swords hovered in midair. The tips of the swords gulped cold ons and pointed directly at the city head. The Immortal Demon Pass was swarming with people, and in the next moment, they formed a battle formation and went toe-to-toe with Li Changqing. Daoist Li, even if you are an heir of the Dao sect, there's no reason to break through the barrier for no reason, right? Just then, a person walked out of the Immortal Demon Pass. This person was clad in a python robe, with a jade belt around his waist, holding a folding fan in his hand, with an imposing demeanor, and was none other than the Duke of Wei of the immortal state of Jingchu Golden Extermination. While Jin Extinguished spoke, his gaze fell on Su Yu who was behind Li Changqing. His eyes narrowed slightly. A flash of astonishment swept across his eyes as he asked in a cold voice, I wonder who this little friend is. A mere Jingchu Immortal Kingdom dares to disrespect young lord? Su Jiuji's willow eyebrows rose, and the nine devilish sword was steeply sheathed, chopping at Jin Extinction. The great sage? Jin Xia's face sank, and his right hand waved his folding fan to meet it, actually using it to resist the nine devil sword. Click! A crisp sound rang out. The folding fan was cut off hard by the nine devil sword, and pieces of it flew all over the sky. Jin's figure retreated violently, his right arm trembling lightly, shock written all over his face. Obviously being in the same great sage realm, he couldn't even receive a single move from the other party. A flash of viciousness flashed in Jin Xia's eyes. Don't force me, retreat immediately. Otherwise, this king will immediately open the Immortal Demon Pass formation, and at that time, the formation will not care if you are a Dao son of the Dao sect or not. Li Changqing had a disdainful look on his face. Come if you have the guts, this Taoist son is here to stay. Jin Xia's face was unsightly, and his gaze swept a glance at Luo Yao without any trace. He decided in his heart that Li Changqing and the others must have discovered something. For the sake of the 10,000-year foundation of the Immortal Kingdom, no matter what, he couldn't let these few people pass today. Boom! Just as the two of them were at swords drawn, a vast aura suddenly appeared. Su Yu took a step. One step fell and the entire Immortal Demon Pass trembled. Jin's face was horrified, as if he had been struck by lightning, obviously only at the peak of the divine platform, yet he has a fleshly body that is comparable to the sacred realm. You know, this can be a very delicate time period today. If it was in normal times, perhaps there was a chance that the other party was just a lucky casual cultivator. But nowadays, all kinds of ancient heavenly prides awakened and came out, and if you are not careful, you will kick the iron plate. Jin Ni was very skeptical, and Su Yu was afraid that he was a similar existence, especially after gazing at Su Yu's eyes. He actually had a strong uneasiness rising without warning, as if he would face a life and death crisis in the next moment. This person absolutely cannot be easily messed with. Jin Extinction was aghast in his heart. I don't know your name? And where are you from? After pondering for a moment, Jin Xia took the lead to show weakness and asked out loud. But the next moment, Su Yu's words caused him to change his mind once again. You don't deserve to know. Death to those who stand in the way. The light words were like a heavy hammer smashing down, causing the faces of the entire Immortal Demon Pass crowd to sink like water. Hubris. Arrogant to the core. Even the Dao sect's Dao son, Li Changqing, couldn't humiliate the Jingchu Immortal Kingdom like this, let alone you, a person of unknown origin. The Immortal Demon Pass was not only a barrier to stop the demonic beasts of the 100,000 mountains, it also represented the face of the entire Jingchu Immortal Kingdom. Su Yu's move was undoubtedly slapping the entire Jingchu Immortal Kingdom in the face. Killing intent boiled in Jin Extinction's eyes as he took a deep breath and said in a cold voice, Your Excellency's words are too much. Excessive? Su Yu shook his head. It's not your turn to dictate how this Gongzi acts. As the words fell, an appalling aura spread out from within him, causing the crowd at the immortal demon pass to feel as if they were facing a great enemy. Unbridled, daring madman. The two old men behind Jin Xia had ugly faces as they swept out on the left and right. These two old men were also great sage realm powerhouses. One was dressed in green, while the other wore a gray robe. The two of them were on each side within the immortal demon pass, and they joined forces with gold destruction to directly activate the great formation of the pass. Toast the wine and refuse to eat the penalty wine. Kid, this is your own way of seeking death. And even if the forces behind you find it afterward, it's not our fault. So you looked indifferent and did not respond. He slowly raised his right hand, 5 fingers together in a fist. The star map on the surface of his body flickered, and a 10,000-foot Dharma body manifested behind him. The burial god sword tire flew out from the inner world. Suyu held it in his palm as soon as he could, and then simply chopped down with a sword. With this sword, he used a hint of the power of destruction. Boom! As the sword chopped down, space shattered and the entire immortal demon pass trembled and wailed under the sword. The Xinguan formation was like paper mache, and was directly pierced through by the broken sword, and was then annihilated along with dozens of sacred realm entry powerhouses. How is that possible? The people present were shocked and their faces were ashen. This was a great formation presided over by 3 great saints. How could the other side break it with a single sword? Sure enough, it's still the power of destruction that works. Suyu put away his sword and stood, his face slightly moved, using the power of the Hunyuan to run the breakdown. The killing power caused was simply terrifying, far beyond his expectations. Moreover, after the power of destruction was chopped out, it actually increased instead of decreasing, as if it was endless. Sensing this scene, Suyu had some hidden worries in his heart. After all, unlike the other extreme Dao powers, the breaking power was strong, but the side effects were also extremely great. When it was strong enough, it would break into nothingness along with the cultivator. Take one step at a time. Suyu shook his head slightly and then took a step towards the immortal demon pass. At this time, no one dared to stop in front of Suyu anymore. Blood spilled from Jin Mei's mouth, and the eyes that looked at Suyu were terrified to the extreme. Broken. You're that one's heir? In the entire upper realm, no one knew about Su Tian in the realm Guandi city. The destruction sword could not destroy anything, and even the alien demon emperor, who claimed to be immortal, became the soul under the other party's sword. Now, is that Jinshi's sword god also finding an heir? Gold Destruction's eyes were complicated. You seem to know a lot, so come along. Suyu's footsteps slightly paused, and he immediately said, swish. In the next moment, Su Jioge struck out brazenly, chopping out thousands of demonic lotuses with a single sword, directly engulfing Jin Xia. A few moments later, the despairing Jin Mi was escorted to Suyu by Su Jiogu. His entire Dantian and Sea of Consciousness were imprisoned, and even his fleshly orifices were blocked, completely becoming fish meat on the chopping block. Jin Xia wanted to cry. You damn well have the breaking extreme Dao. Why do you still want to come and grab this deceiving heavenly extreme Dao? At the beginning of the great world, it's true that all sorts of demons and monsters are coming out of the woodwork. Snatch? You mean, you originally wanted to snatch her deceiving heavenly extreme Dao? Suyu's eyes narrowed as a dangerous light flickered in his eyes. No, Jin Ni just wanted to deny it, but was forcefully interrupted by Suyu. If you lie, the Jingchu immortal kingdom will not exist today. Suyu's voice suddenly raised an octave. Jin's face was as pale as paper, and he was trembling with fear. I'm wrong, please spare your life. Suyu's face was calm. I'll give you a chance to tell the original story. The original story. Jin Mi was as if he had been pardoned and nodded his head busily. Good. Whatever your excellency wants to know. I will definitely know everything. At this moment, Jin Mi no longer had half a crooked mind. Behind the other party stood the old sword god. That one can destroy the Jingchu immortal kingdom by just blowing his breath. How can this still be played? Chapter 144. What is true and what is false? My lord, are you sure you want to say it in front of her? Jin Mu glanced at Luo Yao, wanting to speak. Luo Yao looked puzzled. Her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. Take us to the Luo family first. Suyu also seemed to have thought of something and shook his head slightly. Yes, my lord. Jin Mi was escorted, fearfully leading the way in front as the group rushed towards the former site of the North Plains Luo family. Along the way, Suyu's face was cold. His aura around him was heavy, while Jin Mi did not dare to utter a single breath, secretly screaming in his heart, only hoping that he could pass through this calamity safely. Traveling to the northern plains, the barren atmosphere came to the face, the wind howling, yellow sand in the sky. In the distance, the silhouette of an ancient city loomed, and that was the once glorious Luo family. Upon seeing this building, which was comparable to a ghost city, All of the people had odd expressions on their faces. Li Chongqing looked unkind and said, "You fellow, you didn't bring us to this hellish place on purpose, did you?" Su Jioge directly cracked a whip down, striking Jin Mi's skin and flesh. "How dare you play tricks at a time like this? One must know that nowadays, Luo Yao was still ranked 3 places higher than Su Yu on the heavens' remarkable ranking. In her opinion, a family that could cultivate a heavenly pride like Luo Yao wouldn't be far off. Even if it wasn't as good as the Su family, it's only right that it's at least a half-emperor's family." The rest of the group thought the same thing, and Jin Mi, who was bearing the wrath of the crowd, was practically on the verge of crying out in anxiety. "My lords, I really didn't lie to you. This is the North Plains Luo family. If you guys don't believe me, you can ask this Luo family's eldest miss. That's right, this is my home." Luo Yao was a little embarrassed. She looked towards Su Yu with a few constraints on her face. "After all, it's the first time I've led the opposite sex home." Luo Yao jumped and pushed open the ancient city gates, jumping through deserted one-man streets, and from time to time, talking to the air. "Boss, how much for a bunch of sugar snaps? 3 coppers? I don't have any coins. I'll give you half a spirit stone. No need to look for it. This lady is happy today." Luo Yao turned around with a flutter, clutching a few strings of sugar gourds in her hands. "Here, my lady is treating everyone today." The crowd took the sugar plums with different faces. "Cabin." Li Chongqing could not help but take a bite. His eyes immediately flashed with amazement. "Actually the same as the real one. Is this deception heaven? Can it really become fake?" "Shut up." Su Yu coldly glanced at him and stopped his next words. Li Chongqing knew that he had slipped up and hurriedly covered his mouth, looking at Luo Yao with a worried expression. If his guess is right, Luo Yao's family is afraid. At this moment, Luo Yao was still immersed in her own world. She lightly ran towards the main house of her family, raised her hand to push open the gate, and crisply shouted, "Father, Mother, I'm back." Su Yu and the others stepped into the courtyard, only to see overgrown weeds and broken walls. But Luo Yao excitedly pulled Su Yu and introduced interesting childhood stories, her words full of happiness. Su Yu's brows tightened as a flash of worry flashed in his eyes. The truth of the matter was as he had suspected. On that day after seeing Luo Yao's costume, he had some suspicions. Obviously looking only in his 20s, why would he be wearing a dress that smelled so thick with age? And everything Luo Yao carried had a heavy feeling of age. For Su Yu, who had cultivated the way of time and space, this little sense of abnormality was something he could easily sense. Coupled with Luo Yao's overly childish character, it was hard for Su Yu not to become suspicious. He then forgave the other party for deceiving him and allowed her to follow him around, and had the Tianji Pavilion secretly investigate the Northern Plains Luo family. Sure enough, the sinking truth quickly surfaced under this investigation. Su Yu had thought that the Luo family was also a great family in the Arctic heavenly domain. However, the information given by the Tianji Pavilion stated that the Northern Plains Luo family had been destroyed as early as 20,000 years ago. Obviously, the family has long been broken, but Luo Yao said he was so hard to sneak out of the home. Su Yu's complex complexion, his heart vaguely guessed the truth. This ninny, I'm afraid she's tricked herself with the power of deception. Deceive yourself that your family is still alive, that your family has not perished, and that the millions of people in the city of forgetfulness are all still living in peace and happiness. Su Yu looked at Luo Yao, who was happily narrating in the courtyard, and had mixed feelings in his heart. Her laughter was clear and crisp. Every word seemed to pop out of past happiness, but in Su Yu's ears, it was full of sadness. This power to deceive the heavens can turn reality upside down, but it cannot escape its cruel fate. He subconsciously clenched his fists, his knuckles whitening as if he were trying to grasp the beauty that was about to shatter and not let it slip through his fingers. Su Yu, look, this old acacia tree is still here. When I was little, I always liked to play under this tree, and my father would tell me stories. Luo Yao pulled Su Yu to a crooked acacia tree, her eyes sparkling with starlight, as if those beautiful pasts were right in front of her eyes. Su Yu forced out a smile and gently nodded his head. His throat felt like it was choked by something and he couldn't speak. Li Chongqing and Su Jioge stood on the side, watching the scene, their hearts filled with emotion. Su Jioge bit her lower lip and whispered, "This girl is too pitiful. For so many years, she's been living in her own woven dreams." Li Chongqing frowned slightly, worry in his gaze, but this dream, after all, has to wake up. Otherwise, when she accidentally touches the truth one day and breaks down, no one will be able to stop her. Su Yu took a deep breath, slowly walked to Luo Yao's side and said softly, "Luo Yao, there are some things that I want to say to you." Luo Yao turned her head and tilted it with a hint of doubt in her eyes. "What is it, Su Yu? Why are you suddenly so serious? You proposed marriage to my father, right?" Luo Yao seemed to have thought of something, and her ears swished red. "It's too early. It's too early. Luo Yao shyly twisted her head away, looking at the young girl who was full of happiness and youthful vigor. Su Yu opened his mouth, but found that those words felt like they weighed 1,000 pounds and were blocking his throat. Otherwise, let the lies continue? Maybe it wouldn't be a bad idea if we could just keep on cheating like this? Just then, a gust of cloudy wind blew by, and the atmosphere in the courtyard steeply became gloomy. As if Luo Yao had sensed something, the smile on her face gradually disappeared, and a trace of confusion flashed through her eyes. Strange, why is it suddenly so cold? Su Yu was immediately on guard, running his spiritual energy, and a faint layer of light was glowing around his body. Li Changqing and Su Zhouge also quickly entered the battle state, and the Dao sword in Li Changqing's hand buzzed as the Dao energy flowed. Su Zhouge gripped the Nine Devil sword tightly, and demonic might faintly emanated. Luo Yao, however, was still looking around with a confused expression. What happened? Why are you all so nervous? Suddenly, the ground began to vibrate violently, and a black crack spread out from the ground, with gusts of black mist pouring out from the cracks. Luo Yao's face turned pale as she subconsciously hid behind Su Yu. Su Yu, what's going on? Why am I suddenly so scared? Su Yu patted her shoulder and comforted. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Just as the crowd was standing by, an illusory figure slowly emerged from the mist. The figure gradually became clearer. It was actually a middle-aged man with a kind face, but his eyes were filled with deep concern. When Luo Yao saw the figure, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Father? Why did you run out from underground? Scared me to death. With that, he was about to rush over. Su Yu hurriedly pulled her back. Luo Yao, however, broke away from his hand. My father seems to be angry. Wait for me to coax him first. With that, he lunged towards the figure. However, her hand passed through the figure. Luo Yao's body jolted as an incredulous expression appeared on her face. Chapter 145 Bully Skystorms. Yaoer, it's time to face the truth. The illusory figure slowly opened its mouth, its voice as if it had traveled through endless years, with a few moments of helplessness and containing endless vicissitudes. Luo Yao. For some reason, a strong uneasiness surged steeply in her heart, and tears came out of her eyes uncontrollably. Dad, what did you say? What truth? Her voice was tinged with sobs and filled with trepidation. Luo father's figure sighed languidly, his eyes filled with love and reluctance. The gaze was as if it was trying to carve his daughter's likeness into the depths of his soul. He slowly turned around and looked at Su Yu and the others, squeezing out a kind smile. You guys are Yaoer's friends, right? With you all here, I am also much more at ease. After saying that, he raised his hands, which were already close to transparent, as if they would dissipate in the wind at any time. 30,000 years have passed. This wisp of my residual soul, even with the shelter of the power of the deceptive heaven, is it difficult to continue? What residual soul? Father, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand? Luo Yao was incomparably panicked, a deep sense of helplessness enveloping her, as if the most important thing in her life was leaving her. Luo's father shook his head slightly, his eyes full of pain. Yaoer, don't deceive yourself and others anymore. The Luo family has long been overthrown, hasn't it? He reached out his hand, wanting to wipe away the teardrops on Luo Yao's cheeks, but the illusory hand passed straight through, touching nothing. Time is relentless. Even the deceptive heavily extreme Dao that claims to be able to turn the world upside down seems so powerless in front of these long years. Perhaps when Luo Yao reached the transcendent realm like Su Tian, she could change the heavens and the earth. But now, through the shocking waves of the years, everything in the Luo family is decaying, including this trace of the divine soul left behind by Luo's father. The Luo family destroyed? How is that possible? Luo Yao's petite body trembled violently, as if the sky was falling and the entire world was collapsing at this moment. She desperately shook her head, her hair disheveled. The Luo family is guarded by father, who is a quasi-emperor, the strongest person in the world, is invincible. How could he be destroyed? I don't believe it. This must be a lie. Her emotions fluctuated violently, accompanied by the buildings around her that began to crumble continuously, and then rebuilt under her chaotic power, as if it were a dystopian dream. Blood began to spill from her mouth, and the crimson blood dripped down onto the land that held countless memories. In the crowd's gaze, the surrounding scene changed rapidly, as if turning back time, and everything became illusory and unreal. So Yu raised his eyebrows and secretly marveled in his heart, was Luo Yao actually trying to fish the real Luo family out of that vast and infinite river of time with her own strength? Ha! Father Luo laughed ruefully, his laughter filled with bitterness. In this world, is there really an invincible existence? Even the mighty Su Wu Dao who shook the world back then, he's almost at the end of his life by now, right? He slowly raised his head and looked towards the sky that seemed to be unchanging for eternity, his eyes filled with pathos. Yaoer, the next words, You must remember them well. My Luo family is nothing but a pawn. Back then, the feathered god dynasty. Boom! With a loud bang, as if the sky was crashing into the earth, a sharp knife with a cold light flashing actually suddenly penetrated through Luo's father's heart. The sharp knife stirred violently, and in an instant, it churned Luo's father's already weak remnant soul to pieces. No! Luo Yao's eyes were wide open, tears surged out, and her cries tore through the heavens. Damn! This is a paragon emperor. This guy has been hiding in the shadows. The crowd was instantly like an enemy, and the cold hairs on their bodies stood up. Li Changqing fiercely drew out his Dao sword. The sword buzzed and hummed. The Dao energy was like electricity jumping around the sword. It was the Dao energy he had cultivated for many years, and at this moment, it exploded without reservation, ruthlessly stabbing at the incoming person. Su Jiugu also gripped the Nine Devil sword tightly, his demonic might surging. The rolling demonic chi was like a raging black tide that dyed this heaven and earth into ink color. Magic Lotus. Swish! Suyu held the burial god sword tire in his hand and chopped down with a sword without any hesitation. The sword was powerful and carried an unrelenting momentum, as if he wanted to cut off all the darkness in this world. A mere mole cricket. How dare you offend a true dragon? Boom! The mysterious man raised his hand and waved it. A simple movement that contained endless greatness, easily dissolving all of the crowd's attacks. The terrifying quasi-emperor pressure spread out, as if materializing into a storm, causing the surrounding space to crack like broken mirrors, emitting a crackling sound. He was wearing an emperor's robe, exuding a chilling aura around him. His face was cold, and his eyes were filled with endless coldness and cruelty, and everything in the world was like grass in his eyes. With you guys? How dare you fight against me? The quasi-emperor sneered. His voice was like rolling heavenly thunder, exploding in the ears of the crowd, shaking their eardrums to the point of pain, and their hearts and minds trembled. He gently waved his sleeve robe. An invisible force came surging in like a mountain. Li Changqing's Dao sword was instantly shaken away. The whole person was thrown backward like a kite with broken strings, drawing a poignant arc in the air, and blood sprayed wildly from his mouth, showering a rain of blood in the air. Damn it! That child is poor enough as it is, and you want to destroy her last thought. Su Jiugu was furious to the extreme, and the Nine Netherworld demon sword blossomed with piercing demonic light. She drank delicately and exerted all her strength. A black sword chi transformed into a demonic dragon and lunged towards the paramount emperor with teeth and claws. The demonic dragon hissed with an endless ferocious aura, but in front of the paramount emperor, it looked so small. However, the paragon emperor just gently raised his hand and annihilated all of those sword chi, and with a backhanded slap, Su Jiugu was directly sent flying miles away, crashing into an ancient building, which collapsed with a loud bang, splashing bricks and stones and burying her in it. Li Changqing's eyes were cold, as if he was a lone star in a cold night, and a rune flashed on his sword, which was the embodiment of his Dao heart. He clenched his teeth and revolved his entire body's spiritual energy to execute the most powerful sword technique. A brilliant sword light stabbing at the paragon emperor like lightning. The sword light was long, but in front of the absolute strength of a paragon emperor, it was like a mantis. A hint of disdain flashed in the eyes of the quasi-emperor as he stretched out a finger and flicked it, and Li Changqing's sword light instantly dissipated, and the Dao sword was shaken to the point of disintegration. Li Changqing only felt his arm tingling and blood spilling from his tiger's mouth. Humph! Out of your depth. The paramount emperor coldly looked at Suyu and the others, walking slowly step by step. With each step, the ground shook violently, a huge crack spreading in all directions, as if it was a wound in the earth. Shocking to the eyes. Has emperor power blocked all of space and time? Suyu was expressionless as he coldly gazed at this paragon emperor. In front of this terrifying absolute strength, the power of space and time was also affected, as if it was bound by a layer of invisible shackles, unable to break out to call for reinforcements. Even the 9 styles of Hunyuan could no longer summon the Tomb of Su battle at this moment. The Dao cultivated by this paragon emperor favored suppression, with godless might, suppressing everything. Suyu's eyes narrowed as his mind focused on a small sword in his sea of consciousness. Did he not want to let Su Tian make a move until it was absolutely necessary? He who had personally experienced the power of destruction knew that Su Tian was now afraid that he was nearing his limit, and every time he struck out, he was 1 point closer to disappearing completely. Long live Emperor Jing! I will not dishonor my mission and bring back the Luo family's deceitful daughter. Seeing the reversal of the situation, Jin couldn't wait to rush from the back to the front of the emperor-to-be, and then flopped and knelt down to take credit, his face full of fawning colors. Well, you did a good job. Emperor Jing Chu nodded slightly. A trace of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. Previously, the daughter of deceitful heaven suddenly fled, and this emperor thought that the great plan of the immortal kingdom would have problems, but I didn't expect. His voice trailed off with a few hints of playfulness. Jin, You've made a great achievement this time. Ha ha ha. That laughter echoed so harshly in this air of blood and despair. A smile filled the face of Emperor Jingchu, but that smile did not reach the bottom of his eyes, permeated with a bone-chilling chill. His gaze condescendingly looked at Luo Yao, as if he was looking at a lamb to be slaughtered. As a tool, one must have the awareness of being a tool. Back then, your Luo family was like this in the hands of the feathered god dynasty. Now you should do the same. Those words were like cold blades, stabbing straight into Luo Yao's heart. Luo Yao knelt on the ground, looking at the place where Luo's father had dissipated, tears pouring out like a dam. Her heart was filled with endless pain and anger, and this pain and anger was like a volcano about to erupt, building up inside her, ready to erupt at any moment and turn everything into ashes. Dad, Mother. Luo Yao's voice was sad, as if it was a lone wailing in a cold night. She slowly stood up, and the aura around her began to become disorganized and wild. Her eyes gradually became blood red as the deceiving heaven's power surged crazily within her, as if it was going to break through her body. The power rampaging through her meridians, bringing about heart-rending pain. You guys don't deserve to die. Damn you. Chapter 146. All must die. Luo Yao suddenly raised her head, her eyes scarlet, her voice filled with endless killing intent. As she roared, the space around her began to twist and distort, and the laws of time became chaotic. Space was like a broken jigsaw puzzle, time was like a misplaced filament, and everything was plunged into an unorganized chaos. Suyu and the others looked at Luo Yao in shock. They could feel that Luo Yao's power was climbing at a terrifying speed at the moment. That climbing power was like a raging tsunami that made people tremble with fear. The deceiving heavenly extreme Dao is storming out? Emperor Jingchu frowned, a hint of caution flashing in his eyes. Want to die together? Dream on. He fiercely pressed his palm towards Luo Yao. That palm was like a divine mountain, bringing an endless sense of oppression. A terrifying force pressed down like a heavenly tilt. Luo Yao's delicate body trembled violently, as if it was a weak willow in a gale that could be broken at any time. However, her aura still didn't have the slightest intention of weakening, and as the deceiving heavenly power continued to surge, a sound of bones breaking came from within her body. The sound was crisp and terrifying. Her flesh, blood, and soul became disordered and manic, as if it was going to explode in the next second, and her entire being was on the verge of collapse. Boom! Just then, Suyu struck out. After a long silence, he waited for this opportunity. In an instant, the heaven-devouring demon jar crossed the sky, and countless pitch-black chains covered the sky, as if it was a black demonic dragon crawling out from the depths of hell. Between the stagnation of space and time, 3,000 Hunyuan Dharma bodies stood atop the sky, each of them exuding a terrifying aura, holding the burial god sword fetus in their hands as they simultaneously chopped down the destructive sword. Broken! This terrifying fluctuation caused Emperor Jingchu to change his face, and a trace of panic flashed across that originally cold face. So it was you who took control of Breakdown. This emperor almost thought it was that one who came. The Hunyuan Dharma body, the burial sword tire, and even the heaven-devouring demon jar he didn't put in his eyes, in his perception. These were nothing more than the struggles of ants. But the power of the breaking power does not. It was a power that could subvert everything, an existence that he also revered. I didn't expect that there would be an unexpected harvest today? Emperor Jingchu's eyes were bleeding blood due to looking directly at the broken sword, and that blood slid down his cheeks and dripped onto his imperial robes, blossoming into a bizarre flower of blood. However, he let out a wild laugh, which was filled with greed and madness. The 9 states Qiankuan tripod. Emperor Jingchu pressed down with a palm. In the next moment, a large cauldron that had carried tens of thousands of years of the Jingchu Immortal Kingdom's national fortune suddenly appeared. The cauldron was simple and heavy, with mysterious runes engraved around it, emitting an ancient and heavy aura. The great cauldron shattered the 3,000 Dharma bodies alive, and those Dharma bodies dissipated like bubbles, colliding with that broken one sword and then annihilating at the same time. That breaking power, under the suppression of the great cauldron, gradually disappeared as if it had never appeared. Pust! Suyu was hit hard by the force of the recoil. A mouthful of blood sprayed out. The whole person spat blood and flew backwards, drawing an arc in the air and falling heavily on the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Suyu, Luo Yao was already on the verge of collapse, and at this moment, when she saw Suyu being sent flying, his life and death unknown, the only string left in her heart was completely broken. Her breath climbed to an extreme point, breaking through the shackles. Boom! The heavens and earth trembled, and the entire Jingchu Immortal Kingdom trembled violently as if it was about to collapse. The earth cracked, the mountains crumbled, the rivers backed up, an apocalyptic scene. Not good. The deceptive heavenly extreme Dao self-destructed? Emperor Jingchu's face changed. He didn't expect that being delayed by Suyu for a while would allow Luo Yao to ignite the extreme Dao within his body. It was a fight to the same end, the last situation he wanted to see. Little. It's fine if you don't have the deceiving heavenly extreme Dao, so take your breaking extreme Dao to pay for it. He reached out, wanting to grab Luo Yao and take that possible breaking extreme Dao for himself. However, it was a grab. Emperor Jing Chu was in a trance and actually realized that everyone in front of him had all disappeared. The surrounding scene also became extremely unfamiliar. This was 30,000 years ago? When he looked around, he saw that the battle was raging, and the shouts and cries were intertwined with each other. The clan of the once dead Luo family. The people were fighting to the death against a group of white-clad enemies. Blood stained the earth, and the sky was filled with a thick smell of blood. The Luo clan's strongest men fell one after another, and the Luo clan's buildings collapsed in the midst of the battle. A scene of hell on earth. A pang of unease welled up in him. The situation, out of control. And at this moment, in a corner of that chaotic battlefield, Luo Yao was suspended in the air, her body emanating a bizarre light, and that light contained endless deceiving heavenly power. Her eyes were empty, and crazy, and she mouthed words that constantly deceived the world. After the power of deception of the heavens was completely unleashed, she could do almost anything in this short period of time. Only, the cost is also immense. But now, Luo Yao couldn't care less. No matter what, Emperor Jing Chu must die. Not only him, but all the enemies who had trampled on the Luo family had to die as well. Chapter 147. All heaven and earth can be deceived. The void was viciously torn apart, and 600 gaps blossomed open, each one like a hideously open scarlet pupil, emitting a bizarre and regal aura. These are not like the eyes of a living being, but rather the scabs that have congealed over endless years where Luo Yao's heart was torn, a manifestation of the wound in her heart that cannot be healed. 30,000 years ago, that shocking bloody night, the splattered blood beads were pulled by the thread of fate, and gradually condensed into a knot in the long river of years. 30,000 long years is too long. It was so long that Luo Yao needed to lie to herself over and over again to try to forget that tragic past. But memories are like wine. Those memories that had been deliberately buried, but like a life-threatening boomerang, wrapped in endless pain. A knife viciously scraped her body, exploding in this moment, causing her pain. Kill! This roar came from the nine hells. The extreme killing intent transformed by Luo Yao's extreme pain that she was unable to vent. The hatred and anger contained in that voice made the surrounding space tremble. Even if you burn yourself, what can you do? You're still not my emperor's plaything? Emperor Chuhi of Jing Chu's eyes were as cold as frost, and his body exuded a chilling imperial might. The nine-states Qiankuan tripod was suspended high above his head, blossoming with bright light and flashing runes, constantly suppressing the blood-colored eye light that seemed to be swallowing up heaven and earth. However, although the nine-states Qiankuan tripod claimed to be able to suppress 1,000 worlds, but in the face of endless erosion of the power of the deception of the sky, but also gradually overwhelmed, Chui's vision began to blur, and in his mind, those memories that had been dusted off for a long time were slowly unveiled by a pair of large invisible hands. Deception. 30,000 years ago, the Luo City Spring Festival was a bustling and lively event, but it also harbored a hidden crisis. As the blood-clothed guard commander of the feathered divine dynasty, Shu He, clad in battle armor and majestic, personally led his army to break through Luo City. His army was as sharp as a tiger descending from a mountain, and he completely trampled the Luo family, the last family in the northern plains. Since then, the once unrivaled Luo family could only submit helplessly, and the Arctic heavenly domain was completely unified by the feathered divine dynasty. For a time, the might of the divine dynasty shocked the four directions, and the world was convinced. However, twists of fate always come out of nowhere. The feathered quasi-emperor saw that Su Wudao was suppressing the universe and was invincible, and he knew that there was no hope for him to become an emperor. After witnessing Su Tian's amazing feat of subduing a domain with a single sword, the greed in his heart was completely aroused, and he actually hit upon the power of the extreme Dao. He utilized the special characteristics of the Luo family and spent countless hours of effort to successfully cultivate a deceiving heavenly Dao seed. And Chu He, who was the commander of the blood-clothed guards at that time, had no less ambition in his heart than the feathered quasi-emperor. Just as the deceiving heavenly Dao seed was about to hatch and its power was about to awaken, Chu He actually managed to break through the realm as well, stepping into the quasi-emperor realm. Immediately afterward, the bloody night descended without warning. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed, the sky and earth collapsed, and the feathered god dynasty fell apart in this sudden change. On the other hand, the Jing Chu immortal kingdom established by Chu He was like a new star, rising rapidly in the course of the night and completing the change of dynasties. The poor Luo family, in this cruel situation of two tigers competing against each other, fell into an innocent victim and was tragically exterminated. When Chu He changed to a new heaven and ascended to that supreme imperial throne, He was shocked to find that the deceitful heavenly Dao seed, which had taken countless hours of effort, had disappeared. In its place, there was a young and ignorant daughter of the deceitful heaven Luo Yao. No, you want to deceive this emperor? It's simply a dream. Shui snapped out of his memories. His eyes filled with panic and anger. He raised his eyes to look, but he was creeped out to realize that his memories had been projected above the firmament by a mysterious force. For a while, everyone was staring dead at his passing, their eyes filled with various complex emotions such as shock, doubt, and anger. Damn it! This emperor has been kind enough to keep you alive so far, and this is how you repay this emperor? He was extraordinarily furious, and his emperor's might exploded around him, breaking through the sky. At this moment, Luo Yao's qi and blood surged around her body like boiling magma, and her white hair danced wildly like a spirit snake, wantonly flaunting. Her eyes had been completely filled with the color of blood. They were eyes blinded by hatred, and endless resentment towards Chu He. The truth of what had once been hidden from her overwhelmed her like a raging tide. Leave me to live? Ha ha ha. Luo Yao's icy coldness pierced to the bone. Good, then I will return this to you as well, and make you live in infinite pain for the rest of your life. With that, she raised her hand and waved it with a dashing but relieving motion. In an instant, 72 phoenix bones instantly flew up, arranging themselves into a formation in the air, the bone texts flickering with a mysterious and bizarre light as they attacked towards Emperor Chu He of Jingchu. In front of this emperor, all falsehoods are useless. Chu He snorted coldly, and with a wave of his sleeve robe, a majestic imperial force surged out, carrying the momentum of a mountain, attempting to shatter the phoenix bone formation. However, these phoenix bones were incredibly tough, and under the onslaught of the emperor's might, they even remained steadfast in their approach. Back then, you usurped the throne to become the emperor and ordered people to harm my Luo family's entire family. Today I will make you pay for your blood. Luo Yao gritted her teeth and said. Each word seemed to be squeezed out from between her teeth. The killing intent in her eyes grew stronger, wanting to kill Chu He by 1,000 cuts. Chu He's face was as gloomy as ink. As he looked at Luo Yao in front of him, an inexplicable irritation surged in his heart. Once, he thought he had buried all his secrets tightly, but he never thought that this forgotten past would resurface in such a violent way. Luo Yao, you're just a pawn being manipulated by fate. Why are you so obsessed? Shui said in a deep voice, trying to disrupt Luo Yao's mind with his words. Pawn? Today I will pull you down even if my body is broken to pieces. So what if I'm an ant? So what if I'm a pawn? The me of now. Heaven and earth can be deceived. Chapter 148 I'm a big liar. Luo Yao shouted angrily, her voice resounding through heaven and earth. Her hands quickly formed seals, her movements flowing like clouds in water, and the phoenix bone formation's light flourished, instantly transforming into countless stern bone blades that shot toward Shui. Within the phoenix bone, the power of deceiving the heavens continuously surged out, a power so bizarre and powerful that even quasi-emperor greatness was being forcibly deceived, and even showed signs of attacking its master. Chu He's eyes stared, and the light of the 9 states Qiankuan tripod above his head shone brightly, and a runic symbol emerged, intertwining with each other to form a huge curtain of light, blocking all those bone blades. However, the phoenix bone blade's penetration was still powerful, and the light curtain trembled violently under its impact, its light flickering and wavering as if it might break at any moment, as if it were a candle in the wind. Shaking, Luo Ya, I'll help you. Just in the nick of time, a furious cry suddenly came from the void, a flood of bells ringing and shaking the space. Suyu's figure slowly emerged from the void, his feet stepping on the heaven-devouring demon jar, his body emanating a mysterious demonic might. Holding the burial god sword tire in his hand, the runes on top of the sword tire flickered with sword intent. The head of the exterminating luck atlas, light and shadow flowed in the atlas, mysterious and unpredictable. The 4-square tripod at his waist bloomed with gorgeous light, shining brightly. As soon as he appeared, he poured out his strength, his aura surging around him like a world-defying god of war descending, his aura resonating fiercely with this void, causing the surrounding space to distort. Shui's eyes flashed as he said in a chilling voice, Junior still dares to intervene. Believe it or not, this emperor will behead you first. The voice was filled with threats. Just let your horse come over. Suyu was undaunted, his voice resembling the impact of gold and stone. His aura surged around him, and the heaven-devouring demon jar radiated a vast demonic might as it violently slammed into him, carrying an unrelenting momentum. Even if it's not about Luo Yao, you're bound to die today. The voice was like rolling thunder, shaking heaven and earth. After he said that, he raised his hand and waved it, and the burial god sword tire instantly transformed into a brilliant sword aura and chopped toward Chu He. Chu He let out a cold snort and maneuvered the 9 states Qiankuan tripod as a majestic imperial power surged out, colliding with that sword mane. In an instant, the void trembled. Space was like fragile glass, countless cracks appeared, and powerful aftershocks spread out in all directions. The mountains in the distance collapsed and boulders rolled down under the impact of this aftermath, the river dried up in an instant, and the endless dry bones at the bottom of the river were exposed. The whole world was shaking and everything was crumbling and disintegrating. Luo Yao took this opportunity to once again catalyze the phoenix bone formation. The 72 phoenix bones shone brightly, and the bone texts flickered with eerie light, transforming into countless mysterious eyes gazing at the four directions of the world. The phoenix bone formation transformed into a gigantic blood phoenix, which lifted its wings and flew with endless killing intent, lunging toward Chu He with an aura that was as if it was going to devour the heavens. How can it be? How can an ant shake a tree? At the same time, gusts of fog began to well up in Chu He's mind, and his memories were being crazily diluted by the power of deceiving heaven. He was on the verge of not being able to tell the real from the fake, and only felt a splitting headache, as if countless steel needles were piercing his brain. Chu He's face was grave as he felt an unprecedented pressure. On the one hand, he had to deal with Su Yu's overpowering attacks, which were like a raging storm that overwhelmed him. On the other hand, he also had to defend himself against Luo Yao's phoenix bone formation. The deceiving heaven's power was bizarre and powerful, making him fearful. At the same time, he must always correct his memories to prevent being completely devoured by the power of the deceiving heaven. Boom! Imperial power surged wildly, transforming into a giant tower as he attempted to block the two men's attacks at the same time. But it appeared to be a bit too much for him. Chu He secretly cried out in his heart. How could he not expect that he would be forced into such a desperate situation by a Luo Yao of the Sacred Entry Realm and a Su Yu of the Divine Platform Realm? Humph! With just the two of you, you want to defeat this emperor? It's simply delusional. Chu He shouted angrily. His eyes flashed with a hint of viciousness, as if he was a wounded beast. Suddenly, he made quick seals with both hands and mouthed obscure words. In an instant, the light of the Nine States Qiankuan tripod flourished, and countless ancient runes surfaced on the body of the tripod, which intertwined with each other to form a huge boundary. The boundary enveloped Chu He, blocking both Su Yu's sword awnings and Luo Yao's phoenix bone formation, turning it into an impenetrable barrier. Don't even think about taking a breath. Seeing this, Su Yu's eyes stared. He deeply knew that at this moment, neither he nor Luo Yao could support a long battle. So, it has to be done quickly. Broken sword. Without hesitation, he threw out the burial god sword tire in his hand, and the burial god sword tire rotated rapidly in the air, instantly transforming into a huge sword wheel, with runic symbols flashing on top of the sword wheel, and the sword intent spreading across the sky as it chopped towards the boundary. Luo Yao wasn't willing to show weakness either. She bit her tongue and sprayed a mouthful of essence blood on the phoenix bone. The power of the phoenix bone formation instantly skyrocketed, and the scarlet phoenix let out a mournful chirp, the chirp sounding as if it could penetrate the soul as it slammed towards the boundary. Boom! The loud sound was as if heaven and earth were collapsing. The burial sword wheel and the scarlet phoenix hit the boundary at the same time. The boundary trembled violently. Its light flickered erratically, and in an instant, it shattered and dissipated into countless shadows of light in the air. The two mole crickets in the district. Chu He's face was as pale as paper. He never thought that he would be forced to such a dead end by these two juniors. The Great Dao. Ah, the Great Dao. Why does the Great Dao not favor this emperor? His heart was filled with unwillingness and anger. If it weren't for the possession of the extreme Dao, this emperor could crush you and the others with a single finger. Chu He was furious, his aura surging crazily around him, and his emperor's robe instantly shattered, revealing the armor underneath. On top of the armor, it was engraved with mysterious runes, exuding an ancient aura. Just then, a weird laughter suddenly came from the void. Ha ha ha, Chu He, I didn't expect you to have today. A figure slowly emerged from the void, clad in a black robe, a rotten aura emanating from his body, as if he was an evil spirit from hell. Well, it's true that you're still not fit to wear a dragon robe. It's still this armor that fits best, the black-robed man said with a cold smile, his voice filled with mockery and teasing. Chu He's eyes flashed as he drank. Who are you? There was a hint of trembling in his voice, and there was a vague sense of foreboding in his heart. The black-robed man laughed and said, Who am I? Don't even recognize your own master? Saying that, the mist that shrouded his face slowly dissipated. Quasi-Emperor Yu Hua's face clearly appeared before Chu He's eyes. Lord! No! Chu He staggered back half a step, and the golden threads on his emperor's robe rustled off in violent trembling. His eyes shook wildly, his pupils shrinking to the size of pinpoints, as if he had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. No way! You're already dead. You died 30,000 years ago, Chu He said incoherently. 30,000 years had passed, and the sword wound that ran through the quasi-emperor's brow was still as fresh as yesterday. Chu He's Dao heart was instantly disordered. He kept shaking his head and muttered, "It's me. Back then. It was me who personally chopped off your head and plucked out your emperor's heart. It's impossible. It's impossible. Fake. It's all fake. You'll never fool me." Shu He was cloaked as if he was a madman, recklessly charging towards Luo Yao. He was terrified to the core, and at the moment, he couldn't tell truth from fiction. Only let go. The feathered paragon's voice was wrapped in ice slag, cold and piercing. "Do you know how hard this seat has waited here for these 30,000 years?" The pale fingertips stroked over the mottled patterns of the tripod of Kyushu, and the bronze body suddenly emitted a mournful sound. At the ear of the tripod, an aged sword mark was seeping out scarlet liquid, which was as if it had life, slowly flowing. No way. Shu He was shaken. That was the crack that he had cleaved with the Emperor's sword stained with the heart blood of Quasi-Emperor Yu Hua in order to take charge of this Quasi-Emperor Daos soldier. At this moment, that wound was actually writhing like a living thing, pulling the spiritual power of the tripod of the 9 states away frantically. Shu He's figure instantly paused. "No, you're real." His eyes were filled with panic. Only a true feathered quasi-emperor would be able to ignore my restraints and reign over the 9 states Qianquan tripod. He fiercely bit his tongue, and his essence blood was sprayed onto the trembling imperial cauldron. However, the usual docile vital magic weapon suddenly let out a shrill whistle, and a dense incantation appeared on the tripod body. It was the seal he carved 30,000 years ago in order to suppress the 9 states Qianquan tripod. "No, Jingchu immortal kingdom is mine. You can't take it away. Deception heaven. Broken. All mine." Shu He shouted maniacally, his hands constantly waving. So you watched this scene with his brows furrowed. In his eyes, Shu He looked like he had gone crazy, scurrying around and talking to the air. Looking at it, it was already on the verge of going off the deep end. It was estimated that it wouldn't take long for Shu He to play himself to death. "Did you do this? The power to deceive the heavens?" Suyu asked as he looked towards Luo Yao, his eyes filled with worry. The power of the deceiving heavens was truly terrifying. Luo Yao had only entered the Saint realm and was able to use it to cut down a quasi-emperor. But the price is... Luo Yao smiled faintly and nodded her head as blood continued to spill out of her mouth, staining her clothes red. The smile was poignant and desperate, like a dying flower. Suyu painfully went up and picked her up, moving gently as if he was holding the most precious treasure in the world. "Is it worth it? Is it really worth it to destroy the enemy by self-destruction?" Clearly, she could have turned to herself. She knew that as an emperor's son, the Su family would certainly not let her die in the upper realm. Yet she still wanted to take revenge herself, even if the cost was too great to bear. Luo Yao laughed miserably. Her veiled hand ruffled the broken hair on Suyu's forehead. Her movements were gentle and full of love. "You and I met in passing, and I had lied to you, so how can I be so kind as to use you to avenge me?" Her voice was weak, as if she were a candle in the wind that could go out at any moment. Luo Yao's eyes began to grow dim, like white ashes that were about to burn. A sharp pain surged in Suyu's heart for no reason. "You called me a little cutie. You're the one who looks like a big little cutie to me. Blah blah blah. I'm not the size of a cutie. Yet, I'm a big liar. Specializing in small and large cuties. I'm a big liar." Chapter 149 Beheading the Emperor. Destroyer Luo Yao is near death. Villain value plus 1 billion. Coldly, the system prompt was like a thunderbolt that slammed straight into Suyu's mind. But at this moment, how could Suyu be half pleased? Those images of spending time with Luo Yao floated before his eyes uncontrollably. "Bad egg. Don't just giggle. Speak that clear voice, with a spirit of playfulness. He, big dummy. You've been tricked by me." Her eyebrows were arched and full of cunning. "Oh, I was wrong. I promise I won't lie to you again in the future. Don't be angry, okay?" The aggrieved look was a cause for pity. "Someone told me that eating candy canes when you're in a bad mood makes you feel better. Want to give it a try?" That look, sincere and warm. "If Luo Yao cheats you again in the future, let me be struck by heaven and thunder." The oath of faith, the words still ringing in my ears. The once metrosexual little girl who could face the sky when it fell with grace. But now, it was weak and lifeless, and terribly quiet. Suyu had disliked her for making a fuss, but at this moment, he was incredibly looking forward to her suddenly jumping up and saying with a smile, Hey, I fooled you, didn't I? Did I just act like it?" Only, Luo Yao's breath grew weaker and weaker, and this thought, more and more out of reach. "System, is there a way?" Suyu's voice was soft, with a hint of trembling. "Ding! The system is currently unable to provide a method to rescue Luo Yao, the heavens destined one. Why? Reason 1, extrapolating the divine fateful one requires a massive amount of villain value, at least in the hundreds of billions. Reason 2, the host is currently not strong enough to implement a specific program even if given. The system responded quickly and clearly organized. but made Suyu's brows furrow. Is the strength not enough? Suyu raised his head to look at the sky, and for the first time, bewilderment surged in his heart. As an emperor's son, among his peers, he had outstanding strength and was hard to beat. Why are you so powerless when you've done everything you can? Perhaps he shouldn't have sought independence, should have stayed under the emperor's wing so that no accidents would happen? Suyu slowly shook his head. If that were true, for a short time, he and those around him would be well protected. But in the long run, if there is an enemy that the imperial clan can't even fight, who will protect them? This scene today will be repeated sooner or later. Power. I need power. By any means necessary. Suyu clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles whitening, his insides roaring madly. Just as the emotions were about to spiral out of control, a flash of clarity slammed through his mind. Nope, there's no way Luo Ya would die today, he suddenly recalled. Once glimpsed, a glimpse of the future. The future Luo Ya was still alive and amazingly powerful, which meant that she could never have perished at this moment. There must be a solution. Suyu's thoughts raced. Luo Ya in his arms was rapidly becoming transparent and lighter in weight, igniting the power of the deceiving heaven. In exchange for a powerful and unrivaled strength, but it also burned out everything she had. Right at this moment, Suyu caught a glimpse of the phoenix bone scattered on the ground. The phoenix bone that was drenched in the power of deceiving heaven was emitting a fluorescent firelight. He remembered truly that these phoenix bones had previously been shattered in Chui's counterattack, but at this moment, they were as good as new. Is the phoenix nirvana? A glint flashed in Suyu's eyes and he hurriedly asked, System, the solution you mentioned, is it related to the phoenix? Ding! The host has deduced important information on his own. Does he spend 10 million villain value to obtain the solution? Yes. Suyu was overjoyed and nodded his head without hesitation to respond, followed by a curtain of light flashing. By placing Luo Yao in the Nirvana pool and using the true spirit reincarnation technique as the dominant technique, it can cause the other party to be reborn with the remaining deceitful heavenly Dao seed. Yes. Seeing hope, Suyu regained his spirit. The way to save Luo Yao was extremely harsh. The Nirvana pool and the true spirit transmutation technique, both of which were the true Phoenix clan's untold secrets. But at this moment, Suyu could no longer care about much. If the true Phoenix clan is unwilling, then step through the Phoenix clan. Hold on there, big liar. I want you to lie to me one more time, Suyu whispered in Luo Yao's ear. At this time, Luo Yao's figure was nearly completely transparent, and he didn't know whether he heard it or not. Suyu knew deep down that there was no time to lose. He hurriedly placed Luo Yao in the world within his body, utilizing the power of space and time to forcefully solidify time, preventing the deceiving heaven's power from completely dissipating. And then, his eyes locked onto Chu He. This paragon emperor must be killed before he could break through the imperial night blockade and call in reinforcements. Jiu Gu, once there is an opportunity, immediately call for the assistance of the demon guards, Suyu commanded with a deep breath. Understood. Su Jiogu similarly sensed that the situation was critical and agreed without hesitation. Suyu stared at Chu He and also saw the feathered quasi-emperor leering in front of him. Luo Yao's power to deceive the heavens was truly terrifying. In a short moment, the feathered quasi-emperor actually turned from Chu He's illusion into a shadow. Under the effect of the power of deception, the other party actually walked into the real from the unreal. At this moment, even though it was only a shadow, it was also fighting Chu He. If he truly devoured everything in Chu He, Quasi-Emperor Yu Hua was afraid that he would truly be able to return from the dead. You and I will combine our efforts to kill this bureaucrat quickly. Suyu stepped forward and said in a deep voice, without you, Chu He will also be devoured by this emperor sooner or later. Why should this emperor listen to you? The feathered quasi-emperor snorted. Suyu gazed into his eyes and slowly said, then I will kill you with him first. You! The feathered quasi-emperor was speechless. He was not afraid of Suyu or Chu He alone. However, if Suyu and Chu He joined forces, he was afraid that he would be killed on the spot. Although Chu He was affected by the power of the deceiving heaven, he had absolutely no chance of winning once Suyu interfered. Humph! The feathered quasi-emperor snorted coldly. That's fine. So I'll help you kill this person first. Even though he was unwilling to follow Suyu's arrangement, he was even more unwilling to die again. The big deal was that after killing Chu He and being completely reborn, he would then crush this little worm. Oh little river. Back then, when you sneaked up on this emperor while he was in death seclusion, did you ever think of today? The feathered quasi-emperor's silhouette trembled continuously, and a clean white flying feather flew into Chu He's body, stabbing him into a hedgehog. Don't even think about it. If this emperor could kill you once back then, he can kill you a second time today. Chu He responded with violent fury, releasing his quasi-emperor aura without reservation. Back then, the fact that he was able to kill the quasi-emperor triple sky feathering with a cultivation level of a first-time quasi-emperor was a testament to his extraordinary talent. At this moment, if he hadn't been consumed by Suyu and Luo Yao in succession, and if he had been tampered with by the power of deceiving heaven to alter his divine soul, even if the feathered quasi-emperor really did come back to life, he would by no means be a match for him. Even after being forced into a desperate situation, Chu He was still able to separate himself from his opponent. Although the feathered quasi-emperor's shadow continued to pierce in, it was never able to completely break through his defenses. The breaths of the two intersected and collided in the air, shaking the heavens and moving the earth. Suyu stood in the center of the battle between the two, but did not suffer the slightest ripple effect. Time and space. He bellowed. Boom! Endless temporal and spatial forces surged out, spreading out with Suyu at the center. Kill! Suyu pointed out with a single finger. When Chu He was enveloped by the power of spacetime, the power of spacetime had silently seeped into the other party's body. With this finger, a star suddenly exploded within the other party's body. What? This is? Chu He uttered in shock. Boom! In the next moment, his chest exploded, sending blood and flesh flying. Although the next moment it was restored again at a rapid pace, the feathered quasi-emperor still drilled a hole and devoured a large portion of the emperor's power. Damn! Not only do you possess the extreme Tao of destruction, but you also cultivate the most mysterious spacetime Tao. Boy, just who are you? Chu He covered his heart, his face extraordinarily hideous. Dead people do not need to know too much. Suyu coldly responded, continuously mobilizing the power of space and time. Chu He showed scorn on his face and divided a sliver of his attention to defend himself. Boom! However, in the next moment, a sharp pain suddenly came from his abdomen. Damn! The way of time and space is really weird. But without warning, Chu He was hit repeatedly, and his original hysterical state was suddenly much calmer. Because, he felt the scent of death. If it went on like this, he would surely die. No! I must find a way to break it. He forcefully mobilized his entire body's imperial power, laying down layers of prohibitions within his body to resist the attacks from Suyu. Afterwards, he placed the 9 states Qiankuan tripod in front of him and forcibly detonated the forbidden system, blowing up a part of the feathered quasi-emperor's divine soul. After his series of moves, he actually fought for a moment's respite. Kid, don't stop. He's at the end of his rope. The feathered quasi-emperor shouted angrily in a deep voice. Just now Chu He had taken him by surprise, but it was nothing more than a flashback. As long as the suppression continued, sooner or later, the opponent would run out of imperial power and die. Suyu frowned slightly. Sure enough, the truly strong are far beyond imagination. No paragon emperor was weak, even if they had already beaten the other party to the bottom. As long as there was a slight chance of turning the tide, these top powerhouses would never sit back and wait for death. But, it's over. Sorry, I'm in a hurry. Suyu took a deep breath. Kid, what are you going to do? Don't mess around. Like the party. Feathered quasi-emperor frowned and bellowed. Yet he was frightened by an aura that was released from Suyu's body. Broken? In the next moment, Suyu's brow cracked open a slit, as if an eye of the heavenly Tao had opened. Swish, in an instant, an infinite amount of white awns erupted. The extreme intention of destruction annihilated everything. Chu He subconsciously reached out to resist. However, when his right hand came into contact with the light of destruction, it directly disappeared without the slightest trace left behind. Moreover, this time, his quasi-emperor body didn't even show the slightest sign of recovery. Not good. Chu He once again smelled death. This time, it was 100 times 1,000 times thicker than ever. He struggled, desperately trying to get out of the bondage of the power of time and space. However, it didn't work in the slightest. Not only was it impossible to break free, the feeling of solidification even grew stronger. How could he control the breaking? That's not. Even the feathered quasi-emperor on the side was frozen in place with fear. That feeling of frozen spacetime and the terror of the light of destruction made his heart palpitate. Immediately afterward, flames burned out of thin air around Chu He. Those were the sparks that were rubbed out by the overflowing imperial power in his body, when it came into contact with the aura of heaven and earth. No! The mournful and tragic howl resounded through the clouds. Chu He's body instantly turned into flying ash, completely obliterating. Chapter 150 Entering the Phoenix Clan. Congratulations to the host for killing a quasi-emperor powerhouse. Receive a reward, Supreme Physique Taisu Body. Congratulations to the host for completing the achievement, Emperoricide. Receive an excellent reward, the Emperor Slaying Sword. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the system's new function, 1000-mile search. Can randomly target a person of great fortune within this realm. After resolving Chu He, Suyu couldn't be bothered to check the system prompts and raised his eyes to the sky. At this time, one of the Su clan's paragon emperors had already received word of his arrival. See you, young lord. I am Muran. Cut the crap and take me to the true Phoenix clan. Yes, young lord. Without any doubt. Molan hurriedly led Suyu across space towards the true Phoenix Clan land. Soon, there was a hidden haze of light surging in front of the two of them. That was the mysterious aura released from the Sycamore secret realm where the true Phoenix Clan was located. Suyu's eyes flickered. The Nirvana pool and the true spirit transformation skill that he needed were hidden within it. Suyu kept observing Luo Yao. Although the power of temporal and spatial solidification of the world within his body was strong, it was difficult to maintain it for a long time. Soon, the two of them directly penetrated the large formation barrier and appeared within the Sycamore secret territory. The huge phoenix-shaped stone door in front of him was tightly closed, and the sculptures of divine beasts on both sides were lifelike, exuding an ancient and majestic aura. As soon as Suyu approached, the stone door shook with a roar, and several figures rushed up from the door and surrounded him. Who is this visitor? Dare to trespass into my true Phoenix Clan's territory? The leader, Feng Yan, as an elder of the true Phoenix Clan, had a red-feathered robe that hunted, flames rising around his body, and his gaze was like a torch, forcing his eyes straight at Suyu. Suyu stepped forward and said in a deep voice, I am Suyu, and I have no choice but to do this in order to save my beloved today. I heard that the true Phoenix Clan has the Nirvana pool and the true spirit transmutation skill, and I am willing to exchange a heavy treasure for it, and I only ask to lend it to me. Feng Yan snorted coldly. Bold, my true Phoenix Clan's inherited item. How can I allow others to covet it? Saying that, the flames around his body soared, instantly transforming into a huge fire phoenix, carrying rolling heat waves, pouncing towards Suyu. Noron's imperial might blossomed, and the vastness of his power was like a surging wave, instantly dispersing the heat wave wrapped around that fire phoenix. He took a step out, runes flashing around him. Each step seemed to step through the void, carrying an endless sense of oppression. True Phoenix Clan, don't be unkind. What my Su family's young master is asking for. If you don't answer today, I won't blame this emperor for being impolite. Mo Lan's voice was like a bell, shaking the surrounding space. Su's family? Even if it's the Su clan, it can't shake the fundamentals of my Phoenix Clan. Feng Yan's face sank, and with a change in the spell in his hand, the fire phoenix instantly split into countless fire feathers, shooting at Suyu and Molan like sharp arrows. Molan snorted coldly, and when he raised his hand, a large, simple and ancient seal appeared. The runes on the seal flickered, emitting an ancient and mysterious aura. The great seal surged against the wind, instantly suppressing all those fire feathers and turning them into nothingness. Taking advantage of this gap, Suyu's temporal and spatial power surged around his body, and with a flash of his figure, he appeared in front of a few phoenixes. His eyes were icy cold, and he raised his hand to blast out a fist, the wind whistling, carrying the aura of destruction. Broken? The people of the Phoenix Clan were shocked and hastily mobilized their entire body's spiritual energy to resist. Bang! With a loud bang, several of the Phoenix race who blocked the way flew out backwards like kites with broken strings, blood spurting wildly from their mouths. Do you guys really think that you can stop me? Suyu walked towards Feng Yan step by step. Each step made the ground tremble. At that moment, the true Phoenix Clan's grand formation was activated, and countless runes surged out from the ground, enveloping the entire Sycamore secret realm. A pillar of fire shot up into the sky, converging into a huge phoenix silhouette in midair, and that phoenix let out a loud and clear cry, its voice carrying endless majesty and anger. If you dare to take another step forward today, my true Phoenix Clan will make sure that you have no return even if I put together my entire clan strength. Feng Yan struggled to stand up, his eyes filled with determination. Chapter 151. The true phoenix appears in the Nirvana pool. Wutong's secret realm dome above. A phoenix silhouette proudly stood, wings hanging down thousands of fire waterfalls. Each strand is melted with ancient runes, with the power of burning the sky and boiling the sea. Will be the sky and earth are burned out of the endless hollow. Behind Suyu, thousands of stars emerged with a roar. The might of the world body was vast and unrivaled, and the power of the muddy origin was surging and raging, as if he wanted to bring this dome of the sky under his control. His expression was cold and his aura around him was austere, as if he was a god of war that had come from the endless stars. At this moment, his gaze was like a sword, staring tightly at the true Phoenix Clan crowd in front of him as he said in a deep voice, I repeat, get out of the way. In an instant, a long sword with a pale white body slowly emerged in his palm. The body of the sword was engraved with broken Dao lines, and those Dao lines were as if they were alive, constantly traveling and flickering on the body of the sword. The moment this sword came out, the intention of destroying all things struck like an overwhelming attack, and wherever it passed, space was worn away, leaving only endless nothingness. This was the sword that Su Tian had left in Suyu's sea of consciousness, and now Suyu did not choose to use it to call out to the old man for help, but instead wrapped it up by virtue of his own majestic power of destruction. The sword light had not yet fully blossomed. The terrifying sword chi had already ravaged. The 100 miles of sycamore instantly withered. Countless crimson leaves under this destructive force turned into gray and white fragments, drifting away with the wind, as if it had never existed in this world. Last chance. If this sword cuts down, there will be no need for the true Phoenix clan to exist. Xuyu slowly raised his sword, his voice low and incomparably determined. The old master's sword. When Molan saw this, his pupils suddenly shrunk, and his eyes were filled with shock and scorn. She knew the terror of this sword, and even more so, she understood that the young lord had already moved on. If the old man was summoned here, he was afraid that the entire Phoenix clan would have to be destroyed. Could it be that you, the true Phoenix clan, really won't give the Su family this face today? At the same time, her aura around her body erupted steeply. Her quasi-emperor aura was unreservedly unleashed, pressuring the entire Wutong mysterious realm to tremble continuously, and the void was all twisted and distorted under this powerful aura, seemingly about to be collapsed by the pressure. Stop! Just as the swords were drawn and a great battle was about to break out, a sigh came from the depths of the secret realm. The sigh was tinged with helplessness and instantly made the entire heaven and earth stand still. In the direction of the Nirvana pool, the 9-colored divine sunlight rose up to the sky, and the chaotic mist in the pool surged madly, seeming like there was a chaotic universe being birthed in it. A figure clad in a starburst phoenix robe slowly walked over the divine fire-long bridge. With every step that fell, a red lotus of karma fire bloomed in the void, and as the red lotus bloomed, the firelight illuminated the entire secret realm, coloring this heaven and earth into a fiery red. Her ink hair hung over her shoulders, glowing with starbursts, as if a river of stars had fallen into her hair. Eyebrows like a distant daisy, eyes containing stars, eyes narrow and charming. Just a glance can seduce the soul. Let a person deep into it cannot be extricated. Nose straight, thin lips without pointing, but Zhu, at this moment, is holding a smile. His skin was as white as jade, and under the reflection of the 9-colored divine sunlight, it was like a dream, as if he had transcended the boundaries of the earthly world, exuding a divine and inviolable aura. The waist is slender, but the aura is powerful. Raising his hands and feet to show the majesty of her, the innate atmosphere of the superior, so that the surrounding people cannot help but be in awe. Su family, do you still remember the blood contract left behind by your family head 100,000 years ago? The Xian Phoenix half-emperor opened his mouth. His voice was clear and pleasant, yet it was filled with unquestionable majesty, as if it were a great bell, echoing in the secret realm. What blood contract? I don't know, nor do I want to know. Suyu's brows were tightly locked. At this moment, his heart was full of Luo Yao's safety. He simply did not have the heart to care about some 100,000 years ago crap. He stared closely at the Xian Phoenix half-emperor, his aura around him still taut, ready to strike at any time. 100,000 years ago? The head of the family? This. And Muron seemed to have suddenly thought of something. Her eyes were a little subtle. She frowned slightly. A hint of hesitation flashed across her face, as if she was recalling the dusty past. Feng Yan and the others showed ecstasy on their faces as they hurriedly knelt down and worshipped. Greetings to old ancestor Xian Huang. The voice was neat and loud, with endless fervor. As the words fell, all the people looked at the Suyu duo with cold eyes. In their hearts, old man Xianhuan was a genuine half-emperor cultivation. Even if they were to fight hard against the Su family now, it would not matter. As long as that great emperor didn't make a move, the Su clan might not be able to help the true Phoenix clan. Half-emperor? Suyu's brows furrowed as his 5 fingers slowly closed, and the power of destruction within his body was surging. He pondered in his heart that if things really turned out to be the worst-case scenario, then he would have no choice but to call on the old master for help. The big deal was to start desperately collecting villain values and quickly find a spell for the old master to fight against the breach. Alas! However, just as Suyu and Molan were planning to force their hands, the Xian Phoenix half-emperor let out another light sigh, and between his fingertips, Luo Yao and Suyu's internal world even suddenly flew out. Only in her broken body, there was a hidden point of light flickering, which was weak but tough, like a ray of dawn in the darkness. Daughter of the deceiving heaven? Surprisingly, she has taken the initiative to ignite the extreme Tao and is about to burn herself out? No wonder it needs my true Phoenix clan's true spirit transformation technique. The Xian Phoenix half-emperor muttered. Let her go. Before the words fell, a scarlet vertical pupil suddenly cracked open beyond the 9 heavens, like the eye of a demon god from ancient times, permeated with endless terror. A bronze battle spear wrapped in frosty cold breath broke through the air. The black blood dripping from the tip of the spear corroded the laws of the 10,000 paths, and wherever it passed by, the power of the laws was like a broken spider web that snapped one after another. Seeing the other party forcibly ingesting Luo Yao, Molan directly sacrificed a quasi-emperor Dao weapon, his aura climbing once again, the Dao weapon in his hand emitting a powerful light, ready to strike at any time. The Su family, still as grumpy as ever. The Xianhuang half-emperor shook his head slightly, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. Can't you see that this emperor is saving her? Old ancestor. Feng Yan frowned. His eyes were filled with disbelief, not understanding why the old ancestor had agreed to the other party's request. Instead, the Xian Phoenix half-emperor sighed. If this woman dies in my true Phoenix clan today, then I'm afraid that it won't be long before Su Wudao personally walks through the door. Her voice was grave. Her gaze focused on the sword in Su Yu's hand. Even if Su Wudao doesn't come, that old sword god we can't afford to mess with. Alas, my clan is truly indebted to your Su family. The Xian Phoenix sorrowfully blanked Su Yu, and then plucked off a phoenix plume, transforming it into a wisp of Nirvana Dao flame and sending it into Luo Yao's brow. Immediately following, the Xian Phoenix half-emperor's hands quickly formed seals and his mouth recited an obscure and ancient incantation that echoed in the secret realm. Soon, after the Nirvana Dao flame merged into Luo Yao's brow, it was actually like a prairie fire, spreading crazily within her body, and wherever it went, the disappearing flesh and blood in meridians began to grow out at a speed visible to the naked eye. The broken bones also made a clicking sound and were put back together. Seeing this, Su Yu put away the pale longsword in his hand. The power of destruction around his body converged, and his gaze locked onto Luo Yao with concern in his eyes. Neuron also similarly put away the quasi-emperor Dao Bing, gazing at all this. Although the quasi-emperor aura has been restrained, but the body still exudes a chilling pressure. The Xian Phoenix half-emperor's hands formed seals without stopping, and between the changes in seals, a mysterious rune flew out from her fingertips and didn't enter Luo Yao's body. The runes intertwined with the Nirvana Dao flame and bloomed with colorful light, reflecting Luo Yao's body like a dream. At this time, the chaotic mist in the Nirvana pond became denser and denser, constantly surging towards Luo Yao, seemingly wanting to wrap her up in it. Under the nourishment of the chaotic aura, Luo Yao's skin began to grow, and the newborn skin was as smooth as jade, emitting a faint glow. The Nirvana fire Dao patterns are fused with true meaning, and the spirit body is reshaped to bloom with splendor. Suddenly, the Xian Phoenix half-emperor bellowed as his hands violently pushed forward, sending Luo Yao completely into the middle of the Nirvana pool. Old ancestor, Sienna is still inside. Feng Yan couldn't help but remind, a hint of anxiety in his voice. No need to worry. Xian Huang frowned slightly and pointed out another finger. Almost at the same moment, a golden silhouette flew out of the Nirvana pool, and that silhouette was live, as if a fairy had descended to earth. Only, her eyes stayed closed. Strangely enough, Chapter 152. This is not good, is it? After doing so, the Xian Phoenix half-emperor slowly exhaled a breath and said, "It's done." This emperor has already taught her the true spirit transmutation technique and left a trace of Phoenix true flame in her body to help her reach Nirvana. If there are no accidents, it will only take 99 to 81 days for this girl to be reborn in Nirvana. Many thanks, senior. Su Yu arched his hand and thanked him with a very sincere attitude. There's no need to rush to thank me. The Xian Phoenix half-emperor's expression was playful as a hint of cunning flashed in his eyes. Saving this woman is not without a price. Su Yu nodded and said stoically, the situation was critical just now. I have offended a lot. Please forgive me, senior. How much price is needed to save Luo Yao? Senior, just ask. Worthy of being the Su clan's imperial son, he really is rich and powerful. The Xian Phoenix half-emperor's smile was rich, and he didn't rush to ask for payment, but continued to speak. The one from your Su family owed this emperor a promise 30,000 years ago, and that blood-colored contract, this emperor can still keep it. Her eyes were filled with memories. Now you have brought people to force your way into my clan and injured my clan members. In all reason, this emperor should not have assisted you, but this emperor still did so. Do you know why? Hearing this, Su Yu raised an eyebrow. What does senior need? Just say it outright. No need to play dumb. The Xian Phoenix half-emperor waved his hand and threw a paper contract over. Don't be in a hurry. Wait until you've read the contract. There was a hint of urgency in her voice. Su Yu opened the contract with trust and read it word by word. His eyes instantly narrowed. Only a few big words were written in blood on the yellowed paper. Borrowing the Nirvana Dao seed today. In the future, when I become an emperor, I will break the curse for the Phoenix clan. Signature, Su Wu Dao. Su Yu could tell at a glance that this thing was real, but instead of speaking, he turned his head to look at Neuron. Neuron smiled sarcastically. This is indeed a loan that the family head made before becoming an emperor. But, there was a hint of embarrassment in her voice. But that great emperor seems to have forgotten. The Xian Phoenix half-emperor coldly laughed as he took over the conversation. The corners of his mouth outlined in a sneer. A great emperor, an existence with only a hand in the sky, would go back on his word. It was something she hadn't expected in any way. But then again, because the other party was a great emperor, Xian Huan couldn't even bother to ask the other party to honor his promise. Now, It was the last moment for Su Wudao to control the great Dao brand. If he didn't seize the opportunity, I'm afraid that he wouldn't have another chance in the future. Su Yu was somewhat speechless. He had vaguely guessed what the other party wanted him to do. His own old man promised the other side, but reneged on his promise for 90,000 years. Now the family is sort of sending itself to the debtor's door. Is this the father paying the son? Needless to think, that whatever curse of the Phoenix clan was definitely something troublesome to the extreme. Otherwise, his own father wouldn't have been dragging his feet on helping the other side to lift it. LOL. Su Yu shook his head inside. But on the contrary, he is a man who eats softly and refuses to be hardened. It is not reasonable in the first place, and owes the other party a big favor. Plus there is also the karma of the previous generation in the. If he refuses, he is afraid that the Taoist heart will be born cracks because of this. That's just it. Talk about that curse. What can I do to help the true Phoenix clan? Su Yu no longer thought much about it, since things had already come to this. So what if he helped the other party break the curse? But in advance, since my dad didn't do it, I'm afraid it's hard for me to. It's not difficult. The Xian Phoenix half-emperor raised his hand and interrupted. Immediately, she smiled with her eyebrows and her Zhu lips slightly opened. My true Phoenix clan, originally named the Phoenix clan, could be contaminated by the foreign devil breath during the ancient foreign devil's scourge, and the bloodline suffered a curse, resulting in only being able to forcibly cut and separate the bloodline. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly. Since then, the Phoenix clan has been unable to give birth to female babies, leaving only the Phoenix, not the Phoenix. That's why the name was changed to the True Phoenix Clan. As the words fell, the true phoenixes within the entire Sycamore secret territory all looked gloomy. The scourge of foreign devils spreads throughout the heavens. Even as strong as the Phoenix Clan, it is difficult to be spared. And to this day there are still roots of the scourge left. If it wasn't for the Phoenix Clan's true method of nirvana, after so many years, I'm afraid that the clan would have died out long ago. Therefore, the most important thing for the true Phoenix Clan right now is to solve the major problem of reproduction. Unable to give birth to a baby girl? Su Yu pondered for a moment, then suddenly pointed at Feng Yan and the others and said in confusion, then what's wrong with them? The Xian Phoenix half-emperor's eyes were eerie as he said, in today's true Phoenix Clan, only this emperor as well as Phoenix Xianer are females, and the rest are all males. Su Yu was silent. Are these guys all ladies? When Feng Yan and the others heard this, they also lowered their heads with red faces and shy expressions. From the outside, these people can be described as magnificent and charming, which once thought that the table is not the same. So, what should I do? Su Yu gradually had a bad premonition, and his heartbeat began to accelerate. The Xian Phoenix half-emperor held a smile as he pointed at Phoenix Xianer, who was still closing her eyes. Phoenix Xianer is a phoenix created by this emperor after splitting his divine soul and employing a secret method to put it into the nirvana pool, but that fate demon curse's bitterness is extremely high, and even though Phoenix Xianer is a female, she can't successfully conceive an heir, and not only that, she can't even leave the nirvana pool for an extended period of time. Once she leaves the nirvana pool for a longer period of time, the foreign devil curse will erode her to death. Xian Phoenix sighed quietly. If it weren't for this emperor's profound cultivation, I'm afraid that he would have been tortured to death by that curse. Saying that, she suddenly turned her head to look straight into Su Yu's eyes. A flicker of hope flared in his eyes, a flame that was extraordinarily hot and bright. However, if we were to impact with the bloodline of a great emperor's parentage with an equally extremely high rank, we would certainly be able to break through the curse blockade in one fell swoop, allowing our clan to revive. So, what exactly do you need me to do? Su Yu listened with a seeming understanding, but he always felt that there was something wrong with the way the Xianhua half-emperor was looking at him. It's like looking at some kind of food. She's not trying to drink my blood, is she? But soon, as the Xian Phoenix half-emperor got closer and closer, Su Yu suddenly realized that things were afraid to be even worse than he had imagined, only to see the other party come close to his ear and exhale. As long as you fuse your bloodline with phoenix fairies, you will be able to give birth to an heir and break through the curse. There was a hint of ambiguity and flirtation in her voice, causing Su Yu's face to instantly redden. How could he not expect that things would develop in this direction? Su Yu's mind instantly went blank. How could he not expect that the price that the Xianhua half-emperor had said was actually this shocking? His heart was mixed, a mixture of sympathy for what had happened to the Phoenix clan and shock and overwhelm at this sudden request. Elder, this is afraid that it is not right, right? Chapter 153 Hegemonic Female Emperor Forced Love. Deep within the Wutong secret realm, the red haze filled the sky. The Xian Phoenix half-emperor's gilt-feathered coat was hunting, and the 3,000 green threads were entwined with Nirvana true flame, and each hair tip seemed to burn out the void. The Xian Phoenix half-emperor's fingertips gently scratched the knot of Su Yu's throat, and the Phoenix true flame surging under his gilt-feathered coat scorched the air. What's wrong with it? Could it be that the Emperor's son dislikes my clan's holy daughter? She raised her hand and beckoned a ball of red gold flames, and Phoenix Xueyan's plain white dress hunted and tumbled in the fire. Her snow-colored skin flushed with peach red. The water in the Nirvana pool suddenly boiled, and the steaming water mist wrapped around the sweet body fragrance of the young girl. Phoenix Xueyan is this emperor's dividing the divine soul flesh and body, equivalent to this emperor's daughter. Whether it is identity or natural ability, or that aspect, will not let the emperor's son disappointed. Xian Huang smiled coquettishly and lightly tapped her prime hand on top of Suyu's chest. Suyu took half a step back and crashed into the sycamore tree, and the phoenix flowers that dangled between the tree crowns rustled and fell all over his shoulders. Young Lord Molan was about to go forward to relieve himself, but he was trapped in place by the fire net that Feng Yan and the others had formed with their tail plumes. Alas, young master, I'm afraid the old servant can't help you anymore. She looked odd and pretended to struggle a few times before she stopped flailing. After all, it was not good for her to arbitrarily interfere in this situation. In case Suyu was happy about it, wouldn't that be a bad thing for her young master? Mother? What are you guys doing? Just in the nick of time, Phoenix Xueyan's clear and pleasant voice suddenly rang out. She slowly opened her eyes, a pair of golden eye pupils especially dazzling in the dim light of the secret realm, so beautiful that it was eye-catching and shocking, like two bright stars, perhaps from birth to stay in the Nirvana pool reason. Phoenix Xueyan her whole person like a newborn baby, like delicate and transparent. The skin is better than the snow, can be broken. Her long eyelashes are slightly curled, just like a butterfly that wants to fly. Her eyebrows are like the distant mountains, not pointing but emerald. She blinked her eyes twice. That soulful look, as if she was unfamiliar and new to the scene around her. Her small mouth slightly open, appearing extraordinarily cute and adorable. Seeing her like this, Suyu's originally shaken heart instantly cooled down again. Senior, in my opinion, this matter should be considered in the long run. Suyu shook his head and straightened his clothes. He was a human after all, and his concepts were too different from the other side to do something so beastly. What's more, now that Luo Yao is still suffering in the Nirvana pool, how can he be in her face? Suyu also kind of knew why his old man would go back on his word. After all, your own mom is no slouch. Could it be that Emperor's son is disgusted with Phoenix Fairy's ugliness? The Xian Phoenix half-emperor frowned slightly. Suyu shook his head. That's not true. Immortal Holy Maiden's appearance can be ranked at the top even when looking at the upper realm. Then why? The Xian Phoenix half-emperor was puzzled. Phoenix Xueyan blinked her eyes and looked at the duo in confusion. Ahem. When Suyu saw this look of hers, he felt his head getting big, so he said with a resolute attitude, the late generation really doesn't have that aspect in mind for her. What's more, Luo Yao is still in the... So it is. The Xian Phoenix half-emperor suddenly dodged and appeared in front of Suyu, tugging on his lapel, his vermilion lips almost pressing on his earlobe. If the emperor's son is like this, then choosing this emperor is not impossible. Her fingertips ignited a wisp of ghostly blue fire, which actually burned all of Suyu's clothes in an instant. Suyu was shocked and hastily reached out to block, but it was already too late. Senpai, don't worry, it won't hurt, and you'll get no small amount of benefits when it's done. After saying that, the Xianhua half-emperor fiercely kissed Suyu's thin lips. Hot, soft, slippery, with a faint scent of blood. A tingle went straight to his head, as if his soul was rising. Suyu's head exploded with a buzzing sound. His eyes were in a daze. He was unable to resist at all, letting the Xianhua half-emperor do whatever he wanted. This, mother, what are you guys doing? Phoenix Xueyan's small face was flushed, practically about to drip out of water. Instead of explaining, Xian Huang let out a breath. In the next moment, a sea of fire spread out like the sky, obscuring everyone's sight. Suyu shuddered. Hiss, it's so hot. Worthy of being a veteran half-emperor, can you isolate my sight with a slight trick? TSK, 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 but the young lord's body is really good. Neuron's pretty face flushed, and she withdrew her gaze with some interest. The sea of fire in the center of the Sycamore secret realm burned for a full day and night. Blush-inducing noises came out from time to time during this period. However, the true Phoenix clan's crowd didn't feel embarrassed. Instead, they were extraordinarily excited. Because, the greater the movement, the higher the probability of success. As long as the old ancestor succeeded in conceiving the god's blood heir, then it would certainly be possible to break the curse of the foreign demons and recast the glory of the Phoenix clan. Time rushed by, and another 8 days passed. It wasn't until dawn broke on the 9th day that the sea of fire was instantly extinguished and 2 silhouettes walked out from it. The morning light was bright, illuminating the scorched earth that still had a fiery scent. Walking out of the sea of fire, the Xianhua half-emperor. Her hair was slightly messy, but it was hard to hide the increasingly strong overlord aura around her body. Her eyes flashed with a strange luster, and she unconsciously licked her lips. Su Yu, on the other hand, his feet were floating, his face was as pale as snow, his chi and blood seemed to have been drained for the most part, his eyes were both bewildered and angry, but more than anything else, it was a sense of powerlessness. Only at first, he did dominate and even got better as the fight went on. However, there are only tired oxen, not plowed ground. 9 days in a row, a continuous high-intensity battle, even the dual emperor body was somewhat unable to carry on. If he hadn't finally won the bid on the 9th day, he would have felt like he would have been bled dry. Of course, these 9 days have not been without rewards. In Su Yu's Dantian, a phoenix fire seed was quietly nurtured. As long as he waited for it to hatch, Su Yu would be able to control the phoenix true flame without any effort. Mother, you. Phoenix Xueyan looked at the two people with this appearance. Her eyes were full of doubts. She wanted to go forward, but was pulled by Fengyan. Xueyan, don't be reckless. Fengyan's voice was low, but his eyes were filled with excitement and anticipation. Successfully conceiving an emperor-blooded heir was a big enough event for the true Phoenix clan to change the heavens and the earth. Su Yu took a deep breath and looked at the Xueyan Phoenix half-emperor. Senior, since your purpose has been accomplished, then the late generation will take their leave. The Xueyan Phoenix half-emperor didn't have the slightest intention of staying. He just smiled gently, his laughter carrying a few points of lethargy and satisfaction. Emperor's son, please go ahead. Do you need this emperor to order someone to send you back? No need. Su Yu gritted his teeth. He sees through it. Life to Xian Huang this age. Pressure will not because of this to Su Yu produce other ideas. Between the two is just a transaction. Therefore, Su Yu did not want to stay at all right now, only wanting to hurry back to the clan and then wait until after the time to pick up Luo Yao. However, just as Su Yu was about to leave with Emolan, he saw that Phoenix Xueyan was suddenly thrown in front of the two of them. Su Yu frowned. What does senior mean by this? Immediately following that, the voice of the Xian Phoenix half-emperor came. Although the emperor is not interested in Xueyan, but this emperor also needs to enter the Nirvana Pond to contain the emperor's fetus nowadays. And since the Nirvana Pond can no longer shelter Xueyan, could you please ask for the emperor's help to take care of her for a while? Su Yu subconsciously then wanted to refuse. Xian Huang seemed to have guessed what he was thinking and followed up with, if there is no Nirvana pool, and there is no great emperor bloodline to shelter her, I'm afraid that Phoenix Xueyan will only not survive for a few days. This was, and Phoenix Xueyan also had a resigned face. Please also ask Lord Emperor's son to take in. Xueyan is very good and won't cause any trouble. Fairy can cook, warm the bed, and do the kind of things a mother would do. Saying that, Phoenix Xueyan's little face became red again, like a ripe apple. What did your mother teach you? At those words, Su Yu frowned and stared into her eyes, detected the appearance of a great fortune maker in the host's surroundings. Name, Phoenix Xueyan. Cultivation, early sacred realm entry. Physique, true phoenix body, imperial body, broken. Remarks, after dividing his soul, body, and his own destiny, the Xian Phoenix half-emperor was molded by the Nirvana pool, and is the only true phoenix in the world. He wanted to use it to break the curse of the foreign devil, but he lacked the bloodline of a great emperor to assist him. With the increase in cultivation, it is expected to cultivate into a complete true phoenix body with great potential. No wonder Xian Huang wasn't judged as a great chi luck person. It turns out that all of her chi luck has been stripped away by her. Su Yu gazed at Phoenix Xueyan's panel and after a long period of silence, he still nodded his head in agreement. Time is running out. Still can't pass up any opportunity to gain villain value. Gain the loyalty of Phoenix Fairy. Villain value plus 500. 000. With Su Yu nodding his head, Phoenix Xueyan was overjoyed, striding her short little legs and running behind him like a follower. Then I'll trouble Emperor's son. It takes 3 years for the Emperor's fetus to gestate. At that time, Emperor's son can come to the Wutong secret realm to drink the wedding wine. Xian Huang let out a light smile and lifted his hand to tear a crack in the Wutong secret realm. Su Yu did not reply and walked out of the secret realm with a dark face. Neuron covered her mouth and snickered, following close behind. After a few people left, the cracks in the secret realm slowly healed. Xian Huang was lying in the Nirvana pool, her beautiful eyes gazing at the location where Su Yu had disappeared, the smile in her eyes still not fading. She slowly rubbed her belly and murmured, if there are no accidents, I'm afraid that your father is the next great emperor. Before the words fell, Xian Hua's face suddenly changed, his eyes cold, and he steeply looked in one direction. The Fade Demon curse will be broken. Is something about to sit up and take notice? In the meantime, deep in the foreign realm, in the middle of a pitch-black ancient castle, an eye suddenly opened. The Phoenix clan's gas is about to run out, and it could have become our clan's food. So which ungrateful one is making trouble out of it? Boom! In the next moment, a gaze pierced through the layers of space and time, about to enter the Sycamore mystic realm to get a better look. However, right at this moment, a cold snort suddenly rang out. In the middle of the Jinshi Imperial City, a sword aura swept across the sky like a shock, chopping above that gaze. Snort! That giant pupil was actually hard chopped to pieces, turning into a diffuse fluorescent light, breaking down and dissipating into nothingness. The owner of that giant pupil let out a muffled grunt, seemingly injured. Damn! Su Tian! You wait! When you are backfired by the breakthrough, the upper realm will finally become my clan's hunting ground. Chapter 154 Angry Old Ancestor. Gongzi, young lord, you finally come out. As soon as he exited the secret realm, Suyu saw several familiar faces. Several women had been waiting outside the secret boundary for a long time, and when they saw Suyu come out, they quickly came forward and said with a worried face, "How is Sister Luo Ya? Has she been saved?" Suyu nodded. There will be no problem in a short period of time. The flesh body has already been remodeled, and it will be reborn and return in 72 days. Great! Su Xiaoyu and the others said excitedly. Their biggest fear these days is hearing bad news. After all, if it wasn't for Luo Yao burning herself, they along with Suyu would have been in danger. Before the several women's elation dissipated, Phoenix Sienna behind Suyu timidly poked her head out, curiously and slightly shyly surveying the surrounding crowd. Su Xiaoyu was the first to notice the strange young girl. A trace of doubt flashed in her eyes. This is... Suyu sighed helplessly and briefly explained Phoenix Sienna's origin and the matter of entrustment. After hearing this, several women had different looks on their faces. Su Xiaoyu's mouth rose slightly with a few flirtations. Yo, this is bringing back a child bride? Red Lotus, on the other hand, frowned slightly, a trace of imperceptible vigilance flashing in her eyes. Feeling Red Lotus gaze, Phoenix Sienna subconsciously ducked behind Suyu and said in a small voice, "Hello sisters, Sienna will be good in the future." Suyu looked at Phoenix Sienna's appearance and patted her head, softly comforting her. "Don't be afraid, they are all on their own." Right at this moment, Suyu's summoning jade pendant suddenly lit up, and an anxious voice came out from it. "Young lord, something big is wrong. You haven't been returning to the clan. The old ancestors in the Dao Mountain are going crazy, saying that if you don't carry out the second layer of the trial, the difficulty will be doubled tenfold." Suyu backed up a mouthful of cool air. 10 absolute trial original difficulty is against the sky, and then doubled 10 times that is still people can pass? Go back to the clan first, Suyu decisively ordered, and the group immediately rushed towards the direction of the family. Along the way, Suyu frowned. After a trip out, he was seriously aware of his own lack of strength. Although he was already invincible among his peers, he was still a bit stretched when facing great saints and above, especially at the Saint Emperor or even Quasi-Emperor level. It could be said that there was absolutely no power to fight back. Therefore, it was still imperative to raise the realm up. Suyu's eyes flickered. Currently, there is still one more opportunity for Hongmeng enlightenment, plus all the previous rewards, and utilizing some of the clan's resources. We will first enter the Divine Palace realm when we return. Huang Xian'er and the others looked at Suyu's serious appearance and did not dare to interrupt with their voices, but just followed behind silently. As he got closer to the family, Suyu's mood became heavier and heavier. It was not true that the Su family's paper strength could be honored in the upper realm, but nowadays, the upper realm was in a state of flux, with forces from all sides surging in the shadows. The threat of the foreign devils is like a high-hanging sword of Damocles that could fall at any time. If he couldn't clear the obstacles to a strong proof of the Tao with invincibility, I'm afraid that the Su family would be in danger of being destroyed, and completely destroyed, with not even dregs left. In the middle of his thoughts, a flash of surprise violently appeared on Suyu's face. As he looked with his sight, a white bone was rushing out of the desolate ancient forbidden zone, heading straight for him. The visitor was none other than Su Zhan, who had passed on his 9 styles of Han Yuan at the top of Dao Mountain that day. Elder ancestor? Cut the crap and take my punch first. Chapter 155 Use your body as a furnace to refine all laws. Suyu's pupils suddenly shrunk. In the face of this unsuspecting punch from Su Zhan, his body's chi and blood instantly boiled around him, and the power of the dual emperor body surged within his body. Old ancestor was able to walk out of the Dao Mountain? Is it because of the incomplete soul? Suyu couldn't think about it in time. Su Zhan's white bony knuckles pinched up a fist seal, and in an instant, the sky dome rolled backward, and 10,000 miles of clouds were stirred as if by an invisible hand, and it even condensed into a phantom that covered the sky and the sun. Before that fist blade arrived, the void was already cracking like a mirror inch by inch, and chaos gas gushed out from the cracks. Old ancestor is trying to demolish this body bone of mine? Suyu's pupils suddenly shrunk, and his toes pointed to the ground and stormed back 3,000 zhang. The body that had been tempered in the nirvana pool rumbled and roared as golden and red intertwined lines appeared on the surface of the skin, and the shadow of a true phoenix loomed. Su Jogo and the others were pushed out 100 miles by the soft chi long before the fist intent enveloped them. The sycamore branch Phoenix Xueyan held in her arms suddenly ignited with true flames, weaving a red-gold boundary around her. "Big brother, go for it," she exclaimed on her tiptoes, and the phoenix plume hairpin in her hair even flowed with a 7-colored haze. But the giddy grandchildren didn't notice this. "Good coming." Suyu advanced instead of retreating and slashed his chest with his parallel fingers like a sword. A drop of violet gold emperor blood leapt out, actually evolving the ancient star map of the 9 styles of Hunyuan in the void. 9 great suns rose from the star map, and in each corona, there were god and devil shadows chanting sutras, vaguely resonating with the chaos chi in Su Zhan's fist seals. Boom! The moment the two fists collided, the laws of the great Tao actually manifested around the two. Suyu saw a dense emperor pattern emerge on the white bones of the old ancestor, and his own drop of emperor's blood exploded, transforming into 180,000 chaotic chi that surrounded his body. "Brat! The old ancestor passed on your dharma just to let you come and accompany the old man to relieve his boredom, but as a result, you brat ran away when you got the advantage and forgot about the old ancestor cleanly." Su Zhan coldly snorted, but the soul fire leaping in his eyes grew more and more blazing. "Humph, but your brat is also considered to have some enlightenment. In just 1 month's time, you have deduced the 9 styles of Hunyuan to such a level. It's not like you've fallen short of the god of battle's reputation. In that case, old ancestor will first make up for all the debts you previously owed today, so that you won't be able to accompany old ancestor for a good time when you've been played by the old things in the heavenly palace." Saying that, Su Zhan's white bone palms suddenly formed complicated legal seals, and 9 bronze giant doors emerged behind him, with a trembling forbidden aura seeping out from the doorways. "What's this again?" Suyu's pupils contracted to the size of a pinpoint. It seemed that the projection summoned previously was not the peak of the old ancestor. The old ancestor in the Dao Mountain, even with his divine soul incomplete and his flesh crippled, was more than 10 times stronger than the man he was in the past. "Is this the gold content of the ancient god of war?" Suyu stood sternly, his eyes tightly watching everything, his senses fully open. He knew that the old ancestor appeared to be fuming, but he was actually feeding the trick. Any hint of laxity or negligence in this situation could lead to defeat. The corner of Su Zhan's mouth flared up as his right hand fiercely probed out, his 5 fingers spreading out as he grabbed towards Suyu. 9 huge bronze gates fell at the same time, surrounding them tightly in all directions. "Brat, watch closely. This move is called Evolving Heaven. It is a move that was comprehended by the old ancestor in a deadly battle in an exotic abyss after refining void." As soon as the words fell, the 9 bronze gates steeply erupted with terrifying suction, devouring everything around them like a whirlpool. Whether it was spiritual energy or the laws of heaven and earth, they were all swallowed up, refining earth, wind, water and fire, evolving the muddy source of heaven and earth, and then going on to refine heaven? A color of clarity flashed in Suyu's eyes. At the same time, a pale and vast, destructive pike crushed down from the sky. Buzz. The 9 bronze gates shook with a flood of ferocious beast-like hissing, and the black mist pouring out of the doorways condensed into billions of chains. Suyu's pupils reflected the overwhelming law turbulence, and suddenly realized that his body had even begun to give birth to bizarre changes. The star map transformed by the blood of the violet gold emperor suddenly distorted, and the Hunyuan Dharma body was even gradually stained with ink-colored lines under the erosion of the chaotic gas. The giant bronze door burst open, revealing the swirling nebulae inside. The 108,000 chaotic chi around Suyu suddenly reeled back uncontrollably and was ripped to pieces by the gravitational force coming from the door. Ka-ching! Under the terrifying heavy pressure, Suyu's body could no longer carry the pressure and began to crumble apart. Seeing this scene, Su Zhan's face changed slightly. "Can't you do it at this level?" With that, he withdrew his hands with some displeasure. However, just as the Soviet war was planning to end the fighting, "Big brother," Phoenix Xueyan's eyes trembled, and the phoenix plume hairpin in her hair even suddenly cracked into fine lines. As the young girl exclaimed in shock, a bright golden aura suddenly crossed the bronze giant door and drilled into Suyu's brow. Boom! Suyu's body shook as he felt countless ancient scriptures chanting in the depths of his spiritual platform. Within the Dan Tian, that one phoenix true flame seed instantly broke into a butterfly. A true phoenix slowly stepped out from behind him, and then opened its feathered wings and wrapped it up. The true phoenix clan's nirvana true intent? This kid can't be. Seeing this, Su Zhan fiercely guessed something and his face was odd to the extreme. However, he did not stop in his hands and accelerated the operation of the 9 styles of Hunyuan. Under this chaotic melting furnace, Suyu was constantly scorched by the phoenix true flame, and endless sensations were born in his mind. He was like a piece of rough iron that was being continually refined to remove impurities. Use your body as a furnace to refine all laws. The red and gold lines around Suyu's body bloomed and cracked like a spider web, but the phoenix true flame condensed into a glazed crystal at the place where the blood and flesh were peeled off. In the black tide raised by the chaotic gas, 164,000 stars suddenly lit up, corresponding to the human body's great orifices all glowing with nirvana clear light. Mondi the old body and refine the new bones. The star is the furnace and the sun is the fire. Every one of his skeletal bones was exploding, and the 24 major meridians were actually weaving themselves into a circumstantial star dipper formation. The small world in his body emitted the roar of the opening of the heavens and the earth, and the 64 hexagrams rose in the sea of chaos, each hexagram wrapped in the primordial laws of the beginning of the heavens and the earth. Suzhan's bronze giant door suddenly shook with the sound of a taiko bell, and the cracks of the doorway flowed out chaotic mother chi. 9 gates open and close alternately, and behind the gates can be vaguely seen the scene of the cycle of stars dying and being reborn. It's true that the old man underestimated both of them. The soul fire in Suzhan's eyes skyrocketed tenfold. I didn't expect the true Phoenix Nirvana to be able to intermingle with the Hunyuan Extreme Tao, and it actually allowed this kid to touch a hint of the true meaning of the chaotic Extreme Tao. Throughout his life, Suzhan wanted to metamorphose the Hunyuan Extreme Tao into the true chaotic Extreme Tao. Yet, he found it nearly impossible to do so, because Suzhan has never seen what the real chaos looks like in his life. When he was at his peak, he had only re-refined a small piece of heaven and earth, causing it to return to its chaotic form, and it was still more than a billion times short of true chaos. Su Yu, on the other hand, was different. With the help of the Phoenix True Flame, he had actually refined a trace of true chaos chi in the pseudo-chaos he had evolved. Chapter 156. Entering the Divine Palace. The chaotic thunder tribulation appeared. The sound of a phoenix resounded through the 33 heavens of the void, and a chaotic chi suddenly emerged from Su Yu's brow. The bronze giant door no longer devoured. Instead, it poured chaos origin into Su Yu's body. Suzhan's Hunyuan Dharma body suddenly grew 7 orifices, and the 72 vertebrae actually condensed the silhouette of the 6 paths reincarnation plate in the nothingness. The heavens and the worlds are but a corner of the oven, and such is the true use of one's body as an oven. Su Yu's inner world suddenly descended, enveloping everything and taking in that hard-won strand of chaotic chi. This thing could be considered a supreme treasure for the world within, and was of great help to the evolution of the world. Ha ha ha, good. Suzhan suddenly withdrew his hand and laughed, and the 9 bronze gates closed with a roar. Good bastard boy. With the furnace fire of all living beings to quench its edge, borrowing the shackles of 10,000 paths to build its foundation. This strand of chaotic chi, the old ancestor is craving for it. If those old geezers from the Ling Shao Palace saw this, I'm afraid their eyes would stare out. When the visions gradually dispersed, Su Yu took a step out from the void. 3,000 worlds could be seen to be born and die between the opening and closing of his eyes, and his hands and feet carried the supreme Taoist flavor of the beginning of chaos. Thank you, old ancestor, for your fulfillment. Su Yu bowed and his tone was full of respect. At this moment, his heart and mind were stirring, and only he knew how difficult this step was. If it wasn't for Suzhan's great divine ability to evolve chaos, coupled with the quenching of the Phoenix True Flame, it would have been impossible to refine true chaos gas in today's world. Of course, the most crucial point was that Su Yu had personally seen the real chaos. 2 chaotic enlightenments had made his base incomparably strong. Any lack of one of these conditions would have made it impossible to make it this far. Suzhan shook his head and lost his smile. Don't be too happy, you kid. A strand of chaos chi is certainly important, but today's you are only taking a step from 0 to 1. There's still a long way to go if you want to completely metamorphose the Hunyuan into chaos. Saying that, Suzhan seemed to have thought of something and lowered his voice. If you cultivate the chaotic extreme Tao in the future, perhaps you can try to see if you can neutralize the breaking extreme Tao. Hearing these words, Su Yu's heart moved slightly. If breaking represents the ultimate destruction, then chaos is the ultimate creation. If he were to refine the chaotic gnosis one day, I'm afraid that he might actually have a chance to help the old man solve the problem of the breaking backlash. But it was all still too far away for him. Su Yu shook his head slightly, no longer thinking about it. Taking Phoenix Sienna and the others, he entered the desolate ancient forbidden zone and returned to the Su clan's imperial city. After returning, Su Yu didn't rush to close the door, but first found Mo Zian, and after some pleasantries, told him about his experience after going out. After hearing about the Xianhua half-emperor, Mo Zian's eyes chilled, but they quickly returned to normal. It's been hard on you. As parents, we should have covered for you, but not only did we not help much, but we dragged you down with us. She sighed softly. Su Yu smiled. Mother is overstating the case. You and father have already done enough for me. The next road, the child will be fine on his own. Well, it's good that you have confidence. Mo Zian barely squeezed out a smile. I will pay attention to the side of the Phoenix clan. The foreign devils will definitely not stand by and watch the Phoenix clan reappear in the world. There must be some actions. We can just act in a static manner. You should cultivate in peace first. The old ancestors of the Dao Mountain can't wait. Suyu nodded his head and said goodbye to Mozian. Just after walking out of the compound, Suyu's brows suddenly furrowed as he looked towards a corner. Ha! I can't believe I've been discovered? A fluctuation came from the void, and a white-clothed figure slowly appeared. This person had bright eyes and white teeth, sword eyebrows and starry eyes, and his breath was introverted and extraordinarily extraordinary. It was the son of Suyu's second uncle, Su Haoyang. Hey, cousin, I'm here today to tell you that 10 days ago, I also ascended to the top of the Dao Mountain and passed the first 10 extreme trial. He raised his head proudly, his eyes looking out of the corner of his eye. Want to know how I did it? After the destruction of the ancient gods, I discovered, deep within the ancient gods. Oh, is that so? Congratulations then. Without waiting for Su Haoyang to open a long speech, Suyu directly interrupted. Suyu's expression was indifferent. No waves could be seen on his face. This made Su Haoyang extraordinarily unhappy, like a punch on cotton. His face grimaced. Cousin, you must know that arrogance leads to defeat since ancient times. Although you opened the 10 extremities trial one step ahead of me, cousin, I've already come later, and it won't be more than a few months before I can pass the second trial, or even a higher level. Aha! Suyu remained calm as he crossed over Su Haoyang and walked straight towards the Su family's treasure trove. Having Su Zhan's help greatly accelerated the speed of Suyu's breakthrough. Nowadays, even if he did not use the opportunity of Hongmeng enlightenment, Suyu still had complete certainty of breaking through. Damn it! Looking at Suyu's back, Su Haoyang gritted his teeth. He had no hatred towards Suyu, but was jealous. Jealous of his talent, jealous of his birth, jealous of everything. Especially, since childhood, everyone would compare him to Suyu. When Suyu was still in the lower realm, there were not many of these words, and everyone viewed him as the new hope of the Su family. But as Suyu rose to prominence after his return, he found that most of the honors and resources that originally belonged to him had been taken away. It even made him a minor transparency in the clan at one point. Humph, just wait. When I finish the second trial, then everyone will know that I am the true hope of the Su family. Suyu sat in the depths of the bedchamber, and the 9 prohibitions opened with a bang. Bronze lamps were lit, incense curled up in the room, and vaguely Taoist sounds surrounded the room. 33 Chalcedony talismans were suspended in the void, forming a spell formation that had the effect of calming the mind. Refined. He flipped his palm and took out the 9 orifices Linglong jade box, which contained 3 drops of the crystalline star-like immortal liquid of the 10,000 tribulations. This is a great medicine that has been nurtured for millions of years at the core of the ancient forbidden zone, containing the laws of the heavens. Boom! The moment the medicinal liquid entered his throat, the world within his body suddenly bloomed with thousands of haze. Suyu's 7 orifices erupted with chaotic light, and behind him, he transformed and revealed the 6 reincarnation shadows. The Dantian transformed into a chaotic oven, actually melting the 3,000 great Dao runes into red gold divine sunlight. Divine palace, open! Suyu snapped like thunder, and the center of his eyebrows cracked open a radiant light door. Through the light door, it could be clearly seen that on top of that spacetime divine platform, 120,000 tracks of 600 great Dao runes were condensed into a palace, with a wisp of chaotic chi hanging down from the eaves. Yin and Yang are in rebellion, and Qianquan is rebuilt. Suyu made a seal with both hands, and 64 more heavenly Dao pillars rose within the divine palace. Each Dao pillar was inscribed with dense divine patterns, completely stabilizing the nascent divine palace. Rumble! Right at this moment, a thunderous sound resounded through the desolate ancient forbidden area like the wrath of the heavens. This is the chaotic thunder tribulation? Good brat! Just breaking through the divine palace realm and triggering this kind of calamity. Click! When the first lightning struck down, the entire imperial city violently trembled. That thunder was actually a purple-black color condensed from chaos gas, and the void directly collapsed into nothingness wherever it passed. On the city wall, the emperor's blood war flag, which has not decayed for millions of years, snorted and flared up with black flames, instantly turning into flying ash. Chapter 157 Swallowing the Thunder Tribulation. Entering the Dao Mountain. Boom! There was another thunderous explosion, as if the power of chaos at the beginning of the heavens and earth erupted. And the chaotic thunder light was like a giant axe that opened up the sky, carrying the momentum of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth, and splitting down blatantly. In an instant, the sky of the desolate ancient forbidden area was torn apart by this force, with dense cracks spreading in all directions like hideous spider webs. The power contained in the lightning caused the surrounding space to distort, emitting a ZZ sound, as if groaning in pain. Third pass. Su Haoyang stood on top of the attic, his voice trembling slightly due to fear, his eyes glaring round, staring deathly at the sky that was ravaged by lightning. At this moment, his fingertips unconsciously pinched deeply into his palm, leaving a trail of blood, but he was oblivious to the pain. It's too strong. A lightning tribulation of this level could strike him to death at random. However, Suyu was able to deal with it easily, even with a few teasing points. Su Haoyang witnessed the thunder that was enough to overthrow the existence of the sacred realm, slashing at Suyu's heavenly spirit with the force of 10,000 pounds. At that moment, his heart was in his throat and his breathing stopped abruptly, thinking that Suyu would instantly turn into pieces under this terrifying thunderbolt. However, shockingly, Suyu's white clothes only gently shook, and a mysterious chaotic mist rose around him. It was as if this mist was alive, and it even swallowed that terrifying thunderbolt directly. Rumble. Above the night sky, the rubber clouds were like thick ink churning madly, in which the shadow of the demon god was faintly emerging. Each of these demon gods was huge in stature, wielding heaven-breaking goggle spears and exuding a chilling aura. The demon god's shadow stepped on the world-destroying thunder dragon, causing the heavens and earth to tremble with every roar. Mo Zian was at the side, her face instantly turning white. As the head of the Su family, she knew all kinds of ancient texts like the back of her hand. Yet this bizarre sight in front of her was a vision that had not even been recorded in the ancient texts, a demonic fetus conceived in the midst of a chaotic calamity. She knew very well that once this kind of vision appeared, the power of the thunder tribulation would increase geometrically, and even those old monsters who had been cultivating for many years would feel their scalps numb in the face of such a thunder tribulation. Roar! A demonic god roar that shattered mountains and rivers rang out, followed by 7 thunder pillars wrapped in a destructive aura crashing down. Each thunder pillar contained the killing intent of the beginning, as if it was the destructive power that existed at the beginning of the birth of the universe. Cold and merciless, wherever the thunder pillars passed, the river of time actually rolled backward and flowed back. Even the spacetime where Emperor City was located was cut into countless separate pieces by this force, as if it was a torn canvas. Good timing. Su Yu, however, was fearless and raised his voice to the sky, his voice resounding through the heavens and earth. At this moment, the center of his brow suddenly split open, and a chaotic vertical pupil slowly appeared. In the depths of that eye, the scene of the beginning of chaos flowed continuously, and the 3,000 great Dao runes were constantly reorganizing and arranging themselves within it, exuding a vicissitude and vastness, only to see Suyu's hands clasped in vain. The world within his body unfolded with a roar. The sun, moon and stars were all his firewood, and the mountains, rivers and mountains were all transformed into ovens. The phoenix true flame burned as if it wanted to refine everything in the world. Thumbs up. The robbing thunder that was enough to annihilate the entry sacred realm fell into his internal world, but it was like a mud cow entering the sea, disappearing without a trace. Endless thunder light was tossing madly in the chaotic mist, but it was forcibly refined into golden droplets by Suyu. These droplets, each containing terrifying energy, were the essence of the thunderbolt. The great dragon of Suyu's spine reared its head, and ancient imprints emerged from each vertebrae. These marks were like greedy beasts, devouring the essence of the thunderbolt as much as they could, causing Suyu's aura to grow stronger and stronger. This is feeding on robbery? At the top of the Dao mountain, the faces of several white-bearded old men changed abruptly, and their eyes were filled with shock. They had lived for countless epochs, experienced countless vicissitudes and great changes, and had seen countless celestial prides invoke forbidden thunder tribulation. Yet they had never seen anyone who could treat a lightning punishment of the level of chaos tribulation lightning as a great medicine for quenching the body. In their perceptions, the chaos robbery thunder was the ultimate test from heaven for cultivators, a terrifying catastrophe that was enough to pulverize one's body. And yet, Suyu played it off. How could this not shock them? Demonic. It's really demonic to the extreme. Su Burial Heaven couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, his voice filled with sighs. In his long life, he had never seen such an immensely talented teenager. If such a character had appeared before the scourge of the Fey Devil, would it have been the turn of those bastards to show off? Suyu's appearance broke their perception of cultivation, allowing them to see a brand new possibility. Not bad, so it seems that Wu Dao can rest easy. Even if he can't enter the Dao mountain after his lifespan is over due to the great emperor's position, there's still Xiaoyu who can take his place. Suyu nodded slightly, a hint of relief appearing in his eyes. Suyu's performance allowed them to see the future hope of the Su family, as if a bright star was rising. But there's still one more problem. The power of destruction in Xiaoyu's body is always a hidden danger. Before entering the Saint Realm, all the extreme Dao must be abolished. Su Hongyun's brows however tightly furrowed as a hint of worry was revealed in his eyes. The power of destruction in Suyu's body, although incomparably powerful, was also like a bomb that could explode at any time. Once it got out of control, the consequences would be unimaginable. Outside the Dao mountain, Su Zhan stood in the void with his arms crossed. Beneath his eyes, the soul fire flickered, reflecting the green sky of the ages. when the ninth thunder tribulation transformed into a chaotic millstone and crushed down with a titanic momentum, a drop of crystalline blood suddenly flew out from his fingertips. This blood bead, seemingly ordinary, contained endless mysteries. In the blood bead, there were 9 bronze coffin silhouettes floating, each of them emitting a mysterious aura. The moment they appeared, space and time for 1,000,000 miles in a radius instantly froze, as if time had stopped flowing at that moment. Old ancestor must not. If an outside force interferes, it will only make the lightning tribulation more and more terrifying, a clan elder exclaimed in horror. They were well aware of the rules of the lightning tribulation. Once an external force intervened, the power of the tribulation would increase exponentially, and at that time, it was still unknown whether Suyu could withstand it. Do you need to be reminded? However, Suzhan only laughed lightly, his gaze always falling on Suyu in the Sea of Thunder as he said indifferently, just in case. Although his voice was calm, it revealed an unquestionable majesty. In his heart, Suyu was the hope of the Su family, and he would never allow the other party to have any slip-ups. God's Palace. Kai. Before the words fell, the lofty divine palace manifested above Suyu's head. As the 2 doorways of the divine palace opened, chaotic divine sunshine suddenly bloomed around Suyu. That divine sunlight, like the light of a great ancient sun, illuminated the entire desolate ancient forbidden zone. He stepped on the Hunyuan steps, each step stepping on a spacetime node, and 99 past and future bodies emerged behind him. These figures, some youthful and vigorous, some vicissitudes of life and antiquity, are his projections at different points in time. After stepping into the divine palace realm, Suyu was already able to bring out the power he had mastered at the same time. When the chaotic grinding wheel pressed down and approached 3 inches above his head, all the temporal and spatial shadows suddenly returned to one. Suyu's aura reached its peak at this moment, as if he had become one with heaven and earth, becoming the master of this world. Click! A shattering sound of the heavens trembling rang out as Suyu merged his fingers like swords and pointed towards the sky. The chaotic sword chi that erupted from his fingertips was wrapped in the Tao rhythm of the opening of the heavens and the earth, as if it was Pangu's first sword when he opened the heavens and the earth, and it split the chaos grinding disc into 2 halves in a raw manner. At that moment, the entire heaven and earth lost their colors. Everyone drew in a breath of cool air, and goosebumps rose all over their bodies. The roiling robber clouds were like a heavenly enemy, frantically rewinding back into the void rift. The terrifying robbery clouds that had ravaged the heavens and earth just a moment ago were now fleeing in a sorry state like a bereaved dog. That's, the fairy is finished? Su Haoyang stumbled and fell into a sitting position, his gorgeous brocade robe already drenched in cold sweat. The heart was filled with shock and loss. The capital that he was proud of, in front of such heaven-defying means as Suyu's, was simply like a child's play. He had thought that he had already chased after Suyu's back, but looking at it now, I'm afraid that he hadn't even touched Suyu's heels yet. Same divine palace realm. Why was there such a huge gap? Phew. In the ruins of the imperial city, Suyu slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath. Between his hair, the leaping chaotic arcs of electricity gradually faded away, and when his eyes opened and closed, it seemed that thousands of universes were born and died. He looked up to the top of the Tao mountain, the corner of his mouth curling up into a smile if nothing else. At this moment, it was as if he was already standing on top of the world, looking down on everything in the world. However, Suyu was not complacent. After all, in the entire upper realm, a divine palace realm cultivator was still too small. At this point, above the Tao mountain, the nameless stone wall caved in, as if inviting Suyu to enter. The ancestors are in such a hurry? Suyu raised his eyebrows and without hesitation, he stepped in and his figure disappeared in an instant. The Su clan's crowd stared intently at the top of Tao mountain, their fists unconsciously clenched. Mo Xian's eyes flickered. She had a premonition that Suyu's trial this time. She was afraid that he wouldn't be satisfied with just the second layer. He's much more demonic than his dad. Chapter 158 10,000 Thunder's Soul Refining Scripture. Inside the nameless stone wall, Suyu had just stepped into it, and it was like being crushed by 1,000 pounds, and his eyes went violently black. An invisible pressure came at him like a mountain of mountains, making it seem as if his body was stuck in an endless swamp, unable to move. When he opened his eyes again, Suyu was already on top of the boundless sea of blood. This sea of blood, with its turbulent waves, emitted a sickening bloody odor. Waves of blood rolled over, and countless faces could still be seen struggling and hissing. The first trial tested the physical body, and I wonder what this second trial tests. Suyu frowned as he secretly pondered in his heart. After carefully observing the sea surface, Suyu's pupils abruptly shrunk. He realized that this sea was not water, but rather, it was made of turbid grudges congealed into liquid form. In each drop of blood, half a twisted human face floated. A strong uneasiness surged in Suyu's heart. he vaguely felt that this second layer of the trial would be even more terrifying than he had imagined. The 9 underworlds are acting on behalf of the Soul Monarch's edict. The void suddenly pressed down an imperial edict. With the appearance of the imperial edict, 10 bronze imperial coffins broke through the sea. These emperor coffins, the soul diagrams on their lids suddenly lit up, forming a large formation in a flash. A powerful oppressive force permeated from the large formation, causing Suyu to feel difficulty in breathing. No good. Suyu stifled a grunt and was defenseless under this heavy pressure. The whole person fell straight into the sea of souls. In a flash, severe pain came from all parts of the body. This pain, it didn't come from the flesh and skin, but went straight to the depths of his soul, as if there were countless sharp blades cutting into his soul. Suyu couldn't help but have his face twisted, his eyes covered in blood, and sweat slid off his forehead like rain. Damn! The power of the physical body has been imprisoned. At this level, the test is the divine soul. One can only use the power of the divine soul to deal with it. Suyu secretly grumbled in his heart. He didn't expect that the difficulty of the second trial would be so great that he wouldn't be able to support himself before he even saw the guardian ancestor. His consciousness began to become blurred, as if he would be consumed by this endless pain at any moment. Meanwhile, the Su clan's ancestors who were paying attention to this place had different expressions. They watched Suyu's trial process through a special secret method. This brat is still too tender. Although his battle power can already be honored at the same rank, he is not absolutely invincible. Su Hongyun shook his head slightly, a hint of worry revealed in his eyes. Not bad. Previously, he easily completed the fleshly body trial all because of the fact that Daos and the others were laying the groundwork for him, and now after taking out the divine soul alone, it's a bit inadequate. Another old ancestor concurred. Right at this moment, the first layer of the heavenly palace trembled continuously. Suyu's voice came from it. He has not practiced the law of polishing the divine soul. Burying sky. Don't be in a hurry. Teach him the law first. As the words fell, a pair of black and white eyes suddenly opened in the depths of the buried soul sea. You want to give him a little cooking? There's no precedent for this in the 10 extreme trials so far. Suyu frowned. It's not a small stove. I'm not asking you to stop. I'm just asking you to pass the law. No need. Suyu suddenly roared angrily, interrupting the duo's conversation. His body was red all over, and although he didn't have half a scratch, his breath was getting lower and lower. However, Suyu did not give up, and rigidly relied on the emperor body's addition to the divine soul to strongly support himself. Can't use it? Su Burial Earth raised an eyebrow. I'm not used to your brashness of being the boss of the sky and the second to you, and I'm still on the verge of passing on your dharma. Between the waves of blood, a bronze ancient scroll descended from the dome of the sky, the 10,000 pillars soul refining scripture. Snort! Without waiting for Suyu to react, the bronze ancient scroll instantly disappeared into his brow. Suyu's pupils suddenly contracted to the size of a pinpoint. Countless blood-colored runes exploded in the sea of consciousness, transforming into billions of burning chains of calamity fire, dragging his divine soul into the infernal purgatory. Ha 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 ha! Su Burial Sky smiled brightly. Immediately following, a pale and powerful voice sounded in Suyu's mind. With every word that fell, Suyu's chaotic divine soul cleared up. Refining the Chi Sumeru raises the pale yellow, and the fire of calamity burns out the phases of the heavens. The divine soul rewinds the stars and rivers to crack, and one thought lifts up all the ages to soar. The red heart melts the 3,000 realms, and the iron bones smash the 9 heavens. Who is the master of the 10,000 worlds of gods and devils? 9 dead souls become unstained by the abyss. The wheel of reincarnation crushes my spirit as if it were still strong, and the yin and yang quench my blood as if it were frost. Even if the golden immortals can't be stopped, I'll step on the chaos and laugh at the 8 wastelands. Refine the great Tao into my soul and bury all the heavens. Bury myself. Chapter 159. Eat and take. Dash. A beastly hiss erupted from Suyu's throat, and every nerve felt like it was on fire. His sea of consciousness was undergoing drastic changes like the opening of the heavens and the earth, and the bronze ancient scrolls transformed into 99 levels of purgatory, tearing the divine soul into millions of pieces. Buzz. At this instant, the spacetime divine palace shook violently, and a strand of spacetime power burst out, actually forcibly breaking through the blockade and coming to the outside world. In the middle of the buried soul sea, the endless remnants of souls hissed endlessly, but right after the power of space and time appeared, these remnant souls actually seemed to be appeased in some way, and actually quieted down at the same time. A scene was revealed under the reflection of the power of spacetime. Su Burying Sky looked at one of them and his face changed slightly. This is the underworld battlefield of the ancient era? This kid, he actually used the power of time and space to excite all the resentful souls within the burial soul sea, all to their peak. Crazy, just crazy. Isn't he difficult enough? At this moment, within the second layer of space, It was simply a scene of a swarm of demons. The crimson dome of the sky was horizontal, and the three-headed, six-armed demon god was gnawing on the stars, where the Milky Way hangs upside down. The white-clothed sword immortal swings a sword that cuts off karma, and a rain of blood soaks through the 3,000 Dao domains. Wow! In another image, there is an inked ocean with 100 feet long bronze chain piercing through the loot bone. The imprisoned dragoness suddenly raised her head, her golden vertical pupil reflecting Su Yu's figure. Emperor, you have finally come to solve this trapped dragon situation? Countless images were like poisonous snakes drilling into the bone marrow, and Su Yu's pupils began to lax. Golden blood seeped out of the 7 orifices and bloomed into a lotus of the Tao on the sea of blood. Demented child, don't wake up yet. A bell suddenly chimed from within the first floor of the Ling Xiao Palace, and Su Yu's angry shout shattered the 3,000 illusions. Even Su Yu couldn't stand to watch and couldn't help but break the rules and intervene. Su Yu's body shook violently, and his disorganized divine soul actually reunited under the traction of the 10,000 pillars soul refining scripture, transforming into a glazed pagoda. So it is. Su Yu wiped away the traces of blood from the corner of his eyes and suddenly let out a loud laugh. He stepped on the tip of the wave towards the nearest bronze imperial coffin, each step shattering the wails of thousands of resentful souls. 10,000 tribulations for the fire to refine one's own soul. Even if one's body dies, one's soul will not be extinguished. Is this the true way of soul refining? Rumble. At this moment, his divine soul completely transformed into a lingerie tower. Ka-ching! The first imperial coffin opened with a bang, and a giant white bone claw stretched out from the monstrous demonic aura. Su Yu did not flash or avoid, letting the demonic claws penetrate his chest. The divine soul pagoda instead soared 3 inches. Thanks for the hospitality. I'll take this 100,000 years of grievances. The sea of buried souls suddenly set off shocking waves, and Su burying heaven's pupils suddenly shrunk. His voice trembled as he looked at the teenager wailing away grievances in the sea of blood. How dare you reverse refine the burial sea? This madman. From ancient times, there had never been a single person who challenged the second layer of the divine soul trial who dared to do so. The purpose of this trial appeared to be sharpening the divine soul, but in reality, it was sharpening the heart of the Tao. As long as one can be subjected to 10,000 souls without faltering, one is considered successful. But what is Su doing? This kid even turned around and refined the entire buried soul sea. Even with the 10,000 tribulation soul refining scripture, it was completely impossible to do so. Stop him. An old ancestor couldn't help but frown. If this continued, the only thing waiting for Su Yu was to go off the deep end. Chaotic heaven and earth imprisoning dragon technique rise. A roar came from the 7th level, an old ancestor's robe sleeves bulging like a curtain of clouds that covered the sky, and 9 heavy underworld chains piercing into the sea of blood. A kueyu hissed in the depths of the sky, and 10,000 thunderbolts condensed into heavenly divine spears. Su burial heaven, on the other hand, lifted his palm and cut toward the core of the blood sea. At this moment, breaking the connection of his divine soul may be able to save. Buzz. Suddenly, the change was precipitous. Countless pitch-black lines immediately surfaced on Su Yu's body surface. In the next moment, pitch black, ink-like demonic chi surged out from the world within him, devouring heavenly devil jar. Master wants to eat, don't grab the bowl. Xiao Hei's voice exploded with the sound of chains clashing, his inky fur dropping down to heaven and earth. Endless pitch-black chains pierced into the buried soul sea, and endless grievous souls let out miserable howls. Heaven-devouring demon jar? I didn't expect this Paragon Emperor Dao weapon to be in this kid's hands. Seeing the heaven-devouring demon jar appear, Su Burial Heaven was slightly stunned, but quickly shook his head again. It won't work. Even though this soul burial sea of mine isn't a complete body, it's by no means something that can be digested by you two little guys. Even if the soul power can be swallowed, this monstrous resentment will just as easily wear out your sanity. With that, Su Burial Heaven was about to forcefully interrupt. Dang! Right at this moment, the sound of gold and iron striking sounded, and a pitch-black sword tire suddenly appeared, blocking in front of Su Yu. Burial sword tire. Oh, this sword. Su Burial Earth's face changed slightly, and his hand movements stalled. Looking at the burial god sword tire, a trace of reminiscence surfaced in Su Bunshin's eyes. This sword, too, he had held for some time. However, it was lost for various reasons. Unexpectedly, it ended up in Su Yu's hands. As soon as the burial god sword tire appeared, it began to non-stop absorb the terrifying grievance chi around it. The heaven-devouring demon jar was like a pump, while the burial sword tire played the role of a filter. The two continuously cooperated, constantly channeling extremely pure soul power to Su Yu. Dang dash! Between the tremors of the burial god sword tire, the sword body continuously dropped black hard shells, and at the spine of the sword, dark red lines slowly emerged. In Su Yu's sea of consciousness, The glazed pagoda that the divine soul had transformed into suddenly cracked open several openings, and the devouring speed skyrocketed 100 times. Not enough. Suyu's pupil depths ignited a green underworld ghost fire, and his hands formed a seal according to the 10,000 pillage soul refining scripture, 9 orifices through the ghosts, and purgatory as a furnace. Boom! 99 heavy demonic god shadows leaped out from the center of his eyebrows, actually turning the entire burial soul sea into a furnace. The heaven-devouring devil canister hissed, and 3,000 devil Dao runes emerged from the pitch-black body of the canister. This kid is really going to refine the burial sea. That old ancestor on the 7th level had his hair on his head and frowned slightly. It's really just even food. A color of helplessness flashed in Su Burial Sky's eyes, and after thinking for a moment, he decided to let him go. A mere piece of the buried soul sea. He, as an old ancestor, could still afford to give it. It's just that this trial can be really tainted. It is said that after entering the temple of Heavenly Jewel, one must not show mercy to the descendants. But now what? It has completely evolved into a large feeding scene. The sea of buried souls boiled and tumbled, and the wailing of the resentful souls was incomparably hideous. However, these resentful souls were getting weaker the more they struggled, and were soon devoured cleanly and integrated into the glazed pagoda in Suyu's brow. The glazed pagoda expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye, swelling 100 times before slowly stopping. Not long after, the buried soul sea completely dried up, and only a 9 orifices Linglong pagoda suppressed the void, with the buried god sword tire and heaven-devouring demon jar suspended at the tip of the pagoda. Second level trial. Pass. Su Burying Sky didn't have the good sense to say, "Alright, go back and sink your teeth into it, and then go wreak havoc on other old men in a few days." With that, he simply closed his eyes, blinded. A few days ago, that Su Haiyang kid didn't even last a second after entering the second level of the trial. On the contrary, Suyu actually gave the burial soul sea a direct swallow. It's a real people pleaser. Therefore, although Su Burial Heaven complained with his mouth, his heart was satisfied. "Thank you, old ancestor, for your fulfillment." Suyu nodded and did not say much, but sat cross-legged in the void. After opening his inner vision, Suyu carefully surveyed the 9 orifices Linglong Tower in the middle of his sea of consciousness. After refining the buried soul sea, he directly pushed the 10,000 pillage soul refining scripture to the 3rd layer in one go, transforming his divine soul into a 3-knuckle Linglong pagoda. From the content of the scriptures, it is known that there are 9 orifices in the Linglong Tower. With each breakthrough layer, an orifice could be opened, and each orifice would bring great changes to the Linglong Tower. The first orifice grants the practitioner the effect of piercing dark diseases. The second orifice can cause the tower to give birth to a blood-colored spinning wheel that grinds the grievances of all souls and turns them into pure soul liquid that can be absorbed. When cultivated to the 3rd aperture, the tower would then transform into a wall of spectral mirrors, capable of deflecting incoming divine soul attacks from the outside world. Today's Suyu had completely made up for the shortcoming of his divine soul. If an enemy used a divine soul attack, not only would it not have any effect, but they would also be seriously injured by the direct rebound of their own attack. The heaven-devouring demon jar suddenly rippled, and Little Black's head poked out from the heaven-devouring demon jar. At this moment, Xiao Hei has already faded away the fluffy hair of the young beast, and there is a blood-shedding Dao rhythm flowing between the dark scales. When devouring the buried soul sea, although most of the benefits were absorbed by Su Yu, it was not without any gains. With a slight tremor of the heaven-devouring demon jar, the grievance fiend domain unfolded. All of the auras that drifted down in a 10,000 mile radius decayed into ash the instant they came into contact with the black mist. Suyu smiled and patted Xiao Hei's head. Then he flexed his fingers and flicked the burial god sword tire. The nascent burial heaven Dao lines at the spine of the sword were like living creatures writhing. The burial god sword fetus had followed Suyu for a long time and had already shown signs of metamorphosis. After devouring the massive amount of grievances within the buried soul sea, a qualitative change was finally produced. Phew! In the next moment, a scarlet sword chi shot out, shooting out towards the distance, instantly traveling 10,000 miles. Jeer! Space was slashed open, revealing a pitch-black landscape. So strong, Su Burial Sky's eyelids fluttered. With this sword, he didn't use any power, just a casual stroke, yet it produced such a terrifying power. Nowadays, the burial sword tire was already comparable to a quasi-emperor Dao weapon. After adjusting his breath for a moment, Suyu slowly got up and looked at the top of his head. "Old ancestor, I'm going to continue to challenge the 3rd layer of the trial." At those words, Su Burial Sky's eyes snapped open. "What? Have you lost your mind? Your cultivation and divine soul have both broken through. You should recuperate for a while before proceeding to the 3rd level of the trial." Suyu shook his head. "Old ancestor doesn't need to worry. I am already fully certain." "Humph, not self-important." Su Burial Sky snorted coldly and whisked his sleeves away. Buzz. Although his mouth was reluctant, Su Burial Heaven still opened the path to the third layer for Suyu. Thank you, Elder Ancestor. Suyu arched his hand and thanked him, then he stepped into it. The first layer was a trial of the physical body. The second layer was related to the divine soul as well as the heart of the Tao. So what was the content of this third layer of trial? Suyu was curious. Chapter 163rd Floor, Trial of Luck. The third level of the Lingxiao Palace was a world of its own. The moment Suyu stepped in, the green bricks under his feet suddenly turned into transparent glass, and below was actually a sea of churning clouds. 9,999 bronze palace lamps suspended in the void. The wick of the lamp burning is not an extraordinary fire, but rather condensed into the form of various colors of auspicious beasts of the image of Qi. There is the unicorn holding the purple micro-star awnings, the phoenix tail feathers trailing red streams of fire, and the hexagram runes floating on the shell of the basilisk turtle. The dome hangs upside down with a picture of the stars of the circumference, but instead of stars, it is the spinning dice that make up this picture. An auspicious cloud drifted in. Kid, there's no simplicity in this layer of the old man. A long laugh came from the depths of the sea of clouds. Suyu followed the sound and saw a scruffy old man sitting in the center of the sea of clouds. Su Hongyun's long gray hair was casually tied with a grass rope. His loose cloud-patterned Taoist robe was stained with oil. His right hand was holding a greasy roasted chicken leg, and his left hand was fiddling with the Hichu Luo Shu floating in the air. The most striking thing was the 12 ancient copper coins hanging around his waist, each covered with jagged cracks on the edges, but vaguely forming the phase of the celestial stem and earthly branches of the wheel of reincarnation. 3,000 years. When Su Hongyun tore the oil from the chicken leg, it dripped down on the suspended turtle armor, and it actually stirred a circle of golden ripples. Ever since that idiot Su Xingha was stabbed through his qi by his own native sword, no one has dared to step foot on this level of the old man. As the words fell, the palace lights around them suddenly lit up, the void under Su Yu's feet rippled, and the 9 lattice patterns spread out from where he stood. The chin position suddenly raised a bronze cauldron with 3 crystalline dice floating in it. Black weak water gushed out from the Ken position, and the water reflected the remnants of countless cultivators who had failed to cross the threshold. The rock of the Burgundy mountain cracked open in a gap, revealing half of a broken tablet inscribed with curses. Old me, Su Hongyun, was once in charge of the flow of qi in 3,000 worlds. He casually threw the chicken bones to the off position. The bones have not yet landed on the ground will be lit up the ghost flame blue. You kid no. When the ancient sword Father Li Tsangming why fall? Without waiting for a reply, Su Hongyun flexed his fingers and flicked. The dice in the cauldron suddenly projected magnificent illusions. The white-clothed sword Father Li Tsangming, who was carrying 7 immortal swords, was crossing the quasi-imperial tribulation, and was about to succeed, but the void under his feet cracked without warning, resulting in the final move, and his body died. Back then, Li Tsangming's sword Dao was divine, and he fought against your father on top of the Starry Sky Emperor Road, and even won. Su Hongyun wiped his oily beard, and dense red threads suddenly surfaced in the Xingong direction, each of which entwined the cultivator's silhouette. But he has, on the contrary, lost on the word luck. The words fell, each filament bringing up a picture. Under the blood-colored dome, the teenage demon Zun with an ancient sword on his back was in the middle of his tribulation, but ancient shift formation patterns suddenly appeared under his feet, and in the blink of an eye, he was teleported to the enemy's lair, deep in the cold pool of the 9 secrets. The moment the Mahayana cultivator who had mistakenly entered the forbidden zone reached his hand towards the rotting wooden box, it happened to trigger the Xianyin thunder fury to erupt. The ancient spiritual ruins of half a charred bone flooded with emerald mango was passing by the medicine boy as firewood to bring back to the Dan hut, even in the furnace Nirvana rebirth, ranked in the class of immortals. See? Su Hongyun flicked his fingers, and the light screen fragments turned into a Milky Way surrounding his body. Cultivation is still able to break the mountains and seas, but all things are sad when one's qi is not enough. His fingertips suddenly condensed 7 dice, thrown into the void when the explosion of 7 colored metaphysical light. Luck can still be plundered through a variety of ways to accumulate, but the luck is destined to be born. The only thing that is the illusory luck of the extreme road. It is possible to change the fate of heaven. Luck may not seem important, but it's not. As the saying goes, the heavenly diffraction is 49, and one of them is hidden away. If there is no luck added to your body, no matter how heavenly your cultivation is, it is impossible for you to find that one. And what I'm going to try in this third level is that vain thing luck. Chapter 161 Heaven's Destiny. All erasers disperse. Outside the Lingxiao Palace, the atmosphere steeply froze, and a succession of murmurs rang out. The 9 Su family ancestors were like 9 towering mountains gathered around one place, and there was a sympathetic look in the bottom of everyone's eyes. This kid is going to be unlucky. Old man Hongyun's fate dojo doesn't reason at all. Everything is only about luck. An old ancestor was the first to speak, his voice full of emotion and a few hints of resentment, clearly having suffered a loss at the hands of Su Hongyun. Even if you are at the cultivation level of a quasi-emperor and hold the fortune of a party of immortal nations hostage, you will still have to concede when you arrive in the middle of this dojo, another old ancestor answered, revealing a deep fear of this fate dojo between his words. In this heaven and earth, strength was certainly important, but in this case, luck was also a form of strength. That's not it? Back then, with his quasi-emperor's 7th heavenly cultivation, this kid used the dice of doom to pit a half-emperor to the point where his Dao heart crumbled. Someone mentioned Su Hongyun's glorious war record, and the crowd nodded their heads with scorn in their eyes. Su Hongyun's causal luck technique had long been renowned in the ancient times, and even the primordial Tianji Pavilion master had to avoid it. Su Burial Sky is surrounded by broken dead souls. He snorted and pointed to the light screen, gamblingly said, that brat has the emperor's son's chi in his body, but it can't work, everything has to be done. Before the words were finished, they were interrupted by an exclamation of surprise. Quickly look at the Jingong orientation. An old ancestor suddenly raised his voice filled with shock. The crowd was shocked and cast their gazes. Only Suyu was seen walking towards the broken monument engraved with curses. His footsteps were calm and steady, but he didn't know what kind of calamity he was about to face. According to the rules of numerology, Burgundy is the main mountain in distress, and at the moment, the words never recover on the inscription are oozing black blood, emitting a chilling aura, but strangely enough, before those dripping blood beads could touch the ground, they were vaporized into mist by the golden light overflowing from Suyu's circumference. This scene took everyone by surprise. By chance, when the dojo suppressed his emperor's son's chi, it happened to trap the power of entrapment in it and hardened it? Su Burial Sky's brows were locked, his heart filled with doubts. He was well aware of the strangeness of this fate dojo, and that this situation was by no means accidental, but could not really think of a reasonable explanation. Suyu nodded slightly, his expression grave. It seems that this little guy does have some luck, but it's still too difficult to pass the third layer. His thoughts couldn't help but drift back to that year, when he had challenged this dojo on a whim, and hardened himself against the 9 heavy doom spell killings, but ultimately lost in the follow-up. That harrowing experience is still fresh in my mind. However, just as the crowd was still talking, the 3rd floor of the heavenly palace suddenly erupted with bright starbursts and eye-catching light, as if a blazing sun was rising in it. 9,000 palace lights went out and came back on at the same time. Boom, boom, boom. Every time Suyu took a step, one of the destiny dice in the dome crumbled. One must know that the dice were mysterious objects that carry the destinies of countless worlds, but at this moment, they were shattered under Suyu's footsteps. What is even more shocking is that the exploded fragments were automatically reorganized into the seal script of Auspicious Star, and the remnants of the calamity in the weak water of the Kan position were all bowing down in the direction of the youth at this moment. This doom weak water is the thing of the heavens to the doom. Ordinary people will be entangled in endless doom if they get close, but now it is so fearful of Suyu. It is really unimaginable. This can't be right. Su Fantian stared with wide eyes. His eyes were full of unbelief. The weak water of doom is the thing of the heavens to doom. How can it be? His voice trembled, and the shock in his heart was indescribable. Look at his life fire. An old ancestor suddenly lost his voice and screamed. The crowd looked through the curtain of light, only to see Suyu's ancestral orifice in his brow gushing out 7-colored haze light that was so bright and dazzling that it penetrated through the 9 heavens, actually inducing the entire Lingshao treasure hall to tremble. The 12 ancient copper coins hanging around Su Hongyun's waist shook wildly, and among them, the Dechii coin, which symbolized the great evil, suddenly split into 2 halves. This series of changes left everyone in a deep daze. Su Hongyun froze in place, his hand grasping the chicken leg stopped in midair, and the expression on his face was frozen, as if he had been cast under a spell of immobilization. Thoughts ran through his mind. This kid's performance was just too beyond imagination. Could it really be that he possessed the legendary extreme luck body? Su Burying Sky rose violently. A vision of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood surfaced behind him. This kid has extreme luck on his side. The extreme luck body, a hegemonic body that was comparable to an emperor's body, held a notable weight in the legends of the ancient times, and, in some cases, the extreme luck body would have to surpass the emperor body. This was because, even if the emperor body became great, it would still be killed by a stronger existence. However, after the extreme luck body had become a great success, it was truly invincible. Even if the other party was able to directly destroy the entire upper realm, the great perfection extreme luck body would still be able to just happen to survive. As long as something had a 1 in a billion chance, it was no different from 100% in the eyes of the extreme luck body. It's just that, since the ancient times, we haven't heard of the extreme luck body. And at this moment, what happened to Xuyu happened to possess the characteristics of the extreme luck body. Could it be that extreme luck, which had disappeared for many years, had reappeared? The Golden Great World was truly terrifying. Even this type of physique, which was rarer than an emperor's body, had appeared. At this moment, in the third layer, the changes had reached the extreme. Something like luck. Ha, I seem to be the least lacking? Xuyu smiled faintly. That smile was extraordinarily spontaneous. Instead of thinking, he left everything to instinct. In this crisis-ridden dojo, his every step was taken with exceptional ease. The earth beneath his feet trembled in his stride, creating tremors at just the right frequency to cause the trap to jam. The obstruction in front of him automatically cracked open due to various coincidences as Xuyu approached. Xuyu was in no man's land. His fingertips lightly tapped the void, and the 3 dice in the Qianbit tripod furnace blew up on their own without being thrown. The fragments of the Z-Wei Emperor star hidden within it levitated and condensed into a 3-foot-long Qi-Luck lightsaber in his palm, where the blade of the sword pointed, away from the bit of ghostly blue flame into 3,000 green luan, holding up the sky auspicious clouds to form a huagai. This scene, like a miracle, made people marvel. Ha ha ha, Su Hongyun suddenly let out a loud laugh, his Dao robes windless. This brat isn't choosing the Shangmen at all, but the Shangmen are choosing him. Before the words fell, the entire 9-palace formation exploded. The palace lamp in the 2A position of the Death Gate automatically shifts and exchanges its orientation with the Sundance position of the Surprise Gate. Those red threads of karma that were entangled in the Jin Palace were actually like spiritual snakes taking the initiative to pave the Rainbow Bridge for Xuyu at this moment. Xuyu stepped onto the bridge with a smooth pace and a calm expression, as if it was all under his control. The most shocking thing is that the largest bronze dice in the center of the dome, for the first time in countless years, all point to the word auspicious. This sun is lucky. Su Burying Sky's throat knots rolled as he spat out a few words with difficulty, when it's really against the heavens. The outside of the Ling Shao treasure hall suddenly fell into dead silence, and all of the old ancestors were speechless. They were already able to be certain that this kid must have the extreme luck body in his body, otherwise it would be impossible to do such a thing. In the third layer, Xuyu had stepped through the 9 palaces. Wherever it passes, the curse turns into auspiciousness, the weak water turns over the golden lotus, and even the chicken leg that Su Hongyu gnawed halfway is suddenly feathered, emitting an epiphany-inducing fragrance of Taoism. When Xuyu finally stood at the eye of the Shangmen formation, the entire floor of the Lingshao Palace suddenly resounded with the sound of the great Dao lunar sound, which seemed to come from the ancient times and spoke of endless mysteries, the luck of being the only one in all ages, the luck that is enough to become an emperor. Xuyu sat arduously, his voice filled with emotion and envy. He recalled that he had been smashed by the Doom Dice to break 3 immortal bones back then when he was trying out at this level. Compared to Xuyu, it was really a world of difference. Within the third layer, Su Hongyun trembled as he held up the broken turtle armor. The originally blurred trigrams on the armor piece now clearly showed 8 ancient divine texts. Heaven's destiny is to be fulfilled, and all evils to be dispersed. Chapter 162. Don't talk. Kiss me, old ancestor. Am I through? Xuyu played with the Shangmen key in his hand, the corners of his mouth slightly hooked, a hint of an easy smile on his face. Su Hongyun took a deep breath and couldn't stop shaking his head. Yeah, pass, pass. He raised his hand to drive the brat away, but couldn't help but be curious. You kid, did you awaken the extreme luck body again? Xuyu shook his head slightly. Of course not. How is that possible? Su Hongyun's face was filled with doubt, his heart filled with incomprehension. Without an extreme luck body, how could one have such terrifying luck? I don't have an extreme luck body, but Su Xiaoyu does. Xuyu smiled faintly with a hint of softness in his smile. My luck is all given by little fish. Saying that, Xuyu displayed the lines on the back of his hand. This was the divine ability that Su Xiaoyu had comprehended after she had achieved the Avatar realm back then, which could allow Xuyu to maintain his good fortune throughout the month. But after January it must be stripped and transferred or it will turn into a jinx. Today, there are only 3 days left before the 1-month deadline. Xuyu was a little glad that he didn't choose to come back afterward to challenge the third layer. Otherwise he would have to wait for another month. Su Xiaoyu? That's the girl child you brought to Daoshan last time? Su Hongyun said indistinctly. In the outside world, all the old ancestors also had subtle expressions. Xuyu suddenly laughed out loud and slapped Su Bundian on the shoulder, knocking him down. Speak! When this seat gave you the dominoes last time, you weren't too shifty. Why are you mute now? His laughter was filled with smoothness and a look of pride. Extreme luck body, that's a physique that is comparable to the emperor body. This kind of extreme demon. If it wasn't for the seat, what if people get angry and leave the Su family? Xuyu continued, his words filled with complacency. Su Burial Sky's face darkened. but knowing that he was at a disadvantage, he stifled a grunt and no longer chimed in. All the old ancestors revealed meaningful expressions inside. I wonder if it was the Su family that brought good luck, or if good luck chose the Su family on its own accord? A moment later, as a white light flashed, Su Yu's figure appeared outside the heavenly palace. The old ancestors cast their gazes. Su Burial Sky raised his eyebrows. What? Not continuing? Su Yu slightly shook his head. This trial, the late generation has gained enough. It is time to go out and settle down. Although he said so, it was actually Su Yu who had learned about the content of the 4th level trial in advance from Su Hongyun's mouth. The 4th level of the trial was related to time, and once it was opened, the flow of time would be drastically different from the outside world. For one trial, I'm afraid that 3 to 5 years will pass in the outside world. Therefore, Su Yu planned to wait for Luo Yao's nirvana to end before thinking long and hard. Farewell, all the old ancestors. Su Yu clasped his fists and arched his hands before turning around and heading out. Looking at his departing back, the faces of the old ancestors were different, their eyes deep and profound. Burial Sky, your divine soul is special, so you can leave the Dao mountain for a long time and go protect the Dao for him. A trace of reluctance flashed in Su Burial Sky's eyes as he heard this, but there was no way around it. The person who opened his mouth was his own grandfather, so he had to carry it out even if he was reluctant. Grandson obeys. Su Yu was not in a hurry to leave the Dao mountain, but first with Su Zhan, who was sitting at the top of the Dao mountain, sparred for a while with the power of the physical body, and explored the 9 styles of Hunyuan for a long time before returning to his own bedchamber to rest. The next morning, when Su Yu appeared in the outside world again, his ears were full of talk about him. I didn't expect the Emperor's son to have passed 2 levels in a row, and at a young age he's already completed the 3rd 10 Jedi trial. The future is boundless. As I recall, the family head back then only passed the 3rd level at the age of 50, right? Wouldn't the Emperor's son already be more than double the family head? This world's imperial throne will surely be obtained by my Su family again. Well, let's hope that the Emperor's son will be different from the family head when he takes the throne. We are a great Emperor's own family, but we are always cowering in the forbidden area. Shoo! Silence. Su Yu's face was calm and did not care about the clansman's comments. He didn't stop along the way and walked directly into the depths of the imperial palace. After informing Mozian of the matter of going out to practice, he quickly walked out from the depths of the imperial palace again. I don't know where Sister Jiugu and the others ran off to, and I can't see anyone even after coming back for so long. Su Yu frowned slightly and muttered to himself, obviously came back together, but Su Jioga, Red Lotus, and Mu Qianxue all seemed to have evaporated, and Su Yu looked for half a day without seeing anyone. In the end, it was only with the help of the housekeeper Su Tianhe that he was able to find a few women within the training grounds underneath the imperial city. At this moment, the 3 girls along with Su Xiaoyu were fighting fiercely against their opponents within the martial arts arena. Su Jiuji's body was surrounded by floating devil lotuses, and each sword chopped out with a shocking aura. The top of Red Lotus' head was surrounded by infinite karmic fire, and her soft and delicate body was like a swimming dragon. As for Mu Qianxue, she was dressed in white. Her eyes were as cold as a knife. Her slender waist twisted lightly, and between her sword fingers, she brought out a biting cold aura. In the crowd, Su Xiaoyu caught a glimpse of Su Yu's figure, and with a face of surprise, she ran to him and said in a sticky voice, "Brother, not bad. After not seeing you for a few days, your cultivation has broken through to questioning." Su Yu dotingly rubbed Su Xiaoyu's head and laughed. Su Xiaoyu hemmed and hawed, then asked curiously, "Brother, why are you free to come over? Aren't you conducting the 10 extreme trials? It's over. I'm going to go out." Upon hearing Su Yu's words, the several women who were originally fighting fiercely within the martial arts arena all stopped and cast complicated gazes towards Su Yu. Su Jiugu was the first to speak. "Young master, this time, slave will not accompany you to travel." Red Lotus and Mu Qianxue also echoed. Su Yu frowned, but without waiting for him to ask out loud, Red Lotus smiled bitterly and said, "Although Gongzi doesn't mind, the sisters don't want to be vases by Gongzi's side. Now that we've all sought out teachers within the clan, our strength is progressing rapidly." Saying that, Red Lotus made a flash. Red-colored flow in the airfire delineated a delicate trajectory. Red Lotus toe-point ground light when gilt breastplate locks the thrilling curve. The red gauze skirt tumbled in a surge of spiritual energy, revealing coral bead-adorned ankles, each bead reflecting the leaping karmic fire. "Your Excellency should watch carefully." She suddenly spun her body, twisting her waist in a thrilling arc. The karmic fire snaking below his collarbone glowed with red and gold streams of light under the urging of his spiritual energy. When the fingertips brushed Su Yu's jaw, the fullness of his chest rose and fell with his gasps, pressing out faint scarlet marks on his snowy skin. Between the 4 eyes, Su Yu breathed slightly sharply and only felt that his body was hot. Su Yu took a deep breath. and the tip of his nose was flooded with the scent of a delicate body. This karma fire of yours? It has indeed progressed quite a bit. Don't talk, kiss me. In the next moment, Ju lips like blazing fire printed on Suyu's mouth. Does Sister Red Lotus want to eat alone? As a disgruntled cold laugh rang out, a demonic aura ripped through space sending ripples. Su Joga stepped on the blooming 12 black lotuses and floated. The basilisk-colored bustier could barely wrap around the voluptuousness, and the spider-thin dark lines spread along the grooves and gathered into a demonic mandala at the waist socket. The hair-hanging silk that fell when she bent down swept over the side of Suyu's neck, and under the sarong slit to the root of her thigh. Her snow-white jade feet were bare. Chapter 163 Sword-Asking Ceremony. Young lord, don't favor one over the other. Su Jioji's voice was delicate, with a hint of seduction. Her fingers slowly crossed the knot of Suyu's throat, and the demonic pattern flashed brightly on her snowy and delicate shoulder, revealing a dangerous aura. Suyu's eyebrows imperceptibly trembled slightly. This subtle movement, however, did not escape Su Jioji's eyes. The rich fragrance was like invisible silk threads, coming from the back of his neck in strands. Immediately after, Suyu's back was suddenly attached to two groups of warm and soft. His heart was violently tightened, and his breathing became rapid. Right at this ambiguous and extreme moment, a clear and cold voice suddenly broke the charm. What are the two sisters doing? The frost felt like it was alive, suddenly blooming ice flowers on the verdant ground. Mu Qianxue stepped on the condensed moonlight and came in style. She was dressed in a Xian ice silk dress, with a plain white girdle strangling her figure into thrilling curves that swayed gently with her steps. The long and slender jade legs, like congealed fat, hidden between the opening and closing of the hem of the skirt, were shocking to the eyes. As she raised her hand to straighten her temples, the ice crystal earrings gently grazed her swan neck, and in the hollow of her collarbone, a flash of snowy white was eye-catching and tantalizing. Has the gentleman seen enough? Mu Qianxue's clear and cold voice was wrapped in frosty air that seemed to be able to freeze one's soul. She pinched a slice of snowflake on her fingertips and gently pointed it on Suyu's lips. The snowflake carried a bone-chilling coldness that contrasted with the fiery heat emanating from Su Jioji's body. The extreme coldness and heat, one left and one right, encircling Suyu. Behind him, Su Jioji's devilish torso was tightly pressed against Suyu. His nose lingered with a faint ethereal orchid. Such a posture was too ambiguous and too tempting. Suyu's breathing was slightly ragged as he forcefully suppressed the waves within his heart and said in a deep voice, "Everyone leave the martial arts arena. This emperor's son will personally instruct on battle techniques today." Upon hearing this, the members of the Su family immediately understood, and they all left at a quick pace, fearing that if they stayed for one more second, they would offend this emperor's son. Well, Su Xiaoyu deflated her mouth, full of reluctance, eager to stay and see what her brother was going to do. But before she could open her mouth, she was directly thrown out by Suyu. After a whole day and night, Suyu walked out of the martial arts arena in a radiant manner. "Come on, fishy." Oh, Su Xiaoyu's eyes were grudging, and after answering in a small voice, she followed behind Suyu with small broken steps. However, she quickly reacted again, since several of her sisters-in-law had chosen to stay behind and cultivate. Wouldn't she be the only one accompanying her oldest brother? Thinking about this, Su Xiaoyu's eyes shone brightly, jumped and chased forward, excitedly pulling Suyu's sleeve. "What's wrong?" Suyu suspiciously sidled his head and looked at this quirky sister, his eyes filled with favor. Su Xiaoyu smiled and came to his ear and whispered, "Brother, where are we going to play?" Suyu shook his head and smiled. "Play? This trip is not play." With that said, he took out the void face with a grave expression. The opening of the Starry Sky Emperor Road was imminent, but his current great merit was pitifully small. Therefore, on this trip, not only did he need to complete some more false-face quests, but he also needed to take care of some great chi-luckers along the way to accumulate enough villain value. Okay, Su Xiaoyu sniffed but did not lose heart. Anyway, as long as she stayed with Suyu, she was satisfied and it did not matter what she did. After leaving the desolate ancient forbidden zone, Suyu's mind moved slightly and used the system's upgraded 1000-mile trace function. Ding! 1000-mile search launched successfully. Locating the great chi-luck, Song Changyang. Name, Song Qingyang. Cultivation, Late Divine Palace Realm. Physique, Sword Saint Body, Holy Body. Remarks, the contemporary holy son of the Sword Sect. His fortune is as deep as the abyssal sea. His enlightenment is against the heavens. At the age of 3, he watched the sword and induced the thunderclouds in the sky to wash his marrow. At the age of 7, he held a wooden branch and cut through the sect's 1000-year-old sword monument ban. At the age of 12, he entered the ancient sword mound alone, attracted 3,000 ancient swords to submit, and took the Dala Silent Destruction sword scripture left behind by the first-generation sword ancestor. At the age of 15, he crossed the border and killed 6 old monsters of the Devil's Path. And when he was enlightened by his sword, the sky revealed the phenomenon of one sword creates 10,000 laws, which shocked the living fossil of the sword sect, who had been in seclusion for 8,000 years, to come to take on a disciple in person. He was so proud of his character that he looked down upon the world, once stepped on the backbone of the heir to the holy land of heaven mending and said, "Cultivators of the same generation are only worthy of seeing the sheath of my sword," and even wrote in blood on the monument of inquiry, "If the sky stops me, the sword will crack the sky, and the sword aura will not dissipate for 100 years. Sword sect? It just so happens that one of the void face quests is close to the sword sect," Su Yu muttered, then took out the 9-dragon card chuck and brought Su Xiaoyu straight to the eastern part of the central heavenly domain. This sword sect saint's son looked indeed extraordinary, but he did not place him in his eyes. Nowadays, Su Yu's eyes were only above the great sage realm, and cultivators of the same generation could no longer make his heart fluctuate in any way. On top of the 9 dragons' whiskey, runes flashed, and the 9 true dragons hissed with their heads raised, dragging the whiskey to cut through the sky at an extreme speed. In the meantime, central heavenly domain, eastern domain, not far from the sword sect, within the sword-sounding valley, the dome of the sky looked like it had been torn apart by an invisible hand, suddenly splitting open. 3,000 zhang of haze light surged out from that crack, spilling down onto the earth, and the entire Sword Song Valley was shrouded in this haze light, sacred and incomparable. The Sword Sect's once in a 10,000 years sword questioning ceremony is being held in Sword Sounding Valley at the moment, and this ceremony is not only an event for the Sword Sect, but also an event for sword cultivators in the entire Upper Realm, because, throughout the history of the Upper Realm, the first sword cultivator came from the Sword Sect. 72 suspended sword peaks surrounded the formation, each of them towering into the clouds as if they were going to pierce the sky. At the top of each peak was inserted upside down the swords of successive generations of sword Dao leaders, and these swords exuded an ancient and powerful aura under the precipitation of the years. Countless ancient swords were resonating with the altar at the bottom of the valley to produce a dragon-like sword whistle that was deafening, as if it was going to shatter heaven and earth. Clang! The giant bronze tripod vibrated 9 times. The sound was majestic and thick, as if summoned by some kind of call. The roiling sword chi quickly condensed into a golden rule suspended in midair. This is the opening of the sword questioning stage, and all cultivators under the age of 100 are allowed to climb up. The winner of the top prize will get to see the remnants of the 7 swords of the intercepting sky, as well as a baptism in the sword mound. Seeing this scene, countless cultivators around them were shocked, and there was a lot of chatter in the crowd. The sword sect is truly worthy of being known as the birthplace of the sword Dao in the upper realm. Such a stroke is rare. An old man's face was filled with astonishment, and his eyes were filled with envy. Ha ha, today's world is so lively. First there is the ancient Forbidden Zone's strange movement. Suspected Emperor's son came out. And then there is the sword sect's big opening of the mountain gate. Now this questioning sword grand competition. It looks like everyone can participate in it. In fact, we all know what we know. It's just to pave the way for the sword sect's holy son. A young cultivator with a face full of disdain said loudly. Nonetheless, although the sword sect's saint's son is strong, that goddess of the Zhang clan is also not weak. And the Buddhist sect also has a Buddhist sword sheath. So I think the sword sect is still too arrogant. Another cultivator retorted. Ha! What do you know? That saint son of the sword sect is definitely far beyond your imagination. Even that emperor's son. I'm afraid he's not a match for him. A big man with a stout figure said loudly, patting his chest. Chapter 164. You say I don't know how to use a sword? The crowd was discussing intensely. And just then, the 2 stone statues at the mouth of the valley suddenly opened their eyes. And within those eyes, a rainbow bridge of sword chi that traversed 100 miles was shot out. This sword chi rainbow bridge exuded a powerful sword intent, as if it was an insurmountable chasm. Seeing this, hundreds of thousands of sword cultivators came with their swords, dressed in various sword robes and holding various kinds of swords, each of them carrying the ultimate desire for the sword Dao. However, in front of the rainbow bridge, most people were staggered to the ground by the invisible sword intent. This invisible sword intent was like a lofty mountain that pressed down on their hearts, making it difficult for them to bear. The only person who could step on the rainbow and enter directly into the sword-sounding valley was a true heavenly pride of the sword Dao. The divine maiden of the Zhang clan has arrived. A shout broke the crowd's clamor. The jade carriage dragged by 9 green luan crushed the clouds and slowly came. Above the jade carriage, runes flickered, emitting a mysterious aura. The woman in the carriage had a light veil covering her face, and half of a broken ancient sword was hanging from her waist. When her fingertips brushed over the sword, the entire sword-sounding valley suddenly rained scarlet blood, which carried a bizarre aura as if it was sprinkled from purgatory. The sword sect elder's pupils plummeted and his face was filled with shock. Zhang Suxin has actually cultivated the heart sword art to such a realm? Heart sword art, only chopping the soul. not chopping the body, and is a tricky way, killing in the invisible. Although it was slightly inferior to the sword sect's Taichu sword scripture in a head-on battle, if one was accidentally struck by the heart sword, it would be a soul-crushing fate. Thinking of this, the crowd of cultivators hurriedly dispersed, making way for Jiang Suxin for fear of being affected by that bizarre heart sword technique. Buzz! At the same time, there was a sudden burst of Sanskrit sounds in the sky, which was melodious and ethereal, making people unconsciously empty their minds. Master Dust? I didn't expect that you would also come to participate in this sword-asking competition. A cultivator's face was filled with astonishment as he looked at the white-robed monk who came from the west side of the Rainbow Bridge. The west side of the Rainbow Bridge suddenly exploded with swastika Buddhist seals, and white-robed monks came with golden lotus on their feet and 9 skulls strung on rosary beads in their hands. The most bizarre thing was the sword case behind him. The left side was illuminated by Buddha's light and the right side was filled with demonic energy. Amit Ba Buddha. Dokkan closed his palms and laughed softly. Even though I am in charge of the Buddha's teachings, I am also in charge of the killing sword. The voice was not loud, but it spread throughout the entire Sword Song Valley. Boom! As the words fell, a shocking killing intent swept across the sky, as if it wanted to slaughter all the living beings in this world. In an instant, the cultivators below had pale faces and sweaty foreheads. There were some people who did not have enough determination, and they were even affected by the killing intent, and they directly drew their swords and cut each other. And the scene was in chaos. Humph! Suddenly, heaven and earth trembled, as if a large invisible hand was shaking the entire world. The dome of the sky hung down 10,000 feet of stars, and Song Qingyang arrived in the air with his feet on a long river of sword chi. He was not wearing a sword robe today, and was only clad in a plain white linen coat, but when the mountain wind lifted the corner of the coat, people were shocked to realize that it wasn't fabric at all. It was the phaseless sword coat, which was woven from 100,000 miniature sword chi. This phaseless sword cloth, not only was it incredibly tough, it also contained a powerful sword chi that could automatically protect its owner. Noisy, Song Qingyang flicked his fingers, and the several celestial pride who had been fighting earlier suddenly froze. Only then did the crowd see that they each had a willow leaf inserted in their eyebrows, and what flowed through the veins of the leaf was actually the condensed Dala silent destruction sword chi. Great Luo Sword Master Song Qingyang. Someone unconsciously recited his nickname. The entire heaven and earth was suddenly silent, as if time had stopped flowing. It wasn't until after Song Qingyang stepped into the sword-sounding valley that all the cultivators dared to take a breath. The oppressive atmosphere made them feel as if they had walked through a ghost gate. Is this the saint son of the sword sect known as the Great Luo Sword Master? A cultivator asked in a low voice with a hint of awe in his voice. TSK, 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 this kind of oppression. Even if the divine maiden of the Zheng clan and Grandmaster Dust joined forces, it would be hard to overcome, right? It's not easy to say. After all, the heart sword technique is too powerful to kill, if one's divine soul is severed. Not to mention a great Luo sword master, even a great Luo divine immortal would have to die. As the crowd debated, they all attempted to step onto the Sword Chi Rainbow Bridge. Only, of the hundreds of thousands of sword cultivators, only a few dozens were eventually recognized by the Sword Chi Rainbow Bridge. Each of these recognized sword cultivators was spirited, knowing that this was from hundreds of thousands of people. Even if you are unfortunate enough to lose in the end, you have earned your face. Rumble. Suddenly, 7 colored pillars of light erupted from within the sword-sounding valley, and the sword-asking platform, which had been sleeping for 10,000 years, slowly rose. The surface of the stage was covered with sword marks and gullies, and each crack was gulping down sword chi of different attributes, gradually condensing into the 4-elephant sword formation of Green Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Xuan Wu. First sword formation, Vermilion Bird Burning Sky. As the old voice resounded through the clouds, the Sword Chi Rainbow Bridge began to slowly dissipate. Just then, wait! A dragon's roar suddenly surprised the distant sky. Everyone's faces changed as they turned their heads to look, only to see the astral wind lifted up by the 9 dragons' car whisk cutting through the clouds. Suyu Xian robe hunted and stepped down in the air. That 9-dragon carriage was majestic, with 9 true dragons roaring as if they were going to tear through the sky. Behind her, Su Xiaoyu stood on her tiptoes to look at the Sword Sound Valley's skyward light pillar, her eyes filled with curiosity. The 72 suspended sword peaks suddenly emitted ear-piercing clangs, and the countless ancient swords that were stuck upside down on the ground even chirped and trembled involuntarily. 10,000 swords in unison? All the elders of the sword sect's faces changed abruptly. The fact that he had triggered such a vision upon his appearance indicated that the visitor's attainments on the sword path were extremely high, not even inferior to Song Qingyang. Who dares to trespass on the sword-asking ceremony? A purple-robed elder took to the air with his sword, and 7 chain sword chi erupted from his sleeve, which flashed with a cold light as if it could cut through everything. The grand ceremony has opened. Your Excellency. The words came to an abrupt end. Because, he saw that above Suyu's robe, there was clearly an ancient Su character. Is this how the sword sect treats its guests? Suyu's voice was not heavy, but it shook the stone statues on both sides of the rainbow bridge to rustle dust. The power contained in that voice seemed to penetrate one's soul. As the words fell, the entire room erupted. The Su family? It's actually someone from that imperial clan. The Su family? The cultivators below were filled with shock and couldn't help but shout out. I don't know if it's the main vein of the Su family that's coming, or, said one of the cultivators in a whisper with a puzzled face. Hiss. It can't be that he's that mysterious emperor's son, right? An old man sucked in a breath of cool air, his eyes filled with fear. The faces of the sword sect's elders were ugly to the extreme. They didn't expect that at this critical moment, someone from the Su family would appear. At the back of the crowd, the sword sect's grand elder slowly stepped out. I didn't expect it to be His Excellency, the Emperor's son, who has arrived, truly making my sword sect's presence shine. He had a smile on his face and a gentle tone. Under his eyes, however, he revealed caution. This sword-asking ceremony was meant to create momentum for Song Qingyang, so they didn't make a big deal out of it. However, Song Qingyang's attainments in the Tao of the sword did not disappoint them. In today's upper realm, there are less than a handful of people who can defeat him in the path of the sword Tao, but the most painful thing was that the Suyu in front of him happened to be in the middle of it. Thinking of this, the Grand Elder was a toothache. The questioning sword competition is a sword cultivation event. As I recall, the Imperial Son is not a member of the Sword Tao, so please move to the viewing platform dash. Clank. Before he finished speaking, Suyu's fingertips casually crossed the void. In a flash, the 72 sword peaks all trembled, and the ancient swords that were inserted upside down on them actually broke free from the restraints and rose up to the sky, swimming around Suyu's circumference like a pilgrimage. The 10,000 swords returning to the sect formation, which had been passed down by the sword sect for tens of thousands of years, was as tame as a house dog in front of him. Now, is this Emperor's son qualified? Suyu swept over the reddened faces of the sword sect's elders with a smile, but his gaze pierced through the layers of earth veins and locked the depths of the sword-sounding valley. On the quest location given by the void face, the scarlet skeleton mark was flashing below the sword-asking stage. Just right, 2 birds with 1 stone. Suyu thought secretly in his heart. The corners of his mouth rose slightly,